Yang Jieshi merely wished to lead a languid life as a slothful fish. Upon traversing into this seemingly martial arts-inspired parallel realm, he, equipped with a rudimentary system, painstakingly fulfilled his master's final wish by reclaiming the 5 elemental artifacts. Just as he was about to embark on the dreamed-of leisurely existence, suddenly, a figure appeared on the television, exclaiming, "I am Iron Man." Yang Jieshi was left bewildered. What on earth? Is this the Marvel Universe? His master turned out to be a Chinese version of a master impersonator, entangled with the likes of SHIELD, Hydra, and the Spear Agency in ways that were far from clear. Chapter 1. I Am Iron Man. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a crimson hue enveloped the dilapidated Chinatown. Yang Jieshi's silhouette darted through the narrow alleyways, resembling a weary cheetah. The inconspicuous copper coin talisman at his waist swayed gently with his movements, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own. He had just returned from Yang Cheng's last stronghold, clutching the heavy, earthy-toned talisman, the 5th and final elemental artifact he had recovered. Sighing, he weighed the inexpensive roasted meat and warm baijiu in his hands, offerings intended for his master, Yang Shojing. The elemental talismans were carefully placed within a dust-laden display cabinet. He dared not utilize these enigmatic relics, haunted by the ghastly visage of his elder brother before his demise, compounded by his master's admonition against their reckless use, which had kept him from relying on their powers. The talisman bore ancient and profound patterns, reminiscent of layered mountains, exuding a weighty, reserved aura as if it bore the weight of endless epochs. Sunlight filtered through the worn window, casting a soft, earthy glow upon the stone talisman. Yang Jieshi paused before a portrait of Yang Shojing, gazing intently at the kind yet enigmatic visage of the elder. "Master, your disciple has returned," he murmured softly. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood, the table adorned with simple dishes, and a pot of warm winnie, a customary offering for honoring the deceased in Chinese tradition. With reverence, he lit the incense, poured the wine, and bowed deeply to the portrait. "Disciple is unfilial, making you wait for so long. I have finally fulfilled your wishes. Those miscreants have all been dealt with." Rising slowly, he lifted the wine cup and drained it in one go. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat like molten flame, igniting his insides and dispelling some of his weariness. "Master," he began to chatter as he savored the simple fare, as if Yang Shojing were still alive, capable of hearing his confessions. "You have no idea how arduous these years have been for me. Once, I was an ambitious university student, and in the blink of an eye, I have become this wretched shell of a human." He reminisced about his journey into this world, once merely an ordinary graduate, overwhelmed by the pressures of his thesis. Little did he know, awakening to find himself in a foreign land, destitute and alone, a mere refugee. Had he not encountered Yang Shojing, he might have perished on the streets from hunger. At that time, the old man appeared in tattered clothing, disheveled, akin to a beggar, yet possessing eyes as deep as the starry sky. Moved by pity, Yang Jieshi had shared his last half of a bun with him. Unexpectedly, that very night, a band of thugs came to his door, intent on robbery. Defenseless, Yang Jieshi was about to surrender when Yang Shojing materialized before him like a specter, swiftly dispatching the assailants with remarkable agility. Yang Shojing moved like the wind, a phantom within the confines of the narrow alley, deftly subduing the ruffians with a few swift maneuvers, delivering strikes that incapacitated them without causing fatal harm. From that moment onward, Yang Jieshi trained under Yang Shojing in martial arts and medicine. Though his talent was modest, he possessed a system. Despite its rudimentary and frustrating limitations, it proved practical. The system could display the proficiency of various skills, allowing Yang Jieshi to track his progress. Additionally, it had the capability to randomly extract fragments of martial arts from other worlds, though the results often elicited both laughter and tears. Titles like The Beginner's Guide to the Sunflower Manual and The Essentials of the 9-In Manual appeared grandiose. Yet due to their fragmentary nature, they were either mere snippets or titles devoid of substantive content, rendering them useless for cultivation. The most frustrating instance was when he drew the Huangdi Neijing, entirely inscribed in Oracle Bone script, leaving him bewildered. Nevertheless, the system was not entirely futile, for it enabled Yang Jieshi to swiftly master a variety of skills, enhancing his learning efficiency beyond that of ordinary individuals. Yang Shojing regarded Yang Jieshi as diligent, albeit with limited innate talent, deeming him a moldable talent. 6 months prior, Yang Shojing passed away due to old age. In his final moments, he entrusted a small string of ancient copper coin talismans to Yang Jieshi, explaining that they possessed the ability to avert calamity. He urged him to locate and safeguard the 5 lost elemental artifacts, forbidding their misuse. These artifacts, treasures of the East imbued with mysterious powers, were once discovered alongside his old partner. Should they fall into the hands of the unscrupulous, they would surely wreak havoc upon the world. As Yang Shojing took his last breath, his eyes brimmed with concern. Yang Jieshi vividly recalled the elder's trembling hands, gripping him tightly, filled with reluctance and sorrow. He wished to utter something, yet ultimately, only vague words escaped his lips. This world is perilous. You must find them. Then, his hand fell limply, bereft of warmth. In pursuit of fulfilling his master's dying wish, Yang Jieshi embarked upon a path fraught with bloodshed and violence. Jaffer, a frail and mute apothecary, manufactured addictive enhancement potions and conducted inhumane experiments for large corporations, having harmed countless individuals. Ethically and morally, Yang Jieshi could not allow himself to spare him. Upon having the talisman wrested from him, Jaffer descended into madness, launching a desperate, suicidal attack that compelled Yang Jieshi to expend considerable effort to subdue him. Sean, a violent gang leader, lived by the philosophy of strength above all, and with his defeat and the loss of the talisman's power, he perceived himself as a weakling destined for elimination, ultimately choosing to end his own life in despair. Hekmu, born into an ancient Japanese crime syndicate, bore the scars of a childhood marked by sisterly betrayal, rendering her mental state exceedingly unstable. Yet, despite her past transgressions, she had not committed any grievous sins thereafter. Adhering to humanitarian principles, Yang Jieshi admitted her to a psychiatric facility. Yang Shojing's old partner, Jin Feng, along with his elder brother Yang Cheng, clearly bore guilt over past events and sought redemption through good deeds. However, the weight of sin and virtue could never truly negate one another. By the time Yang Jieshi located them, they were nearly exhausted from excessive use of magical powers, yet it did not deter Yang Jieshi from employing his flame fist. After he defeated them, their physical injuries, coupled with the depletion of their life force and the loss of the talisman, extinguished their final opportunity for atonement. To confront these 5 individuals, Yang Jieshi dedicated half a year, pouring countless efforts and experiences into their elimination. Reflecting on this, Yang Jieshi took another sip of wine. He sighed deeply, releasing the burdens he had carried within for years. Finally, it has come to an end, he murmured to himself, a trace of relief dancing at the corners of his mouth. In the days to follow, he could finally embrace the leisurely life of a couch potato that he had long desired. As he picked up a piece of roasted meat, poised to savor it, a cacophony suddenly erupted from the television. He set his chopsticks down and casually grabbed the remote, switching channels at random. On the screen stood a man strikingly reminiscent of Robert Downey Jr., fervently delivering a speech at a press conference. Yang Jieshi initially believed it to be a promotional clip for a Hollywood film, but upon closer inspection, he was startled to find the prominent CNN logo displayed at the bottom of the screen. A news channel? His brow furrowed slightly. He had intended to indulge in some entertainment news to unwind, only to find himself on a news broadcast instead. Because that is fanciful and far-fetched. Clearly, I am not cut out to be a superhero. I have a multitude of character flaws and have made many mistakes. The man on the screen smiled subtly, a wry expression crossing his face. I am Tony Stark. I am Iron Man. On the television, Tony Stark's lips curled into a charming smile, his eyes shimmering with a confident light that seemed capable of illuminating the entire world. His voice resonated through the speakers, imbued with an irresistible allure. Clatter! Yang Jieshi's chopsticks slipped from his grasp, crashing heavily to the floor. The liquor spilled over the edge of the table, dripping onto the floor with a rhythmic patter. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the television screen as though struck by lightning. Holy, he stammered, his voice trembling. At that moment, his mind went blank, utterly incapable of rational thought. Tony Stark, Iron Man. No way, how could this be? He had always believed he had merely traversed into a world akin to the martial arts Game Master, tinged with a hint of fantasy, only to discover this was the Marvel Universe. Yang Jieshi's pupils constricted suddenly, his face etched with shock and incredulity. He opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but found his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering him voiceless. It dawned on him that the bizarre occurrences of recent years had indeed been harbingers of this grim reality. The firearms wielded by gangsters were predominantly automatic weapons. The vigilantes he had dismissed as mere cosplayers now appeared as agile as superheroes. And those mutated creatures occasionally featured in the news. All of it pointed to a harsh truth. He had not crossed into a simple martial arts world, but rather A perilous Marvel universe brimming with superheroes, superpowers, and calamities, all while his information gathering had inexplicably skirted these revelations. A wave of despair washed over him. The martial arts techniques he had drawn from the system were utterly inadequate in a universe where world-ending threats loomed at every turn. Could his meager skills withstand a blast from Iron Man? Could they endure the Hulk's mighty fists? Not to mention Thor's enchanted hammer or the Phoenix Force. No wonder, he murmured, at last grasping the gravity of his master's concerns before passing. The five elements artifacts harbored immense power. If they fell into the hands of those supervillains, the consequences would be catastrophic. With this thought, he hastily reopened the system panel. Name, Yang Jieshi. Level, LV5. Strength, 12. Agility, 14. Intelligence, 15. Endurance, 13. Skills, Xingyi Quan LV778, Acupuncture LV665, D&D Monk, Qi LV445, etc. Points, 5,000. Damn, staring at his lamentable attribute panel, Yang Jieshi felt tears welling up. With these attributes, he would likely be at the bottom even among street-level heroes. To survive in this perilous Marvel world, enhancing his strength was imperative. In an effort to compensate for his deficiencies, Yang Jieshi resolved to take a gamble and invest all his points into a lottery draw. System, give me 10 draws. He gritted through his teeth. The system acknowledged the command and initiated the lottery program. The screen pulsed with light, various icons spinning rapidly like a carousel. Yang Jieshi's eyes were glued to the screen, his palms slick with sweat, breath held in anxious anticipation. He understood that the outcome of this lottery could very well dictate his future. Moments later, the brilliance began to fade, and 10 icons aligned sequentially on the screen. Yang Jieshi eagerly examined the lottery results. The icons illuminated one by one, twinkling like stars in the night sky, offering him a glimmer of hope. However, upon discerning the contents of the icons, he found himself plunging once more into the abyss of despair. Fragments of Tai Jiquan remnants, Yin Yang Harmony, fragments of Heart Sutra, Prajnaparamita, One Piece World, Observation Haki Basic Complete, One Piece World, Armament Haki Basic Complete, fragments of Bajiquan, Opening Mountain Palm. The remaining 5 skills were all utterly useless Buddhist scriptures, Taoist texts, and remedies. The most valuable items he had drawn were the Observation Haki and Armament Haki from the One Piece universe. This was the first stroke of good fortune he had experienced in years. He carefully reviewed the descriptions of the 2 skills. Observation Haki Basic enables the user to sense the aura and emotions of nearby beings, predicting opponents' actions. Armament Haki Basic can be used to enhance one's attack and defense. Observation Haki from One Piece. Yang Jieshi chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. He had hoped for a world-shattering technique, like the Kamehameha or the Kaioken, but instead drew merely 2 foundational skills from the world of pirates. Of course, he knew that acquiring these complete skills was commendable, and if mastered, their potency would be significant. However, like the D&D monk's chi he had drawn from the system, they required prolonged dedication to cultivate. Unlike the original work, which relied on metaphysical willpower, the reformed system's haki depended on a unique technique that combined will and internal energy. The specific efficacy varied with individual strength. Achieving the invulnerability of a pirate king was unattainable, as individuals in the pirate world possessed exceptional physiques, with ordinary sailors capable of performing hundreds of push-ups as a baseline. As for willpower, it could not be cultivated in a short span. Thus, Yang Jieshi settled cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. He meticulously recalled the descriptions of haki, attempting to summon the chi within him. Focus your mind. Feel everything around you, he intoned silently, striving to enter a meditative state. Soon, he sensed a faint current of energy stirring within him, flowing gently like a trickling stream. He guided this energy through various parts of his body, feeling his perceptive abilities sharpen with each passing moment. Just as he entered a deeper meditative state, he suddenly felt a series of faint vibrations emanating from beneath the floor. Upon closer inspection, however, it seemed as if nothing had occurred. Yang Jieshi's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Something was beneath the martial arts dojo. He sprang to his feet, momentarily abandoning his haki training, resolved to investigate the situation at once. He tidied up the dishes with a simple gesture, grasping a flashlight and the Tanghung knife before making his way to the familiar corner of the training room, where he began to explore meticulously. He recalled the faint vibrations that had emanated from beneath the floorboards moments earlier. This is the spot. He lifted the floorboard, his brow furrowed, and indeed discovered a concealed entrance to a hidden chamber. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed the copper coin talisman at his waist, and without hesitation, he leaped inside. Advancing in the dark, he was enveloped by an atmosphere thick with dust and the scent of antiquated items, coupled with a solemn power that carried an essence of military formations and restraint. Chapter 2. The Imitator Master. Yang Jieshi held the flashlight tightly, feeling the copper coin talisman warm slightly against his side, as if whispering in the darkness, warning him of the unknown lurking ahead. The air in the basement was damp and heavy, infused with the smell of aged dust and metallic tang. The narrow passage was flanked by heaps of clutter, dilapidated wooden crates, scattered vials, and a few rusted swords, as if these forgotten corners had been neglected by time. He stepped cautiously, the stone slabs beneath his feet creaking softly, while the beam of the flashlight flickered in the shadows, serving as his sole guide. The solemn power grew increasingly palpable, akin to an ancient will murmuring in the air, imbued with an unsettling vitality. Holding his breath, Yang Jieshi activated his recently acquired observation haki, attempting to capture the essence around him. Within his perception, that power transformed from a vague tremor into a steady and restrained wave, akin to a dormant beast poised for awakening. Following the wave, he arrived at the end of the passage, where an antique wooden chest awaited him. The chest was adorned with intricate cloud patterns, its edges smoothed by the passage of time. Upon the lid rested an unassuming copper key, as if it were anticipating someone's arrival. Furrowing his brow and ensuring the coast was clear, Yang Jieshi crouched down and tentatively picked up the key. It felt cold to the touch, heavy with metallic weight. He inhaled deeply, inserted it into the lock, and turned it gently. With a soft click, the chest creaked open, releasing a faint waft of sandalwood mingled with the aromas of leather and metal. Raising the flashlight, he illuminated the contents within, and his pupils contracted in astonishment. Inside lay a set of equipment, both familiar and foreign uniform of the Imitator Master. The black, form-fitting combat suit was embedded with dark armor, and the shoulders, belt, and cuffs were adorned with various concealed weapons, shurikens, wrist darts, and poison needles, glinting with a chilling light. Suspended at his side was a resistance knife, its sheath antiquated, the hilt wrapped in black cloth, exuding an air of lethal intent. The mask bore the emblem of the Imitator Master, shaped like a skull, with tactical goggles embedded in the eye sockets, radiating treachery and cunning. This set of equipment was unmistakably that of the Imitator Master from the Marvel Universe. Yang Jieshi found himself momentarily stunned, a buzzing in his mind. He swallowed hard, images flashing through his mind of the female Imitator Master from the Black Widow film, alongside the composed male version from the original tales, cold, precise, and endowed with the terrifying ability to retain every detail. Yet, this equipment bore a distinct Eastern flavor, particularly the resistance knife, subtly inscribed with the character's loyalty and righteousness, unmistakably reflecting the style of his master, Yang Shojing. The Chinese version of the Imitator Master. Yang Jieshi muttered, his lips twitching. This Marvel Universe truly dares to concoct anything. Who knows, one day there might even be a black version or a ninja version of the Imitator Master, catering to political correctness and Japanese otaku subculture. I wonder which parallel universe I've tuned into. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he refocused on the chest. Beneath the equipment lay a yellowed letter, the envelope inscribed with to Jieshi, personally. The familiar handwriting was unmistakably that of his master, Yang Shojing. Cautiously, he opened the envelope and extracted the letter, reading by the light of the flashlight. The contents of the letter read, Jieshi, my disciple, if you are reading this letter, I am likely no longer in this world. The fact that you have opened this chest suggests that the 5 elements artifacts have been successfully retrieved, which brings me great comfort. You may resent me for concealing much, but the complexities of the world necessitated such actions. This set of equipment is what I used in my youth while traversing the martial world. It bears many secrets and responsibilities. Having fulfilled my wish, you are now entitled to inherit it. But remember, this world is far more perilous than you perceive. Though the power of the artifacts is formidable, it also attracts the greedy. Exercise caution, do not let them fall into the hands of the wicked. Beneath the partition in the chest lies the gold I seized from the hands of the unjust, which shall serve as your initial funding. As for the chest beneath the gold, its contents are not for you to bear at present. Only when your strength is sufficient may you unlock it. Throughout my life, loyalty and righteousness were paramount, yet the world is ever-changing. I hope you can maintain your integrity and protect the spirit of our culture. Yang Shojing, final words. Having finished reading, Yang Jieshi's fingers trembled slightly. His master's words struck his heart like a hammer, particularly the line "the world is far more perilous than you perceive," which drew to mind Tony Stark's declarations on television. The emergence of Iron Man heralded a world filled with the Avengers, countless extraterrestrials, and even cosmic-level villains like Thanos. If the Five Elements artifacts were to fall into the hands of such villains, the consequences would be unimaginable. Crouching down, he lifted the partition at the bottom of the chest and indeed uncovered a pile of gleaming gold bars, neatly stacked about a dozen, each hefty and easily worth several $1,000,000, sufficient for him to establish himself in this treacherous world. Underneath the gold, he discovered a small black iron box, its surface etched with complex runes, and its latch radiating a chilling aura. Yang Jieshi reached out, attempting to touch it, only to feel a bone-chilling coldness seep through his fingertips, as if warning him against rash actions. "What is this?" he muttered, his brow furrowing with intense curiosity, yet reason dictated that this was not the time. He suppressed the impulse, returned the gold bars, and resolved not to disturb the black iron box. Just then, a thought struck him like lightning, sending chills down his spine. The Imitator Master, Yang Shojing, a villainous martial arts instructor? In the original Marvel lore, the Imitator Master was not only an exceptional mercenary, but also frequently trained soldiers for villainous organizations like Hydra and AAM. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D., a relatively righteous organization, had also employed him, provided one could afford his services. The secrets mentioned by Yang Shojing, he once served these factions? While his understanding of his master led him to doubt this, the identity of the Imitator Master loomed large. Even more alarming were his senior brothers and sisters, Jafar, Sean, Haimu, Jinfeng, and Yang Cheng. Were their martial arts and artifact powers also influenced by the Imitator Master's training? Who were the forces backing them? Yang Jieshi's heart raced, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. If his master truly was that villainous martial arts instructor, then his disciples had likely long been targeted by certain factions, especially Haimu, whose unstable mental state and ties to a Japanese gang could very well relate to the Hand Association. This is bad. Yang Jieshi suddenly pulled out his phone, opening a news application to search for the psychiatric hospital where he had sent Haimu. His fingers flew across the screen, and with each passing moment, his heart sank deeper. A sensational headline leapt into view. Explosion and fire erupt at psychiatric hospital in New York suburbs. Multiple patients missing. Suspected terrorist attack. The timestamp indicated the explosion occurred a few hours ago, nearly coinciding with the moment he had defeated Yang Cheng and returned to the martial arts school. The news footage displayed the hospital engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing, while fire trucks and police cars surrounded the scene, with reporters urgently detailing the situation of the missing patients. Chapter 3. System tasks. Yang Jieshi gazed intently at the screen of his mobile device. The fiery blaze and thick smoke depicted in the news footage seemed almost tangible, scorching his very nerves. The explosion and fire at the psychiatric hospital, coupled with the mysterious disappearance of several patients, was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, the copper amulet at his waist quivering slightly, as if sensing the turmoil within him. He recalled Haimu, the senior sister he had personally committed to the psychiatric institution. Her background intricate and her mental state unstable, with connections to the Japanese underworld lurking in the shadows. With the hospital now in ruins, had she also been ensnared in this chaos? More pressing was the identity of his master, Yang Shojing, as a mimicry master, which hinted at a far greater conspiracy looming in the background. At that moment, the long-dormant system emitted a crisp notification sound, slicing through his thoughts like a sharp blade. Yang Jieshi was momentarily taken aback as he opened the system panel, revealing a shimmering task prompt that leaped into view. Task issued. Investigate the truth behind the psychiatric hospital explosion. Task description. A sudden explosion at a psychiatric hospital in the suburbs of New York, suspected to conceal an unknown force. You must proceed to the scene, ascertain the truth, and unveil the secrets behind the incident. Task reward. Unlock new system functionalities. Access high-level martial arts fragment lottery, which may yield complete martial arts techniques or rare abilities. Task deadline, 72 hours. Yang Jieshi's pupils constricted slightly. This wretched system, which typically yielded nothing but worthless fragments of Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, had finally bestowed a reward of substance. High-level martial arts fragments could potentially grant him complete texts like the Nine Manual or Six Meridian Swordplay, or even more formidable abilities from alternate realms, such as those from the Tiger of the Sea or Sword of Immortality. In the unpredictable world of Marvel, where annihilation was but a moment away, lacking strength was tantamount to courting death. Determined, he resolved to seize this opportunity, a gamble to transform his bicycle into a motorcycle. With gritted teeth, A flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. Since he found himself in the Marvel Universe, remaining dormant within a martial arts school would only hasten his demise. Furthermore, while he had fulfilled his master's final wish, the secrets of the Five Elements artifacts and the unopened black iron box hinted that his mission was far from complete. He hurried back to the basement, his gaze fixed upon the Mimicry Master's battle attire, nestled within an antiquated wooden chest. The black combat suit gleamed coldly in the dim light, with concealed weapons subtly visible between the cuffs and belt, while the anti-Japanese resistance saber lay quietly beside the box, its hilt seemingly imbued with the lingering essence of Yang Shojing. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jieshi retrieved the attire and swiftly donned it. The form-fitting combat suit embraced his body, the weight of the shoulder pads and wrist guards perfectly balanced, offering both agility and durability. He picked up the skull mask, hesitating momentarily before finally putting it on. As the tactical visor activated, a faint stream of data materialized in his field of vision, akin to a discrete high-tech augmentation. The battle suit felt as though it melded with his very being, each inch of fabric resonating with an uncanny familiarity, responding to the energy coursing within him. The heavy blade of the anti-Japanese sword emanated a chilling aura, its surface marked by the faint remnants of blood, seemingly narrating the untold life of its former master. Yang Shojing. Yang Jieshi secured the sword behind him, meticulously inspecting the throwing darts and concealed arrows at his waist, ensuring their readiness before seizing his backpack, which he filled with several gold bars for unforeseen circumstances. With one last glance at the basement, his gaze passed over the black iron box. Suppressing his curiosity as he turned to leave, time was of the essence. The explosion at the mental hospital could implicate the Hehe Society or even more perilous forces, compelling him to act swiftly. The night was profound, the streets of suburban New York torn asunder by the flickering of neon lights and the wailing of police sirens. Yang Jieshi hastened towards the site of the explosion, swiftly slipping into a narrow alley, relying on his mastery of observation haki to sense the surrounding movements. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred debris, and the distant glow of fire trucks pulsed in the night sky, while police cordons were already in place. With reporters and onlookers crowding the periphery, their cacophony incessant. Yang Jieshi ascended the rooftop of a low building, surveying the ruins of the hospital. The structure at the epicenter of the explosion lay in ruins, its charred steel beams grotesquely twisting towards the heavens, reminiscent of some monstrous carcass. Firefighters searched through the debris, their flashlights sweeping the area. Narrowing his eyes, he activated his observation haki, striving to detect any anomalies. Suddenly, a sharp and clandestine aura wafted towards him from a nearby vantage point, akin to an invisible blade that sent a chill down his neck. Someone was there. Yang Jieshi spun around abruptly, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixated on the rooftop opposite him. A figure stood poised in a red skin-tight suit, a masked helmet obscuring their features, wielding two short sticks, their stance reminiscent of a coiled cheetah ready to pounce. The attire unmistakably belonged to Daredevil. Under the moonlight, Daredevil's silhouette appeared particularly formidable. Though his eyes remained hidden beneath the red mask, they seemed to pierce through all facades. His twin sticks were slightly angled, muscles taut, clearly aware of Yang Jieshi's presence. An intangible pressure enveloped the air, as if two ferocious beasts were probing each other's boundaries. Yang Jieshi's heart raced. The appearance of Daredevil took him completely by surprise. He recognized this street hero, the blind lawyer Matt Murdock, who possessed extraordinary senses and combat skills, serving as the guardian of Hell's Kitchen. But why was he here? Was he also investigating the circumstances surrounding the explosion at the mental hospital? Simultaneously, Daredevil's mind was in turmoil. In recent weeks, he had been probing a series of seemingly unrelated deaths. Pharmacist Jaffer, a drug lord who dealt in performance enhancers, assassinated with precision. Sean, the violent leader of the Firebrand gang, who was severely injured before committing suicide. Entrepreneur Gene Fong and charitable Dr. Yang Chong, who appeared prosperous yet were in reality depleted, their deaths shrouded in mystery. He sensed an undeniable connection among these four individuals and, after investigation, discovered their ties to the Shojing Martial Arts School in Chinatown. The last remaining member of the school, the artist Haimu, had recently been committed to this mental hospital due to psychological issues. He had intended to infiltrate the hospital in a few days to investigate, But the explosion occurred unexpectedly tonight. The daredevil's heightened senses detected an unfamiliar presence on the rooftop, exuding a concealed yet potent aura of sanguine energy, particularly emanating from the large sword strapped to his back, which radiated an oppressive aura of someone who had claimed the lives of many, subtly intertwined with a latent military prowess. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Yang Jieshi felt a tightening in his chest. The daredevil's voice was deep and filled with an undeniable pressure. He dared not act recklessly, for the daredevil was renowned among street heroes for his exceptional strength, and the palpable intimidation he projected left Yang Jieshi, a mere novice donned in a mask, feeling overwhelmed. Yang Jieshi was but a fledgling who had recently grasped the basics of martial prowess, his attributes woefully inadequate. Should a confrontation arise, he feared the outcome would be dire. Striving to maintain composure, he lowered his voice. "I merely passed through, attending to personal matters." "And you, who might you be?" The daredevil remained silent, taking a measured step forward, his dual batons spinning slightly in his hands. His senses locked onto Yang Jieshi, attempting to decipher his intentions. The sanguine aura of the blade instilled a sense of caution within him, as if he were facing an unfathomable adversary. He could sense that Yang Jieshi was no ordinary individual. His aura bore the essence of Eastern martial arts. Reminiscent of the Zhongjin martial arts school he had investigated, perhaps he possessed vital clues. The two stood at a distance, the wind on the rooftop howling past, carrying the acrid scent of ruins and the chill of the night. Yang Jieshi's fingers gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, sweat trickling down his palms, uncertain of the daredevil's capabilities. The only benchmarks he had were a few senior brothers, yet how much of their master's prowess had they truly absorbed? He surmised their physical attributes were comparable, likely akin to the daredevil himself. He felt that should a battle ensue, his chances of victory were slim. Unbeknownst to him, the failures of a pessimistic strategist from his past life in the Total War series were being replayed within him. Simultaneously, the daredevil remained cautious. The sanguine aura and military energy of the blade dissuaded him from acting impulsively, as though a single misstep could provoke a fatal counterattack. At that tense moment, a piercing police siren echoed from a distance, shattering the silence. Yet neither Yang Jieshi nor the daredevil retreated, as the police searchlights swept across the rooftop. Both possessed a wealth of counter-surveillance experience, allowing them to remain concealed from the officer's view. They continued to confront each other, both hesitant to strike, unsure of the other's true nature. Finally, the blaring of the sirens gradually faded from their ears, and they emerged from the shadows, their gazes colliding and sparking with intensity. Yang Jieshi sought to gauge the disparity between himself and the street hero through the daredevil's martial prowess, while the daredevil was unwilling to relinquish the potential lead that had surfaced. Chapter 4. Daredevil. The night was as dark as ink, the wind on the rooftop carrying the acrid scent of decay, piercing the nostrils painfully. Yang Jieshi faced the daredevil from a distance, the air seemingly solidified, and a silent malice flowed between them. Yang Jieshi's fingers clutched the hilt of his combat knife tightly, while the daredevil's batons tilted slightly, ever ready for action. As the police searchlights swept by, the two instinctively concealed themselves within the shadows, evading the beams of light. A fleeting silence hung in the air like a taut bowstring, and in the next moment, the two adversaries sprang into action almost simultaneously. The night demon swiftly flickered, twisting his dual staffs together with a sharp crack, transforming them into a long pole that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yang Jieshi's chest. His movements were as swift as the wind, embodying the precision of Japanese stick fighting and the cunning of Filipino arnis, with the pole's shadow resembling a dragon, effectively sealing off Yang Jieshi's retreat. With a deft push, Yang Jieshi executed a leap backward, employing his lightness skill, while simultaneously launching 4 concealed projectiles from his waist, which arced through the air towards the night demon's face, chest, and both knees, attempting to force him back. The sound of the projectiles slicing through the air was sharp as a whistle, glinting coldly under the moonlight. Their trajectories deviously crafted, akin to 4 venomous serpents pouncing on their prey. The night demon, with his heightened senses, had already discerned the path of the projectiles. He sidestepped gracefully, sweeping his staff in a horizontal arc, producing a series of crisp sounds as he knocked the projectiles down, the force of his movements sending dust swirling from the rooftop. Impressive skills. Yang Jieshi gritted his teeth, realizing the futility of his initial attempts as the Night Demon's speed exceeded his expectations. He continued to retreat while striking, reluctant to engage lethally and thus refraining from unsheathing his sword, instead resorting to his projectiles to keep the Night Demon at bay, striving to create distance. Yet, the Night Demon pursued him relentlessly, his staff swirling like a shadow, each strike aimed precisely at Yang Jieshi's footfalls, seeking to unbalance him. This staff technique was indeed a blend of the Japanese stick fighting taught by his master, infused with the agility of Filipino arnis and the brutality of street fighting, forcing Yang Jieshi to retreat step by step. Meanwhile, the Night Demon was assessing the strength and identity of his opponent. The proficiency in his use of projectiles and his ethereal lightness skill suggested he was no ordinary gangster. A thought flashed through his mind. A high-ranking ninja from the Hand Union? Only the elite of the Hand Union would possess such secretive and deadly techniques. However, the large anti-Japanese sword strapped to his back exuded a potent aura of bloodlust, making him hesitant to fully conclude, particularly as such a weapon was not typical of the Hand Union's stealthy approach to combat. After a chase, Yang Jieshi soon realized that while his lightness skill was swift, it could not outpace the Night Demon's heightened sensory tracking. He caught sight of a wooden stick lying on the ground, a spark of inspiration igniting within him as he bent down to seize it. Channeling his internal energy, he attempted to envelop it with the newly acquired armed color hockey. The surface of the stick shimmered with a faint black glow, hardening to the consistency of iron. He raised the stick horizontally to block the Night Demon's long pole, executing Chinese staff techniques. The movements were grand and sweeping, combining the ferocity of Shaolin staff techniques with the vigorous thrusts of Bajikwan, coupled with joint-locking maneuvers intended to obstruct the Night Demon's assault routes. The Night Demon, embodying the characteristics of his master's teachings, executed a fluid defense and counterattack, his staff movements as sinuous as a serpent, parrying, dissipating force, and retaliating seamlessly, targeting Yang Jieshi's wrist to provoke an opening. The two combatants exchanged blows, their staffs intertwining, as dust rose from the rooftop and the crisp sounds of their strikes echoed incessantly. As Yang Jieshi continued to engage in combat, an unsettling realization began to dawn upon him. The dexterity and finesse of Daredevil's staff techniques were unparalleled, far exceeding those of Sean, whom he had previously faced. Yet, curiously, Daredevil's physical prowess appeared to be inferior to Sean's formidable strength. Moreover, abiding by his principle of non-lethal force, Daredevil exhibited restraint in his attacks. Unwilling to deliver a fatal blow, Yang Jieshi, pondering the disparity in physical capabilities, began to question the credibility of the street hero's reputation. Could it be that Daredevil had exhausted too much energy in his recent skirmish with the female ninja of the Hand, Erica, rendering him less formidable? Conversely, Daredevil was increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He discerned that while his opponent's staff techniques were rooted in Chinese martial arts, they began to subtly mimic his own style. This uncanny ability to replicate movements brought to mind a name he had only heard once from his mentor, the Staff Master. In this world, the moniker of the Mimic Master did not resonate with the same notoriety as in parallel universes. Years ago, the Hand had invested heavily to recruit the Mimic Master as an instructor, and the Staff Master had faced him in battle, resulting in a devastating defeat. Rumor had it that the Mimic Master possessed an extraordinary capacity for learning, enabling him to emulate the fighting styles and techniques of others. He was proficient in any martial art and wielded any weapon. According to the Staff Master's subsequent investigations, the existence of the Mimic Master might be linked to the Hydra from years past. However, both Hydra and his whereabouts had long since vanished. How could he resurface now? Unbeknownst to Yang Jieshi, who remained oblivious to Daredevil's astonishment and contemplation, he instinctively began to incorporate some of the more practical techniques of his opponent into his own staff fighting style. He felt the flow of his internal energy, or perhaps his haki, becoming increasingly harmonious, allowing his staff techniques to grow more powerful, gradually turning the tide of the battle. Sensing the precarious shift in momentum, Daredevil swiftly twisted his hands, transforming his staff into 3 segmented pieces, launching a sudden onslaught. The flurry of strikes rained down upon Yang Jieshi's ribs and knees, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. The three-section staff struck with the agility of a serpent, weaving in and out with deceptive intent, forcing Yang Jieshi to retreat repeatedly. Although Yang Jieshi's wooden staff was fortified by haki, its resilience waned under his lack of precise control, resulting in cracks appearing along its length until, with a sharp snap, it broke into two. Cursing under his breath, Yang Jieshi discarded the fractured staff and advanced with determination. His right fist, enveloped in haki, unleashed a technique from the monk's arsenal known as the Intimidation Fist. Daredevil, not daring to underestimate the threat, swiftly reassembled his segmented staff into its long form to deflect the impending blow. The two forces collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Daredevil felt an overwhelming force emanate from the staff, nearly causing him to lose grip as he was propelled backward, his hands trembling from the sheer power of the strike. Yang Jieshi, too, felt the repercussions. His right fist throbbed with soreness, the expenditure of haki leaving him slightly winded. The two combatants distanced themselves once more, their eyes locking in a tense exchange, sparks flying amidst the charged atmosphere atop the rooftop. At that moment, a chilling aura of malice surged from the surroundings, akin to countless venomous serpents poised to strike from the shadows. Yang Jieshi's haki surged with urgency as he sensed the imminent danger, prompting him to pivot sharply. Simultaneously, Daredevil sidestepped, both warriors instinctively recognizing the threat that loomed around them. Around a rooftop, dozens of shadowy figures clad in black emerged silently, wielding ninjat and shurikens, their eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. Clearly, these individuals were ninjas of the Hand Union. Like phantoms, they encircled their prey, their blades shimmering ominously under the moonlight, a palpable aura of menace advancing like a tidal wave. Yang Jieshi and Night Demon exchanged a knowing nod, despite their earlier hostilities. They understood the necessity of collaboration in this moment. Let us take care of these adversaries first. Night Demon commanded, brandishing his three-section staff and assuming a combat stance. Yang Jieshi unsheathed his formidable combat blade, the blade humming with latent energy, the scent of blood thickening in the air. Agreed, back to back, he replied, positioning themselves firmly against one another, facing the encroaching ninjas of the Hand Union. Gripping his blade tightly, Yang Jieshi felt the fusion of his inner strength and might, the blade subtly emanating a dark glow. Meanwhile, Night Demon's staff whirled like the winds, his heightened senses locking onto every ninja's presence. Chapter 5. Ninjas. The night wind howled atop the rooftop, mingling with the acrid scent of the ruined asylum, the air thick with an overwhelming aura of death. Standing back to back, Yang Jieshi and Night Demon found themselves surrounded by the spectral ninjas of the Hand Union. The blades and chains glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Yang Jieshi gripped his combat blade tightly, its resonance echoing with the bloodlust of countless foes, while Night Demon's staff spun gracefully, his senses attuned to the breathing of every ninja. Though they had just been adversaries, the two now chose to unite in silent accord. The ninjas, expertly trained, operated in groups of 3 to 5, their coordination impeccable. The first wave of attacks surged forth like a relentless tide, shurikens flying from all directions, targeting Yang Jieshi's throat and Night Demon's chest with deadly precision. Anticipating the assault, Yang Jieshi deftly sidestepped, unleashing a sweeping strike from his blade, executing the devastating thousand-army sweep. The blade's force echoed like thunder, cutting through the air and dispatching the shurikens. Night Demon, in turn, swept his staff with ferocity, sending 2 shurikens spiraling away, his movements as precise as a surgeon's. Immediately after, the ninjas charged in. Close combat specialists wielded their blades and claw hooks with the swiftness of wolves, seeking to engage in close quarters, while 2 others at the back hurled chain flails, their chains whistling through the air, attempting to ensnare the duo's weapons or limbs and restrict their movements. Against ordinary opponents, such an onslaught would be overwhelmingly advantageous, as the average fighter could handle only up to 3 foes of equal skill. Yet, they faced 2 masters. With a disdainful grunt, Yang Jieshi activated his light-footed agility. Moving like a specter, he unleashed a powerful downward slash from his blade, the radiant arc of steel forcing one of the armed ninjas back, the blade slicing through flesh and blood erupting forth. The Thousand Army Sweep was a close-quarters combat technique developed by the Chinese military during the War of Resistance. Known for its ferocious practicality, Yang Jieshi's blade, having claimed countless enemies on the battlefield, radiated a heavy aura of bloodlust. Each strike carried an invisible weight of authority. His techniques flowed seamlessly. With a fluid motion, he executed a third form, stepping forward and sweeping horizontally at a ninja wielding a claw hook. The mere approach of his blade caused the opponent to falter, their movements hindered by the overwhelming force of his aura. The ninja barely managed to raise their hook in defense, but was sent reeling backward, collapsing onto the ground. Night Demon, however, exhibited an entirely different combat style. His staff danced like the wind, embodying the precision of Japanese stick fighting and the fluidity of Filipino arnis, casting shadows that were impenetrable. He specialized in targeting the wrists and joints of armed foes, each strike aimed at disarming and subduing. As he spun gracefully, he evaded a flying chain mace, his staff striking with pinpoint accuracy against the ninja's wrist, causing the blade to clatter to the ground. With a low growl, he unleashed a sweeping blow, akin to a dragon in flight, that sent another ninja sprawling to the ground, thrown off balance. Though their coordination was not flawless, they each showcased their strengths. Yang Jieshi's swordplay was fierce and domineering, while the Night Demon's staff techniques were agile and unpredictable, forcing the first wave of ninjas to retreat in disarray. Upon the crumbling rooftop, the clash of blades and the anguished cries of ninjas echoed, mingling with the metallic tang of blood that began to permeate the air. However, the Night Demon soon sensed an unsettling shift. Yang Jieshi wielded his sword with ruthless intent, each strike aimed at vital points, leaving no room for mercy. After felling one ninja, his blade swung menacingly towards another's neck, poised to spill blood. Frowning, the Night Demon interjected, his staff lifting to deflect the lethal arc of the sword, causing it to graze the ninja's shoulder and slice away a piece of flesh. The ninja cried out in pain, only to be rendered unconscious by a subsequent blow from the Night Demon, tumbling off the rooftop. "What are you doing?" Yang Jieshi spun around, anger flashing in his eyes. These adversaries were not here for tea. The Night Demon replied in a somber tone, "Murder will only lead you astray. They are no longer a threat. There is no need to eradicate them entirely." Yang Jieshi scoffed, lacking time for debate. He sidestepped a hurled shuriken, unleashing a thrust from his 8-blade technique aimed directly at a ninja's chest. The Night Demon attempted to intervene once more, sweeping his staff to divert the blade, but was caught off guard by another ninja's claw, which grazed his arm, drawing blood. Stifling a groan of pain, he redirected his staff, toppling that ninja. Yang Jieshi's fury intensified, yet reason compelled him to suppress his discontent. The recent skirmish revealed that the Night Demon was nearly his equal in strength, placing him among the more formidable street heroes. Yet, he realized he could not swiftly defeat the Night Demon. Internal discord would only benefit the hand association. Taking a deep breath, he tempered his swordplay, deliberately avoiding fatal strikes. Yet the lethal aura of his 8-blade technique remained palpable, as ninjas fell gravely wounded beneath his onslaught. The battle raged on for several minutes, leaving over a dozen ninjas sprawled upon the rooftop, bloodied and battered. The leader of the Hand Association lurked in the shadows, his gaze cold as he assessed the situation. Though his subordinates were well-trained, facing two masterful opponents had resulted in devastating losses. Continuing would yield little purpose. He blew a whistle, signaling the remaining ninjas to retreat like a receding tide, vanishing into the night, leaving chaos in their wake. Yang Jieshi exhaled a breath of frustration, sheathing his sword, his gaze icy as he regarded the Night Demon. The Night Demon, nursing his injured arm, maintained his focus on Yang Jieshi, his tone heavy with gravity. Murder is not the sole solution to problems. Should you become entranced by it, you will inevitably become the very blade you wield, losing yourself in the process. Slowly, Yang Jieshi advanced, his steps steady, an intricate blend of emotions flickering in his eyes. He paused before Daredevil, lowering his voice to a volume audible only to the two of them, uttering, "Matt Murdock hopes that when Stick, or your father Jack Murdock, lies in a pool of blood, you will still stand beside the corpse of the murderer, just as you do now, defending him with your elegant rhetoric." Daredevil was struck as if by lightning, his body freezing in shock. His true identity, Matt Murdock, had been unveiled by this stranger. Even more terrifying was the mention of Stick and his father Jack Murdoch, as if the stranger had pierced through his deepest wounds. In that moment, Daredevil's heightened senses seemed to falter, leaving only Yang Jie's somber voice echoing in his ears. Yang Jie did not look back. He leaped off the rooftop, merging into the night, leaving behind the lingering aura of the bloodied blade in the darkness, fading gradually from sight. Though the skirmish was brief, it made him acutely aware that the complexities of the Marvel Universe surpassed imagination, and it clarified his own position. While he was not entirely defenseless, he was far from a formidable character. The emergence of the hand further shrouded the truth of the explosion at the asylum in shadow, confirming his suspicions. Daredevil stood rooted to the spot, the expression beneath his crimson mask concealed from view. He gazed toward the direction in which Yang Jie had vanished, his mind swirling with thoughts. Who was this man? How did he know his identity? Did the connections between the martial arts school, the asylum explosion, and the hand point to a more grandiose conspiracy? His fist gradually clenched, the pain from his wounds reminding him that this battle was merely the beginning. Chapter 6. The martial arts school. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the martial arts school, casting dappled shadows on the floor, evoking a sense of tranquility. Yang Jie rubbed his bleary eyes, dragging his weary body down from the upstairs bedroom, his mind replaying the events of the previous night. Clad in a costume reminiscent of the Master, wielding the blood-soaked blade of resistance, he had first engaged in a skirmish with Daredevil, only to be besieged by ninjas of the hand. Though he felt fatigued, it was not overwhelming. Rather, it was the result of his rare late-night endeavors since taking up martial arts, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed. He plopped down onto the rattan chair behind the counter, staring at the portrait of Yang Shojing hanging on the wall, unable to suppress his irritation. Is this what a sane person does? Superheroes must be utterly insane. No sanity, no insurance, and utterly exhausting. The previous night's battle left him feeling unsettled, although the Master-esque costume was lightweight. The frequent use of armed color and observation hockey drained the meager energy within him. He splashed cold water on his face and brewed himself a pot of Tiguanyin tea, the fragrant steam barely reviving his spirits. Business at the Shojing Martial Arts School and traditional Chinese medicine clinic was slow on ordinary days. He merely prescribed herbal remedies for the elderly in Chinatown or taught a few foreigners the basics of Tai Chi. Were it not for the deposits left behind in a Chinese private underground bank and the stash of gold bars in the basement, alongside the lingering memories of the only person in this world who mattered to him, he would have long since closed up shop and fled at the first opportunity. Yet here he was in America, where gunfights occurred daily. This world, fraught with calamities in the Marvel Universe, had two great dragons and phoenix chicks, serving every soul on this land. How could fortune be anything but meager? Yang Jie held his teacup, his gaze directed at the ceiling. The resonant declaration of Tony Stark as Iron Man echoed in his ears, while the looming shadows of the Hulk, Thor, and even Thanos threatened to reduce New York to ruins. Even the misdeeds of various minor villains resulted in devastation measured by city blocks. No amount of wealth could shield one from a cataclysmic disaster. He sighed, casting a glance at the copper coin talisman beneath the counter, which seemed to radiate warmth, as if reminding him that the secrets of this world remained partially veiled. The runes on the black iron box in the basement felt like an invisible lock, weighing heavily upon his heart. At that moment, the doorbell chimed melodiously, shattering the silence of the dojo. Yang Jie paused, rising to approach the surveillance screen, where he beheld a man clad in a suit, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a guide dog and wielding a cane, standing at the entrance. Yang Jie's pupils contracted, his heartbeat quickening, his previously drowsy mind suddenly alert. As a novice who had only recently discovered his master's identity, he struggled with emotional control. Matt Murdock, the Daredevil, what was he doing here? Taking a deep breath, he stifled the turmoil within. Last night, he had deliberately unveiled Matt's identity, intending to intimidate him into retreat. He hadn't anticipated that this fellow would come knocking so soon. Was he here to confront him, or to investigate the dojo? To what extent had his inquiries progressed? Thoughts raced through Yang Jie's mind. Feigning absence would only heighten suspicion, as Matt's superhuman senses could easily discern his presence. Refusing to answer the door would lead Matt to probe further. He adjusted his attire, ensuring that the master's battle suit and the anti-Japanese sword were concealed in the basement before hastening downstairs to open the dojo's door. "Good day, who might you be? And what brings you here?" Yang Jie inquired calmly, a professional smile gracing his face as he subtly activated his observation hockey to sense the man's movements. Matt smiled faintly, the guide dog resting quietly at his feet, his cane tapping lightly against the ground. I am Matt Murdoch, a lawyer. I am currently investigating a case that may be connected to this dojo. I have heard that the owner here goes by the surname Yang. Maintaining his composure, Yang Jieshi nodded. I am Yang Jiesher, also known as Jessica in English. Feel free to address me as such. I am the current proprietor of the dojo. Mr. Murdoch, please come in for a cup of tea. We can discuss matters at our leisure. He stepped aside, his tone warm, endeavoring to assuage any doubts. As Matt entered the dojo, his heightened senses detected the aroma of tea, the scent of herbs, and the steady yet slightly guarded heartbeat of Yang Jiesher. Once seated, he removed his sunglasses, revealing his seemingly vacant eyes, and spoke in a gentle tone. Mr. Yang, I am investigating a series of death cases involving 5 individuals. Jaffer, Sean, Heimu, Jean Feng, and Yang Chung. They all appear to be connected to your esteemed dojo. What can you share with me? Yang Jiesher's heart tightened. The appearance of the daredevil last night had already hinted at a potential investigation into the dojo, but he hadn't expected such swift action. He had prepared himself, lifting his teacup and responding leisurely. Mr. Murdoch, I am not particularly well informed about these matters. Several years ago, I arrived in the United States, seeking refuge with my distant uncle, Yang Shojing. He was the former owner of a martial arts school, though in reality, we are separated by several generations and share little more than a surname. The Yang surname is quite prominent in the East, one might say. He paused for a moment and continued weaving his tale. According to my uncle, the school was originally intended to be passed on to his adopted son, but after a falling out, my uncle fell gravely ill in a fit of anger. During that period, he was absent from Chinatown, and the local residents assumed he had traveled far away. Eventually, when he saw my arrival in America and felt a connection, he took me as his disciple and bequeathed the school to me. As for those 5 individuals, I have never encountered them, and my uncle rarely mentioned them. He must have been quite disappointed in them. Yang Jiesher's fabrications were a blend of truth and falsehood, skillfully exploiting the American perception of information flow regarding Chinese heritage and the secrecy surrounding Yang Shojing's conflict with his wayward disciple, rendering his narrative impeccable. Matt listened intently, his heightened senses detecting a slight fluctuation in Yang Jiesher's heartbeat. Yet his demeanor remained composed, his words almost seamless. He nodded gently, maintaining a warm tone. I see. I have a keen interest in Eastern culture. May I visit the martial arts school? Yang Jiesher cursed inwardly, yet wore a smile as he rose. Of course, feel free. He guided Matt through the front hall, passing by shelves of medicinal herbs, models of acupuncture figures, and a painting of Tai Chi. They arrived at the training yard in the backyard, where a variety of weapons were displayed. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, staves, whips, hammers, and more were all present. Some adorned with blades, some with chains, others with hooks or spikes, showcasing an extensive arsenal. On the wall hung the calligraphy of Yang Shojing, inscribed with the words loyalty, righteousness, integrity, emanating a subtle air of authority. Matt paused before the weapons rack, lightly brushing his fingers over a short staff. Mr. Yang, I have always wished to learn some Eastern martial arts for self-defense. This short staff resembles my cane quite a bit. Could you teach me a few moves? I would be willing to pay for lessons. Yang Jiesher felt a jolt of alarm. It was evident that Matt was testing him. Practicing with the short staff could inadvertently reveal his martial arts foundation or even his impersonation of a master. However, to refuse would only raise further suspicion. After all, who would decline an opportunity for business that lay within reach? Suppressing his caution, he decided to feign concern. Mr. Matt, martial arts can be unpredictable. What if you were to injure yourself, given your physical limitations? I cannot afford the medical bills. Matt merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was merely curious to practice a bit. He assured Yang Jiesher that he was quite accustomed to exercise and unlikely to sustain injuries. Even if medical expenses were necessary, he would bear them himself. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiesher nodded. Well then, Mr. Matt, let us practice with the short staff. But only to a point. The two chose their staffs and positioned themselves in the center of the training yard. Yang Jiesher tightened his grip slightly, his senses heightened and poised to respond to Matt's probing. Matt, wielding the short staff with an air of ease, had his guide dog quietly lying beside him, Yet the atmosphere in the yard had grown palpably tense. Sunlight bathed the two men, casting flickering shadows of their staffs, as if the air itself were charged with a volatile anticipation. Chapter 7. The Trial Within the Training Grounds of the Shojing Martial Arts School. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows, casting shadows of Yang Jieshi and Matthew Murdoch upon the ground. The two stood opposite each other, each wielding a short staff. As an intangible tension enveloped the air, Yang Jieshi grasped his staff with a slight inclination, channeling the essence of his awareness to keenly observe Matthew's every movement. Matthew appeared at ease, yet his guide dog remained quietly tethered at the edge of the arena, attentively watching the standoff between its master and the stranger, refraining from even a breath, as if fearing to disrupt the night devil's heightened perception of Yang Jieshi as heartbeat and breath. The staff in Matthew's hands twirled gracefully, resembling a serpent poised to strike. Suddenly, Matthew's form flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he surged towards Yang Jieshi, his speed betraying no sign of blindness. His staff unleashed a flurry of strikes with the ferocity and precision of the Filipino martial art known as Kali, the movements transforming fluidly. The staff bore down upon Yang Jieshi's shoulder, ribs, and the hand gripping the staff. Each blow shrewdly aimed to extract the true prowess of the martial arts school's master. Yang Jieshi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he activated his light-footed agility. Retreating rapidly, his staff danced in a flurry, employing the nimble techniques of Lingnan staff martial arts to parry Matthew's relentless onslaught. The Lingnan style, originating from the southern regions of China, is characterized by its fluidity and adaptability, akin to mercury flowing. It harmonizes with the short yet vigorous techniques of the Qin family's gunnery, making it suitable for close-quarter combat. Having employed the Shaolin staff and Bajiquan spear techniques the previous night, both of which belonged to northern styles, grand and imposing, he was cautious not to reveal any telltale signs to the Night Devil. Thus, to navigate this trial, he deliberately opted for southern martial arts, which are agile and balanced in offense and defense, the tips of his staff trembling with a hint of the striking force characteristic of gunnery, effectively sealing off Matthew's avenues of attack. With swift staff, Yang Jieshi marveled inwardly. Matthew's Filipino weapon was as quick as lightning, the strikes unpredictable, each thrust seeking a chink in his defenses. Although he had experienced this prowess the previous night, it was under conditions of unrestricted martial arts. Now, considering how to conserve his strength, he found himself in a rather precarious position, compelled to focus entirely on defense. He was uncertain how much true skill the staff master had imparted to Matthew, nor could he discern whether his opponent could differentiate the various schools of Eastern martial arts. All he could do was take a gamble. Matthew's mind was equally tumultuous. His heightened senses detected the light and deceptive nature of Yang Jieshi's staff techniques, rivaling the enigmatic figure who had seemingly mimicked a master the night before, in stark contrast to the forceful Shaolin staff techniques from last night. This encounter demanded that he remain fully alert. Yang Jieshi's heartbeat remained steady, his breath contained, clearly concealing his true abilities. Feigning blindness, he deliberately tempered some of his offensive maneuvers, a smile gracing his tone as he remarked, "Mr. Yang, your staff technique is quite distinctive, flowing like a continuous stream. Eastern martial arts indeed possess profound depth." Yang Jieshi, maintaining his composure, shifted his technique, employing the Lingnan staff's 9 transformations of the Cloud Dragon. As the staff danced around Matthew's weapon in an attempt to counterattack, he replied, "You flatter me, Mr. Matthew. Your staff technique is no less remarkable. Its speed nearly leaves me in the dust." Though his words were courteous, he discreetly restrained his demeanor, suppressing his instinct for combat to avoid selecting the optimal solution. This also helped him prevent the unconscious mimicry of his adversary's techniques or the application of northern martial arts. The two engaged in a dance of intertwined staffs, the clattering sounds of their strikes echoing throughout the arena. Yang Jieshi's Lingnan staff technique flowed like the wind, harmonizing with the Qin family's short, explosive strikes, achieving a balance between offense and defense. Matt's Filipino magic staff struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, aiming for vital points in an attempt to disrupt Yang Jieshi's rhythm. The exchange was intense, the air charged with tension as dust rose from the bluestone ground. After several probing exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. Although Matt was a master of staff techniques, He deliberately withheld part of his strength to conceal his identity as the Night Demon, masquerading as a blind man with keen hearing. He was reluctant to have more people discover his true identity, and while his attacks were swift, they were not lethal. Yang Jieshi, on the other hand, was cautious, striving not to employ overwhelming force or the techniques from the previous night. While the Lingnan staff technique and the Qin family strikes lacked the ferocity of Shaolin's staff and Bejiquan, they excelled in agility, sufficient to counter Matt's probing assaults. After approximately 10 exchanges, Yang Jieshi seized the moment, channeling his energy to deftly deflect Matt's offensive strike. Matt, unable to evade in time and hindered by injuries from the previous night, found himself forced to retreat a step. Yang Jieshi chuckled, "Mr. Matt, let's call it a day. Your staff technique is already quite solid. If you continue to practice, I, as your teacher, might lose face." Matt lowered his staff, a gentle smile gracing his face, yet his tone carried a hint of testing. "Mr. Yang, you are indeed formidable. My rudimentary self-defense skills pale in comparison to your martial prowess. Might I request some advice?" Yang Jieshi felt a stir in his heart, recognizing that his counterpart was still probing for information. He feigned contemplation and slowly replied, "Your staff's speed and variability are commendable. I suggest you practice transitioning your center of gravity more frequently for a smoother switch between offense and defense." Eastern martial arts emphasize the flow of energy, where the staff moves with the body and the body moves with intention. Take your time to absorb this. He intentionally spoke in vague terms, neither revealing his own martial foundation nor appearing unprofessional, attempting to wholly dispel Matt's suspicions. Matt nodded, his heightened senses scanning Yang Jieshi's steady heartbeat, inwardly furrowing his brow. Although today's sparring had not yielded concrete evidence, Yang Jieshi's somewhat rigid staff technique starkly contrasted with the mysterious figure from the previous night, raising suspicion. He resolved to temporarily withdraw, planning to investigate the martial arts school that evening as the Night Demon, hoping to uncover a breakthrough. From his suit pocket, he retrieved a small stack of cash and a business card, presenting them to Yang Jieshi. "Thank you for your guidance today, Mr. Yang. This serves as tuition and my business card. Should you recall anything regarding the martial arts school, or if you have any legal matters, feel free to contact me." Yang Jieshi accepted the card, glancing at it to see the name Matt Murdoch, attorney, along with the name and address of his law firm, and on the reverse, his phone and fax numbers. Maintaining his composure, he tucked the card into his pocket, then escorted Matt to the door, smiling, "Safe travels, Mr. Matt. You're always welcome to return for staff practice." Matt, accompanied by his guide dog, lightly tapped the ground with his cane and offered a nod and a smile in response before gradually departing from the martial arts school. Under the sunlight, his silhouette appeared serene yet profound, though his heightened senses still lingered on the recent sparring session. The finesse of Yang Jieshi's staff techniques, his breath, and even that deliberate restraint made Matt sense an enigmatic secret concealed within this young man. He resolved to return to the dojo tonight to uncover the truth. Yang Jieshi closed the door of the dojo, leaning against it as he exhaled deeply. Matt's probing had nearly drenched him in cold sweat. Fortunately, the stark differences between Southern and Northern martial arts had masked the traces from the previous night. Otherwise, his identity as an imitator of the master might have been exposed. He glanced down at the business card in his hand, his expression darkening. Matt would not easily relent. He was likely to return that evening. Yang Jieshi knew he must act swiftly to unravel the mystery of the explosion at the psychiatric hospital. Otherwise, the dual pressures from the hand and Daredevil would inevitably reveal his vulnerabilities. He needed a strategy to divert Matt's attention elsewhere. Chapter 8. Night Raid. The night was as dark as ink, and the streets of Chinatown lay in hushed silence, the doors of the Zhengzheng Martial Arts School tightly shut, save for the occasional chiming of wind chimes beneath the eaves. Dressed in his Daredevil attire, Matt Murdoch's heightened senses concealed beneath a red mask, scanned the surroundings like a radar. Confirming that no one was present, he swiftly leaped and silently vaulted over the back wall of the dojo, infiltrating a branch of S.H.I.L.D., a premier espionage agency. With child's play for these superheroes, a small martial arts school was certainly no challenge. He lightly trod upon the roof tiles, evading street surveillance, and located a half-open window on the second floor, slipping inside. The dojo was shrouded in darkness, the mingled aromas of herbs and tea permeating the air. Matt held his breath, his heightened senses detecting faint breaths and heartbeats emanating from a bedroom on the second floor. He approached quietly, pushing open the bedroom door, revealing a figure lying on the bed, breath steady, heart beating in a regular rhythm, and body temperature normal. Matt furrowed his brow, his acute senses scanning meticulously, noting that the skin's texture, the flow of blood, and even the density of the bones were indistinguishable from those of a living person. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered. The physiological indicators seemed excessively perfect. He leaned closer to the bedside, gently touching the person's arm. The warmth was present, yet the spark of life was conspicuously absent. It felt as if he were touching an imitation of a human being, an artifice crafted so meticulously that even the copper coin amulet used to create this dummy had been shattered. Just as Matt contemplated a closer examination, a figure emerged from the shadows, the sound of swift movement slicing through the air. Reacting with remarkable speed, Matt swung his staff to deflect a flying stone, the impact resonating with a spark. He spun around, his heightened senses locking onto the newcomer. Clad in the attire of the imitator master, bearing a formidable war knife, and with a cold glint in his eyes hidden beneath the mask, it was none other than his opponent from the previous night. Yang Jiesher stood at the threshold, war knife slung across his back, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Matt Murdock, scaling walls in the dead of night, does not seem to align with the conduct of a virtuous gentleman. He had anticipated the arrival of Daredevil, having preemptively utilized the 5 Elements talisman to create a lifelike decoy. The fire talisman simulated body heat. The water talisman generated the flow of bodily fluids. The wood talisman bestowed a tactile sensation of life. The gold talisman mimicked the rhythmic beating of a heart. And the earth talisman increased mass, thus crafting a remarkably convincing imitation that temporarily deceived Matt's heightened senses. However, over time, it would undoubtedly reveal its flaws, which is why he made a timely appearance to successfully interrupt Daredevil's further inquiries. After all, facing an adversary of equal caliber, any distraction would be tantamount to courting death. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, scoffed coldly, positioning his staff across his chest, and in a low voice demanded, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The presence of this individual was certainly not coincidental. Having unmasked Matt's identity the previous night, and now lying in wait with such precision, it was evident that he was well prepared. Yang Jiesher adjusted his mask and let out a mercenary-like sneer, leveraging the knowledge disparity afforded by his traversal into the Marvel Universe, and replied half-truthfully, "No need to be tense. My code name is the Imitation Master. I was hired to investigate the hand, and I happened to arrive first. The owner of this martial arts school engaged in a business transaction with me. I assisted him in resolving some troubles, if you catch my drift." He paused, his tone laced with sarcasm. "As for the hand, I've uncovered some information. That fellow, Kuroki, is not to be underestimated. He may have ties to the malevolent deity behind the hand. The ninjas of the hand have been quite active lately, and the recent explosion at the mental hospital is likely their doing." Matt nodded, recognizing that the malevolent deity was the ultimate faith of the hand, a fact known to very few outsiders. The precision of this individual's intelligence compelled him to regard him with a measure of trust. He probed cautiously, "What is your relationship with the owner of the martial arts school? Why assist him?" "Yang Jieshi Srugid, adopting Amarjanari de Mianor." That kid, Yang Jiesher, just a hot-headed youth. Though his mind remains relatively clear. He paid me to do a job, and I gave him a discounted rate to help him sort out a few problems. I've dealt with Jaffer, Sean, Jean Foam, and Yang Chung. As for Kuroki, I initially thought she was simply a madwoman and had her committed to the mental hospital, which the employer agreed to. Little did I know, things were far more complicated. The hand came knocking, and I had to continue my investigation here. I've already incapacitated him, so we need not tread so cautiously. He spoke in an outsider's tone, continuing, "Those 5 individuals once conspired to eliminate the old master, Yang Shojin, who was gravely injured and nearly did not survive. The current master is eager for revenge, but has not completely lost his sanity, hence his decision to enlist my services. After avenging himself, he lives well and sleeps soundly. And you?" Yang Jiesher sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Matt Murdock, preaching forgiveness while pretending to be a living saint, yet secretly yearning to reduce his enemies to ashes. "Can you truly sleep at night?" Matt's grip on his staff tightened slightly, his heightened senses detecting the provocation in Yang Jiesher's tone. Yet he suppressed his anger and replied solemnly, "Murder does not resolve issues. It only deepens your entanglement." Yang Jieshi scoffed dismissively, turning towards the entrance to the basement, gesturing for Matt to follow. "Spare me the lecture. Come with me to see something, lest you waste your time. After all, your pace in gathering intelligence is rather sluggish." At that moment, he had completely seized the initiative. Matt could only follow him into the basement, where he opened a wooden crate, revealing it filled with gleaming gold bars, shimmering under the dim light. He stated nonchalantly, "I have conducted thorough investigations. The former curator, Yang Shoujing, was once a hero, what modern parlance might refer to as a vigilante. He eliminated numerous threats to Chinatown, but left behind a portion of his wealth. Eventually, disagreements over the distribution of riches arose among him and his disciples, leading to that tragic event. Matt's heightened senses scanned the gold bars, confirming their authenticity, and his doubts about Yang Jieshi began to dissipate. As for the tales recounted by the self-proclaimed master mimic, he had encountered countless similar tragedies stemming from greed, both as a lawyer and a superhero. The individual before him, while sharp-tongued, displayed accuracy in his intelligence and adhered to a moral code. His decision to leave the wealth untouched suggested he might indeed be a capable and proud mercenary, one who lacked the inclination to thieve. Daredevil pondered for a moment before voicing his principal concern. "Why did you associate with that band of scoundrels, Hydra?" He was unclear about the history between the master mimic and his mentor, Stick. However, Stick did not harbor a particular hatred for the master postule. Rather, there seemed to be a sense of mutual recognition. Yang Jieshi was taken aback, realizing the enormity of his mentor's past. Yet, recalling the master mimic's official background, which indeed involved connections with various villainous organizations, he could only nod stiffly. "We mercenaries earn our keep through skill. As long as the payment is adequate, be it Hydra, the Hand, or SHIELD, we are open to providing our services." Matt remained silent for a moment. His heightened senses detected no deceit in Yang Jieshi's words. With the simultaneous appearance of the curator and the master mimic, his suspicions were entirely alleviated. He extended his hand, whispering, "All right, I will tentatively place my trust in you. Regarding the Hand, I propose we collaborate temporarily. Let us investigate the matter of Blackwood together." Yang Jieshi grinned, reciprocating the handshake with a mercenary flair deal. "Should you encounter difficulties with your stick techniques or require assistance with unsavory tasks, feel free to reach out. I may consider offering you a discount. However, for this mission, I will not part with a single cent of the earnings." As they exited the dojo, the night breeze swept past them, and a fleeting alliance quietly took form amid the lurking shadows of the night. Chapter 9. Blackwood. The night in New York was thick as ink, with Hell's Kitchen enveloped in a damp, chilly fog. Yang Jieshi and Daredevil moved like phantoms, weaving through the buildings, their red and black silhouettes flickering in the moonlight. After establishing a transient alliance, they set their sights on tracking down Blackwood, seeking to unravel the truth behind the Hand and the explosion at the asylum. Daredevil's familiarity with Hell's Kitchen was impeccable as he quietly guided Yang Jieshi, leading him directly to the Hand's concealed hideouts. The first location was hidden within an abandoned warehouse near Chinatown. Daredevil's heightened senses pinpointed the ninjas' positions, and he whispered, 10 in total, 3 armed with crossbows, 7 in close combat. Prepare yourselves." Yang Jieshi nodded, the locust stone firmly gripped in his hand, as the armed color domineeringly entwined the short staff. In a flash, he struck, the flying stone slicing through the air to precisely hit a ninja's wrist, causing the crossbow to clatter to the ground. The Night Demon's staff moved like a dragon, the swift shadow of the Filipino wand blocking another ninja's escape route. The staff's tip pressing against his throat, rendering him unconscious. Although their cooperation lacked synergy, their efficiency was astounding. Yang Jieshi refrained from drawing his anti-war blade, mindful of the Night Demon, his temporary ally, in an effort to maintain their fragile alliance. Relying solely on his martial prowess, he incapacitated the enemies, utilizing his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts to employ bone-dislocating techniques, rendering them powerless in combat. Meanwhile, the Night Demon disarmed foes with precise staff techniques, striving to avoid fatal injuries. In less than 5 minutes, all 10 ninjas in the warehouse lay defeated, yet they found no trace of Haimu, having swiftly cleared 2 strongholds. With dozens of ninjas vanquished, Yang Jieshi's anti-war blade remained sheathed, but the Locust Stone and his martial skills had inflicted significant losses on the Hand Association. The Night Demon, as heightened senses scanned every corner, his brow furrowing deeper. Haimu was not in these locations. The Hand Association was hiding too well. After clearing several more strongholds without uncovering any clues about Haimu, they noted the increased defenses at each site. Clearly, their actions had stirred the Hand Association's vigilance. Moreover, from the police communications, it was evident that numerous superheroes were investigating that night, including New York's beloved Spider-Man, as well as the Punisher and various other street-level heroes. Yang Jieshi exhaled, a hint of frustration in his voice. It seems our operation tonight has been exposed, and dawn is approaching, making our escape difficult. Let us call it night. Though he longed for the rewards from the system, it was evident that the opportunity had slipped away. Hearing Yang Jieshi's words, the Night Demon sighed, sharing his dissatisfaction. Just as they were about to part ways, the Night Demon suddenly called out to him. His tone serious. Let us try one last time at the final location, the abandoned hospital on Roosevelt Island. It's a favorite hideout for many of New York's villains. Kingpin and Hydra have both used it. Let us see if fortune favors us. The abandoned hospital on Roosevelt Island stood by the East River, its dilapidated Gothic architecture looming like a specter in the night. Once a popular stronghold for New York's villains, it bore the sinister marks of Hydra's secret laboratories and Kingpin's arms caches. The two advanced stealthily, and the Night Demon, sensing an eerie presence within the hospital, whispered, "Be cautious. There are many ninjas, and I can smell the remnants of a ritual, blood and incense." Yang Jieshi nodded, feeling the copper coin talisman at his waist radiate warmth. He too sensed these ominous signs, as the heightened perception granted by his observation haki made him acutely aware of his surroundings. An oppressive feeling emanated from the ruins of the hospital. However, his extensive combat experience and training allowed him to remain calm under such subtle pressure. He and Daredevil scaled the hospital's perimeter wall, deftly evading the patrols of lurking ninjas, and infiltrated the main building. Inside, the atmosphere was damp and chilling, with peeling paint exuding a musty odor, while a low chant echoed from the corridor's end. The two crept along the wall until they reached a spacious basement, where they finally encountered the object of their quest. At the center of the basement, a fire pit burned, its heavy scent of incense mingling with the metallic tang of blood. A circle of hand ninjas surrounded the altar, murmuring incantations in hushed tones. Bound within a cage of black wood, secured by iron chains, lay a figure with pale skin and vacant eyes. His limbs restrained and a stream of liquid medicine trickling from his lips, clearly under the influence of a potent drug. Daredevil cursed softly, branding them as scum. The malevolence of the hand's ritual suggested a connection to dark deities. Yang Jieshi was astonished that the flippant remarks he had made were now manifesting into grim reality. Beside him, Daredevil tightened his grip on his weapon and urged, "We must rescue him, quickly," just as they prepared to act. Yang Jieshi's system chimed with a notification of task completion, indicating the mission investigate the truth behind the asylum explosion was marked with a small check, followed by a new task notification, stop the Hand's conspiracy. However, before Yang Jieshi could examine the new mission, his observation haki flared with warning. While Daredevil's heightened senses detected imminent danger, from the shadows, countless figures surged forth like specters, elite ninjas closing in from all directions, armed with crossbows, large shields, and Yari spears, their formation tight and menacing. Crossbow bolts whistled through the air, forcing the two into a corner. Yang Jieshi wielded his sword with deft precision, creating a barrier against the barrage of arrows, though a few nearly found their mark. Daredevil spun his staff like a whirlwind, managing to deflect another wave of projectiles. "It's a trap," Yang Jieshi exclaimed, scanning the ninja formation. The shield bearers formed a wall, archers concealed behind them, while the spearmen lurked between the bows and shields, poised to strike. The formation resembled an impenetrable fortress. A direct assault would only lead to entrapment. Attempting to channel his haki into his fists, he unleashed a powerful strike against one of the large shields, causing the wielder to stagger, though the stability of the shield wall remained unbroken. The formation quickly closed in, their spears driving him back, and arrows rained down once more, nearly turning him into a pincushion. Despite Daredevil's swift martial prowess, breaking through the dense formation proved difficult. "We need to find an opening, or we'll be worn down," he murmured. At that moment, a chilling laugh pierced the darkness, and a flicker of cold light flashed as a dart sailed toward Yang Jieshi's throat in a peculiar arc. He sidestepped, the dart grazing his battle attire and sparking against the wall, revealing it to be a playing card. His pupils dilated as he hissed, "Bullseye!" The infamous marksman of Marvel. Bullseye emerged from the shadows, casually twirling a knife in his hand, a cruel smile dancing on his lips. Clad in black combat gear, the target-shaped scar on his forehead was stark under the firelight, his tone mocking, "Daredevil, we meet again. And who is this new companion?" The bounty from the hand is quite lucrative. Simultaneously, heavy footsteps echoed from another side as a towering figure stepped into the firelight, clad in a white suit, muscles rippling, exuding a primal aura of menace. The Gambler, one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association and the leader of its South American division, possesses superhuman strength and endurance bestowed by the beast's power. However, logically, this territory belongs to Lady Gao, and he should not be present here. He coldly gazes at the two, his voice resonating like thunder. "You arrive just in time. The ritual requires sacrifices. Haimu is the key to the beast, and you are merely collateral." Yang Jieshi and Night Demon stand back to back, confronting the lethal throws of the marksman and the terrifying power of the Gambler. The ninja formation advances relentlessly, and the air in the basement seems to thicken. Yang Jieshi grips his great sword tightly, his expression grave as he observes the two, inwardly lamenting, "This is trouble beyond measure." Chapter 10, Reinforcements, Part 1. In the basement of the abandoned hospital on Roosevelt Island. The air is thick with the acrid scent of incense mingled with blood and decay, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The central altar's pyre blazes fiercely, casting flickering light upon the peeling walls, creating grotesque shadows. The Hand Association ninjas form a tightly knit phalanx. Those wielding crossbows are concealed in the rear, their bolts drawn, glinting ominously. Shield bearers stand resolutely in the front, their heavy iron shields as sturdy as fortress walls, and the Naginata wielders flit behind the shields, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Beside the altar, Haimu is shackled in a cage, her body trembling slightly, the dark veins beneath her skin writhing like insects. Her vacant eyes gleam with an eerie red light, and a brutal, chilling aura emanates from her, as if threatening to tear apart this space. Yang Jieshi and Night Demon, back-to-back, position their weapons defensively, sweat trickling down their foreheads, as the air is thick with incense, blood, and a palpable sense of impending violence. Their hearts sink further as the appearance of the marksman and the Gambler exacerbates an already dire situation. The marksman plays with throwing knives, the target-shaped mark on his forehead appearing menacing in the firelight, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. The Gambler's muscles ripple beneath his white suit, exuding a primal pressure, his eyes glinting with feral malice. They do not rush into violence. The Gambler turns to the marksman, stating, "His arrival requires substantial offerings. Blood and soul from the strong are most fitting. Their blood and souls will suffice. Capture them alive and present them to the Great Master." As one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, he clearly sees Yang Jieshi and Night Demon as crucial steps toward the ritual's flawless execution. The marksman sneers, fixing his gaze on his old acquaintance, Night Demon. "Old buddy, we meet again. Don't die too quickly. I haven't had my fill of fun yet." With a flick of his wrist, several playing cards arc through the air, targeting Night Demon's throat, chest, and knees with chilling precision. Night Demon activates his heightened senses, rapidly spinning his staff to deflect the darts, sparks flying with each impact. He counters swiftly, the iron staff whirling in his grasp, sweeping horizontally towards the marksman's side, seeking to create distance. Having clashed countless times with no clear victor, Night Demon, though weary and nursing a painful wound from last night's encounter with a gauntlet, grits his teeth and perseveres, determined not to falter in the short term. The Gambler steps forward, fixating on Yang Jieshi, whom he perceives as the more formidable adversary, and solemnly states, "A new face, you shall contend with me." As he had yet to complete his sentence, empowered by his beast-enhanced physical prowess and the swift, ethereal footwork of Aikido, he appeared before Yang Jieshi. The samurai sword traced a silver arc, aimed directly at Yang Jieshi's face. Gripping the resistance sword tightly, Yang Jieshi summoned his observation haki to its utmost limit, enveloping the resistance sword and armed haki. The clash of metal resonated with a thunderous clang. Sparks flying as an immense force surged from the blade, numbing his hands and carving two shallow grooves into the stone ground as he staggered back 3 steps. In that fleeting moment, Yang Jieshi's mind raced with information about the gambler, one of the 5 fingers of the hand, a South American warlord, with a death count that could be counted on one hand. Apart from being a martial arts master skilled in Aikido and Kenjutsu, he was also known to wield a submachine gun for close-range assault. Within the narrative of Marvel Comics, only Colleen Wing's ambush and the claws of the 3rd-generation White Tiger had ever bested him. Direct confrontations were nearly insurmountable. Due to his beastly nature, he possessed physical attributes far beyond the norm, coupled with a certain undead quality, though resurrection required time. Clenching his teeth, Yang Jieshi pushed his observation haki to the limit, entwining the resistance sword with black armed haki. The blade danced like the wind, but instead of clashing head-on with his adversary's assault, he employed the disengaging techniques of the goose feather blade style, interspersed with the short, explosive strikes of the Tong Bei blade technique, seeking to entangle his opponent. The gambler felt a flicker of delight at finding an adversary capable of sustaining such a prolonged engagement. He had not anticipated the opponent's swordsmanship to be so refined, imbued with the essence of martial arts from that mysterious land. The attire seemed vaguely familiar, though it belonged to a division he was not privy to. However, the gambler was even more astonished to witness his opponent mimicking his sword techniques. As he executed a downward slash, Yang Jieshi's large blade countered at a more cunning angle, the force akin to the Yellow River bursting its banks, manifesting as a modified reverse cut. While lacking the nimbleness of the samurai sword, it exuded a more formidable killing intent. To his surprise, the gambler found himself pushed back half a step, a glint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Imitation? How intriguing. The blades clashed back and forth, sparks erupting with each exchange. Yang Jieshi's resistance sword bore a heavy momentum, executing the 8-blade breaker, a blend of broad strokes and short, explosive strikes from the Tong Bei blade technique, transitioning into the disengaging skills of the goose feather blade style during defense. He interwove the nimble turns and leveraging techniques he had adopted from the gambler, his blades light gleaming like a dragon, embodying both offense and defense. The gambler's samurai sword, swift as lightning, employed Aikido's disengagement and Kenjutsu's lethal thrusts, attempting to subdue Yang Jieshi. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, unable to determine a victor in the short term. As the gambler continued to engage, he grew more astounded, realizing that Yang Jieshi's swordplay was not merely a simple imitation or improvement, but rather an intricate fusion of learned techniques into his own unique style. Mastering the essence of what he had absorbed, the weight of the resistance sword combined with the agility of the samurai sword amplified its power exponentially. Meanwhile, the daredevil found himself embroiled in a grueling battle against the malevolent Bullseye, who grinned menacingly as he transformed knives, playing cards, and even shards of stone into lethal weapons. These projectiles flew at him from inexplicable angles, akin to the scythe of death. The lengthy skirmish had drained much of Daredevil's stamina, and the wounds on his arms rendered his movements somewhat sluggish. Bullseye's relentless assault pushed Daredevil into a precarious position. A dart grazed the shoulder of the Daredevil, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. He let out a muffled grunt, retaliating with his staff, striking the chest of his opponent, Bullseye, who withstood the blow with ease. Bullseye mocked, "Matt, you're exceedingly slow tonight. Shall I escort you to your end?" Gritting his teeth, Daredevil utilized his heightened senses to lock onto Bullseye's heartbeat, seeking a flaw, but fatigue began to weigh him down. Compounding his troubles, Blackwood's body trembled violently, the iron chains binding her limbs clattering ominously. Her once dull eyes now glowed with an eerie crimson light, and the dark veins beneath her skin writhed like worms, exuding a chilling and savage aura, as if infused with powers from another dimension. Flames in the altar's brazier surged dramatically, casting a blood-red hue across the basement. The will of the dark deity was descending into the mortal realm through her vessel. The ritual was nearing completion. "Surrender now, and I may grant you a swift end." The gambler cackled, intensifying his assault, eager for a slip from his adversaries. Both men sensed a soul-crushing pressure emanating from their surroundings, particularly palpable to Yang Jieshi, who possessed the observation haki. The overwhelming force slowed his movements, and his blade was viciously struck aside by the gambler's brutal attack, leaving Yang Jieshi exposed and vulnerable. The gambler grinned menacingly, executing a grappling technique, his hand like an iron claw reaching for Yang Jieshi's throat. Meanwhile, Daredevil was cornered by 3 steel balls approaching in a triangular formation. Just as calamity loomed, chaos erupted. A tremendous crash echoed from the ceiling above as the heavy concrete collapsed, debris raining down. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure adorned in red and blue swung in with astonishing agility, flipping through the air, accompanied by his signature exuberance. Wow! Surprise performance at the underground masked party? How come no one informed your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man? Yang Jieshi and Daredevil's eyes brightened at the arrival of reinforcements. Simultaneously, another wall was ripped apart by a ferocious barrage of gunfire. The deafening roar of machine gun fire filled the air as the Punisher, Frank Castle, armed with a heavy machine gun and laden with ammunition, strode in like a harbinger of death, his weapon belching flames. The specialized armor-piercing bullets swiftly decimated the surrounding archers, rendering their steel shields utterly insignificant. A mere few rounds shattered them to pieces. However, more shield-bearing ninjas fell victim to the Punisher's relentless fire, either gunned down before they could react or fell by shots aimed through the gaps in their shield wall. Scum of the hand, go to hell. The Punisher's roar echoed like a death knell, followed by grenades hurled to wreak havoc among the ninjas. Spider-Man's webbing shot forth with precision, ensnaring several boulders hurtling towards Daredevil, which he deftly flung away with a flick of his wrist. In a graceful somersault, he landed before Yang Jieshi, shooting webs to bind the gambler's outstretched hand. Hey, big guy, it's rather rude to lay hands on guests. As the dust settled, the dire situation was transformed. The red and blue Spider-Man stood protectively before Yang Jieshi, his webs poised for action, while the dark Punisher loomed like a rock at Daredevil's flank, the smoke from his firearm still lingering. 4 warriors stood in a triangular formation, confronting the furious gambler, Bullseye, and the remaining ninjas. The altar echoed with the inhuman howls of Blackwood, blood illuminating the sky. Yang Jieshi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his battle blade once more, pointing it at the gambler, declaring, "Our party has only just begun." Chapter 11, Reinforcements, Part 2. In the basement of the abandoned hospital on Roosevelt Island, smoke and blood intermingled upon this battlefield, with the flames of the altar casting a crimson glow around. The elite ninjas of the Hand were immediately thrown into chaos by the surprise assault of Spider-Man and the Punisher. Shield-bearing ninjas were torn apart by armor-piercing rounds, archers ensnared by webs, and gunmen toppled amidst the explosions. Yang Jieshi gripped his battle blade tightly, the aura of armed color enveloping the weapon, sweat trickling down his forehead beneath the mask. Daredevil, staff across his chest and blood still fresh on his shoulder, focused his heightened senses on Bullseye's movements. Spider-Man swung through the air, his red and blue costume dancing like the wind in the flames, while the Punisher's weapon still smoldered, his cold gaze beneath the skull vest as unyielding as iron. The 4 maintained their triangular stance against the seething gambler and Bullseye, while Blackwood's howls grew ever more monstrous, blood illuminating the heavens. Gritting his teeth, Daredevil shouted to the newly arrived heroes, "Hurry, destroy the altar. The Hand is summoning dark forces. We cannot allow them to succeed." His words were calm and resolute, embodying the righteousness of the Hell's Kitchen protector, steering clear of overly fantastical notions of dark gods. In line with his usual cautious approach towards mysterious powers, Spider-Man landed with a somersault, webbing a ninja attempting to regroup, quipping, "Summoning evil? Sounds like a plot from those terrible late-night movies. Count me in." The Punisher grunted, unleashing a torrent of fire from his heavy machine gun, covering Spider-Man's advance. The gambler roared, malice gleaming in his eyes, gesturing for the remaining ninjas to intercept. "Stop that bug. Bullseye killed him." He drew his submachine gun, the thunderous gunfire tearing through the air, bullets raining down upon Spider-Man. Bullseye grinned wickedly, his flying knives and playing cards tracing sinister arcs aimed directly at Spider-Man's back, seeking a lethal strike. However, Daredevil moved like a flash, his staff cutting through the air to intercept two flying knives with a shower of sparks. He shouted, "Your opponent is me." The staff lunged toward Bullseye's chest, forcing him to retreat as the two engaged in a fierce struggle once more. Despite his fatigue and the lingering pain in his hand, Daredevil's heightened senses and staff techniques allowed him to maintain control of the situation, keeping the upper hand for the moment. The gambler wielded his submachine gun against the Punisher with one hand, while the other swung a katana, his footwork swift as a ghost, the blade flashing like lightning toward Yang Jieshi's shoulder. "You bastard, dare to ruin my grand plan," he spat, his tone imbued with the frantic frustration typical of a villain thwarted by the protagonists. Yang Jieshi, forewarned by his observation haki, parried with his battle blade. The clash resonated like thunder, numbing his arms. The gambler's strength, a gift from the beast, far exceeded that of ordinary men. Each strike felt like an avalanche. Gritting his teeth, Yang Jieshi employed the Yenling sword technique to deflect the force, retaliating with swift, dragon-like slashes, seeking to ensnare his opponent. He secretly urged the remaining energy within his body, hastening the flow of vital essence. However, this feeble effort could barely withstand the relentless onslaught from the gambler. In a fleeting moment, when the gambler's blade momentarily slowed, the Punisher unleashed a barrage of firepower akin to a tempest. The armor-piercing rounds accurately struck the gambler's body, compelling him to evade sideways. Immediately, the Punisher coldly declared, "Big guy, taste this." He hurled a stun grenade, which erupted in a thunderous explosion, blinding light and deafening noise momentarily stalling the gambler's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jieshi emulated the gambler's sword technique, Tangzhu, merging it with the ferocity of the breaking edge 8 blades. His war blade enveloped in an aura of armed might, forcefully cleaving at the gambler's chest. The blade tore through the white suit, blood gushing forth as the gambler let out a muffled groan and staggered backward. The synergy between Yang Jieshi and the Punisher was flawless. The Punisher maintained suppressive fire, his 249 light machine gun unleashing a torrent of bullets, clearing the surrounding ninjas, while stun grenades and grenades shattered the shield wall. Yang Jieshi provided close combat cover, his warblade dancing with an impenetrable ferocity, accurately dispatching any lingering ninjas with various concealed weapons. The gambler attempted to retaliate, unleashing a hail of submachine gun bullets. Yet, the Punisher's firepower was even more ferocious. As a severe sufferer of firepower deficiency phobia, he was equipped with an arsenal resembling a miniature armory. Merely a few bursts from his machine gun forced the gambler to lose his aim. Yang Jieshi seized the moment to advance, his blade striking repeatedly, imitating the gambler's Aikido technique to neutralize force, his attacks surging like a tide, compelling the gambler to retreat step by step. Ultimately, a penetrating sniper round from the Punisher pierced through the gambler's knee, while Yang Jieshi's blade swept horizontally, cutting into the gambler's chest, blood erupting profusely. The gambler's eyes widened in disbelief as a low, defiant growl escaped his throat before he crashed to the ground, breath extinguished, at least for the time being. It was unlikely he would awaken soon. Spider-Man swung towards the altar like a nimble monkey, ensnaring the fire basin with webbing. With a sharp tug, he overturned the basin, flames erupting, incense and blood splattering across the ground, igniting the blood-painted formation. The ninjas gasped in shock, the incantations abruptly halting. The bloodlight beast's descent upon the altar forcibly interrupted. However, Kuroki's body trembled violently, chains snapping as dark blue veins writhed beneath her skin like serpents, her eyes blood-red. Unleashing a monstrous roar, a chilling and brutal force erupted from within her, sending shockwaves that caught Spider-Man off guard, hurling him violently against the wall. Daredevil reacted swiftly, using his staff to brace himself, leaping into the air to catch Spider-Man securely as they both crashed to the ground, dust and debris flying. Meanwhile, the target, sensing the peril, twitched at the corner of his mouth and spat a menacing remark. "Daredevil, I'll remember this debt. Just you wait." He flung several shurikens as cover and vanished into the underground passage, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Daredevil wished to pursue, but Kuroki's transformation halted him in his tracks. The Punisher raised his machine gun, aiming at Kuroki, stating gravely, "This one is not right. Eliminate her. Spider-Man, Riesing." "Wave his hand. Wait, Frank." She is being controlled. We need to save her. However, it was evident that the Punisher, Frank, was resolute, disregarding the plea as he commenced firing at the enemy. Yang Jieshi tightly gripped his combat knife, sensing an extraordinary power emanating from Haimu, a force that was both inhuman and devastatingly violent. He warned, "Be cautious. She is possessed by fragments of a beast. Do not engage recklessly." Haimu lunged forward with a ferocious roar, her speed akin to that of a phantom, her claws sharp as steel, aiming for the Punisher. The Punisher unleashed a hail of bullets, yet they were deflected by an invisible barrier, sparks flying. Spider-Man shot his webbing to ensnare Haimu's arms, attempting to bind her, only for her brute strength to shatter the strands. Daredevil swung his staff, striking Haimu at her side, but it felt as though he had struck steel, his wrist vibrating from the impact. The four surrounded Haimu, each employing their unique abilities. Yang Jieshi utilized various concealed weapons, entwined with armed haki, striving to weaken her might. Daredevil moved with agility, diverting Haimu's attention to disrupt her actions. Spider-Man created obstacles with his webbing while humorously commenting, "What has this woman consumed? Has she transformed into a Super Saiyan?" The Punisher switched to a grenade launcher, unleashing explosive rounds that thundered and forced Haimu to retreat, though she remained unscathed. Haimu's power surged with increasing ferocity, the ground cracking beneath her, the air warping, and despite their harmonious cooperation, the four began to feel overwhelmed. Yang Jieshi's copper coin amulet grew hot, clearly sensing the impending danger. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "If we do not resolve this soon, we shall all meet our end here." Chapter 12. The beast Haimu roared, as if driven by some unseen force, and began to stride towards the surface exit of the hospital with astonishing speed. The Punisher's heavy machine gun roared once more, its belt spinning wildly. Bullets rained down upon Haimu like hail, yet the black energy enveloping her body distorted the projectiles, producing mere sparks with little effect. Spider-Man reacted swiftly, firing strands of webbing to ensnare Haimu's limbs, hoping to either restrain her or slow her down. Haimu emitted a primal scream, her raw strength snapping the taut webbing with ease, maintaining her relentless pace. "Come on, we just set this place up. At least give us a moment to admire the decor before you leave." Spider-Man continued to quip. He swung into action, attempting to impede her advance, only to be grazed by the wind from her claws, which tore a gash in his costume. Daredevil furrowed his brow, rotating his staff in an attempt to flank Haimu, targeting non-vital areas to disrupt her trajectory. Her strength exceeded all estimates. She could not be allowed to escape. He shouted, thrusting at her leg joint. But Haimu's swift movements evaded his strike, nearly countering with a blow of her own. Yang Jieshi stood ready with his combat knife, combining various concealed weapons with armed haki, occasionally striking at the exposed gaps in Haimu's defenses, though the results were dishearteningly minimal. Prolonging this confrontation was untenable. She appeared intent on breaking free. Yang Jieshi declared, should this beast-possessed creature breach the hospital or even enter the city, the devastation would be unimaginable. "Hey, Master Mimic, did your employer provide any information on how to deal with this creature?" Daredevil glanced towards him as he continued to maneuver. In his eyes, Yang Jieshi was merely a mercenary, albeit one with an extensive network of intelligence. Daredevil believed he must possess some alternative means. After all, a significant portion of the information regarding this matter stemmed from him. The Punisher, switching to a grenade launcher, fired off 2 rounds, attempting to halt Haimu with the shockwaves generated by the explosions. The deafening blast sent Haimu tumbling to the ground, yet she quickly regained her footing, emitting a furious roar and escalating her assault with even greater ferocity. It appeared that the grenades were of no use. Does anyone have an idea? Spider-Man swung into the air, binding several Hidden Hand ninjas into a ball with his webbing and hurling them towards Haimu, attempting to disrupt her movements once more. Yang Jieshi's mind raced, recalling fragments from comics, anime, and the Hand, as well as the Beast. The Beast was an ancient demon, a central object of worship for the Hand, with the most formidable vanquisher in his memory being Iron Fist Danny Rand, who had mastered the Kunlun martial arts. In Marvel's lore, Chi belonged to the essence of Kunlun martial arts, possessing the qualities of purification and exorcism of evil. Within the storyline of Shadow Realm, he had utilized this power not only to strike against the beast on a physical level, but also to exert spiritual suppression over its essence, ultimately banishing it. But where could he find Iron Fist at this moment? As for another figure, the Iron Fist sword god Lin Lai from the games was even more unrealistic. Suddenly, Yang Jieshi's gaze fell upon his own body, enveloped by the armed color of Haki. Recalling the vague distinctions he had glimpsed in the system's cryptic words and his hazy memories, Kunlun's chi resembled a key and bridge to harnessing the tremendous power of alternate dimensions, such as Kunlun, a force that practitioners like Iron Fist utilized, guided by their spirit to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth and the great existences or dimensional lords like Shou Lao, borrowing their formidable might. It was grand, manifest, capable of transforming into detached flames and thunder, exemplifying the command of celestial might and the mastery of chi. Akin to the orthodox alchemists of Taoist legends who dined on clouds and drank dew, summoning winds and rains. Their power was rooted in the perception and control of the external cosmic energies. Without further elaboration, he turned to Daredevil and the others, his voice deep yet resolute. "Cover me." Upon uttering these words, he leaped into action, employing his lightness skill to ascend through the crumbling rooftop of the basement, disappearing into the encroaching smoke and darkness. He sought a safe, concealed location to concentrate all his chi and await the perfect moment to strike down his adversary. Haimu charged forward with a furious gait, her body enveloped in seething black malevolence, her nails elongated and twisted, producing a terrifying grinding sound as they scraped together. The bluestone ground trembled beneath her steps. "Stop her!" Daredevil shouted, fully activating his heightened senses, his staff moving in a dense and impenetrable rhythm, creating a mobile wall of defense 3 meters in front of Haimu, merely seeking to restrain her. However, Haimu let out a furious roar and swept her claws forward, as if the very air had been torn apart. Daredevil barely managed to evade, feeling a tremendous force as the claw wind brushed against his staff, igniting a shower of sparks. The Punisher's grenade launcher belched smoke as grenades detonated before or beside the figure of Blackwood, attempting to forge a barrier of high-explosive steel projectiles and the flames of white phosphorus to halt the monstrous entity. Blackwood's movements were only slightly impeded. She remained unafraid of the explosions, her malevolent aura surging more violently. With claws cloaked in that dark energy, she swatted aside the approaching grenades, bending steel at her fingertips. "Hey, Frank, your fireworks display is excessively brutal. We ought to show a bit more courtesy to the lady," Spider-Man exaggeratedly complained while expelling a torrent of webbing, binding the shattered tables, debris, and other assorted items in the basement to create a makeshift web barrier, striving to slow Blackwood's advance. "Spider-Man, your webs are futile against her. Her strength is overwhelming," Daredevil shouted. That twisted figure seemed impervious to physical attacks. Perhaps greater might and firepower would suffice. But such resources were beyond the reach of these street-level superheroes. What did that new guy say? Is there any solution? The Punisher charged forward, firing as he inquired, casting a glance toward the rooftop where Yang Jieshi had recently been, now merely a shadow of a dilapidated structure. At that moment, Yang Jieshi leaped onto the roof, swiftly locating a relatively intact vantage point that afforded a view of the basement entrance while remaining adequately concealed. He sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply, attuning himself to the faint energy within, though uncertain of how much the monk's energy could counteract the power of Kunlun. It might be the only opportunity to break the deadlock. Below, Blackwood's roar grew increasingly shrill, accompanied by the sound of objects shattering in the basement. Evidently, the 3 heroes attempting to intercept her were under immense pressure. "We simply cannot stop her. She is far too powerful. I believe we should call on the military to handle this matter." Spider-Man's voice carried a note of urgency. "Frank, do you have enough ammunition left?" "Enough already. Those military guys would probably just drop a nuclear bomb to resolve the issue," the Punisher retorted furiously, recalling a certain one-eyed man with a heart darker than night. Amidst the staccato of gunfire and violent impacts, Yang Jieshi's observation hockey-locked on a Blackwood's form. She was barreling towards the exit. The relentless bombardment from Spider-Man and the Punisher, coupled with Daredevil's reckless harassment, had finally caused Blackwood to falter for a brief moment, her body momentarily twisting, revealing a slight vulnerability. "Now's the time." Yang Jieshi inhaled deeply, summoning the remaining energy within him and concentrating it into his fists. His figure darted like lightning as he executed a roll off the rooftop. The frigid air rushed past him, Yang Jiesher surged toward Blackwood like a black cannonball, aiming for the vascular center of her chest, the nexus of her sinister power. However, just as Yang Jiesher closed in beside Blackwood, the mutated figure seemed to have eyes in the back of her head, abruptly turning her head, her blood-red gaze locking onto the incoming Yang Jiesher. A violent, piercing awareness surged back at him, triggering alarm bells in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Blackwood raised her contorted arm, her deformed bones cracking with a terrifying sound. The claws emerged, enveloped in a twisted, black, terrifying malevolence, wielding an unparalleled evil force as they viciously pierced through Yang Jiesher's chest. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as he felt an icy chill and excruciating pain seeping into his being. It was as if the air had been violently siphoned from his lungs, followed by an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. He beheld the sinister claws penetrating his chest, the malevolent power akin to a virus attempting to corrode him from within. Everything around him swirled in a dizzying blur, rendering the scene utterly surreal. He felt his body helplessly slump, his consciousness seemingly dragged into an endless abyss. In the distance, he heard the night devil's anguished roar, cursing in frustration, as if he were shouting something. This fiend had slain the Mimic Master. Spider-Man cried out in panic, desperately trying to catch him as he fell from the sky. But it was all too late. Thud! A heavy thump echoed as Yang Jiesher collapsed to the ground, the malevolent claws still embedded in his chest. Blackwood swung his arm, discarding Yang's body like refuse, sending it crashing onto the debris-strewn floor of the basement. As hope dimmed before their eyes, the remaining three heroes had no time to grieve the loss of their ally. Blackwood would not afford them the luxury. The distorted figure surged once more towards the exit. The Punisher, Night Devil, and Spider-Man exchanged a glance, their eyes ablaze with a fierce determination that transformed into a resolute resolve. The sacrifice of the Mimic Master would not be in vain. They had to stop Blackwood to honor their fallen comrade and the citizens of New York. What followed resembled a chaotic tableau of explosive gunfire and dazzling martial artistry. The howls of the beast possessed Blackwood, the relentless gunfire from the Punisher, the snapping of Spider-Man's webs, and the clashing of Night Devil's staff melded into a cacophonous symphony of battle that reverberated through the basement, as if it were a hellish march. Spider-Man's webs grew increasingly ineffective against Blackwood, who relied on astonishing speed and agility to evade capture. The Punisher unleashed his full arsenal, each bullet seemingly fired in vengeance for Yang Jiesher, yet his ammunition dwindled at a visible pace. Night Devil's old wounds reopened, blood dripping from his staff. The strain on his senses induced a splitting headache, yet he continued to entangle himself in combat, striving to create an opportunity and await a miracle. At this moment, our superheroes were battered and exhausted. The Punisher bore multiple lacerations and abrasions, his tattered attire emblazoned with a skull exposing his solid musculature. Night Devil suffered from claw wounds on his shoulder and slashes on his legs, blood staining his crimson garb. As for Spider-Man, his suit was in tatters, revealing his lean physique beneath, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The beast was likewise being drained. Despite Blackwood's astonishing power, the indiscriminate outburst was exhausting both his original body and the malevolent force that possessed him. The dark malevolence enveloping him was no longer as thick as ink, now flickering with faint red currents accompanied by crackling sounds. His roars had transformed into a coarse, grating noise reminiscent of a winded bellows. Gazing upon the faint glimmer of hope, Daredevil wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his staff pointing feebly at Blackwood, his posture already exhausted. The Punisher's grenade launcher emitted a hollow click, signaling its empty chamber, while the other firearms were running perilously low on ammunition. Spider-Man, barely holding on, gasped breathlessly. "I can't go on. We need a call for backup. Anyone will do." Just as Blackwood let out a triumphant, sinister laugh, raising his claws to rend the last few superheroes obstructing his path to harvest souls from the mortal realm, a formidable presence appeared suddenly behind Blackwood, materializing like a specter. Panic surged within Blackwood, possessed by the beast, as an acute sense of foreboding enveloped him, instilling a profound fear. Daredevil, Spider-Man. And the Punisher could only watch in astonishment as a familiar silhouette flickered before their eyes, as if a peculiar afterimage had manifested. They beheld the figure clad in a black uniform, bearing a formidable sword, silently and stealthily closing in on Blackwood, now transformed into a monstrous form, mere inches away. Wearing a slightly damaged skull mask, blood trickled from the lower right side of his face, yet he bore a smile that conveyed an unyielding confidence. More horrifying was the gaping, torn hole in the chest of his uniform, as if it had been pierced by a colossal weapon. The fabric around the wound was charred and curled, revealing newly grown flesh that appeared to have once been marred by a gruesome injury, now healed as if the fatal blow to his heart had never occurred. The only discernible difference noted by Daredevil was that this master of imitation seemed to have aged a few years before the three heroes could recover from their shock. The seemingly impossible master of imitation struck with fierce resolve. He wielded no grand weapon, only his fist aimed directly at Blackwood's back, devoid of any flourish. Simple yet potent, it encapsulated the essence and technique of the Eight Extremes fist, the unparalleled legacy of the fifth-generation master, Li Shuwen, blended with the intimidating techniques of a warrior from another realm. This was his finest state, allowing him to barely capture the spirit of this punch. In that moment, it felt as if the entire space was enveloped by the intent of his fist, leaving no room for escape or resistance. An invisible force erupted from the fist of Yang Jieshi, the master of imitation. This power, devoid of any ostentation, seemed to strike directly at the soul, instantly penetrating Blackwood's being. Under this sudden frontal assault, Blackwood's wildly thrashing body froze in place. The crimson hue in her eyes faded in horror, as the swirling black malevolence within her rapidly dissolved like ice under the scorching sun, emitting an unbearably piercing and sorrowful wail akin to a beast's cry, reminiscent of anguished spirits in the underworld. Yang Jieshi concentrated all his energy, amalgamating his inner strength into a release that resembled the purest force of purification. Purify, purify! The pure energy, acting through the body of Haimu, swiftly eradicated the overwhelming majority of the otherworldly, malevolent, beastly power within her, decisively concluding the battle with an unstoppable force. Haimu's body convulsed violently, emitting desperate cries, as the remaining beastly power wildly surged within her. It was evident that the beast was reluctant to be banished back to the abyss and began to struggle fiercely. However, as an ordinary adult woman, Haimu was clearly unable to bear such ferocious power. As a fragile human vessel, her heart shattered under the clash of these two extraordinary forces. With a gasp, blood erupted from her lips, her chest collapsing abruptly, and the residual malevolence dissipated like smoke. The last flicker of humanity in her fearful gaze froze, and her body fell like a statue. Even Yang Jieshi did not anticipate that he would have to kill her, although she was one of the murderers of his master. He had never wished to slay this pitiful, tormented sister, despite their scant acquaintance. Yet now, she lay before him, lifeless, while Nightwalker, Spider-Man, and the Punisher stood transfixed by Haimu's fallen figure. The master of mimicry, who had appeared as if resurrected, was too hurried to exchange pleasantries, casting not even a glance at them. With a flick of his black trench coat, he turned and departed without pause, offering no explanation, his form vanishing into the deeper shadows of the basement, as if he had never existed. Chapter 13. System in the Depths of Hell's Kitchen. The night draped the world in darkness, marking the most profound moment just before dawn. Yang Jieshi pushed open the wooden door, his heavy footsteps creaking upon the old floorboards, whispering tales of his struggles through the night. His uniform was tattered, the skull mask cracked, and the fabric across his chest charred, revealing hints of healing wounds beneath. He staggered into the backyard, shedding his uniform to reveal a lean torso, sweat mingling with dried blood, exuding a potent scent of rust and gunpowder. Standing before the dimly lit bathroom mirror, Yang Jieshi scrutinized his reflection. The youthful visage of a 20-year-old, once sharp and vibrant, now bore the marks of weariness, with fine lines around his eyes and strands of glaring white hair mingling at his temples. The stubble on his chin appeared coarse and unkempt, reflecting a life hastened by hardship. He raised a hand to caress his cheek, the texture beneath his fingertips feeling somewhat rougher. 23 or 24. It seemed that in this world, all magic comes at a price. He glanced down at his chest. The wounds had healed, yet dark veins pulsed beneath the surface, as if the beast's malevolence still lurked within. In that moment when a claw pierced his heart, the icy grip of death had washed over his consciousness like a tide. Had it not been for the mystical power of the copper coin talisman, he would have long since perished on Roosevelt Island. Now, only 3 charms remained on his waist. The 4th shattered, its inscriptions dimmed, as if drained of their spiritual essence. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jieshi settled into a cross-legged position, attempting to regulate his chaotic energy and blood flow. In his mind, the cold, mechanical prompt of the system resonated. At that moment, the frigid, emotionless electronic voice abruptly declared, "Mission: prevent the Hand Union conspiracy, Roosevelt Island Hospital incident, completed. Mission evaluation, moderate. Reward granted. 1 free moderate lottery ticket, 10 draws. System function collection has been unlocked. Point settlement for 1,000 points." Yang Jieshi suddenly opened his eyes, the weariness that had enveloped him momentarily dissipating under the surge of instinctive anticipation. The system, with a mere thought, the familiar blue interface unfurled before him. In the taskbar, the status of the Roosevelt Island Hospital incident had transformed into the conspicuous completed. The points tally jumped to 5,000. Most strikingly, in the lottery section, a shimmering 10-draw ticket, seemingly crafted from fragments of stars, floated serenely. 10 draws? At last, the dogged system has performed a commendable act. He rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Bring forth the 9-ine manual, or perhaps the 6 meridian sword. At the very least, a fragment of the Dugan 9 swords would suffice. With his thoughts fixated on the lottery ticket, he confirmed its use. After a series of fragments were dispensed, only one remained. Yakyukin, special martial art, complete the essence of simplicity, returning to the origin. Its potential is boundless, requiring diligent practice without respite. Yang Jieshi stared at the Yakyukin, his lips twitching as memories of the single-player setting of the legend of the Condor heroes surfaced in his mind, failing to notice the peculiar enhancement to his linguistic skills within the martial arts. Memories of the legend of the Condor heroes flooded back, the initial 9 levels so feeble that even a village thug could easily overpower them, the 10th level, requiring a tiresome repetition of punches thousands of times to unlock, and a legendary might that, once mastered, could shatter mountains and rivers with a single blow, capable of sending 5 grandmasters flying. System, I beseech you, grant me a glimmer of hope, and do not tell me that such hope must be earned through relentless toil. Could you not be more generous and simply provide a max-level experience card? The disappointment of unmet expectations swiftly eclipsed the joy of acquiring a complete advanced martial art. With a sigh, he momentarily suppressed his grievances towards Yakyukin and redirected his focus to the newly unlocked collection function. The system's explanation was succinct and clear. It could archive items of sufficient value, as determined by the system, allowing for retrieval from an independent system space at any time. Collecting specific items or achieving collection goals might activate additional effects or missions. Currently, automatically archived, 5 elements amulets, fire, water, wood, metal, earth, available for immediate use. Yang Jieshi was taken aback. Attempting to summon them, 5 amulets emerged from the interface, hovering in his palm. The fire amulet radiated warmth. The water amulet exuded coolness. The wood amulet brimmed with vitality. The metal amulet was robust, and the earth amulet felt substantial. He exclaimed in delight. Immediate retrieval? Just like a game equipment inventory? Splendid. It saves me from the burden of carrying them around. He then stored the copper coin amulet into the collection, and soon the information regarding the copper coin amulet, 35, appeared on the system panel. He picked up the tattered imitation Master S uniform, attempting to add it to his collection. Assessment. The imitation master of this world has yet to fully integrate into the Marvel narrative, having not endured the trials necessary to forge a legend. The uniform is merely an ordinary outfit, devoid of any collectible value. A sense of inexplicable frustration lodged itself in his chest. The outfit he had fought tooth and nail to where was deemed a mere counterfeit in the eyes of the system. He lacked even the qualification to unlock core abilities. He gazed at the dazzling array of core abilities in the notes, reflecting on how he had relied more on his martial prowess and indomitable spirit last night. A surge of stubborn defiance igniting within him. Legend? Core inheritance? He fixated on that mock uniform, his gaze sharpening. Who knew that when Tony Stark hammered out the first suit in a cave, it was the dawn of a legend? Thor's hammer, stripped of its divine power, was merely a hefty piece of enchanted metal, despite being a god's tool. A legend is not a title bestowed by others. It is forged through struggle, Daredevil's tattered red pajamas are remembered in Hell's Kitchen because of his relentless dedication over the years. Spider-Man's suits may have changed countless times, yet New York recognizes the heart behind them. He clenches fists, facing the mirror and the system's light screen, roaring with conviction. Just wait and see. The blood that stains this mock uniform will transform into its true honor. Hell's Kitchen, or all of New York, will eventually remember the name of the Imitation Master. Not due to some ridiculous legacy, but because I am Yang Jieshi. However, the fervor of his ambitions had yet to warm his chest when, outside, the first pale rays of dawn pierced the deep blue sky, coldly illuminating his face. The light dispelled the shadows of the basement, acting like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the newly ignited drive. An overwhelming fatigue surged through him like a delayed tsunami, crashing through every cell in his body. The scenes from the previous night, stripped of their adrenaline filter, morphed into chilling shards of fear flashing his mind. The gambler's ghostly swift blade grazing his neck, the snake-like darts from the target, Blackwood's inhuman, twisted howls, and the wicked claws that pierced his chest, delivering a deathly cold touch. Each moment had been a brush with death. A suppressed groan escaped Yang Jieshi's throat as his previously straightened spine crumbled. Grand aspirations? Renown in New York? In the face of 3 near-death experiences, exhausting his life force, in a night of psychological tension that aged him at least 3 years, they appeared pathetically laughable. He felt like a sack devoid of bones, heavily collapsing into the old sofa, emitting an overwhelmed groan. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, his eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. To hell with masked vigilantes and superheroes. He buried his face in the musty-smelling sofa cushion, his voice muffled, filled with a sense of exhaustion and an inescapable resentment. Just one night, he had danced with death 3 times. 3 times. And he had run half the length of New York City. This life was unbearable. From today onward, no one would pry him out of the house at night. He longed to sleep, to be a carefree fish in a sea of indifference. Wasn't he that appealing? He lay languidly on the sofa, his vacant gaze fixed upon the peeling paint of the ceiling, akin to a fish washed ashore by tumultuous waves, barely clinging to life. Time, steeped in profound fatigue, became viscous and sluggish. Indeterminate moments passed, perhaps a manifestation of his body's instinct, or perhaps the ingrained biological clock from years of martial arts training. Suddenly, Yang Jieshi jolted awake, struggling to rise from the sofa. Even a salted fish must turn over, he muttered as he trudged toward the washroom, splashing his face with icy, bone-chilling water that stung his nerves and somewhat alleviated his stupor. Gazing into the mirror at his visage, etched with exhaustion and premature aging, a wave of intense unwillingness and a sense of crisis surged within him once more. This was the beleaguered New York of the Marvel Universe. Aspiring to be a salted fish, a powerless salted fish would be crushed into oblivion. The harrowing experiences of the previous night served as a bloody lesson. To survive, to avoid arousing suspicion, and to feed the flickering ember of defiance that reality had yet to extinguish, he must train. Subsequently, Yang Jieshi entered the main hall, lit a stick of incense, and placed it before the memorial tablet of Yang Shojin, whispering, "Master, I have also sent off Sister Haimu, but her death was not how I envisioned it. The path ahead I shall traverse." As the fragrant smoke curled upward, he turned and made his way to the training room. Pushing open the door to the training room, the morning sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a warm glow upon the polished wooden floor, while motes of dust danced in the air. Yang Jieshi inhaled deeply, grounding himself in the center of the room. He assumed a stance, not immediately practicing the familiar Xingyi Quan or Bajikwan, but rather awkwardly executing the first punch from the newly acquired Yakyukin diagram in his mind. The movement was clumsy, lacking in finesse, and even somewhat comical. Yakyukin it is, he gritted his teeth, sweat quickly beading at his temples, tracing the newly formed lines on his face. Train to exhaustion. First, let us set a modest goal. Can the 10th level of Yakyukin shatter Captain America's shield with a single punch? At that moment, the system's voice, which Yang Jieshi found rather irksome, chimed in. New task. Investigate the remnants of the beast. Deadline, 30 days. Reward, 1 intermediate lottery draw and 400 points. Yang Jieshi halted his punches, irritably scratching his head and cursing. Again? System, Are you the reincarnation of Zhou Baiopi, unable to bear my idleness? He pushed open the training room door, sunlight flooding the floor as a new day dawned. Chapter 14. Ancient One in the morning of Hell's Kitchen. The air was thick with damp, cold mist. Inside the training room of the Shoujing Martial Arts Academy, Yang Jieshe had just completed a round of initial practice in Yakyukin. Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the wooden floor with a faint patter. He gasped for breath, his fists still clenched until pale, while his mind replayed the harrowing memories of the previous night. The movements of Yakyukin resembled the clumsy punches of a street thug, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, thinking, at last, Yakyukin has reached level 1. Finally, it could be considered a means of attack. After finishing, he took a quick cold shower, donned a gray long shirt, and prepared to visit the Chinese supermarket around the corner to procure some groceries, rewarding his nearly worn-out body. Upon stepping out of the back courtyard of the martial arts hall, the doorbell unexpectedly chimed, its crisp sound piercing through the tranquil morning. Yang Jieshe furrowed his brow. In this hellish kitchen of a place, morning visitors were either debt collectors or troublemakers, and since he had no debts, it was likely the latter. He hurried to the front hall and glanced through the glass window of the door, his heart jolting at the sight. Standing outside was an elderly man clad in a flowing purple robe, his white beard billowing, his countenance benevolent yet exuding an undeniable air of authority. In his hand, he held an ancient wooden staff, the hem of his robe subtly adorned with swirling golden runes. The supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi. Yang Jieshe's mind raced. Adrenaline surged through him. Gu Yi, the guardian of Kamartaj, a paramount figure in the Marvel Universe, an observer of the multiverse. His visit was surely not for a casual morning tea. Had the matter of the beast been exposed, or had he, or she, discovered his identity as a traveler from another realm? Taking a deep breath, Yang Jieshe suppressed the tumult of thoughts swirling within him, reflecting, if it is fortune, it is not misfortune. If it is misfortune, it cannot be avoided. Offending this ancient being might leave him with nothing but ashes. He straightened his attire, forced a polite smile, and opened the grand door. Bowing slightly as he said, Supreme Sorcerer, please enter. Your presence graces my humble abode. Gu Yi nodded slightly, his gaze deep as the starry sea. A hint of curiosity sweeping over Yang Jieshe, as if he could penetrate all of his secrets. He stepped into the martial arts hall with measured grace, his staff lightly tapping the floor, producing a clear, resonant sound. Yang Jieshe closed the door and guided him to the tea table in the main hall, skillfully boiling water and preparing tea, though his movements betrayed a hint of nervousness. He hurriedly presented a cup of fragrant Longjing tea, directly inquiring, Supreme Sorcerer, what brings you to visit today? Gu Yi accepted the teacup, taking a gentle sip, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yang Jieshe, your tea art is commendable. He paused, fixing his gaze on Yang Jieshe, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable weight. Rest assured, my purpose here is unrelated to your extraordinary origin. Although travelers from other realms are rare, the vastness of the multiverse far exceeds your imagination. Besides you, there are two mischievous little girls who treat this world as their playground. One named Gwen Stacy, and the other, known as Harley Quinn, delights in wielding a large hammer and causing chaos. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Gu Yi's eyes as he continued. Moreover, I have encountered another guardian from a different world, Lu Kang, the master of time. Just last night, we shared a cup of tea at Kamartaj, discussing the balance of the multiverse. Yang Jieshe involuntarily twitched, yet maintained an outward facade of composure, his inner turmoil raging. Gwen Stacy? Harley Quinn? Lu Kang? What a chaotic amalgamation. While Gwen Stacy could be understood as she was a character from the Marvel Universe, the other two characters originated from its old adversary, with Lu Kang hailing from the Mortal Kombat series. Gu Yi mentioned these names with such nonchalance, clearly possessing an intricate understanding of the dynamics of the multiverse. She knew of his identity as a traveler, yet seemed unconcerned. Yang Jieshe remained composed and inquired cautiously, since the Supreme Sorcerer is aware of these matters. Your intentions must be rather significant. Pray tell, what is it that you seek from me? Gu Yi set down his teacup, his hands entwined, his tone shifting to one of gravity. I have come to propose a transaction. Within you lingers the malevolent aura of a beast, suppressed by your own energy, yet akin to a festering wound, capable of striking back at any moment. I can intervene to eradicate this threat entirely. In return, The future master of imitation shall serve the Kamatage without compensation once. Rest assured, it will not exceed your capabilities. Yang Jieshi's heart quickened, his mind racing to weigh the implications. Gu Yi's prowess was indisputable. Should he take action, the insidious aura within him would surely be vanquished. However, the debt owed to Kamatage represented a formidable power within the Marvel Universe. Incurring such a favor was akin to binding one's future to an unpredictable vessel. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "What precisely is required of me?" Gu Yi merely stroked his beard and smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "The time is not yet ripe. Revealing further would be futile. Fear not, Kamatage never coerces." Yang Jieshi scrutinized Gu Yi's inscrutable visage, inwardly cursing the cunning old fox for his elusive nature. He lifted his teacup, using the act of drinking to mask his swirling thoughts. Refusal? Unthinkable. Gu Yi had come personally, making it clear that negotiation was off the table. Acceptance? That would be tantamount to signing a blank check. Who could say what Kamatage would demand of him? Thanos? Dormammu? Mephisto? Or perhaps something even more outrageous? Yet the beastly aura within him was indeed a peril, and the near-death experience from the previous night lingered ominously in his mind. If left unresolved, it could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of silence, he set down the teacup and spoke resolutely. "Very well, I agree." Gu Yi laughed heartily, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Decisive. Yang Jieshi, I have not misjudged you. He raised his hand, and a golden arc of light emanated from his fingertips, transforming into countless tiny runes that entered Yang Jieshi's chest. He felt a warmth spreading through him. The previously aching dark veins rapidly dissipated, and a refreshing current coursed through his body, allowing his energy to flow unhindered. A system notification chimed in his mind. Task: investigate the residual power of the beast, completed ahead of schedule. Reward: 1 intermediate lottery draw for 1,000 points. Yang Jieshi was taken aback. The task had been completed just like that? Gu Yi's efficiency was astonishing. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Yi gestured toward the imitation Master-S uniform he had set aside. The tattered black trench coat began to levitate, its rips visibly mending at an astonishing pace. A faint golden light shimmering upon the fabric as runes danced across its surface. Your uniform embodies your convictions and still possesses potential, Gu Yi stated nonchalantly. I have bestowed upon it a spell that allows for automatic repairs, a token of my sincerity. Yang Jieshi took the uniform, feeling a subtle energy pulsating as his fingertips brushed the fabric. Intrigued, he attempted to store it in the system once more. This time, the system notification changed. Item: Imitation Master-S uniform. Enhanced. Rating: magical item collectible. A smile crept upon Yang Jieshi's lips. At last, he found some solace. He raised his gaze towards Ancient One. Hesitating for a moment, yet ultimately unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, Supreme Sorceress, I find myself perplexed by a certain matter. In the multiverse, the Master of Imitation has countless versions, including a female version of myself. Have you encountered a female version of yourself? How do you perceive these differing aspects of oneself? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Ancient One's eyes as she stroked her beard and replied with a smile. What an excellent question. The path of the Master of Imitation lies in emulation, yet it transcends mere imitation. Your skepticism towards the existence of alternate selves indicates that you have touched upon the threshold of enlightenment. She paused, her form shifting instantaneously from that of an elderly man with a white beard to that of a bald woman reminiscent of a character from a film. Her robe transforming into a beige monk's attire akin to that seen on screen, yet imbued with a gentler demeanor. Yang Jieshi's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to drop his teacup. However, Ancient One remained composed and continued. In Buddhism, it is said that the true nature is formless, and the Dharma form follows the mind. The true nature represents your essence, transcending physicality and gender. As for the Dharma form, it is the visage you present to others, mutable as per your state of mind. You subconsciously perceive the elderly man as embodying wisdom, thus I'm manifested in that form. Strange finds the female form more approachable. Hence I frequently appear to him as such. You possess a wealth of scriptures in your mind. You ought to grasp this principle. At this juncture, Ancient One took a sip of tea. Yang Jieshi stood in a daze, the word from the Diamond Sutra echoing in his mind. All forms are but illusions. Although he was not a practitioner of Buddhism, his systematic knowledge of Buddhist texts allowed him to vaguely comprehend Ancient One's meaning. The imitation of the master of imitation is not merely a replication of skill, but rather a reflection of the heart. He murmured, "So, the way I perceive you is merely my own bias?" Ancient One smiled silently, rising to her feet. "Yang Jieshi, your journey has only just begun. The path of imitation is purely a matter of the mind." In an instant, she flickered and vanished through a golden, spark-laden portal, leaving behind the echo of her words. "The doors of Kamartaj are always open to you." Yang Jieshi remained rooted to the spot, the tea in his cup long since gone cold. He glanced down at his newly repaired uniform, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Ancient One's arrival not only alleviated his concerns, but also awakened a deeper contemplation regarding imitation. The completion of the system's task was an unexpected delight. He murmured, "It seems that the true nature and Dharma form suggest that the path of a warrior is fraught with challenges. I must cultivate my heart further." Sunlight flooded the dojo, and the distant clamor from outside faintly reached his ears. Yang Jieshi tucked away his uniform, opened the door, and prepared to resume his routine of grocery shopping. Chapter 15. Visitors from another realm. The night market in Chinatown remained lively, the sunlight casting mottled shadows upon the damp streets, while the air was filled with the enticing aromas of various breakfast delicacies. Yang Jieshi kept his head down, hurriedly navigating through the crowd, attempting to shake off a loquacious nuisance trailing behind him. His black training attire fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, a hint of exasperation on his face, though his eyes remained alert, scanning his surroundings. This world had already proven sufficiently complex for him, and now, an unexpected guest heightened his tension. "Hey, handsome, don't walk so fast," a crisp yet slightly manic female voice called out from behind, laced with a hint of playful mockery. It was Harley Quinn, clad in her signature red and black patchwork leather jacket, her shorts revealing her alluring long legs. In her hand, she brandished a selfie stick, the lens aimed at herself, grinning widely as she chattered to an audience that may or may not exist on the other side of the screen. "Hello, everyone. It's your favorite Harley Quinn. Today, I'm exploring Chinatown, and wow, the snacks here look absolutely amazing. But I just spotted a super cool guy. He gives off a certain, Gotham vibe. Let's go interview this fellow local." Yang Jieshi paused, his brow furrowed. He had long since noticed this woman, or rather, this peculiar figure seemingly from another universe. Harley Quinn, once the Joker's sidekick, now reformed yet still exuding a maddening energy. She bounced along behind him with her selfie stick, entirely oblivious to the gazes of the Chinatown residents around them. Clearly, they regarded her as just another attention-seeking internet celebrity, not sparing her a second glance as they busied themselves with their own affairs. But Yang Jieshi was different. He recognized her danger, her unpredictability, her combat skills, and that bizarre ability to break the fourth wall, all of which instinctively urged him to steer clear. He quickened his pace, darting into a narrow alleyway, hoping to shake her off. Yet, Harley clung to him like a shadow, adeptly weaving through the crowd, calling out to the camera, "Hey viewers, this guy's walking away faster than Batman after a brawl. Do you think he's hiding something? I must catch up and ask. Don't forget to follow Harley Quinn. Thank you, meow." Yang Jieshi muttered under his breath, halting to turn and face her. His voice was deep, laced with warning. "Madam, I do not know you, nor do I wish to be live-streamed. Kindly find someone else to entertain." Harley stopped, tilting her head, her blue and pink pigtails swaying under the light. She retracted the selfie stick, leaning closer to Yang Jieshi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Wow, listen to that tone. Cold, mysterious. You're practically a replica of Batman. You and T happen to be Bruce's illegitimate son in New York, would you? Though you're a tad more handsome. I'm Harley Quinn from Gotham. Ever heard of it? Come on, accept my exclusive interview." She pulled a microphone-shaped lollipop from her pocket, presenting it to Yang Jieshi, assuming the pose of a reporter. Yang Jieshi rubbed his temples, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. He was well aware of Harley's nature. Once ensnared by her, extricating himself would not be easy. To avoid further complications, he decided to play along for the time being, lest she create a bigger scene. "All right, ask away, but make it quick." Harley's eyes sparkled with delight as she clapped her hands excitedly. "Fantastic. First question." She paused, licking her lollipop, feigning deep contemplation. "If given the choice, would you prefer to be a superhero or a supervillain?" Don't tell me you've never considered it. Look at your attire. You undoubtedly have a story. Yang Jiesher cast her a cold glance, responding tersely and cautiously. Being a hero is exhausting. Being a villain is foolish. I simply wish to live my own life. Wow. A vague answer. This guy definitely has depth, somewhat reminiscent of a death knell. Holly gazed into the camera, playfully raising her eyebrows before continuing. All right. Just the second question. If you could possess a superpower, what would it be? Flight? Invisibility? Or the ability to indulge in pizza all day without gaining weight? Yang Jiesher furrowed his brow, finding the question increasingly absurd, yet he patiently replied, invisibility. It's quite practical. What he refrained from mentioning was that invisibility would allow him to better conceal himself in this chaotic world, evading unwelcome troubles, such as the very presence of Holly. Invisibility? Huh, truly a modest fellow. Holly giggled, leaning in closer and lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. You know, I sense a certain darkness about you, reminiscent of those characters from Gotham. You're not from there, are you? Be honest, do you know Batman? Or the Joker? At the mention of the Joker, Yang Jiesher's elids tweeted uncontrollably. According to the timeline from the comics he had read in his previous life, Holly had already liberated herself from the Joker's grasp. Yet, when she invoked his name, her tone was tinged with a complex emotion, albeit well-concealed anger. He responded with an impassive demeanor. I've never been to Gotham, nor do I know any Batman or Joker. I'm merely an ordinary person. Ordinary? Please. Holly rolled her eyes, twirling her lollipop. Ordinary people don't walk as if dodging a sniper. Hey, let me share a secret. I recently met an incredibly cool sister named Gwen Stacy. She's quite a fighter. Just yesterday, we took down a pervert who was dressed like a red and black ninja. Oh, what was his name? Wilson? Yes, Deadpool. We knocked him around until he was searching for his teeth. Ha. I hope Deathstroke doesn't come after me. I heard he related to him. Yang Jiesher's expression twitched slightly. Deadpool? Gwen Stacy? The mere mention of these names left him feeling exasperated. Deadpool, the immortal mercenary and renowned chatterbox of the Marvel Universe, was bested by Holly and Gwen? While such an occurrence was somewhat normal given Deadpool's propensity for getting into brawls, especially against one of his nemesis, Gwen, what truly astonished him was what Holly said next. Oh, and there was this guy who claimed to be a government agent, named Anthony Masters. TSK. He acted like a big shot, only to be taken down by us. Holly proudly lifted her chin, flashing a victory sign to the camera. That guy, according to Lil Gwen, was supposed to be some kind of master of imitation and tried to ambush us. Wrong target. Yang Jiesher's pupils dilated slightly. Anthony Masters, who was destined to become the master of imitation, was originally a agent before turning mercenary. After injecting himself with the super soldier serum, he acquired unparalleled combat skills, making him one of the top warriors in the Marvel Universe. In the original storyline, he should not have met his demise so soon. Now, Holly claimed he had already been eliminated. It appeared that neither the master of imitation he inherited from his mentor nor the original comic version, nor even the Black Widow's close companion from the films, had yet begun to make their presence felt. His mind raced with thoughts. Was it his arrival that disturbed the narrative of this world? Or was the demise of the mimic master destined, with the worlds will dispatching an entity like Ancient One to acknowledge his existence for the sake of balance? Yang Jiesher understood that, as a traveler from another realm, he may have already unraveled the threads of causation in this world due to the butterfly effect. The emergence of Harley Quinn, the intervention of Gwen Stacy, and even the death of the Mimic Master could all signal a significant deviation in the timeline. What's wrong? Your face looks dark. Harley tilted her head, gazing intently at Yang Jiesher. Did I say something to frighten you? Hey, don't be nervous. We're the good guys. Well, at least I'm a good guy now, haha. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jiesher forced himself to regain his composure. He could not allow Harley to perceive any signs of distress, nor could he let her continue to cling to him. It's nothing, he replied tersely. I just find your chatter excessive. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Wait. Harley seized the sleeve of his shirt, grinning like a mischievous child. Don't rush off. One last question. If you could go anywhere, where would you choose? Gotham? New York? Or perhaps some other dimension teeming with monsters? Yang Jiesher fixed his gaze on her hand, his tone as icy as winter. Let go. His voice bore an undeniable weight of authority, and a flicker of menace glimmered in his eyes. Harley hesitated, as if sensing something, and released her grip. though a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. All right, cool guy, don't be angry. But I still think you have a connection to Gotham. I'll introduce you to Gwen Stacy another day. She will surely find you intriguing. Yang Jieshi chose to ignore her and turned to leave. However, Harley was relentless, brandishing a selfie stick as she caught up with him. Hey viewers, this guy is trying to escape. Should we continue to follow him? Give a thumbs up if you want to chase him down. At last, Yang Jieshi's patience was exhausted. Dealing with someone like Harley Quinn, who possessed meta-narrative capabilities, was daunting. Even Batman might struggle against her when she went wild. Yang Jieshi paused, turning to face Harley, suddenly struck by an idea as he noticed a butcher shop at the street corner. Lowering his voice, he unhesitatingly sold out his old friend. You want to go live, right? Here, a suggestion. The plump owner of that butcher shop used to be a secret agent, codenamed Ling Lingqi, who specialized in dealing with annoying internet celebrities. He wields a cleaver that S meant for slaughtering beasts. Interview him. I assure you it'll be more captivating than me. Harley's eyes lit up. Really? A secret agent owner? Wow, that sounds thrilling. She immediately turned to the camera, her excitement palpable. All right, viewers, we have a new target. Let us go meet that mysterious owner. With that, she hopped away towards the butcher shop, completely forgetting about Yang Jieshi. Chapter 16. Unreliable friends. The afternoon at the Zhengzheng Martial Arts Hall was as tranquil as an empty temple, sunlight streaming through the wooden window slats, casting a warm glow upon Yang Jieshi's face, highlighting a few strands of silver in his hair. The morning skirmish with Harley Quinn had drained his energy, and he wrapped himself in an old blanket, languishing in a wrought-tan chair in the main hall, slipping into a deep slumber. In his dreams, the sinister claws of the Black Woods once again pierced his chest, the copper coin talisman searing like a branding iron, causing him to shudder violently. At that moment, the jarring sound of the doorbell erupted like thunder, abruptly yanking him from his nightmare. Ding dong, ding dong. The urgent chimes echoed like a harbinger of doom, prompting Yang Jieshi to furrow his brow and curse under his breath as he dragged his weary body upright. He casually draped a gray training outfit over himself, rubbing his bleary eyes as he made his way to the front hall. Through the frosted glass of the door, he caught sight of a rotund figure, clutching an oiled paper bag in one hand while the other brandished a gleaming cleaver, a greasy apron tied around his waist. Who dares to disturb my slumber in the middle of the day? Yang Jieshi grumbled as he swung the door open, only to have his irritation freeze in place. Standing at the threshold was none other than Ah Fei, the corpulent owner of the Fook King meat shop in Chinatown, his visage a portrait of menace and grease. Clad in a sleeveless shirt stained with sweat, his short pants revealed fuzzy calves exposed to the air, and his flip-flops clapped loudly against the ground. With a round face and small eyes, he grinned like a benevolent Buddha, a visage that would be comforting in any novel or film. Yet, beneath that smile lurked the unmistakable scent of impending wrath, as the roasted pork, goose, and pig's head he held swayed before Yang Jieshi's eyes, making him dizzy. Master Yang, you've been sleeping like a dead pig in this blazing sun. How delightful! Ah Fei's thick Cantonese accent rang out, exposing his pearly white teeth in a teasing grin. I brought you some splendid delicacies, freshly braised char siu, roast goose, and pig's head. But you, my friend, have caused me no end of trouble this morning. That madwoman has been pestering me to no end. How do you intend to settle this? Yang Jieshi's mind rotted, and he immediately recalled his ill-conceived idea of sending Harley Quinn to interview Ah Fei earlier that day. He forced a chuckle, feigning innocence. Brother Ah Fei, what madwoman? I don't understand a word. Come inside. Let me make amends. We need to have a proper chat. He stepped aside to allow Ah Fei entry, warmly inviting him into the main hall. Ah Fei snorted, swaggering in with his paper bag and casually thrusting the cleaver onto the tea table, causing it to vibrate with a resonant hum. He plopped down into a wrought-tan chair, which creaked in protest, nearly collapsing under his weight. Yang Jieshi hurried to the backyard to fetch 2 bottles of chilled beer, popping one open with a satisfying crack and handing it over with a cheeky grin. Brother Ah Fei, calm down. Now, tell me what happened. How did I manage to ensnare you? Ah Fei took the beer, gulping down a generous mouthful before wiping his lips and glaring at Yang Jieshi as he began to berate him. This morning, I was preoccupied with business. Customers were queuing out the door when this fairy-like foreign girl appeared, wielding a selfie stick and snapping photos everywhere. She asked me about my so-called spy career and the most thrilling missions I've undertaken. I'm merely a butcher. Where would I find such a career? She even inquired about some sword master, and I nearly thought she was a fan. He paused, contemplating. Later, she mumbled something about being sent by a handsome martial arts instructor. I realized it must be you. Yang Jieshi struggled to contain his laughter, dramatically sighing. Oh dear, brother Ah Fei. I merely thought you had been single for far too long and decided to introduce you to an internet celebrity. That girl is stunning, with a figure to match. She would surely bring more patrons to your shop. Why then do you complain? When opportunity knocks, why not seize it? Perhaps someone has fallen head over heels for you. Seize the moment, you blockhead. Ah Fei slammed the table in exasperation, causing the beer bottles to clink. The girl's eyes were wide and wild, her words tumbling out in a nonsensical stream about the SHIELD Agency, the Spear Bureau, the Eye of Heaven, the Fourth Wall, and the esteemed audience, terms I had never encountered before. Had I not been preoccupied with attending to my guests, she might have lingered in my establishment until noon. Are you genuinely toying with me? Yang Jieshi laughed heartily, raising his beer to clink with Ah Fei's, teasing, Brother Ah Fei, look at your physique, 10 parts muscle, 9 parts concealed. Why fear a mere girl? If she truly refuses to leave, just brandish your bone-cutting knife. I assure you, she will flee faster than anyone. He cast a glance at the glinting knife on the table, its blade still stained with a hint of blood, which was indeed somewhat intimidating. After all, no matter how skilled one is, one can still fear a cleaver. Ah Fei rolled his eyes, shoved a piece of pig head into his mouth, chewing with greasy lips as he mumbled, spare me the theatrics. I see you're simply bored, stirring up trouble with all sorts of odd characters. Honestly, why not run a martial arts school and teach boxing properly? Why always entangle yourself with eccentric individuals? Take that blind lawyer, for instance. He gives me an uneasy feeling. Just the other day, the neighbors mentioned that Hell's Kitchen was a chaotic mess again. Some monsters and masked figures involved. You're not getting mixed up in that, are you? Yang Jieshi felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a facade of calm, smiling as he deftly changed the subject. Brother Ah Fei, you're as well informed as a gossip columnist. Come now, let us enjoy our food and drink and avoid such trivial matters. He tore open a grease-stained paper, grabbing a piece of roast goose to savor, the crispy skin masking the vigilance in his eyes. Ah Fei squinted, seemingly oblivious to Yang Jieshi's evasiveness, chuckling as he seized a piece of char siu to relish. The two indulged in a delightful feast, discussing everything from Harley's antics to the latest Chinatown gossip, and the latest escapades of the neighbor's wife, exchanging flirtatious glances with old Wang next door. Ah Fei's Cantonese jests, laced with ribald humor, frequently drew laughter from Yang Jieshi. Ah Fei, a robust fellow, had long established a butcher shop in Chinatown, known for his boisterous voice and straightforward demeanor, thriving in business. Yang Jieshi often frequented his shop for meat, and over time, they developed a camaraderie, sharing drinks and tales. Although Ah Fei appeared brash, Yang Jieshi had sensed there was more to him than met the eye long before he acquired the power of observation haki. It was merely an instinct of a martial artist. Now, with the enhanced sensitivity of observation haki, he was even more attuned to Ah Fei's nuances. Ah Fei's precision with the bone-cutting knife was akin to that of a seasoned practitioner, and the occasional sharp glint in his gaze was far from what one would expect from an ordinary butcher. One could easily speculate that his past involved martial training before becoming a purveyor of pork. However, Yang Jieshi never pried into his friend's history. After all, this world is deep, and everyone has their secrets. Just as they were reveling in their meal, the vintage television in the corner suddenly blared an urgent news alert. Yang Jieshi casually reached for the remote, increasing the volume. On the screen, a reporter from Channel 1 stood before a smoking ruin, the wail of sirens echoing in the background. The female reporter spoke rapidly. 1 hour ago, an explosion occurred in Lower Manhattan, destroying what is believed to be a gang stronghold. According to eyewitnesses, a woman identifying herself as Harley Quinn wielded a rocket launcher, inciting an explosion that has since drawn police intervention. Yang Jieshi nearly spat out his beer, his gaze fixated on the screen, displaying Harley's audacious grin, his lips twitching. In the footage, Harley hoisted the smoking rocket launcher, gesturing toward the camera while exclaiming, "This is for my esteemed audience. Moments late, asmuka bom datunata," engulfing her in chaos. Ah Fei's eyes were glued to the screen, his chopsticks suspended mid-air, with a piece of pork hanging from his mouth. He leisurely chewed, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Jieshi. His tone dripped with sarcasm. "Oh, Boss Yang, your internet celebrity certainly knows how to have fun. blowing up a gang hideout with a 202 Model 66mm 4.2 rocket. Impressive. Just how many clicks do you reckon that will garner? Come on, spill the beans. What is your connection with this stunning lady? Are you up to something behind my back? Yang Jieshi chuckled nervously, waving his hand dismissively. Don't jump to conclusions. I have no ties to her whatsoever. We merely crossed paths this morning and exchanged a few words. Who would have anticipated she could cause such a ruckus? Internally, he cursed Harley, the madwoman, detonating gang hideouts while live streaming, truly a calamity on two legs. Moreover, the mention of Anthony Master's death lingered in his mind, an unsettling specter. Was the mimicry of the Master's demise a consequence of his own time-traveling actions, or a correction by the will of the world? A face snorted, taking a swig of beer while regarding Yang Jieshi with a smirk. A chance encounter? Come on, Yang. Your martial arts school is usually as quiet as a graveyard. Why have there been so many strange occurrences lately? Just the other day, I heard about a masked individual in Hell's Kitchen, dressed somewhat like that tattered trench coat you used to wear, with fist hard enough to smash walls. Surely, that can't be you? Yang Jieshi's heart skipped a beat, feigning ignorance with a smile. A fae, your imagination could fill a novel. I'm merely a martial arts instructor. When would I have time to don a mask? Besides, I tossed that trench coat ages ago. It was as ragged as a cleaning rag. He deftly shifted the topic. Speaking of you, your butcher shop seems to be thriving. When will you treat me to a seafood feast instead of always passing off char siu? A fae squinted, as if trying to discern something deeper, before breaking into a grin. Seafood? Dream on. Let's settle the madwoman's tab first. I'll calculate my lost wages for the morning. He seized a roast goose, devouring it with an oily grin. Though that girl may be a little unhinged, she is undeniably beautiful. If you truly have something going on with her, I'd love to gossip about it. Yang Jieshi rolled his eyes. Gossip? Spare me. I would rather face off against the entire New York underworld than become entangled with that lunatic. He casually inquired. By the way, Faye, having spent so many years in Chinatown, have you ever heard of anything particularly intriguing? Perhaps something about SHIELD or secret agents? Faye's chopsticks paused momentarily, a glint of intelligence flickering in his small eyes. SHIELD? Why not inquire about extraterrestrials while you're at it? In our Chinatown, the most formidable agent is this very cleaver of mine, forged from a millennium of cold iron. The exclusive kitchen knife of Ganjiang and Mo Yi, capable of withstanding bullets. The highest skill is to wield it with the energy of the universe, exclusively hunting beasts. He brandished the knife, mimicking a scene from a Stephen Chow film, the blade gleaming with an inexplicable authority. Yang Jieshi stared at the knife, a chill running through him. Although Ah Fei's words seemed like a jest, the precision with which he wielded the blade was unsettling. He chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. The two continued to indulge in food and drink, their conversation drifting back to the trivialities of Chinatown. As the night deepened, Ah Fei, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, patted his belly and rose. All right, brother, we've feasted and drunk well. We'll settle the bill another day. I still have pig legs to chop at the shop, so I shall take my leave. And you, Master Yang, with the unrest in the vicinity, it would be wise to procure a firearm for self-defense to ward off thieves. He grabbed the cleaver, humming a tune as he departed. Yang Jieshi accompanied him to the door, watching his rotund figure disappear, his earlier bravado now tempered. Perhaps this reckless friend harbored significant secrets. Chapter 17. Osborne under the shroud of night. New York glittered like a constellation. With the Osborne Group building piercing the sky like a sharp blade, its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the neon brilliance of the city. Norman Osborne sat in a spacious leather office chair, his back turned to an enormous world map, the surface peppered with countless red dots signifying the global reach of the Osborne Group. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, the knuckles pale and bony, his gaze hawkish and brooding, fixed on a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, drenched in perspiration. Carl Brandon, head of the Biochemical Research Department. Speak. What's the progress? Norman's voice was low and carried a hint of a rasp, as though it emerged from the depths of his throat. His complexion was ashen, with faint blue veins visible on his forehead. The torment of a hereditary ailment was steadily diminishing his vitality, yet the fire of defiance burned fiercely within his eyes. Carl swallowed nervously, lowering his gaze. Mr. Osborne, we have encountered a bottleneck with the human enhancement serum. Data from the third phase of experimentation indicates insufficient stability. 90 of test subjects experienced genetic collapse post-injection, with a survival rate of less than 5. We attempted new gene sequence combinations, but he paused, beads of sweat multiplying on his brow, wiping his forehead as he continued. The results remain unsatisfactory. The military is pressing for results, and the board. Norman's eyes suddenly turned icy, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic drumming as the atmosphere grew tense. He slowly stood, circling the desk with deliberate, imposing steps until he stood before Carl. In a hushed tone, he said, "Carl, I have invested billions, nurturing this group of incompetents for years. Only for you to tell me we are still failing?" His calmness was terrifying, causing Carl's legs to weaken. "Sir, we have done our utmost," Carl hastily defended. "The core issue lies in gene compatibility. The variations among humans are too vast. We require more precise." "Enough," Norman abruptly interrupted, slamming his right hand onto the desk, causing the crystal goblet atop it to tremble. He inhaled deeply, stifling the acute pain in his chest. The onset of his genetic disorder made his breathing somewhat labored. But he quickly masked it, sneering, "$1 billion have bought a heap of useless test subjects and worthless data, Carl. Do you comprehend the cost of failure?" Carl's face turned pale, stammering, "Sir, we still have a backup plan. Dr. Jaffer's outsourced experimental team has provided some groundbreaking data. Building upon the existing enhancers, they have developed a novel catalyst. Although the side effects are considerable." Jaffer and Norman raised an eyebrow, a shadow of concern flickering in his eyes. What has become of that Eastern individual? Wasn't his experiment reputed to resolve the issue of genetic collapse? To assist in concealing his illicit experiments, we have expended significant judicial resources. Carl's voice lowered further. Dr. Jaffer's laboratory has encountered a calamity. Several months prior, a clandestine experimental site in Hell's Kitchen was attacked, resulting in the destruction of a vast amount of experimental data and the demise of all test subjects. According to the accounts of surviving gang members, the assailant was a masked figure, employing Eastern martial arts, moving with a swiftness akin to a specter, dismantling the entire security system of the laboratory with bare hands. Norman's pupils constricted slightly as he gradually returned to his office chair, his long fingers stroking his chin, his tone laced with mockery. "Eastern martial arts? Hell's Kitchen? How intriguing." He paused, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Carl. "So, who do you believe this masked individual to be? The Hand? Or some other nuisance?" Sweating, Carl whispered, "It remains unclear, sir. The gang's henchmen reported that the individual wore a black trench coat, and their fighting style resembled a form of Chinese martial arts. Possibly Xingyi or Baji, though their true identity is unknown. We attempted to retrieve surveillance footage, but the laboratory's system was utterly destroyed, and even backup data has been erased." Norman scoffed, leaning back in his chair, his expression darkening. He felt increasingly dissatisfied with his subordinates. He was well aware of Jaffer's role. That Eastern scientist with a grasp of esoteric knowledge was a pawn he secretly funded, dedicated to exploring the limits of human enhancement, all aimed at surmounting the Osborn Group's pharmaceutical bottleneck. Yet now, with the destruction of the experimental site and the loss of all data, it equated to hundreds of millions of dollars down the drain. More critically, his time was running out. The deterioration of his genetic illness left his body in a dire state, as if his ribs might pierce his lungs at any moment, each breath akin to swallowing razor blades. "Carl," Norman's voice slithered like a viper's hiss, "do you know what I despise the most? Incompetence." He slowly rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the dazzling lights of New York, his silhouette radiating a sickly authority. "That masked individual, whoever they may be, will pay for daring to touch what is mine." Carl nodded apprehensively. "Yes, sir. We have dispatched personnel to investigate the surveillance and witnesses in Hell's Kitchen. Clues will surface shortly." "Clues?" Norman turned, a cruel smile curling his lips. "I do not require clues. I demand results." He paused, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Carl lowered his head further, fearing his employer's unraveling sanity. "However, you need not worry about this matter. An old acquaintance has already informed me. According to intelligence from a mercenary known as Bullseye, the masked individual may be linked to a vigilante called the Mimic Master, who has recently been active in Hell's Kitchen, having collaborated with Daredevil and Spider-Man to launch assaults on significant strongholds of the Hand, causing substantial casualties. Regardless of his identity, he is likely connected to Jaffer's demise. It is better to err on the side of caution than to let anyone slip away. Do you understand? Carl was momentarily taken aback. The master of imitation? But sir, we lack direct evidence. Evidence? Norman interrupted him, his voice as frigid as ice. I do not require evidence. Why demand is control, Carl? Dispatch the defective specimens to eliminate him, swiftly and decisively. He paused, gazing out at the night enveloping the city, contemplating the effects of the experimental subjects on this master of imitation. Carl swallowed hard and murmured, Are you suggesting we send the Green Goblin experiment? They are still unstable and may run amok, causing greater repercussions. And so what? Norman scoffed, a morbid glint in his eyes. Chaos is preferable. Hell's Kitchen requires a touch of disorder to remind those ants who reigns over New York. Carl dared not argue further, bowing his head in submission. Yes, sir. I will arrange it immediately. Norman waved his hand, signaling Carl to depart. The office fell back into silence as he slowly resumed his seat, opened a drawer, and retrieved a vial of pale green liquid, which emitted an eerie sheen under the light. This was the latest sample of a human enhancement serum, a product of Jaffer's team, though its side effects transformed the subjects into frenzied monsters. Clutching the vial, his fingers trembled slightly, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Time is running out. He rose and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the myriad lights of New York. The city resembled a slumbering giant, tranquil on the surface, but harboring lethal threats beneath. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Norman's lips as he murmured, Master of imitation, street vigilantes. You all deserve to perish. Meanwhile, far away in Chinatown, at the Shoujing Martial Arts School, Yang Jie was tirelessly practicing the wild boxing technique, sweat pouring down his brow. The morning mist enveloped the narrow alleyways, and the wooden door of the martial arts school swayed gently in the morning breeze. Following a night of revelry days prior, Yang Jie's life had briefly returned to a semblance of tranquility, though a heavy stone weighed upon his heart. The death of Anthony Masters, the chaotic interruptions by Harley Quinn and Liu Kang, and the ever-looming disorder of the Marvel Universe troubled his mind. As he stood in the practice room, throwing punches with the swiftness of the wind, the wild boxing techniques cut through the morning light, creating sharp sounds of air being sliced. Just as he was about to exhale and relax, the doorbell of the school rang out abruptly, its urgent and low tone reminiscent of an ominous portent. Young Jie Frowenet wiped the sweat from his brow and donned a black training uniform before heading towards the front hall. Through the frosted glass, he discerned a familiar figure clad in a suit, sunglasses perched on his face, and a white cane in hand. It was Daredevil, Matt Murdock, the protector of Hell's Kitchen, and a comrade of Yang Jie's in the battle against the Hand. Yang Jie opened the door, his tone laced with caution. Lawyer Murdock, what brings you here so early? He deliberately spoke in his usual manner, feigning ignorance of the other's masked identity as a typical martial arts school owner. Lawyer Matt stood at the door, his eyes obscured by sunglasses, concealing part of his expression. Yet his voice was low and urgent. Jessica, I need your assistance. Where is the master of imitation? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. His tone was devoid of pleasantries, direct and imbued with an undeniable pressure. However, he sensed that Jessica appeared somewhat older than he remembered from their last encounter, though the tension rendered him oblivious to this detail, attributing it merely to his own misperception. Young Jessica was taken aback, yet feigned confusion. The master of imitation? Matt, what are you talking about? I'm just a martial arts instructor. I don't know any master of imitation. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, striving to mask the turmoil within. The devil of Hell's Kitchen, seeking the master of imitation, clearly remained unaware that he was standing before him, and he showed no inclination to probe further into the previous conversation. Nevertheless, this unexpected visit was undoubtedly linked to recent troubles. Was it the Hand, or some other nefarious villain? The devil of Hell's Kitchen fell silent for a moment, tilting his head slightly toward young Jessica, as if employing heightened senses to gauge his reaction. He spoke softly. Jessica, I know you have connections to the master of imitation. A few months ago, you hired him to eliminate Jaffer, uprooting a secret laboratory belonging to the Osborne Group. You cannot possibly claim ignorance. Young Jessica's eyelids flickered, suppressing the tremor of his heart. It was indeed he who had orchestrated Jaffer's demise. On that fateful day, he had infiltrated Jaffer's hideout, dismantling the laboratory and drug manufacturing facility with his bare hands, obliterating all experimental data. His education instilled in him a deep aversion to such illicit enterprises. However, he had not anticipated Jaffer's ties to the Osborne Group, nor the fact that the devil of Hell's Kitchen would connect the dots to the master of imitation so swiftly. He managed a composed smile, raising his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. "Matt, you overestimate me. I spend my days at this dilapidated dojo. How could I possibly know about any hideouts? Besides, someone as ruthless as the master of imitation is beyond my reach." Matt's tone grew more somber, tinged with urgency. "Young Jessica, I don't have time for games. Where is the master of imitation? I have a critical matter that necessitates finding him." He stepped forward, his cane subtly rotating in his hand, an intangible sense of pressure permeating the air. Young Jessica fixed his gaze on the devil of Hell's Kitchen, his mind racing. He had shared life-and-death experiences with the devil when confronting the hand. Matt was not one to act without purpose. If he was in such a desperate search for the master of imitation, it surely indicated grave trouble. Yet, revealing his identity was anything but wise. For every superhero, the mask serves as a means of protection. Much like a keyboard warrior in a previous life, anonymity was his greatest shield. His true identity a card he could not afford to expose. He shrugged, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. "Matt, I genuinely have no idea. If you're looking for someone, there are plenty of vigilantes and officers in New York and Hell's Kitchen. Why focus on me?" The devil of Hell's Kitchen remained silent for a moment, as if conceding to the futility of his inquiries. He murmured softly, "Very well. Everyone harbors secrets. Since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press. Tonight at 10, the old docks of Hell's Kitchen, Warehouse 7. Someone awaits him, an old acquaintance." With that, he turned and vanished into the thin mist of the alley. Young Jesher watched the shadowy figure of Daredevil retreat, his brow furrowing in concern. "An old friend?" he murmured to himself, a sense of foreboding rising within. Daredevil's tone was laced with anxiety, perhaps even a hint of concession. Whatever compelled the guardian of Hell's Kitchen to bow was certainly no trivial matter. Closing the door, he returned to his training room, activating the system's collection feature to retrieve the black imitation master uniform. The battle scars on the uniform had been mended by the spells of the Ancient One. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to keep the appointment, not for any other reason, but due to Daredevil's mention of an old friend. After all, apart from a few neighbors like a fae, Daredevil was one of the few with whom he shared a bond of life and death in this world. As night fell, the old docks of Hell's Kitchen were enveloped in the briny scent of seawater and oil, and the abandoned Warehouse 7 loomed ominously under the moonlight. Dressed in the imitation master attire, his black trench coat enveloping his lithe figure, a skull mask obscured his face, revealing only a stern jawline. He silently slipped into the warehouse, his steps light as a cat, the sound of his war blade subtly echoing behind him, as if cautioning him of the lurking dangers. Inside the warehouse, Daredevil had long awaited, his red suit standing out starkly in the dim light. Upon hearing Young Jesher's footsteps, he turned towards the entrance and said in a hushed tone, "You have arrived, imitation master." Young Jesher lingered in the shadows, his voice low and tinged with skepticism. "Daredevil, spare me the pleasantries. My time is precious. What do you want?" Daredevil wasted no time. Speaking directly, "Months ago, you killed Jaffer and destroyed his laboratory. That matter is far from simple. Those behind Jaffer have come for you. They are aware of your involvement and now seek your life." He paused, his voice tinged with anger. "They threaten St. Agnes Orphanage, forcing me to hand you over." Young Jesher narrowed his eyes. St. Agnes Orphanage was the place where Daredevil had grown up, more precious to Matt than his own life. Hearing this, he scoffed, his tone laced with derision. "So you intend to sell me out? Matt Murdock, this is unlike you." Daredevil clenched his baton tightly, his voice rising in a growl. "I did not sell you. I came to propose an alliance against them. They are no ordinary gang. A greater force lurks behind them, almost certainly linked to the Osborne Group." He took a deep breath, urgently explaining, "I need your assistance, imitation master, even if it requires payment." Young Jesher fixed his gaze on Daredevil, his mind racing through the events of those days, the laboratory of Jaffer, the shadow of the Osborne Group. Everything seemed to be guiding him towards a certain direction, and he began to suspect why old Osborne was pursuing him. He stroked his chin, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "An alliance? Very well, but it will cost you. The Osborne Group is not to be trifled with, particularly when it involves such a perilous business that demands additional funds." Although Yang Jieshi admits to his own shamelessness, he remains oblivious to the true nature of his master. And the only persona he can emulate is that of the mercenary from the comic universe. Daredevil paused momentarily, then offered a rueful smile, acknowledging the stark reality of being a mercenary. Very well, money is not an issue, provided you help me safeguard the orphanage. Yang Jieshi nodded, preparing to speak further when suddenly, a sharp mechanical roar echoed from outside the warehouse. Under the moonlight, several twisted figures descended from the sky, perched upon a sparking hoverboard. Clearly a work in progress. These monstrous entities, with their corpulent forms and green skin marred by cracked lines, exhibited a frenzied red glow in their eyes, appearing somewhat abnormal compared to cinematic or comic portrayals. They emitted deep, beast-like growls, clad in tattered battle attire, with the insignia of the Osborn Group barely visible on their chests. These were the Green Goblins, assassins dispatched by Osborn. Yet, how could the Osborn Group produce multiple Green Goblins? Yang Jieshi narrowed his eyes, his fists slowly clenching, murmuring, "It seems we have our hands full tonight." Chapter 19. Counterfeit Green Goblins in Hell's Kitchen. The old docks lay shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the oily scent of machinery, and the atmosphere charged with tension around Warehouse 7. Under the moon's glow, several distorted figures rode, smoke-emitting vehicles. Descending just after Yang Jieshi had jested about the need for more funds, their sharp mechanical sounds piercing the night. Yang Jieshi and Daredevil stood at the entrance of the warehouse, their expressions steely as they confronted these unwelcome intruders. The bioweapon monstrosities from the Osborn Group bore grotesque visages, their green skin riddled with cracks, muscles grotesquely bulging as if forcibly crammed in a tattered combat gear. Their eyes glimmered with a frenzied red light, and they emitted low, savage growls, devoid of any rationality. Yang Jieshi squinted, quickly assessing their equipment. They wielded antiquated crossbows, gas canisters hung from their waists, and behind them trailed the smoke-emitting early model hoverboards, their cacophony deafening, with sparks flying from their surfaces, clearly haphazardly assembled prototypes. He muttered under his breath, "Are these counterfeit Green Goblins? Has Osborn's laboratory gone bankrupt, resulting in this heap of junk?" Daredevil listened intently, his heightened senses capturing the roar of the vehicles and the creatures' labored breaths, his baton spinning deftly in hand. He cautioned, "Be careful, there are many of them. Do not allow yourself to be surrounded." No sooner had he spoken than a crossbow bolt sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yang Jieshi's face. With a swift movement, he evaded the projectile, his graceful steps flowing like water, drawing a few shurikens from his waist, imbued with a fierce aura. He hurled them towards the nearest failed Green Goblin. The shurikens sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, striking the edge of the hoverboard but merely leaving a shallow mark on its armor, failing to penetrate. Yang Jieshi frowned. "Damn it, this armor is tougher than I anticipated." He attempted once more to lock onto the enemy using his observational prowess, yet despite the relatively slow speed of the aircraft, it continuously altered its trajectory in the high altitude, the noise and toxic gas impairing his perception and making it challenging to pinpoint its exact location. Daredevil had already leaped onto the outer wall of the warehouse, scaling it with the grace of a cheetah. He hurled his billy club, ensnaring the tail of a malfunctioning aircraft. With a vigorous pull, the aircraft, already unbalanced due to its faults, faltered. The Green Goblin's failed creation emitted a furious roar and unleashed bolts from its crossbow towards Daredevil. Matt effortlessly evaded the onslaught, using the momentum to leap onto the aircraft, striking down upon the creature's head with his billy club. Bang! The creature's skull shattered, sparks erupted from the aircraft, which then plummeted to the ground in a cacophony of flames. Daredevil rolled upon landing, unscathed, murmuring, "Their reactions are sluggish, their movements stiff. We must exploit this opportunity to disrupt their rhythm." Yang Jieshi nodded, drawing the hand crossbow from his waist, aiming at another aircraft. This time, he infused the bolt with armed observation, the arrow shooting forth like a streak of darkness, striking the engine of another swaying aircraft midair. Boom! The explosion illuminated the night sky. The Green Goblin's failed creation shrieked as it descended into the sea, creating a splash. However, the remaining aircraft did not retreat. Instead, they grew more ferocious, releasing several canisters of toxic gas that quickly enveloped the warehouse in a green fog. Yang Jieshi held his breath, Although he did not possess the invulnerable constitution of a level 10 monk, the toxin resistance imparted by the monk's training granted him a degree of immunity to the gas. As long as he could channel his internal energy, he could effectively withstand the toxins. Nevertheless, the enemy's influence made him mutter under his breath, "These fools may lack brains, but their strength is undeniably formidable." The battle had reached a stalemate. The Green Goblin's numerical superiority, aerial dominance, and suppression from the toxic gas rendered Yang Jieshi and Daredevil unable to close the distance. Yang Jieshi's hidden weapons were hindered by range and the aircraft's armor, resulting in a low hit rate. While Daredevil could shoot down 1 or 2 aircraft with his agility and heightened senses, the enemy maintained their aerial advantage, raining down bolts and gas canisters like a downpour. Several attempts to exit the warehouse were thwarted, forcing them back. Gritting his teeth, he retreated into the warehouse, whispering, "Matt, if these guys don't come down, we won't be able to fight. We need to devise a way to drag them down." Daredevil, concealed behind the steel beams within the warehouse, gasped as he responded, "Their aircraft are unstable. Several have exploded, indicating engine defects. We must utilize the terrain or find something to disrupt them." He paused, adding, "These creatures are not like normal beings. They resemble Osborn's experiments. Jaffer's laboratory may be linked to their research." Yang Jieshi's eyelids twitched, and images of Jaffer's laboratory flashed in his mind. Test tubes filled with various liquids. Documents scattered across the lab bench from an unknown company, likely all experiments of the Osborn group. He scoffed, "Counterfeit Green Goblin. Truly, they are Osborn's trash. Jaffer's concoctions are likely the source of these monstrosities. That old fox Norman Osborn is using me as a target for his new toys." He cast a sidelong glance at Daredevil, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Matt, what's going on with your intelligence network? Osborn is making such a commotion, and you haven't caught a whiff of it?" Daredevil furrowed his brow, a trace of self-reproach evident in his voice. "Osborn's laboratory is heavily fortified. I only discovered that a portion of Jaffer's research had been relocated to Hell's Kitchen. I didn't anticipate they would produce these things so swiftly." He paused, his voice steady, "But now is not the time for complaints. St. Agnes Orphanage remains under their threat. We must deal with this band of monsters." Yang Jieshi nodded, his gaze sweeping over the docks outside the warehouse. The toxic gas gradually dissipated, and the remaining Green Goblin prototypes still hovered in the air, their assault of crossbows and gas canisters momentarily easing, yet they continued their aerial bombardment, evidently having learned from previous encounters. Yang Jieshi's observation Haki detected their sluggish movements. The engines of their flying machines sputtered intermittently, as if they might stall at any moment. He whispered, "These fellows' aircraft should be on the verge of failing. But we must take the initiative. Prolonging this will be detrimental to us." Daredevil closed his eyes, attuning his senses to the environment surrounding the docks. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and murmured, "A few hundred meters outside the warehouse, there's a port crane with an electromagnetic magnet. Its power is sufficient to draw those aircraft down, if we can lure them within the magnet's range." Yang Jieshi's eyes brightened, a roguish smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "Excellent idea, Matt. Let's pull this pile of counterfeit goods down. We'll each deliver a punch and send them back to Osborn's lab." He paused, his tone turning serious. "However, we need to lure them over first. Can your grappling hook be employed?" Daredevil examined the grappling hook launcher at his waist and nodded. "No problem. But we must distract them. Otherwise, the gas will hinder our movements." Yang Jieshi took a deep breath, the warmth of the copper coin talisman invigorating his spirit. He murmured, "Then let's proceed. Matt, you draw them towards the electromagnetic magnet, and I'll cover our retreat. Don't forget, once this is over, the orphanage's expenses will need to be increased." Daredevil offered a wry smile, leaping from cover and sprinting toward the docks. Yang Jiji followed closely, unleashing his hand crossbow and throwing darts to attract the attention of the Green Goblin prototypes. In the night sky, the roar of the aircraft intertwined with the monster's growls. The sparks of battle igniting at the docks, the outcome still uncertain. Chapter 20. The electromagnet at the old docks of Hell's Kitchen. The night wind howled, mingling the briny scent of the sea with the acrid stench of toxic gas. Outside Warehouse 7, the moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, casting the docks into shadow. The Green Goblin prototypes circled high above, the roar of their engines resembling the growl of beasts, their smoke-belching hoverboards teetering on the brink of collapse, ready to plummet at any moment. Yang Jieshi and Daredevil stood in the shadows of the warehouse, their gazes sharp as blades, locking onto the grotesque monsters in the sky. Yang Jieshi gripped his hand crossbow tightly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Matt, the plan is set. You'll act as bait, drawing this heap of counterfeit goods to the electromagnetic crane. I'll activate it and deliver a divine retribution upon them." He patted the copper coin talisman on his chest, which radiated warmth, seemingly responding to his fighting spirit. The Night Devil nodded, his crimson attire glimmering like a flash of blood in the darkness. He inspected the grappling hook launcher at his waist, twirling the baton in his hand, emitting a faint whooshing sound. "Be cautious, emulate the master. Their toxic gas and crossbow bolts are formidable. Do not let them encircle you." He paused, a hint of concern lacing his tone. "You'll need to handle the orphanage situation afterward." "Fear not, my friend," Yang Jieshi replied with a roguish grin, waving his hand dismissively. "You lure them in, and I assure you, these green-skinned fiends will rue the day. Don't forget to treat me to a meal afterward. I've yet to visit the fine establishments in Hell's Kitchen." Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished in a blur, using the stacked containers outside the warehouse for cover as he raced towards the hoist's electromagnetic magnet deep within the docks. The Night Devil inhaled deeply, his heightened senses attuned to the movements of the Green Goblin's failed creations overhead. He suddenly leaped from his cover, the grappling hook launcher shooting forth a silver streak, expertly ensnaring a steel column at the edge of the dock. With a swift motion, he swung like a cheetah into the open, his scarlet silhouette starkly illuminated by the moonlight. The failed creations were instantly drawn to him, as several aircraft emitted a deafening roar, diving toward him while crossbow bolts rained down like hail. "Come on, you bastards," the Night Devil muttered, his body twisting midair as his superhuman senses discerned the trajectory of each bolt with clarity. He swung his baton to deflect the incoming arrows, firing the grappling hook once more to ensnare the tail of one aircraft. The vehicle lost its balance, and the Green Goblin's creation, enraged, swung its crossbow, only to be met by a swift kick to its chest from the Night Devil, sending it plummeting to the ground. With a resounding crash, the creature fell, the aircraft smashing into the dock's surface, erupting into flames. However, the numbers of the green fiends were overwhelming, as gas canisters were continuously hurled, quickly enveloping the area in a noxious haze. The Night Devil held his breath, navigating through the smoke with his acute senses, employing the grappling hook and baton to take down 2 more aircraft in rapid succession. Yet, the remaining creatures had learned their lesson, maintaining a higher altitude, their barrage of crossbow bolts and gas canisters intensifying. Gritting his teeth, the Night Devil sprinted toward the electromagnetic magnet, the sounds of explosions and flames roaring behind him. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi had infiltrated the control room of the crane deep within the docks. The room was in a state of disrepair, rusty tools piled in the corners, the air thick with the scent of machine oil. He pushed open an iron door and found the control panel, its surface coated in dust, buttons yellowed from years of neglect. Yang Jieshi muttered under his breath, "I hope this old thing still works." He quickly inspected the wiring, employing the mechanical knowledge from his past life and practical experience gained during his internship to locate the main power switch. Fortunately, this large piece of machinery appeared to be an export model from the Celestial Empire. Yang Jieshi recognized it from his university textbooks on early machinery. With a click, the control panel flickered to life with a faint green glow, and the motor of the electromagnetic magnet emitted a low hum. Yang Jieshi exhaled in relief. Casting his gaze out the window, the Night Devil's crimson figure darted across the dock, pursued by several aircraft, the ground beneath him cratered by toxic gas and crossbow bolts. He squinted, whispering, "Matt, hold on. I'm about to deliver a grand surprise." Yang Jieshi's fingers danced over the control panel, adjusting the angle and power of the electromagnetic magnet. The massive iron arm of the crane slowly shifted, the electromagnet aligning with the direction in which Daredevil sprinted. He activated his observation hotkey, sensing the movements of the Green Goblin's failed experiments high above. Although the noise of the aircraft interfered with his targeting, he could perceive the sluggish motions of those monstrosities, their engines sputtering as if they might stall at any moment. Daredevil was now nearing the coverage area of the electromagnet. He executed a roll to evade a volley of crossbow bolts, launching a grappling hook towards one of the aircraft in an attempt to bring it down. The Green Goblin's abominations bellowed in rage, discarding gas canisters that obscured his vision with a thick haze. Daredevil growled, "Mimic Master, hurry, they're closing in." A hint of urgency laced his voice, his heightened senses detecting 7 or 8 aircraft encircling him, the toxic fumes slightly hindering his movements. Yang Jieshi abruptly pressed the activation button, and the electromagnet emitted a deafening hum, its powerful magnetic field instantly enveloping the Green Goblin's failed creations. The abominations in the sky were caught off guard, their circuits disrupted by the intense magnetic field, sparks erupting from their engines as their hoverboards violently trembled. Yang Jieshi sneered at, "Welcome to the unique lightning storm of the Allies, counterfeit goods." Boom! One aircraft lost control first, its engine igniting as the Green Goblin's creature shrieked, plummeting toward the dock and crashing onto a heap of containers, erupting into a fireball. Following suit, the second and third aircraft short-circuited in rapid succession, their hoverboards spewing black smoke as they spiraled downwards, the creature's roars drowned out by the explosions. Seizing the opportunity, Daredevil leaped atop a container, his baton striking down upon the fallen monstrosity that had yet to collapse, shattering its skull with precision. Yang Jieshi charged out from the control room. Wielding a massive combat knife, entwined with his armed haki, he cleaved through the wreckage of a downed aircraft. The Green Goblin-esque creature struggled to rise, its muscled body riddled with cracks, the glow in its eyes dimmed. Yang Jieshi scoffed, "Still want to get up? Lie down, you wretch." With a powerful jab of the 8 Extremes fist, infused with vital energy, he crushed the creature's ribcage. The battle concluded swiftly, the dock in disarray, containers scattered, the ground littered with fragments of aircraft and the corpses of the Green Goblin-esque failures. The hum of the electromagnet gradually subsided, and Daredevil, panting heavily, stood beside a pile of debris, murmuring, "Well done, Mimic Master. We must leave quickly. The explosions will attract the police." Yang Jieshi clapped his hands, grinning widely as he said, "Of course, Matt, this job was worth it. Let us go. We can't let the Hell's Kitchen police catch us, or you'll surely lose your law license." The two swiftly retreated, slipping into a narrow alley shrouded in the shadows of the dock. The alley was permeated with the scent of refuse and seawater, the distant wail of sirens faintly audible. Daredevil paused, turning to say, "Mimic Master, I will handle the money. The threat from St. Agnes Orphanage is not yet resolved. I will need you to accompany me when you have the time. I will transfer your payment." Yang Jieshi waved his hand dismissively, smirking, "No rush, Matt. That comment about extra payment was just a jest. Director Yang has already settled the account. As a mercenary, I value integrity in my business dealings." He hesitated for a moment, his tone lightening. "However, you do owe me a meal. In Hell's Kitchen." The ambience was thick with anticipation as the restaurant choices loomed. Daredevil paused momentarily, a wry smile crossing his face. "All right, my friend, tonight's supper is on me." He took a breath, his tone shifting to one of gravity, for Osborn would not relent so easily. These abominations were mere pawns in his grand experiment. Jaffar's endeavors were merely the tip of the iceberg. We must tread cautiously. Yang Jieshi nodded, his gaze darkening. That old fox, Norman Osborn, will eventually have to reckon with his deeds. His countless immoral actions will surely invite retribution. Let's take a breather tonight, Matt, and resume our efforts come dawn. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of Oscorp, a colossal screen displayed the final footage from the Green Goblin's failed experiment. The inferno of the dock explosion and the hum of electromagnetic forces filled the air as the figures of the Mimic Master and Daredevil flickered briefly. Norman Osborn stood before the screen, his complexion ashen, the goblet in his grasp cracking under his grip. A bunch of inept fools, after investing so much. This is the result, he bellowed, turning to shatter the glass. In a corner of the lab, a manager, adjusting his glasses, murmured, "Mr. Osborn, the Green Goblin project is merely in its nascent stages. Failure is an expected outcome. However, Dr. Curtis Connors has made significant strides with the regenerative serum. If only we could grant him a bit more time." He gestured towards a vial of green liquid on the table, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Osborn snorted dismissively, his gaze returning to the screen, murmuring, "Mimic Master, and you too, Daredevil, your days are numbered." With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the screen and retreated deeper into the lab, momentarily casting aside the dock's debacle. Chapter 21. Deadpool. The streets of Hell's Kitchen were shrouded in darkness, the dim glow of streetlights spilling onto the uneven asphalt. while the air was infused with the tantalizing aromas of fried corn tortillas and spicy salsa. Yang Jieshi, clad in his uniform, sat beside Daredevil at a small wooden table outside a taco stand, run by a middle-aged Mexican man with a scruffy beard, who was busily grilling tortillas on a hot griddle, the sizzling sound filling the air. Yang Jieshi removed the lower part of his mask, taking a bite of the taco, the heat of the salsa causing him to squint. Matt, you've chosen a fine spot here. Though next time, let us opt for something less fiery. My tongue feels numb. Truth be told, Yang Jieshi was not particularly adept at handling spicy food. Although the inner strength of his chi prevented him from needing a visit to the gastroenterologist, he still struggled with overwhelming heat. Daredevil, seated across from him, had traded his red suit for a tailored ensemble, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting beneath his sunglasses. He tore off a piece of his taco, his heightened senses absorbing the surroundings, and spoke softly, such as the flavor of Hell's Kitchen. One must acclimate. After this meal, we need to discuss the orphanage matter. Osborn will not relinquish his grip easily. His tone bore a hint of seriousness, the specter of St. Agnes Orphanage weighing heavily on his conscience. Just as Yang Jieshi was about to respond, an exaggerated wail erupted from the ground nearby, as if someone were lamenting their last breath. Oh, heavens! My leg! My poor leg! Is there anyone to rescue this wretched mercenary? The two individuals paused, drawn by the sound, and beheld a figure clad in a crimson bodysuit, smeared with blood, sprawled by the roadside. His right leg was severed at the knee, blood pooling around him, while a broken katana and several bullet casings lay scattered nearby. Yang Jieshi's eyelids flickered, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This individual was unmistakably Deadpool, the notorious jester of the Marvel Universe, renowned as the most irreverent character within its pantheon. Daredevil furrowed his brow, his heightened senses scanning Deadpool, and murmured, "This fellow's heart is still beating, and his wounds are healing at a sluggish pace. He is no ordinary man." He paused, infusing his tone with a hint of disdain. "Is he a mutant or something else?" Yang Jieshi fixed his gaze upon Deadpool, his mind already cursing under his breath. In his previous life, he had perused Marvel comics and films, acutely aware of Deadpool's obnoxious nature. This character was the very epitome of trouble, and he had no desire to become ensnared by such a nuisance. He whispered, "Matt, let us not get involved. He is likely just putting on a show. Let us finish our meal and depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary complications." However, before either could rise, Deadpool suddenly performed an acrobatic maneuver, despite his missing leg. He lunged toward Yang Jieshi, clutching his leg tightly and wailing, "Brother, good brother, you are the master of imitation, aren't you? I recognize that flamboyant outfit of yours. Please help me. I was beaten half to death by a group of crazed women, and now my leg is broken. You must help me avenge this wrong." His voice was exaggerated, reminiscent of a soap opera performance, his red mask smeared with grime, while his exposed chin chewed on something, as if he had just pilfered a half-eaten corn cake. Yang Jieshi turned pale, attempting to shake off Deadpool's bear hug, but the man clung on like an unyielding adhesive. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Hey, you in the red. You got the wrong person. I'm not your good brother. I don't even know you. Let go at once, or I shall sever your other leg." Glancing down, he observed the wound on Deadpool as severed leg healing at a visible pace, bones cracking, and muscles regenerating like wriggling worms, albeit at a deliberately slow rate. Daredevil adjusted his sunglasses, his tone coolly detached. "Friend, it is rather inconsiderate of you to trouble my client like this. We have matters to attend to. If you require medical expenses, I can offer a bit of cash." He retrieved several bills from his suit pocket, intending to dismiss this unfortunate soul. Yet, Deadpool rebuffed the gesture, releasing Yang Jieshi and hopping on one leg, gesturing flamboyantly. "Medical expenses? Matt Murdock, you are far too stingy for a lawyer. I am Deadpool, Wilson, the universe's most dashing mercenary. Can medical fees even buy me a single hair?" Turning to Yang Jieshi, his tones suddenly turned grave. "Brother, we have history. Do you not remember? That time in Mexico, when we downed tequila and took down an entire gang, with Frank as well. Or are you just a fraud?" Yang Jieshi felt a jolt in his heart, yet maintained a composed facade. In a sense, Deadpool was correct. The true master of imitation should have been Anthony Masters, albeit eliminated by Harley's chaotic intervention, while he himself was merely a visitor from another realm. Deadpool's jumbled memories and cancer-riddled mind evidently left him disoriented regarding the timeline. Yang Jiesher chuckled coldly. My fellow in crimson, has the stench clouded your judgment? Well, have I ever shared a drink of tequila with you? Besides, your leg seems perfectly fine. He gestured towards Deadpool's right leg, the wound completely healed, even the hole in his trousers appearing to be a deliberate embellishment. Deadpool glanced down at his leg, momentarily taken aback, then burst into applause, exclaiming, "Wow. Truly, I surpass myself. I'm recovering even faster than before." Suddenly, he leaned closer to Yang Jiesher, lowering his voice. "Wait a moment, brother. You must tell me, what year is it? 2008? 2009? Or perhaps the year Thanos attacked New York City?" His eyes glimmered beneath the mask, as if attempting to unearth some secret from Yang Jiesher's expression. Yang Jiesher furrowed his brow and answered cautiously, "It's 2008. Tony Stark just declared on television that he is Iron Man. Why do you ask?" He discreetly stepped back, his hand instinctively moving towards a crossbow at his waist. Ever vigilant against any sudden outburst from Deadpool, Deadpool slapped his forehead, muttering, 2008? That can't be right. I had dealings with a master of mimicry. Wait, my head. The brain cancer is acting up again. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he pointed at Yang Jiesher. You must be a Skrull in disguise. I witnessed Anthony Masters being taken down by Gwenpool and Harley Quinn. No, the timeline is wrong. The Secret Wars occurred in 2015. My head is pounding. He crouched down, cradling his head, mumbling a chaotic string of words as if addressing an invisible audience. Hey, dear readers, weigh in. This guy's micro-expression management is worthy of an Oscar. Is he genuinely amnesiac, or merely playing the part of this poor, charming antagonist? The camera zoomed in for a close-up of his pupils. Daredevil frowned and whispered to Yang Jiesher, "This fellow is clearly deranged. Let us ignore him. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Yang Jiesher conveyed an expression that suggested he didn't need to be told that. He turned to leave, but Deadpool suddenly sprang up, blocking their path with exaggerated urgency. "Don't go, Matt. And you too, Master Mimic. We are the golden trio of Hell's Kitchen." He paused, leaning closer to Yang Jiesher. "Listen, brother. I was nearly beaten to death by a bunch of crazy women, and now I'm broke, forced to scrape by. I need a partner for a big score. We'll split it 50-50, no 40-60. I'll take 60, you take 40. Yang Jiesher's expression darkened. He had no desire to become embroiled in Deadpool's schemes. He knew from experience that Deadpool's big scores invariably led to trouble. He scoffed, "Crimson-clad one, clarify your intentions first. Let us not have another disastrous plan involving blowing up buildings." Deadpool chuckled, brandishing his katana and twirling in his hand. "Fear not, brother, this endeavor is absolutely worthwhile. As for the specifics, I must first ascertain that you are not a Skrull." He abruptly halted, staring intently at Yang Jiesher with an odd tone. "But never mind. My mind is a muddled mess right now. Regardless, you are the master of mimicry, and we are brothers, are we not? Tomorrow night in my office, I will take you on a grand venture." He patted Yang Jiesher on the shoulder and turned to sit beside him, donning a pair of headphones that he seemed to have produced from thin air, humming an off-key tune of uncertain origin. Yang Jiesher watched Deadpool, who was lost in his music, and rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Matt, I find myself regretting this meal with you," he lamented. "This guy is a nuisance. This could spell trouble." With that, he could only wish him good luck. Daredevil hastily completed his thought, almost preempting Deadpool's next erratic idea, and with a swift motion, he vanished like a shadow, merging with the night. A few deft turns later, he disappeared into the labyrinthine shadows of fire escapes and billboards at the alley's mouth. His speed was astonishing, seemingly fueled by every ounce of his strength, as though he were being pursued not by a chatterbox with a broken leg, but by some indescribable cosmic plague. Yang Jiesher stood there momentarily, staring blankly as Matt's figure faded into the darkness, inwardly cursing, "You ungrateful wretch, Daredevil." Chapter 22, A Big Score, Part 1. The nights in Hell's Kitchen were perpetually filled with clamor. Neon lights flickered in the narrow alleys, while the distant wails of police sirens intertwined with the shouts of inebriated patrons, forming the backdrop of the neighborhood. Yang Jiesher stood beneath a dilapidated apartment building, gazing up at the crooked sign of Wilson's Detective Agency, his lips twitching. The sign featured a cartoonish depiction of Deadpool, a taco dangling from his mouth, with hasty scrawls alongside declaring, "No cat or dog cases unless you pay double." Rubbing his temples, Yang Jiesher felt an overwhelming sense of regret. "System, you must be doing this on purpose. forcing me to mingle with this lunatic? After parting ways with Daredevil the previous night, he had barely returned to the Justice Dojo when a new task from the system had popped up, coldly stating on the interface, "Main quest, complete a collaborative task with Deadpool. Reward, full immersion into the Marvel Universe. Failure penalty, deduction of 50 from current proficiency. 50 forced erasure." In that moment, Yang Jieshi felt the urge to smash his keyboard. No, not the keyboard. He wished to obliterate the system. This task was clearly a trap, and the penalties were severe enough to deter any gamble. Deadpool's mouth was deadlier than his katana. Collaboration? It was likely he would be dragged into some disastrous plot involving exploding buildings. Yet a task was a task, and he had no choice but to steel himself for it. He pushed open the agency's door, and a cacophony of aromas, fried chicken, Mexican burritos, and expired cola, assaulted his senses. The office was a chaotic mess, adorned with posters of Wolverine and Deadpool's own graffiti, while corners overflowed with empty pizza boxes and broken weapons. Deadpool was sprawled on a tattered sofa, his red suit stained, clutching a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, with 7 or 8 burritos piled beside him, crunching noisily as he chewed. Upon noticing Yang Jieshi, his eyes lit up, and he waved exuberantly. "Hey, master of mimicry. Bro, you finally made it. Come. Try this family bucket. Mexican style, spicy enough to make your backside bloom." Yang Jieshi rolled his eyes, but couldn't deny his appetite. He sat down without hesitation, seized a piece of fried chicken, took a bite, and winced at the intensity of the spice, muttering, "Isn't this flavor a bit too strong? Let us address the matter at hand. What is the task of the individual in the crimson attire? I trust it is not yet another ill-conceived notion of demolishing a building." As he dined, he discreetly scrutinized Deadpool. The copper coin amulet upon his chest radiated a subtle warmth, as if to remind him that this character was far from simple. Deadpool chuckled heartily, discarding the chicken bone in his hand, wiping his mouth with exaggerated flair. "Brother, the task is exceedingly straightforward, I assure you. We are poised to execute a grand scheme." He paused, leaning closer to Yang Jieshi, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Yang Jieshi nearly choked on a piece of fried chicken, his eyes widening in disbelief as he set down the drumstick and dashed towards the door. "A heist on S. H-I-E-L-D. Have you lost your mind to cancer cells? I have no desire to confront Nick Fury, that one-eyed dragon with a heart as dark as his visage. Visions of S. H-I-E-L, DS aircraft carriers, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and an arsenal of advanced weaponry flashed through his mind. While Deadpool might have the audacity to traverse the timelines to evade calamity, entangling himself with S. H-I-E-L-D would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet, just as he reached the threshold, Deadpool materialized before him with a ghostly swiftness, momentarily stunning Yang Jieshi. With a grin, Deadpool extended his arms, employing a Brazilian jiu-jitsu lock to ensnare Yang Jieshi's arm, swiftly following with a sweeping kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Yang Jieshi, quick to react, summoned his strength, anchoring himself like a rock in an attempt to counterattack. However, Deadpool defied all conventions, his body contorting like pliable clay, joints cracking as he utilized his weight to subdue Yang Jieshi. "Don't run, brother," Deadpool chattered incessantly. "We are a golden duo. Those S-H-I-E-L-D folks owe me a fortune in commissions. Mercenaries and prostitutes earn their keep through sweat and toil. Those who owe us will face divine retribution. If not them, then who? Besides, with your skills, what is there to fear?" Grinding his teeth, Yang Jieshi shook his right arm, activating his bone dislocation technique to extricate himself from Deadpool's grasp. In a swift motion, he regained his footing, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest upon Deadpool's chest, his fists enveloped in a fierce aura. Each impact resonating with a thunderous sound. Though driven back by the blows, Deadpool merely grinned, his chest indented but his spirit unbroken. "Ah, a new style of chi manipulation? Have you taken up the martial arts of Iron Fist?" His wounds healed at an astonishing rate, bones clicking back into place, and in the next instant he lunged forward, executing a flying tackle that pinned Yang Jieshi to the floor. Infuriated, Yang Jieshi's fingers darted with precision, striking vital points on Deadpool's body in an effort to immobilize him. Yet, Deadpool seemed to disregard these strikes entirely, bouncing back to life. "Acupressure? Brother, Do you take me for a villain in a wuxia novel? My body can withstand even cancer cells. Your little fingers are nothing. In a swift motion, he performed a backflip, drawing a katana from his waist, the blade gleaming as it sliced toward Yang Jieshi. Yang Jieshi ifadet, the blade narrowly grazing his trench coat and sparking a fiery trail. With a roar, he unleashed the full force of his 8 Extremes fist, lunging at Deadpool like a cannonball, his might causing the floor to crack beneath him. Deadpool was sent flying, crashing through the wooden wall of the office, landing amidst a pile of pizza boxes, yet he continued to exclaim, "Wow, that move packs a punch. Bring it on, bring it on." Yang Jieshi, Banting Heafili, activated his observation haki to its fullest extent, attempting to anticipate Deadpool's erratic movements. However, Deadpool's actions bore no discernible pattern, resembling a whimsical cartoon character, and his speed was astonishingly swift. Just as Yang was about to strike again, Deadpool lunged at him, spewing a barrage of taunts. "Imitation master, what is up with your skills? Have you not been practicing lately? Or have you been enchanted by some adorable little girl, leaving you all flustered and unsteady? Is it the one with golden short hair, or perhaps the twin ponytails? Oh, by the way, readers, don't you think this guy bears a striking resemblance to Ryu from Street Fighter? That punch, TSK. Let's get a slow-motion replay on that." Yang Jieshi's forehead throbbed with veins, thoroughly exasperated by Deadpool's incessant banter. He growled, "Shut up. Can you be quiet for once?" He attempted a grappling move to seize Deadpool's neck, but Deadpool's body slipped away like an eel, evading capture and delivering a swift kick to Yang. Yang felt a sharp pain in his chest. Thankfully, his martial arts training allowed him to mitigate some of the impact, yet he was still forced to stagger back a few steps. The battle raged on for over 10 minutes, leaving the office in utter disarray. Tables collapsed, walls bore new holes, and even Deadpool's cherished Wolverine poster was shredded to pieces. Yang Jieshi was drenched in sweat, having exhausted every martial arts technique he knew, and his internal energy was significantly depleted, yet he found himself utterly unable to subdue Deadpool. The latter's regenerative abilities were nearly insurmountable. Severed limbs reattached seamlessly. Pressure point strikes proved ineffective, and his aura attacks felt as though they were striking against cotton. Even more maddening was Deadpool's incessant chatter, akin to a machine gun, each word a piercing annoyance that made Yang wish he could seal his mouth with tape. Finally, panting heavily, Yang raised a hand and declared, "Stop. I'm not running anymore. Is that enough for you? You lunatic, what on earth do you want? Clarify your plan? Or I'd rather jump out of here than play along with you." He plopped down on the battered sofa and took a bite of a burrito, attempting to calm his nerves. Deadpool chuckled, hopping on one leg to Yang's side and patting his shoulder. "That's the spirit, brother. We are the unrivaled duo of Hell's Kitchen. Taking down SHILD is but a minor feat." He paused, adopting a mysterious tone. "Listen closely. This caper ISNT just about the money. SHIELD has a secret warehouse concealing something I require. As for the specifics, you'll find out during the operation. Rest assured, the reward will be to your satisfaction. Let us split it 60-40 my way. Yang Jieshi Skolfet, 60-40, in your dreams. It's 50-50, or we're done here." Yet he was already calculating. SHILD's secret warehouse was undoubtedly significant. Despite Deadpool's madness, his instincts were sharper than a hound's, and whatever he had his sights set on would surely be of great importance. With the system's mission weighing on him, it seemed he could not evade this murky water. Deadpool slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "50-50 it is. Brother, in a few hours, we'll be delivering a grand gift to that black-hearted Nick Fury." He grasped a handful of fried chicken and stuffed it into his mouth, humming an off-key, unrecognizable tune, completely disregarding Yang Jieshi's sour expression. Yang Jieshi rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. He cast a glance at the system interface. The task progress remained at 0. It seemed that unless he completed this mission with Deadpool, the system would not relent. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Had I known, I would have shared that burrito with Matt." However, he also learned from Deadpool that the Nick Fury here resembled the black character from the movie, leading him to wonder if the plot would mirror the cinematic version. Chapter 23, A Major Job, Part 2. Amidst a flurry of chaos, the dust finally settled. In Deadpool's agency, the furniture lay askew, and the walls bore several holes of varying sizes, evidence of the intensity of the friendly sparring match between Yang Jieshi and Deadpool. Breathless, Yang Jieshi sat on the floor, enduring the incessant buzzing of Deadpool's voice in his ear. Lamenting over the box of commissions he felt owed to him by S.H.O.D., he realized that reasoning with Deadpool was akin to attempting to bash one's head against a tofu block. The tasks issued by the system felt like ropes binding him, forcing him to temporarily endure the torment of the Marvel Universe's most notorious nuisance. All right, enough already. Stop wailing. Yang Jieshi rubbed his chest, still sore from the collision with Deadpool, taking several deep breaths to suppress the urge to sever Deadpool's head with a blade. Come on, weren't you planning something big? What is the battle plan? Don't tell me you intend to charge and head first and bring down the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with your mouth. Upon hearing this, Deadpool's eyes sparkled with excitement as he leaped up like a hyperactive monkey. Ha ha ha, a master of imitation. As expected of my brother, you know my heart well. However, violence won't resolve our issues. Wisdom is the true path. Come, follow me to my secret war room. He tugged at Yang Jieshi's arm, dragging him through the one door in the agency that appeared relatively intact. This so-called war room was, in fact, a combination of Deadpool's bedroom and a storage area. The room was filled with a strange musty odor mingled with various other scents. The walls were plastered with an array of low-budget movie posters, hand-drawn sketches, and targets riddled with bullet holes. A rickety, folding table stood in the center of the room, covered with wrinkled white paper on which a map was haphazardly drawn in crayon. As Yang Jieshi approached, he felt a wave of nausea. The map crudely outlined several buildings, accompanied by hastily scrawled annotations. S.H.I.L. Headquarters, the lair of the villains, back door, small path, ventilation duct, crawling space. Most absurdly, the map was littered with dozens of plastic figurines of various shapes. Some donned green military uniforms, others wielded lightsabers like Jedi, and even a Barbie doll adorned with a fierce expression drawn on her face with a marker to represent S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and guards. Look here, brother, Deadpool exclaimed, picking up a green soldier figurine. This one is our first line of defense, composed of tin cans and big-headed soldiers. They're quite formidable. As he spoke, he suddenly retrieved a tattered cloth bag from beneath the table, spilling forth a cascade of dice: tetrahedral, cubic, octahedral, dodecahedral, and icosahedral, as well as some irregular eight-sided ones. What on earth is this? Yang Jieshi sensed impending doom, his complexion paling. Of course, it's to determine our actions, Deadpool exclaimed, excitedly picking up a thick tome with the cover emblazoned with Dungeons & Dragons, Player's Handbook, 3rd edition. He flipped to a page and pointed to a chart. Look, we need to pass a stealth check with a difficulty level of 15 to quietly bypass the outer guards. Come on, mimic the master and roll for agility. He handed over a 20-sided die, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. A wave of despair washed over Yang Jieshi. He had encountered oddities before, but treating a S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltration mission as a role-playing game was a unique brand of insanity that Deadpool embodied. Now he was not only confronted with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s meticulous defenses, but also the capriciousness of the dice. He shoved the dice aside, gritting his teeth. If you're going to fetch the rulebook, you should at least get a 4th edition. Yours is outdated. And spare me this nonsense. This is the real world. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a target in your backyard. Deadpool shrugged, nonchalantly reclaiming the dice, his tone suddenly turning serious. He approached the window and drew back the tattered curtains. Outside, night had fallen, and the distant lights illuminated the vibrant streets of Manhattan. Deadpool grabbed an antique brass telescope and handed it to Yang Jieshi. Take your time, brother. I know you're skeptical of these mystical powers, but as a professional mercenary, I've done my homework. Yang Jieshi, with a hint of suspicion, accepted the telescope and brought it to his eyes. The view was somewhat hazy, yet he could make out the iconic S.H.I.E.L.D. Triskelion building in the distance. Through Deadpool's telescope, he observed the patrols surrounding the building and learned from Deadpool that the guards changed shifts every 15 minutes along fixed routes. Drones hovered above, but they had a 2-second visual blind spot every 5 minutes, and the exhaust fans and the side vents halted every half hour for 3 minutes. Yang Jieshi's expression grew grave, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. The information was precise and detailed, unlikely to be mere conjecture. Though Deadpool was eccentric, his professional prowess and observational acuity were undeniably formidable. Indeed, this madman could be considered a formidable force in the Marvel mercenary world, and it was no surprise he possessed real skills. A sliver of Yang Jieshi's despair dissipated, replaced by a faint, reluctant glimmer of hope. How about that? Feeling a bit more reliable now? Deadpool grinned, as if reading Yang Jieshi's thoughts. He turned and retrieved a brightly colored children's watch adorned with cartoon characters from the nightstand, holding it up before Yang Jieshi. Look closely, brother. This is specially prepared for you. It has a countdown feature, accurate to the second. Yang Jieshi stared at the electronic watch featuring Mickey Mouse, once again rendered speechless. Deadpool, that peculiar fellow, invariably pulls one back into the absurdity of reality just as a glimmer of hope begins to rise. He grasped the watch, its digits pulsating with life. Our objective lies within the clandestine vault of S.H.I.E.L.D., 15 levels beneath the surface. Deadpool's voice suddenly crescendoed with fervor as he picked up a Barbie doll and a toy soldier, gesturing animatedly on a rudimentary map. We will infiltrate through this ventilation shaft, evade the first layer of guards, and then ascend directly to our target floor via the internal elevator. There we will encounter 3 electronic locks that will require your hacking expertise. At this juncture, Deadpool abruptly paused, casting a curious glance towards Yang Jieshi. Wait a minute. Master Mimic, do you possess hacking skills? Oh, never mind. We have a few hours. You can watch videos and learn. After all, you have superpowers. You'll surely manage. He continued his monologue, entirely disregarding any opportunity for Yang Jieshi to interject. The S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouse contains what I require. Once we obtain it, we will exfiltrate through the emergency exit and rendezvous at this abandoned warehouse to finalize the handover, 50-50 split. Deadpool slapped the table with exuberance, as though he could already envision success. The total duration is estimated at 2 hours, plus some buffer time. We must complete the mission before 3 in the morning. He pointed at the time displayed on the children's watch, then glanced at a corner where a digital clock blinked red numbers, seemingly seeking confirmation of something. Wait a moment. Yang Jieshi's brow furrowed slightly. The children's watch indicated 224715, while the alarm clock's red glow seemed to show 224. In the dim light of the night, the grease on the clock screen rendered the last 2 digits somewhat indistinct, leaving him uncertain of the precise discrepancy. Yet it was evident that they were not synchronized. A sense of foreboding began to creep into his consciousness. He opened his mouth, intending to alert Deadpool, to point out this perilous time disparity. However, the words inexplicably caught in his throat. He gazed into Deadpool's eyes, which sparkled with excitement beneath the mask, their crescent shape mirroring the strange smile that adorned his face, stirring within him an indescribable complexity of emotions. Time is money, my friend. Deadpool's booming voice and a greasy palm suddenly slapped him on the back, nearly sending him stumbling. Deadpool, brimming with impatience, tugged at his arm, dragging him towards the kitchen, the battleground of fried chicken, while excitedly exclaiming, "We must replenish our calories before the operation. Fuel up, and our efficiency will double. Let us go. Go. My spicy burrito is calling." Yang Jieshi stumbled, the words he had intended to voice. "Your watch seems inaccurate?" Were forcibly swallowed back down. He cast one last glance at the corner, where the grease-stained clock stubbornly blinked the red digits, 224,238, under the dim light, creating a silent, lethal chasm between it and the 224,715 indicated by the Mickey Mouse watch on his wrist. Deadpool's astounding strength left Yang Jieshi no choice but to be dragged along. As the flickering flame of hope ignited by the intel was doused by this inexplicable time discrepancy. Cursed be this error. I fervently hope it does not lead to dire consequences. He could only silently pray, or perhaps despairingly complain within. Chapter 24. A Big Score, Part 2. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, known as the Triskelion, is touted as the world's foremost espionage agency, outwardly glamorous, boasting the most advanced technology and elite operatives. Yet, in truth, this place resembles a playground for superheroes and villains alike, frequently breached by both frontal assaults and stealthy infiltrations. The infiltration by Hydra has rendered the internal security as porous as a sieve. Half of the agents are Hydra moles, while the other half engage in mutual suspicion, leaving the true S-H-I-E-L-D agents as a mere minority. As for the security systems, let us not even mention it. The ventilation ducts serve as open passages, from Spider-Man to Loki and various other antagonists and anti-heroes. One would feel remiss to claim expertise in the field without having traversed these ducts. Yang Jieshi lay within the ventilation shaft, the muffled hum of Deadpool's off-key singing echoing in his ears. Fortunately, he had set his earpiece to silent mode, sparing himself from the maddening tunes. The duct was stifling and narrow, condensation beating on the metallic walls, and the air was thick with the scent of machine oil and disinfectant. Yang Jieshi crawled behind, with Deadpool leading the way, his red spandex suit appearing as a moving target in the dimly lit duct. As they moved stealthily, Deadpool continued to mutter, "Hey, master of imitation, why is this duct so clean? Did S-H-I-E-L-D-S janitors receive overtime from Hydra? Oh, by the way, dear readers, let us zoom in for a close-up of my sexy dairy-ree." He wiggled his hips, nearly colliding with Yang Jieshi's face. Gritting his teeth, Yang Jieshi hissed, "Shut up, Deadpool. Keep it up, and I'll toss you into Gotham for a wrestling match with Bane." Using his observation hockey, he sensed a faint sound of patrolling footsteps outside the duct. The frequency was regular, and they remained blissfully unaware of the intruders above, although he was reluctant to complain. The laxity of perimeter security regarding the ventilation ducts was utterly absurd. The duo crawled to a ventilation opening, peering through the grate to find a vast elevator shaft below, the electronic display on the wall indicating basement level 15. "We've arrived, brother," Deadpool exclaimed excitedly, patting Yang Jieshi on the shoulder before producing a screwdriver and prying open the vent cover with ease. They descended cautiously, landing on the smooth floor of the elevator shaft. Yang Jieshi quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, and let out a sigh of relief. However, Deadpool had already bounded to the elevator doors, pressing the button while humming a discordant tune. Ding. S-H-I-E-L-D. Luxurious elevator. Next stop, secret warehouse. As the elevator doors opened, they swiftly stepped inside, the doors slowly closing behind them. Yang Jieshi glanced at his wristwatch, a Mickey Mouse timepiece, reading 2:50. A frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. But time was of the essence, so he dismissed the thought and murmured, "Let us reconfirm the plan. I'll head to the archives to insert the chip. You go to the power room to cut the electricity. We'll meet in 10 minutes. And please, don't pull any stunts." Deadpool flashed a hand signal, grinning relax. "Brother, I'm a professional mercenary. Cutting the power is a piece of cake." He paused, adopting a mysterious tone, "By the way, that chip for the archives, it's been given to Dopinder, right? The young fellow is both inexpensive and remarkably effective, albeit with slightly shaky hands." A fact that provoked a dark look from Yang Jieshi as he recalled the utterly futile hacking tutorial Deadpool had thrust upon him. Subsequently, the outsourcing proved to be even more absurd. Their hacker, Dopinder, the Indian chap who drove a cab in the Deadpool film, was a source of incredulity. Yang Jieshi's hastily acquired hacking skills left him feeling entirely unprepared, relying solely on Deadpool's connections. Dopinder, with a thick accent laced with curry, confidently asserted he could remotely breach S-H-I-E-L-D-S firewall, charging a ludicrously low fee of $150 plus a case of beer. Yang Jieshi was on the verge of refusing, thoroughly unimpressed by the apparent unreliability of his counterpart. However, time was of the essence, and having heard that S-H-I-E-L-D also employed Indian contractors, they begrudgingly decided to proceed. He snorted derisively, questioning the reliability of his Indian counterpart, fearing that if the chip failed and the firewall remained intact, he would be left to dismantle the surveillance manually. As the elevator doors opened, the corridor of the 15th underground level came into view, illuminated by stark white lights, with metallic panels embedded in the walls. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy alloy door marked File Room. Yang Jieshi exchanged a glance with Deadpool before they split up to execute their respective tasks. Yang Jieshi stealthily crept along the wall, his monk-like agility allowing him to move as silently as a cat. In stark contrast, Deadpool sauntered toward the distribution room, humming a tune as if he were merely heading to the convenience store for a midnight snack. Upon reaching the file room, Yang Jiesher confronted a high-tech electronic lock, accompanied by an iris scanner. He retrieved a microchip from his waist pouch, a miraculous device obtained from Dopinder. Taking a deep breath, he inserted the chip, and Dopinder's nervous voice crackled through his earpiece. "Sir, the chip is connected. I'm cracking the firewall just a moment. The signal is a bit choppy." Beads of sweat formed on Yang Jiesher's brow as he cursed under his breath, lamenting the adage that you get what you pay for. Fortunatelli, moments late. The lock emitted a beep, and a green light illuminated. Yang Jiesher exhaled in relief and pushed the door open. Inside the file room, the lights blazed brightly, revealing rows of server cabinets, the air thick with the hum of electronic devices. He quickly located the main control panel and plugged in the chip. Dopinder's voice chimed in again. "All set, sir. The firewall is down, and the surveillance is offline. However, I can't manage the secondary encryption. You'll need to input the password manually." Yang Jiesher's face drained of color as he clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "Manually? Where am I supposed to get the password?" Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he noticed a sticky note beside the control panel bearing the password, 123. Yang Jiesher paused, incredulous, and muttered, "It's a travesty that S-H-I-E-L-D. Doesn't T have better security than this?" He entered the password. The screen unlocked, and the data transfer commenced. Yet at that moment, silence fell over the earpiece. Yang Jiesher frowned and whispered, "Red Suit, what are you doing? Is there a power outage?" No response came. A sinking feeling began to swell within him. Simultaneously, a piercing alarm blared from outside the file room, and the corridor lights shifted to a menacing red hue. Yang Jiesher cursed under his breath, realizing that this lunatic had once again botched the operation. Meanwhile, at S-H-I-E-L-D.'s command center, Nick Fury stood before a colossal monitor, his expression as cold and unyielding as a slab of basalt. An agent hurriedly reported, "Director, there is an anomaly on the 15th underground level. The surveillance system has malfunctioned, possibly indicating an intruder." Fury narrowed his single eye and coldly commanded, "Seal off the building and initiate the emergency protocol. I want every last one of these vermin apprehended." Meanwhile, Deadpool had not ventured to the power distribution room at all. He stood in the S-H-I-L-D employee lounge before a gumball machine, clutching a handful of coins, muttering, "Hey, the Mickey Mouse timer shows 5 minutes left. Plenty of time for me to snag a Captain America foil card." He dropped a coin into the machine, which promptly dispensed a plastic egg. Excitedly, Deadpool opened it to reveal a shimmering Captain America card. He held it aloft, exclaiming to the air, "Readers, behold this treasure. A limited edition worth several $100s. Just as he was about to insert another coin, the lounge door burst open, and a squad of S-H-L-D agents stormed in, rifles raised, shouting, "Don't move. Hands up." Deadpool blinked, then grinned widely. "Oh, is the party starting?" With a swift motion, he drew his twin swords, moving like a specter as he dispatched 2 agents in a flurry of glimmering blade light. He performed a backflip to evade gunfire and threw a smoke bomb, enveloping the lounge in a thick fog. Amidst the chaos, Deadpool dashed toward the power room, still shouting, "Master of imitation, hold on, buddy. I'm about to cut the power." He kicked open the door to the power room, facing a complex circuit board, and unsheathed his katana, striking down with authority. Sparks flew as the lights on the 15th underground level abruptly extinguished, leaving only the flickering red of emergency lights. Yang Jie, in the archives, heard Deadpool's voice through his earpiece and was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed with frustration. "You went to buy gumballs." But there was no time to berate him as footsteps approached from the corridor. He drew his anti-Japanese war sword, brimming with determination, ready to charge in. At that moment, Deadpool came barreling in from the opposite end, still clutching the Captain America foil card, shouting, "Brother, power, cut accomplished. Let S move. The warehouse is ahead." The two burst from the archives, colliding with a squad of agents. Yang Jie unleashed a Monk S stunning punch, sending 2 agents flying with a surge of energy. Deadpool wielded his swords, creating a web of light that deflected all incoming bullets, taking a moment to boast to Yang Jie, "Look, the foil card. It's going for at least $300 online." Yang Jie gritted his teeth. "Shut up." The two fought and retreated, sprinting down the corridor as the shouts and gunfire of agents echoed behind them. Utilizing his observation hockey, Yang Jie finally spotted the entrance to the warehouse, a massive titanium alloy door, guarded by a laser defense grid. Deadpool chuckled mischievously, pulling out a pulse grenade, professional gear. Got it for $50. He tossed the pulse grenade, causing the laser grid to instantly deactivate. The two smashed through the great door and rushed into the warehouse as alarms blared thunderously behind them. Inside, the warehouse was shrouded in darkness, filled with the metallic and chemical scents of the air. Breathing heavily, Yang Jie muttered, "Wade Wilson, your timetable is going to be the end of me." Deadpool scratched his head, raising the Mickey Mouse watch. "Is this my fault? Who knew S-H-I-E-L? DS clocks were so precise." Chapter 25. The Super Soldier Serum in the Clandestine Depths of S-H-I-E-L. DS Underground Warehouse. A pungent aroma of metal and chemical agents permeated the air. Dim emergency lights cast fractured shadows, illuminating rows of metallic shelves laden with sealed boxes, weapon prototypes, and enigmatic high-tech devices, each labeled with cryptic codes. Yang Jieshur stood before a mount of boxes, the clock in his hand ticking away, a reminder of the urgency of time. Meanwhile, Deadpool, resembling a child in a candy store, hummed a dissonant pop tune, rummaging through the chaos, his red spandex suit conspicuously vibrant in the gloom. The Super Soldier Serum, a legendary artifact of the Marvel Universe, was born from the Rebirth Project during World War II. This concoction could transform an ordinary individual into a super soldier with strength, speed, and endurance far exceeding that of a typical human. The most renowned product of this serum was Steve Rogers, the American captain. With just one injection, he metamorphosed from a frail youth into a muscular hero, wielding his sound-absorbing shield to vanquish Hydra's foes, evenly matched against anyone. However, successful cases of the serum were exceedingly rare, and the side effects were nothing short of catastrophic. Failures either perished or became grotesque abominations. Aside from Captain America, few successes included the Winter Soldier and the Mimic, Anthony Masters, who initially relied on his mimicry abilities but enhanced his physique through the serum, becoming a top-tier mercenary. Now, this vial of serum had become Deadpool's primary objective, and as for his intentions, Yang Jieshur could not be bothered to speculate. After all, the madman's thoughts were anything but coherent. "Hey, Mimic, I found it," Deadpool suddenly exclaimed, extracting a sealed blue test tube from a box marked with a mysterious code. The liquid within shimmered under the flickering lights. He raised the tube triumphantly, as if presenting an Oscar trophy. "The Super Soldier Serum. This will let me become Captain America 2.0. Oh no, I mean Deadpool Captain. Readers, just imagine me in a Stars and Stripes bodysuit, wielding a katana. How glorious would that be?" He gingerly tucked the test tube into the tactical pouch on his belt, patting it for assurance. "Steady now, this tube is mine." Yang Jieshur rolled his eyes, retorting, "What do you intend to do with the serum? Cure brain cancer? Or perhaps seek a little extra height? Don't tell me you plan to sell it to Osborn. That old geezer has been eyeing me." He continued rummaging through the shelves, his system interface flickering before him, indicating collectible gear. He spotted a metal fragment labeled with a curious code, its surface glossy and cold to the touch. The system noted, "URU metal, a rare material originating from Asgard, collectible." Without hesitation, Yang Jieshur slipped it into the pocket of his trench coat, casually grabbing two small metal pieces as well. Pondering their value, this should fetch a good trade with Odin for some gear, and most importantly, I 1T have to carry them while making my escape. Ignoring Yang Jieshur's jibes, Deadpool dragged out a pink, rainbow-colored backpack adorned with a sparkling unicorn design, reminiscent of a primary schooler's stationery. He opened his backpack and began to stuff it with various items. A plasma pistol, several high-explosive grenades, a helmet labeled as experimental nano-armor, and even a canister marked as extraterrestrial energy drink. Yang Jieshur couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief, thinking to himself, "Is this backpack a dimensional bag? How can it hold so much?" Deadpool chuckled, breaking the fourth wall. "Brother, this is Marvel's magical backpack. Readers, a little sponsorship, and I'll show you how to fit a cannon in here." He casually added a drone, making the backpack swell like a balloon, yet it curiously did not burst. Yang Jieshur, uninterested, continued to rummage through. His gaze fell upon a box labeled as well. Upon opening it, he discovered a half-finished vibranium shield, its edges unpolished and far from the quality of Captain America's finished product. Yet its weight and hardness were astonishing. He weighed it in his hands, hesitating to take it. The system prompted, prototype vibranium shield, extremely high defense, capable of absorbing kinetic energy, cannot be stored. Tempted, Yang Jieshi ultimately decided against carrying the conspicuous burden of a shield, finding it too heavy and impractical for battle, and instead opted for several small devices labeled as Stark Industries Microtech, preparing for the impending pursuit. The other items were either too heavy or would not fetch a good price, prompting him to choose more cautiously. On the other side of the warehouse, Deadpool was still feverishly scavenging, mumbling, "This laser sword is nice. I could pretend to be a Jedi. And this potion? Oh, Hydra Enhancement Serum. Will give me 9 heads. Haha, taking it." After all, Nick Fury's paying for everything tonight. He packed the backpack to the brim, throwing sly glances at Yang Jieshi. "Brother, what are you doing with those useless trinkets? You metal won't fill your stomach. Come on, help me grab some of this." He tossed a weapon marked as an experimental freeze gun, nearly hitting Yang Jieshi's foot. Yang Jieshi caught the freeze gun and retorted, "Are you here to rob a bank or loot a supermarket? Let's get serious. Fury's agents are probably on their way." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden chill ran through him, as if his brain were on fire. This was a warning from his observation hotkey. Yang Jieshi's heart raced as he activated his hotkey, detecting hurried footsteps approaching from the corridor outside the warehouse. He growled and read, "Prepare for battle. Someone is coming." Deadpool, however, dismissed it with a wave of his hand. "Relax, brother. Those S-H-I-E-L-D guys move like turtles. We still have time to grab more." "Wait, what's this?" He pulled out a device from the depths of the shelves, grinning widely. "A toy for the Hulk?" Taking it. Just as Yang Jieshi was about to scold him, the warehouse door suddenly crashed open with a resounding bang, and the emergency lights illuminated 2 figures. To the left stood a man in a black tactical suit, wielding a compound bow, with arrows glinting ominously in his quiver. It was none other than S.H.I. Agent. Ok, clean bâton. His gaze was as piercing as an eagle's, locking on at Deadpool and Yang Jieshi. His tone icy. "Put down your weapons and raise your hands, or in the next second, you'll become targets." On the right, Yang Jieshi felt an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from a blind man, his eyes concealed by a crimson cloth. Wielding a katana with a steady gait akin to a mountain, he was Takahashi, the blind sword master from the Mortal Kombat universe, possessing unparalleled perception and swordsmanship, with an enigmatic energy coiling around the blade. The sword in Yang Jieshi's hand trembled with excitement as a warning flashed on the system interface. "Special bounty. High-risk target. Swordmaster. Interdimensional entity. Highly perceptive. Evade recommended." Defeating grants a 10-fold draw for intermediate martial arts. Deadpool, however, whistled in exhilaration. "Hey, Hawkeye and Little Red Cloth. Readers, this spectacle is bound to be thrilling. Imitation masters, ready your weapons. Let us engage in an interdimensional melee." He unsheathed his dual blades, striking a combat pose, his My Little Pony backpack swaying behind him, while a test tube containing super soldier serum glimmered at his waist. Yang Jieshi gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. "Can you refrain from causing trouble?" Grasping his anti-Japanese war broadsword, enveloped in a powerful aura, he braced for battle. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, had drawn his bow, the arrow aimed squarely at Deadpool's head, while the sword master slightly raised his blade, the air thick with murderous intent. The tension within the warehouse reached its zenith. The battle on the verge of eruption. Chapter 26. Mortal Kombat in the secret warehouse of S.H.I.E.L. DS 15th subterranean level. The air was as still as ice, the metallic shelves casting grotesque shadows under the red glow of emergency lights. Yang Jieshi gripped his broadsword firmly, the aura wrapping around the blade, emitting a deep hum. Opposite him, Takahashi, wielding a katana, exuded waves of lethal intent beneath his crimson blindfold. The blade trembled slightly, resonating with some unseen force, evoking memories of an adversary who could mimic the skills of others. Hawkeye stood to the side, his compound bow drawn taut. An arrow locked onto Deadpool. Deadpool, nonchalant, held a Desert Eagle in each hand, his My Little Pony backpack bobbing on his back, exclaiming, "Welcome, readers, to Mortal Kombat. S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Edition." On the left, we have a master of Eastern martial arts. On the right, an interdimensional blind swordsman. And in the center, yours truly, the dashing commentator. Now, prepare for the first round. Yang Jieshi gritted his teeth, growling, "Deadpool, shut up." He lunged at the swordmaster, his blade glimmering like a silver thread, integrating the principles of Bejequin into his technique with the force of thunder. The sword master sidestepped, countering with a flick of his katana. The clash of their weapons igniting sparks. Both retreated simultaneously. In that fleeting moment of contact, the sword master sneered, "Your sword is commendable, but how many lives have you taken with it? At this rate, your blade shall become a cursed weapon." Yang Jieshi, undeterred, retorted, "I cannot say, but it is the wielder, not the weapon itself, that bears the guilt." He spoke truthfully, unaware of the deeds his master had committed with that very sword. The battle unfolded like a scene from Mortal Kombat, the two exchanging trivial taunts before plunging into combat. The arena thick with the clash of blades and swirling intent to kill. Although the sword maniac's prowess in the narrative is somewhat erratic, he has triumphed over formidable opponents like Zhong Shang and Kano, even managing to knock down action star Johnny Cage, who, in that era, lacked the divine warrior physique and was merely an ordinary martial arts film star. The sword maniac's heightened perception renders each of his strikes exquisitely precise, and the Qiantang blade carves a peculiar arc, compelling Yang Jieshi to retreat repeatedly. Relying on his observation haki to anticipate attacks, Yang employs agile footwork combined with his great sword to maintain a tenuous balance. With a horizontal slash, imbued with haki, the blade tears through the air, yet the sword maniac evades by a hair's breadth, the tip of his sword grazing Yang's trench coat and leaving a faint mark. To the side, Deadpool and Hawkeye are already engaged in combat. Hawkeye releases an arrow, equipped with an explosive device, aimed directly at Deadpool's chest. In a remarkable backflip, Deadpool dodges, landing while firing his Desert Eagle, the bullet narrowly missing Hawkeye's tactical suit. Amidst the chaos, he quips, "Hey Hawkeye, your archery pales in comparison to my marksmanship. Readers, give him a thumbs up." Hawkeye snorts disdainfully, loosing a net arrow in an attempt to ensnare Deadpool. With a swift swing of his katana, Deadpool severs the netting, exclaiming, "Net arrow? Buddy, are you trying to get me on Twitter or what?" As the tempo of the battle escalates, the clash between Yang Jieshi and the sword maniac intensifies. The sword maniac's swordsmanship flows like water, each move lethal, while Yang's haki, though capable of enduring, begins to deplete under the prolonged strain of wielding two forms of haki simultaneously. With a decisive elbow strike from his 8 Extremes fist, he forces the sword maniac back, seizing a moment to catch his breath. Seizing the opportunity, the sword maniac drives the Qiantang blade into the ground to steady himself, then murmurs, "Spirit of the ancestors, awaken." A blue glow emanates from the blade as a translucent spirit rises from it, clad in ancient Japanese armor and wielding a long sword, embodying the ancestral spirit of the Qiantang blade. The spirit exhibits an ethereal quality. Physical attacks pass through its form but are met with cuts from its blade, creating an aura of enigma. Yang furrows his brow, recognizing that this marks the moment when his opponent becomes fully serious, and he once again confronts the spirit's blade. Taking a deep breath, he envelopes the strike with armament haki, the great sword radiating a deep black light. He charges toward the spirit and strikes down, the haki colliding forcefully with the ethereal entity. The spirit emits a soundless scream, akin to an attack originating from the soul, causing it to stagger back. Seizing the fleeting moment gifted by the spirit, the sword maniac launches a side attack, thrusting the Qiantang blade towards Yang's ribs. Yang Bareli Efades. But his left arm is grazed, leaving a trail of blood. Noticing Yang's peril, Deadpool hurls a smoke bomb at Hawkeye and rushes towards the main battlefield, shouting, "Hold on, bro, I'm coming to assist." He fires both guns, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the sword maniac. The sword maniac deflects the strikes, yet the spirit lunges at Deadpool, its blade slicing across his chest, blood gushing forth. Unfazed, Deadpool grins and retorts, "Hey, little ghost, I'm immortal. Slicing me is futile." He rolls away, creating distance, and calls out to Yang, "Brother, why are you struggling against these two? If this continues, I'll switch teammates." However, Hawkeye offers no respite, launching an arrow that nearly short-circuits Deadpool's mind. He coldly remarks, "Red suit, your mouth is more bothersome than your gun." However, Deadpool's incessant banter distracted Hawkeye, who caught a glimpse of the bizarre sword spirit of the swordman. Hesitating momentarily, he redirected his arrow towards Yang Jieshi, aiming to conclude the battle with a sneak attack. Yet his intention was swiftly perceived by Deadpool, who seized the opportunity to draw his katana and charged at Hawkeye, exclaiming, "Oh, shifting targets, are we? Cool, mate. Let us exchange a few moves." We shouldn't interfere with their duel. Yang Jieshi found himself in an increasingly perilous situation, besieged by the Swordman and the Sword Spirit, leaving him at a disadvantage. The Sword Spirit's phasing rendered ordinary attacks ineffective, and although Yang Jieshi's overwhelming aura could land hits, it consumed tremendous energy. Under the Swordman's deft command, the duo was elusive, compelling him to constantly shift from parrying the Swordman's strikes to fending off the Sword Spirit's assaults. Their coordination was so seamless that they effectively manifested the principle that 1 + 1 = more than 2. The Swordman's blade technique grew ever more fierce, each strike aimed at a vital point. Yang Jieshi unleashed a punch enveloped in his overwhelming aura, sending the spirit reeling. However, the Swordman's blade soon pierced toward his chest. He raised his large blade to block, feeling a numbing shock reverberate through his hands as he staggered back, gasping. The Swordman is indeed formidable. In his previous life, while playing a fighting game, Yang Jieshi had often suffered at the hands of the Swordman, invariably losing significant health to the duo of new and old characters. The Swordman shook his head, declaring, "Your struggles are merely a death dance. Surrender now." He and the Sword Spirit advanced simultaneously. Yang Jieshi summoned all his strength, his aura coiling around his blade, slicing forth a streak of black light that forced the Sword Spirit back. Yet he was soon struck by the Swordman's blade across his thigh, blood gushing forth, compelling him to kneel. Seeing this, Deadpool finally grew anxious, observing the Sword Spirit poised to deliver a decisive blow to Yang Jieshi. He hastily threw a high-explosive grenade at Hawkeye and, amidst the chaos of the explosion, dashed to Yang Jieshi's side, tackling him to the ground. From his belt, he produced a vial of super soldier serum, the blue liquid shimmering under the red light, grinning as he said, "Brother, if you can't hold on, don't force it. One shot, and you'll become Captain America." Yang Jieshi widened his eyes, too astonished to retort. He certainly did not consider himself a chosen one, believing that merely receiving the super soldier serum would enable him to wreak havoc. However, at that moment, Deadpool forcefully plunged the needle into his neck, injecting the liquid into his veins, a cold sting spreading like wildfire within him. Chapter 27. Awakening in the secret warehouse located on the 15th underground level of S.H.I.L. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt metal. Shelves lay collapsed, and shattered equipment fragments littered the ground. Yang Jieshi knelt, his left arm oozing a thin stream of blood from the injection site, the blue serum coursing through his veins like a chilling fire. His heart raced, and the excruciating pain in his muscles compelled him to roar, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Standing nearby, Deadpool, with his rainbow-colored pony backpack swaying, hands in his pockets, whistled, "Hey, brother, don't scream like you're giving birth. Once that serum kicks in, you'll be Captain America too." Zero. Readers, are you ready for a dramatic transformation? My good brother, aren't you feeling more exhilarated than when you indulge in a solo endeavor? Yang Jieshi gritted his teeth, a low curse escaping his throat. Shut up. But before he could finish, the agonizing pain abruptly morphed into a searing energy, as though his body was being reforged anew. His bones crackled as his muscle fibers reconfigured, and his retina seemed to be enveloped by a high-definition filter, rendering everything around him strikingly clear. The intricate patterns of screws on the shelf, the minute whereon Deadpool's tight suit, even the trails of dust in the air were vividly apparent. He abruptly stood, his chest heaving violently, the copper talisman burning against him like a branding iron. Yet it no longer served as a warning. Instead, it resonated with the newfound power burgeoning within him. Yang Jieshi closed his eyes, his thoughts brushing against the system, and attributes began to materialize in his mind. Originally, his strength was 12, agility 14, intelligence 15, and endurance 13, sufficient to hold his own against Daredevil, compensating for shortcomings with martial prowess and charisma. Now, under the serum enhancement, his strength surged to 18, agility skyrocketed to 20, endurance reached 19, and intelligence slightly increased to 16. His dynamic vision had dramatically improved, akin to the mimic master Anthony Masters from the original plot universe, capable of tracking high-speed movements. His memory functioned like an upgraded hard drive, replaying past battles with clarity. Even the flaws in the sword techniques of the sword enthusiast from earlier surfaced in his mind. Normally, he would unconsciously mimic an opponent's fighting style only when mentally immersed, but now he could do so at will. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his pupils, and murmured, "This feels rather exhilarating." Opposite him, Takahashi the sword enthusiast gripped his Chientang knife. A heavy gravity emanating from beneath the red blindfold, the spirit of the blade floating beside him, exuding a chilling aura of death. Hawkeye Clint Barton drew back his compound bow, the arrow aimed squarely at Yang Jieshi, and intoned solemnly, "Wilson, what did you inject him with?" "That stuff belongs to Hield." Deadpool chuckled, breaking the fourth wall. "Oh, Hawkeye, still fixated on that vial of serum? Too late. The readers have already seen me get the shot. Now, brace yourselves for the true mimic master who should have appeared in this narrative." Yang Jieshi flexed his wrists, the joints popping as he raised the massive anti-Japanese knife, assuming a two-handed sword stance. He grinned and beckoned to the sword enthusiast Takahashi. "You and your Chientang knife had me in quite a bind just now. Dare you to face me in a second round?" Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, executing the sword enthusiast technique, the blade slicing straight towards his opponent's visage. The sword enthusiast parried with his knife, sparks flying, yet the Chientang knife trembled from the impact, causing him to stagger back, exclaiming, "How could your strength possibly be?" The spirit of the blade shrieked and lunged, its ethereal form passing through the shelf, the blade aimed at Yang Jieshi's neck. Yang Jieshi's dynamic vision captured the trajectory, his observation haki predicting the point of impact. He sidestepped deftly, his armament haki enveloping his fist, delivering a stunning blow to the blade's spirit. The spirit was solidified by the haki, letting out a wail as it retreated to the sword enthusiast's side, that punch nearly banishing it back to the spirit realm. To the side, the battle between Deadpool and Hawkeye raged fiercely. Deadpool, dual-wielding Desert Eagles, unleashed a torrent of bullets, chattering incessantly. Readers, on the left is S.H.I.L. DS Master Archer, and on the right, your favorite blabbermouth. Check out my shooting skills. Aren't they dashing? Hawkeye scoffed, releasing a burst arrow that exploded against Deadpool's chest, leaving him bloodied. Unperturbed, he continued to run while shouting, "Oh, an explosive arrow? Far inferior to my grenades." He hurled a high-explosive grenade, and Hawkeye deftly rolled to evade, his tactical suit torn by shrapnel, his gaze growing colder. The confrontation between Yang Jieshi and the sword enthusiast escalated to a fever pitch, his serum-enhanced physique resembling a tiger descending from the mountains. Although the sword enthusiast's swordplay was exquisite, it revealed numerous flaws under Yang Jieshi's dynamic vision. With a powerful horizontal slash, he forced the sword enthusiast back. This time, Yang Jieshi unleashed the full force of his enhanced abilities, nearly causing the sword enthusiast to lose his cherished blade. In a bid to rectify this misstep, the blade spirit surged forth once more. Yang Jieshi replayed the sword enthusiast's moves in his mind, anticipating the blade spirit's trajectory. With an air of dominance, he enveloped his great sword in a fierce aura and struck the core of the spirit, banishing it and transforming it into a crimson light that returned to the cherished blade. The sword enthusiast spat out blood, realizing that the banishment of his ancestor meant he would have to confront this opponent head-on for the foreseeable future. Deadpool, witnessing Yang Jieshi's formidable presence, exclaimed with excitement, "Imitate the master, splendid work. This serum is worth a fortune. Come on, help me deal with Hawkeye." He executed a backflip to evade Hawkeye's net arrow, charging towards Yang Jieshi. Yet, Hawkeye offered no respite. An explosive arrow was loosed, obliterating Deadpool's handgun. He cursed, "Hey Hawkeye, your arrows are exceedingly mundane and lack creativity. If you don't come up with some innovative projectiles soon, your popularity will plummet, leading to dire consequences." As he complained, he swiftly drew his katana and charged at Hawkeye. Seizing the opportunity, while the sword enthusiast was momentarily distracted, Yang Jieshi lunged forward, delivering a forceful elbow strike to the chest, employing his stunning punch once more. The sword enthusiast was sent flying, crashing into a row of shelves, his cherished blade falling to the ground. Gasping for breath, he attempted to rise, but Yang Jieshi denied him the chance, sealing his limbs with precise pressure points, coldly declaring, "Takahashi sword enthusiast, the game is over." He retrieved a rope from the ground, securely binding the sword enthusiast, casually kicking his cherished blade into a corner. Meanwhile, Deadpool found himself suppressed by Hawkeye's archery, several blood marks adorning his body. He shouted, "Imitate the master, good brother, help me." This guy's arrows seemed to be enchanted. Yang Jieshi sighed. His serum-enhanced agility allowed him to dart like a specter to Hawkeye's side, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen. Hawkeye grunted and fell to the ground, his compound bow clattering away. Yang Jieshi promptly bound Hawkeye with the rope, shaking his head in exasperation towards Deadpool. Deadpool scratched his head, grinning widely. "Hey Jieshi, our teamwork is unbeatable, right? Readers, where your applause?" He patted his rainbow-colored backpack, checking that his spoils remained intact. Giving Yang Jieshi a thumbs up. "The serum effect is incredible. Isn't it? Now you can hold your own against anyone like Captain America, right? Oh, by the way, has Captain America returned? I want to ask him for an autograph." Yang Jieshi rolled his eyes. "Shut up. Let us go. Fury's reinforcements are likely on their way." "Oh dear, Jieshi, you really shouldn't use such terms as Black Egg to describe Fury. That is hardly a flattering moniker and could lead to a drop in popularity. We must be mindful of political correctness. Otherwise, we might stir up unnecessary trouble. Let us opt for a more suitable title, like the mysterious One-Eyed Dragon." It seems there may be a misunderstanding, as this appears to touch upon the discrimination against individuals with disabilities. The title King of Spies also seems somewhat off. Yang Jieshi listened to Deadpool's incessant chatter while casually grabbing a cloth to muffle Deadpool's mouth. The two swiftly retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation in the warehouse, with Hawkeye and the sword enthusiast bound and abandoned. Yang Jieshi's copper coin talisman gradually cooled, yet the power of the serum within him continued to simmer. He sensed that the transformation in his body had yet to fully manifest. Deadpool hummed a tune, swaggering with a backpack, resembling a carefree elementary student returning from the supermarket with an abundance of snacks. However, just as their figures vanished at the corridor's end, a glimmer of cold light flickered beneath the blindfold of the sword enthusiast. He whispered softly. The money soup knife on the ground suddenly trembled, slowly levitating back into the sword enthusiast's grasp. With a flash of the blade, the rope snapped, and the sword enthusiast stood up, gripping the money soup knife with a smile. Although he had faced defeat in this skirmish, he had discovered a martial artist worthy of respect, and his long-dormant swordsmanship could now be wielded once more. Chapter 28. Origin Story. The Triskelion building of S.H.I.L.D. loomed in the distance, the wails of sirens echoing in the air. Yet for Yang Jieshi and Deadpool, perched atop a skyscraper in the heart of New York City, it served merely as background music. The night wind howled, carrying the briny scent of the sea, swirling freely in the heights. Yang Jieshi sat cross-legged on the cold rooftop, holding a supersized portion of McDonald's fries, golden and crispy, emanating an enticing aroma. He devoured them, as if attempting to reclaim the frustration he had felt in the S. Deadpool slumped beside him, similarly clutching a bucket of fries, cheeks stuffed to the brim, his legs swinging in the air like an untroubled child. Their formidable presence deterred even the seabirds that soared through this sky, which circled at a distance, except for a solitary raven, which stood slightly closer to the seabirds but dared not venture too near. "Hey, master of imitation." Deadpool suddenly set down the fries and rummaged through his My Little Pony backpack, producing a stack of children's comics illustrated with crayons and watercolors. So juvenile they were almost outrageous, with bold lines and vibrant colors. Every superhero has their own origin story. It's a fundamental concept. Just like this. He held up the first drawing, depicting a small figure clad in a Batman costume, flanked by two figures lying on the ground and a flapping bat. Had he not witnessed his parents' tragic demise in that dark alley, nor been frightened by that unfortunate bat, he would never have become Batman. At best, just a wealthy heir with a penchant for black attire. He flipped to the second drawing, showcasing a hulking figure with a grotesque visage, dual pistols in hand, set against the backdrop of two indistinct forms sprawled on the ground. In this one, the Punisher, Frank. Had he not seen his wife and children perish before his eyes, he would never have transformed into that vigilante brute. He would merely be a retired soldier feeding pigeons in the park. Deadpool then picked up the third illustration, which portrayed a gigantic spider biting a small figure's arm, accompanied by a depiction of a spiderweb. As for my beloved little spider, Deadpool's tone suddenly softened, reminiscent of a caring father. Without that cursed radioactive spider, Young Peter Parker would merely be an introverted academic overachiever, destined to serve as an engineer for either Tony or Osborn, but never to become Spider-Man. Deadpool flung his sketches into the air, allowing them to be whisked away by the night breeze, while his voice deepened, tinged with an uncharacteristic seriousness. All superheroes, or rather supervillains, are birthed from a nearly universal template, a predetermined motivation. It resembles the talent tree at the beginning of a game. The choices you make guide your development. Even Thor, the arrogant god of thunder from Asgard, wasn't inherently worthy of wielding that mighty hammer. He gestured skyward, as if envisioning the distant realm and its enchanted weapon. Without an over-reliance on Mjolnir, and had Odin not intentionally cast him down to learn humility, he would never have awakened to his true potential. That hammer served as the catalyst for his origin. Deadpool's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on Yang Jieshi, his tone adopting an epic, almost anime-like melodrama, amplified by his peculiar voice, rendering him both enigmatic and absurd. You, my dear brother, your accomplishments as a master of imitation are equally inseparable from the super soldier serum coursing through your veins. It is as if the will of the world extended a hand, drawing you from an ordinary martial artist directly onto this grand stage of destiny. The introduction of that serum signifies the worlds will has officially recognized your identity as the master of imitation. You are chosen, destined. You have replaced this parallel universe's Anthony. Yang Jieshi choked on a fry, his eyes wide as he stared at Deadpool. Though he was displeased with the bluntness of Deadpool's revelation regarding his fate, the sensation of being manipulated by the worlds will left him profoundly uncomfortable. It felt as though his life was merely a scripted performance. No one enjoys a life governed by external control. He yearned to retort, to express his frustration, to physically confront Deadpool, yet words eluded him. Nevertheless, deep within, an indescribable sense of gratitude welled up. Were it not for this madman, he would have never obtained the serum, nor acquired this extraordinary power, nor received the acknowledgement of the world's will. He would have merely been another background character in the Marvel Universe, destined to perish in an obscure alleyway of New York City. At that moment, Yang Jieshi felt a gentle tremor in the system interface within his mind. Instinctively, he turned his attention inward, observing that the item entry for his battle attire, once imbued with the automatic repair magic of the Ancient One, was labeled as Item, Master of Imitation Uniform, Enhanced Evaluation, Magical Item, Collectible. Now, this entry had subtly transformed into Item, Master of Imitation Uniform, Enhanced Evaluation, a garment embodying belief, possessing legendary potential, Magical Item, Collectible. The shift in the system's evaluation of battle suits undoubtedly serves as the most direct validation of Deadpool's theory regarding the certification of world consciousness. Yang Jieshi felt as though something had lodged in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions, he finally extended his hand to Deadpool and said, "You may call me Jessica." Deadpool scratched his head beneath his red mask, his chaotic mind seemingly spinning several times before he suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh, my heavens! How could I forget? This is our first official introduction. This is terribly unprofessional. 1-star review." He chuckled at Yang Jieshi, his tone resuming its characteristic irreverent jest. "But speaking of which, Jessica, I know your surname is Yang. However, the author and screenwriter are truly lacking in boundaries when it comes to puns. Homophonic wordplay should incur penalties. Besides, our Jessica is a bohemian. Well, the British have done it too, since he ought to be, rather than in English. However, judging by this name, it seems our good brother isn't exactly affluent." Deadpool rambled on for a while, engaging in a whimsical monologue to the audience before extending his hand, still smeared with grease from fries, and firmly grasping Yang Jieshi's hand for an introduction. "I am Wade Wilson, delighted to meet you, Jessica. I have a cousin at the neighboring set named Slade Wilson, also known as Deathstroke. If you encounter any trouble, you can seek his assistance. That guy is swifter with a knife, and his wit is duller than mine. He's a dependable fellow, albeit pricier than I am." He paused, his tone suddenly shifting to a more serious note, tinged with an imperceptible melancholy, yet quickly masked by jest. "Oh, and brother, I know you're incredibly formidable at the moment. However, I have a small favor to ask. You must look after Vanessa for me in this timeline, before I become the ordinary mercenary known as Deadpool. especially during those stinky months when I am captured by those foul fellows for experimentation. Those are my origins, my anguish, my tragic moments. Thus, you must ensure her well-being." He leaned closer to Yang Jieshi, lowering his voice and wearing a mischievous grin that hinted at mischief, yet his gaze was uncharacteristically earnest. "Just make sure not to take care of her in bed, or else I, Wade Wilson, will rise from the depths of hell to wreak havoc upon you. I always keep my word." Yang Jieshi was left in a state of amusement by his erratic remarks. Just as he was about to respond, Deadpool stood up, retrieving a mini remote from his pocket and pressing a button. Suddenly, the rooftop beneath him split open, emitting a green glow as a distorted wormhole slowly materialized before him. With one foot stepping into the wormhole, half of his body vanished into the warped light, but he abruptly poked his head back out, reminding Yang Jieshi with a responsible producer's demeanor, "Oh, by the way, Jessica, one last reminder. Don't forget, our production is currently aimed at all ages. All ages. If things get out of hand, the show might get canceled. Do you understand? I certainly do not wish for our program to be axed." With that final exclamation, the wormhole rapidly contracted, completely engulfing Deadpool's figure. On the rooftop, only Yang Jieshi remained, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of French fries wafting through the air and the absurd yet profoundly meaningful utterances of Deadpool. He glanced down at his palm, feeling the surging power of the super soldier's serum coursing through his veins, while the evaluation of his battle suit flickered with the glow of legendary potential within the system. Taking a deep breath, the night breeze dancing around his trench coat, he realized that from this day forth, his journey as a master impersonator would be irrevocably entwined with the chaotic yet captivating Marvel Universe. Chapter 29. The Margaret Sisters Bar deep within Hell's Kitchen in New York. An unremarkable brick-and-mortar building concealed itself amidst a labyrinth of winding alleys. This establishment is a legend within the mercenary realm, notorious as the local tavern run by the Margaret Sisters for wayward children, though most simply refer to it as the Margaret Sisters Bar. It boasts no ostentatious signage, merely a weathered wooden door and a few dimly lit glass windows exuding the scent of alcohol. In a sense, this is not merely a bar. It serves as a sanctuary and information hub for mercenaries, assassins, bounty hunters, and all those who navigate the gray areas of life. Since its inception, it has been famed for offering a degree of refuge in exchange for payment, albeit with the caveat that once one steps outside, they must bear the consequences alone. Within this particular parallel universe, it is also a branch of the Hell's Kitchen Mercenary Guild, a breeding ground for freelancers to register, accept contracts, or simply seek entertainment. The air inside is thick with the mingled aromas of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat, while raucous music blares from a dilapidated sound system. Behind the bar, a stout bartender with an impatient demeanor diligently polished glasses. At that moment, a slender figure, yet to shave his head, languidly leaned against the bar, idly spinning a quarter between his fingers. With a toothpick clenched in his mouth, his gaze wandered through the crowd in search of tonight's amusement. His name was Wade Wilson, an inconspicuous mercenary, endowed with a sharp tongue, yet still far from the stage of immortality and breaking the fourth wall. Feeling in high spirits after completing a less than glorious but lucrative job, he pondered whom he might play a light-hearted prank on to pass the time. Wade's attention was soon captured by a scene at the entrance of the bar. A few burly men lay sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, their contorted expressions betraying a mix of terror and disbelief, permeated by an indescribable stench in the air. Had they soiled themselves? Wade's lips twitched. What kind of fright could possibly render these apparent Hell's Kitchen enforcers in such a state? Following their line of sight, he spotted a figure clad in a black uniform, adorned with a skull mask, sauntering past them. The flamboyant style of the uniform marked him as a rookie, yet the sight of the fallen giants beside him suggested that his strikes were far more ruthless than those of seasoned veterans. Wade's previously stirring thoughts were instantly doused, extinguished as if splashed by a bucket of cold water. The rookie in question was Yang Jieshi, who had just pilfered the super soldier serum from S.H.I.L.'s secret warehouse the previous day, unwittingly awakening his powers and experiencing a meteoric rise in strength. Logically, he should have been content, seeking a quiet place to recline and continue his languid existence as the proprietor of a seafood restaurant. However, just as he was eagerly preparing to indulge in his newfound life, the system's registration task unexpectedly materialized. Ding. Main task. Integrate into the mercenary world. Please proceed to the nearest mercenary guild for registration. Task reward, 500 points. Failure penalty. Randomly reset one martial arts proficiency to 0. Yang Jieshi's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He was well aware of the system's treachery, but this was beyond his expectations. He desperately wished to force that accursed serum down the system's throat. In his extreme displeasure, when faced with the provocations of several oblivious mercenaries, he naturally did not offer them a pleasant demeanor. A few punches later, not only did they not lose their bowels, but the fact that they survived at all could be considered a mercy from Yang Jieshi. Cursing Deadpool and the system under his breath, he made his way directly to the bar. "Hey kid, over here." A deep, gravelly voice called out to him. Following the sound, Yang Jieshi spotted a robust figure seated on the opposite side of the bar, clad in a heavy tactical vest adorned with a menacing white skull emblem. As the figure turned, he revealed a weathered face, etched with the lines of hardship and fatigue. It was none other than Frank Castle, the Punisher. Yang Jieshi's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't anticipated encountering him here. Frank acknowledged Yang Jieshi with a slight nod, gesturing for him to sit, then slid a freshly poured glass of whiskey across the bar towards him. Yang Jieshi took his seat beside Frank and accepted the drink. The two remained silent, quietly sipping their beverages. Despite the raucous atmosphere of the Sister Margaret's bar, their little corner was surprisingly serene. From a distance, Wade Wilson observed this scene with wide eyes. He was familiar with the Punisher, a man known solely for his merciless slaughter, possessing no room for compromise. The notion that this fearsome individual, capable of instilling terror even in New York's crime lords, would engage in a calm conversation and even offer a drink to a mere newcomer astonished him. This revelation completely froze Wade's previously ignited desire for amusement into a solid block of ice. He had no wish to become the next unfortunate soul to lose control. Indeed, there existed an extraordinary bond between Frank and Yang Jieshi. During the climactic battle at Roosevelt Island Hospital, they had fought alongside Daredevil and Spider-Man, united against the beast-possessed Blackwood. Yang Jieshi's resurrection and the purification of the malevolent deity had left a profound impression on Frank. Although the Punisher was not one to mingle with superheroes, he possessed his own criteria for assessing individuals. To him, those heroes who refrained from killing were inefficient. In contrast, Yang Jieshi's unhesitating ruthlessness and decisiveness in the face of true evil aligned perfectly with Frank's sensibilities. Frank understood that dealing with the vermin of society required a cleaner like Yang Jieshi, capable of delivering lethal blows. After sharing a few more drinks, they exchanged a few words regarding the recent happenings in Hell's Kitchen. Yang Jieshi lamented the complications of registering as a mercenary, while Frank, unusually, offered him a rare smile along with several pieces of advice. Soon, the two rose from their seats, traversing the bustling crowd of the bar as they made their way backstage. Frank Castle, known as the Punisher, held a unique standing within the mercenary world. Although not a registered member of the guild, his reputation was formidable enough to secure him advantages from any branch. With Frank's assistance, Yang Jieshi's registration process unfolded with unexpected ease. The head of the mercenary guild, upon witnessing Frank escort Yang Jieshi, refrained from uttering unnecessary words and promptly completed all the necessary paperwork, officially granting Yang Jieshi his mercenary status. Frank indeed had his own motives. He believed that individuals like Yang Jieshi, unafraid to take lethal action against the scum lurking in the shadows, were far more effective than the lofty superheroes who professed nonviolence. He required more pragmatic allies, akin to the likes of the Mimic Master, to eradicate the malevolence of Hell's Kitchen. Once the formalities were concluded, Yang Jieshi emerged from backstage, preparing to depart. His gaze inadvertently swept across a small stage at the center of the bar, where a stripper named Vanessa was performing an unrefined dance on a pole. Accompanied by sultry music, her movements appeared somewhat stiff and a hint of fatigue graced her face, indicating that life had not been kind to her. At this moment, Vanessa had yet to encounter the mercenary Wade Wilson and fall in love. Yang Jieshi suddenly recalled Deadpool's previous request to look after Vanessa. Although Deadpool was a future version of himself, the Vanessa before him certainly required a touch of assistance. With a subtle demeanor, Yang Jieshi discreetly picked up a few small stones from the ground and flicked them with his fingertips. Without revealing any signs of his actions, he skillfully utilized hidden weaponry to strike the lighting and sound equipment on stage, all while remaining unnoticed in the shadows. The lights instantly transformed into a dazzling spectacle, pulsating rhythmically, while the sound system seemed to be recalibrated, emitting a more resonant bass. Consequently, Vanessa's dance movements harmonized perfectly with the music. She paused momentarily, taken aback, but soon found herself elevated into a more captivating performance due to this unexpected stroke of fortune. Her dance became fluid and enchanting, instantly drawing cheers from the mercenaries in the audience. In a corner by the stage, a drunken man, initially intent on taking advantage of the chaos to accost Vanessa, was startled by the sudden spotlight and reluctantly withdrew his hand. Meanwhile, at the bar, Wade Wilson observed Vanessa's stunning transformation on stage, his eyes widening in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, this remarkable enhancement was the result of Yang Jieshi's discreet intervention. He mistakenly believed that Vanessa had suddenly found her rhythm, which was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Thus, in a rather serendipitous manner, Wade inadvertently completed a heroic act of saving the damsel in distress, planting a fortuitous seed for his future relationship with Vanessa. Yang Jieshi smiled contentedly and turned to exit the bar, the night breeze caressing his uniform as he pondered whether this mercenary life was not as dreadful as he had once thought. However, just as Yang Jieshi's figure vanished around the corner, the bar's door swung open once more. A man clad in a black leather jacket, with a resolute visage and a goatee, entered with a deliberate stride, donning an eye patch over one eye. In the dim light, his singular eye, reminiscent of a dark, glistening orb, stood out conspicuously. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., surveyed the bar with an impassive expression, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of piercing through every soul present. Chapter 30. Old comrades. Shortly after the figure of the master of disguise vanished into the depths of the bar, Nick Fury's elongated shadow emerged from the gloom, stepping into the raucous yet slightly rancid atmosphere of the Margaret Sisters bar. Clad in a dark long coat, his stature was modest, yet he emanated an involuntary air of intimidation. One eye was concealed beneath a pitch-black eye patch, while the other, sharp and hawk-like, discreetly scanned the room. The bartender, habitually polishing glasses, paid little heed to such eccentric figures who frequented the Hell's Kitchen. Nick Fury, this legendary figure from S.H.I.E.L.D., appeared merely as a commonplace patron as he made his way directly to a smoke-wreathed booth in the corner. There, the Punisher, Frank Castle, sat alone, clutching a glass of amber liquor, his gaze vacantly fixed on the table as if contemplating some profound and bloody philosophical quandary. "Long time no see, Frank." Nick Fury's voice was deep and slightly gravelly, akin to aged whiskey, as he unceremoniously pulled out a chair opposite the Punisher. Frank merely lifted his eyelids, his weathered eyes revealing no trace of emotion, and replied with a nonchalant grunt. "Humph, you always show up when you shouldn't. Some matters can only be addressed by an old-timer like you," Fury remarked, unfazed by Frank's frosty demeanor. He retrieved a slender tablet device from the inner lining of his coat and gently illuminated the screen. It displayed several photographs of an individual clad in dark attire, adorned with a hood and a skull mask, characteristic garb of the master of disguise. "This fellow, do you recognize him?" Fury inquired, sliding the tablet toward Frank, his singular eye glinting with scrutiny. Frank glanced at the images, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, laced with a hint of mockery. "If you'd arrived a few minutes earlier, you might have encountered him. He just left." Nick Fury's eye narrowed momentarily before returning to its usual calm. He reclaimed the tablet, his tone shifting to one of casual indifference, yet laden with an underlying hook. "Oh, it appears our master of disguise is quite active. I've heard whispers of disturbances in Hell's Kitchen, all linked to this newly emerged master of mimicry." "Spare me the theatrics, Fury," Frank declared, downing his drink with a hint of impatience. "Don't expect to extract any intelligence from me. I owe nothing to S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps you owe nothing to S.H.I.E.L.D., but you do owe a debt to an old comrade." Fury's tone shifted, becoming somewhat intricate as he leaned back in a chair, his gaze drifting into the distance as if transported to a bygone era. "Do you remember the siege of Kowloon? We have fought side by side, during a time when S.H.I.E.L.D. had not yet degraded into its current state of disarray. Over the years, I have lost many old comrades. Some perished on the battlefield, while others fell victim to the hands of their own. The mere mention of the Celestial War caused Frank to momentarily pause, his grip on the wine glass faltering as a subtle crease formed between his brows. For him, that war remains an indelible mark, the source of many of his extraordinary traits, including the fact that he has survived in his prime due to the modifications he underwent during the conflict. Nick Fury noticed Frank's reaction and softened his tone, laced with an almost imperceptible sigh. Back then, SHIELD faced significant internal strife. Following the assassination of former director Howard Stark, the entire organization seemed to be ravaged by a venomous force, with numerous agents mysteriously vanishing, some even meeting untimely and inexplicable fates. Among them was the renowned impersonator, Yang. Shortly after Howard's assassination, he was pursued by a mysterious faction and subsequently vanished without a trace, alive or dead. Frank abruptly interrupted Nick Fury, slamming his glass down with a soft thud, his icy gaze fixed on Fury. Wait, the impersonator you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, must be quite elderly by now, at least in his 70s or 80s. He paused, a hint of self-mockery and an indescribable irony coloring his tone as he continued. The one I just encountered appeared to be in his 20s, certainly no older than 30. Has subjected him to some experiment over the years, akin to what was done to me, granting him longevity and a return to youth. Nick Fury's single eye narrowed slightly, his heart jolted by Frank's words. He was well aware of the experiments Frank alluded to. As a survivor of the Celestial War, Frank Castle had been presumed dead in the Vietnam War, yet returned in a manner defying logic, maintaining his peak condition, an endeavor undoubtedly orchestrated by SHIELD. Frank's words undeniably hinted at a crucial revelation. The impersonator in question might not be the aged individual he sought. Intriguing, Nick Fury murmured softly, not probing further into Frank's remarks, but instead rising to his feet. Tell me, where did he register his mercenary information? Frank gestured toward the back without elaborating. Without hesitation, Nick Fury strode toward the backstage area. The bar's backroom was not a place accessible to ordinary patrons. It served as a clandestine entrance to the Hell's Kitchen division of the Mercenary Guild, a venue for mercenaries to receive assignments, register their information, and engage in informal transactions. Upon entering, Nick did not queue at the counter. Rather, he approached an inconspicuous corner and whispered a few words to a bartender-like figure who was wiping down the walls. The man stiffened momentarily, then subtly nodded, leading Nick to a secluded room that resembled a storage closet. Inside, an antiquated computer sat, its screen flickering with a green cursor. This, indeed, represents the true eyes that SHIELD has embedded within Hell's Kitchen. Look up the information on the recently registered impersonator, commanded Nick Fury. The agent's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and soon, the registration details of Yang Jieshi materialized on the screen. However, as Frank had noted, this information was exceptionally sparse, almost void of substance. The contact information indicated a routine visit to a tavern for task inquiries, and the only means of communication was a string of incomprehensible gibberish. Facial features? Fingerprint data? None were left behind, only a brief statement. I dislike being tracked. In case of urgency, the Mercenary Guild will act as a liaison. Even a handwritten signature provided at registration was a blatant imitation of the bartender's unique cursive scrawl. This individual was meticulous. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Nick Fury's solitary eye, albeit tinged with a sense of helplessness. He recognized that this was no ordinary novice. To exercise such caution and evade all traceable markers indicated the guidance of a seasoned mentor. Or perhaps this individual was simply a skilled operative in their own right. In truth, it was merely Yang Jieshi's underlying anxiety, relying on his knowledge from past lives of espionage and detective films to navigate this predicament. After confirming that no further valuable information could be extracted, Nick Fury gestured for the agent to erase all traces. He then returned to the main hall. Frank Castle was still there, merely with another drink in hand. Nick Fury approached him, his tone imbued with a rare sincerity. This time, thank you, Frank. You've been a tremendous help. Frank remained silent, lifting his glass, awaiting Nick Fury's next words. In return, I shall provide you with a few names. Nick Fury's voice lowered, laced with a hint of cruel amusement. They are major drug lords, recently causing quite a stir in New York City. I have thoroughly investigated their supply chains, their markets, and the intricate web of connections supporting them. Some even have ties to military informants. Frank's eyes finally gleamed, a predatory light akin to that of a hunter locking onto its prey. He set down his glass, his muscles tensing as if he were a beast poised to pounce. Informants? Frank's voice was thick with bloodlust. Indeed, Nick Fury replied, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Some valuable informants. I need you to eradicate them entirely. Those vermin lurking in the shadows are far more manageable for you than the so-called non-lethal superheroes. Deal. Frank responded without hesitation. For him, any opportunity to purify evil with bullets was worth seizing. As for the identities involved, be they informants or otherwise, anyone tainted by sin deserved to face their reckoning. The two men exited the Sisters of Margaret bar, merging into the night of Hell's Kitchen. Upon receiving the intel from Nick Fury, Frank Castle vanished around the corner without a word, akin to a lone wolf catching the scent of blood. Meanwhile, Nick Fury strode directly towards a black vehicle parked by the roadside. The rear window of the vehicle gradually descended, revealing the calm and professional visage of Maria Hill. Director, what is the situation? Hill inquired. Nick Fury entered the car, unfastening the buttons of his trench coat, his tone tinged with a hint of fatigue and discontent. Damn it. This kid is as slippery as an eel, leaving no useful traces behind. More troublesome than that old Fox Young from back in the day. The Punisher beside him appeared equally uninformed. He rubbed his temples, seemingly vexed by the lack of success, but soon regained his composure, a profound light flickering in his solitary eye. Contact headquarters, Nick Fury instructed Hill, his voice regaining its customary steadiness and decisiveness. Issue the highest priority task. Conduct a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of this second-generation master of mimicry. Turn Hell's Kitchen upside down. I want to know exactly who this kid is. The black vehicle, cloaked in the night, silently departed from the Sister Margaret's bar, leaving behind the secrets of an entire Hell's Kitchen and the unknown futures brewing therein. Thus commenced a pursuit of the master of mimicry. Chapter 31. Orphanage the Night in New York serves as a confluence of two distinctly different worlds. In Midtown Manhattan, the spire of the Osborne Corporation's skyscraper pierces the profound night sky. The glass facade reflects the unquenchable brilliance of the bustling lights below, resembling a Babel tower constructed of steel and neon, flaunting technology, wealth, and boundless ambition. However, atop Hell's Kitchen, this dazzling display is filtered through rough red brick walls and rusted fire escapes, leaving only a distant and cold halo, akin to a backdrop unrelated to this place. A chilling wind swept across the rooftop, stirring the attire of the master of mimicry, which had been meticulously repaired by the Ancient One, now rendered even more understated and resilient through legendary enhancements. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the low wall at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down alongside the dark crimson figure across from him at the old building bearing the sign of St. Agnes Orphanage. Osborne Corporation has been remarkably quiet lately. The daredevil's deep voice shattered the silence, his masked face turning towards the Osborne building, as if he could penetrate the distant divide and perceive the turbulent undercurrents within. Ever since they announced the so-called breakthrough in the development of a new drug, they had ceased their disturbances here. The media was rife with praises for Dr. Curtis Connors, heralding his impending world-changing advancements. Yang Jie snorted softly, his tone laced with a sarcasm only he could comprehend. Change the world? Indeed, but in a manner no one could anticipate. As a seasoned traveler of past lives and a film aficionado, the timeline in his mind was far clearer than any intelligence the S.H.E.L.D. possessed. Dr. Curtis Connors' lizard serum, rather than a blessing, could be viewed as the prelude to a calamity. It would transform a respected scientist into a colossal lizard rampaging through the sewers of New York, futilely chasing a mad dream of turning all mammals into reptiles. This, merely the first domino in the downfall of the Osborne Group, heralds a cascade of events. Following this, the exceptionally gifted Dr. Otto Octavius will, in what should have been an experiment heralding an energy revolution, merge with the very intelligent mechanical arm he devised, transforming from a benevolent scholar into the infamous Dr. Octopus, not to mention Norman Osborn and his son Harry, who bear the burden of a hereditary affliction lurking within their family lineage, akin to a countdown suspended ominously above them. The exacerbation of this condition will compel Norman to resort to an imperfect serum for human enhancement, morphing him into the Green Goblin, piloting a glider while hurling pumpkin bombs. In this tumultuous process, Peter Parker, the ever-optimistic neighbor known as Spider-Man, will audaciously seize a kiss from Mary Jane at Harry's engagement party, igniting a fierce blaze of jealousy and hatred within the hearts of father and son. Such a series of chain reactions is sufficient to erode the very foundations of this once mighty commercial empire, leading to its inevitable collapse from within. Therefore, Yang Jieshi remains unperturbed. His current task is to act like a patient hunter, lying in wait within the underbrush for the colossal beast named Osborn to unwittingly tread into the trap of fate. Silence does not equate to safety. Regaining his thoughts, Yang Jieshi addressed Daredevil, remarking that sometimes, before a storm, the sea appears deceptively calm. They are merely momentarily blinded by the false prosperity of a new drug, forgetting the troubles we have inflicted upon them. This family bears grudges with great tenacity. Their days of fortune are numbered. Daredevil nodded, his extraordinary senses capturing the unspoken certainty embedded in Yang Jieshi's words. He could not ascertain the source of this confidence, yet he chose to trust it. This newly emerged master of imitation, despite his morally ambiguous methods, consistently makes the most astute judgments on critical matters. I understand, Daredevil said, turning towards the orphanage. I will continue to guard this place. The children must not endure any further harm. That attitude suffices, Yang Jieshi replied, stretching languidly, his bones emitting a series of delicate cracks, signifying that they neither forget nor fear, enough to cause those lurking in the shadows to reconsider their actions. All right, that'll be all for tonight. I must return home to rest. Thank you, Daredevil responded succinctly. Yang Jieshi waved his hand and turned towards the shadows on the opposite side of the rooftop, his figure leaping gracefully before vanishing amidst the towering structures. Daredevil stood still for a moment before also dissolving into the night like a drop of ink merging with darkness. For Yang Jieshi, life has indeed become significantly more convenient than before. He no longer needs to scurry home in fear after each mission, shedding his battle garments in the confines of a cramped room and hiding his equipment. The collection feature bestowed by the system seems tailor-made for someone living a double life like his. He deftly slipped into a filthy, deserted alley, surrounded by towering trash bags and rusted dumpsters exuding a rancid odor. After confirming that no cameras or prying eyes lurked nearby, he focused his thoughts. The master of imitation's battle attire instantly transformed into countless minuscule specks of light, swiftly drawn into his body like iron filings to a magnet, vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, an ordinary casual jacket, shirt, and jeans materialized upon him, along with his mobile phone and loose change remaining untouched in his pockets. The entire process flowed seamlessly, lasting no more than 2 or 3 seconds. Yang Jieshi stretched his limbs comfortably, relishing the ease brought by his mundane garments. This seamless transition from superhero to ordinary citizen significantly reduced the risk of exposing his true identity. After all, who could fathom that the master of imitation, who had just been scaling rooftops, could instantaneously transform into an ordinary youth strolling through the night market of Chinatown, pondering what late-night snack to indulge in. He hummed a tune, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely making his way toward his martial arts school. The night market in Chinatown still resonated with a hint of vibrancy. The faint clamor of dice games emanating from a handful of open stalls, while the air was infused with the enticing aroma of food and a lively, boisterous atmosphere unique to the Chinese community. However, just as he was about to pass by the familiar Fuji meat shop at the corner, a voice boomed, exaggerated and resonant, like thunder on a clear day. Hey, Ashi, you scoundrel, when will you repay the money you owe me? A robust figure, resembling a small mountain, obstructed the entrance to the meat shop, the dim light casting an elongated shadow on the ground. He wore a glistening white tank top stained with grease, exposing arms thicker than most men's legs, the sinewy muscles shining under the glow. It was none other than the shop owner and one of Yang Jieshi's few friends. Afe. Yang Jieshi halted, his brow subtly arching. Ashi? This appellation was reserved for their prearranged signals, a call for urgent communication in special circumstances. Ordinarily, Afe would respectfully refer to him as Master Yang, laced with a hint of camaraderie. He immediately understood. This was a code, something was amiss. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Yang Jieshi feigned annoyance and ambled toward Afe. What are you doing, Fei? It's the dead of night, playing the doorman here? He approached, playfully shoving Afe. What money? When have I ever owed you anything? You must be mistaken. It's you. Ah Fei's eyes widened, his large hand grasping Yang Jieshi's arm with a grip that could shatter bones if he were an ordinary man. As he spoke in a mix of broken Mandarin and authentic Cantonese expletives, he continued, "Don't play coy. Last time we played Pai Gao, you said you were strapped for cash and borrowed $200 from me, trying to welch on the debt. Come inside and let us sort this out." Without waiting for a response, he pulled Yang Jieshi into the meat shop. The shop's roller shutter was only half drawn, clearly intended to wait for him. The two entered, and Ah Fei promptly released his grip, swiftly closing the shutter with a decisive clatter, shutting out the world beyond. The air within the butcher shop was permeated by a potent blend of the metallic scent of blood and the sharpness of disinfectant, provoking a visceral reaction in anyone who inhaled deeply. On the counter lay a disarray of unprocessed bones, while several incandescent bulbs illuminated the shop, casting a bright light upon Ah Fei's round face, which was now etched with gravity and concern. "Master Yang," he said, no longer wearing a carefree smile. His voice lowered to a whisper, "Your martial arts school is in trouble." Yang Jieshi's heart sank, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "Please, elaborate. What is happening?" Just an hour prior, Ah Fei had pulled 2 bottles of chilled beer from beneath the counter, handing one to Yang Jieshi, while he himself cracked open the other with his teeth and took a hearty swig. "I was preparing to close up when I noticed a few shady figures loitering at the entrance of your school. Initially, I thought they were just petty thieves, and I was about to grab my weapon to scare them off." He paused, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. But something felt amiss. Their movements were too professional. They unlocked your school in mere moments and slipped inside like water, without making a sound. After selling pork for over a decade, I've encountered my share of scoundrels. But never have I seen such skill. They're certainly not ordinary individuals. Yang Jieshi twisted the cap off his beer bottle, but refrained from drinking, instead idly revolving it in his hand. "SHILD certainly moves quickly. Just days ago, I borrowed a cache of equipment and information from their secret warehouse at the docks, courtesy of that loquacious mercenary, Wade Wilson, also known as Deadpool. Given Nick Fury's cunning nature, it would be unusual for him not to turn New York upside down in an effort to uncover the truth. It appears they have traced some clues to this area in Chinatown and ultimately located your school. Did you see how many there were? Yang Jieshi inquired. I couldn't make them all out, but there were at least 3 or 4, all clad in black, reminiscent of agents from a film." Ah Fei took another gulp of beer, then forcefully slammed the bottle down on the counter. He turned and retrieved a long object wrapped in oilcloth from a more concealed cabinet. Unwrapping it revealed a cold, menacing metallic gun. It was a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun, its body meticulously maintained and gleaming with an aesthetic of lethal violence. "Master Yang, I know you possess great skills, but this weapon is far more effective in close-quarter combat than mere fists." Ah Fei thrust the shotgun into Yang Jieshi's hands, then rummaged through a drawer to produce several boxes of red 12-gauge buckshot. "There's more than enough ammo. Take this for your protection. They outnumber you and are well prepared. It would be perilous to confront them alone." He looked at Yang Jieshi with an unprecedented seriousness. "If things go awry, just give a shout. I've been around in Chinatown for so many years. If nothing else, I have a network of neighbors who know me well. With a single call, I could rally dozens of brothers armed with knives and firearms to assist you. No problem at all. If we can't win, we can at least stall them while you make your escape." Yang Jieshi, gripping the weighty shotgun, shook his head. Ah Fei had already shown remarkable loyalty as a friend. He could not allow him to bear the burden of his own conflicts. After all, he was not merely contending with common thugs, but with a violent organization like SHIELD. Ordinary individuals may emerge unscathed, yet they invariably bear the scars of experience. Witnessing his friend S' refusal, Ah Fei found himself powerless, left to watch Yang Jieshi slip through the window, vanishing into the night's embrace. After a brief pause, he rose, grasping the cleaver on the counter with a deliberate and resolute intent to follow in Yang Jieshi's footsteps. Chapter 32. The hunt the night was as dark as ink, enveloping Chinatown in a profound and tranquil stillness. The typical households had long extinguished their lights and surrendered to slumber, with only a few stubborn street lamps casting a feeble golden halo, elongating the shadows of fluttering moths. The nearby shops were closed, leaving the streets eerily quiet. Yang Jieshi moved like a vigilant night owl, stealthily navigating the familiar alleys. After parting ways with Ah Fei, he did not head straight home, but instead circled the vicinity, his heightened senses fully attuned, like an invisible net ensnaring any discordant notes in the air. The super soldier serum had enhanced him in every conceivable manner, not merely in strength and speed, but also in the acuity of his senses and intuition. He felt as though he could hear the drunken mumbles of a man 3 blocks away, and detect the faint remnants of cheap perfume mingling with gunpowder in the atmosphere. However, as he approached the martial arts dojo, an unsettling silence enveloped him, a stillness that felt deliberately orchestrated. There was something amiss. Yang Jieshi scoffed inwardly, yet his steps did not falter. He recognized that Ah Fei's warning was not unfounded. He simply had not anticipated such swift action from the other party. Was it Shield, or perhaps other vultures drawn by the scent of blood? Regardless of their identity, they would first need to gauge their own capabilities. As he pushed open the slightly weathered wooden door of the dojo, he intentionally exerted force, allowing the creaking sound to resonate sharply in the empty courtyard, a test, as well as a proclamation of his return. Yet, what greeted him within was not the familiar aroma of herbs and sweat, but a blindingly sharp cold light that cleaved through the darkness. Without any forewarning, a gleaming katana shot forth like a venomous serpent, aiming with deadly precision at his throat, its blade barely grazing the threshold shadow. The murderous intent sent a chill cascading down his spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. Cursing under his breath, Yang Jieshi's pupils dilated as he instinctively reacted, his mind racing to catch up with his body's primal instincts. The years of honing his ability to discern the winds culminated in that moment. He arched backward sharply, his body nearly parallel to the ground, while simultaneously exerting force from his feet, executing a bridge maneuver that narrowly evaded the lethal strike. The icy blade grazed the tip of his nose, the gust it generated stinging his cheek. Before he could regain his balance, the assailant pivoted their wrist, transforming the thrust into a sweeping slash aimed at his unguarded abdomen. The fluidity of their movement indicating a master of combat. With reflexes born of desperation, Yang Jieshi rolled into the dojo, albeit clumsily, as the blade sliced through the wooden door behind him, leaving a deep gash that exposed the bone beneath. Only then did he catch a glimpse of his ambusher's visage, a figure clad in a plain suit, a red cloth band obscuring his eyes, and a stern countenance. Who else could it be but the blind swordsman Takahashi Kenshi, whom one had previously encountered in the SHIELD warehouse? "You blind fool!" Yang Jieshi exclaimed, rising swiftly like a fish leaping from water, his words laced with disdain. Has SHIELD become so addicted to its role that it prowls into others' homes under the cover of night? Takahashi Kenshi merely smiled, remaining silent as he positioned his katana across his chest, its tip slightly lowered, adopting a classic attack stance. Despite his blindness, he resembled a poised statue, every ounce of his focus fixed on Yang Jieshi. The assailant had anticipated that a sudden strike would suffice to subdue his target. Yet he was taken aback by Yang's remarkably swift reflexes, elevating his estimation of him further. Yang Jieshi held no illusions that the swordsman would engage him in conversation. He quickly scanned his surroundings, contemplating his options. Engaging in unarmed combat against such a razor-sharp blade would be perilous, and he dared not reveal his ability to summon objects at will. His gaze shifted towards the training ground on the opposite side of the courtyard, where an array of weapons awaited. If he could procure a spear or a simple knife, he would feel confident in fending off this blind adversary. Resolute, he adjusted his footing and darted towards the training area like a wraith. However, just as he took a couple of steps, a sharp whoosh sliced through the darkness from above. An arrow, propelled with tremendous force, thudded into the ground mere centimeters from his toes. The fletching quivered violently, emitting a buzzing sound as if mocking his audacity. Yang Jieshi looked up abruptly, spotting a lithe figure crouched in the shadows beneath the eaves of the second floor, gripping a technologically advanced compound bow. With a grin that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth, the figure's eyes sparkled with mischief and provocation. It was Hawkeye, Clint Barton. "Hey, buddy, don't run off," Hawkeye called out casually, as if participating in a shooting game. "Our boss wants to see you. Let us keep this peaceful for everyone's sake." "To hell with you." Yang Jieshi spat, his heart sinking. One Takahashi Kenshi was already a formidable challenge, and now With a sharpshooter of unmatched precision in the mix, the situation had taken a dire turn. Without Deadpool's help, he was at a severe disadvantage. At that very moment of distraction, Takahashi Kenshi sprang into action. His movements were silent as he advanced, his katana weaving a dense net of blades that rained down upon Yang. Simultaneously, a chilling aura emanated from Kenshi, who formed an intricate hand seal with his empty left hand, intoning, "Spirit of the ancestors, heed my call," as his words echoed. A translucent apparition of an ancient warrior, glowing with an ethereal blue light, materialized behind him, brandishing a spirit blade that radiated an icy menace. As soon as the spirit of the blade materialized, it formed a flawless pincer attack alongside Takahashi Kenshi, one intangible and the other tangible, with two blades sealing off all possible escape routes for Yang Jieshi from entirely opposing directions. It was no longer merely a 3-on-1 scenario. It had transcended into something far more perilous. The arrows of Hawkeye could strike from any angle, obstructing his movements and even targeting his vital points directly. Takahashi Kenshi and his blade spirit constituted an impenetrable melee strangulation formation. Furthermore, the absence of Deadpool's assistance rendered Yang Jieshi's previous victory in the warehouse merely a stroke of luck. In this predicament, the hope of turning the tide was almost non-existent. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yang Jieshi's forehead as he realized that the situation was likely to end unfavorably. A head-on confrontation would lead to certain death. His only glimmer of hope lay in the prospect of escape. With a sudden stamp of his foot, he harnessed the recoil to propel his body backward, hurtling straight towards the rear wall of the dojo. There, a small window awaited him. If he could break through and plunge into the labyrinthine alleys outside, he might evade Hawkeye's relentless pursuit. However, the preparations of S.H.I.E.L.D. were evidently more thorough than he had anticipated. Just as he was about to collide with the window, a more subtle and swifter sound of air being pierced through the silence from the rooftop across the way. With a soft thud, the glass shattered, and a metallic dart, gleaming ominously, shot towards the nape of his neck with the precision of a deadly sting. Should this dart find its mark, the specially formulated dosage from S.H.I.E.L.D. could incapacitate even Captain America for an extended period. In an instant, every muscle in Yang Jieshi's body tensed as he forcibly twisted his torso, executing an astonishing contortion midair. The anesthetic dart grazed past his ear, embedding itself deep into the wall behind him. Heart racing, he cast a startled glance toward the source of the dart, and there, atop the opposite apartment building, stood a lithe figure clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, gracefully retracting her sniper rifle. Her signature, long red hair fluttered gently in the night breeze, and a playful smile graced her exquisite features. Even from hundreds of meters away, she playfully winked at Yang Jieshi. It was the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Yang Jieshi's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had spared no expense deploying swordsmen, archers, and snipers, treating him as if he were a Hydra base to be infiltrated. Surrounded on all sides, with no escape above or below, every avenue was completely blocked. A meticulously woven web of entrapment had tightened around him. At that moment, from the deepest shadows of the courtyard, the deliberate sound of polished shoes clicking against the stone echoed steadily. A tall, one-eyed figure emerged from the gloom, clad in a signature black leather long coat, his gleaming bald head reflecting the cold light of the moon. He stood there with an air of calm, as if he had always been present. The orchestrator of this hunt, Nick Fury. He regarded the tense and vigilant Yang Jieshi with a barely perceptible smile curling his lips, a smile devoid of warmth, radiating an unwavering confidence that suggested he held all the cards in this deadly game. Mr. Yang Jieshi, the voice of Fury was hoarse yet magnetic. Shall we converse? Observing the situation before him, Yang Jieshi realized that from the very moment he set foot back in Chinatown, he had likely been under surveillance. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lowered his hands, which he had initially poised defensively, and instead raised them in a crisp, formal French salute. Very well, there is no need for conflict. A hint of self-deprecating amusement flickered across his face as he thought, with Director Fury leading the charge, my influence must be quite significant. Seeing him relinquish resistance, Takahashi Kenshi gradually sheathed his blade, while the spirit of the sword dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. The vigilant Hawkeye, perched on the eaves, lowered his bow and casually whistled. Nick Fury nodded in satisfaction. There's an old saying, those who know the times are the true heroes. I prefer to engage with the astute. Enough with the pleasantries. What do you seek from me? Yang Jieshi retorted, placing his hands in his pockets, adopting a stance of defiance, as if impervious to the heat of boiling water. I am a law-abiding citizen. Are you not concerned that your actions might invite legal repercussions? File a complaint? Certainly, you may, Fury replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. But before you do, I possess information that might pique your interest. He paused, fixing his single eye intently upon Yang Jieshi, articulating each word with precision. Your master, Yang Shojing, was once a senior agent of S.H.I.D., codenamed Tianshi. In an instant, Yang Jieshi's mind reverberated as if struck by a hammer. All his aides, all his bravado, crumbled at that moment. He gazed at Fury in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock and incredulity. His master was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? How could that be? The elderly man who taught him martial arts in the courtyard while sipping tea was a super agent operating alongside Captain America and Iron Man. This revelation was even more absurd than realizing he had traversed into the Marvel Universe. Noting the dazed expression on Yang Jieshi's face, Fury knew he had hooked his catch. There were numerous unfinished tasks and many secrets left behind. With a voice laced with temptation, he urged, "Join us, Mr. Yang. Uphold your master's legacy and uncover the truth behind his demise." S.H.I.E.L.D. will provide you with everything you desire: authority, resources, and answers. Silence. After a prolonged pause, Yang Jieshi slowly raised his right hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of Fury, Hawkeye, Takahashi Kenshi, and Black Widow, who was positioned behind the sniper scope, he defiantly extended a single, emphatic middle finger toward Nick Fury. "Fury, you black-hearted scoundrel, I will not be fooled. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. can go to hell." An anguished roar, filled with pent-up frustration and fury, shattered the night sky. Nick Fury's expression twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. It seemed he took no offense at Yang Jieshi's outburst, merely stating calmly, "It appears you need some time to reflect. When you come to terms with your thoughts, or wish to learn more about your master, seek us at this location." He spoke as he retrieved a card from his pocket, flicking it with his fingers, causing it to trace a precise arc through the air before landing neatly at Yang Jieshi's feet. Although many referred to this black-hearted individual as possessing a heart even darker, in truth, he harbored a certain camaraderie for his comrades in arms, with the Punisher being a testament to this bond. He recognized that forcing someone into a corner yielded no sweet fruit, and he had no desire to incarcerate anyone within a cube prison. To directly address the matter with Yang Jieshi could result in the latter taking flight to America with a high probability. Instead, he preferred to dangle the information regarding Yang Shojing like a carrot before a donkey, leading the donkey gradually into his own mill, by which point escape would be impossible. "We welcome you at any time, little Celestial Master, or perhaps I should call you the second-generation Imitation Master." With that, Fury turned and waved to the others. Takahashi, the sword fanatic, and Hawkeye melted into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. On a rooftop across the way, Black Widow disassembled her sniper rifle, deftly placing the components into an unremarkable violin case. As she prepared to depart, her peripheral vision caught a shadow not far behind her. It was an exceptionally imposing figure, enveloped in a blue energy akin to armor, revealing only a pair of tense yet resolute eyes. He stood quietly, gripping a Chinese cleaver that glimmered with a greasy sheen under the moonlight. Instantly, Black Widow's body tensed, her hand instinctively reaching for the holster at her side. However, discerning from his stance and the aura of determination surrounding him, she concluded he was not entirely an adversary. He was a friend of the young man. The tension in Black Widow's muscles gradually eased. Without turning around, she spoke in a tone barely audible to two, calmly stating, "Your friend is safe." The figure behind her faltered momentarily, and a murderous intent that had been directed at her slowly dissipated. When Black Widow turned back, the burly man with the cleaver had vanished into the darkness of a rooftop, as though he had never been there. With a sigh, Natasha released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, feeling the cold sweat bead on her back. She had encountered countless fearless assassins, but had seldom seen such purity in an ordinary person willing to confront S.H.I.L.D. agents to protect a friend. Chinatown truly was a place teeming with hidden talents. Shaking her head, she clutched her violin case and also melted into the night. In the courtyard, only Yang Jieshi remained. He stood there in a daze, the evening breeze lifting the card from the ground, swirling it before settling at his feet. He did not retrieve it, but instead walked slowly back inside, approaching the incense altar dedicated to the portrait of his master, Yang Shojing. He gazed at the photograph of the smiling, kindly, albeit somewhat lecherous old man. All his feigned anger, shock, and frustration ultimately transformed into a long, resigned sigh. He had just feigned indifference, unaware of how much that shrewd agent had discerned. However, when it came to S.H.I.L.D., he had no desire to engage. Beyond its identity as an American espionage agency, it was also a bastion infiltrated by Hydra, a veritable sieve of secrets, and he had no intention of wading into such murky waters. "Oh, you old fool," Yang Jieshi sighed, collapsing into a chair, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy and unending fatigue. "How much of a mess have you left for me to clean up?" Chapter 33. The new drug. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon the apartment floor. Young Jieshi Barachestet exhibited a physique that was both well-defined and robust, his muscles rippling with each deliberate movement as he engaged in his morning exercises. Each strike and stance was imbued with a concentrated energy, making the air itself feel thick with tension. The visage of Nick Fury, etched with cunning, lingered in his mind. A haunting reminder of the previous night. That one-eyed rogue, flanked by Hawkeye, Black Widow, and the blind swordsman Takashi from the world of Mortal Kombat, had orchestrated a veritable play, unveiling the high-ranking S.H.I.L.D. agent profile of his mentor, Yang Shojing. The ensuing dialogue was rife with platitudes about greater interests and the inheritance of his mentor's legacy. Yang Jieshi understood all too well that this was merely a charming facade for recruitment. What S.H.I.L.D. truly coveted was his demonstrated combat prowess and the potential represented by the title of imitator. The reasons behind his mentor's defection and subsequent anonymity were shrouded in complexity. He had no desire to become a pawn in a game of espionage that he did not fully comprehend, yet the connection to his mentor forced him to take heed. "This is quite vexing," Yang Jieshi exhaled, his fist unclenching as he released a breath of frustration. He despised the feeling of being sought after, as it disrupted his humble aspirations of fulfilling his mentor's wishes and living a languid life. Nevertheless, life must go on. He wiped the sweat from his brow, donned a shirt, and slipped into his slippers before descending the stairs. The mornings in Chinatown were imbued with a unique vibrancy, a melange of steam from dumpling shops, the rich aroma of soy milk, and the morning greetings of neighbors. He made a deliberate detour to Ah-Fei's Phuc Key meat shop, purchasing freshly made meatballs and wontons. Ah-Fei business seems to be thriving. Yang Jieshi greeted with a smile. Ah-Fei, chopping meat at the counter, looked up, revealing a bright smile despite the grease-stained white tank top he wore. "Master Yang, did you sleep well last night? Not disturbed by any wildcats or stray dogs, I hope?" Ah-Fei inquired, with a knowing look that acknowledged Yang Jieshi's safety. Last night, Ah-Fei had been the first to notice suspicious figures lurking around the apartment and had alerted Yang Jieshi. Though he was unaware of their affiliation with S.H.I.L.D., Yang Jieshi appreciated the gesture of camaraderie. "Quite well indeed. I slept soundly until dawn," Yang Jieshi replied, shaking the bag in his hand. "Your skills have only improved. I could smell the aroma from afar. I'm here to support your business." This was both a reassurance of his safety and a genuine wish to support his friend's enterprise. He was aware that Ah-Fei appeared carefree, yet his thoughts were intricate. If something truly happened to him last night, he would never have stood idly by. Upon returning home, Yang Jieshi swiftly prepared himself a steaming bowl of wonton meatball noodles. To him, there was no vexation that a delightful dish could not alleviate. He took his bowl to the sofa and, as usual, turned on the television. The news channel from New York was presently inundated with reports on the latest scientific achievements of the Osborne Group, under the leadership of Dr. Curtis Connors. The cross-species gene regeneration project had made groundbreaking advancements. The newly derived medication would irrevocably alter the course of human medical history. Whether it was limb regeneration or conquering terminal diseases, such as cancer, these aspirations would no longer remain dreams. On the screen, the spokesperson for the Osborne Group radiated enthusiasm as he spoke eloquently into the camera, with a backdrop showcasing a gentle and wise portrait of Dr. Connors. The news footage transitioned to various interviews with disabled individuals, expressing their hopes for this technology, creating an atmosphere of profound optimism and grandeur. Yang Jieshi slurped anodle, remaining noncommittal. In the Marvel Universe, the more glorified the technological breakthrough sounded, the more likely it concealed significant troubles beneath the surface. Furthermore, being well-versed in the plot, he was already aware that the Osborne Group was bound to encounter difficulties. Indeed, calamity often strikes when least expected. Just as the spokesperson was about to announce the impending clinical trials for the new drug, a thunderous crash erupted from behind him. As a web-like crack spread across the glass curtain wall, the spokesperson turned, astonished. With a resounding shatter, the reinforced glass broke, and a colossal figure, akin to those found in horror films, burst through. It was a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall, entirely covered in deep green scales, clad in a tattered white lab coat, with golden vertical pupils brimming with savagery and madness. It possessed a thick tail that whipped through the air with a piercing sound. A roar, uncharacteristic of any human, plunged the entire press conference into chaos. "Ah, a lizard. It's a monster. Run." The journalists abandoned their cameras and microphones, screaming as they scattered in panic. The scene was a shambles, the camera shaking violently, yet faithfully capturing this horrifying spectacle. Curtis? Yang Jiesher set down his chopsticks, his expression turning grave. As a knowledgeable traveler of the narrative, he recognized without a doubt that the creature was none other than the celebrated Dr. Connors, who had now officially transformed into the lizard. The cross-species gene regeneration had seemingly been quite successful, albeit not in the manner that most had hoped. Yet, that was not the end. Following closely, more figures charged through the shattered curtain wall and the entrance of the venue. These were also humanoid lizards, slightly smaller in stature, but exhibiting swifter movements, acting in unison. They donned tattered tactical vests and military pants, wielding modified military weaponry, their actions imbued with a sense of discipline. They did not target civilians. Instead, they efficiently sealed off exits, capturing several individuals dressed in suits, presumably executives from Oscorp. Military personnel? Yang Jiesher's brow furrowed in concern. The equipment and tactical proficiency of these reptilian beings unmistakably pointed towards the United States military. Oscorp's research has been subtly hinted to involve collaboration with the military in numerous comic iterations, yet this seems rather unremarkable in a capitalist society like America. In an instant, New York City transformed into a battlefield, just as Yang Jiesher contemplated turning off the television, pondering whether to retreat into the hidden chamber left by his master to weather the storm or to gather his gold bars and flee. After all, he had no desire to become a vigilante or a superhero. He merely wished to lead a languid existence, believing that if the sky were to fall, a tall figure would bear the brunt. At that moment, a familiar blue holographic screen abruptly appeared before him, halting his steps. Emergency mission triggered. City Guardian, mission description. A lizard plague sweeps through New York. As a member of this city, though you might not consider yourself one, you cannot stand idly by. Equip your weapons, join the battle, defend New York City, and minimize the destruction caused by Dr. Lizard and his legion. Mission objectives: 1. Engage in combat and eliminate lizard soldiers. Current kills: 0-100. 2. Assist in thwarting Dr. Lizard's core plans. Current progress: 0. Mission rewards: 1. One chance for a medium-level martial arts 10-fold draw. 2. Special medicine, Black Jade Ointment. 3. One unknown magical item draw. Failure penalty, randomly reset proficiency in 3 martial arts. Additional tasks must be completed. 1. Ensure ally Daredevil does not perish in this incident. 2. Ensure potential ally Spider-Man does not perish in this incident. 3. Ensure potential ally Punisher does not perish in this incident. Damn, Yang Jiesher couldn't help but mutter in frustration. This unreasonable system. He could overlook the notion of defending New York, but he absolutely could not accept the failure penalty. A random reset of proficiency in 3 martial arts, whether it be his core monk abilities, observation hockey, or armament hockey. Just losing any 3 would be a significant blow. This meant that the hard-earned capital for survival he had built up would be swiftly diminished, and the rewards were undeniably tempting. A medium-level martial arts tenfold draw was far superior to the basic martial arts fragments he had acquired during his novice phase. The best he had drawn thus far was the Wild Ball Fist. In the Marvel Universe, unless one mastered a martial art to perfection, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Black Jade Ointment, a remedy for bone injuries in martial arts novels, could mend broken bones, making it an exceptional supply whether used for oneself or others. As for the enigmatic magical artifact, it is indeed imbued with allure, especially considering that Yang Jieshi's sole magical equipment at present is merely the uniform enchanted by Master Gu Yi. The system meticulously calibrates the balance between risk and reward. Regarding the supplementary tasks, Yang Jieshi merely curled his lip. Nightcrawler, Spider-Man, and the Punisher, each of these figures is cloaked in the protective aura of a protagonist. To bring about their demise would be more challenging than compelling Dr. Lizard to revert to his former self. This additional mission from the system is almost a gift. He found himself with no alternative. Yang Jieshi lifted the now lukewarm bowl of noodles and swiftly consumed the remaining noodles and broth. The warmth of the food rapidly dissolved within his stomach, transforming into vigor. He cast a glance outside. In the distance, the sky was already enveloped in billowing smoke. The shrill wails of police sirens and the screams of the populace intertwining to form a symphony of apocalypse. The city was in anguish. Yang Jieshi hurled the empty bowl into the sink with a resounding clatter. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The languor and dissatisfaction in his gaze were replaced by the sharpness of a predator. If battle was inevitable, then it must be swift and decisive. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered out of sight, leaping agilely from the back window of his apartment, vanishing into the intricate back alleys of Chinatown, racing toward the heart of the unfolding catastrophe. Chapter 34. The Lizard Man? The streets of New York had devolved into a veritable hell on earth. Once thriving and orderly, they were now shattered by screams, explosions, and the piercing wails of sirens. Panicked crowds scattered like headless flies, contrasting starkly with the armed police forces advancing resolutely against the tide. The air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, burnt rubber, and a nauseating, damp reptilian odor. Amidst the chaos, Yang Jieshi weaved through the throng, his speed vastly surpassing that of the ordinary, each evasion executed with the precision of a dance, effortlessly sidestepping obstacles and careening vehicles. His objective clear as he surged toward the epicenter of the conflict. He soon identified a target, an antiquated telephone booth abandoned at the street corner. This relic of a bygone era, rendered obsolete in the age of smartphones, now provided him with excellent cover. Yang Jieshi slipped into the cramped space and shut the door, momentarily isolating himself from the cacophony outside. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, issuing commands to the system residing within his mind. The next instant, brilliant blue motes of light materialized, swirling around him like a myriad of fireflies. When the luminescence dissipated, the formerly clad Yang Jieshi in jeans had been utterly transformed into the guise of the mysterious mercenary imitating a master. Pushing open the booth's door, Yang Jieshi re-entered the battlefield. Not far away, several New York police officers were establishing a defensive perimeter behind their squad cars, futilely firing their handguns at the faintly visible green figure in the distance. "Hey, stop! Who are you?" a young officer exclaimed, raising his weapon in alarm at the sudden appearance of the oddly attired figure. "Let him through, rookie." Beside him, an older sergeant pressed down on his arm, his face etched with fatigue and numbness. At such a moment, it mattered not who he was, as long as he was not one of those green-skinned monstrosities. Let him go. It was their duty. The seasoned sergeant had evidently become desensitized to the relentless parade of superheroes and supervillains that plagued New York City. Yang Jieshi paid them little mind, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement before he strode past the defensive line. He understood that in this city, sometimes a flamboyant costume proved more effective than any identification. His primary objective was crystal clear: to locate the Punisher, Frank Castle. In the midst of this chaotic melee, which desperately required formidable firepower, this decisive former Marine was undoubtedly the most trustworthy ally. Though their shared combat experience was limited to that one night on Roosevelt Island against the Beast, they were comrades in arms, and Margaret's Bar had spared him a plethora of mercenary registration troubles. Yang Jieshi could sense Frank's unabashed goodwill. More importantly, This man was undoubtedly a walking arsenal. To find Frank, one merely needed to seek the fiercest battleground. Before long, Yang Jiesher stumbled upon a police car overturned to the roadside. The officer inside had already perished, and the police radio crackled futilely. Without hesitation, he reached in and grabbed the radio, requesting backup. "We are under heavy attack at Broadway and 42nd Street. Repeat, we are at Broadway and 42nd Street. Those things are not just killing. They are assimilating. I saw Bill injected with that green serum. He has transformed into a monster." A gut-wrenching scream erupted from the radio, followed by the sickening sound of bones shattering, and then silence. He adjusted the frequency and quickly discerned critical information amidst the chaotic communications. A particular area was engulfed in intense crossfire, with an array of gunfire that was evidently not standard NYPD issue. There lay the location of Frank Castle. He clipped the radio to his waist and, like lightning, dashed toward that direction. Minutes later, Yang Jiesher arrived at his destination. It was a shopping mall, and there stood Frank at the edge of the third-floor terrace, wielding AM-60 machine gun. The ferocious tongues of fire leaped forth, and the hot shell casings cascaded down like a waterfall, forming a small mountain at his feet. Beside him were several ordinary citizens, armed with a variety of weapons. A burly man brandishing a double-barreled shotgun, a young man with an AR-15, and even a security guard swinging a fire axe. Together, they formed a protective barrier, while behind them huddled a dozen trembling women and children. What surprised Yang Jiesher was the nature of the foes they faced. Below, a throng of dark figures surrounded them. Not the soldiers clad in uniforms he had seen on the news. These reptilian creatures were more primitive and feral. Their bodies, covered in scales, were bare save for tattered animal hides around their waists, wielding crude stone spears, obsidian daggers, and poison darts that incessantly flew from the shadows. Their roars were filled with primal savagery, starkly contrasting with the previously disciplined lizard soldiers. The notion that they were mere citizens infected by the lizard folk was utterly implausible. After all, New York City harbored no such multitude of historical reenactors. Were they the underground faction? A fleeting memory flickered in Yang Jiesher's mind. In the Marvel underground realm, there existed a race of lizard folk, descendants of survivors from the age of dinosaurs, who typically remained isolated from the world. Yet unexpectedly, they had now become embroiled in this conflict. Could it be that Dr. Lizard had incited them, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? However, this was not the time for contemplation. The instinct for battle had commandeered his body. His observation hockey unfurled like quicksilver, instantly discerning the dynamics of the battlefield. He observed Frank's calm resolve, as well as the mingled fear and courage of the civilians. More importantly, he noted several distinctly powerful presences among the enemy ranks. Amidst the throng of ordinary lizard soldiers, a few towering figures clad in rudimentary metal armor exuded a more ferocious and refined aura. Undoubtedly the elite or commanders of this troop. Among them, the most formidable presence emanated from a lizard folk leader adorned with a necklace of menacing dinosaur teeth. Capture the king to catch the thief. Yang Jiesher inhalait deeply, gesting accéder au restaurant. He leaped from the rooftop of an adjacent building, employing the monk's art of silent descent, gliding seamlessly to the heart of the enemy formation. Boom! His feet struck the ground, creating a shallow crater in the hard asphalt. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. This sudden arrival momentarily stunned the surrounding lizard folk. In the next instant, Yang Jiesher drew forth his bloodstained resistance blade from behind him. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled his will, enveloping the entire blade in a cloak of dark hockey, akin to ink. His mastery of this hockey had advanced further, now extending its coverage. The dark hockey rendered the already menacing weapon even more profound and terrifying. Yang Jiesher barquet, transforming into a black whirlwind as he charged into the enemy ranks. His movements were executed with such swiftness that to the ordinary eye, only fleeting shadows and flashing black blade lights were perceivable. A lizard folk wielding a stone axe failed to register the newcomer, only to experience a sudden darkness before his massive head soared into the air, green blood gushing like a fountain from his severed neck. Without pausing, Yang Jiesher twisted his wrist, his hockey-wreathed blade carving a perfect arc as it cleaved through two lizard folk approaching from the side. Innards and viscera mingled with a foul liquid, splattering the ground. His slaughter was efficient and precise, devoid of any superfluous motion. With each strike, he claimed one or multiple lives. The lizard folk, formidable in the eyes of ordinary people, appeared as fragile as paper before him. Their ordinary scale defenses were utterly inadequate against the hockey capable of severing steel. Frank, perched above, noticed the sudden arrival of reinforcements. His gaze fell upon the familiar skull mask and the swift, ruthless style of slaughter, and the tension at the corners of his mouth subtly eased. Rather than ceasing fire, he intensified his assault, clearing the remote threats from the flanks for Yang Jieshi. Establishing a silent understanding between the two, Yang Jieshi's focus remained firmly on the lizardman leader, cutting through the dense enemy ranks like a sharpened blade, carving a bloody path. The lizardmen along his route, struck by the terror emanating from him, dared not advance, retreating in fear to the sides. The lizardman leader, adorned with a necklace of dinosaur teeth, let out an enraged hiss and swung a massive metal club down towards the charging Yang Jieshi. Clearly the strongest warrior among these primitive lizard folk, his strike bore the weight of 1,000 tons, whipping up fierce winds. Yet in Yang Jieshi's eyes, this attack reeked of flaws. He did not attempt to block. Instead, at the very moment the club was about to strike, he executed a swift sidestep, narrowly evading the blow, while simultaneously delivering a rising slash with his black blade. As the blade sliced through the air, time seemed to slow. The colossal form of the lizardman leader froze in disbelief, lowering its head to witness a thin black line stretching from its jaw to the crown of its head. In the next instant, its skull was cleanly severed in two. Yang Jieshi deftly caught the head before the body fell, raising it high. His gaze, icy and resolute, swept over the remaining lizardmen. Silence fell, an oppressive stillness. All roars and howls ceased in that moment. The simple-minded primitive lizard folk were utterly shattered by the gruesome and shocking scene before them. Their king, their mightiest warrior, had been dispatched with the ease of a butcher. Fear spread among them like a plague. A nearby lizardman emitted a mournful cry tinged with terror, discarding its weapon and fleeing. This seemed to serve as a signal. As the entire lizardman tribe crumbled, scrambling towards the sewer entrance they had come from, scattering like birds and beasts, their fighting spirit extinguished. Observing the tide of retreating enemies, the civilians above erupted in cheers of survival. Frank finally lowered his machine gun, its barrel glowing red-hot. He approached the edge of the terrace, looking down at the solitary figure amidst a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Master of imitation, Frank's voice crackled through the communicator, deep and gravelly, carrying a subtle note of approval. Well done. The timing was impeccable. Yang Jieshi casually discarded the severed head, sheathed his blade, infused with an aura of armed dominance, and pocketed the dinosaur tooth necklace. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the Punisher through the mask. The first teammate has assembled. Chapter 35, Director Stacy. With the addition of a master of decapitation tactics like Yang Jieshi, complemented by the Punisher's formidable suppressive fire akin to a moving fortress, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. The duo, one towering high and the other grounded low, coordinated seamlessly. Frank unleashed his roaring heavy machine gun, shredding any lizardmen attempting to mount an effective counteroffensive, while Yang Jieshi, akin to an elegant yet lethal harbinger of death, harvested the stragglers on the battlefield. After neutralizing the threats in this neighborhood, they soon encountered a police force engaged in evacuating civilians. The flashing red and blue lights of the police cars stood out vividly amidst the swirling smoke, evoking a long-lost sense of order. Leading the team was a white male police chief in his 50s, his hair graying, yet his gaze sharp, his stature erect. His face etched with the calmness and fatigue of one seasoned by the trials of battle. He was methodically directing his subordinates to establish a defensive line, guiding the women and children under Frank's protection to safety. Upon seeing that face, Yang Jieshi instinctively narrowed his eyes. George Stacy, the legendary chief of the New York City Police Department, a figure characterized by integrity, courage, stubbornness, and a tragic fate. He was also the father of Gwen Stacy, known as Spider-Woman. A thought flickered in Yang Jieshi's mind. In this world, Peter Parker had become the renowned Spider-Man. According to the singular universe's heroic doctrine, Spider-Gwen, the heroine from Earth 65, was unlikely to manifest in this parallel universe. Thus, the individual before him was merely the father of Spider-Man's first love. In the narrative of Spider-Man, this esteemed chief's sacrifice seemed almost inevitable, a classic trope designed to catalyze the hero's growth. Now, amidst the citywide crisis wrought by the Lizardmen, The specter of death looming above him was conspicuously vivid, almost dripping with blood. Yang Jieshi sighed inwardly, yet did not betray any outward signs of disturbance. Adopting a voice reminiscent of a master of disguise, slightly hoarse and altered, he addressed the rescued civilians. "Follow the chief. You shall be safe." He then turned to the busy police chief. George Stacy had also taken note of the two uninvited masked vigilantes. His gaze held a trace of instinctive scrutiny and displeasure, a reflexive response to all forces operating outside the confines of law. Yet, in this moment of citywide emergency, he was able to discern the gravity of the situation. The fact remained that these two had just saved dozens of lives from the clutches of monsters. Thus, he regarded them as yet another wave of concerned citizens thrust into action by circumstance. "You've done well," Chief Stacy succinctly acknowledged, then turned to his subordinates. "Quick, take them to the shelter." He did not look back at Yang Jieshi and Frank. After all, out of sight men out of mind, and he preferred not to engage with these masked figures. "Stay safe, Chief." Yang Jieshi regarded him with a casual admonition before exchanging a knowing glance with Frank. The two promptly turned away, extricating themselves from the throng of law enforcement, and vanished once more into the shadows of the city. George Stacy observed their retreating figures, a slight furrow creasing his brow. The phrase "stay safe" seemed less a mere pleasantry and more a subtle warning. However, he had no time to ponder this notion as a deluge of distress signals emanated from the radio, compelling him to cast aside his fleeting doubts and immerse himself once more in the urgent command of the situation, dismissing the earlier exchange as mere courteous banter. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi and Frank found refuge atop a relatively secluded skyscraper, momentarily distancing themselves from the chaos below. Frank busied himself with his equipment, deftly replacing the ammunition belt for a 60, the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. "Do you know that, police chief?" Frank broke the silence, his voice as deep and gravelly as ever, akin to stones scraping against sandpaper. As a keen observer and seasoned veteran, he had noticed the fleeting interest the mimic had displayed towards George Stacy. He paused momentarily before posing another inquiry. "And what are those lizard men clad in animal skins?" "I don't recall New York ever hosting a band of primitive enthusiasts. They feel distinctly different from the creations of Osborne." Leaning against the rooftop railing, Yang Jieshi gazed down upon the cityscape, a hellish tableau. He refrained from answering directly, instead turning to meet Frank's gaze from beneath his skull mask, his tone adopting a businesslike air of inevitability. "Frank, information does not come free. In our line of work, knowledge equates to life itself. If you wish to learn, you must offer something of equal value in return." At this, a subtle smile flickered across Frank's rugged features, as if he appreciated this straightforward approach to negotiation. "Very well," he replied with equal candor. "Name your price." "I desire a firearm," Yang Jieshi stated. "A gun?" Frank was taken aback, halting his actions and scrutinizing Yang Jieshi. "I assumed you preferred resolving matters with blades and fists. When did a close combat specialist develop an interest in firearms?" "Times have changed, my friend," Yang Jieshi replied, deliberately mimicking the tone of traditional Hong Kong film gangsters, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "One cannot claim to be a master without utilizing a firearm when available. Moreover, I have no desire for the common stock found on the market." His tone shifted to one of discerning professionalism. "What I seek is a piece of art, meticulously modified and calibrated by an expert, such as yourself. The recoil, trajectory, and trigger pull must be perfected, transforming it into an extension of the user's arm. Such a creation is worthy of my expertise." This declaration, half jest and half compliment, struck a chord with Frank, who harbored absolute confidence and pride in his custom weapons. He fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something before finally nodding decisively. "Agreed. Once this matter concludes, I shall bestow upon you a fine firearm. Do inform me of your preferred type when the time comes. I assure your satisfaction." The tone of Yang Jieshi's voice carried a hint of delight as he prepared to divulge some intelligence regarding the lizard men to finalize their transaction. However, at that very moment, a distinctive, piercing whoosh resonated above their heads. The two men instinctively glanced upward, a white figure, moving with remarkable rhythm and grace, soared between the skyscrapers, swinging on gossamer threads. The manner of this figure's movement was starkly dissimilar to that of their familiar red and blue neighborly hero. If Peter Parker's swings exuded strength and practicality, Then this figure's motions resembled an aerial ballet, elegant and light, each twist and turn infused with artistry. Frank squinted, unable to discern the identity of the figure at first. Yet Yang Jieshi, endowed with significantly enhanced dynamic vision from the super soldier serum, caught a clear glimpse of the figure as it flashed by. It was not the Spider-Man they recognized. The newcomer donned a skin-tight suit dominated by black and white, most strikingly featuring a white hood that rustled in the wind as she moved at high speed. The suit's inner lining and the soles of her shoes were adorned with vibrant lake blue accents. The graceful silhouette unmistakably revealed that the web-slinger was a woman. It was Spider-Gwen, Ghost Spider. Yang Jieshi froze, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. All his preconceived notions and deductions crumbled in that instant, swirling into a chaotic blizzard of confusion. How could this be? Why was she here? In this universe, Spider-Man was clearly Peter Parker, and George Stacy was still alive. According to the fundamental laws of the comic universe, typically, only one primary representative of the spider totem emerges in a single universe. If Spider-Man exists, then Spider-Gwen should not, and vice versa. Yet now both appeared. Could it be that she hailed from another universe? Was it due to the energy fluctuations from the Lizard Men catastrophe? Or had the fabled Spider-Verse event quietly commenced in this unfamiliar world? In an instant, countless questions surged into Yang Jieshi's mind like a tidal wave, plunging his usually composed thoughts into unprecedented chaos. It seemed the depths of this world were far more profound than he had ever imagined. Chapter 36. When amidst the towering edifices of New York City, a white figure moved like an elegant dancer, nimbly weaving through the jungle of steel and glass. She was Gwen Stacy, a young girl burdened with dual identities. To the world, she might appear as an ordinary top student in the biochemistry department at Empire State University, the cherished daughter of Police Chief George Stacy, and a close friend of Mary Jane Watson. Her life trajectory was meant to mirror that of countless other girls her age in New York, fretting over final exams in the library, sharing the latest gossip and secrets with her best friend, and occasionally dreaming of future career aspirations. Her family is simple yet warm. Her father, the chief of police, stands as her most steadfast support, while her loving mother bestows upon her endless tenderness. In her life, the greatest secret, as well as the sweetest of burdens, lies in the depths of her heart, an unconfessed infatuation with a boy named Peter Parker. He is intelligent, kind, and somewhat shy with a hint of the bookish, and he happens to be the childhood friend of her best friend, Mary Jane. Gwen senses an unspoken understanding between them, a natural attraction that others cannot penetrate. Yet, fate seems to delight in jest. Mary Jane, the radiant redhead, has been betrothed to Harry Osborn due to her family's circumstances. This intricate quadrilateral relationship compels Gwen to cautiously conceal her emotions, much like a seed that is yet to sprout, buried deep within the soil of her heart. However, an unexpected incident alters the course of her destiny entirely. During a school-organized visit to the Osborn Group's latest laboratory, as she gazes absent-mindedly at the intricate genetic schematics, she feels a slight sting on her neck, akin to a mosquito bite. At the time, she pays it no mind, but upon returning home, a high fever engulfs her body. She feels as though she has been thrown into an inferno, her body ablaze and her consciousness clouded. Considering the exorbitant medical expenses in America, she grits her teeth, convincing herself that this too shall pass. Little did she know, this struggle would last a full 2 days. When she finally awakens from her stupor, miraculously the fever has subsided, and she feels an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through her veins. Her senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Later, she catches a glimpse of the red and blue figure of Spider-Man on television. She witnesses him rise to the occasion in times of peril and hears his resonant words echoing through New York. With great power comes great responsibility. This phrase strikes her heart like thunder, igniting a profound yearning for justice within her soul. She too possesses superpowers. She can no longer live merely as an ordinary college student. Thus, another version of herself is born, clad in a suit and hood, a spectral spider who dispenses justice in the shadows of night. If Peter Parker's web-swinging is imbued with strength and purpose, akin to a precisely guided missile, then Gwen's swings resemble a magnificent aerial ballet. Her movements are light and graceful, filled with the feminine qualities of resilience and coordination. Each turn and flip imbued with a unique artistic beauty. This marks the most evident distinction between her and Spider-Man. Yet the path to becoming a hero is far more arduous than one might imagine. Regrettably, due to their similar abilities and appearances, the vast majority either mistake her for Spider-Man himself or view her as a mere attention-seeking imitator. Even the most ruthless of criminals often find her lacking in experience, leading her to arrive just moments too late to witness the aftermath left by Spider-Man. This leaves her feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps, she muses, is time for a change in color? As Gwen gracefully executed a stunning twist in the air, her mind wandered, contemplating colors. Pink? Purple? Both seemed too ostentatious. In that moment of distraction, an intense sense of danger surged through her, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Her spider sense was screaming in alarm. Suddenly, a searing energy beam, radiating a blinding green light, erupted from the street below, striking the web she held with pinpoint accuracy. Disaster struck. The web snapped, and Gwen lost her point of support midair, gasping as her body plummeted downward. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly. In the instant of her fall, she flicked her wrist, launching a new web that adhered to the adjacent wall, stabilizing her precarious position as she clung to the glass F.A.Ade like a gecko. Heart racing, she glanced down to see a colossal lizard man slowly raising a menacing firearm. The weapon's sinister design emitted wisps of smoke from its barrel, clearly the origin of that energy beam. This lizard man was unlike any she had seen in the news. He was clad in heavy, metallic green armor that glimmered ominously, and a device resembling an energy pack was strapped to his back. His eyes bore the cunning and cruelty of an intelligent creature. Behind this high-tech lizard man loomed a throng of primitive lizard folk, clad in animal hides and wielding stone spears. Their numbers were overwhelming, nearly filling the entire block, with pairs of yellow, slit-like eyes greedily and bloodthirstily fixated on her. Faced with this tide of enemies, Gwen's heart sank to the depths of despair. She was merely a fledgling hero, inexperienced in such grand confrontations. One-on-one, she might have felt undaunted, but against a well-equipped commander and a vast army, an uncontrollable panic surged within her. Should she flee or fight? For a moment, she found herself utterly at a loss. Just as the Lizardman Legion was poised to charge, an unforeseen turn of events erupted. The sound of a rapid, chainsaw-like gunfire, reminiscent of tearing canvas, erupted unexpectedly from the flank of the Lizardmen. The overwhelming firepower formed a deadly barrage, shredding the foremost primitive Lizardmen into mere remnants, green blood and flesh splattering everywhere. This sudden assault momentarily stalled the advance of the Lizardman horde. In the instant that the Lizardmen faltered due to the flank attack, a shadowy figure, like a specter, silently penetrated their formation from another direction with astonishing speed. This figure wielded a long, obsidian black blade, and with each swing, it released a chilling glint. As it moved through the ranks, Lizardmen fell like wheat before the scythe, without a sound or struggle, heads severed, body standing for a brief moment before crashing to the ground. His slaughter was efficient, calm, and imbued with a lethal artistry that starkly contrasted with the cacophony of gunfire. In an instant, the ranks of the Lizardmen were thrown into disarray. Gwen stood in stunned silence, witnessing the scene unfold before her. The relentless barrage of gunfire reminded her of the cold-blooded enforcer known as the Punisher, who was rumored to operate in Hell's Kitchen. The specter-like swordsman, adorned with a grotesque skull mask, displayed astonishing agility as the newly emerged master of mimicry in Hell's Kitchen. The battle concluded even more swiftly than it commenced. Under the synchronized onslaught of these two harbingers of death, the once menacing Lizardmen Legion crumbled in an instant, with the remaining survivors abandoning their fallen comrades' corpses, fleeing in terror back to the sewers. The acrid smoke had yet to dissipate, yet the streets were already strewn with the bodies of the Lizardmen. The Punisher emerged from behind truck, shouldering a still-smoking machine gun, his iconic skull shirt now stained beyond recognition with blood and gunpowder. Meanwhile, the master of mimicry slowly sheathed his blade, standing amidst the sea of corpses as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. In unison, they lifted their gazes towards Gwen, who remained pressed against the wall. She observed them, then glanced at the devastation surrounding her. Her lack of combat experience rendered her somewhat out of place amidst such a scene of brutal efficiency. Yang Jia, shaking his head, noted that this young spider clearly required further honing. He stepped forward, looking up at the shaken girl. extending his hand, and in what he believed to be a gentle tone, asked, "Spider-Gwen, are you all right?" This statement sent a jolt through Gwen. Her mind swiftly processed two crucial pieces of information. First, he did not refer to her as Spider-Man or Spider-Woman, but rather with an entirely new moniker, one she had not even contemplated herself, evoking a flicker of delight at being truly recognized. However, the second revelation swiftly extinguished this fleeting joy, replaced by a chilling dread. How could he possibly know my name? Spider-Gwen? This secret had never been divulged to anyone, and these two, drenched in blood and emanating a palpable menace, merely standing there, exuded a malice honed from the very heaps of corpses, making her skin prickle with unease. They were no benevolent souls. They were aware of their true identities. What did that imply? Fear overwhelmed reason, and Gwen instinctively assumed a combat stance, her body taut, hands poised before her chest, ready to unleash webs or strike at any moment. Her eyes, peering through the lenses of her mask, brimmed with vigilance and hostility. Observing her response, Yang Jie felt a pang of alarm. Oh no, I slipped up. In his attempt to differentiate her from Peter, he had unconsciously uttered the name he had known best in his previous life. He had forgotten that in this world, the name Spider-Gwen itself was a dangerously revealing piece of information. He should have referred to her as Ghost Spider or some other alias. Watching the girl's startled, spiky demeanor, Yang Jie felt a wave of frustration wash over him. At this moment, the situation had transformed. Not only had they failed to save the person, but they had also thoroughly frightened the young girl. Chapter 37, Team Formation. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. The eyes of Gwen, peering through the lenses of her mask, were filled with wariness and terror, akin to a cat cornered, its fur standing on end. Her taut body was poised to either launch a web to escape or retaliate. Yet deep down, she understood that against these two formidable figures, who had just cleared the area with the efficiency of executioners, any resistance might be utterly futile. Sighing in resignation, Yang Jie raised his hands, palms outward, signaling an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill. He was acutely aware that his inadvertent mention of Spider-Gwen had triggered a sensitive response. For a fledgling hero, revealing one's identity was far more terrifying than death itself. Frank Castle, standing nearby, appeared unfazed by the tension in the air. With an impassive expression, he retrieved a crumpled cigarette from his tactical vest and lit it with a blood-stained windproof lighter, inhaling deeply before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his granite-like visage. Master of imitation, he rasped, breaking the silence. Do you happen to know someone familiar? Sort of, Yang Jie replied, lowering his hands. He recognized that in such a precarious situation, any attempt at obfuscation would only heighten their wariness and disdain. Lies and disguises can sometimes pose a greater threat than the truth itself. He resolved to lay his cards on the table, at least partially. Yang Jie directed his gaze toward Gwen, his tone becoming matter of fact, as if stating an inconsequential fact, is the biological daughter of George Stacy, the chief of police of New York City. Isn't that right, Miss Gwen? This revelation struck Gwen like a hammer, weighing heavily on her heart. If her secret code name and identity had been laid bare moments ago, now even her most cherished familial background had been effortlessly exposed by the adversary. An unprecedented chill of fear coursed up her spine. Who were these individuals? How could they possess such knowledge? Don't be so tense. Yang Jie seemed to read her thoughts, his tone taking on a teasing quality. We are mercenaries, navigating the melting pot of New York. It's quite normal to know secrets that others do not. Sometimes, secrets can be a commodity. He took a step forward, prompting Gwen to instinctively retreat. Her web shooter now aimed at him. Yang Jie halted, a faint, enigmatic chuckle escaping from beneath his skull mask. For instance, I know there's another spider in the city. Similar to you. A boy, somewhat loquacious, not particularly skilled with a camera. Would you like to know who he is? He paused, his voice laced with devilish temptation. I could sell you his identity, and in consideration of your status as the chief's daughter, I'll give you a 20% discount. Gwen's heart raced. Another spider? She was undoubtedly curious, and on more than one occasion, she pondered the visage hidden beneath the mask of that red and blue figure, whose abilities mirrored her own. Yet, her intrinsic sense of kindness and justice admonished her that prying into others' secrets was morally reprehensible, particularly in such a manner. She bit her lip, remaining silent, but the fleeting hesitation did not escape the keen eyes of Yang Jie. It appeared you were a good child. unwilling to exploit this opportunity. Yang Jieshi, recognizing the moment, shifted his tone, his demeanor growing serious, enveloping Gwen in an invisible pressure. However, in this world, the virtuous often endure great hardships. Now, let us address the matter at hand. This city is descending into chaos, besieged by monsters. You, a novice hero lacking experience. We, two relatively efficient professionals. I believe we should collaborate to rescue New York and simultaneously ensure the safety of our police chief's daughter. What do you think? This proposition, although seemingly reasonable, was imbued with an unmistakable air of coercion. The subtext was glaringly clear. We are aware of your identity, your residence, and your father's status. Now, you can either team up with us, two lethal forces operating under our watchful gaze, to swiftly resolve this crisis while alleviating some of the pressure on your father. Or you may choose to wander aimlessly through this hellish city, hoping for your father's safety amidst the turmoil. This was a blatant threat. Gwen grasped the implications instantly. She was merely a newly adult university student, her heroic journey just beginning, facing little more than petty thieves and street thugs. She had never encountered such a complex and perilous situation. The two individuals before her, the taciturn, gunpowder-scented Punisher and the master of mimicry who could unearth all her secrets with casual banter, instilled in her profound, soul-deep fear. She felt afraid. Rationality, courage, and the responsibilities of a hero were all eclipsed by her primal instinct for survival in that moment. As she gazed at the fearsome skull mask, it felt as though she could see the all-seeing eyes hidden beneath it. Ultimately, almost as if possessed, she gently nodded. Very well. A faint syllable escaped her throat. A wise choice. Yang Jieshi noted in satisfaction. Thus, a makeshift team composed of a cold-blooded assassin, a mysterious mercenary, and a novice hero was dramatically formed. The trio wasted no time, immediately advancing deeper into the impending disaster. Frank remained a walking arsenal, either leading the way or occupying high ground for vigilance. Yang Jieshi took charge of assaults and managing unforeseen situations, while Gwen, somewhat at a loss, trailed behind them, striving to present herself as a competent ally, silently navigating between the skyscrapers on her webbing, though internally, she was a tangled mess. During their progression, Yang Jieshi fulfilled his promise, elucidating the intelligence regarding the Lizardmen to Frank. Previously, we encountered two entirely distinct races. Yang Jieshi, ever vigilant of his surroundings, murmured, "Those clad in animal skins and wielding stone weaponry are the indigenous inhabitants of this city's underbelly, a naturally evolved race of lizardmen. Most of them remain entrenched in tribal civilization, yet a select few elites appear to have unearthed remnants of a more ancient civilization." He gestured toward the nearby lizardman corpse, charred by energy weaponry. That civilization is referred to as the Abnormals. The artifacts they possess have granted them access to energy weapons that far exceed their own technological capabilities. Thus, they are a blend of primitive warriors and technologically advanced elites. Their emergence onto the surface is likely instigated or controlled by the Lizard Doctor, or perhaps they seek to seize the opportunity amidst chaos. Frank, upon hearing this, merely emitted a derisive snort. As for the others, Yang Jieshi continued, those in military garb, armed with standard firearms, are the product of a collaboration between the Osborn Group and the military, pure biological weapons designed for specific missions. The most troubling aspect, however, are the ordinary citizens who have been assimilated. They carry a serum capable of transforming humans into new lizard men, and their civilian attire renders them particularly difficult to distinguish. The government and corporations are always playing with fire, Frank remarked coldly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. To him, regardless of the type, the outcome remained singular, a fate torn apart by bullets. They traversed a thoroughly devastated commercial street, the scenes of destruction painfully vivid. At that moment, a unique, deep, and powerful engine roar echoed from the sky. Yang Jieshi abruptly looked up, his exceptional dynamic vision allowing him to swiftly spot the black silhouette spiraling high above. It was a Quinjet, the iconic vehicle of S.H.L.D. A knowing smile crept across Yang Jieshi's lips as he nudged the Punisher beside him, gesturing towards the sky. It appears our old acquaintance, Director Nick Fury, is also preparing to make his entrance. Chapter 38, The Defenders Alliance. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of downtown Manhattan, the flames of battle raged fervently. "Hey, Ugly, Your scales could use a good exfoliation. A figure clad in red and blue arced gracefully through the air, deftly evading two intersecting beams of energy. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, twisted midair, launching two strands of webbing that accurately ensnared two lizard men poised to pounce upon civilians. With a sharp tug, he sent them colliding in midair, transforming them into a tangled heap. His toes lightly tapped against the wall of the building, propelling him upward again, yet his demeanor belied his flippant remarks. His spider sense buzzed like 1,000 needles, piercing his consciousness, heralding danger from all directions. Even more vexing was the complexity of the adversaries before him. Daredevil, 3 o'clock. That lady in the pink dress is about to transform. Peter shouted into his communicator. Before the last word had left his lips, a shadowy figure, deep crimson in hue, darted forth from the darkness like a specter. It was Daredevil, Matt Murdock, who, though he could not hear Peter's warning, was acutely aware of his surroundings. Within his sensory realm, he perceived the shrieks of a woman whose heartbeat was accelerating at a monstrous rate, her bones emitting a subtle, teeth-grinding sound as her muscles beneath the skin underwent a grotesque transformation. This was no longer the physiological rhythm befitting a human being. Without a moment's hesitation, Daredevil swung his baton, ensnaring the woman's ankle with precision, just before she could fully metamorphose into a beast. He yanked her from the throng and hurled her into a secluded corner. In the next instant, he crouched low, evading the talons of a recently assimilated lizardman guard. He countered with an upward strike of his baton, delivering a resounding blow to the creature's jaw, the force of which sent it sprawling backward, momentarily incapacitated. They were situated in a community center, hastily repurposed as a refuge for the displaced. Injured civilians were continually brought in, while, simultaneously, infected citizens were undergoing sudden transformations into new monstrosities. This dual threat rendered their battle precarious. They had to combat the enemies flooding in from outside, while remaining vigilant against potential traitors lurking within. They could not resort to lethal force, for these creatures had only recently been living humans, placing them in a position of great disadvantage. "We cannot hold out much longer." Matt's voice came through the communicator, calm yet grave. "There are simply too many of them. We must locate the source." In his perception, the very heartbeat of New York City had devolved into chaos, pulsating with fear, anguish, and madness. This sensation was an unending torment for him. "I know. I wish we could," Peter exclaimed, kicking a lizard man off him and using the momentum to propel himself onto the roof of the community center. "But what will happen to the civilians if we leave? We can't just abandon them to a lizard party." At that moment, heavy footsteps and the sound of metal scraping echoed from the far end of the street. It was the lizard man commander, clad in high-tech armor and wielding an energy rifle, previously encountered by Gwen. Now, he strode confidently toward the community center, flanked by an elite squad of lizard soldiers, all similarly equipped with energy weapons. His intent was unmistakable: to obliterate this bastion of human resistance. "Oh no," Peter muttered, eyeing the menacing weaponry. The alert level of his spider sense surged to its apex. "Matt, they're coming. Looks like the leader is at the forefront." "I see it," Daredevil replied in a low voice, acutely aware of the energy core within the lizard commander, functioning like a miniature reactor. This was not an adversary they could easily confront. With a swift motion, the lizard commander raised his energy rifle, unleashing a beam of light, more formidable than before, aimed directly at the entrance of the community center. "No!" Spider-Man roared, launching himself into action as he fired a barrage of webs, layering them thickly to shield against the impending onslaught. As the spider's web came into contact with the beam of light, it was vaporized, consumed in flames, yet it ultimately bought a mere fraction of a second. Seizing this fleeting moment, Daredevil had already knocked several civilians closest to the entrance to the ground. However, they all understood that they would be unable to withstand the next strike. Yet the anticipated second blow did not arrive. Instead, a deafening cacophony erupted, shaking the entire street with its violent gunfire. Hot, 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 hot. The Punisher emerged from around the corner, brandishing a .60 caliber weapon, indiscriminately unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. The large caliber rounds pounded against the armored skin of the lizard commander like a tempest, sparking showers of fire. Although they could not penetrate the thick armor, the tremendous kinetic force forced its massive form to stagger back, unable to stabilize its aim. The elite soldiers surrounding it were instantly torn to shreds by this metallic storm. Frank Castle felt a mix of shock and joy. However, before he could fully relish the moment, a shadowy figure silently descended from a nearby high-rise, akin to a predatory falcon. Before touching the ground, Yang Jieshi had already produced a row of specially designed darts that gleamed ominously in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he sent several of these lethal projectiles precisely toward the joint connections of the Lizard Commander S armor, identifying its vulnerabilities with his enhanced dynamic vision. The sound of metal striking metal rang out as the darts successfully embedded themselves in the joints. Although they caused no substantial harm, they effectively disrupted the creature's movements. The Lizard Commander roared in fury, turning its cannon to prioritize the immediate threat. But it was already too late. Yang Jieshi's form closed in like a wraith, wielding a formidable combat knife that radiated an aura of dominance. He executed a cunning and lethal arc aimed at the joint of the creature's gun-wielding arm. With a sickening crack, the once impenetrable metal armor was cleaved apart before the might of his blade. The Lizard Commander's arm, still clutching the weapon, was severed at the shoulder. A howl of agony erupted from it, a sound of pure madness. Yet Yang Jieshi's assault was far from over. Having struck true, he spun like a top, producing a combat dagger equally imbued with an air of command, which he plunged mercilessly into the creature's gaping maw, driving it deep until it reached the hilt. The battle was concluded in the blink of an eye. Wow! Spider-Man whistled as he swung down from the rooftop. Frank, Skullface, I never expected to see your gruesome duo performing here. Is your fan meetup taking place in Midtown? Daredevil silently materialized beside him, glancing towards the two formidable figures and nodding in acknowledgement. Punisher, Master of Mimicry. While he personally felt gratitude towards the Master of Mimicry and immense sympathy for Frank's plight, he recalled that they had only fought together the previous night against the Osborn group, defending St. Agnes Orphanage. However, the bloodstains adorning his body left him at a loss, for they were remnants of innocent citizens. At that moment, a white figure stumbled down from above, interrupting his contemplation. It was Gwen, who had followed closely behind. As she beheld the Spider-Man and Daredevil before her, heroes she had only encountered in news stories and legends, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that after Roosevelt Island, they had yet another opportunity to fight side by side. Yang Jieshi withdrew his dagger from the Lizardman's head, wiping the blood from it with a nonchalant demeanor. However, this time, we have an additional newcomer, he remarked, his gaze resting on Gwen. Hey, this is, White Spider. Your costume is quite exquisite, far better than my red and blue pajamas. Peter observed this unfamiliar counterpart with curiosity. With their most formidable foe vanquished and a reliable ally encountered, the five swiftly reached a consensus on collaboration. In the face of the calamity engulfing the city, any notion of individual heroism would be folly. Cooperation was imperative. Yang Jieshi, the most informed mercenary among them, Spider-Man, the city's most renowned guardian, Daredevil, the Dark Knight of Hell's Kitchen, the Punisher, the strongest firepower, and the newly joined Ghost Spider, a highly mobile fresh force, formed an extraordinary alliance. Since it is a team operation, we ought to have a name, right? Peter Parker suggested, gazing at this hastily assembled group. We can't just keep calling ourselves, that one. How about we call ourselves the Defenders Alliance? We are defending this city, after all. Whatever, the Punisher replied with indifference. Daredevil nodded in silence. Gwen anxiously observed everyone, hesitant to voice her opinion. It's a decent name, Yang Jieshi shrugged. At least it will suffice until this incident concludes. As a traveler, he was aware that a street hero organization known as the Defenders Alliance would emerge later, and by now, he could be considered a veteran within it. He turned to the others and stated, "Now we all understand that the source of the disaster lies with both the Underground and the Osborn group. We are still uncertain why those primitive beings from the Underground were drawn into this, but the true core is Osborn. Dr. Connors, along with those biological weapons in collaboration with the military, are all there." As his words settled, the five individuals simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes traversing the ravaged streets, collectively fixed on the skyscraper of the Osborn group that stood tall against the city skyline. There, it appeared as though a colossal eye of the storm, the source of all chaos, lay quietly awaiting them. Their first task was to strike at the heart of the beast. Chapter 39. Vanguard Technology in the Dark Recesses of the Marvel Universe. or indeed within all American comics, science is not always a pathway to enlightenment. In the Marvel world, when it breaks free from the constraints of morality, it gives rise to a toxic flower known as Vanguard Technology. This organization is comprised of some of the world's most brilliant yet unhinged scientists who adhere to a singular doctrine: the supremacy of science and the dominance of technology. In their eyes, politics, ethics, and even human life are mere experimental data and replaceable variables. They yearn to reshape the world with their advanced technologies, placing all of humanity beneath their cold, data-driven reign. The members are typically clad in iconic yellow beekeeper suits, which serve as both a symbol of identity and a mobile platform for biochemical experimentation. At this moment, deep beneath the streets of New York City, within a vast and intricate secret base, the chilling glow of scientific endeavor flickers ominously. This location stands as one of the most crucial strongholds in North America. The entire facility resembles a colossal hive constructed of alloys and glass, with countless researchers in yellow suits bustling about like worker bees. The air is thick with the scent of ozone and metallic coolant, and the deep hum of server arrays provides an unchanging backdrop to this environment. In the central control room of the base, two figures stand side by side before a monitoring wall composed of hundreds of screens. The wall displays, in real time, the apocalyptic chaos unfolding on the streets of New York City. One of the individuals is tall and gaunt, with a pallid complexion, seated in a high-tech wheelchair. He is Alastair Smythe, the genius leader, a scientist with unparalleled expertise in robotics and artificial intelligence. His eyes glimmer with a fervent blend of wisdom and obsession. Beside him stands a formidable man with a stern visage, adorned with a distinctive monocle over his right eye. He is Baron Wolfgang von Strucker, one of the legendary leaders of Hydra. He stands silently, his presence exuding an air of authority and iron will that seems to freeze the air around him. Baron Strucker, observe. Alastair Smythe lightly taps the control panel on the armrest of his wheelchair, causing one of the screens on the monitoring wall to magnify instantly. Dr. Connor Serum has produced results more dramatic than we anticipated. The aggression and transmissibility of these assimilated individuals have exceeded our original data. It is a marvelous chaos. His tone bears a detached admiration, akin to a scientist observing experimental specimens. The catastrophic Lizard Man crisis sweeping through New York is a product of their collaborative efforts, orchestrated as a grand distraction for SHIELD and the city's heroes, all in exchange for an astronomical sum and several cutting-edge technology patents. Merely a splendid smokescreen, Dr. Smythe, Baron Strucker responds, his gaze not lingering on the howling monstrosities. His voice is deep and steady, laced with disdain for the tumult before him. These genetically mutated biological weapons are, after all, nothing more than trivial playthings. Long before the United States military had completed the safety evaluation of Dr. Connor Serum, Hydra had already acquired the complete serum samples and all research data through their deeply entrenched intelligence network within American society. For Hydra, which had infiltrated the American government to the point of being as porous as a sieve, this was an effortless endeavor. Their scheme was far more insidious than merely unleashing a monster. Hydra's operatives easily bribed several high-ranking officials within Congress and the Pentagon, codenamed Commissioner Smith. It was these Commissioner Smith who continuously pressured the military leadership, invoking national security and technological rivalry as justification to hasten the field tests of the biological weapon program, deliberately approving the use of an incomplete and highly dangerous version of the serum. As for driving the primitive lizard people living underground to the surface to create greater chaos, that was merely a convenient afterthought. To facilitate this, they even thoughtfully provided a reinforcement agent, injecting it into the underground through the ventilation system, enabling the long-hidden lizard folk to swiftly overcome their fear of bright light. Everything was orchestrated to make this spectacle appear more genuine and chaotic. However, Dr. SMYS was graced with a sardonic smile as he observed the newly emerged, variably equipped superheroes on the screen. The ability to lure out such a multitude of costumed freaks at once was indeed beyond our expectations, a rather unexpected delight. At that moment, a soft beep resonated through the control room's communication system, signaling an encrypted communication request. On the screen appeared the visage of a stern-faced figure clad in a skull mask, none other than Hydra's ace operative, Crossbones, Brock Rumlow. Baron, this is Rumlow. Crossbones' voice emanated through the communicator, tinged with an unmistakable sense of astonishment. I need you to review the priority video I just uploaded. Baron Strucker nodded slightly, prompting SMYS to immediately display Rumlow's video on the main screen. The footage was somewhat shaky, evidently recorded by the tactical helmet's camera during the lulls of battle. In the video, a figure donning a skull mask and a cloak wielded a large blade. This figure moved with the swiftness of lightning, the distinctively styled Chinese broadsword in his hand, transitioning from powerful, sweeping strikes akin to a tiger descending a mountain to fluid, serpentine maneuvers, the blade glinting like a viper's tongue. Each strike was precise, efficient, imbued with a brutal aesthetic reminiscent of a masterclass in combat. The lizard folk surrounding him, whether primitive or infected, could not withstand even a single move against him. His fighting technique was a testament to a deep, bone-deep mastery forged through countless trials. Baron, Crossbones' voice rang out once more, this time laced with a hint of reverence. Did you witness his fighting style? I would never mistake it. That is unmistakably our old instructor's technique. I am more than 80% certain. He is an imitator of the master in this parallel universe. The master of imitation is not as illustrious as in others, yet the Baron is acutely aware of his worth. He is not merely a premier assassin. He is also an unparalleled tactical instructor. Many elite Hydra operatives, including Crossbones, have undergone his rigorous training. Every move, every technique of power exertion from that figure is indelibly etched into Crossbones' muscle memory. Moreover, I sense that this venerable instructor seems even more formidable than before. His aura is sharper, more unfathomable. Crossbones added. The Baron Strucker's brow furrowed tightly upon the instant he beheld the resistant saber. His pupils slightly constricted, and for the first time, a flicker of complex and inscrutable emotion surfaced upon his eternally stoic countenance. The name Yang Shojing, the master of imitation, pierced through his memory like a deeply embedded thorn. The Baroness' thoughts involuntarily drifted back to many years ago. At that time, Hydra was far more powerful than it is today, yet also more chaotic. The infighting and purges among various factions were brutally fierce, with countless exceptional operatives and commanders perishing not at the hands of enemies, but due to the suspicions and betrayals of their own kin. He still believes that the protracted internal strife was a foolish error that precipitated Hydra's decline, costing them an immeasurable loss of talent. Among those he mourns the most is that agent from the Celestial Empire, codenamed the Master of Imitation, Yang Shojing. Though merely an Asian, Yang Shojing was an almost perfect warrior, a tactical genius. He was loyal, efficient, and had rendered great service to Hydra. However, during the peak of the internal conflict, opposing factions concocted a so-called meticulously detailed piece of evidence to accuse Yang Shojing of being a double agent from the Eastern Spear Bureau, aiming to undermine Strucker. In retrospect, how absurd and ludicrous those so-called evidences were. They were nothing more than fabricated political tricks based solely on his lineage. Yet at that time, in an atmosphere fraught with paranoia and mutual accusations, the seeds of doubt, once sown, could prove fatal. Ultimately, Yang Shojing was listed for purging and reportedly eliminated by his own people during a mission. But now he is still alive and has appeared on the battlefield in New York. Moreover, he seems stronger. Baron Strucker exhaled slowly, as if that breath had lifted the burdens of accumulated years of vexation from his heart. Past mistakes cannot be rectified, but the future can indeed be altered. A master of imitation more powerful than before holds immeasurable value. Romulo, Strucker's voice regained its former steadiness and authority, yet it carried an undeniable command. Closely monitor him. Do not engage in any conflict with him. I require all his movements and intelligence. He paused, his profound gaze seemingly penetrating the screen, envisioning that figure wielding a saber amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After the completion of this operation, I shall assign you a task. Utilize every means at your disposal to persuade our former instructor to rejoin the ranks of Hydra. Hydra will always welcome the return of genuine talent. Chapter 40. Multiple parties involved reinstate our former instructor into the Hydra team, echoed the authoritative voice of Baron Strucker through the communication channel. As a flicker of complex emotion crossed Brock Rumlow's gaze, the old instructor, a man who had once trained them with nightmarish rigor, had also been the one who ensured their survival through countless life-or-death scenarios. He inhaled deeply, poised to respond. when a steady and rhythmic sound of footsteps approached from the fire door behind him. Rumlow reacted with the swiftness of lightning, effortlessly severing the encrypted communication and discreetly stowing the device into the hidden pocket of his tactical vest. The entire sequence was fluid, as though he merely adjusted his gear. As he turned, his face donned the signature expression of a mercenary, a blend of defiance and volatility. The newcomer was Phil Coulson, impeccably clad in a tailored black suit, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked battlefield littered with smoke and the remains of monstrous foes. His countenance bore a gentle yet professional smile, as if he were attending a business gala rather than surveying a hellish landscape. Rumlow recognized that this seemingly harmless man was the sharpest surgical instrument in Nick Fury's arsenal. A true confidant of the director of S.H.I.L.D., Commander Rumlow, Coulson's tone remained leisurely. The director wishes to ascertain the latest updates from your reconnaissance. There's nothing new to report, Agent Coulson, Rumlow replied, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to Coulson before lighting his own. The acrid taste of tobacco temporarily masked the nauseating stench of blood that hung in the air. He gestured toward the chaotic streets beneath them, still rife with green-skinned creatures and terrified citizens. We've cleared this area for now. It's secure. But who knows what may crawl out of the sewers next? Coulson calmly caught the cigarette, not igniting it, but instead twirling it between his fingers. His gaze swept over the green blood, staining Rumlow's attire before settling on his hardened visage, smiling slightly as he said, "Well done. However, the director has a new mission for you." In an instant, Rumlow recalled the information conveyed to him recently by the upper echelons of Hydra. Nick Fury's trust in him was not absolute, a fact both Hydra and he himself were acutely aware of. Intriguingly, under the intricate web of misdirection and information dissemination from Hydra's intelligence division, Fury's suspicions had veered into a particularly fascinating direction. Within Fury's archives, Lieutenant Brock Rumlow, a former elite of the United States Marine Corps, now the commanding officer of S.H.I.L.D.'s Rapid Response Team, was marked as a potential undercover agent from a hardline faction of the military. The intelligence, meticulously forged by Hydra and subsequently leaked to S.H.I.L.D. through third-party channels, reveals that Rumlow has been dispatched to monitor S.H.I.L.D., ensuring that the interests of the Pentagon remain unscathed by this independent agency. Furthermore, the psychological profile report, personally authorized by Fury, corroborates this assertion with remarkable precision. In the report, Rumlow is depicted as the quintessential American soldier, somewhat psychologically twisted by the rigors of combat. He harbors severe racist tendencies, displaying a deep-seated disdain for non-white races. He revels in bloodshed, deriving pleasure from battle and conquest. He subscribes to violence and social Darwinism, scoffing at so-called procedural justice, advocating for shooting first and questioning later. Such traits are not uncommon among American veterans who have endured multiple overseas conflicts, rendering his identity as a military infiltrator all the more credible. However, the reason Fury retains him, even entrusting him with significant responsibilities, lies in a crucial weakness he has identified: greed. Rumlow makes no attempt to disguise his thirst for wealth, eagerly accepting various high-risk assignments in exchange for substantial bounties, and even clandestinely trafficking in less sensitive spoils of war. To Fury, this represents a perfect lever. A flawed individual is far easier to control than a saint devoid of desires. He believes that, given sufficient financial incentive, Rumlow could readily turn his weapon against his military employers. With confidence, Fury envisions binding Rumlow, this vicious hound, to S.H.I.L.D.'s chariot with the chain of money, transforming him into a most effective tool. Is there a new mission? Rumlow feigned impatience, crushing the cigarette but underfoot with force. My team just cleared an entire street of monsters, Coulson. We are an assault team, not babysitters. The director, maintaining his smile, acknowledged their efforts. I understand your hardships, which is why this mission comes with additional overtime pay double. He paused before divulging the task details. In light of the recent surge of unregistered masked vigilantes in New York, the director wishes for you to keep a watchful eye on their movements while executing your primary mission. Gather intelligence on them, assessing their capabilities and threat levels, especially that newly emerged mercenary known as the Mimic Master, who piques the director's interest. A cold laugh escaped Rumlow's lips, What a coincidence. Hydra's upper echelons had just instructed him to monitor the old instructor's movements, and Fury promptly issued a nearly identical command. He understood that internal forces were facilitating his efforts, allowing him to engage with the mimic master under the guise of legitimacy. All right. Rumlow begrudgingly waved his hand, feigning reluctance, as if he were only acquiescing for the sake of the monetary reward. Having my team shadow a bunch of spandex-clad freaks is quite the waste of talent. However, since there is overtime, I shall refrain from complaints. He patted his tactical vest, producing a dull thud, and inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, I must regroup. My brothers are eager to slay a few more green monstrosities." "Nothing further. Wishing you all the best, Commander Rumlow." After Coulson finished speaking, he turned and departed, his figure swiftly vanishing into the stairwell as if he had never existed. Observing the direction in which Coulson had left, the impatience on Rumlow's face dissipated, replaced by a chilling, predatory smile. He retrieved his communicator and sent a coded message. "The target has accepted. The fish is on the hook." Meanwhile, the colossal and intricate war machine of SHIELD began to operate in full swing. Over Manhattan, a vast fleet of Quinjet fighters soared like circling hawks, piercing through the billowing smoke and casting enormous shadows. Transport aircraft landed on the makeshift airstrip that had been cleared, as countless SHIELD logistical and medical personnel surged into the weeping city. Their actions were efficient and composed, starkly contrasting with the chaotic responses of the New York police that had preceded them. Squads clad in fully enclosed white biohazard suits, armed with specialized non-lethal weaponry, systematically infiltrated various neighborhoods. They utilized high-voltage stun guns capable of instantly immobilizing targets, specialized adhesive foam that could freeze subjects, and tranquilizing gas specifically targeting the nervous systems of reptilian creatures. Their objective was not to kill, but to capture as many infected citizens alive as possible. Behind each squad, medical personnel stood ready to administer potent sedatives to the captured lizard people, subsequently transporting them to mobile, specially reinforced medical pods, awaiting a potential future antidote. Additional agents established safe zones and evacuated survivors. They erected barricades composed of energy shields and heavy roadblocks at critical intersections, isolating neighborhoods to prevent the spread of the lizard army. Refugee camps were rapidly constructed in open areas such as Central Park, with tents, food, clean water, and medical supplies continuously delivered to soothe those who had survived the ordeal, still shaken with fear. New York had transformed into a vast chessboard, with SHIELD's main forces assuming the roles of both scavengers and protectors, gradually reclaiming lost ground and maintaining a fragile line to prevent the city from descending into complete chaos. However, mere defense and rescue efforts would not suffice to win the war. At the temporary command center established by SHIELD in the dock area, the hatch of a newly landed Quinjet slowly opened. A figure clad in a modernized uniform of blue, white, and red, tall and resolute, emerged. His face bore an integrity and candor that seemed out of place in this chaotic era, with golden hair gently tousled by the sea breeze at the port. Steve Rogers, Captain America. This legendary hero, recently returned from a long slumber, exhibited no trace of confusion in his gaze, only the unwavering resolve to confront evil. Coulson awaited him there, handing over a tablet. "Captain, welcome back. The situation is somewhat complex." Coulson swiftly briefed him on the circumstances, the screen displaying the striking silhouette of the Osborn Group building and the myriad infrared images of various lizard people emerging from its vicinity. Director Fury's command was clear. The main forces were to oversee the rescue and maintain order throughout the city. Coulson gestured toward the towering buildings on the screen, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "Captain, you are to lead an elite squad on a surgical strike. Your mission is to infiltrate the source of the disaster, the Osborn Group building, ascertain the internal situation, and locate and evaluate Dr. Lizard's core plan. If possible, bring him or Dr. Connors back." Steve Rogers gazed at the harrowing scenes displayed on the tablet, a flicker of sorrow passing through his azure eyes. However, he swiftly reined in his emotions, replacing them with the focus and resolve of soldier. "I understand," he said in a low voice, imbued with a persuasive strength. "Civilian casualties must not escalate further. The problem must be addressed at its root. He returned the tablet to Coulson and turned toward the small assembly of elite S.H.I.L.D. agents who were already gathered. They were the finest warriors within S.H.I.E.L.D., each seasoned by countless battles. Check your gear. Captain America issued his first battlefield command since his return. Our mission is to venture into the eye of the storm. Depart in 5 minutes. He approached the nearby equipment box and grasped the circular vibranium shield emblazoned with the red, white, and blue colors along with radiant stars. As the cold metal shield settled against his arm, the legendary figure who had been dormant for 70 years seemed to proclaim his return in earnest. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sword was about to be unsheathed. Chapter 41. The Observer New York, once a symbol of human civilization and prosperity, had now devolved into a cacophonous hunting ground. Within this arena, a temporary squad composed of 5 distinctly different hunters advanced silently toward the heart of the storm with extraordinary efficiency. At the forefront of the team, 2 figures navigated the concrete canyons with grace, embodying the sharpest eyes of the group. One was adorned in the classic red and blue. Peter Parker's web swinging exuded a wild sense of power. Each arc was akin to a bullet being fired, precise and rapid. The other, draped in elegant black and white, was Gwen Stacy, whose movements resembled a mesmerizing aerial ballet. Each flip and push was imbued with an artistic rhythm and beauty, as if she were unbound by the laws of gravity. With the simultaneous presence of these 2 spider totems, their spider sense seemed to resonate and amplify in some extraordinary way. Any rustle or hint of malice within several blocks illuminated their minds like a bonfire in the night. This allowed their squad to navigate like phantoms, always managing to circumvent areas heavily fortified by lizard men, avoiding countless arduous and futile confrontations. "Hey, the one in white," Peter called out to Gwen during a moment of synchronized swinging, his voice infused with his signature vitality. "Where did you learn those moves? Cirque du Soleil? Seriously, that is so cool." "I'll just go with the flow," she replied. Gwen found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this informal mode of conversation, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her. Being in the company of this fellow with a similar spider sense alleviated the tension that had long gripped her heart. "As for you, every strand of webbing you cast appeared to be executed with meticulous precision. Practice makes perfect, after all. I am, after all, a seasoned wall crawler of New York City," Peter boasted as he executed an elaborate backflip in midair. "Speaking of which, it seems we have yet to formally introduce ourselves. I am, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Ghost Spider," Gwen replied softly, a name bestowed upon her by that skeletal-faced mercenary. Although it may sound somewhat peculiar, it is certainly preferable to being mistaken for a mere imitator of Spider-Man. "Ghost Spider is cool," Peter exclaimed. "Caution, at 10 o'clock, near the sewer entrance. There are at least 20. We should traverse from the rooftop." The dialogue between them flowed with ease and delight, the unique bond forged by their shared spider sense creating an immediate sense of intimacy. They resembled long-lost siblings, having found in one another a rare confidant amidst the hellish battlefield, someone with whom to share secrets. Below them, the atmosphere was starkly different, silent yet lethal. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, moved like a true child of the night, his footsteps barely making a sound as he traversed the crumbling ruins. His radar sense, honed to perfection, constructed a 3-dimensional map of his surroundings, composed of sound waves, scents, heartbeats, and air currents. Any assailant lurking in the nearby shadows could not escape detection. Their breaths and racing heartbeats, quickened by adrenaline, were laid bare to him. Following closely was Jessica Jones, who elevated the art of perception to a remarkable level. Her heightened senses had transcended mere physical awareness. She could capture intentions, malice, hostility. Even the slightest hint of ill will reverberated in the depths of her mind. Together, her abilities formed a perfect complement to Daredevil's, one providing omniscience on a physical plane, the other foreseeing threats on a psychological level, rendering their defenses impenetrable. Bringing up the rear was the stoic Punisher, Frank Castle. He was a harbinger of death, the most formidable and terrifying support for this small team. He remained silent, his weathered eyes scanning every potential threat with vigilance, his finger perpetually poised on the trigger, ever ready to shred any unwelcome intruder to pieces. They moved eastward, heading towards the Osborn Group building. The sights along the way resembled a series of apocalyptic oil paintings. Shocking to behold. Once a bustling Fifth Avenue, it now lay strewn with burning vehicle wreckage and discarded luxury goods. Enormous billboards plummeted from skyscrapers, crushing a bus into a pancake. The window of a toy store was shattered, leaving a forlorn teddy bear, half the height of man, lying amidst the shards of glass, stained with dark green, foul-smelling blood. A pink children's sandal lay quietly beside a desiccated pool of blood, silently narrating a tragic tale. They passed by a street corner, temporarily transformed into a defensive line, where the crumpled remnants of police cars bore witness to the fierce battles that had transpired. The walls were riddled with countless bullet holes, accompanied by deep, claw-like scratches that reached to the bone, and several grotesque, charred holes left by energy weapons. This clearly indicated that 3 distinct types of lizardmen had ravaged this area. Deep within a narrow alley, several recently infected lizardmen, still clad in tattered suits and shirts, encircled a corpse, emitting chilling sounds of gnawing. Witnessing this scene, Gwen instinctively averted her gaze, her stomach churning violently. Peter's expression grew grave, and his playful banter ceased. A flicker of icy malice across Frank's eyes as he instinctively raised his assault rifle. Yet, Yang Jieshi gently pressed down the muzzle of his weapon and shook his head. Our target is the Osborn Group. Eliminating the source is the only way to save them. Wasting time here will only lead to more people becoming like this. After a moment of silence, Frank slowly lowered his weapon. He was not one to disregard the gravity of the situation. He simply could not tolerate such evil unfolding before his eyes. Thanks to their remarkably sophisticated reconnaissance system, the squad advanced at an impressive pace. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider were responsible for aerial surveillance and route planning, while Daredevil and Yang Jieshi handled the elimination of nearby traps and ambushes. They operated like a precise scalpel, effortlessly locating the weakest defenses in the city's battered body and swiftly penetrating to the core. 300 meters ahead, within a towering office building, SHIELD, forces were engaged in a firefight with monsters, their numbers substantial. Daredevil suddenly spoke up, having heard the synchronized gunfire and the tactical shouts of agents. Let's circle around. Yang Jieshi decided promptly, allowing the professionals to handle their expertise. Our mission isn't to cleanse, but to decapitate. No objections were raised. This makeshift team displayed remarkable synergy in the face of a common objective. At last, after traversing several hellish blocks, the imposing, technologically advanced Osborn Group Tower emerged clearly in their sight. All right, everyone, let's find a place to rest and devise our final infiltration plan. Yang Jieshi led them to the rooftop of a neighboring building that remained relatively intact. The vantage point was expansive, easily defensible, and served as an excellent temporary stronghold. Frank began checking his ammunition, while Daredevil stood silently at the edge of the rooftop, listening to the city's lamentation. Peter and Gwen sat side by side on a water tank, quietly exchanging tips for tackling formidable foes. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi stood on the other side, his keen gaze scrutinizing the nearby target. His observation haki unfurled without reservation, sensing everything around him. He could sense the tumultuous and chaotic aura, characteristic of the reptilian beings, permeating the Osborn Tower, while simultaneously perceiving the disciplined energy of the SHIELD forces advancing in the distance. Yet at that moment, an exceedingly faint, yet persistent sense of unease swept over him. It was neither the aura of hostility nor the intent to kill. Instead, his observation haki relayed an overwhelming sensation of cold, professional scrutiny. It felt as though, from a distant corner beyond his perception, a pair of eyes, or perhaps a high-magnification scope, was fixated upon him. This gaze was starkly different from the brutal and frenzied stares on the battlefield. It was calm, composed, and imbued with a sense of evaluation, akin to an experienced hunter patiently observing its prey, awaiting the optimal moment to strike. Yang Jieshi's brow furrowed, slightly beneath his mask. He slowly turned his head, attempting to trace the origin of this gaze through his haki. However, his adversary was evidently a skilled practitioner, adept at concealing their presence. He could only vaguely ascertain that this individual was positioned at least a kilometer away, high above, with no immediate intent to act against him. Was it SHIELD? Look out, or perhaps another organization? A flicker of caution crossed Yang Jieshi's mind. He refrained from making a commotion, silently etching this incident into his memory. He understood that within this chaotic game of chess, beyond the visible monsters, lay many unseen observers lurking from the shadows. In the direction he sensed, atop an abandoned office building, Block Ramlo lay concealed behind a heap of debris, the crosshairs of his precision tactical rifle firmly trained on the figure adorned with a skull mask in the distance. Yes, this was the sensation he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a mix of awe and excitement. It was unmistakably the old instructor's style, flawless, with not a hint of vulnerability in his posture. Had he discovered my presence? No, that seemed impossible. Yet, he appeared to sense something. Ramlo licked his cracked lips, showing no inclination to pull the trigger. His current mission was not one of assassination, but rather of observation and, at the appropriate moment, extending an invitation. The true actors of this grand performance in New York were only just beginning to make their entrances. Chapter 42, Gwen and Harley, Part 1. The Osborne Group tower loomed like a silent giant, standing steadfast at the edge of everyone's sight. Upon the rooftop, this hastily assembled alliance of defenders seized the rare moment to catch their breath, recuperating their strength in preparation for the impending final confrontation. Frank Castle methodically tended to his machine gun, the crisp sound of metal clashing resonating distinctly in the quiet of the rooftop. Daredevil stood as a dark crimson statue at the edge of the terrace, his heightened senses filtering through the city's lamentations, striving to identify the most perilous melody among them. Peter and Gwen sat side by side, the young spiders exchanging whispered insights as kindred souls, the atmosphere unusually relaxed. Only young Jesher leaned against an air conditioning unit, seemingly resting his eyes, yet his senses were already expanded like a tidal wave, alert to every subtle movement in his surroundings. He understood that before a storm, the ocean often appears deceptively calm. This tranquility, however, lasted less than 3 minutes. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the lower floors of their building, a sound so violent and intense, akin to a small regiment engaged in combat. It was not the mere scuffle of a few lizard-like creatures, but the roar of heavy machine guns and the thunderous explosions of rockets. Almost simultaneously with the onset of this sound, Peter and Gwen were jolted from their perch atop the water tank, as if struck by an electric current. Warning! Severe danger alert. Peter's voice shifted in pitch. My head is about to explode. Something is coming our way. Very fast. Gwen's body tensed instantly, assuming a combat stance. It was her first experience of such intense and piercing spider sense, a sensation akin to 1,000 searing needles piercing her temples. Before their words could fade, a sharp whistle pierced the air as a rocket, trailing an orange-red flame, burst forth from a window below, hurtling towards the group on the rooftop with a menacing trajectory. Damn it! Peter cursed, flipping his wrist as a robust web line shot out like lightning, aiming for the rocket's tail. Yet the rocket's speed was too swift. A single strand of web might struggle to alter its course before impact. However, at that moment, another, more delicate yet equally resilient white web shot out ahead. Gwen, predicting Peter's movement, had already launched her web, which precisely ensnared the opposite side of the rocket. Her actions were devoid of hesitation, brimming instead with resolve and confidence. Pull to the left, Peter shouted. Understood. The pair required no further communication. Their bodies, guided by the instinctive bond of their spider sense, exerted force in opposite directions. The two strands of web tightened like a slingshot, propelling the deadly rocket aside. The rocket crashed into the wall of an adjacent building, erupting into a massive fireball, with debris and glass raining down like droplets of rain. The crisis was averted in the blink of an eye. Well done, Peter exclaimed, giving Gwen a thumbs up. You too, Gwen replied, her heart still racing, yet the joy and sense of accomplishment from their successful collaboration dulled much of her fear. Ha, the bridge effect. Young Jesher mused from a distance, smirking beneath his skull mask. He silently noted how the bond and synergy between these two young individuals visibly intensified after enduring such life-threatening peril together. A flicker of sympathy for a certain red-haired girl far away at home crossed his mind. Well, things have certainly become lively. Peter Parker, Gwen Stacy, and Mary Jane Watson. The fiancée of Harry Osborn, if brought together, would surely enact a dramatic spectacle, surpassing even the siege led by the Lizard. The excitement is palpable, stirring a desire to raise a banner in celebration. Young Jesher with a sense of detached amusement, envisioned the myriad possibilities unfolding in his mind. The group, wary of any lapse in vigilance, rushed to the rooftop's edge to gaze below. There, in the lower levels of the building, a fierce battle had commenced, leaving onlookers astonished. On one side surged a relentless tide of various lizard men flooding in from every window, while on the other, two seemingly deranged young women stood their ground. One was clad in a tight-fitting outfit of pink and white, her face obscured by a mask that stretched almost to her ears, hoisting a smoking rocket launcher and emitting nonsensical cheers. The other sported two distinctive pigtails, dressed in a jacket and hot pants reminiscent of Jester, wielding a machine gun with manic fervor, punctuating her gunfire with a melodious yet frenzied laughter. Gwen Stacy. Harley Quinn. Yang Jieshi's eyes twitched involuntarily. He couldn't help but ponder how these two chaotic entities of catastrophic caliber had found their way here. One more shot. Little Gwen, let's take out these ugly brutes. Harley shouted with uncontainable excitement as she continued her barrage. No problem, Quinzel, Gwen replied, retrieving yet another rocket from her seemingly bottomless fourth-dimensional backpack, expertly loading it. By the way, are these grotesque creatures the distant relatives of the killer croc you mentioned? They lack any creativity, even in their skin. Who knows? At least they're tougher than those Joker's henchmen who only crack bad jokes. As the endless wave of lizard men threatened to overwhelm them, the spectators on the rooftop could no longer hesitate and join the fray. Though Yang Jieshi had initially wished to remain uninvolved, after all, even if their group perished, it wouldn't impede the girl's survival. He felt it inappropriate to abstain when his teammates had already engaged. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider leaped into action, ensnaring dozens of lizard men with webs like an intricate net. The Punisher seized the high ground, using precise shots to eliminate threats from the flanks. Daredevil and Yang Jieshi, like phantoms, infiltrated the building's exterior. One incapacitated assimilated citizens with a baton, while the other wielded a combat knife to efficiently decapitate the biological weapons. With the addition of the defenders, the precarious tide of battle was swiftly turned. After a grueling 15 minutes of fierce combat, the latest assault was decisively repelled. The building fell silent once more, the air thick with the lingering scent of blood and gunpowder. Exhausted, everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Wow, look who we have here. Spider-Man. Daredevil. Amidst the gathering, a figure clad in a striking black and white bodysuit, accompanied by a ghostly spider and a cool, indistinct man, captured attention. Gwen Stacy, excitedly discarding an expended rocket launcher, dashed towards the assemblage like an adoring fan encountering her idol. In instinctive response, Yang Jieshi recoiled slightly, retreating into the shadows against the wall, positioning himself protectively in front of the others to diminish his presence. He had no desire to become entangled with these two embodiments of chaos. However, his subtle maneuver did not escape Gwen's keen gaze. Her eyes settled on Yang, her head tilting slightly, her expression beneath the pale mask betraying deep contemplation. This isn't right. I recall that some time ago, Anthony Masters met an untimely demise at my hands. How could he possibly be alive again, wielding such a vintage blade? Her musings cast an eerie atmosphere over the scene. Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy's youthful curiosity ignited instantly, as Peter observed the perplexed Gwen and then the figure in the corner, exuding an aura of leave me be. The glint of mischief in his eyes urged an exchange of stories, his expression vibrant with anticipation. The Punisher merely chuckled, unfazed by the enigma of Yang's intricate web of intelligence and relationships, having long grown accustomed to such complexities. Imposter, Daredevil's calm voice shattered the silence. Mentally noting the name Anthony Masters, having witnessed the imposter's resurrection firsthand, it seemed less peculiar that he had once again succumbed. Do you know her? Before Yang could respond, Harley Quinn approached with a playful grin, wrapping her arm around Gwen's shoulders, alleviating the tension. Oh, little Gwen, have you forgotten? We VE traversed so many worlds. It's only natural for characters to differ slightly in their portrayals. Perhaps in this realm, the imposter is a resident of the Celestial Empire, preferring this stylish blade over a shield. Right, cool guy? Her whimsical chatter, albeit nonsensical, was somewhat understood by Gwen and the interloper Yang, while the rest, including Peter and Gwen, exchanged baffled glances, utterly confounded by the concept of differing world settings. Yang remained silent, internally commending Harley for her audacious explanation. Though riddled with flaws, It transcended the comprehension of these native heroes, rendering it irrefutable. Yet, as most were captivated by this strange tale, Harley's petite form slinked silently beside Yang. Like a boneless serpent, she leaned in close to his ear, her tone playful yet probing, whispering, "Hey cool guy, I can't shake the feeling that this isn't our first encounter. Did we perhaps meet in Chinatown? You seemed rather different back then." In that instant, Yang felt every hair on his body stand on end. Chapter 43, Gwen and Harley, Part 2. In an instant, every hair on Yang Jiesher's body stood on end. Harley Quinn's mischievous yet innocent blue eyes were fixed upon him. Her warm breath, tinged with a hint of sweet bubblegum, brushed against his ear, sending a chill coursing through him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind in the span of a mere 0.01 seconds. From knocking her unconscious with a swift strike to searching for any nearby sewer entrance that could facilitate his immediate escape. Yet ultimately, all his contingency plans evaporated the moment he beheld Harley's knowing, sly smile. He yearned to immediately and unequivocally deny everything, to assert with the utmost fervor, "I did not. I'm not. Do not speak such nonsense." However, as a traveler from another realm, he understood better than anyone that denying the truth to these two was perhaps the most futile endeavor in existence. Engaging in logic with the deranged was nothing short of self-deprecation. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress the urge to vocalize his frustrations. Lowering his voice as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "How did you discover this?" Hee. Harley Quinn laughed triumphantly, not providing a direct answer, but instead extending a finger adorned with black and red nail polish, pointing to the top of Yang Jiesher's head. Instinctively, he looked up, but all he found was the concrete ceiling and dim lighting above. "Not with your eyes, you fool," Gwen chimed in, leaning closer. Mimicking Harley, she lowered her voice and explained mysteriously, "Sometimes we can see a white box above each of your heads, resembling a small cloud, although it's not always visible. Whenever you think about something particularly significant or experience strong emotions, words will appear within that box." Harley Quinn added, "And that's not all. We can also hear background sounds. Yes, it's like someone softly whispering in our ears, saying things like at the other end of the city. Sometimes it's in Chinese, sometimes in English, and at times in incomprehensible alien languages. Yet I understand them all. Isn't it fascinating?" Gwen excitedly gestured, just like earlier after we took down those hideous creatures. The voice said. As everyone stood ready, the master of mimicry stepped back, silently shielding the weary with his own body. "Then we turned around and saw you actually doing just that. Naturally, we knew who you were." With a sharp clap, Yang Jiesher struck his skull mask with his gloved hand. A wave of dizziness washed over him, not from injury, but from the overwhelming impact of their revelations, which transcended his comprehension of the physical laws governing this world. He certainly knew, and should have anticipated, such truths. In his previous life, he had perused comics, thus he was well acquainted with Gwenpool and Harley Quinn, as well as Deadpool, who had created quite a stir at S.H.I.L.D. with his ability to break the fourth wall. He understood that they could perceive dialogue boxes, narrations, and even interact with the so-called readers. However, knowing was one thing, witnessing was another. Deadpool had demonstrated this ability in a sense, yet his display seemed more like sheer madness. Now, as the two of them exhibited this absurd ability in a tone as casual as commenting on the pleasant weather, it felt akin to having believed in Newton's laws as cosmic truths, only to witness an apple soaring into the sky with Armstrong's rotational acceleration. The thoughts of a madman echoed in his mind as he silently recited that classic quip. He was now utterly convinced that being in the company of these two would render any semblance of common sense and logic obsolete. His cherished combat experience and wisdom seemed like a mere jest in the face of their extraordinary capabilities. Observing Yang Jiesi, visibly shaken and as though his worldview had collapsed, Harley and Gwen exchanged a glance, then simultaneously broke into mischievous grins, reminiscent of two sisters sharing a secret. In unison, they playfully winked at Yang Jiesher. "Don't worry, Uncle," Gwenpool declared. "We won't spill your little secret. After all, every character's persona is precious. We understand." Yes. Harley nodded vigorously. "But as a trade-off, you must lend us a hand when we find ourselves in a bind." It's settled then. What could Yang Jiesher possibly say? He could sense Peter Parker's intense gaze, ablaze with curiosity, the omniscient scrutiny of Daredevil, and the Punisher's scrutinizing eyes, as if questioning what antics might ensue. All were focused on this little circle of whispers. If he did not conclude this conversation soon, who knew what earth-shattering revelations these two lunatics might unveil? With a long, resigned sigh filled with acquiescence, he slowly nodded and said, "Deal." Upon hearing his agreement, the two girls immediately exchanged a jubilant high-five. Yang Jieshi felt as though he had just signed a pact far more terrifying than a billion devil's contracts. "All right, everyone." He cleared his throat, attempting to steer the conversation back on track, addressing the others who were still resting in the distance. "Since the troublemakers have been dealt with, we've rested enough. Let us prepare to head to Oscorp Tower." Spider-Man and Ghost Spider promptly stood up, and the Punisher readied his machine gun once more. However, just as they were about to take action, a languid voice halted everyone once again. "Wait a minute." It was Harley Quinn, stretching widely, with an expression of naive incredulity. She addressed the perplexed crowd, saying, "I advise you not to waste your energy. We can't set off just yet." "Why not?" Peter Parker inquired with a sense of bewilderment. "We are quite near Oscorp Tower. We must act swiftly." "Why?" Hawkeye regarded him with the incredulity reserved for a fool, then resolutely placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Because the writer's 1T permitted. Don't you feel it? Every time we approach the core of the plot, some absurdity emerges to prolong our endeavor. For instance, the Lizard's ambush or the Hydra's assault. These are all tropes. The writers will not allow us to resolve the storyline swiftly without sufficient narrative filler." Her words echoed like an otherworldly revelation, plunging the rooftop into a profound silence. Peter, Gwen, Daredevil, and even Frank stared at her with expressions akin to that of extraterrestrial beings. Writers? Were they? A new clandestine organization, perhaps? Moreover, Gwen earnestly nodded in agreement and added, "The protagonists of this incident are not limited to you two little spiders. According to the preview I have seen for the next episode, another crucial character is about to make an entrance. He is a muscular man wielding a shield adorned with the stars and stripes, possessing golden short hair and a particularly pronounced posterior. Until he arrives, we shall undoubtedly witness no progress." The entire group found themselves frozen in place. To leave or to stay? This was no longer merely a tactical dilemma. It had transcended into an ultimate philosophical quandary steeped in metaphysics and narrative conflict. While all were ensnared in a whirlpool of confusion and stupor, only Yang Jieshi quietly retreated to a corner and resumed his seat. He resolved that until the arrival of that voluptuous Captain America, he would go nowhere. He was not so stubborn as to wrestle with the whims of the narrative deities. Chapter 44. Captain America on the way. Note: this chapter features character modifications. If you're a fan of Marvel and Shang-Chi, I apologize for the tardiness of this note. This rendition does not portray Shang-Chi as a hero. If you're not a fan of Shang-Chi and believe the character changes are too significant, consider this an alternate universe version. For those wishing to see him perish, I assure you he will, though not swiftly, at least not within the first volume, possibly in the plot lines of Iron Man 2 or 3. Meanwhile, as Yang Jieshi dealt with two wildly eccentric and unpredictable young women atop the rooftop, an entirely different force was cutting through the chaotic traffic of New York with thunderous might, heading straight for the eye of the storm, Oscorp Tower. Three sleek, black-armored SUVs formed a standard triangular assault formation, their rooftops flashing with blinding red and blue emergency lights. The reinforced front bumpers ruthlessly cleared away any abandoned vehicles in their path. These vehicles were not part of the NYPD. The eagle and shield insignia emblazoned on their sides declared their allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. In the rear seat of the leading vehicle sat a formidable figure, upright and resolute. His golden short hair shone like sunlight, and his cerulean eyes brimmed with determination and tranquility. Even as the vehicle sped along the tumultuous road, his posture remained as unyielding as an immovable mountain. Steve Rogers, the Captain America, lowered his gaze upon the tablet in his hands, which displayed live footage of the unfolding scene. Coulson was on the periphery, evacuating civilians, while the New York Police Department's defensive perimeter had contracted to 3 blocks away from the building, with casualty reports continuing to rise. The voice of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, was calm and professional as she sat beside the captain, her slender fingers swiftly navigating another screen to retrieve various data streams. It appeared that Dr. Connor's transformation was permanent, and the mist he released possessed conversion effects, We had confirmed at least 20 secondary transformed beings, trapped within the building alongside security personnel and civilians. What does Stark say? Steve inquired in a low tone, his gaze fixed on the massive green creature scaling the building's exterior. Natasha replied, his current armor weaponry is unsuitable for this environment. Kinetic weapons and explosives pose too high a risk in densely populated areas, potentially causing incalculable collateral damage. He is urgently reconfiguring non-lethal equipment, but he may not make it in time. Steve nodded. This was anticipated. Well, let's not allow him to demolish the entire building. He raised his head, surveying his companions in the vehicle. Listen up, team, he said, his voice not loud but resonant in each ear. Our primary objective is Dr. Connors. Nick Fury has instructed us to apprehend him alive, if possible. Our secondary objective is to eliminate all transformed lizard creatures and rescue any survivors. Ashes, you lead your team. The breach point is your choice. I will form a squad with the others to launch a frontal assault. Daredevil and his vigilantes may already be inside, so let's avoid conflict. They are not our enemies. Understood, Captain, responded a woman in the front row with striking brown hair and a duckbill cap. Her name was Eliza Cohen, a former elite operative now known in SHIELD by the codename Ashes. At that moment, she was engrossed in studying the structural blueprints of the Osborn Tower, searching for the most suitable breaching point. On her tactical vest hung several compact, yet powerful remote demolition explosives. Beside Eliza, a middle-aged man with a bowler hat and a distinctive handlebar mustache was polishing his old companion, a Thompson submachine gun. Dum-dum, Dugan grunted. Another mess left by these mad scientists. Back in Europe, we dealt with Hydra, who were crazy, but at least they resembled humans. Times have changed, Dugan, chuckled the woman across from him, Barbara Morse, also known as Mockingbird. She flexed her wrists as two sleek, high-tech metal batons twirled skillfully in her grasp. Our enemies must evolve as well. Among these seasoned agents sat two individuals whose demeanor was somewhat distinct. One was blind, clad in a dark samurai outfit, with his eyes covered by a red cloth, a beautifully crafted katana resting across his lap. This was Takashi Kenshi, an otherworldly guest and a specially appointed consultant for SHIELD. From a moment he boarded the vehicle, he remained utterly silent, sitting quietly as if the cacophony of the outside world held no relevance to him, his subtly twitching ears attuned to information imperceptible to the average person. The other occupant was a young man of Asian descent, athletic in build, his muscular contours exuding grace, seated with impeccable posture. His name was Shang-Chi, a character fervently advocated for inclusion by Nick Fury. He gazed at Captain America, his eyes brimming with unabashed reverence and eagerness. When Steve's gaze brushed past him, Shang-Chi immediately straightened his back and spoke with an almost oath-like fervor. Captain, rest assured, I will never allow those so-called vigilantes to interfere with SHIELD's professional operations. This undisciplined rabble will only create chaos. His voice resonated with a compelling urgency, seemingly intent on distinguishing himself from the taciturn veteran agents. Steve's brow furrowed ever so slightly, yet he chose not to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Stay safe, Shang-Chi. You possess great potential. But the battlefield is not a stage for self-validation. Survival is paramount. Yes, sir, Shang-Chi replied loudly, his face radiant with the glow of approval. Natasha caught a fleeting glimpse of Shang-Chi from the corner of her eye. A fleeting, inscrutable expression flickered in her emerald gaze before it settled back into placid calm. She understood such individuals all too well. Eager for authoritative validation, yearning to assimilate into a more formidable collective, willing to diminish others to elevate the professionalism of their own group. This mindset is common among newcomers, yet it takes on a peculiar nuance when exhibited by one who claims to be a master of martial arts. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the upper floors of Oscorp Tower, the tremendous shockwave causing their armored vehicle to shudder. Everyone, prepare for action. Steve's voice turned gravely serious as he grasped his circular shield, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. We have arrived. The vehicle's door swung open before it had fully come to a halt, and the fully armed agents surged forth like a tidal wave, swiftly and methodically establishing an offensive position under the captain's command. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, atop another building, Brock Rumlow, also known as Crossbones, peered intently through a miniature periscope, fixated on the unfolding conflict below. Moments ago, his esteemed old instructor, emulating a master, had approached the tower with that unruly mob, yet suddenly halted at a street corner, leisurely engaging in some form of street barbecue. The rising black smoke and the aroma of grilled meat nearly led him to believe he was hallucinating. Why? Why stop at such a critical juncture in the mission? Had the old instructor truly been led astray by those mad women, forgetting his professional code as a top-tier warrior? Confusion and disappointment flooded Crossbone's mind. However, just moments prior, when the iconic S-H-I-E-L-D team entered Oscorp Tower, realization dawned upon him. So that was it. It turns out that the old instructor was not merely slacking off. Rather, he was conserving his strength, biding his time. He awaited the advance of S-H-I-E-L-D-S regular forces, allowing them to expend the enemy's living strength and clear the minefield ahead. This was the man he knew, an adept strategist who, through countless missions, consistently managed to secure the greatest victories at minimal cost, a master of cunning, cold and ruthless in his imitations. Crossbones gazed at the distant figure, still adorned with a skull mask, his silhouette rendered somewhat indistinct by the firelight, as admiration and fervor ignited once more in his eyes. The old instructor had not changed. He remained a tactical genius orchestrating from the shadows. All he needed to do was unwaveringly execute orders and guide this wayward warrior back in a Hydra-esque embrace. Long live Hydra! Suppressing his excitement, he refocused his attention on the periscope, preparing to record every forthcoming move of the old instructor. Chapter 45. Preparation for the final assault on the streets surrounding the Osborn Tower. The air still held an unusual aroma of charcoal and grilled meat. Harley Quinn, displaying no semblance of decorum, let out a loud belch, lazily leaning against a broken railing while patting her round belly. Dude, we should do this again sometime. That supermarket's beef was top-notch. Beside her, Gwen Stacy contentedly polished her katana, chiming in without looking up, absolutely. Free food is the best. The duo's zero-cost culinary exploits left Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy, the Spider-Man couple, exchanging resigned glances. They simply could not comprehend how, in the midst of a mission to save the world, they had veered off course into an outdoor barbecue party. Even Matt Murdock, renowned for his ascetic discipline as Daredevil, ultimately succumbed to the temptation of sizzling skewers, reluctantly indulging in several, swayed by the illogical reasoning that food left unattended would spoil and waste. At that moment, he silently stood in the shadows, utilizing his extraordinary hearing to perceive the fierce gunfire erupting from within the tower, a hint of lingering regret etched across his face. Waste is shameful. Yes, the logic is coherent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the party's over. Yang Jiesher tossed the last skewer into a makeshift burned barrel and clapped his hands. Donning a skull mask, his voice sounded steady and calm through the voice modulator. By the sound of it, our friends at S-H-I-E-L-D have already engaged with the big guys inside. If we don't head in soon, we'll miss out on the broth. The Punisher, Frank Castle, had long since rechecked his weaponry and merely grunted in acknowledgement from deep in his throat. For him, the barbecue was merely a necessary pre-battle caloric replenishment. What lay ahead was the true arena of his prowess. Let us move. Peter Parker leaped into action, swiftly spinning his wrist as a web shot accurately adhered to the towering exterior of the building. Gwen, let us gather our team. Frank, you and Matt shall leave the matter to me, Mr. Young, Harley, and another Gwen to the Ghost Spider. Just call me Gwen, Little Spider. The Ghost Spider gracefully leapt to his side, the eyes beneath the white hood curving into crescents. No further words were necessary. Action spoke volumes. Two agile figures swung into the air like pendulums, the resilient webbing taut as it pulled their companions on the ground. Soaring swiftly towards the floors where gunfire erupted most fiercely, defying the laws of physics. The wind howled past their ears, and the city below twinkled like a sea of stars turned upside down. A true full-scale assault had commenced. Osborn Tower, 37th floor, Biological Engineering Department. Left flank. Suppress the left flank. Dum-dum rounds, give me firepower. Eliza Cohen, the agent codenamed Ashes, crouched behind a supporting column, bellowing into her communicator. She leaned out, her specially designed assault rifle spitting forth precise bursts of flame, forcing back a metallic behemoth that attempted to charge, sparks flying. Yet it merely retreated, nothing more. In the corridor, 7 or 8 figures towering over 2 meters, encased in heavy metallic exoskeletons, advanced with ominous strides, closing in relentlessly. Once elite soldiers of the American military, they had now been transformed into Osborn's experiments, turning into lizard-like creatures. Though they had lost much of their sanity, their battle-hardened instincts were imprinted in their muscles like an innate reflex. Armed with six-barreled Gatling guns and grenade launchers, the thunderous cacophony of gunfire intertwined into an almost insurmountable curtain of death, pinning Captain America and his elite squad within a narrow corridor. Bullets ricocheted off their armor, sparking but leaving no dents. Takahashi, the swordmaster, wielded his katana, barely managing to hold his ground against one of them with his extraordinary skill and speed. Yet the sheer number made it difficult for him and his companions to deal with these heavily armored foes. Black Widow Natasha and Mockingbird Barbara darted nimbly between cover, seeking the weaknesses of these metallic monstrosities, but their efforts yielded little success. Iron Man Tony Stark was not present this time. His latest Mark Series armor was still in the calibration phase and had not yet achieved mass production. The equipment he had, whether the pulse cannon on his chest or the shockwaves from his palms, was far too powerful for use in such a confined building, risking friendly casualties and structural collapse, a cost not worth bearing. "Captain," Dum-Dum Dugan shouted, clutching a machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets while calling out to Steve Rogers beside him. "We need to devise a plan. These tin cans are too tough." Captain America held his vibranium shield firmly in front of him as the dense barrage struck it, producing dull thuds that could not budge him an inch. His brow furrowed, mind racing as he analyzed the enemy's firepower configuration and tactical patterns. The firepower of these experimental beings was overwhelming, their defenses formidable. A forced assault would only result in unnecessary casualties. At this critical juncture, an unexpected transformation occurred. "Hey, big fellows, look this way." A crisp and lively shout echoed from the far end of the corridor. Immediately thereafter, a massive white, viscous substance plummeted from above, landing squarely on the face of a gunner, instantly sealing the barrel of his rotating weapon. The obstructed barrel emitted a mournful whine before erupting with a thunderous bang, sending the experimental subject staggering. Simultaneously, a red figure descended like a specter from the ventilation ducts in the ceiling, with a deft push against the wall. The figure traced a graceful arc through the air, continuously shooting strands of webbing that ensnared the ankles of two other experimental subjects, yanking them backward with great force. Boom! Boom! The two towering metal giants, caught off guard, toppled like children tripped in their play, their heavy forms crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that reverberated in the ears of all present. This sudden upheaval created a significant breach in the previously impenetrable firepower net. "Now's our chance," Captain America roared, a pent-up fury and strength erupting in an instant. Like a tiger released from its cage, he was the first to leap from cover. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly followed suit, but even faster were the reinforcements descending from above. A shadow darted like lightning, wielding a resistance blade that glinted coldly in the light. Yang Jieshi's form was so swift it was nearly imperceptible. Opting not to confront the sturdy armor head-on, he capitalized on the chaos of the fallen enemies. He crouched low, his blade slicing with remarkable precision at a joint in the neck of an experimental subject's armor. With a sharp hiss, the jarring sound of metal scraping accompanied by sparks erupted as the blade, empowered by the super soldier serum, severed the internal control circuits and hydraulic lines. The once roaring metal giant froze instantaneously, the red light within its helmet flickering before extinguishing entirely, reducing it to a heap of genuine scrap. Bang! 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 The Punisher's gunfire was steady and lethal. He opted for specially designed armor-piercing rounds instead of conventional bullets. Each shot struck the relatively weak joint connections of the armored subjects with precision, effectively hindering their movements, albeit without delivering fatal blows. Daredevil, amidst the hail of bullets, moved with serene composure, eyes closed as if strolling leisurely. He could perceive the trajectory of every bullet and hear the internal mechanical workings of each enemy's armor. His twin batons alternated between blocking and striking at the most vulnerable sensors, creating just the right amount of disruption. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn and Gwen Stacy transformed the battlefield into their playground. Harley swung her enormous mallet, cackling as she sent one experimental subject reeling back, while Gwen, utilizing her extraordinary comic book traversal abilities, intermittently pulled grenades from the shadows of the ground and rocket launchers from the air, conjuring chaos in the most absurd manner possible. The once unassailable line of experimental subjects crumbled in an instant under the assault of Yang Jieshi and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, the elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly initiated their counterattack. In a fleeting moment, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and clashing metal reverberated throughout the entire floor. The battle was swift and equally ephemeral. As the last experimental subject fell amidst a cloud of black smoke, the corridor finally returned to a brief moment of tranquility. Amidst the lingering scent of gunpowder, the two factions formally converged. "I am Steve Rogers," the illustrious Captain America declared, sheathing his shield as he approached. His gaze swept over Yang Jieshi and the others, revealing a mixture of scrutiny and, more prominently, sincere gratitude for their timely assistance. Imitation Master, Yang Jieshi succinctly introduced himself, his calm demeanor obscured beneath the skull mask. The individuals behind him followed suit with brief self-introductions. During this brief exchange, Yang Jieshi's eyes traversed the crowd and ultimately settled on a lithe, Asian man clad in a striking red and black uniform. Shang-Chi. Even through the mask, Yang Jieshi's gaze turned ice-cold and piercing. As a representative of a peaceful era from the Middle Kingdom, he understood all too well the controversies and prototypes this character embodied beyond the comic pages. It evoked a deep-seated disdain and rejection, a visceral contempt for those who had forgotten their roots. His gaze, akin to an invisible chisel, unabashedly branded the two words upon the other, traitor. Almost simultaneously, Shang-Chi became aware of the Imitation Master's scrutiny. He had maintained the vigilant posture of a professional agent, his expression tranquil and his breath measured. Yet, as that frigid gaze pierced through the eye holes of the skull mask, the carefully cultivated calm was abruptly torn asunder. The familiarity of that look was unsettling. It was a mixture of disdain and contempt, an icy coldness that regarded him as an adversary. He had witnessed it in the eyes of his father's former comrades, felt it from the traditional martial artist during his journey to Kunlun seeking power, and encountered it during fleeting glances exchanged with the elder generations in Chinatown, who hailed from his homeland. It was the very gaze he loathed most and yearned to escape. He reminded himself that he fought for justice. His father, the Ten Rings leader, though a hero against colonialism and invasion, had succumbed to darkness through his extreme methods. He had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to uphold world peace through more civilized and righteous means. He reassured himself that his mother and sister were mutants, and remaining within this framework was essential for their protection. Time and again, he hypnotized himself, rationalizing his actions, molding himself into a tragic hero burdened by shame. Yet, the Imitation Master's penetrating gaze was like the sharpest knife, effortlessly slicing through all his facades, piercing the veil of self-deception, and unearthing the deepest truth he dared not acknowledge. He was a traitor who had betrayed his lineage and origins. A surge of inexplicable fury erupted from the depths of his heart, causing his clenched fist to tighten instinctively by his side, the knuckles paling from excessive strain. The energy he had cultivated through countless meditative practices became tumultuous, akin to boiling water at that moment. He was on the verge of losing control, compelled to advance and tear apart that odious skull mask, demanding to know why the other dared to regard him with such disdainful eyes. However, this impulse lasted merely a fleeting moment. After all, he was the pinnacle of government training, a weapon meticulously honed. Emotional regulation was a requisite discipline. The overwhelming wrath was forcefully quelled within him. His countenance regained its placid demeanor, and his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, as if the preceding turmoil had been but a figment of his imagination. Yang Jieshi similarly averted his gaze, turning towards Captain America, seemingly preparing to discuss the forthcoming operational strategy. The exchange of glances between the two transpired in an instant, so swift that few perceived it. Yet, not everyone overlooked it. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, caught a glimpse of this subtle moment from the corner of her eye. She discerned the rigidity in Shang-Chi's expression at that fleeting instant and the glimmer of murderous intent that flickered within his gaze, while also sensing the unabashed hostility emanating from the master of mimicry. A sense of gravity and unease flickered in her eyes. As a fellow traitor, she understood all too well the implications of that look, Even amidst her torment in the Red Room, former comrades had regarded her with similar eyes when she defected. Yet, she was acutely aware that in such a pivotal offensive operation, any trace of instability within the team could spiral into a fatal crisis. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn nudged her companion Gwen Stacy with her elbow, lowering her voice, unable to suppress her excitement and gossip. Oh, did you see that? There's a story between the Little Red Man and the Skull Face. There's a show to be had. Chapter 46. Just because I noticed you in the crowd, Yang Jieshi's gaze swept past Captain America, ultimately settling upon a young Asian man clad in a red and black martial arts uniform beside him, Shang-Chi, the master of Kung Fu. An instinctive loathing surged from the depths of his soul, entirely unrelated to the young man himself, but rather concerning the symbol he represented. A distorted origin molded to align with a perverse fantasy in another world, another history. That imposed and repugnant lineage felt akin to an invisible venomous thorn, deeply embedded in the hearts of most who understood the story behind it. For Yang Jieshi, it was a cultural desecration, an abhorrence that words could scarcely alleviate. He need not recall the specific, sordid narratives. The mere coincidence of the name Shang-Chi and that visage was sufficient to stir a tumult within his veins. A blaze of unnameable ire rising from his dantian, consuming his reason. He recognized that this Shang-Chi before him might not be the foolish tool of the comics. He could be a reconstructed, more independent and virtuous hero within the cinematic universe. Although Yang Jieshi perceives the film's so-called redemption as riddled with flaws, what does it matter? The stains at the core will not vanish entirely due to subsequent attempts at absolution. Some debts must inevitably be settled. Thus, after exchanging mere nods with Captain America and Black Widow, Yang Jieshi's gaze, akin to a drawn sword, directly fixated on Shang-Chi. His skeletal mask flawlessly concealed all emotions, leaving only a pair of profound eyes that scrutinized the other with unwavering calm. Are you also a practitioner? Yang Jieshi's voice was tranquil, yet laced with an undeniable air of intimidation. This inquiry was like a stone cast into a serene pond, instantly shattering the fragile camaraderie that had just been established. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider instinctively recoiled half a step, while Peter's spider sense emitted a faint sting, forewarning him of an impending conflict. The Punisher, Frank Castle, remained motionless with crossed arms, though a glimmer of interest flickered in his weathered eyes. Daredevil tilted his head, using his heightened senses to perceive the shifting heartbeats of the two men. The heartbeat of the Mimic Master was steady as a clock, while Shang-Chi's rhythm, after a brief moment of astonishment, surged abruptly. Shang-Chi felt the unmasked scrutiny and challenge directed at him. As an elite martial artist, he could effortlessly discern Yang Jieshi's intentions from his posture, breath, and gaze. This was a language understood only among peers, an invitation known as asking for hands. He, too, found Yang Jieshi displeasing. The man clad in a skull mask exuded an unmistakable scent of blood and unabashed arrogance, a presence that repelled others. The dignity of a warrior compelled him not to retreat. Moreover, this was precisely what he desired, to establish his standing within this hastily assembled team. Ultimately, martial prowess must be articulated through action. I possess some understanding, Shang-Chi replied in a low voice, slightly widening his stance into a seemingly casual, yet intricately calculated posture. Within him, the emotional turbulence had yet to settle completely, but he had no alternative. The myriad conflicts within humanity often stem from absurdly simple origins. Frequently, it is merely the act of casting a glance in another's direction, a hint of disdain or challenge in that gaze, sufficient to ignite an unrelenting feud. In the realm of reality, it translates to an unspoken confrontation. What are you looking at? Yang Jieshi slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward, as if to initiate a handshake. Shang-Chi's eyes narrowed. He recognized this was no gesture of goodwill. He, too, extended his left hand, palm downward, meeting Yang Jieshi's advance. This was not an ordinary handshake. It was a prelude to a contest of inner strength, a clash of energy and wrist power between warriors. Yang Jieshi employed his dominant right hand, while Shang-Chi opted for his left, intending to catch his opponent off guard and simultaneously display his confidence. Captain America, Steve Rogers, furrowed his brow, poised to intervene in this evidently volatile exchange, when a slender yet firm hand gently pressed against his arm. It was Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow gently shook her head, a hint of complexity flickering in her profound gaze. She lowered her voice to a volume audible only to the two of them and said, "Steve, do not interfere. This is their rule, not ours. Involving yourself now would offend both of them." Steve was momentarily taken aback. He gazed into the certainty of Black Widow's eyes, then glanced at the two individuals in the arena, ultimately swallowing the words that were poised on the tip of his tongue. He was unfamiliar with the rules of the martial world, yet he trusted Natasha's judgment. At that moment, the hands of the two combatants finally came into contact. A faint yet muffled sound echoed, not the clash of flesh, but rather the explosive resonance produced by two invisible yet pure forces colliding between their palms. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Yang Jieshi's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that the chi of this world could truly cultivate such purity. Although the force he felt was not as robust as the internal power augmented by his system, it possessed a unique elegance that clearly indicated it was an authentic martial art guided by a master. Conversely, the astonishment within Shang-Chi was even more profound. The chi he prided himself on, upon making contact with his opponent's palm, felt as if a gentle stream had collided with a raging river. The opponent's power was domineering, refined and solid, imbued with a chilling aura that seemed to have been tempered through countless trials, far surpassing his own chi, which was still in its developmental stage. He had misjudged the situation. The opponent's extended hand was not an act of arrogance, but rather a show of absolute confidence and overwhelming force. Shang-Chi, realizing the gravity of the situation, decisively channeled all of his chi into his left palm, attempting to regain the upper hand. However, he was ultimately at a disadvantage. Firstly, he had just experienced a fluctuation of mindset, causing his chi and blood to be in disarray, with his internal energy not operating at its peak. Secondly, Yang Jieshi not only possessed exceptional martial arts from a different world bestowed by his system, but also had the enhanced physical strength from Super Soldier Serum, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. The clash of their powers lasted less than 3 seconds. A faint sound echoed, a dislocation of a joint. The immense force bent Shang-Chi's left wrist downwards, sending a piercing pain coursing through it. His face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had lost. In the most fundamental contest of internal energy, he was utterly defeated. A wave of humiliation surged within him. Shang-Chi roared in anger, exerting force with his waist, retracting his suppressed left hand, while his right fist, his true, accustomed iron fist capable of shattering stone, unleashed like a cannonball, hurtling towards Yang Jieshi's face with a whistling wind. He sought to redeem a shred of dignity using his most proficient external technique. Witnessing this swift strike, those around him felt a tightening in their chests. Veteran practitioners like Takahashi, the sword enthusiast, recognized the exquisite changes contained within this punch. Even before it reached its target, the punch's wind had already locked onto all possible escape routes of the opponent. However, as one who had battled against Yang Jieshi, he was confident in his ability to emulate the master and withstand the attack. As expected, a subtle, unnoticed smirk curled at the corner of Yang Jieshi's mouth behind his skeletal mask. He did not retreat, nor did he shift his center of gravity in the slightest. Instead, his left hand, which had been hanging idly by his side, moved with a finesse akin to the elegant curve of an antelope's horn, gently lifting. Transforming his palm into a claw, he did not meet the incoming iron fist head-on. Rather, he deftly seized the inner wrist of his opponent with a precision that left mere millimeters between their movements, a technique from the art of grappling. This maneuver, once employed within the realm of his opponent's own martial arts, was executed by Yang Jieshi with an even greater degree of cunning and effectiveness. The pupils of his adversary dilated in shock. He felt as if his right fist had sunk into a mire, all his strength effortlessly neutralized by the seemingly casual grip. Even more chilling was the sensation of his opponent's fingers, like iron bands, tightly constricting around his pulse point, sending a wave of numbness coursing through his entire arm. How is this possible? He whispered in disbelief. Yang Jieshi offret no respita. With his left hand firmly securing his opponent, his right had long since retracted, now moving with deliberate grace to execute a series of strikes. A sweeping blow mirrored the familiar techniques of his foe, yet the timing and angle were rendered with an exquisite perfection, forcing his opponent to awkwardly evade. A seemingly ordinary palm thrust concealed the essence of listening and yielding energy, perfectly countering the opponent's attempt to break free with a shoulder charge. What followed were a succession of techniques, each one a staple of his opponent's repertoire. Yet, in Yang Jieshi's hands, these moves appeared to be imbued with a newfound vitality. He resembled a master chess player, capable of foreseeing not just the next 3 or 5 moves of his opponent, but dismantling and analyzing their strategy mid-game, returning it with an even more lethal counter. This was not mere imitation, it was transcendence. "Is he learning?" whispered Gwen Stacy, the ghost spider, unable to contain her astonishment. "No, this is not learning," replied Matt Murdock, the daredevil, his expression grave. As one of the only 2 present who had faced Yang Jieshi in combat, he understood the gravity of the situation. Yang was deconstructing his opponent's martial arts, revealing the myriad flaws within. In the midst of the confrontation, his adversary transitioned from initial anger and defiance to profound shock and helplessness. He felt like a toddler, newly learning to walk, clumsily showcasing his inadequate steps before a seasoned adult. Each of his opponent's strikes felt like a stern mentor mercilessly correcting his work, each movement a lesson. You erred here, and they're fundamentally wrong at the core. This psychological assault proved far more unbearable than any physical pain. The more he fought, the more frantic he became, his once fluid techniques now riddled with errors. While Yang Jieshi operated with the precision of a scalpel, each counterstrike perfectly exploiting the openings laid bare. The very air around them seemed to grow heavy with tension. Harley Quinn, having long since abandoned her playful demeanor, observed the unfolding lesson with keen interest. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement as the words in her mind refreshed rapidly. "Oh, a master duel, a display of technical prowess. This is far more captivating than mere energy clashes." Black Widow's gaze darted back and forth between Yang Jie and Shang-Chi, her mind racing as she analyzed the combat intelligence and skills exhibited by the imitation master. The danger level of this man must be reassessed. He possesses not only formidable physical abilities, but also a frighteningly astute mind, adept at learning and analysis. Just as Shang-Chi's hasty side kick left his center wide open, Yang Jie seized that fleeting opportunity. His left hand still gripped Shang-Chi's wrist, while his body glided in like a wraith. His right hand, ever so deft, formed a sharp spearhead with his fingers. Wing Chun pointed strike. This jab was as swift as lightning, exquisitely precise. It bore no colossal force, but concentrated all of Yang Jie's internal strength, akin to a red-hot iron rod, stabbing fiercely into Shang-Chi's upper abdomen. That most vulnerable area nestled between the solar plexus and the navel. With a gasp, Shang-Chi felt an indescribable agony erupt, as if his entire abdominal cavity had been pounded with a hammer, followed by an electric shock coursing through him. His breath was instantly snatched away, darkness enveloped his vision, and all his strength ebbed away like a receding tide, his legs buckling as he crumpled to the ground. The battle was over. Yang Jie released his grip, allowing Shang-Chi to kneel, writhing in pain, gasping for breath but unable to draw in enough oxygen. The entire encounter, from the initial contact to its conclusion, lasted barely over a minute. Yet for the spectators and participants, it felt interminable. Yang Jie looked down from his vantage point at the kneeling Shang-Chi, the skull mask reflecting a cold gleam under the light. He then slowly bent down, adopting a benevolent posture, extending his hand to assist Shang-Chi back to his feet. His movements were gentle, as if the thunderous strike from moments earlier had not been his doing. Leaning close to Shang-Chi's ear, in a tone only they could discern, he mockingly whispered in articulate Mandarin, "A monkey donning a crown. The martial arts passed down by your ancestors are meant to protect your homeland, not to betray and seek scraps from others." His words were soft yet pierced through Shang-Chi's last vestiges of dignity like icy daggers. His body shuddered violently, lifting his head to reveal bloodshot eyes filled with humiliation. Only Black Widow, due to her proximity and understanding of multiple languages, caught this remark, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. The essence of that statement was an utter negation of a martial artist foundation, a warning against traitors, though not directed at her. It sent a chill down her spine, for this traitor might as well have been speaking of her. However, Yang Jie seemed unfazed by the events that transpired. Steadying Shang-Chi, he took a step back and, addressing the humiliated figure still trembling before him, performed a standard fist salute, politely saying, "Thank you for the lesson." This was the customary etiquette following a martial arts exchange. Shang-Chi gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. While he could endure his own pain, he could not disregard the principles of a warrior. Otherwise, he would lose both face and dignity. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he struggled to raise his still numb arm, exerting every ounce of strength to return a formal fist salute. I concede. Those two words seemed to drain him of all his energy. Having completed this gesture, Yang Jieshi no longer cast a glance at Shang-Chi. He turned directly to the silent Captain America, delivering an unequivocal command in his calm, steady tone. Captain Steve Rogers, I need to speak with Nick Fury immediately. Chapter 47, Deals and Hunts. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the cold, monotonous beeping in the receiver. Nick Fury set down the specially encrypted phone, his iron-like black fingers unconsciously scratching his gleaming bald head, which reflected light under the illumination. The director of the world's largest espionage organization, SHIELD, furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a rare mix of frustration and contemplation. It was a miscalculation. This was the first thought that surfaced in Fury's mind. He believed he had meticulously planned the recruitment strategy for the new generation of mimic, Yang Jieshi. He had delved into long-dormant files, unearthing the records of the elder mimic, Yang Shozhen, codenamed Tian Shi, who had once rendered significant service to SHIELD. Utilizing this connection, this legacy between mentor and disciple, was meant to be a natural progression, a seamless endeavor. It was akin to possessing a key imbued with goodwill and historical sentiment, capable of unlocking the hearts of any aspiring individual. To further demonstrate SHIELD's sincerity and formidable foundation, he had even arranged for Shang-Chi to act as a liaison, as another exceptional agent hailing from the Celestial Empire. It was presumed that this would swiftly bridge the gap and foster a sense of cultural identity, allowing Yang Jieshi to recognize SHIELD's esteem for talent from the East. However, this carefully crafted plan had inadvertently tread upon Yang Jieshi's sensitive territory. According to the observational report relayed by Natasha Romanoff, Yang Jieshi did possess a sense of camaraderie towards his so-called school ties, but the issue lay with Shang-Chi. He displayed unabashed disdain and hostility towards Shang-Chi's existence. In Yang Jieshi's perspective, Shang-Chi's actions, serving the American government while forsaking his homeland, were akin to those of a traitor. More importantly, his counterpart lacked the youthful impulsiveness and fervor. Instead, he resembled a dreamless soul, making it difficult for Fury to gauge him. Fury's thoughts swiftly shifted from Yang Jieshi to his Eastern origins, eliciting a long sigh. As the Celestial Empire's national strength grew increasingly robust, its global influence soared correspondingly. The activities of the Divine Spear Bureau had intensified, leaving SHIELD and other departments hamstrung in their operations within Asia, often facing setbacks. Many individuals, filled with ambition and hope, are no longer so easily swayed by the enticing promises of the free world and lofty ideals. They have found a more solid foundation and a stronger sense of belonging. Times have changed, Fury murmured to himself. However, the situation has not yet descended into the worst possible state. The young man named Yang Jieshi, though unruly, is ultimately a pragmatic mercenary. He has closed the door that SHIELD had swung open under the guise of sentiment and noble causes, leaving behind a window forged from self-interest. Here, he can be hired at market rates, or gradually receive his mentor's relics and related items. This is a pure transaction, cold, direct, yet fair. SHIELD requires his exceptional combat skills and mimicry capabilities, while he seeks financial compensation and clues regarding his mentor's past. That is acceptable. A hardened smirk played on Fury's lips. As long as he can be of use, that suffices. The operation at the Osborn Tower would serve as the initial test of this arrangement. He believes that the price set by this new master of mimicry will correspond to the value he demonstrates. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that their relationship would ultimately devolve into a mere employment agreement. Meanwhile, within the makeshift command center on the 37th floor of the Osborn Tower, the atmosphere remained tense. Yang Jieshi concluded his call and, with a stoic expression, approached Captain America, returning the antiquated military encrypted phone to him. "Thank you, Captain," he said. His voice was muffled by the skull mask, revealing little emotion. However, a hint of tranquility settled in his exposed eyes, as if dust had finally settled. Steve Rogers accepted the phone, and his deep blue eyes scrutinized Yang Jieshi intently. As a leader who had witnessed the trials of World War II and countless human choices, he could keenly sense that, within this brief conversation, the enigmatic mercenary had made a significant decision. He asked no further questions, merely nodding and stating, "You're welcome. Feel free to use it whenever needed." Yang Jieshi inclined his head slightly and turned back to his position, leaning against the cold wall with his arms crossed and eyes closed. The surrounding heroes cast curious, scrutinizing, or indifferent glances his way, yet he remained oblivious. Within him, a silent reflection was unfolding. Was it reckless to confront Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D. directly, even to the point of enmity? The answer arose swiftly within his heart. He did not regret it. Since crossing into this perilous world and inheriting the mantle of the master of mimicry, his ultimate life goal had been simply to live as a carefree being, to practice martial arts, earn a modest income, engage in activities he enjoyed, and occasionally accept non-life-threatening minor tasks. Such a life would be paradise for him. As for joining S.H.I.L.D. and becoming an agent, the notion of being on call 24/7, receiving a fixed salary while being expected to fight for a nebulous world peace, something even Nick Fury himself doubted, was a burden he politely declined. Moreover, the mere thought of working alongside that ungrateful wretch Shang-Chi, whom he considered a traitor to his lineage, sent a wave of nausea through him, rendering him unable to even enjoy his meal. That sensation was more repulsive than the idea of consuming human excrement. Their paths were fundamentally divergent, and he sought the freedom to roam unfettered, while S.H.I.L.D. offered nothing but constraints and shackles. The current arrangement suited him perfectly. They maintained a purely transactional relationship, transparent and devoid of deceit. Should S.H.I.L.D. encounter insurmountable troubles, they could hire his services. Conversely, if he required funds or specific intelligence or items, he could barter his skills. It was a clean and straightforward exchange, with no debts owed on either side. His gaze traversed the room slowly. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was engaged in hushed conversation with his counterpart, Gwen Stacy, likely discussing the intricacies of web shooter formulas or enhancements to their Spider-Man techniques. With two chatterboxes together, there was an endless stream of topics. In a corner, the Punisher, Frank Castle, was meticulously polishing his formidable tactical knife, a piece of leather soaked in gun oil moving deliberately in his hands, as if the world around him was inconsequential, with only his chilling instrument of death as his true companion. The potent scent of blood and an aura of danger emanated from him, creating a vacuum around his presence. Meanwhile, the two most unpredictable elements, Gwen and Harley Quinn, were huddled together, surreptitiously examining Harley's iconic, oversized mallet adorned with a painted grin. Gwen even pulled out a pink comic book, pointing at a character while chattering animatedly to Harley, who responded with laughter, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Takahashi Kenshi, cradling his katana, sat in meditative silence, resembling a statue. Shang-Chi stood with fellow S.H.I.L.D. agents Ashes, Dum-Dum Dugan, and Mockingbird, forming a cohesive unit, their expressions serious and distinct from the other heroes. Yet this group of S.H.I.L.D. agents maintained an instinctual distance from Shang-Chi. Leading the assembly was Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was engaged in a low conversation with Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, while poring over detailed blueprints of Oscorp Tower on his tactical tablet. The mere presence of this legendary hero exuded a compelling force, temporarily uniting this motley crew of diverse personalities and hidden agendas. Yang Jieshi couldn't help but scoff internally. Was this what they called an alliance? Merely a haphazard assembly of individuals. Were it not for the imminent threat posed by Dr. Lizard, they would likely come to blows over their differing ideologies. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, threats were a constant companion. Just then, Captain America concluded his discussion with Black Widow, straightened his posture, and clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "All right, everyone." His voice resonated powerfully, silencing the cacophony in the room. "We have new intelligence." All eyes turned towards him. Even the Punisher, who had been maintaining his weapons, lifted his gaze. The Black Widow approached a colossal display and synchronized the data from the tactical tablet. Instantly, a three-dimensional representation of the underground piping system of the Osborn building materialized on the screen, intricate and dense, resembling the capillaries of the human body. Amongst this labyrinth, a moving red dot stood out conspicuously. Utilizing the thermal tracking technology and life signal analysis provided by Mr. Stark, the Black Widow spoke with a calm and professional tone. Pointing at the red dot, we have pinpointed Dr. Kurt Connor's location. He is currently navigating between the primary sewage pipe and the auxiliary subway line beneath the building. His metabolic rate is exceedingly rapid. His body temperature far surpasses that of an average human, and we have detected the leakage of unstable chemical gases. Surrounding the red dot, the screen indicated a light green area, signifying the spread of lizard venom gas. He intends to transform the entire populace of New York into creatures like himself, stated Daredevil Matt Murdock in a grave tone. Although he could not see, his extraordinary senses allowed him to hear the hissing of toxins in the air. Captain America nodded solemnly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Addressing the group, our mission is straightforward, singular. We must descend underground, locate Dr. Connors, thwart his plans, and capture him alive. We possess the serum developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., which may restore his sanity. He then proceeded to assign tasks, his gaze ultimately resting on Mockingbird. Mockingbird, your objective is to execute a flanking assault, leveraging your agility to intercept him on potential escape routes. The rest will engage in a frontal assault. Are there any objections? The operational briefing was succinct and devoid of superfluous dialogue. All present were seasoned warriors, requiring no further elaboration. No issues, Mockingbird replied decisively. With her affirmation, Captain America nodded and reiterated the precautions. Move out. With Captain America's command, the briefing concluded. The team immediately sprang into action, checking their equipment and loading ammunition. A palpable air of determination enveloping the entire floor. Thus commenced the hunt for the monstrous entity lurking beneath the city. Chapter 48, The Capture of Dr. Lizard, Part 1. The operational meeting unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Indeed, when a room is filled with superheroes, elite operatives, and vigilantes, the need for elaborate formalities becomes exceedingly redundant. Captain America swiftly delegated tasks. Based on the internal surveillance network of the Osborn Group and clues provided by the Spider-Man, they quickly narrowed Dr. Connors, the Lizard's activity to the biological experimentation zones in the lower levels of the building and the connected underground sewage system. The plan was straightforward and forceful: to act independently, encircle from multiple directions, and locate and subdue the target with utmost speed. Captain America, Black Widow, Falcon, and Mockingbird formed one team, tasked with advancing down the primary corridor as the main assault force. Spider-Man, Ghost Spider, and Daredevil, leveraging their familiarity with the city's complex terrain, would navigate through external ventilation ducts and sewage outlets to effectuate an interception. The Punisher and Takahashi Kenshi, both formidable figures, were entrusted with a significant responsibility to eliminate any potential security threats lurking in the periphery, be they Osborn's mercenaries or otherwise. Meanwhile, Shang-Chi and two other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were designated as a mobile reserve, poised to lend assistance to whichever front required it most urgently. At the onset of the operation, everything appeared to be running smoothly, yet trouble often manifests in the most unexpected places. Just as Spider-Man's team entered the intricate network of ventilation shafts, they were met with an initial wave of assault. Swift as lightning, mutated lizards surged forth from the shadows of the ducts. Their sharp claws could easily slice through metal, and the corrosive saliva they ejected filled the air with a noxious stench and hissing white smoke. The confined space severely restricted the trio's movements. As Peter Parker ensnared the creatures with his webbing, he also had to deftly avoid the attack zones of Gwen and Matt, appearing quite flustered. Hey guys, does anyone have any insect repellent? The extra-large kind. Peter's quip was punctuated with a hint of breathlessness over the comms. Meanwhile, the Punisher found himself embroiled in another fierce battle. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, they had not yet located the entrance to the sewage system when several modified defense robots burst forth from behind containers. These machines were clearly not standard Osborn products. Emblazoned with the insignia of the U.S. military, they were a testament to Osborn's collaboration with the armed forces. The intense barrage of energy beams and live ammunition transformed the parking area into a hellscape of gunfire. Frank Castle roared as he unleashed a torrent of bullets from his machine gun upon the robots, creating a shower of sparks. Though the damage inflicted was minimal, it effectively suppressed the onslaught. Meanwhile, Takahashi Kenshi moved like a specter amidst the wreckage of vehicles, his katana gleaming with a chilling brilliance in the firelight, precisely severing the joints of the robots. It took considerable effort for the two to dispatch their adversaries. In contrast, the main assault team, led by Captain America, made the most progress. Steve's vibranium shield rendered him nearly impervious to frontal attacks, while Black Widow and Mockingbird executed their maneuvers with seamless synergy, delivering precise shots that felled the larger lizard men emerging from the laboratory. Yang Jieshi flanked the team, his anti-war saber slicing through the air with lethal precision, each strike cleanly severing the necks or limbs of the lizard men. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wait, where are Black Widow Natasha and Gwen Stacy? Natasha's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with confusion. They were just behind us, dealing with any stragglers. The group fell silent, turning back in unison. The two figures that were supposed to be trailing at the rear had vanished without a trace. The comms were eerily quiet, devoid of any response from the two. Captain America furrowed his brow, inquiring when they had lost contact with them. Approximately 3 minutes ago, Yang Jieshi spoke in a low voice, his memory, enhanced by the serum, rivaling that of a computer. The last time he heard their voices was in the corridor leading to Biochemical Culture Room number 07. I will return to find them, he decisively declared to Captain America. You all proceed. Dr. Lizard is the primary target. Steve glanced at him and nodded, saying, be cautious and maintain communication. Without further ado, Yang Jieshi turned and dashed back, his speed remarkable, leaving a fleeting shadow in the corridor. Although he harbored no particular feelings for the two individuals, as a temporary member of the team, he still felt a fundamental sense of responsibility. Before long, he arrived back at the desolate corridor, where a few reptilian corpses lay on the ground, the air thick with the faint odor of gunpowder and blood. Aside from that, there were no signs of a struggle. It was as if Gwen and Harley had evaporated into thin air. Yang Jieshi slowed his pace, his eyes concealed behind a skull mask, meticulously scanning every corner. He crouched down, his fingers brushing against the cold metal floor, seeking any trace of evidence. Suddenly, a slight tremor reverberated beneath his feet, followed by a crisp crack. And without warning, the tile he stood upon collapsed. A sudden and overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped Yang Jieshi. What the? He barely managed to exclaim before plummeting vertically downwards. Failing to perceive the danger, he had not anticipated that the space beneath the tile was empty. As he descended, he fought to adjust his position, arms outstretched, attempting to grasp any protrusions on the tunnel walls, yet the surroundings were utterly smooth, offering no leverage. Fortunately, his monk training endowed him with the skill of controlled descent, preventing a fatal fall. The darkness lasted only a few seconds, culminating in a heavy splash as he crashed into a pool of cold, viscous liquid, the acrid stench invading his nostrils. It was a sewer. Yang Jieshi emerged from the waist-deep filth, wiping the foul liquid from his mask, inwardly cursing his misfortune. He surveyed his surroundings. It was a broad, circular sewage pipe, its walls adorned with repulsive moss and slime, murky waters trickling slowly. At that moment, wild roars echoed from the depths of the pipe, accompanied by the dull thud of heavy impacts and the excited screams of two girls. Take that, you ugly lizard. Here comes my spinning home run. A familiar voice rang out, brimming with manic joy. Yang Jieshi instantly recognized it as Harley Quinn. Following her was Gwen's distinct, comic-like commentary. Go for it. Smash his health bar. I remember that in the animal kingdom, reptiles' weakness is their jaw. Yes, right there. Land a critical hit. Chapter 49. Dr. Lizard Captured, Part 2. Hearing those unmistakable voices and enthusiastic cheers, Yang Jieshi's lips twitched. Gripping his sword, he waded through the murky water, swiftly following the source of the sounds. As he rounded a corner, the scene before him left him momentarily at a loss for expression. There stood Harley Quinn, her body caked in mud, brandishing her iconic oversized mallet as she relentlessly pursued a massive green humanoid creature, mercilessly smashing it. This creature, Dr. Lizard, was robust, its skin armored with tough scales, and a thick tail trailed behind it. At that moment, Dr. Lizard appeared exceedingly disheveled. His claws, capable of rending steel, were forced into a defensive stance by Harley's chaotic onslaught, emitting a series of frustrated and bewildered growls. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy resembled a true cheerleader, perched on a discarded pipe, swinging her legs as she munched on popcorn seemingly conjured from thin air, loudly issuing tactical guidance. He is going to sweep you with his tail. Jump. Oh no. He is going to bite you. Use the handle of your mallet to jab his mouth. Upon noticing Yang Jie, Gwen's eyes lit up with excitement as she waved energetically. Hey, Mimic Master, you finally arrived. Come help us. We're teaming up to clear a dungeon. This is a ruckus from the set, called Killer Croc. He asked Dr. Lizard. Yang Jie, maintaining a stoic demeanor, corrected her, inwardly bemused by how Gwen, who was arguably the most knowledgeable about the Marvel Universe, feigned ignorance. Killer Croc? Oh, that hulking brute always lurking in the Arkham sewers? As Harley delivered a resounding blow that staggered Dr. Lizard, she turned her head upon hearing their exchange, a look of realization dawning on her face. No wonder it feels different. But it doesn't matter. They're all reptiles. With that, she shrieked and charged once more, her assault growing ever more frenzied. Despite Dr. Lizard possessing the instincts of a beast and formidable strength, his intellect was largely overshadowed by his primal nature. Faced with Harley Quinn, an opponent who defied all logic, he found himself utterly confounded. Furthermore, with Gwen Stacy, the spoiler alert, by his side, every one of his intentions was almost prematurely announced, causing him immense frustration. With a deafening roar, Dr. Lizard seemed to be thoroughly provoked by the two wild girls. He swung his tail violently, forcing Harley back, then opened his gaping maw, disregarding Gwen's warning of his impending spittle, and lunged directly at Yang Jie. Evidently perceiving this newcomer, who appeared the most composed, as a potential weak link. Come on then, Yang Jie's gaze sharpened. As the stench of danger approached, he did not retreat, but instead advanced, his foot splashing through the murky water. Like an arrow released from a bow, he closed the distance to Dr. Lizard in an instant. Rather than using a weapon, he opted for the most direct approach, unarmed combat. The monk's skill, Storm of Fury, erupted, his rapid and powerful strikes akin to lightning, yet executed with utmost clarity. A precise elbow strike landed squarely on Dr. Lizard's jaw, the tremendous force snapping the creature's head back and halting its momentum abruptly. In swift succession, Yang Jie's body coiled like a sinuous serpent, delivering knee strikes, palm strikes, and finger jabs in a relentless torrent of assaults that rained down upon Dr. Lizard's joints and vulnerable nerve clusters. Each strike, though not aimed at maximum destruction, meticulously dismantled the opponent's mobility. Dr. Lizard emitted a pained shriek. His once proud strength and armored scales seemed to falter against Yang Jie's inscrutable onslaught. His body began to stiffen and numb, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Now Harley, Gwen shouted, seizing the opportune moment. Harley Quinn, comprehending the cue, executed a graceful side flip. Soaring high into the air, her hefty wooden mallet tracing a flawless arc, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, before it came crashing down upon Dr. Lizard's skull. With a resounding thud, the sound reverberated throughout the sewers. Dr. Lizard's massive frame swayed, the ferocity in his eyes swiftly dissipating, replaced by a look of bewilderment, before he collapsed forward, splashing murky water everywhere. Job well done, Harley exclaimed, proudly whistling while hoisting the mallet. Thus concluded the farcical debacle initiated by the internal crisis within the Osborn Group, a spectacle of chaotic absurdity. Simultaneously, in the depths of New York City, within a clandestine monitoring room, dozens of colossal screens displayed real-time footage of the battles erupting across Osborn Tower. From Spider-Man's beleaguered struggles to the Punisher's overwhelming firepower, and to the trio's relentless pummeling of their foe, everything was captured in vivid detail. At the center of the room, Dr. Smythe and Baron Strack remained fixated on the unfolding events in New York. It appears we have gathered sufficient experimental data, Dr. Smythe remarked, observing the fallen Dr. Lizard on the screen with a tone of indifference, as if perusing an inconsequential report. The results surpass our expectations, Baron Strack replied, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Though Connor Serum possesses flaws, it has flawlessly tested the response capabilities and limits of S, H, I, LD, and New York's heroes. His gaze flitted between several screens before settling on a solitary display. On the screen lay Chinatown, where a figure, shrouded in a flowing azure energy, wielded a cleaver with effortless grace, cleaving through several massive lizard men as if they were mere vegetables. This azure energy appeared invincible, characterized by grandiose movements imbued with a primal yet terrifying aesthetic of violence. Especially with these unforeseen variables, Baron Strack pointed at the figure. There is no information on this blue-armored warrior in S.H.I.E.L.D.S. database. His energy response pattern is remarkably unique. It warrants thorough analysis. Indeed, a delightful surprise, Dr. Smythe nodded, commanding their operatives to release the final batch of underground infiltrators to create sufficient chaos, then to withdraw entirely. We have acquired what we sought. It is time to retreat into the shadows and gradually digest the fruits of this endeavor. As you command. A scientist behind him immediately nodded and turned to convey the command. Baron Strack cast a final glance at the screen, where Dr. Connors, bound by ropes, was gradually reverting to his human form, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. As Yang Jiesher escorted the unconscious doctor, Connors back to the surface along with two teammates, the battle outside had largely subsided. S.H.I.E.L.D.S. follow-up forces had arrived, diligently clearing the aftermath and apprehending members of the Osborne group. Upon stepping out of the building, he spotted the familiar bald head and black trench coat. Nick Fury was leaning against a black vehicle, seemingly waiting for him. "Well done, master of imitation," Fury remarked, his single eye revealing no emotion. "Mani?" Yang Jieshi replied succinctly. Fury disregarded his words, instead turning to retrieve a half-meter square, aged cardboard box and a small briefcase from the vehicle, placing them on the ground. The box was sealed with a yellowed tape, bearing the insignia of a long-defunct S.H.I.L.D. "This is what you seek," Fury stated. "A portion of the belongings of your master, Yang Shojing. We found him in his old safe deposit box at S.H.I.E.L.D. This contains the first batch. The remainder will be transferred to you in accordance with our ongoing collaboration." Yang Jiesher's gaze fell upon the cardboard box, his breath momentarily hitching beneath the skull mask. Yet, he could not betray too much desire for his master's belongings, despite his yearning to uncover his master's past. He must not allow Nick Fury to gain leverage over him. "There isn't enough money. You must increase the payment," Yang Jiesher said, glancing at the small briefcase before rubbing his fingers together, signaling S.H.I.E.L.D.S. director not to attempt any trickery. His demeanor exuded a formidable resolve, reminiscent of someone ready to obliterate the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters should his demands not be met. Pleasant collaboration. Nick Fury tossed this phrase over his shoulder, handing a wad of dollars to the master of imitation, clearly indicating that no more would be forthcoming. He then opened the car door and settled inside. The black vehicle soon roared to life, seamlessly merging into the flow of traffic, vanishing into the night of New York. Yang Jiesher stood rooted in place, clutching the box and briefcase, motionless for a long while. From this moment onward, his relationship with this world and its superheroes had become markedly more intricate, nuanced, and undeniably fortified. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, he could not ascertain. Perhaps the languid, carefree existence he yearned for was now slipping further from his grasp. Chapter 50. Mission rewards. Upon returning to the martial arts dojo in Chinatown, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Yang Jiesher secured the heavy door behind him, isolating the external clamor and lurking dangers. A pungent, damp odor reminiscent of decay and sewage clung to him like an invisible shroud, imparting an indescribable sensation of discomfort and stickiness. He felt no desire to linger, dragging his weary body straight toward the bathroom. His specially crafted battlesuit, enchanted by Master Gu Yi and endowed with self-repairing capabilities, was now sullied and tainted. He summoned garments from the storage system, tossing the relatively intact fabric pieces into the powerful washing machine beside him without a second thought. While magic could mend damage, it was powerless against filth. As for the specialized alloy armor plates embedded in his battle attire, those required his personal attention. They were hard and cold. Should they be tossed into the washing machine, he would likely have to pay someone to repair them by morning. Scalding hot water gushed from the showerhead, cascading over his taut muscles and enveloping him in a cloud of steam. Yang Jiesher exhaled a long sigh, feeling every pore in his body open up in that moment. The fierce battle in the sewers, the confrontation with Dr. Lizard, and the final encounter with Nick Fury, each had drained his energy and stamina immensely. The hot water washing over him seemed to carry away the accumulated fatigue and tension from his mind. After several minutes, he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, still glistening with droplets of water. He did not rush to deal with the troublesome armor, as the clean plates still needed to dry and be oiled. Shirtless, he made his way to the living room and sat before the sofa. With a thought, a translucent blue screen unfurled before his eyes. At the top of the screen, a line of conspicuous system notifications flickered gently. Emergency task triggered. City Guardian completed task description. The lizard disaster has swept through New York. As a member of this city, though you may not consider yourself one, you cannot stand idly by. Arm yourself, engage in battle, and defend New York City, minimizing the destruction wrought by Dr. Lizard and his legion. Task evaluation. Good. You successfully participated in and concluded this crisis, effectively preventing further escalation. Distributing task rewards. Yang Jiesher, as heartbeat quickened slightly. This was what mattered most to him at present. In a place like New York, where calamities could escalate to citywide disasters at any moment, the rewards from each adventure were the foundation of his existence and continual growth. As the system notification chimed, 3 virtual projections of items appeared before him. First, 2 ancient white jade vials emerged, intricately carved with fine patterns and radiating a warm glow. The black jade healing ointment, a life-saving elixir, could prove crucial in dire moments. He unhesitatingly selected to receive them, and the 2 physical jade vials materialized on the coffee table before him with a crisp sound. In this world, no amount of life-preserving measures could be deemed excessive. Next, his gaze was drawn to the second item. It was a dagger of exquisite and unique design. The dagger was enveloped in a deep, ethereal blue, as if forged from cold iron beneath a starry sky. Its guard was simple, yet exuded a sense of strength. While the blade was not long, its sharpness was apparent, radiating a dangerous and mysterious aura under the virtual light. Item name, Flickering Dagger. Item source, world, item ability. Upon activation, it allows the wielder to instantly teleport to any designated location within a short distance ahead. Cooldown time, 12 seconds. Item description, a peculiar dagger that allows its wielder to move unpredictably on the battlefield, making it the quintessential choice for both infiltration and escape. The Flickering Dagger? Yang Jiesher's eyes sparkled with excitement. This artifact was renowned in his previous life games, an unparalleled weapon for both initiating ambushes and evading dire situations. Without hesitation, he opted to claim it. In a flash of brilliance, the dagger materialized in his hand, its touch cold and weighty. The hilt conformed perfectly to his palm, as if custom crafted for him. He sensed a faint yet distinct energy coursing within the dagger, resonating subtly with his own inner strength. Rising to his feet, he grasped the dagger firmly, his gaze fixed on the weapon rack against the wall on the far side of the living room. He concentrated, envisioning himself in that very spot, while channeling the energy within the dagger. In the next moment, he felt the scenery before him twist abruptly, as if an invisible force was tugging at the very fabric of space, folding it momentarily. A slight wave of dizziness washed over him, but it dissipated just as swiftly. When he regained his balance, he found himself standing squarely before the weapon rack, the couch he had occupied mere moments ago, now a considerable distance away. Indeed, this was a remarkable item. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. This silent, effortless ability to teleport was far superior and more enigmatic than the speed and explosiveness he had previously relied upon. Although the 12-second cooldown was not insignificant, a single crucial flicker in the ever-shifting battlefield could very well determine life or death. Satisfied, he stowed the flickering dagger and redirected his attention to the system interface, where only one final reward remained, the one he anticipated the most. Reward: Medium Martial Arts 10-Draw Lottery. Yang Jiesher took a deep breath and unhesitatingly pressed the button to commence the draw. The interface displayed a colossal virtual roulette that spun rapidly, the names of countless martial arts manuals flashing like shooting stars. Titles such as Iron Sand Palm, Arhut Fist, Explosive Kick, and Eagle Claw Technique flitted by, familiar yet largely unremarkable. Soon, the wheel began to decelerate, the pointer wavering uncertainly across various segments. Ding! Acquired Ultimate Insult Durian Edition, Fragment 1. Ding! Acquired lightness skill, forest north, leg fragment 1. Ding. Acquired way to all palm fragment 1. A series of notifications chimed, and without exception, the results of the previous 9 draws yielded nothing but unusable martial arts fragments and incomplete manuals. Yang Jieshi was not surprised by this. The system's lottery mechanism was notoriously fickle, and ultimately, one's fortune at the final moment determined the quality of the rewards. His heart raced as he focused intently on the pointer, watching it gradually come to rest on the final segment. As the light faded, a complete manual, its cover emblazoned in a foreboding shade of dark crimson, came into view. The sanguine hue resembled dried blood, emanating an indescribable aura of malevolence and dominance. The cover of the tome bore the grand inscription Bloodblade Scripture in an elegant, swirling script. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the complete mid-level martial art, Bloodblade Scripture. Origin of the martial art, the legend of the Condor heroes. Description: a malevolent knife technique created by the 4th-generation leader of the Bloodblade sect, known as the Bloodblade Ancestor, comprising 13 forms. This technique is notorious for its cunning ferocity, targeting the enemy's vital points, prioritizing lethality over finesse. When complemented by its unique internal cultivation method, it empowers the practitioner to grow increasingly formidable in battle, with each strike drawing blood. Indeed, it was the Bloodblade Scripture. Yang Jieshi murmured to himself, a flicker of complex excitement glinting in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been deeply impressed by the character of the Bloodblade Ancestor in Jin Yang's novels. While perhaps not the strongest among elite martial artists, his combat acumen, ruthless nature, and impeccable timing were nothing short of exemplary. In a dire situation beset by so-called righteous sect masters, he had ingeniously turned the tables, eliminating several foes through sheer cunning and strength. Had he not ultimately encountered the fortuitous Di Yun, it was likely that he would have emerged victorious. Yang Jieshi has always believed that the true terror of the Bloodblade Ancestor lay not in his martial prowess, but in his tactical genius. He was a born, quintessential master of dark strategy, willing to employ any means necessary for victory and survival. This ethos resonated with Yang Jieshi's own code as a mercenary. Alas, the system bestowed upon him only the martial arts manual. The seasoned combat experience and wisdom of the Bloodblade Ancestor were beyond his grasp. He mused quietly, yet the techniques and internal cultivation of the Bloodblade Scripture were undoubtedly well suited to his current predicament. In a world where human life was as disposable as grass, the rigorous requirements of many righteous sects often proved to be a hindrance. Without hesitation, he chose to learn. A torrent of information surged into his mind, encapsulating the essence of the Bloodblade Scripture, from its internal cultivation to the 13 knife forms. In that moment, he envisioned a lean, red-robed elder wielding a blood-red blade, executing a series of incomprehensible yet lethally effective techniques amidst a snowy valley, vanquishing foes with each stroke. Eventually, Yang Jieshi emerged from the immersive learning experience. He sensed that his inner energy was influenced by this new internal cultivation, becoming more refined and imbued with a subtle, ominous aura. Rising to his feet, he approached the weapon rack and retrieved the sturdy saber that had long accompanied him through trials. He did not wield it, but stood still, replaying the myriad transformations of the Bloodblade techniques in his mind. This martial art required time to digest and practice before it could be seamlessly integrated into his own combat system. Having accounted for all the rewards, Yang Jieshi felt a significant sense of reassurance. Though this adventure had been perilous, the rewards were immense. A healing elixir, a teleportation artifact, and a malevolent martial skill, each capable of significantly enhancing his strength and survival capabilities. Just then, a thought suddenly struck him. He strode purposefully to the entrance of the basement, opened the door, and descended into the depths below. In a secluded corner of the basement, he retrieved a small vial sealed within a lead container from a system. Inside the vial, a verdant liquid shimmered unnaturally under the light. This was a lizard serum he had managed to procure from the chaos of the Osborne Building's laboratory. As he gazed upon this potion, which might harbor immense power or unleash endless curses, Yang Jieshi's expression flickered with uncertainty. The image of Dr. Connors transformed into that monstrous form was still vivid in his mind. The risks associated with such genetic modifications were staggering. far surpassing the dangers he had faced when injecting himself with the super soldier serum. Perhaps it was best to set it aside for now. Ultimately, reason triumphed over his desire for power. He resealed the vial and concealed it in a deeper recess, until he possessed absolute certainty. He would never gamble his life and future on such uncertain possibilities. After completing this task, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged over him like a tidal wave. The effects of adrenaline had long since faded, and both his body and spirit had reached their limits. He staggered upstairs and returned to his bedroom, lacking even the strength to burrow beneath the covers. Instead, he fell back, landing heavily on the soft bed. The fresh scent of sunlit sheets enveloped him, a stark contrast to the foul stench of the sewers. Within moments, the rhythmic sound of his breathing filled the quiet room. Today, he would indulge in a well-deserved rest. And this city, having just endured the lizard disaster, would awaken to a new day at dawn. Chapter 51. Celebration Feast. A week later, in New York's Chinatown. The night enveloped the city like a vast, ink-soaked velvet drape, slowly covering every corner. In contrast to the unrelenting neon lights of Midtown Manhattan, the evening in Chinatown exuded a more understated warmth. The streets were imbued with a comforting, communal atmosphere. Within Yang Jieshi's martial arts school, a scene of fervor unfolded, starkly contrasting the surrounding tranquility. At the center of the training hall, a steaming purple copper hot pot bubbled joyously. The broth, simmered for hours with beef bones, free-range chicken, and Jinhua ham, produced enticing waves of savory aroma. Red dates, goji berries, and slices of ginger danced within the broth, infusing the rich essence with a touch of healthful spirit. Come on, Fei, drink up. Yang Jieshi, clad in loose training attire, raised an oversized glass filled with icy beer. Its surface steaming, and clinked it heavily against the muscular arm of the man opposite him, who was also dressed in a tank top, revealing his sun-kissed brawny limbs. Cheers! Let's drink! The man across from him was none other than Ah Fei, the owner of the Fuk Ki meat shop on this very street. He grinned widely, displaying a full set of white teeth, and tilted his head back to gulp down half the glass of beer, finishing with a satisfied sigh that radiated exuberance. Master Yang, you are too kind. This meal is on me tonight, a celebration of my survival against all odds. But for that armored soldier's intervention, my little shop would not only have remained closed, but might have been utterly obliterated. Ah Fei remarked, as he expertly grasped a ladle with his calloused hands. Accustomed to wielding a knife, and retrieved a perfectly cooked slice of tripe from the bubbling broth. He dipped it into a garlic and sesame oil sauce, savoring the flavors as he chewed contentedly. It truly felt like a stroke of fate. Our Chinatown is so far from the Osborne building, yet a creature managed to traverse such a distance. This week has been a complete loss, with my shop shuttered as I've busied myself with renovations, incurring considerable losses. The greatest fortune is that we are unharmed. Yang Jieshi mirrored Ah Fei's actions, picking up a slice of freshly cut tender lamb. He swirled it in the boiling broth a few times, and as it turned a delicate white, he swiftly retrieved it, dipping it in sesame sauce before relishing the exquisite flavor that melded with the richness of the sauce, soothing his frayed nerves from recent days. Ah Fei, I passed by your shop, and it looks even more splendid than before. Ha! Out with the old, in with the new. Ah Fei seemed in high spirits, as he tossed a generous portion of fish slices into the pot, watching them swirl in the broth. To be honest, I was quite close that day and witnessed it all clearly. That armored soldier was truly formidable. I didn't see him wield any weapon, just a knife that resembled the cleaver from my shop, and with a swift motion, he cleaved that 2-meter-tall lizard creature in half, cleanly and effortlessly, like a butcher expertly slicing pork, with hardly any juices spilling. He grew animated as he imitated the chopping motion, his eyes reflecting pure admiration for such skill. Yang Jieshi felt a subtle shift within him. At that time, he had been entangled with S.H.I. and his understanding of the events in Chinatown was limited to what he gathered from news reports and local gossip. Now, this conversation had become a hot topic among the neighborhood, making it odd if it weren't mentioned. This was his first encounter with such a vivid, detailed account. To sever a genetically modified lizard person, whose strength and defense surpassed that of ordinary humans, with a mere kitchen knife? Such an act required not only strength but also impeccable timing, angle, and mastery of one's own power. As he listened, he discreetly activated the energy within him, not out of caution, but as a habitual response. Since the injection of the super soldier serum, his senses, both the physical and the sixth, had been significantly heightened. His observation ability, derived from the world of One Piece, had evolved beyond mere reconnaissance to a profound perception of the ebb and flow of life forces. At that moment, across from him, the shopkeeper A. Fei, who was intently focused on the fish slices, wary of overcooking them, presented a starkly different image within Yang Jieshi's perception. It was not a life force typical of an ordinary individual. In his awareness, a common person's essence flickered like a weak candle flame, unsteady and dim. In contrast, a Fei's essence resembled a dormant volcano, sealed away and buried deep within the earth, brimming with latent power. On the surface, there appeared to be no hint of anything amiss. However, beneath the flesh and blood lay a vast, pure, and profoundly restrained reservoir of formidable energy. This force was meticulously contained, akin to a slumbering dragon lurking in the abyss, with not a trace of it having escaped. Had it not been for Yang Jieshi's observation Haki reaching an unprecedented level, he would have been oblivious to the tumultuous undercurrents beneath this placid exterior. Indeed, the pieces of the puzzle quickly fell into place for him. The corpulent figure before him, surpassing the average man and reminiscent of certain gang enforcers, was a testament to both excessive consumption and exceptional talent. Yet, those hands bore no resemblance to those of a butcher. Rather, they appeared as calloused from years of rigorous training. His casual yet precise descriptions of combat intricacies regarding the blue-armored warrior further solidified the latter's identity, which was now almost palpable. A ripple stirred within Yang Jieshi, yet his demeanor remained as tranquil as a still lake. He merely smiled and diverted the conversation. It certainly sounds impressive. However, it seems that New York has recently seen its fair share of formidable characters. I've read in the news that a newly emerged master of imitation, the Punisher, seems to have participated in this operation. He was probing, simultaneously cloaking his intentions. He sought to gauge the perspective of the man, suspected to be the blue-armored warrior, on his other identity. A Fei deftly lifted a slice of fish, placing it carefully into Yang Jieshi's bowl, before leisurely responding, "The master of imitation? I am aware. The newspapers glorify him to no end. I believe he must be a professional from a significant organization, methodical in his actions and clear in his objectives. Unlike Spider-Man, who recklessly charges forward with unbridled passion, or individuals like us, who merely wish to tend to our own small plots of land, he walks a different path altogether. It will be prudent to keep our distance from such individuals, lest we become entangled in their troubles." His words were impeccably crafted, embodying the mindset and insights one would expect from a law-abiding citizen. Yet his seemingly naive eyes discreetly scanned Yang Jieshi's steady and formidable hands. Although he remained unaware of the true identity of the master of imitation, he was cognizant of the presence of a lithe figure wielding a cold weapon on the other side of New York, just as the blue blade had flashed. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each gleaning a mutual understanding from the other's expression. Thus, they harmoniously shifted away from discussions of superheroes, instead delving into topics of military affairs, cinema, and the latest supermarket discounts. The atmosphere once again turned vibrant and unadulterated, as if they were merely two ordinary neighbors navigating the struggles of life in the city, finding joy amidst hardship. Just as they began to indulge in a slightly tipsy rendition of Friends, the crisp chime of the doorbell rang out, akin to pressing the pause button, abruptly silencing the cacophony within. Yang Jieshi and A Fei exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Yang Jieshi set down his glass, a flicker of vigilance igniting within him as he rose to approach the door. With the doorbell camera malfunctioning, he could only open the door to ascertain who was there. Outside the door, two familiar figures were enacting a performance that could only be described as a tragicomedy of disastrous proportions. Harley Quinn, at this moment, exerted every ounce of her strength to deliver a silent wail. Though no sound escaped her lips, her face contorted in anguish, and the artificially induced tears, resembling large droplets from eye drops, mingled with her smeared eyeshadow, carving two dark rivulets down her cheeks. Her body swayed exaggeratedly back and forth. Hands clutched her chest, as if she were on the verge of collapsing from a broken heart. Beside her, Gwen Stacy took the art of exaggeration to new heights. She had donned a tattered beggar's costume, evidently a theatrical prop, over her luxurious attire. Cradling a dilapidated cardboard box adorned with a simplistic, crying stick figure drawn in pink marker. It bore the plea, "We are so pitiful. Please feed us. Please take us in." "Speak plainly," he uttered coldly, devoid of any emotion. The two performers at the door seemed to have been switched off, their cries and gestures halting abruptly. Harley wiped her tear-streaked face and straightened up. Gwen promptly rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her knees, and together they flashed a smile that was dazzling to the point of being blinding. "All right, enough of the theatrics." Gwen tossed the cardboard box aside, placing her hands on her hips with conviction. "In simple terms, we've been evicted by our landlord, and now we have nowhere to stay. So we decided to crash at your place. All meals and lodging provided." Harley leaned in, wearing an expression that conveyed you should feel honored, and added, "Indeed, after all, we know you live here, as comrades who have fought side by side. Isn't it only natural for a partner in justice to take us in? Our requests are hardly unreasonable, are they?" Witnessing the swift change in demeanor of these two bold individuals, Yang Jiesher felt a throbbing pain in his temples. It seemed his peaceful celebration dinner was destined to be disrupted. Chapter 52. The celebration feast continued. Inside a Fey, hearing the commotion at the door and noticing Yang Jiesher's prolonged absence, grew curious. With a wine glass in hand, he staggered to the entrance to see which divine beings were visiting at this late hour. Upon catching sight of the scene, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight. There stood his good friend Yang Jiesher, flanked by two youthful and strikingly beautiful girls, one clinging to his leg and the other tugging at his arm. An undeniably intimate tableau. "Hey, Master Yang, you're quite the elusive one." A Fey grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, and teased with a knowing look. "I was wondering why you've been so cheerful lately. Turns out you've charmed two such lovely ladies. You're quite fortunate." Just as Yang Jiesher opened his mouth to explain, a Fey edged closer. But when he recognized the face of the blonde girl with twin ponytails, the smile on his face froze, replaced by a look of sheer shock and wariness, his complexion visibly darkening. "This madwoman, how could she be here?" A Fey's mind was suddenly transported back to a sun-drenched morning not long ago. On that day, he was cheerfully humming a tune in his modest butcher shop, diligently attending to his work. Then, like a whirlwind, a girl with golden hair and pigtails burst in, babbling an array of nonsensical phrases. Talk of the fourth wall, audience members, and a secret agent named Cyrus with the code name Linglinky. What followed was a nightmarish ordeal that lasted the entire morning. No matter how a Fey tried to explain that he was merely an ordinary seller of pork, this madwoman remained unyielding in her convictions, jumping around and peppering him with questions. Had he not been busy attending to customers, he feared she would continue her raucous antics into the next day. Fortunately, she eventually departed. Had she not, he might have been compelled to brandish his boning knife to expel her. At that moment, their eyes met, an enemy encounter fraught with tension. A Fey felt his blood pressure rising, while Harley Quinn unmistakably recognized him. Releasing her grip on Yang Jiesher's arm, she flashed a sweet yet mischievous grin and bounced towards a Fey, tilting her head playfully as she greeted him. "Hey, spy boss. Fancy seeing you again." "I'm not. I didn't tea. You shouldn't say such things." A Fey instinctively shouted his denials in quick succession, retreating a significant step as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on, waving his hands in a desperate attempt to distance himself from this harbinger of chaos. However, Harley and Gwen did not heed his protests. Harley's nose twitched as she caught the enticing aroma of hot pot wafting from the kitchen, her eyes lighting up like 2,000-watt bulbs. "Wow, hot pot. It smells amazing." The two girls exchanged glances and instantly reached a mutual understanding. Like two mice that had discovered a grain store, they swiftly maneuvered past Yang Jiesher and a Fey, darting into the room. "Where are the chopsticks? Wow, they're S-tripe. And fatty beef." The two large men could only watch, dumbfounded, as the girls expertly rummaged through the kitchen for bowls and chopsticks before settling down beside the hot pot, indulging unabashedly in their feast. A Fey and Yang Jiesher locked eyes, both perceiving a profound, helpless melancholy reflected in the other's gaze. They sighed in unison, akin to two middle-aged men crushed beneath the weight of life. What was meant to be a heartfelt celebration between brothers had devolved into a chaotic farce. After an hour of fervent eating, the hot pot was nearly emptied, and the liquor bottles were drained. A Fey rose, a slight flush of wine coloring his cheeks. He approached Yang Jiesher, clapping a heavy hand on his shoulder, then leaned in close, displaying a knowing brotherly expression. In a hushed tone, he said, Master Yang, take care. Tonight, you'll have your fill. If it becomes too much, don't force yourself. Your health is paramount. With a wink, he added, tomorrow, I'll set aside the freshest pig's whip and kidneys for you. Do remember to come collect them. I must take my leave. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he swiftly fled the scene with a surprising agility that belied his corpulent stature, as if pursued by vengeful spirits. Yang Jieshi watched in bemusement as Ah Fei hastily retreated, ultimately raising a middle finger in the direction of his departure. After cleaning the dishes, he turned his gaze towards the living room. The two ringleaders, having just finished their showers, now lounged in oversized, ill-fitting pajamas, clearly his own, and sprawled across the sofa like limp fish, indulging in a melodramatic soap opera while crunching on potato chips with unabashed delight. Yang Jieshi approached and switched off the television, casting a condescending glance at the duo. In a tone that attempted to convey calmness but was laced with an underlying intent to expel, he inquired, having eaten, drunk, and groomed yourselves, what are your plans now? The implication was unmistakable. Were they free to leave? Harley and Gwen exchanged sly glances, their faces adorned with mischievous smiles. There's no need to rush us off, Harley purred, her voice dripping with sweetness. We could be quite useful. Gwen nodded in agreement, sitting up straight and puffing out her chest, casting a suggestive look at Yang Jieshi that was laden with innuendo. Yang Jieshi could only scoff internally. Useful? They must think him a free meal ticket, an empty wallet, and a laborer to exploit. Did they really believe they could employ their charms? Such folly. These two were an unhinged jester sprung from Arkham Asylum, and a reclusive girl who could leap from comic panels. Neither possessed a mindset that aligned with the ordinary. Anyone who indulged their whims would likely awaken the next morning bound to a rocket, alongside some whimsical figure, destined for the moon in search of mythical treasures. He was not foolish enough to entertain such notions. He would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than trust that these two would settle down quietly. Spare me the theatrics, he replied, his gaze as clear and cold as a mountain spring. Speak plainly, no need for subterfuge. As Harley realized her seductive ploy had failed, her demeanor shifted instantly. Sitting upright, she adjusted her non-existent glasses, cleared her throat, and adopted an overly professional tone, declaring, very well, since you insist, I, Dr. Harleen Quinzel, shall conduct a thorough psychological assessment. With feigned seriousness, she continued, from my observations, Mr. Yang Jieshi, you exhibit clear signs of resistance and detachment when interacting with the opposite sex, particularly those deemed attractive, like us. You deliberately avoid any behavior or conversation that might foster intimacy, which, in psychological terms, is indicative of an avoidant attachment personality trait. She paused momentarily, then added, moreover, your excessive vigilance and distrust towards our previous, evidently benevolent teasing can be attributed to a fear of intimacy. In summary, you are a patient who emotionally suppresses severely, lacks a sense of security, and is apprehensive about forming profound connections with others. Yang Jieshi was taken aback. He had anticipated more nonsensical ramblings, yet was surprised to find that she articulated a theory that resonated quite well. Alas, it seemed she had indeed struck a chord. Avoidant attachment? In a sense, that was accurate. His past life had been a quintessential example of an exam-oriented individual from the Celestial Empire. From elementary school to university, his existence was comprised of a succession of tests and rankings, with any emotional connection with the opposite sex that transcended friendship being consciously or unconsciously repelled. His world revolved solely around textbooks, exercises, and scores. Romance, a luxury he dared not approach, was a forbidden zone for a student singularly focused on outperforming others and securing a place in graduate studies. He devoted all his time and energy to his studies, finding joy and solace only in manga and novels. Before he could even savor the taste of love, or perhaps he simply lacked the inclination to do so, he was abruptly thrust into this perilous, damned Marvel universe. Here, survival was paramount. Love? Intimacy? They would only serve as vulnerabilities, fatal weaknesses. Do you see? Am I not correct? Noticing the change in Yang Jieshi's expression, Hallie smugly raised an eyebrow, asserting that their presence here was not solely for their own benefit, but also to assist him, to aid in his psychological healing, to help him relearn how to interact with others, especially charming young ladies. They had brought invaluable popularity to his desolate martial arts studio and bestowed upon him a familial warmth. In return, Was it not only natural for him to provide for them? This convoluted reasoning was so logically coherent that Yang Jieshi found himself momentarily speechless. His eyes dimmed, resembling those of a despondent fish. Oh, by the way, just as Yang Jieshi was questioning his existence, Hallie suddenly recalled something and, in a nonchalant tone, reminded him that his friend who sells pork has an intriguing identity. He is indeed an agent. My spy boss's nickname is not without merit. She winked mischievously, adding, however, that the specifics are shrouded in secrecy by the behind-the-scenes screenwriter, and he must deduce it himself. Rest assured, it is not the S.H.I.L.D. organization. This revelation struck Yang Jieshi like a bolt of lightning. Fei is an agent. Connecting this with the previous rumors about the green armored soldier and Fei's unfathomable inner energy, the implication that it wasn't S.H.I.L.D. served as a hint. A vague yet clear suspicion began to form in his mind. The Spear Bureau. It seems that there will likely be more intersections between myself and this neighbor in the future. Yang Jieshi gazed at the two girls before him, who were grinning like mischievous cats that had just pilfered a treat and could only let out a long sigh. He felt an overwhelming weariness envelop his heart. With a feeble wave of his hand, he uttered, "There's several guest rooms upstairs. Feel free to choose whichever you like. Just don't dismantle the house." Hooray! Young, you are the best. The two girls exclaimed in unison, like two jubilant little birds, darting up the stairs and igniting a fresh round of commotion over which room to claim. Yang Jieshi stood alone in the empty living room, gazing at the remnants of a meal scattered across the table, listening to the sounds of laughter and playful banter emanating from above, and sighed once more. He had no desire to confront women, especially not those embodying such comedic roles. After all, should they decide to demand a nuclear bomb from the scriptwriter, he truly would be at a loss. Moreover, with another master of imitation serving as a cautionary tale, he resigned himself to the notion of merely caring for two oversized pets. Epilogue. The focus on the chessboard, due to a previous misplacement of chapters. This section must be classified as an epilogue. It is poorly written, merely intended to facilitate the normal release of the subsequent novel, allowing readers and listeners to bypass this chapter. The night was as profound as ink. The S.H.I.L.D. aerospace carrier hovered silently above the stratosphere, gliding through the thin sea of clouds. Within the heart of this steel behemoth, in a heavily guarded data room, only the cold blue light emitted by the monitors illuminated a weary yet resolute face. Nick Fury sat alone, his signature black trench coat draped over the back of a chair, his solitary eye fixed intently on a classified document displayed on the screen. The smoke from the cigarette held between his fingers swirled, shifting shapes in the beam of light, yet it remained unconsumed. On the screen, a file marked as a high-threat potential asset unfolded line by line, its title alarming. Name, Yang Jieshi, codename, Master of Imitation, 2nd Generation. Civic status, records missing. Suspected illegal entry. Known abilities, super soldier-level physique, extreme reaction speed, mastery of various martial arts, and cold weapons. Special energy application, known effects, skin and weapon hardening. Threat assessment level. Can be elevated if coordinated with specific individuals. Fury's gaze gradually descended, sweeping over a lengthy list of operational records compiled by S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents and the Data Analysis Department. Criminal record summary. Engaged in extrajudicial executions alongside the Punisher, Frank Castle, in Hell's Kitchen and surrounding areas, targeting prominent organized crime leaders and key figures. Collaborated with a mercenary known as Deadpool to infiltrate a S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouse, stealing several experimental pieces of equipment. Note, this operation was primarily led by Deadpool, with Yang Jieshi's role closer to that of technical support and force deterrence. Containment status of unidentified individuals exhibiting high instability and destructive tendencies includes Harley Quinn and Gwenpool. Following an initial background check, the demise of Agent Anthony Masters is linked to them. Each incident alone is enough to imprison any ordinary individual within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, what poses the greatest challenge for Fury is the ambiguous final recommendation provided by the Strategic Advisory Committee at the conclusion of the dossier. Final recommendation. The subject's stance remains unclear, possessing immense utility and an equal measure of destructive risk. Suggestions. 1. Implement the highest level of surveillance without provoking hostility from the subject. 2. Attempt contact and recruitment. If unsuccessful, initiate contingency plans. 3. Prevent any contact between the subject and hostile entities, particularly Hydra and the Insight Bureau. Fury murmured the name of the Insight Bureau, a flicker of complex emotions illuminating his singular eye. His thoughts drifted involuntarily to decades past, to another individual sharing the surname Yang. Renowned for his exceptional abilities and the subject of fervent debate within the halls of S.H. Yang Shojing. Old friend, Fury whispered, as if addressing an invisible spirit, you've certainly left me with a considerable dilemma. He vividly recalled the mixed expressions of admiration and regret on the faces of Howard Stark and Peggy Carter when Yang Shojing was mentioned. Yet they never chose to elevate him. Fury understood all too well that this was due to Yang Shojing's unreliable origins and the elusive Eastern organization shadowing him. In an era deeply entrenched in Cold War mentality, an ace agent of Asian descent, regardless of his commendable achievements, could never truly penetrate the core of power. His very existence was a marked sin. This reminded Fury of another old acquaintance, Anton Vanko, a brilliant Russian physicist and co-founder of the arc reactor. Merely due to his heritage, he was ostracized by suspicious politicians, and self-preserving Howard ultimately exiled and defamed, dying in a foreign land filled with unending resentment. Both Anton Vanko and Yang Shojing were victims of the prejudices of their time. Now, it seems history is poised to repeat itself. Yang Shojing's disciple, Yang Jieshi, faces a similar plight. Fury genuinely wishes to recruit this young man. He not only inherits Yang Shojing's legacy, but even surpasses it in certain aspects. After receiving the super soldier serum, his potential is immeasurable. The dilemma lies in the fact that Yang Jieshi harbors no interest in SHIELD, actively avoiding it. More troubling still, the bureaucrats and hawks within the agency have already sown seeds of suspicion. A mysterious individual from the Celestial Empire suddenly appears in New York, conveniently the successor of Yang Shojing. I would wager he is merely a pawn sent by the Insight Bureau to infiltrate us. No, he seems more like a nail driven in by the Insight Bureau. Let us not forget, Yang Shojing's dossier remains largely blank regarding his experiences in the East. These jarring voices echo at every internal meeting, buzzing like flies. Moreover, it is not merely Yang Jieshi who faces distrust. Even Shang-Chi, nurtured by Americans, is met with skepticism. Fury may wield his authority to suppress these doubts. Yet he cannot eradicate the barriers that reside in people's hearts. Every nation possesses its own political scrutiny, and Yang Jieshi evidently does not conform to the acceptable standards. In his mind, Fury can only express his exasperation with a silent expletive directed at those hindering his progress. His fingertips lightly tapped on the words Icarus Project, a code name symbolizing eradication. He fervently wished to avoid such a drastic outcome. He shut the dossier, and the screen returned to darkness, reflecting only the shadowed contours of his face. The chessboard had been set. All he could do was continue to observe, awaiting the most opportune moment to make his move. Meanwhile, in a clandestine base masquerading as an astronomical observatory on the outskirts of New York, a grim atmosphere prevailed. The immense Hydra emblem was projected onto the cold alloy walls, emanating an ominous red glow. Are you suggesting that this imitation master is not the old instructor we once knew? Baron Wolfgang von Strack gazed intently at the combat footage displayed in the holographic projection, depicting Yang Jieshi subduing Dr. Lizard in the sewers beneath Oscorp with thunderous force. His movements flowed like water, merging the sword techniques of Takahashi Kenshi with the precision of Daredevil's sensory evasion, exuding an aesthetic of violent beauty. Yes, my lord, a uniformed intelligence officer replied respectfully. According to the reports from our informant embedded within SHIELD, is the disciple of Yang Shojing. Baron von Strack shook his head, lamenting the departure of an old friend from this world. Yet he quickly regained his composure, realizing that his apprentice should also bear the blood of Hydra. He ought not to wander aimlessly, but instead return to a place where he could be truly utilized. At that moment, Crossbones, Rumlow, stepped forward in agreement, expressing his willingness to bring this junior disciple home. Baron Strack nodded, saying, perhaps Yang Shojing departed too soon, never having the chance to reveal to him our grand cause. This young man is like a lost lamb, brimming with power, yet unaware of whom to pledge his allegiance to. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest, echoing in the vast command room. We must win him over. A living imitation master is worth far more than an entire legion of super soldiers. With his presence, Hydra can continuously produce stronger new blood. The Baroness' eyes sparkled with greed and ambition, intent on uncovering all there is to know about him, his past, his weaknesses, and everything he holds dear. What if he declines our invitation? The intelligence officer inquired cautiously. The smile on Baron Strack's face remained intact. Then it shall prove that our sincerity was lacking. He spoke with deliberate clarity, asserting that a true warrior deserves our utmost respect, regardless of the sacrifices entailed, and that every individual harbors vulnerabilities. Would you not agree? The implication was unmistakable, leaving the lieutenant to devise his own solutions. As you command, Your Excellency, he proclaimed. Long live the Hydra. Long live the Hydra, Baron Strack murmured, his gaze once again drawn to the lithe figure, resembling a dragon in the projection, as if he were admiring a flawless work of art soon to be within his grasp. New York, Chinatown. The night had fully enveloped this district, rich with Eastern charm. Most shops had shuttered, with only a few lanterns swaying in the breeze. A Fay's pork shop had long since drawn down its metal gate, appearing indistinguishable from the other slumbering establishments. Only he and a few upstream suppliers were engaged in the sounds of mahjong, their conversations shrouded in mystery, with no one privy to their discussions beyond the game. Volume 2, Webs, Phantom Faces, and Mortal Kombat Chapter 1. A calm before the storm in the early autumn of New York, the air carried a perfectly balanced chill. Sunlight filtered through the aged panes of Chinatown, casting slanted rays upon the wooden floor of the martial arts studio, illuminating the floating dust motes in the air. It had been over a month since the Lizardmen crisis, which nearly overhauled the city's sewage system. This past month had been a rare period of peace and leisure for Yang Jieshi since his arrival in this world. At this moment, he found himself lounging in the most quintessentially relaxed manner upon a soft sofa, his right leg draped over his left, a can of chilled soda in hand, sipping intermittently to savor the delightful burst of carbonation in his throat. To his left, Harley Quinn reclined like a boneless cat, half of her body sprawled across the couch, her head resting on a pillow, golden pigtails bobbing as she munched on potato chips. To his right, Gwen Stacy sat cross-legged, cradling a large bag of popcorn, her full attention devoted to feeding herself. The trio's eyes were fixated on the television screen before them. There, Tomcat found himself ensnared by a meticulously crafted mousetrap, rendered disoriented after a series of explosions, collisions, and ludicrous physical distortions, culminating in a comically flattened feline form. Harley erupted into peals of laughter, nearly scattering chip crumbs onto Yang Jieshi's face. I told you, little Tom will never catch little Jerry, just like how Batgirl could never hope to confine me in Arkham back in the day. From the perspective of narrative structure, this constitutes a classic chase sequence, with the maintenance of the status quo as its core dramatic tension. Gwen, calmly providing a game commentator-style narration, seized a handful of popcorn. Once a successful capture occurred, the story would lose its driving force and reach its conclusion. Thus, Tom's failure was inevitable, as the plot necessitated it. Yang Jieshi took another sip of soda, refraining from engaging in their banter. He merely observed the unfortunate cat on the screen, his thoughts drifting far beyond. In many ways, this past month had proven to be even more bizarre than battling the Lizardmen army. Firstly, there is Peter Parker. This quintessential boy next door has been visiting the dojo 2 or 3 times a week since being introduced by Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Of course, it is not Spider-Man who comes, but rather the college student Peter, somewhat shy and carrying a backpack. Matt's reasoning is sound. He informed Peter that Master Yang is a martial arts grandmaster of considerable repute and has business dealings with the enigmatic mercenary known as the Mimic. During the recent incident at the docks involving counterfeit green goblins, the official narrative was that Yang Jieshi, as the dojo's master, paid a fee to protect the Hell's Kitchen orphanage threatened by the Osborn group. This fee, of course, was non-existent, yet it instilled in the principled Matt Murdock a sense of obligation. Introducing a young hero with boundless potential to the dojo not only enhances Peter's hand-to-hand combat skills, but also serves as a means of promoting Master Yang's dojo. A win-win situation. Master Yang, naturally, welcomes such an opportunity. Peter possesses top-tier spider sense and superhuman physique, but in terms of combat techniques, he remains reliant on instinct and brute force. Master Yang has been imparting foundational stances and striking techniques to him, and it is quite a marvel to witness this New York superhero sweating profusely as he practices horse stance before him. Then there are the two unexpected guests by his side. Harley Quinn, on her third day of uninvited residence, exhibited remarkable initiative. She somehow acquired a set of gypsy attire and set up a small stall at the busiest intersection of Chinatown, hanging a sign reading Harley Quinzel Psychological Consulting and Fortune-Telling, earnestly taking on the role of a fortune teller. She offers everything from tarot readings to Chinese fortune sticks, and even role-playing dice. Surprisingly, her business flourishes. With her expertise in criminal psychology and a keen understanding of human emotions, she effortlessly strikes a chord with her clients, her style oscillating between manic and gentle therapy, making her approach uniquely captivating. Many stressed citizens of this bustling metropolis find an unprecedented outlet for their emotions in her presence. As for whether she is truly healing them or merely exacerbating their issues, that remains uncertain. In any case, after more than a month, the money she has earned not only suffices to cover rent and utilities, but also allows her to indulge in high-calorie junk food to enhance her diet. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy has embarked on an entirely different path. She has sequestered herself in her room, assembling a complete set of professional streaming equipment, and has confidently taken on the role of a game streamer. Leveraging her prophetic knowledge of various game narratives and her unique style of occasionally breaking the fourth wall to engage in interdimensional interactions with her audience, she has rapidly garnered a loyal following on streaming platforms. Faced with these two tenants who have become self-sufficient and even voluntarily contribute to the rent, Master Yang finds himself at a loss for words. Although the dojo has become somewhat noisy, it has also acquired a touch of warmth and liveliness. He retracts his thoughts and redirects his focus to his own growth. This month of tranquility serves as a golden opportunity for him to solidify his strength. As a thought crossed his mind, the familiar system interface unfolded before him. Name: Yang Jiesher, level 8, strength 20, agility 22, intelligence 17, stamina 21, skills, various martial arts techniques, monk chi 6, street fighting 3, observation hockey proficient, armament hockey proficient, blood blade technique 2 points, 0. The seemingly comical art of street fighting had finally reached level 3 through his diligent efforts, while the blood blade technique, though only at level 2, had imbued his swordplay with an unpredictability that was both fierce and cunning. All his system points, as he had anticipated, had been entirely consumed in the system's lottery wheel. Regrettably, fortune had not favored him. Apart from a few consumables like strength pills, healing ointment, and purgative beans, he had not drawn any earth-shattering martial arts manuals. As for the other skills acquired from system fragments, such as the art of deception capable of fooling the ears of Nightcrawler, the foundational hidden weapons of the Tang sect, the featherless arrows and locust stones, and basic English, Italian, and Spanish had all seen progress due to long-term training. However, skills like escape techniques and Old Norse had somewhat languished. Besides honing his martial prowess, he had not been idle. As a master of imitation, he visited the bar owned by the Marguerite sisters several times. That venue remained a gathering place for mercenaries and various rogues. It was there he encountered Wade Wilson at this point in time, the mercenary known for his sharp tongue, who had yet to don his iconic red and black uniform. Deeply engrossed with his beloved Vanessa, their affection so palpable that even the toughest patrons of the bar felt compelled to serve them a spiked drink. Yang Jiesher chose not to intrude upon their moment. Instead, he quietly sipped his drink, eavesdropping on the bar's gossip while accepting various tasks from different factions. The internal strife among various departments in the United States was severe, often resulting in the issuance of tasks aimed at undermining rival sections. Tasks such as assisting in countering the military's intelligence division or tackling the S.H.I.E.L.D. were commonplace. During this period, Yang Jiesher engaged in numerous such missions. As for those who delayed payment for commissions, he vowed to execute double the tasks against their rivals to reclaim his dignity. After a few imprudent individuals suffered significant losses, none dared to shortchange the master of imitation again. Additionally, he maintained close contact with the Punisher, Frank Castle, executing several cleanup missions together. Their current collaboration model was rather unique. Frank provided intelligence and remote fire support, while Yang Jiesher took on the role of the close combat assailant. tasked with neutralizing the most formidable adversaries. Over the course of a month, they dismantled several major drug lord hideouts, wreaking havoc in New York. Working with Frank did not involve commissions. They relied solely on the spoils of their conquests, which proved to be a lucrative reward. He also fulfilled his promise by acquiring 2 excellent firearms for Frank. The mere thought of those 2 guns brought a faint smile to the corners of Yang Jieshi's mouth. As he took the 2 hefty firearms from the Punisher, even Frank's eternally stoic visage revealed a hint of reluctance. These were not your typical production model shotguns available on the market. They were known as Hellfire. The body of the weapon was crafted from black, high-strength polymer, exuding a sense of cold, industrial design characteristic of the near future. The barrels had been truncated to the legal limit, with a menacing multi-toothed breaching muzzle device affixed at the end. Instead of the traditional pump-action structure, the gun featured a magazine feed akin to that of a semi-automatic rifle, utilizing a specially designed 8-round drum. This configuration bestowed upon them a terrifying firepower and rate of fire unrivaled among shotguns. The most striking aspect of the firearm was the extensive evidence of meticulous modifications and Picatinny rails that nearly enveloped the entire receiver. Frank informed him that these were prototypes from a defunct military urban combat unit project, with each core component crafted through specialized processes. The original intent was to unleash a storm of death within the narrow confines of urban warfare. They possessed a formidable recoil, capable of dislocating the wrist of an average person with a single shot, yet in the hands of the super soldier enhanced by serum, they behaved like 2 tamed beasts. Each thunderous roar echoed as if hell itself were bellowing, especially when paired with the bespoke Dragon's Breath rounds, truly living up to their name, Hellfire. Suddenly, as Yang Jieshi was lost in recollection, a steady and forceful knock resonated, piercing through the cacophony of Tomcat's wails and the bickering of 2 women on the television. Both Harley and Gwen halted their movements simultaneously, turning in unison towards the door. Oh, a visitor? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Harley's eyes. Was it the little sweetheart in the red hood or the old ice cream man with the star shield? Neither. As Yang Jieshi placed his soda down and rose from the couch, Peter had a key and was accustomed to climbing through windows. Before Matt arrived, he always sensed his approach. As for the captain, he believed he would call ahead to make an appointment. As he spoke, he made his way toward the door. The knock was unfamiliar yet bore an undeniable certainty that demanded attention. A flicker of caution crossed his mind, and his hand discreetly rested on his waist, his fingertips brushing against the cold hilt of a shimmering dagger. Whoever sought him out at such a moment was surely not there for a casual visit. He opened the door to find a silhouette elongated by the fading rays of the setting sun. The visitor was clad in a familiar, slightly worn red and black tactical bodysuit, with 2 long katanas crossed on their back. The exaggerated squint of the white eye mask formed a mischievous expression that was all too recognizable. A rush of scents, gunpowder, Mexican burritos, and a hint of madness hit him like a wave. It was Deadpool, the one from the future who had fought alongside him. Deadpool's gaze drifted past Yang Jieshi's shoulder, landing on Harley and Gwen, who were peering curiously from the couch. He paused for a moment, and then the white eye mask curled into 2 lewd crescent shapes. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, barely audible to the 2 of them, and with a mischievous glint in his eye, he inquired, "So, dear Jessica, how far have you progressed with these 2 lovely ladies?" Chapter 2. A life of toil. Deadpool's insinuating and gossip-laden murmur fell like a drop of oil into a tranquil pond, causing Yang Jieshi's cheek to twitch imperceptibly. He felt neither anger nor surprise, merely a profound weariness that descended upon him as if it were his fate. Raising a hand, he pressed his thumb and forefinger firmly against his temple, releasing a barely audible sigh. He should have known that his peaceful days would inevitably come to an end upon encountering this man. However, before he could utter a word, a whirlwind of pale pink rushed forth from the sofa behind him. "Wade Wilson." A sharp, slightly irked voice rang out. Gwen, who had previously lounged languidly, now fixed her wide eyes upon him, devoid of any jest, resembling a programmer debugging a system, filled with impatience and professional disdain. According to her official character database, Deadpool was among the least favored narrative elements. His chaos and disorder disrupted the flow of the plot, and as a breaker of the 4th wall, his very existence felt akin to a colleague generating gibberish, utterly detestable. In the instant Yang Jieshi processed the situation, Gwen had already nimbly flipped over and landed barefoot in front of the weapon rack adjacent to the training hall. Without a second glance, she swiftly retrieved the most formidable weapon from the array of blades and polearms, a pair of hefty, brass-crafted golden hammers, their heads adorned with menacing spikes. This artifact had been unearthed by Yang Shoujing from an antique dealer, weighing enough to challenge even the strongest of individuals to lift. Yet in Gwen's hands, it appeared as light as a feather. "Hey!" As Deadpool's cheeky grin faltered, he opened his mouth to deliver a witty retort, only to be engulfed by an immense shadow accompanied by the sound of rushing air overhead. Bang! A resounding thud, so dull it sent shivers down one's spine, echoed as the golden hammer struck Deadpool squarely on the forehead, causing his masked head to explode like a crushed watermelon. Shards of his red and black suit mingling with unidentifiable matter flying in every direction. "Oh, well done, little Gwen." On the sofa, Harley Quinn did not exhibit any alarm. Instead, she excitedly whistled, shoveling a handful of popcorn into her mouth as if witnessing a thrilling display of violence. Yet this was merely the beginning. "I will not allow you to disrupt the immersion of the story. Bang! I will not permit you to pollute the narrative with crude jokes. Bang! I will not tolerate you being an unprofessional, quip-spewing breaker of the fourth wall. Bang! Bang! Bang!" Gwen, with her petite frame, unleashed a force and speed that belied her size. She wielded the enormous golden hammers with the finesse of a master craftsman, mercilessly striking the grotesque mass of flesh on the ground that writhed desperately, attempting to reassemble itself. The scene was a perfect replica of the moment when Tomcat was crushed beneath a steamroller on television. Yang stood expressionless at the doorway, quietly shifting to the side to avoid the splattering bits of flesh from soiling his slippers. He couldn't even summon the energy to intervene. Firstly, he was aware that Deadpool was invulnerable. Secondly, Gwen was exacting a form of retribution on his behalf, sparing him the trouble of getting involved personally. At last, after thoroughly reducing Deadpool to a puddle of indistinguishable, mushy remnants, Gwen paused with satisfaction, casually tossing the bloodied hammers back onto the weapon rack. She then dusted her hands and returned to the sofa, picking up her phone and composedly declaring, "All right, the irrelevant narrative noise has been cleared. We can now proceed to the main storyline of this chapter." Harley, nearby, clapped enthusiastically, laughing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the puddle on the floor began to writhe once more, and a vague mouth shape emerged from the mass, followed by Deadpool's signature, incessant chatter echoing throughout the dojo. "Oh my goodness, my darling viewers, did you see that?" The puddle is struggling to reconstitute itself while lamenting in a tone of indignation to an absent audience. "This woman is far too violent. She shows no regard for us actors who rely on our looks." However, this incident also subtly affirms my earlier suspicion. At this moment, my good friend Yang has yet to engage with them. At this juncture, the newly formed hand abruptly covered its own mouth. Oh, almost forgot. The damned producer warned me that this is a family-friendly production. I can't discuss profound topics regarding intimate exchanges between men and women or the exchange of life essence leading to harmonious existence, or will be censored. Please cut this part in post-production. Thank you. The puddle continued to morph, and a semblance of a head began to re-emerge. In summary, as Deadpool shook his newly formed head, I grasped the essence of the matter. Eastern individuals, particularly those modern Eastern men with more traditional mindsets, tend to be exceptionally conservative in this regard. Indeed, conservative. To win their affection, ladies might genuinely need to take the initiative. As he spoke, he struggled to rise from the ground, his red and black uniform visibly repairing itself at an astonishing rate. Moreover, as you know, superheroes often grapple with psychological issues. Just as many astute viewers have pointed out, Deadpool pointed earnestly at the air, declaring that our new master of imitation exhibits severe avoidant attachment, coupled with a phobia of intimate relationships. I just remembered. It turns out that one of the lovely sisters-in-law, the blonde with twin ponytails, had already discussed this matter with our good friend Yang. No wonder. Have you said enough? Yang Jiesher could no longer endure the incessant chatter. His voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, sliced through Deadpool's monologue like a sharp blade, while he casually rested his hand on the golden hammer. "If you have something to say, speak quickly. If not, leave swiftly." Leaning against the wall frame, his gaze was frigid, reminding Deadpool of the opulence of his flooring. "Hey, don't be so cold, my good brother. After all, We have braved the trials of life together, standing side by side, Deadpool exclaimed, instantly revitalized as he dashed before him, throwing an arm around his shoulder and completely disregarding Yang Jieshi's demeanor. I've come to see you for a very important matter. In fact, it's of utmost significance. He lowered his voice and feigned mystery. Dr. Octopus, the one with 8 arms, is about to face a major crisis. I thought to gather you and our mutual friend, Spider-Man, to embark on a quest together. Why are you here then? Go visit him at his home, Yang Jieshi retorted, brushing aside Deadpool's arm with annoyance. You simply do not comprehend. I have done my homework, Deadpool asserted, thumping his chest proudly. I am aware that Spider-Man has been diligently training at your super cool dojo. This is strategic foresight. I arrived at the rendezvous point several hours ahead of the scheduled quest time. Is that not reasonable? Yang Jieshi regarded him with an incredulous stare. Who practices at the dojo at night? It is nighttime. At night, Peter finishes his classes, has dinner, and then changes into his red and blue suit to commence his night shift. Do you understand? Nighttime? Deadpool paused, dramatically lifting his wrist to examine the pink SpongeBob-themed children's digital watch adorning it. He blinked exaggeratedly, bringing the watch closer for a clearer view. Oh my, I just realized. He smacked his forehead in realization. The numbers do indicate that. I thought it was so dark because a storm was brewing. No wonder it feels a bit chilly. Yang Jieshi was too drained to even express his exasperation. He felt his blood pressure rising at an alarming rate. With a deep breath, he exhaled slowly while silently reciting a calming mantra, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that reasoning with this lunatic was futile. Since Deadpool had come seeking him and mentioned Dr. Octopus, it signified that trouble had come knocking at their door. There was no escaping it. Let us go, Yang Jieshi finally uttered, retrieving his coat from the hanger. Awesome, Deadpool exclaimed, bouncing up with excitement. I knew you were a loyal brother. How about we name our trio the Web Warriors and the King of Banter? Or perhaps the Tentacle Terminators? Sounds exhilarating. Yang Jieshi ignored him, merely waving a hand towards the 2 women on the sofa. I'll be out for a bit. You too, don't wreck the place. Rest assured, sweetie. Harley blew him a kiss. We'll take good care of your home. Remember to bring us back a souvenir, perhaps one of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles? I think it would be fabulous as a clothes rack. Gwen merely raised her hand, giving a thumbs up without lifting her gaze, and said, the antagonist has made their entrance. I wish you success in your endeavor. Don't forget to check the strategy email I sent you. It contains an analysis of Dr. Otto's weaknesses. Yang Jieshi's lips twitched as he pulled the still chattering Deadpool out of the dojo. The two traversed the neon-lit streets of Chinatown, turning into a dark, damp, deserted alley. The air was thick with a peculiar blend of leftover food and disinfectant. Yang Jieshi paused, ensuring there was no one around, and his demeanor settled into calmness. System, he silently intoned, invoking the master mimic. No sooner had the words left his mind than shadows danced, and the familiar dark tactical uniform, adorned with a skull mask and hood, replaced his casual attire. In an instant, his aura transformed from that of a languid dojo master to a cold reaper stalking the night. He stretched his neck, feeling the taut muscles and flowing power beneath the uniform, and finally exhaled deeply, whispering to himself in a tone only he could hear, "Ah, such a laborious fate." Chapter 3, Spider in Dilemma Under the Cloak of Night. New York sparkled like a constellation of countless luminous points. For Spider-Man, this steel jungle served as both his playground and hunting ground. Webs erupted from the wrist-mounted launchers, adhering to the glass facades of distant skyscrapers. Peter Parker's silhouette traced a graceful arc through the air, the wind howling in his ears, while below him flowed a ceaseless river of vehicles and crowds as minuscule as ants. This exhilarating sensation of freedom had once been his greatest solace, yet tonight, his heart felt as heavy as if filled with lead. The recent citywide lizard incident reflected his shortcomings with stark clarity. Confronted by organized, fearless foes, his once proud strength and speed seemed inadequate without systematic combat techniques. Had it not been for the thunderous onslaught of the master mimic and the coordinated efforts of the defenders, he might not have even laid eyes on Dr. Connors. Consequently, he heeded the advice of Daredevil Matt and enrolled in the enigmatic dojo of the Guardian. Matt had been considerate enough to prepay the first tuition installment, sparing him considerable embarrassment. Master Yang's instruction was both rigorous and effective. Mere weeks of training had significantly enhanced Peter's control over his own body. He began to grasp the concepts of force and release, moving beyond mere brute strength in his strikes. However, this did not alleviate all his troubles. At that moment, two colossal dilemmas ensnared his thoughts like webs. The first pertained to emotions. He found himself developing feelings for Ghost Spider. Unbeknownst to him, her true identity was Gwen Stacy. He merely knew that the girl clad in a black and white uniform, equally agile, always appeared precisely when he needed her most. As fellow bearers of the Spider Totem, the unspoken understanding between them, the bridge effect forged on the battlefield where life and death hang in the balance, caused his heart to race uncontrollably each time he fought alongside her. However, recently, when he mustered the courage to invite her for a cup of coffee, she informed him that due to her father's injury during the recent Lizardman incident, she would need to take turns caring for him with her family and might no longer be available for nighttime patrols. This revelation left Peter with an overwhelming sense of loss and regret. Yet what could he say? All he could do was wish for her father's swift recovery. This budding affection conflicted with another deeply buried emotion, that of his feelings for his childhood friend, Mary Jane Watson. Despite knowing she was engaged to his dear friend, Harry Osborn, he couldn't help but reflect that, had it not been for the sudden Lizardman crisis, their engagement ceremony might have already been completed. Reason dictated that he should let go and wish them well, but how could he sever a bond that had grown since childhood? His second source of distress stemmed from academia and a respected elder. One of his most admired professors, Otto Gunther Octavius, had gone missing. Professor Otto was a brilliant physicist, whose research on nuclear fusion energy, in Peter's eyes, was a groundbreaking endeavor capable of altering the world. The professor had taken a particular liking to the astute and eager Peter, often engaging him in academic discussions after class. Peter had even resolved to officially enroll in Professor Otto's course next semester. However, everything had unraveled. The Lizardman incident had caused Osborn Corporation's stock prices to plummet, and in a bid to restore investor confidence, the board forcefully showcased Professor Otto's experimental, highly unstable miniature controllable nuclear fusion device for public demonstration. The outcome was predictably disastrous. The experiment failed miserably in front of a vast audience, and according to media reports, even the professor's fiancée, Mary Alice, perished in the calamity. In the aftermath, eager to deflect blame, Osborn Corporation not only terminated all funding for Professor Otto's research, but also attributed the failure solely to his incompetence and recklessness. This scholar, who had devoted his life to science, found himself disgraced overnight. Since then, Professor Otto had vanished completely. No one knew of his whereabouts. Peter paused atop a high-rise gargoyle, anxiously tugging at his mask, muttering to himself, "What is it? Ghost Spider or? Where in the world is Professor Otto, and what should I do?" Just then, a flippant and entirely inappropriate voice suddenly pierced through the air behind him, clearly resonating in his ears. "Children make choices, but adults take all." Who? Peter's spider sense erupted in alarm, and he spun around in terror, only to be confronted with a scene that left him utterly speechless. Not far behind him, leaning lazily against the rail, stood a familiar figure clad in a tight-fitting red and black suit. His mask was raised halfway, revealing a scarred face adorned with a mischievous grin, while he held a half-eaten burrito in his hand. Beside him, the cold, hooded figure of the Mimic Master, donned in a skull mask, stood with arms crossed, resembling a statue that had emerged from the depths of hell. Peter, disregarding any sense of embarrassment, asked in shock, "How did you find me? And why are you so close?" The Mimic Master, known as Yang Jieshi, explained in his deep, unwavering voice, "I constructed a simple probabilistic and statistical model based on your previously reported appearances, times, and types of crimes to deduce the high-frequency paths you are most likely to patrol tonight. Then, through a process of elimination and real-time observation, I pinpointed these nearby buildings with clear sight lines as your most probable resting places." As he spoke, he revealed a uniquely designed dagger at his waist, the Shimmering Dagger. "Once we saw you stop here, we simply used this to teleport over." Of course, Yang Jieshi would not disclose to Peter that his so-called probabilistic and statistical model was actually derived from fervent discussions and data analyses by tech enthusiasts on a fan forum regarding Spider-Man's optimal patrol routes. Peter's eyes instantly sparkled with envy and admiration. Teleportation? It was an astounding mode of travel, even cooler than a web shooter. Just then, Deadpool interjected, quickly finishing off the remaining burrito, wiping his mouth, and addressing Peter with an air of camaraderie. "Hey, little spider, Don't sweat the details. Cool me. Tell Uncle Wade about your personal matters. I'm an emotional expert, and I guarantee I can help you sort them out. Peter felt his face flush, awkwardly waving his hands. That's not really appropriate. Besides, bigamy is illegal in America. Deadpool erupted into an exaggerated laughter, doubling over as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. Illegal? My dear fellow, you are so naive. He leaned closer to Peter. Speaking conspiratorially, in this magical land, even child marriage hasn't been entirely outlawed. What is bigamy to that? Continuing, Wade took another bite of his burrito and added, besides, use that little brain of yours filled with scientific formulas. You could learn from the romantic French. Just be together, enjoy life, and skip the marriage. That way, it's not illegal, right? You can have both your moonlight and your cherished one. That is the true essence of life. Do you understand? He winked at Peter, looking like a wolf in grandmother's clothing, enticing Little Red Riding Hood. But that's unethical. Peter protested, feeling dizzy from Wade's twisted logic, his face reddening as he futilely tried to argue back. Ethics? Can ethics feed you? Can ethics pay your rent? Deadpool disdainfully curled his lip, insisting, trust me, absolutely. As the two were on the verge of debating a philosophical ethical dilemma atop the skyscraper, the previously silent Yang Jieshi finally sprang into action. With swift decisiveness, he snatched from Deadpool's hand, which had mysteriously produced yet another burrito, and expertly shoved the entire thing into Deadpool's incessantly chattering mouth, abruptly silencing the vacuous argument. The muffled protests from Deadpool were thoroughly stifled. Yang Jieshi then turned to the bewildered Peter and, with his calm demeanor, stated plainly, ignore him, Peter. We are here to find Professor Otto. He is in serious trouble. Upon hearing Otto's name, Peter's expression shifted to one of solemnity, casting aside all previous awkwardness and turmoil. Meanwhile, Deadpool, struggling to chew on the burrito, managed to give Peter a thumbs up, smeared with salsa. Chapter 4. A renowned reputation shattered in an instant. So, where exactly are we headed? Peter Parker's voice emerged from beneath his mask, laced with a hint of breathlessness from the burden he bore. One hand clutched a web line, while the other awkwardly supported the waists of two hefty adult men, maneuvering through the steel jungle of New York City. Even with his superhuman physique, the endeavor of swinging long distances while carrying over 400 pounds of weight was notably more strenuous than moving alone, especially with one of them buzzing incessantly like a fly in his ear. Nevertheless, in a team devoid of flight capabilities, he remained the most efficient means of transport. They arrived at an abandoned dock warehouse area near the Brooklyn Bridge. Yang Jieshi's voice resonated through the skull mask, sounding both muffled and composed. Based on Professor Otto's research project requirements, he needed a location that could connect to the city's power grid, conveniently draw a substantial supply of cooling water from a river, and be sufficiently secluded to avoid drawing attention. Considering all these factors, this area presented the greatest potential. This meticulous analysis was not solely his own deduction. Part of it stemmed from his hazy, comic memories, while the more precise coordinates came from a document titled Dr. Octopus Copy Strategy 10, sent to his phone by Gwen half an hour earlier. Wow, brother, you are quite clever. Deadpool chimed in from Peter's other side, enthusiastically devouring the burrito while incoherently continuing his unfinished emotional counseling endeavor. Hey, little spider, listen to me. Don't get tangled up. Just like my brother analyzed, everything revolves around maximizing possibilities. Both girls are wonderful, so why must you choose just one? Optimal resource allocation, you know? Sharing is the way to go. That's not sharing. That's juggling two relationships. Only a cad would do such a thing. Peter's face flushed crimson as he clumsily engaged in a moral rebuttal, asserting that emotions could not be quantified by resource allocation, that they were sacred. Sacred, my foot. Just wait until you can't afford your rent, and see if the sacred can conjure up cash for you. The Deadpool scoffed, certain that these two ladies would never allow him to sleep on the streets. Listening to the childish bickering between the two, Yang Jieshi felt the veins on his forehead bulging one by one. He began to contemplate whether he should devise a way to silence Deadpool's vocal cords before their next escapade. At last, as Peter was nearly overwhelmed to the point of losing his webbing, the trio arrived at their destination. It was a forgotten corner of the city, abandoned railways, rusted gantries, and rows of immense warehouses loomed silently in the night like monstrous beasts, painting a desolate and dilapidated tableau. The air was thick with the scent of river water and rust. Almost as soon as his feet touched the ground, Deadpool halted his incessant chatter. This was prompted by Yang Jieshi, who, with a slow, oppressive motion, retrieved two terrifying Hellfire shotguns from his tactical harness. The sound of bullets chambering echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, both crisp and lethal. Hey, brother, calm down. Deadpool immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I'll shut up, all right? We're here to conduct serious business, no infighting, right? While he was immortal, he vividly recalled the last time he was smashed into a pulp by a giant hammer. These shotguns looked like they would hurt far worse. Ignoring him, Yang Jieshi turned his gaze toward Spider-Man. Peter was undoubtedly the expert in this regard. With a few leaps, he silently landed atop a warehouse roof, then closed his eyes, his powerful spider sense scanning the area like radar. Soon, he opened his eyes and pointed towards the largest warehouse, the only one still emanating a faint light. There, I sense a peculiar and intense energy fluctuation, along with a familiar feeling of sadness and anger. It must be Professor Otto. The three exchanged knowing glances and stealthily approached their target. Just as they neared the warehouse, preparing to find an entry point, Peter, who had remained silent, suddenly turned his head, gazing curiously at the master of mimicry, who wore a skull mask. If it's not too personal, may I ask you a question? Speak, Yang Jieshi replied tersely. It's about you. How do you handle relationships between men and women? Peter inquired, his tone fraught with tension. As a student at Yang Jieshi's martial arts school, he was well aware that the stunning Harleen and Gwen resided there, and he had heard that the master of mimicry also lived in the dojo and maintained a good rapport with the headmaster. Thus, that place could be considered the master base, and he was a familiar face there. Although the three maintained a unified front regarding the landlord and tenant, asserting that nothing untoward had occurred, during his training sessions, Harley would often approach him, either intentionally or inadvertently, sharing stories in an exceedingly ambiguous tone, as if divulging intimate secrets. She would recount tales about her and Gwen's enigmatic master, the Mimic. For instance, she would say, "Our master may appear cold and distant, but did you know he talks in his sleep?" Or, "Little Peter, don't let his stern demeanor fool you. He becomes quite amusing when he blushes." These half-truths successfully crafted an image of the Mimic in the innocent little spider's mind as a man of profound complexity, cold on the outside, yet warm within, surrounded by beauty, yet steeped in mystery. In his eyes, this taciturn and decisive comrade was undoubtedly 1,000 times more reliable in matters of the heart than the ever-loquacious Deadpool. However, before Yang could respond, Deadpool, seizing the moment as if he had unearthed a grand secret, exuberantly interjected, Ask him. You've asked the right person, yet the wrong one. Let me enlighten you. Little Spider, our incredibly cool Mimic Master is, in the truest sense, a man who hides his beloved in a gilded cage. He has two stunning beauties at his side, yet due to his severe avoidant attachment disorder and profound fear of intimate relationships, he doesn't dare to hold their hands. Every night, he can only cuddle his pillow, listening to the laughter from the next room, silently contemplating life. Isn't that tragic? A sharp, menacing click of a shotgun being loaded echoed through the air. Yang slowly turned his head, inch by inch, his eyes, concealed behind the skull mask, fixated on Deadpool. Although his gaze was hidden, an icy aura that seemed capable of freezing the very air caused Deadpool to abruptly fall silent. He shrank back, no longer daring to utter a word. Peter looked at Yang with profound sympathy, realizing that this powerful and mysterious ally harbored such deep-seated wounds. Instantly, he conjured an elaborate tale of the Mimic's tragic childhood, which had rendered him incapable of forming intimate bonds. He felt that his earlier question might have touched a nerve. "I'm so sorry, Master. I didn't mean to." Peter apologized with genuine remorse. Yang felt a throbbing at his temples. He slowly raised a hand and heavily, yet resignedly, slapped it against his skull mask, producing a dull thud. He could foresee it clearly, the cold, formidable, and enigmatic persona of the Mimic that he had painstakingly cultivated through countless battles would inevitably be dismantled by that damned rascal, Deadpool. Yet, Yang had forgotten that the Mimic's own quirky elements were precisely what allowed him to resonate so well with Deadpool. Chapter 5. The Three Heroes Battle the Doctor. Part 1. Ultimately, a farce is merely a farce. As Yang Jieshi's frigid aura enveloped the small rooftop like a tangible mist, even Deadpool wisely chose to remain silent. He understood that further provocation might compel this humorless comrade to employ those two shotguns capable of reducing a man to mere pulp, thereby imparting the true essence of physical calmness. Following this brief interlude, the trio redirected their attention to the task at hand. The night was as dark as ink, and the chilling river breeze swept through every corner of the abandoned dock, stirring up dust and scraps of paper, producing a mournful sound as if mourning for this forsaken place. Unbeknownst to them, from the moment they stepped into this area, every movement they made was being meticulously displayed on countless concealed screens. Deep within the warehouse, in a vast laboratory marked by the signs of hasty construction, Otto Octavius sat before a control panel. The visage that once radiated scholarly wisdom was now contorted by rage and paranoia. Dozens of small screens flickered to life, broadcasting real-time images of the intruders from various angles, utilizing infrared and thermal imaging among other modalities. Heroes, those self-proclaimed champions, Dr. Otto hissed, his voice raspy, akin to rusted metal scraping against itself. Behind him, from mechanical arms, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, writhed like serpents possessed of life, their clawed tips tracing silent arcs through the air. As a genius standing at the pinnacle of human intellect, Dr. Otto had naturally considered the possibility of intrusion when selecting this warehouse as his secret base for a resurgence. Particularly concerning were the greedy hyenas of the Osborn Group and the ever-watchful agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he transformed this warehouse district into a lethal trap using his extensive knowledge. As for the issue of energy, for a doctor well-versed in physics, particularly in the realm of nuclear thermodynamics, it posed no obstacle whatsoever. Following a disastrous failure that tarnished his reputation, he clandestinely pilfered a concentrated nuclear fuel rod from an Osborn-funded nuclear power plant, exploiting his insights into their internal security systems. This rod now resided within a small reactor at the core of his laboratory, supplying an unceasing and potent energy source for all his creations. Watching the furtive figures on the screens, a cruel smile flickered in Dr. Otto's eyes. Without hesitation, he typed a series of commands into the console. Since you wish to visit my laboratory, let us begin with the appetizers I have prepared for you. Be careful. Suddenly, Spider-Man's alarmed voice pierced the air as they approached the brightly lit largest warehouse. His spider sense blared with urgency, a surge of intense and concentrated danger enveloping them from all directions. Yang Jieshi's observation haki also issued a warning, almost simultaneously with a shout. The ground and walls around them erupted as dozens of concealed compartments, disguised as ventilation ducts or rusted metal plates, sprang open with a sharp click. Pairs of crimson electronic eyes flickered to life in the darkness, followed by a swarm of palm-sized, spider-like octopod robots surging forth like a tidal wave from the hidden recesses. These arachnoid machines moved with astonishing speed, their 8 metallic limbs scraping against the ground, producing a chilling rustle that sent shivers down the spine. At their front, some extended high-voltage probes, crackling with menacing blue arcs, while others revealed the barrels of miniature machine guns, unleashing torrents of lethal fire without hesitation. Tot. A deluge of bullets instantly rained down upon the spot where the three had just stood, shattering the concrete floor into a spray of debris. Oh, what a grand welcome. I adore it, Deadpool exclaimed, not retreating, but charging forward. In a flash, he drew twin blades from his back, whirling into the fray like a crimson and black tornado, beckoning, "Children, come play with Uncle Wade." He utterly disregarded the bullets and electric arcs aimed at him. To him, the bullets felt like mere tickles, while the high-voltage shocks, though causing him to convulse and foam at the mouth, only heightened his exhilaration. His blades danced like the wind, cleaving through the octopod spiders with each strike, sending sparks flying. "Peter, hinder them. I shall dismantle their firepower." Yang Jie's voice was as calm as an ancient glacier. He paid no heed to the swarming robots attacking Deadpool. His gaze was fixed on the automated turrets hidden high within the warehouse, armed with far greater firepower. "Understood," Peter shouted, his wrists twisting simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of white webs shot forth like an intricate net, deftly ensnaring the advancing octopod robots, pinning them to the ground in immobility. The web's resilience was immense. Even the robot's motors, spinning helplessly, could not break free. In that fleeting moment, when Peter had created a brief respite, Yang Jie sprang into action. Boom! The Hellfire shotgun in his hands roared with a deafening blast. The tremendous recoil causing him to sink slightly. A wide arc of steel pellets, accompanied by a shockwave, instantly obliterated a cluster of octopod spiders within a 10-meter radius, scattering their parts like confetti. The sheer ferocity of that instantaneous clearing capability left Peter in awe. After clearing the immediate area, Yang Jie paid no mind to the aftermath. He swiftly raised another Hellfire shotgun with his left hand, aiming at the most formidable automated turret on the left wall. Boom! Another thunderous explosion erupted as that turret, along with the wall it was mounted on, was blasted away, trailing black smoke as it collapsed. Yet the number of turrets was overwhelming. With one destroyed, two others had already turned their barrels to lock onto Yang Jie. Just as the flames were about to erupt, Yang Jie vanished from sight. As the flickering dagger was unleashed, he had already materialized 20 meters away, positioned directly beneath the blind spot of a turret. Without so much as a glance upward, he deftly unsheathed the formidable anti-Japanese war saber from his waist, its obsidian blade imbued with the essence of armed might, and thrust it upward with ferocity. The blade sliced through the turret's feeble underbelly armor with astonishing ease, akin to slicing through tofu, sending a cascade of chaos within and accompanied by a shower of electric sparks, rendering the turret instantly inoperative. This conflict transformed into an extraordinary symphony. Spider-Man swung gracefully through the air, utilizing his webs to orchestrate the battlefield with exquisite precision, sowing disorder among the enemy ranks. Deadpool charged recklessly across the ground, his immortal form drawing the brunt of enemy fire while employing his madcap swordsmanship to sever foes with utmost efficiency. Meanwhile, the master of imitation moved like a specter across the battlefield, delivering devastating area strikes with Hellfire one moment and executing implausible pinpoint eliminations with a flickering dagger the next. Each of his assaults was marked by precision, efficiency, and a brutal aesthetic of violence. Indeed, Otto Octavius's security system was formidable. Had an ordinary SWAT team breached it, they would likely have been obliterated in an instant. However, what he faced were a top-tier martial arts master, an immortal madman mutant, and a chosen one blessed with extraordinary fortune, Spider-Man. Such a combination rendered any sophisticated defense system a mere farce. Warning, warning, the outer defense system has been breached by 80%. 90% of the defense systems have completely failed. The harsh blare of alarms echoed through the laboratory. Otto Octavius stared at the screens depicting the three unstoppable figures, shaking with fury, and slammed his fist onto the control panel. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless imbeciles, he bellowed, as a mechanical arm behind him shot up, sweeping an instrument to the floor. Rising to his feet, he ceased to regard the screens. He understood that his toys could no longer hinder them. Then let me personally attend to you. His gaze turned ferocious, brimming with a manic battle spirit. Outside the warehouse, as the last automated turret was cleaved in two by Yang Jie, the entire dock fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the remnants of robotic carcasses and Deadpool humming to himself while extracting bullets from his own body. The trio exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity of the situation reflected in the other's eyes. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer. The true feast awaited them within the warehouse. Yang Jie stepped forward and delivered a heavy kick to the massive, rusted iron door. With a thunderous crash, the door collapsed inward, revealing a vast space beyond, filled with a cacophony of sci-fi chaos. Countless intricate wires crawled like vines across the walls and ceiling, while various sophisticated instruments flickered with unknown luminescence. At the heart of the laboratory, a colossal sphere, akin to a miniature sun, rotated slowly within a circular apparatus, emanating a disquieting energy and searing heat. This was Otto's pride, the controllable nuclear fusion device. Before that device, Otto Octavius stood silently with his back to them. Upon hearing the thunderous noise behind him, he slowly turned around. The scholarly elegance that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by utter madness and hatred. The four grotesque mechanical arms, seamlessly fused with his nervous system, unfurled like colossal serpents guarding a monarch, their claws scraping against the ground, producing a piercing sound that sparked small flames. The voice of Dr. Otto echoed through the vast laboratory, resonating as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Welcome to my new world. Chapter 6. The three heroes confront the Doctor. Part 2. Inside the warehouse, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. The miniature sun suspended in a magnetic field radiated scorching light and lethal radiation, casting an ominous golden hue over everything in the laboratory. Otto Octavius stood beneath the halo of this artificial star, his metallic arms swaying slowly like ancient mythical guardians, exuding a chilling sense of oppression capable of tearing a person to shreds. He did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he surveyed the three before him with bloodshot eyes filled with a mix of madness and sorrow. "Do you know what my dream is?" His voice was hoarse, yet resonated with an impassioned, oratorical tone that filled the vast space. A brand new era, a golden age powered by clean, inexpensive, and inexhaustible energy. No more energy crises, no more wars ignited by the struggle for oil. Humanity's civilization shall take a monumental leap forward. And I, Otto Octavius, was meant to be the Prometheus that ushers in this age. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing his grand ideal. But those fools at Oscorp, those greedy, short-sighted imbeciles, they only see the stock prices and financial reports before them. They urged me, compelled me, to force my creation onto that damned demonstration platform, despite my clear warnings that the technology was not yet fully matured. His emotions surged, and the mechanical arms behind him began to thrash restlessly. Of course I failed. And then what? They shifted all the blame onto me, withdrew my funding, stripped me of my laboratory, and painted me in the media as an arrogant madman. And what of the American government? What of SHIELD? They merely conspire with these lackeys of capital. They stifle genius. They stifle the future. He pointed at the three, his gaze filled with disappointment and accusation. And you, the so-called heroes, you should stand on the side of justice. Yet you have chosen to become the weapons in their hands to confront me, the true victim. You should not be here to stop me. You should be here to stop them. Professor, Spider-Man could no longer contain himself, his voice filled with sincere compassion. I understand your feelings. I truly do. Oscorp has indeed wronged you. They have been profoundly unfair. But this cannot justify your intent to harm the innocent. You have stolen nuclear fuel, and the experiments you are conducting here, once they spiral out of control, will bring catastrophic disaster to all of New York. This is not what you desire, is it? We are not here to serve anyone's whims. We are here to prevent a tragedy. Peter's words ignited the final spark in a powder keg. Tragedy? Dr. Otto let out a hysterical shriek, the last semblance of scholarly grace on his face utterly shattered, replaced by a fury of unparalleled intensity. What do you know? You, a mere child swinging back and forth, understand nothing. My life is already a tragedy. My fiancée, he has sacrificed herself for science, and I have become this monstrosity. Now, get out of my sight. Before his words faded, a mechanical arm behind him shot forth like a cannonball, tearing through the air with tremendous force, hurtling towards Spider-Man. The battle was about to commence. Peter's spider sense had already provided a timely warning. He executed a backflip, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The heavy mechanical claw crashed down where he had just stood, producing a deafening boom as the concrete floor fractured like it had been struck by a battering ram. Wow, talk about a sudden change of heart. That temper is more volatile than a girlfriend on her period. Deadpool exclaimed, charging in rather than retreating, his dual blades drawn. Let Uncle Wade offer you some free psychological counseling. Guaranteed results. No charge if unsatisfied. Dr. Otto scoffed, and two of his mechanical arms moved with the precision of living serpents. One arm swiftly rose, perfectly blocking Deadpool's incoming blades, igniting a flurry of blinding sparks. The other transformed into a blur, seizing a nearby machine weighing hundreds of pounds and hurling it with ferocity towards Deadpool. Deadpool had no time to evade and was struck squarely, flying backward like a baseball, crashing into a row of instruments and becoming buried beneath the debris. The battlefield descended into chaos. Dr. Otto's four mechanical arms were astonishingly agile and powerful. They flawlessly compensated for the shortcomings of the human body, transforming him into a relentless killing machine with no blind spots. Two arms focused on offense, their strength formidable, each swing slicing through the air with a deafening rush. One arm was dedicated to defense, adeptly intercepting attacks from any angle. The final arm served as a pivot, allowing him to traverse the complex laboratory with a speed far beyond that of an ordinary human, climbing and leaping with ease. Spider-Man pushed his speed and agility to the limit. He darted between various instruments and pipes, continuously using his webbing to harass and restrain. Yet, as soon as his webbing ensnared one arm, the claws of another would immediately shred it, rendering him incapable of establishing effective control. Boom! Boom! The hellfire in Yang Jie's hands roared incessantly, unleashing a barrage of steel balls and shockwaves that ravaged the laboratory, attempting to constrain Dr. Otto's maneuvering space. However, Dr. Otto possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to danger, consistently utilizing his mechanical arms to preemptively evade and block assaults. Most of the lethal steel projectiles strike against his formidable mechanical appendages, sparking a cascade of sparks, but failing to inflict any substantial harm. Ha ha ha! Futile! Futile! Dr. Otto cackled maniacally as one of his arms abruptly plunged into the ground, heaving a massive slab of concrete aloft like a shield before him. In unison, the remaining 3 arms extended, resembling 3 predatory serpents, lunging towards Spider-Man in midair, Deadpool who had just crawled out from the rubble, and Yang Jieshi, who was reloading his weapon. This was a strike of lethal precision. In that critical moment, a glimmer of cold determination flashed in Yang Jieshi's eyes. He did not even glance at the arm approaching him. Instead, he swiftly redirected his shotgun, freshly loaded, toward the mechanical arm targeting Spider-Man, simultaneously shouting, "Deadpool! Left!" Boom! A tempest of violent projectiles struck with pinpoint accuracy at the joint of the mechanical arm aimed at Spider-Man, momentarily halting its advance, granting Peter a precious half-second to twist his body in mid-air and narrowly evade. Meanwhile, upon hearing the command, Deadpool wasted no time and executed a lazy roll, willingly meeting the oncoming mechanical limb. Thud! The mechanical claw ruthlessly pierced through Deadpool's chest, pinning him aloft. Yet, he grinned through the pain, gripping the arm that had impaled him with all his might, shouting, "I've got him! Brothers, avenge me!" He sacrificed his own body to create a fleeting yet perfect opportunity for Yang Jieshi to strike. This was the moment Yang Jieshi had been awaiting. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he aimed his hellfire at the mechanical arm tightly held by Deadpool, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Boom! This time, it was a near point-blank shot. The ferocious kinetic energy, mingled with countless steel pellets, detonated at the joint of that mechanical arm like explosives. Amidst a cacophony of agonizing metal distortion and fracture, the once indomitable mechanical arm, along with the entangled Deadpool, was violently ejected from Dr. Otto's back. Sparks erupted from the break, and a dark green coolant gushed forth. The intense pain and sensation of imbalance elicited a pained roar from Dr. Otto. He had lost an arm, his equilibrium utterly shattered. Before he could react to the excruciating agony, a cold, malevolent shadow appeared before him like a wraith. The moment Yang Jieshi fired, he activated his flickering dagger, materializing behind Dr. Otto, who was now exposed and defenseless due to his imbalance. His formidable blade, unsheathed without his notice, was enveloped in a pitch-black hue, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. "It is over." The chilling words escaped from beneath the skull mask. Yang Jieshi gripped the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into the formidable blade enveloped in his overwhelming haki. With a fierce and unrelenting force, he struck down upon the control core behind Dr. Otto, the nexus linking all mechanical limbs to his central nervous system. Clang! The blade collided with the rigid metallic shell, producing a deafening roar. The sturdy exterior of the control core, confronted with the indomitable haki, was severed as effortlessly as if it were mere paper. In an instant, the blade plunged deep, shattering the intricate and delicate chips, circuits, and the biological interface intimately connected to the spinal nerves within. A sharp, pained grunt escaped Dr. Otto's lips, his eyes bulging as if all vitality had been drained from him in that fleeting moment. With the control core utterly destroyed, the remaining 3 mechanical arms, previously thrashing wildly, fell limp like toys deprived of power, clattering uselessly to the ground. Dr. Otto's body slumped, collapsing onto the floor like a puddle of mud. Spider-Man, having landed, gazed at the fallen doctor with a tumultuous heart. Yang Jieshi retracted his sword, his expression betraying none of his thoughts as he surveyed the aftermath of the battle. Meanwhile, Deadpool crawled from the rubble, the gaping wound on his chest rapidly healing. As he whistled, "Perfect teamwork. I give myself a 10. You all get a 9.5 for friendship." Lying on the cold floor, Dr. Otto struggled to lift his body with his hands, only to be gripped by an incomprehensible terror. He could feel his arms straining, the muscles of his upper body taut, yet his lower half, his legs, remained utterly unresponsive. They felt as if they belonged to another. Lifeless and numb. No. He gasped in horror, glancing down at his immobile legs, his eyes revealing a depth of fear far surpassing his previous anger and madness. What is wrong with my legs? Why can't I feel them? Hearing this, Yang Jieshi furrowed his brow slightly beneath his mask. He approached, crouching down to examine the severed control core. Countless broken nerve fibers and biological circuits were entangled with the base of Dr. Otto's spine. This control core was not merely an external controller. In pursuit of ultimate responsiveness, it had undergone profound, even invasive integration with the doctor's own central nervous system. The strike he had just delivered, aimed to obliterate the mechanical arms control, had inevitably inflicted damage upon the segment closely linked to the neural connections of the limbs. Chapter 7. Black Jade Ointment. The silence that followed the battle was more suffocating than the most tumultuous battlefield. In the air lingered the low hum of the artificial sun and the heavy, labored breaths of Otto Octavius, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. He lay upon the frigid, dust-laden concrete floor, his mechanical arm, once a symbol of his unparalleled intellect and might, now sprawled like the lifeless coils of a fallen serpent, limp at his sides. The fervent blaze that once ignited his eyes had been extinguished, replaced by a profound and hollow despair, darker than the night itself. He attempted to move, to prop up his upper body with his flesh and blood arms, yet soon he confronted a horror more terrifying than death itself. His legs, those that had borne him across the world's finest laboratories and elevated him to countless esteemed podiums, now felt like two detached, cold remnants of flesh, utterly indifferent to him. He could clearly command his brain to send signals for movement, could sense the tightening and exertion of his upper body's muscles. Yet that neural current met an invisible, eternal barrier at the base of his spine, vanishing without a trace. There was no sensation, no response. Coldness, numbness. No, it shouldn't be like this, he whispered, his eyes filled with an incredulous terror. He futilely struck his insensate thigh with his hands, only to hear the dull thud of impact, devoid of any pain. Upon confirming this dreadful reality, his vacant gaze was instantly replaced by a primal, visceral madness. A piercing, inhuman wail erupted from the depths of his throat, infused with boundless rage, defiance, and a cataclysmic despair. This cry reverberated through the vast laboratory, colliding against the walls, as if to rend asunder the very space that imprisoned his shattered dreams. After the fury came complete collapse. Otto Octavius, once perched at the pinnacle of human intellect, now resembled a helpless child, relentlessly pounding his forehead against the cold floor, venting the anguish and helplessness that could drive one to madness. Professor. Peter Parker could no longer bear to witness this. He lunged forward, wishing to lift the esteemed mentor he had once revered, to offer him solace. However, just as his hand neared Dr. Otto's shoulder, a hand clad in black tactical gloves seized his wrist with a grip akin to iron, halting him in his tracks. It was the Mimic Master. Do not approach. Yang Jie's voice, emanating through the skull mask, was chillingly devoid of emotion. Every word you utter will only serve as a further torment to him. Peter was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Yang Jie's inscrutable eye sockets, bewildered. To him, hope and comfort were what was most needed at this moment. Yet Yang Jie merely shook his head and turned to the Deadpool, who was applying red antiseptic to the gaping wound in his chest. Keep an eye on him and on the energy core over there. Don't let anyone near until I return. With that, he released Peter and slowly advanced toward the now half-mad Otto Octavius. Peter stood frozen, perplexed by Yang Jie's intentions. Yang Jieshi approached Dr. Otto, gazing down upon him with an air of detachment, as though observing an object of no significance. Heroes, you disingenuous heroes. Dr. Otto, aware of his proximity, lifted his tear-streaked and bloodied visage, fixing a gaze filled with venomous resentment upon him. What? Have you come to witness my folly? Or do you seek to deliver the final blow, returning to your master to bask in your glory? Go on, kill me. Kill me. He unleashed a torrent of curses, employing every vile epithet to assail Yang Jieshi, to assail Spider-Man, to rail against this world that had cast him into the abyss. Yet, Yang Jieshi remained inscrutable, silent as stone. His eyes, as tranquil as an ancient well, rendered Dr. Otto's fury and spite impotent, as though striking a mass of cotton, soft and ineffective. Yang Jieshi shook his head, perceptively noting that while the vitriol remained harsh, it now carried an undercurrent of desperation, an explicit intention to incite his wrath. He comprehended that in utter despair, this proud man sought only a release. Though a mercenary by trade, Yang Jieshi was not inclined to take lives indiscriminately, particularly not that of a character he held a modicum of admiration for, at least. Not without a substantial incentive. In the absence of such remuneration, he was not averse to acting on his preferences. Ignoring Dr. Otto's continued vitriol, he strode purposefully towards the disheveled control panel, rummaging through its contents. Before long, he unearthed 2 items from a nearby drawer, a well-packaged syringe of medical sedative and a bottle of potent painkillers, a staple in nearly every American household's medicine cabinet. The presence of the sedative indicated that Dr. Otto was not entirely oblivious to the emotional turmoil wrought by the mechanical arms. He was even attempting self-regulation. Yang Jieshi deftly extracted a syringe, expelling the air with practiced ease before returning to Dr. Otto's side. With a firm grip on the doctor's collar, he hoisted him upright and unhesitatingly plunged the needle into the artery of his neck. Subsequently, he meticulously detached the mechanical appendages connected to the spine, mindful of minimizing the damage to Dr. Otto's vertebrae, given his understanding of the intricacies of bone structure. A suitable dosage of sedative coursed through, and Dr. Otto's body convulsed violently before the frantic struggle began to wane, the madness in his eyes dimming like flames doused with cold water. Then, Yang Jieshi twisted open the cap of the painkiller bottle, pouring out several tablets, which he roughly forced into Dr. Otto's mouth. Having completed this sequence of actions, he released his grasp, allowing the doctor to slump back to the ground. Dr. Otto was engulfed in utter despair. To him, this series of actions was tantamount to announcing his death sentence, rendered a motionless husk, reliant on pharmaceuticals for a semblance of calm. His heart felt like ashes, devoid of the strength to curse, as the sedative rendered even the slightest movement an arduous task. Yet, what Yang Jieshi did next plunged him into a deeper abyss of confusion and despair. The man, adorned with a skull mask, retrieved 2 small vials, exquisitely carved from obsidian jade, from the tactical pouch at his waist. Upon uncorking one of the vials, an extraordinary aroma, rich with the essence of various herbs, instantly enveloped the air. What could this be? A ritual before death, or a more insidious form of humiliation? Dr. Otto ponda despa ingli. However, Yang Jieshi's subsequent actions transcended his understanding entirely. Yang Jieshi poured the viscous, ink-black ointment from the vial into his palm and pressed his hand, now coated with the salve, against the gruesomely lacerated spinal wound on his back. A chill, yet soothing sensation surged from the injury, alleviating some of the searing pain. But that was not the end. His other hand also joined in, releasing a warm, gentle energy that flowed ceaselessly from his palm, merging with the salve and penetrating his damaged body. This was inner strength, or qi, the purest life energy cultivated by Yang Jieshi. The black jade ointment, a miraculous healing balm mentioned in Jin Yang's novels, was renowned for treating fractures and injuries to the meridians. With the enhancement of the system, its efficacy had long surpassed its original capabilities. Utilizing his own refined qi as a catalyst, Yang Jieshi directed this extraordinary medicinal power towards Dr. Otto's utterly devastated spinal nerves with remarkable swiftness. Dr. Otto distinctly sensed an indescribable warmth coursing through his spine. The severed and necrotic nerve endings were inexplicably revitalizing at a pace that defied biological principles. A tingling sensation, reminiscent of countless ants crawling, began to emanate from his lower body. He regained sensation in his legs. This process persisted for a full 10 minutes. When Yang Jieshi withdrew his hands, he was drenched in sweat, his complexion somewhat pallid. Dr. Otto, on the other hand, felt as though he had emerged from water, his entire being soaked in perspiration. The lifeless grayness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a profound, astonishing incredulity. He attempted to muster all his strength to command his legs to bend. With a slight tremor, his knees responded. He then endeavored to push himself up with his hands. Striving to stand, his legs quaked violently. Yet ultimately, After a staggering struggle, he managed to regain his footing on the very ground that had witnessed his fall from grace. He lowered his gaze to his legs, still trembling, yet now under his command, then lifted his eyes to the man whose expression remained obscured by the mask. Noticing that the man was also watching him, Yang Jieshi felt no concern that Dr. Octopus would enact any malevolent deeds. After all, without his mechanical tendrils, should Yang Jieshi lose in a duel, he could simply restart. In that moment, all of Dr. Otto's madness, obsession, and fury receded like a tide. He became acutely aware of how his previous paranoia could impact the city. He also recognized that the man before him, having expended such a precious elixir and incurred a substantial cost to revive him, was motivated by far more than mere benevolence. "What do you desire?" Dr. Otto's voice, though hoarse, had regained its coherence and logic. Yang Jieshi regarded him, noticing a subtle, imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth beneath the skeletal mask. What he saw was a lucid mind, untainted by madness, and a brilliant scientist who owed him an immense debt of gratitude. "I require your assistance," Yang Jieshi stated with calm directness, "to combat the Osborn group." The system's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. Series task triggered, the annihilation of the Sinister Six, task description, as a close ally of Spider-Man. The Sinister Six represents one of his greatest adversaries, a faction that at one point even expanded to 12 members. Task objectives: 1. Eliminate or ensure that 6 of the 12 members of the Sinister Six do not pose a threat to Spider-Man. 2. Ensure that ally Spider-Man does not perish during this period. Task rewards: dependent on completion status, current progress. 16. Dr. Otto has emerged from the brink of darkness and madness. Failure penalty: none. Chapter 8. A collaborative victory as a traveler through realms. Yang Jieshi possessed unique preferences rooted in his past memories within the bizarre Marvel universe. This was not merely a simplistic dichotomy of good and evil, but a purer personal inclination formed during his time as an observer. For instance, he harbored a profound disdain for Shang-Chi and the cultural symbols of Western arrogance and stereotypes that he represented. Similarly, he felt no fondness for the deep-seated hubris of Tony Stark and Reed Richards, whose actions had repeatedly jeopardized the world. Naturally, with aversion came affection. Peter Parker, the quintessential everyman perpetually caught in struggles and resilience, stood as one of his favored characters. Likewise, Otto Octavius, Spider-Man's lifelong nemesis and cherished friend, was also someone he greatly admired. Even disregarding the later narratives of Ultimate Spider-Man, Dr. Otto's tragic genius, driven to madness by the shattering of his ideals, possessed a complexity that far surpassed that of mere caricatured villains. Thus, from the very outset, Yang Jieshi had no intention of bringing about his demise. Of course, should someone offer a higher price, that might change. However, what he truly desired was not a fallen enemy, but a formidable ally, one who could be salvaged from the abyss. Had he not shattered the man's spine, Yang Jieshi would have sought to dominate him, conveying these sentiments directly. Yet, it was evident that sometimes breaking a foe's legs and then mending them could serve as an effective negotiation tactic. Gazing at the grotesque, hellish visage of the skull mask across from him, the desolation and bewilderment in Dr. Otto's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a clarity and complexity reminiscent of a survivor's enlightenment. Slowly, he supported himself with his newly aware hands, rising from the ground, and, clutching the nearby control panel, he unsteadily stood up. He refrained from glancing at the artificial sun or the ruined instruments. Instead, he calmly approached a corner and retrieved a bottle of elegantly labeled champagne from a relatively intact refrigerator. White Heather Creek, 2002, Dr. Otto's voice, still hoarse, regained the steadiness and order expected of a scholar. "I had originally intended to use it to celebrate the success of my experiment." As he spoke, he adeptly opened the champagne, the golden liquid, adorned with delicate bubbles, poured into 2 high-stemmed glasses procured from unknown sources. He handed one glass to Yang Jieshi, while raising the other to take a seat once more on the chair that symbolized his throne, gesturing for Yang Jieshi to continue. In that moment, he was no longer the deranged Dr. Octopus, but rather the composed, proud Otto Octavius, willing to engage in a business negotiation as an equal. Yang Jieshi accepted the glass of champagne, but did not drink. Instead, he placed it casually on a nearby table. "You wish to prove your innocence. It is not difficult," he stated, his tone devoid of emotional inflection, cutting straight to the crux of the matter. "You should still possess the original experimental data. as well as all the reports and documents you signed when the Osborne Group coerced you into a public demonstration. These materials, once presented, combined with your years of accumulated reputation and connections in the scientific community, will suffice to demonstrate in court and in the court of public opinion that it was indeed the Osborne Group that bore responsibility for the experiment's failure. Dr. Otto nodded in agreement, refraining from rebuttal. Naturally, he had backups of those documents. It was a fundamental quality of a researcher. However, legalities and public opinion could only address superficial issues. Yang Jieshi's tone shifted, taking on a more ominous quality. The Osborne Group will not passively watch you overturn the verdict. They will employ unsavory means to erase evidence and to make you vanish as well. My friends, and I can assist you in navigating these murky waters. However, this comes at a cost. We are mercenaries, not philanthropists. The friends he referred to, of course, included the Punisher, Frank Castle. No one was more adept at dealing with the dark forces under the employ of the Osborne Group than Frank. As for lawyers, Yang Jieshi continued, I have an excellent friend I can introduce you to. He specializes in cases involving large corporations and charges reasonable fees. Specific pricing can be discussed between you. The lawyer, Matt Murdock, who could even give Nick Fury a headache, would surely provide a riveting battle against the Osborne Group's legal department. After hearing Yang Jieshi's well-structured and clearly delineated plan, Dr. Otto fell into silence. He held his wine glass, gazing at the effervescent bubbles that danced within. And after a prolonged moment, he let out a deep sigh. Before your arrival, I confess I was momentarily intoxicated by honor and the allure of easily attainable success. He shook his head with a wry smile, embodying the self-deprecation of a sage reflecting on his own folly. I was solely focused on my son, oblivious to the fact that its brilliance could scorch everything, including myself. It had already consumed my fiancée, E. He lifted his gaze, his eyes once again shimmering with rationality, tinged with a hint of sorrow. Deal. He raised his glass, agreeing to proceed, as you suggested. Money is not an obstacle. The patents I have filed over the years are ample to cover any expenses. Yang Jieshi also picked up the champagne glass designated for him. The two glasses met in the air with a gentle clink, producing a crisp sound that heralded the birth of a new alliance. One potent enough to send ripples throughout New York. The two men drained their glasses of champagne. All right, you may let your two friends in now, Doctor. Otto set down his glass. His tone regained its composure, particularly regarding that little fellow in the red and blue suit. I believe I owe him an apology. Yang Jieshi nodded and turned towards the entrance, calling out, You two, you may come in. Outside, Peter and Deadpool had grown impatient. Upon hearing the summons, Peter swiftly entered, his face etched with concern as he surveyed the scene, while Deadpool followed closely, curiously surveying the lab that had just been the site of a fierce battle. Professor, are you all right? Peter inquired with genuine concern. Dr. Otto regarded him with a complex smile, rising to speak. However, in the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded, leaving all present, except for Yang Jieshi, utterly astonished. The mimic, who had been silently standing to the side, flickered like a specter, instantaneously appearing behind Spider-Man. Before Peter's spider sense could react effectively, Yang Jieshi had already extended his hands, lightning quick, seizing Spider-Man's mask and yanking it upwards. In one swift motion, the red and blue mask, emblematic of mystery and heroism, was effortlessly removed, revealing a young and handsome face, now etched with shock and disarray. Peter Parker, unprepared, stood exposed before Otto Octavius and Deadpool. Master, what are you doing? Peter exclaimed in a panic. Deadpool, momentarily taken aback, quickly whistled loudly, interjecting with a tone that thrived on chaos. Wow. Epic. The year's biggest secret revealed live. Photographer, get a close-up. Yet, Yang Jieshi paid them no mind, casually tossing the mask aside, and with a flat, emotionless tone, addressed the utterly bewildered Dr. Otto. Allow me to introduce Professor Otto Gunther Octavius. He gestured towards the dazed Peter. This is your esteemed student, Peter Parker. He cares deeply for you, which is why he risks his life to prevent you from making even greater mistakes. Dr. Otto was momentarily stunned. He gazed at the young face before him, one he knew intimately and had high hopes for, and then glanced at the familiar red and blue suit adorning the young man. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him. Shock, disbelief, sudden clarity, guilt, and a profound sense of gratitude. It dawned on him that the one who had been earnestly persuading him from the very beginning, With a tone both naive and sincere, was indeed Peter, the hero who, despite his reckless attacks, had leaped and dashed about in a fervent attempt to stop him was none other than his most promising student. At that moment, the last remnants of Otto's resentment and prejudice towards the term hero dissipated entirely. Peter, recovering from his initial panic, looked into Otto's complex gaze and instantly grasped the significance of Yang's intentions. His earlier fears about his identity being exposed were swiftly replaced by concern for his mentor. Stepping forward, he no longer identified as Spider-Man, but as Peter Parker, softly stating, "Professor, I'm so glad to see you safe." Yang, observing the poignant reunion of teacher and student, recognized that his objective had been achieved. He turned away, firmly grasping Deadpool, who was eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama, and declared, "Let us go outside. They need some privacy." Dragging Deadpool out of the chaotic and transformative laboratory, they stepped into the chilling night breeze by the dock. Yang retrieved his phone and dialed 2 numbers. One for Matt Murdock, informing him to prepare for a significant case that would elevate the law firm's reputation, and the other for Frank Castle, alerting him to a major cleanup operation and advising him to ready his arsenal. Meanwhile, Deadpool, for once, fell silent, huddled in a corner, poking a damaged Octobot with his finger while humming an off-key tune, seemingly amused by the absurdity of all. Time slipped by, and, eventually, the warehouse doors creaked open. Peter Parker emerged, supporting Otto Octavius, who walked slowly, his steps somewhat unsteady yet imbued with a revitalized spirit. No longer was he the vengeful figure consumed by hatred and madness. Though the fervor for science in his eyes had dimmed, it was replaced by a newfound resolve. As steadfast as rock, he understood that his life was about to turn a new page from this very night. Chapter 9. Preparations. The night breeze swept across the abandoned dock, carrying away the remnants of the last fierce battle, leaving only the cold, rusty scent of steel and river water. In Otto's complex and reflective gaze, the situation had reached a temporary conclusion. The subsequent tasks were tedious yet orderly. Yang did not intervene directly. Instead, he gestured towards Deadpool, who was still engrossed in studying the artificial sun. "Call your Indian driver and have him come over," Yang instructed, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Oh, really? Shall I summon my personal heroic chariot, the taxi of Dopinder?" Deadpool exclaimed with exuberant enthusiasm, promptly retrieving his antiquated flip phone. "No problem. However, you must reimburse the service fee. You know how gas prices have surged recently. And I also need to buy him some curry." As Deadpool chattered incessantly on the phone with his unfortunate designated driver, Yang Jiesher pondered how to manage the scene. Yet, upon finishing his call, Deadpool leaned in closer, elbowing him playfully and arching his brows. "Hey, brother, you're just going to leave like that?" Yang Jiesher inquired with his gaze what other nonsense he had to share. "You need to bring back a souvenir," Deadpool asserted, pointing at the scattered remnants of robotic debris. "Take it from someone who has been there. You must appease the missus at home. It doesn't matter what you bring back. What is important is that you remember to bring something. What do we call this? It's the romance of a man. Let her know that even while saving the world, she remains in your thoughts. Otherwise, if you return empty-handed, she'll think you don't care, and trust me, she'll nag you." Yang Jiesher felt a familiar throb at his temples. He yearned to explain to Deadpool that his relationship with the 2 women was purely that of landlord and tenants, but then he reconsidered. Trying to reason with this uniquely wired individual would be akin to speaking to a wall. Moreover, there seemed to be a kernel of twisted wisdom in his words. Considering Harley and Gwen's penchant for chaos, returning without a token might indeed lead to incessant vexation. With a sigh, he glanced at Dr. Otto Octavius, who had evidently overheard their exchange, displaying a bemused expression before ultimately nodding in tacit agreement. Yang Jiesher, no longer feeling the need for courtesy, gathered several pieces of the mechanical limbs he had shattered, along with a few of the octo spiders, hastily bundling them with webbing and hoisting them onto his shoulder. This material could yield unexpected insights upon further examination. Before long, Dopinder's yellow taxi, infused with the aroma of Indian spices, arrived at the warehouse entrance. With the assistance of Yang Jiesher and Spider-Man, they ensured the unsteady Dr. Octavius was comfortably settled before watching him fade into the night. Having dealt with this matter, Yang Jiesher and Spider-Man wasted no time and hurried to their next destination. New York City, the rooftop of Bellevue Hospital Center. This edifice ranks among Manhattan's tallest, a favored clandestine gathering spot for superheroes. Upon their arrival, they found Daredevil and the Punisher waiting patiently. Matt Murdock, clad in his dark crimson armor, stood silently at the edge of the rooftop like a stoic statue, attuned to the unceasing heartbeat of the city below. Meanwhile, Frank Castle lurked in the shadow of a vast ventilation duct, resembling a slab of granite melded into the night. His signature tactical vest emblazoned with a colossal white skull exuding an ominous aura. Apologies for the wait, Spider-Man's voice shattered the silence. He held several warm pizza boxes and a large bottle of soda in his hands, while behind him, the master of imitation unceremoniously dropped a bundle of heavy mechanical remnants onto the ground with a clatter. I got held up a bit on the way, Yang Jiesher added. Let's chat over some late-night snacks. This unusual combination appeared somewhat peculiar, yet surprisingly harmonious. Peter opened the pizza boxes, and the rich aroma of cheese and pepperoni wafted into the air. He handed one slice to Matt and placed another on Frank's waiting hand. During the journey, he and the master of imitation had already coordinated their speaking points. Matt, Frank, Peter said earnestly, we have gathered you here tonight for a matter concerning an esteemed professor, Otto Octavius. He has suffered egregious mistreatment and defamation from the Osborn Group, which has led him to this unfortunate state. He recounted Dr. Otto's plight in detail, omitting the embarrassing incident of having his mask removed. His narrative was imbued with genuine emotion, capturing the attention of Matt and Frank with utmost seriousness. Once he concluded, Yang Jiesher took over the discourse, initiating a cold and efficient division of responsibilities. This is the situation. Moving forward, we must split into two groups. On the surface, we need to file a lawsuit to extricate Dr. Otto from the mire of public opinion and redirect the filth back onto the Osborn Group. He turned to Matt. The Night Devil, you're the expert in this area. The Night Devil took a bite of his pizza and nodded slowly. I am aware of the situation. Indeed, it is the Osborn Group's fault. As long as you have sufficient evidence, I am confident we can proceed. Norman Osborn crossed the line when he threatened me using St. Agnes Orphanage. This time, I will ensure he pays dearly. His voice was calm, yet the resolve contained within was as unyielding as steel. Yang Jiesher then shifted his gaze to the Punisher, who lurked in shadows. Undoubtedly, the Osborn Group would resort to unsavory methods to destroy evidence or silence dissenters. Frank, I entrust you with the task of cleaning up this filth. The Punisher remained silent, merely picking up a slice of pizza and eating it with an impassive expression. Yet his actions spoke volumes, representing his unwavering commitment to his creed, to eradicate evil in all its forms, whether it be street-level drug dealers or corporate giants clad in suits. Thus, the four-man alliance was quietly established amid the atmosphere of late-night snacks and soda. Once the heroes had concluded their discussions, Yang Jiesher had one final task to attend to. He instructed Peter and the others to return and rest while he turned, seamlessly merging into the shadows of the hospital building. Silently, he slipped through a window into one of the patient rooms. On the bed lay a middle-aged man with graying hair and a resolute face, lightly dozing. He was none other than George Stacy, the chief of police of New York City. The faint sound of Yang Jiesher's landing startled the ever-vigilant old officer awake. Director George abruptly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the masked figure beside his bed, donning a skull mask and burdened with a heap of mechanical debris, his pupils dilated in alarm. Instinctively, he reached for the handgun concealed beneath his pillow. He recognized this individual. Over a month prior, during the chaotic Lizardman incident, this very masked figure had safeguarded the retreat of civilians, cautioning him to remain vigilant as he departed. Although they had only met briefly, such familiarity did not diminish George's wariness and distrust towards these lawless vigilantes. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Director. Yang Jiesher's voice was subdued. I harbor no ill intentions. I am here regarding Dr. Otto. At the mention of this name, George halted his movements, his brow furrowed. I am aware of this matter. A brilliant scientist transformed into a terrorist. It is a tragedy for all of New York. He is not a terrorist. He is a victim. Yang Jiesher succinctly recounted the information he possessed, omitting any supernatural details, yet underscoring the disreputable role of the Osborn Group in this affair. Drawing on his memory of comic narratives, he provided crucial insights. Therefore, if your people wish to investigate, I suggest you focus on the financial flows of several projects within the Osborn Group, as well as their abandoned biological laboratory located on Long Island. You may uncover unexpected revelations. With that, he turned and, like a whisper in the night, slipped out through the window, vanishing into the vast darkness, leaving Director George alone in contemplation of the information he had imparted. As Yang Jieshi returned to the martial arts school in Chinatown, laden with the remnants of his scavenging, the night had deepened considerably. Before he even reached the door, an overwhelming aroma of spicy, savory delicacies mingled with the scent of fried chicken wafted through the crack beneath the door, penetrating his senses. He shook his head in resignation and pushed the door open. The scene before him was precisely as he had anticipated. There sat Harley Quinn and Gwen, unceremoniously cross-legged on the floor, with a massive steaming plastic container of spicy crayfish and several family-sized buckets of fried chicken between them. Their faces glistened with grease, cheeks bulging like two hamsters preparing for winter. Upon noticing Yang Jieshi's return, especially with the bundle of souvenirs he carried, their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, sweetheart, you're back," Harley exclaimed, waving a crayfish drenched in spicy oil at him. "Welcome back, landlord," Gwen added, presenting a golden, crispy chicken leg to his lips. In unison, they inquired, "Care for a bite?" Chapter 10. Can we reconcile? In just a few days, the tide of public opinion in New York had undergone a monumental shift. Dr. Otto Octavius, once portrayed by the media as a deranged scientific genius, had become a focal point of this transformation. After a brief period of silence, when he suddenly reemerged into the public eye with a complete set of unaltered original experimental data, project logs, and an internal document from the Osborne Group urging him to conduct a public demonstration ahead of schedule, the entire scientific and academic community was instantaneously ignited. This unexpected, textbook-level counterattack caught the Osborne Group completely off guard. They had grossly underestimated the influence of an internationally renowned scientist, a formidable academic who has immersed himself in the field for decades. He is supported by far more than just himself. The network of those he has mentored, now occupying high positions in major tech companies and research institutions, his scholarly friends who have shared academic discussions with him, and the esteemed mentors who have watched him grow and placed their hopes upon him collectively form an invisible yet remarkably resilient web. Particularly within the entrenched academic hierarchy of America, the attack on Dr. Otto is tantamount to an affront to the dignity of their entire academic circle, an insult to an entire school of thought. In an instant, countless letters of support from the world's leading scientists, like a flurry of snowflakes, flew towards major media outlets and scientific journals. Heavyweight academic titans publicly expressed their unwavering support for Dr. Otto during televised interviews, denouncing the Osborne Group's shameless actions of treating scientists as mere commercial tools and discarding them afterward. Dr. Otto's pristine reputation is being astonishingly restored. If the backlash in public opinion merely left the Osborne Group in disarray, the confrontations in court brought them to yet another profound defeat. Their courtroom adversary was Matt Murdock, the Osborne Group's luxurious legal team, accustomed to paving their way with money and overpowering opponents through capital advantage, found themselves facing the hardest of iron plates they had ever encountered. This blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen was impervious to both monetary temptation and the intimidation of power. His reasoning was as intricate as a spider's web, his words sharp as a scalpel. In court, he adeptly seized upon every logical flaw of the Osborne lawyers, dismantling their proud defenses to shreds. His unwavering stance for justice seemed to summon the restless spirits of all the wronged souls from Hell's Kitchen, radiating an oppressive aura that was hard to confront. Outside the courtroom, in the shadowy realms of gray and black, the Osborne Group's troubles deepened. Norman Osborn attempted to employ his security forces and hired mercenaries, accustomed to dealing with sordid tasks, to silence key witnesses permanently or to ensure the accidental disappearance of Dr. Otto's original data. However, each endeavor ended in a bizarre and tragic failure. The teams dispatched often met with discovery and were found lifeless in some dark alley, each bearing fatal wounds from high-caliber bullets. Either the entire team was ruthlessly annihilated at their stronghold by an exceptionally efficient, almost artistic combat technique, or they were disgracefully bound and discarded at the entrance of the police station. Their operational plans and personnel arrangements seemed to be laid bare to an omniscient specter, with every strike resembling a voluntary leap into a pre-dug trap. The seasoned enforcer Punisher and the swiftly ascending Mimic in the underground realm loomed over the Osborne Group like two Damoclean swords, introducing them to the taste of fear for the first time. Even more bewildering was the presence of a madwoman, adorned with clown makeup, who sporadically appeared on the battlefield. She did not take lives, yet her methods proved more devastating than murder itself. A department head from the Osborne Group, responsible for financial fraud, awoke one fateful morning and, in front of his family, tearfully confessed to all his transgressions, subsequently calling the tax bureau to surrender. According to insiders, this revelation came after he had consulted a beautiful gypsy fortune teller in Chinatown the previous evening. Simultaneously, as if aided by divine intervention, the efficiency of the New York police force soared to unprecedented heights. An anonymous source consistently delivered remarkably precise leads to Chief George Stacy's desk via email. Following these clues, Chief Stacy, accompanied by his elite officers, seemed to descend like divine warriors, swiftly dismantling numerous major cases, from clandestine arms smuggling to illegal chemical dumping and covert political bribery. Each case's trail led inexorably to the gleaming Osborne Tower. During these operations, the newly emerged hero, the Ghost Spider, who had made her mark during the Lizard Man incident, frequently assisted the police. Her elusive figure and agile prowess rendered many fleeing criminals utterly visible. In the most crucial digital battleground of our era, the Osborne Group faced a catastrophic defeat. Their public relations team and hired internet trolls found their attempts to disseminate defamatory statements against Dr. Otto thwarted by a mysterious force that overwhelmed them instantaneously. A hacker who identified herself as Gwen Stacy consistently anticipated their PR strategies, preemptively releasing seemingly ambiguous, yet highly incendiary internal information to distort perceptions, making each of Osborne's attempts at rehabilitation appear patently transparent. Even more outrageous, the madman Deadpool actually spent a substantial sum to hire a battalion of compatriots led by Dopinder, forming an unstoppable international cyber expeditionary force. They inundated major social media platforms with their straightforward yet potent praises for Dr. Otto and vitriolic condemnations of Norman Osborn, delivered in heavily accented English, Hindi, and even Gujarati. This unprecedented assault has left the seasoned public relations elites of the Osborne Group utterly astounded. The sheer number of dissenters is overwhelming, rendering their prized reputation control techniques as fragile as paper in the face of such an unruly sea of discontent. Their only recourse has been to repeatedly disable comment sections and erase pertinent remarks, which, in turn, has incited further dissatisfaction. In the penthouse office of the Osborne Tower, a resounding crash echoed as Norman Osborn hurled an invaluable antique crystal glass against the holographic projection screen, producing a sharp, shattering sound. He gasped for breath, his complexion ashen, and the blood vessels in his eyes resembled a spider's web. Despair clawed at his sanity. Within mere days, the business empire he had so proudly built was akin to a colossal vessel caught in a perfect storm at sea. From the legal department to the security division, from public relations to the clandestine black market, every front was collapsing simultaneously. This was not mere commercial rivalry, nor a fortuitous mishap. He could distinctly sense an enormous, invisible hand orchestrating this chaos from behind the scenes. This hand possessed an intelligence capability beyond his comprehension, wielding the powers of law, violence, and public opinion, launching a comprehensive and devastating strike against him in a manner he could never have anticipated. He did not even know the identity of his adversary. If only he could uncover the mastermind behind this shadowy hand. He yearned to sit down calmly and pose a single question. Might we find common ground? Yet he knew that even if he dared to inquire, the response would merely be a cold, mocking retort. At this moment, were they not jesting? A violent, soul-wrenching fit of coughing interrupted Norman's thoughts. Clutching his chest, he staggered to his desk, trembling as he poured several pills from an exquisite pillbox and swallowed them with a gulp of whiskey. He could distinctly feel the insidious hereditary ailment within him deteriorating at an unprecedented pace, fueled by the extreme anger and pressure of recent days. His time was running out. Despair, fury, and the terror of death coiled around his last vestiges of reason like three venomous serpents. He slowly lifted his gaze, the final glimmer of the shrewd businessman in his eyes replaced by a reckless, all-consuming madness. Since conventional measures had proven futile in reversing his downfall, he had no choice but to tread the perilous shortcut to hell he had long feared to traverse. With a trembling hand, he accessed two top-secret folders on the control panel before him. The first folder, codenamed, contained all documentation pertaining to the Osborne Group's final and most critical collaboration with the military, the Human Enhancement Serum Project. That green, Ominous elixir was his solitary hope for defying fate and escaping the clutches of illness. The second folder contained an extravagant planning proposal for an engagement party, featuring his son, Harry Osborn, and Mary Jane Watson. In Norman Osborn's eyes, a final, frenzied glimmer flickered. He issued 2 commands. Initiate the final phase of the project. At any cost, I demand to see the finished product within a week. Immediately announce that the engagement ceremony between Harry and Mary Jane will proceed as planned. Invite all the elite of New York. I intend for this union to serve as the last ballast to stabilize Osborn's stock prices. Chapter 11. Peter's Distress. This volume will devote several chapters to unraveling the romantic entanglements of Spider-Man and those around him. A brief note for readers who may not prefer such narratives. Feel free to skip over this section. On a weekend afternoon, sunlight streamed through the vast windows of the dojo, casting dappled shadows upon the dark wooden floor of the training hall. The air was filled with motes of dust, infused with a faint, unique aroma of sweat mingled with medicinal spirits. Everything exuded a tranquil and lingering ambience. Yang Jieshi reclined in a grand armchair, cradling a steaming cup of goji berry tea, idly observing Peter Parker in the center of the room. Peter diligently practiced the fundamental techniques of grappling: wrist grabs, finger locks, arm twists, and elbow pressures. These maneuvers, while not complex, were the most practical and efficient non-lethal methods of subduing an opponent for a superhero who adhered to a no-kill principle, far superior to relying solely on brute force. However, today, Peter was clearly distracted. Though his movements were precise, they lacked the fluidity and focus he usually exhibited. Several times, after executing a simple wrist turn, he inexplicably paused, his gaze drifting towards the window, his face etched with the quintessential turmoil and melancholy of adolescence. Yang Jieshi understood the reason all too well. The news was rampant. The Osborn Group had boldly announced the engagement of young heir Harry Osborn to the renowned model Mary Jane Watson, in an effort to recover from the scandal-induced stock plunge. For Peter Parker, this announcement felt akin to a public execution. His best friend was about to marry the girl he had loved for many years. Such a narrative, reminiscent of a melodramatic evening soap opera, will be distressing for anyone, let alone someone as emotionally perceptive and sentimental as Peter. Yet, Yang Jieshi himself was a complete novice when it came to matters of the heart. As a practical individual who had focused solely on survival and self-improvement since his arrival in this world, not to mention finding more effective ways to slack off in the future, his romantic experience was non-existent, and his emotional intelligence regarding relationships was even less than zero, a veritable paragon of the ironclad straight man. To guide a lovesick youth through his troubles was a challenge akin to propelling an aircraft carrier with a mere paddle. Asking him for advice on romantic dilemmas would be as reliable as tossing a shoe in the Sahara Desert to determine which direction to take. Thus, he silently observed, sipping his tea, contemplating how he might respond should Peter ever approach him for counsel, striving to appear enigmatic while deftly deflecting this burning hot potato. Indeed, after yet another moment of distraction that nearly caused him to stumble, Peter let out a long sigh and ceased his practice. He wiped the sweat from his brow, hesitating for a moment before finally summoning the courage to approach Yang Jieshi. Director, Peter's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and a sincere plea for assistance. May I consult you on matters beyond martial arts? Yang Jieshi set down his teacup, maintaining an impassive expression while inwardly acknowledging the moment had arrived. He nodded steadily, adopting an air of a sage. Speak freely. After all, the most he could do was offer a few words of comfort and listen to Peter's grievances. With permission granted, Peter seemed to discover a confidant in Yang, pouring forth his troubles like a bamboo tube spilling beans. From the anguish of unrequited love for Mary Jane to the awkwardness in his friendship with Harry due to their engagement, and even to the inexplicable affection he had developed for a mysterious online acquaintance, the Ghost Spider, as well as the profound guilt stemming from his feelings for 2 girls simultaneously, Peter lamented, "I don't know what to do, Director." His face was etched with confusion. I've tried talking to others, but Wade only spouts nonsensical ramblings, and I feel that the master of mimicry might have deeper psychological issues than I do. In Peter's eyes, Yang Jieshi was calm, formidable, and composed, though he appeared somewhat unapproachable. He was undoubtedly more reliable than that foul-mouthed lunatic or the cold mercenary with questionable mental health. Upon hearing Peter's astute assessment of himself, his alter ego, Yang Jieshi's lips twitched slightly, while he pondered how to settle the account with Deadpool. Simultaneously, he was rapidly devising a grandiloquent philosophy to cleverly guide his apprentice, who could be considered his peer in age. However, before he could formulate a flawless response, a voice laced with playful sarcasm and languor unexpectedly drifted down from the staircase on the second floor. What's there to worry about? There stood Harley Quinn, clad in casual shorts and a t-shirt, a lollipop dangling from her mouth as she leaned against the railing, gazing down at them. Little Peter, your dilemma isn't that you fancy two girls. It's your greed and your inability to make them accept each other as existence. She sauntered down the stairs, approaching the two with the confidence of an experienced relationship mentor, patting Peter on the shoulder. Back in Gotham, Harley reminisced. My ex-boyfriend used to seek out other men every day. I could accept him chasing after that rich dark knight in a black hood and tight suit. Playing games of bondage and roleplay, couldn't I? Yang Jieshi nearly spat out his tea. He was certainly aware that Harley was referring to the tumultuous relationship between the Joker and Batman. However, when these words escaped her lips, they transformed into something akin to discovering a boyfriend who, despite being in a committed relationship, clandestinely sought out his other romantic interest, imbued with an air of peculiar intrigue. Ahem. Ahem. Yang Jieshi coughed heavily twice, attempting to interrupt Harley's increasingly absurd musings. Clearing his throat, he resolved to reclaim the conversational reins by employing his well-prepared panacea of wisdom. He addressed Peter. Peter, you must understand that life is but a transient journey. Emotional entanglements serve as a means of spiritual cultivation. As the Buddha states, to speak is to err. As the Tao teaches, the path that can be spoken is not the eternal path. The tribulations you currently face are merely ripples in a vast river of fate. They cannot be forced, nor can struggle alter their course. What you must do is embrace the natural flow of existence and heed the call of destiny. When the time is ripe, you shall intuitively discern the path you ought to tread. This haphazard amalgamation of Buddhist and Taoist philosophy, while seemingly profound, ultimately rendered Peter in a state of bewildered contemplation. He stood motionless, digesting the enigmatic yet impressive phrases, only to depart the dojo with a face etched in disappointment and profound confusion after bowing to Yang Jieshi. Observing Peter's crestfallen silhouette, Yang Jieshi felt not a shred of guilt. Rather, a sense of relief washed over him. At last, he had managed to sidestep this troublesome predicament. Nevertheless, Harley's earlier ramblings had cast a stone into the still waters of his serene heart, stirring an unusual ripple of thought. The focus was not merely on accepting the existence of the two girls. No, the crux of the matter lay in the possibility of an entirely different, more pragmatic solution. Yang Jieshi's gaze deepened with newfound intensity. He was no longer the dojo master averse to complications. His mindset had shifted to that of a ruthless and efficient mercenary strategist. He began to reevaluate the entire situation. In his eyes, Peter's woes were not simply the trivialities of adolescent emotional turmoil. Beneath the surface lay Norman Osborn's calculated maneuvers. This engagement party was a pivotal step in Norman's scheme to stabilize stock prices, divert public attention, and fortify his commercial empire. Thus, from a strategic standpoint, what should be his course of action? Should he comfort Peter and encourage acceptance of reality? No, it was imperative to utterly and mercilessly dismantle Norman Osborn's plans, thereby granting Peter a life devoid of excessive regret. A glint of icy determination flashed in Yang Jieshi's eyes as clarity surged within him. This marriage must not only be thwarted, but Peter must be urged to seize it. Only by publicly humiliating the Osborn family in front of all of New York's elite could they drive Norman Osborn into a corner of madness, exposing his vulnerabilities further. If Peter were not to confront this wedding, then all the alliances he had forged and the risks he had taken would amount to nothing more than child's play. Rising abruptly from his seat, his gaze unwaveringly resolute, one may question Yang Jieshi's understanding of emotions, or even directly scold him for meddling in matters of the heart. Yet he cannot accept the notion of incurring a loss. His mind is already occupied with a comprehensive scheme, one that is 100 times more intricate than merely comforting Peter, yet equally dark. The crux of this plan does not revolve around Peter or Mary Jane. Rather, it hinges upon another girl. A girl who equally bears secrets, who walks alone in the shadows, and harbors similar affections for Peter, Spider-Gwen. Perhaps it is time for one spider to engage in a meaningful conversation with another. With this thought, Yang Jiesher cast aside any lingering hesitation. He donned his coat and strode purposefully towards the door. He was determined to find someone, to embark on the first step of his grand design. Chapter 12. Gwen's awakening on a sunny weekend morning, the vibrant city of New York thrived outside, brimming with life and energy. However, none of this resonated with Gwen Stacy. Clad in comfortable loungewear, she curled up in bed, enveloping herself in blankets like a spring roll. The sunlight pierced through the slats of the blinds, casting alternating bands of light and shadow across her room's floor, akin to a warm, yet somewhat glaring dull blade. Her phone on the bedside table vibrated several times, its screen illuminating with a flurry of invitation messages from friends, including her best friend Mary Jane, but she remained oblivious, allowing them to accumulate unanswered. She had no desire to venture outside. More precisely, she was at a loss regarding how to face the world, particularly Mary Jane. Internally, her mind resembled a landscape ravaged by a tornado, rife with contradictions, turmoil, self-loathing, and a hint of undeserved base delight. As an observer, a self-proclaimed third party in this emotional entanglement, she understood better than anyone the profound and intricate bond shared between Peter and Mary Jane. She had witnessed the unmistakable glimmer of admiration and loss in Peter's eyes whenever he spoke of Mary Jane. She also recognized that had it not been for various unforeseen circumstances, they might have been together long ago. Yet now, Mary Jane was set to become engaged, the fiancé being none other than Peter's best friend, Harry Osborn. From a somewhat selfish perspective, this implied that her greatest and sole rival in this uninitiated contest was poised to withdraw. It seemed she could pursue Peter openly and without reservation. However, as this thought emerged, a wave of revulsion surged within her, akin to having swallowed a fly. It made her feel like a shameless opportunist, waiting on the battlefield for her companion to fall so she could claim the spoils. Compounding her anguish was her other secret identity. As Ghost Spider, she had become irrevocably captivated by the figure swinging through the web during the lizard incident, amidst countless moments of peril and camaraderie. The unspoken understanding shared between two spiders, born from the perilous circumstances of a life-threatening situation, stirred within her an indescribable flutter for the masked figure known as Spider-Man. Her affection for Peter Parker and her infatuation with Spider-Man intertwined like two venomous serpents, incessantly gnawing at her heart, leaving her in profound torment with no escape. In a desperate act of self-preservation, she resorted to the most passive of strategies, burying herself beneath her covers, tossing and turning in an attempt to numb her mental anguish through physical fatigue. Just as she buried her face into her pillow, striving to isolate herself from the world, an almost imperceptible sense of unease prickled her skin, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. It was the unmistakable sensation of being watched, of someone intruding upon her most intimate space. Suddenly, she threw off the covers and turned her head to find a tall figure cloaked in dark tactical attire, wearing a fearsome mask. Silently standing at her bedside, like a reaper emerging from the depths of hell, eyes hidden beneath the mask fixed calmly upon her. Fear washed over her like a chilling tide, drowning all rational thought in an instant. A scream, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, erupted from Gwen's throat. But before even a second had passed, a cold, powerful hand clad in black tactical gloves swiftly covered her mouth, stifling any further cries of horror. The tremendous force and undeniable authority of the gesture rendered her utterly incapable of resistance. Had it not been for the lightning-quick reflexes of the man, known as the Master of Mimicry, her scream would have undoubtedly reached Chief George several blocks away, alerting him to his daughter's distress. As the initial terror subsided, Gwen's heart, which felt as though it might leap from her chest, began to calm slightly when she recognized the iconic skull mask of her unexpected visitor. It was the Master of Mimicry. Their collaboration during the lizard incident and the myriad descriptions she had gleaned from Spider-Man over the past month had shattered her initial impression of this man as a mere cold-blooded assassin. To her, he now appeared more as a complex individual, somewhat whimsical, whose methods, though dark and lethal, seemed to serve a purpose of maintaining a certain order in his own peculiar way. However, a good man sneaking into a young girl's room in the dead of night, no, in the early hours of dawn, and standing at her bedside, could hardly be deemed anything but a pervert or a criminal. Seemingly satisfied that she would not scream again, the Master of Mimicry slowly released his grip, yet maintained a distance that allowed him to subdue her once more if necessary. just as Gwen opened her mouth to question him. He raised a finger to his cold skull mask, signaling her to be silent, denying her the opportunity to speak. "I am aware that you possess numerous inquiries." The voice of the master imitator resonates deep and steady, akin to the declaration of an established truth, devoid of any emotional embellishment. Yet now, all that is required of you is to listen. I shall divulge to you a secret, one that you have long yearned to uncover, yet have refrained from pursuing out of respect for your moral compass and the privacy of others. Only the frigid voice emerges, slowly and clearly articulating a name capable of overturning her entire world. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. Gwen feels as though her mind has been detonated by a bomb, plunging her into an abyss of blankness. Countless seemingly coincidental moments, previously overlooked, surge forth into her consciousness like a tidal wave. The awkward yet adept maneuvers Peter exhibited at school, the inexplicable scars that adorned his body, his uncanny disappearances following Spider-Man's appearances, and the unspoken, innate rapport they shared, all suddenly coalesce. It dawns upon her that her affection for Peter and her infatuation with Spider-Man were never two distinct sentiments. They have always pointed towards the same individual. However, before she could fully recover from this monumental shock, the master imitator unveiled an even more explosive revelation. Moreover, I speculate that young Jesher's tone remains placid, as though he were merely commenting on the weather. Mary Jane Watson, your dear friend, is also privy to Peter's secret. This assertion is, of course, a plausible conjecture born from young Jesher's recollections of his past life as comic narratives, yet at this moment, he presents it as a reasonable hypothesis, the veracity of which remains uncertain even to him. What? This time, Gwen truly leaps from her bed in astonishment. Do you comprehend now? Young Jesher gazes at her, his eyes momentarily glinting with an almost imperceptible intensity, reminiscent of a hunter observing its prey ensnared in a trap. Mary Jane's engagement is not due to a lack of affection for Peter. On the contrary, it may well be a choice steeped in helplessness and sacrifice, made to safeguard Peter. Do you genuinely believe she would willingly marry Norman Osborn's son? He adeptly begins to guide Gwen's thoughts step by step. I have not come to entice you to take advantage of another's misfortune. I am here to present you with an opportunity, a chance to rescue your best friend, while also granting yourself a fair chance in competition. He proposes a scheme, enticing yet cloaked in the guise of justice and friendship, to aid Mary Jane in escaping a commercial union destined for tragedy. In due time, the two of you, as close friends, will stand on equal footing, openly vying for Peter Parker's affections, thus ensuring the most equitable conclusion for the three of you. Gwen is utterly captivated by his words. Her mind races as the master imitator's dialogue serves as a key, unlocking all the entangled knots within her heart. It was previously known that her feelings for Peter were not absent. Rather, everything was a scheme orchestrated by Osborn. Thus, aiding in the escape from an unwanted marriage is not an act of betrayal against friendship, but rather an act of salvation for it. And afterward, engaging in fair competition would no longer be a despicable act of stealing love, but a noble pursuit of happiness. This plan perfectly aligned with her moral obligations as Gwen Stacy, fulfilled her heroic mission as Ghost Spider, and satiated her yearning for love as a girl. She inhaled deeply, gazing at the master of imitation, and the confusion and pain that had long plagued her were replaced by an unprecedented, resolute light. All right, she nodded emphatically. I agree. The moment her words hung in the air, as if by fate's design, the long-neglected phone on the bedside table vibrated tirelessly once more. The caller ID displayed 2 words prominently. Gwen exchanged glances with the master of imitation. After a brief hesitation, Gwen pressed the answer button. Hi, Gwen, it's me. I apologize for the interruption. Are you free today? I would like you to accompany me to choose my engagement dress. Mary Jane's voice came through the phone, laced with a hint of exhaustion and disappointment. Gwen tightened her grip on the phone, her resolve intensifying. I'm free. Of course I'm free. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, she looked up at the master of imitation, only to find him by the window, giving her a thumbs up. You go ahead. His voice floated to her. I'll join you later to offer my support. With that, he vanished like a specter, silently leaping out the window and disappearing into the dense thicket below. Chapter 13. Mary Jane's awakening. The afternoon sun streamed through the CAF's expansive floor-to-ceiling glass windows, lazily casting its warmth upon Mary Jane Watson. Her signature hair, resembling flames, shimmered under the light. enveloping her in a soft golden halo that rendered her a vision of beauty akin to a Renaissance painting. Yet, the protagonist of this painting wore no semblance of joy. Before her lay an exquisite bone china coffee cup and a small, seemingly sumptuous slice of black forest cake. The coffee cup was nearly empty, while the cake remained untouched by even a fork. She was on the brink of engagement, destined to become one of the most envied women in New York. Thus she needed to maintain her figure. Yet, the man she was to marry was not the one she yearned to wed. Opposite her sat her dearest friend, Gwen Stacy. Two girls, both in the prime of youth, both possessing equal beauty, now shared a palpable silence, heavy and nearly tangible. Mary Jane was no dullard. Quite the contrary. She had grown up in the glare of spotlights and the complexities of social circles, endowing her with an acute perception far beyond her years. How could she not understand Peter's feelings for her? Beneath the guise of a bookish demeanor and a shy smile, a profound yet clumsy affection threatened to overflow from his clear, expressive eyes. How could she fail to notice that her dearest friend, Gwen, harbored a secret fondness for that adorably foolish, dense-headed boy? Perhaps only Peter, the blissfully oblivious one, and Gwen Stacy herself remained naively convinced that this unrequited love was artfully concealed. Yet, this delicate charade was on the brink of conclusion. As long as her engagement ceremony with Harry Osborn proceeded smoothly and the Osborn Group could leverage the Watson family's influence to stabilize their stock prices, everything would reach its inevitable end. Peter would undoubtedly be heartbroken, utterly despondent. However, time is the greatest healer, and he would eventually emerge from his sorrow. Perhaps, with Gwen by his side, his recovery would come more swiftly. She could not allow her selfish emotions to obstruct the course of his life. The only thing left for her seemed to be to silently wish them happiness from afar. At this thought, Mary Jane's heart felt as though it were tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing her pain that rendered her breathless. This so-called union of power through marriage appeared to her as a resplendent, gilded cage destined to entomb all her love and freedom. Gwen. The two girls spoke almost simultaneously, only to fall into silence upon hearing each other's voice. The air was thick with an awkward tension and an ineffable sorrow. Ultimately, it was Gwen, the girl who had undergone a profound transformation of worldview just hours earlier, who broke the stalemate. She lifted her head, her once conflicted blue eyes now clear and resolute, akin to a sky washed clean by rain. Her voice, though soft, was imbued with undeniable strength. I know that the one you truly care for is Peter Parker. Moreover, I am aware that you know his other identity, Spider-Man. Mary Jane's head jerked upward in shock. How could she possibly know? Ignoring her astonishment, Gwen continued to drop another bombshell. And I, too, have feelings for him, whether as Peter or as Spider-Man. She candidly confessed her affections without a hint of hesitance or boastfulness. Her gaze was earnest and sincere. However, I will not take advantage of this moment to exploit your vulnerability. What you are facing is not merely a wedding. It is an unjust transaction, a vast conspiracy. I'm not here to persuade you to give up. I am here to assist you. As she spoke, she discreetly adjusted the collar of her coat, revealing just enough for Mary Jane to catch a glimpse. A familiar pattern of black and white spiderwebs flashed before her eyes. It was the uniform of another Spider-Man in the city, belonging to the Ghost Spider. In the name of Ghost Spider, I shall aid you in escaping this unfair marriage, Gwen declared solemnly. Mary Jane was left utterly speechless. She gazed into Gwen's resolute eyes, recalling the fleeting yet familiar pattern of the uniform that had just shocked her into disbelief, a whirlwind of emotions, ecstasy, astonishment, and deep sentiment, erupting within her heart like an awakened volcano. She was not alone in this battle. Her dearest friend, astonishingly, was akin to Peter in essence. A beam of light named Hope instantaneously illuminated her heart, which had long been shrouded in despair. However, after the brief surge of exhilaration, reason returned to her mind, and she anxiously inquired, "But what about Harry? He is innocent too." Just then, a jarring, somewhat raspy voice emerged from beside them. "Ladies, would you allow a wandering fortune-teller to dispel the fog before you and glimpse the guidance of fate?" The two turned to see an odd figure clad in an oversized black robe, wearing a cheap mask reminiscent of the horror film Scream, having inconspicuously taken a seat at their table. In his hand, he idly twirled a poorly crafted plastic toy dagger. This CAF, situated in the heart of the city, occasionally witnessed peculiar characters, Yet their abrupt intrusion during a moment of discussing an astonishing secret filled them with a palpable sense of annoyance at the disturbance. However, as Gwen discerned that, despite the mask, the figure's silhouette and unique aura were strikingly familiar, she quickly ascertained that this seemingly third-rate charlatan was none other than the master of imitation. Yang Jiesher paid no heed to their wary glances. He rummaged through his robe, producing a set of seemingly ancient tarot cards, their edges worn, and deftly spread them across the table. With a skill acquired from the fragmented abilities of the system, combined with his innate attributes and martial prowess, he ensured that no one could spot any flaw in his shuffling. First encounter, complimentary, he spoke in a mystical tone, translating the voice only he could hear from his earpiece into his own words. At that moment, in a room within a martial arts school in Chinatown, Harley Quinn donned a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, transitioning into her most professional guise as Dr. Quisler. She observed the CAF's happenings through the pinhole camera concealed in Yang Jiesher's mask, providing remote guidance with her incisive psychological analysis. "All right, sweetheart, listen to me. Draw a lover's card, but place it upside down." Harley's voice resonated in his earpiece. Yang Jiesher complied, presenting an inverted lover's card before Mary Jane. This card denotes a coerced choice, an unbalanced relationship, a soul tormented by external pressures, unable to follow its true desires. Yang Jiesher recited Harley's diagnosis in his unflappable tone. Mary Jane's expression shifted dramatically. Her fundamental dilemma lies not in the choice of whom to select, but rather in the profound sense of having lost her agency. Reduced to a mere commodity for trade, serving to stabilize stock prices. This objectification constitutes a complete denial of her independent identity. It is imperative to reinforce her sense of self-worth. Harley continues to guide through the earpiece. Yang Jiesher draws another card, the Empress, placing it upright beside the reversed lovers. Yet, your fate is not confined to such limitations. Behold, the Empress beckons you. She embodies independence, abundance, and absolute control over one's life. Your worth is never defined by any man or any engagement. You are your own sovereign. He then turns to Gwen. "It is your turn, sweetheart." This girl's struggles epitomize the typical survivor's guilt and diminished self-esteem. She believes her happiness is predicated upon the suffering of others. You must help her understand that healthy competition is far nobler than pathological sacrifice. Yang Jiesher draws a card representing chaos and destruction, the Tower, alongside a card signifying hope and rebirth, the Star. What you behold is a tower on the verge of collapse, a false engagement built on lies and self-interest, destined for ruin. You are not its harbinger of destruction. Rather, you are the star that continues to shine in the night sky after the tower's fall, bringing forth hope. His voice, imbued with persuasion, resonates. Your presence is not to plunder, but to dismantle the old, erroneous order and forge a new, equitable beginning. This is the mission bestowed upon you by fate. This blend of precise information analysis and professional psychological guidance in divination utterly dismantles the last bastion of defense within the hearts of the two girls. Gazing at the masked figure before them, their initial disdain and wariness transform into sheer astonishment and belief. How could he know everything? Half an hour later, as Mary Jane and Gwen depart the CAF hand in hand, their expressions imbued with an unprecedented, revolutionary determination. Yang Jiesher recognizes that the most critical aspect of his plan has been successfully executed. He gathers the tarot cards, rising slowly, while the eyes beneath the mask shift toward the next target. Harry Osborn, equally pitiable, treated as a pawn by his father, requires not harm but a new hope. A fresh redemption. In Yang Jiesher's mind, the visage of another girl materializes, Mary Jane and Gwen's close friend, a similarly kind and vivacious soul. In a past life, she had portrayed Liz Allen in the 1994 Spider-Man animated series, the pivotal redeemer in Harry's journey. Her simple declaration of love could persuade young Osborn to forsake the Green Goblin identity and lay down his weapons. Chapter 14, Liz and Harry's Redemption. In Yang Jiesher's strategic blueprint, addressing Harry Osborn is the second most crucial step, following the persuasion of Gwen Stacy. He understands well that Harry's role is, in itself, a tragedy. He is not inherently a villain. Rather, he resembles a pitiable soul ensnared in the shadows of his father, the curse of wealth, the betrayal of friends, at least in his perception, and the hereditary maladies that plague his family. To oppose him forcefully would only drive him further into the abyss of madness, transforming him into yet another uncontrollable green fiend. Moreover, he does not embody the ruthless archetype found in many online narratives, whose vendetta leads to the annihilation of entire families. The only one who has ever incurred his wrath is the original Green Goblin, now known as Norman Osborn. Saving him would not only dismantle the internal alliances of the Osborn family, but would also eliminate a future ticking time bomb for Peter Parker and himself. As for the little Green Goblin, he often becomes an ally to Spider-Man in various tales. The executor of this plan, Yang Jieshi, had from the outset selected the most unlikely yet most fitting candidate, Gwen Stacy. Upon returning to the dojo, when Yang Jieshi laid down the unequivocal command to resolve the intricate romantic entanglement between Liz Allen and Harry Osborn, a task tantamount to that of a matchmaker. He anticipated encountering Gwen Stacy's typically languid visage, one that exuded the sentiment of overwhelming inconvenience and reluctance to engage. However, to his astonishment, her response unveiled an unprecedented fervor and proactive enthusiasm, surpassing even that of Harley Quinn when she hears of impending excitement. With a sudden burst of energy, she sprang from her gaming chair, her pink eyes sparkling with an intensity fueled by her passion for the narrative and the fervor of fandom. "Leave it to me," she declared, thumping her chest with conviction, radiating an aura so powerful that it seemed capable of shifting the very axis of the earth. "Correcting official errors and forcefully altering narratives is my forte. This is even more fulfilling than conquering the most challenging of video games." Without requiring any further elaboration from Yang Jieshi, and even before he could provide any pertinent information, Gwen had already resumed her seat at the computer, donning her director's hat and work vest, as if she had instantly transformed into a director. Her laptop, adorned with various anime stickers and splashed in pastel hues, erupted with dazzling light under the rapid motions of her fingers. The screen displayed not mere lines of code, but an incomprehensible script and character action logic that seemed to possess the power to directly modify the foundational settings of reality itself. "Found it," she exclaimed. "Liz Allen, Biochemistry Department, Empire State University, currently studying on the 5th floor of the 3rd library." How naive to think she could evade the gaze of this narrative observer by hiding among the crowd. A knowing smile curled at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a master planner. With a flurry of keystrokes, she furiously typed, dragging the character modules representing Harry Osborn and Liz Allen into the same scene event folder with a decisive swipe of her mouse. The script within the document rapidly generated, while the roles of supporting actors would be undertaken by Yang Jieshi, Harley, and Afei. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard as she pressed the enter key. Command: forcibly trigger the character Harry Osborn's claustrophobia and sense of isolation. Objective: depart from the penthouse of Osborn and journey to a place of solace from his memories. Command: forcibly trigger the character Liz Allen's academic anxiety and emotional projection. Objective: leave the library and head to a CAF that brings a sense of security. Intriguingly, these two seemingly unrelated locations, in the realm of my world map editor, happen to be the same place. Having completed these tasks, she leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, grabbed a bag of chips, and opened a split screen before her, which was simultaneously broadcasting two surveillance-like scenes. An encounter, meticulously orchestrated by her to rescue two wayward souls from their fates, was about to unfold. Osborn Tower, penthouse. Harry Osborn stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city of New York, which appeared as a mere toy model beneath him. This was the pinnacle of power, an altitude unreachable by countless individuals throughout their lives. Yet, for him, it felt like an exquisitely decorated glass cage, suffocating him. On the tablet in his hand, news of his impending engagement to Mary Jane looped incessantly. In the photograph, his smile appeared rigid, while beside him, though still breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes concealed a sadness he could not comprehend. He despised this reality. He did not love her, not in the way one would wish to spend a lifetime together. He recognized that he loved Peter and understood that Peter loved someone else. And he, Harry Osborn, the best friend, felt like a wretched thief, poised to steal away the affection that belonged to his friend. All of this stemmed from his father, who had been driven mad by the dual forces of power and fear of death. An overwhelming, unbearable sense of loneliness and suffocation suddenly gripped his heart. He felt an urgent need to escape, immediately, flee from this cold, deceitful, and conspiratorial prison. A thought, unbidden yet strikingly clear, surfaced in his mind. The CAF. The one they had frequently visited during high school, before he had shouldered the heavy shackles of the Osborne name, filled with the aroma of cheap coffee and warm lighting. This was undoubtedly facilitated by the psychological suggestions of Yang Jieshi and Ah Fei, combined with Harry's own ideas and the narrative capabilities that influenced young Osborne's mind. Everything was of his own design. Yang Jieshi and the others merely released the desires within. Empire State University, Third Library. Liz Allen irritably shut the thick volume of organic chemistry problem sets before her. The chemical formulas on the pages twisted in her mind into the weary, forced smile of Harry Osborne. She understood better than anyone that Harry was unhappy. As one of his closest friends in their small circle, aside from Peter, she could see through the facade of the charming playboy to the vulnerability and insecurity that lay beneath. She understood that this engagement was, for Harry, nothing short of a public sacrifice made in the interest of familial obligations. A wave of concern washed over her, yet she felt utterly powerless. She was merely Liz Allen, an ordinary university student sustained by scholarships. What could she possibly wield against the will of the Osborne family? A sudden surge of conflicting emotions, a blend of anxiety and longing, compelled her to leave the library without a moment's hesitation. She craved something sweet, something warm that would provide her with a sense of safety and solace. One thought consumed her. She yearned to visit that CAF, to indulge in a latte topped with double cream and caramel, just as they used to. Meanwhile, Harry had sent a message to Gwen from the directing department, signaling the completion of a task. The wind chimes of the CAF entrance chimed melodiously. As Harry Osborne pushed open the familiar glass door, he immediately spotted the familiar figure lost in thought by the window. Almost simultaneously, Liz Allen, staring blankly at the entrance, caught sight of the once vibrant boy, now appearing despondent as he walked in. Their eyes met, and the air was thick with a mix of awkwardness and a sense of predestined silence. Ultimately, it was Harry who broke the stillness. He sat down opposite Liz and ordered a black coffee, devoid of any embellishments. Congratulations. Liz's voice was tinged with dryness. Congratulations for what? Harry chuckled self-deprecatingly. Congratulations for becoming the world's most envied, yet soulless puppet. Upon witnessing the pain in Harry's eyes, Liz's heart tightened. She refrained from offering any further congratulatory remarks and instead gently asked, "Are you okay?" That simple inquiry was akin to a key, instantly unlocking the tightly sealed gate within Harry's heart, a barrier erected to shield his vulnerabilities. He gazed at Liz, captivated by her sincere concern reflected in her clear, earnest eyes. This visage, unassociated with Mary Jane, provided him with an unprecedented comfort in that moment. He realized that Liz's care was devoid of ulterior motives. It stemmed solely from her recognition of him as Harry, not as an Osborne. At that instant, the CAF's sound system, seemingly manipulated by an unseen hand, transitioned to a song. Gwen had deftly selected a fitting tune from the CAF's playlist. It was an old love song, slightly nostalgic, one that everyone had sung together at their high school graduation party. The familiar melody instantly transported them back to that carefree summer filled with sunlight and sweat. Harry's eyes unexpectedly brimmed with tears. The facade of pride he had maintained as a scion of wealth crumbled entirely in that moment. "I'm not well." Liz's voice quivered slightly. "I'm not well at all. I feel as though I am on the verge of losing everything. My friends, my love, my very self. Everyone believes I possess it all. Yet in truth, I am bereft." Gazing at Harry, who stands before her stripped of all defenses, as vulnerable as a lost child, Liz's heart is pierced with anguish. She can no longer suppress the emotions that have transcended mere friendship. Reaching across the table, she gently yet resolutely clasps Harry's cold, trembling hand. "No." Her voice is tender yet powerful. "You do not possess nothing. You still have me." Harry's head snaps up, shock illuminating his features. From Liz's unwavering, compassionate gaze, he perceives a pure, singular affection that he never dared to hope for. It dawns on him that there has always been someone silently observing, caring for, and loving the authentic, flawed, and sometimes wretched version of himself. He need not vie for love with his closest friends, nor masquerade as a debonair he despises. For his salvation, his light, has always been by his side. In that moment, Liz finally comprehends the persistent concern and yearning in her heart. It is neither sympathy nor friendship. It is love, a profound desire to protect this fragile, solitary soul before her. In the dojo, one observes the entwined hands on the screen, satisfaction washing over her as she snaps her fingers, popping the last chip into her mouth. Done. That essay wrap. Tonight, I shall feast. Chapter 15. Osborn's fury as Yang Jieshi's meticulously crafted plan intricately weaves the situation, pulling Harry Osborn back from the precipice. A catastrophic storm brews silently atop the Osborn building in the heart of Manhattan. The air within Norman Osborn's office seems to solidify into a crystalline structure poised for explosion. A well-dressed private investigator stands trembling before the imposing ebony desk, delivering a report on the photographs he has just captured. In the images, his son, Harry Osborn, is seen hand-in-hand with a girl named Liz Allen, sharing an intimate gaze in a modest community CAF. Upon seeing these photographs, the color drains from Norman's face at a visible pace, replaced by a ghastly, corpse-like pallor. He does not roar or shout. He merely sits in silence. Yet the frigid rage emanating from him sends chills through the seasoned investigator's bones. Moments later, Norman gestures dismissively for the investigator to leave. As the office door closes, isolating him from the world, the pent-up fury erupts like a volcano. Bang! He swept every document, ornament, and even the expensive holographic communicator off the table, sending them crashing to the floor. The sound of shattering glass and the dull thud of metal against the carpet intertwined to create a symphony of destruction. Overcome by rage, he felt as if his very spirit was erupting, his fury almost threatening to tear him apart. This blatant betrayal, an affront to all he had sacrificed to restore the company's stock value and sustain his family name, forced him into conflict with the world at large, even to the extent of bartering his soul with the devil. Yet, his most cherished and sole heir had chosen this pivotal moment to betray him for a girl of no worth, a mere commoner. This act of treachery shattered the entire Osborn legacy. Fortuitously, he immediately activated crisis management, employing money and power to suppress the social media scandal that could have rendered the Osborn Group a national laughingstock, preventing it from escalating in public view. Otherwise, the Osborn Group would have faced unparalleled disgrace. However, the relentless barrage of assaults from every direction instilled in him an unprecedented sense of helplessness. He felt akin to a giant ensnared in a web, where no matter how fiercely he struggled, the invisible threads only tightened their grip. His business rivals mocked him. The politicians he had once dominated secretly cursed him, and now even his own son stood against him. Meanwhile, those cursed vigilantes lurking in shadows, like hyenas drawn by the scent of blood, incessantly gnawed at the flesh of his commercial empire. This could not continue. Conventional methods were futile against this unpredictable madness. If they wished to play dirty, to engage in underhanded tactics, he too would have to seek an ally who was even more unscrupulous, more ruthless, and willing to employ any means necessary. A thought began to surface in his mind, ravaged by fury and despair. He recalled a man, a longtime acquaintance, a fierce opponent whom he secretly despised, reeking of copper and blood. Wilson Fisk. To make this decision was a profound humiliation for Norman Osborn. Here he was, a respected titan of industry at the pinnacle of New York's power hierarchy, forced to lower himself to seek assistance from a crime lord. Yet, his pathetic pride was no longer of concern. At the top floor of Fisk Tower, the design starkly contrasted with the classical opulence of Osborn Tower, embodying a modern minimalism that exuded an icy aesthetic of absolute power. As Norman Osborn entered the office, Wilson Fisk, a man resembling a mountain clad in a white suit, stood with his back to him, admiring an abstract painting that captured the beauty of chaos and order. My friend, Gene Bing, slowly turned around, his face adorned with that signature, disconcertingly benign smile. What kind of worry could compel the esteemed Mr. Norman Osborn to grace this humble abode? Like the most eager of hosts, he personally poured a glass of expensive whiskey for Norman, then feigned ignorance as he inquired, with a voice imbued with concern, about his purpose. Norman Osborn gazed upon the hypocritical, rotund face before him, his disdain nearly bubbling to the surface. Yet, he suppressed it, accepting the glass. Fisk, put away your insincere performance. Norman's voice was cold and direct. We both know that during these times, your so-called business has suffered considerable losses at the hands of those masked lunatics. My sources have uncovered that the mercenary known as the Mimic Master, along with that damned Punisher, have been ruthlessly killing your men and stealing your goods. Jean Bing's smile remained intact, yet a barely perceptible glimmer of malice flickered in the depths of his eyes. Norman spoke the truth. Several of his crucial strongholds have been dismantled by those elusive figures, resulting in significant losses that severely undermined his absolute authority in the underworld. So, Jean Bing inquired languidly. So, we share a common enemy. A frenzied intent sparked in Norman's gaze. They have tarnished my reputation, shaken my empire, and jeopardized your interests. Now, I require your assistance, and you require mine. We must join forces to decisively crush these troublesome rodents. Upon hearing Norman's declaration, imbued with the flames of vengeance, Jean Bing suddenly erupted into laughter. The sound was deep and resonant, reverberating throughout the office. How intriguing, indeed. He slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the bustling masses below with a regal authority in his tone. You are correct, Norman. It is time for those who believe that donning masks allows them to defy order to grasp a fundamental truth. In this city, we are the true law. He turned, his countenance beaming with congeniality. I am in agreement. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall showcase my formidable entourage for you, as well as for our collaboration. He pressed a button on his desk. A concealed door on the side of the office silently slid open, and several figures emerged from the shadows, each exuding a dangerously unique aura that could suffocate the ordinary. The first was a lanky man, his face twisted into a neurotic grin. He casually tossed a coin, his gaze, like that of a hawk, fixated intently on Norman Esparao. It was none other than the elite assassin Bullseye, once defeated by Yang Jie and Daredevil on Roosevelt Island. The second was a man of colossal stature, resembling a prehistoric beast. He was bald, his muscles rippling with explosive power. Adorning his body was an intricately tattooed rhinoceros, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. He is a legend among underground fighters and enforcers. Known as the Rhino Man, Alexei Sisyphus. Following closely behind him is a middle-aged man with a sinister glare. Though dressed in ordinary work attire, his calculating and resentful eyes evoke a sense of dread. He is Adrian Toombs, a once genius engineer driven to bankruptcy by a colossal entity like the Osborne Group, now reduced to a vulture. The fourth figure is a man with a keen gaze and an air of military precision in his movements. He is none other than the Rhino Man's ally, a former government agent, now a top private detective and mercenary, Mike Hargan, destined to become the Scorpion. Lastly, and most surprisingly to Norman, is a well-dressed Chinese gentleman exuding a gentle smile, resembling a philanthropist. Yet, an unsettling energy, reminiscent of an abyss interwoven with black and white, emanates from him, instinctively unsettling Norman. He recognizes this individual. It is Martin Li, a wealthy Chinese businessman from New York, infamously dubbed Mr. Negative. These individuals, akin to a connoisseur proudly showcasing his collection, state with satisfaction that they will take care of the two most troublesome pests, the Imitator and the Punisher. He pauses, a more malevolent smile creeping across his face. As for your son, to ensure he completely relinquishes his misguided aspirations and returns to the right path, I believe we need to undertake additional measures. His voice turns chilling, akin to a serpent's hiss, suggesting that the unfortunate demise of the girl named Liz Allen should be orchestrated as an accident, subsequently framing certain individuals we wish to target. What do you think? Norman Osborn's grip on his wine glass tightened abruptly. He gazed at the grotesquely cruel visage of Kingpin, and in that moment, the last vestige of Norman Osborn's conscience was utterly crushed. In its stead emerged the maniacal and merciless grin reminiscent of the Green Goblin. Chapter 16. Gwen and Gwen's Attendant. Part 1. Thus, the situation unfolded. Within an elegant CAF in Manhattan, bathed in soft light, a breakup negotiation that could only be deemed the city's most sensational gossip had stretched from the very first rays of dawn to the last whispers of twilight. At a four-person table sat 3 women and 1 man. Harry Osborn and Liz Allen occupied one side, their hands clasped beneath the table, quietly yet resolutely unified. Opposite them sat Mary Jane Watson and Gwen Stacy, the best of friends. The atmosphere was peculiar. There were no arguments, no melodramatic confrontations. Rather, a weary calm settled over them, akin to the resolution of a century-old dilemma. The day after that fateful encounter, having reclaimed his sincerity and courage, Harry promptly arranged to meet Mary Jane. He held nothing back, candidly and with a hint of remorse, divulging the intricacies of his relationship with Liz and his reflections on the false emotions that had entangled him. He sought Mary Jane's forgiveness, yearning to devise a mutually beneficial solution with her, one that would gently and gracefully bring to a close a union that had been, from its inception, built upon self-interest and deception, rendering it fundamentally unjust to all parties involved. This was by no means a simple endeavor. It entailed the reputations of the formidable Osborne and Watson families, the scrutiny of countless media lenses, and a colossal chain of interests potent enough to sway Wall Street. Any reckless action could potentially trigger an unforeseen public relations tempest. Consequently, they summoned their most trusted confidants, Liz and Gwen, to partake in a breakup meeting akin to a corporate negotiation. From morning until afternoon, the four spirited youths, each possessing keen intellect, meticulously explored every conceivable scenario at a modest coffee table, weighing the merits and drawbacks of each proposition. At last, as nightfall descended, they reached a tentative verbal agreement acceptable to all, preparing to return to persuade their equally obstinate parents. As the quartet exited the CAF and stood at the street corner illuminated by the onset of streetlights, a palpable sense of relief washed over their faces. However, an acute, brain-piercing hum, akin to a high-frequency current, suddenly erupted behind Gwen Stacy's head. Her spider sense, more intense than ever before, alarmed her with frantic warnings. Danger! Mortal peril! Her gaze swiftly identified the source of the threat. Not herself, nor Mary Jane, nor Harry, but rather Liz Allen, the most defenseless and unarmed among them, who was just about to bid farewell to Harry. Without time for further contemplation, Gwen's body reacted more swiftly than her thoughts. She pivoted sharply and, with an undeniable urgency, shouted to Mary Jane and Harry, "Run! Find a safe place to hide." Immediately, before her words had fully escaped her lips, she dashed into a dark alleyway. She quickly shed her casual jacket, revealing a black and white ensemble adorned with a hood that featured a flash of vibrant pink, the uniform of the Ghost Spider. She donned the hood, pulling the mask down to conceal her face etched with anxiety and resolve. Meanwhile, Harry and Liz had just exchanged farewells. Harry climbed into his car while Liz prepared to walk to the nearby subway station. The moment her foot touched the crosswalk, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a beast's growl, erupted from around the corner. A massive truck, resembling a steel behemoth, blatantly disregarded the red light, hurtling toward Liz with terrifying speed that belied its bulk, unrelentingly and mercilessly. Behind the wheel sat a burly, bald man, grinning menacingly, clad in a tactical vest emblazoned with a colossal white skull, the emblem of the Punisher. He intended to orchestrate a scene reminiscent of the Punisher's relentless pursuit of criminals, culminating in a catastrophic accident that would ensnare innocent lives in its wake. Liz was paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, her mind blank as she helplessly watched the ominous truck loom larger in her vision. Yet, in this moment of impending doom, a sharp crack echoed, a sound strikingly different from the truck's thunderous roar. The speeding heavy vehicle, its massive front tires seemingly pierced by an invisible lance, exploded with a resounding pop. The out-of-control truck screeched, emitting a jarring metallic sound as it crashed violently into a fire hydrant, coming to a reluctant halt amidst a soaring column of water. Before Liz stood a girl clad in a whimsical blend of pink and white, her attire reminiscent of that cheeky Deadpool, yet exuding a more playful charm. She held a smoking handgun in her hand, a teasing smile gracing her face. It was Gwen Stacy, the Ghost Spider, who had leapt into this pivotal scene with her divine foresight. Inside the truck's cabin, the formidable Rhino, Alexei, reacted with lightning speed. As the truck spiraled out of control, he kicked open the door and leapt out like a true beast, rolling on the ground before rising unscathed. Failing to secure his target, he drew everyone's attention. Meanwhile, a figure hidden in the shadows atop a distant building, through the scope of a sniper rifle, locked onto the still terrified Liz. Scorpion McGargan coolly squeezed the trigger. A large-caliber sniper bullet, spiraling silently and lethally, tore through the air, aimed directly at Liz's heart. Yet, in a stunning turn of fate, the bullet that was destined to extinguish a life was intercepted by a brilliant flash of white light, deflected just before impact by a katana wielded by Gwen, who had drawn it with an astonishing swiftness. The clash between blade and bullet ignited a shower of radiant sparks. Cut! This target is a tough one, Scorpion cursed softly into his communicator, calling for reinforcements. Plans have changed. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal silhouette, reminiscent of a prehistoric pterosaur, descended from the night sky with a deafening roar of turbines. It was Adrian Toombs, donning his rudimentary yet efficient flight wings, transformed into a vulture. Simultaneously, another slender figure, moving with an almost neurotic grace, emerged from the shadows of the street, casually tossing a few sharp playing cards in his hand. It was the Vulture's accomplice, the target. In an instant, the tides turned dramatically. At that moment, a white figure descended like a Valkyrie from the heavens, swinging on strands of web, landing precisely beside Gwen and standing shoulder to shoulder with her. Spider-Gwen had finally arrived. Little Spider-Gwen, long time no see. I knew there would be a spectacle here. Upon seeing her companion approach, Gwenpool exhibited not a hint of anxiety. Rather, she greeted her with palpable excitement, her demeanor suggesting that she might very well be the orchestrator of this chaotic scene. Gwen Stacy regarded her with a nod, for they had encountered one another during the Lizard Man incident, fighting side by side, establishing a foundation of trust. Moreover, through Peter's insights and her own observations, she had gleaned that this enigmatic pink girl shared a murky, seemingly allied relationship with the master of mimes, Harley Quinn, which appeared to transcend mere alliance. At this moment, however, there was little time for contemplation. Under the cloak of night, the glow of the streetlights elongated the shadows of all present. On one side stood two girls clad in battle attire, their styles starkly contrasting yet equally fierce, while behind them cowered Liz Allen, her face ashen with fear yet firmly protected by their presence. Opposing them were four formidable villains emanating an aura of lethal intent and peril, including the indomitable Rhino from the depths of New York's underworld, the soaring Vulture, the unerring Bullseye, and the lurking Scorpion, poised to strike with deadly precision. A fierce confrontation, pitting 2 against 4, was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 17, Gwen and Gwenpool, Part 2, Time, amidst the hail of bullets, stretched infinitely. For an ordinary person, 10 minutes might merely represent the duration of a coffee break. Yet, for the 3 girls huddled behind a massive concrete pillar, every second felt as protracted as a century. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets fell like furious hailstones, mercilessly pounding their sole refuge. Chunks of concrete and sparks from ricocheting rounds erupted around them, leaving jagged white scars upon the asphalt. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the peculiar taste of concrete dust, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Liz Allen had been rendered utterly paralyzed by fear. She curled into a tight ball, her hands clamped over her head, her body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror, issuing muffled, incoherent whimpers. She could not comprehend why such horrors, typically confined to the realm of television news, had suddenly manifested in her reality. Although gun violence was a grim reality in America, not everyone had the misfortune of facing machine guns. "It's all right, Liz, it's all right. With us here, you'll be safe," Gwen Stacy assured her, enveloping her in a protective embrace, her body shielding Liz from harm. She spoke in the calmest tone possible while cautiously peeking out to assess the situation. Yet, each time she dared to expose herself, it almost instantaneously drew a barrage of precise gunfire, forcing her to retreat in disarray. The situation was dire. Across from them stood 4 impeccably coordinated top-tier criminals. The Rhino loomed like a mobile fortress, his nearly invulnerable physique and massive frame providing an impenetrable frontline defense. The Vulture circled ominously in the sky, resembling a voracious predator, incessantly launching harassing attacks from various angles, constraining their movement. The most lethal threat, however, was the maniac wielding projectiles. It appeared as if he possessed an endless supply of deadly projectiles, ranging from pebbles to coins, and even discarded cans scavenged from roadside trash bins. Anything in his hands transformed into a terrifying weapon with a force comparable to that of a bullet, whistling through the gaps between concrete pillars, nearly striking them multiple times. Gwen Stacy felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. She needed to protect Liz and could not afford to fight freely. The situation before her was one she could not resolve alone. Her gaze shifted to another Gwen beside her. "Gwen, please," she whispered urgently. "Do you have any ideas? You always say you can see the script. What should we do now?" However, the response came from Gwen's equally perplexed and agitated face. "This shouldn't be happening," Gwen exclaimed, frustratedly tugging at her pink and white hair, muttering under her breath. According to the comics I remember, I should be the protagonist in this encounter. Armed with an old pistol with only one bullet and a katana, I should be able to dazzle, banter, and with a touch of protagonist aura, outsmart these foes, ultimately winning the battle in a spectacular fashion. How has it come to this, where I can barely lift my head? As she spoke, she closed her eyes, seemingly searching frantically through her mental library. The pages in between are wrong. There are several volumes, all filled with gibberish and blanks. This can't be, she murmured, her expression growing increasingly grave. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she opened her eyes wide and quickly retrieved a rough, fan-made comic book from her incongruously delicate pink backpack. She flipped through the pages rapidly, the sound of rustling paper filling the air. Abruptly, her movements halted, her pupils constricting in alarm. She uncovered a chilling truth. Within this comic book chronicling the realities of this universe, all future pages concerning a man named Yang Jiesher, codename Master of Imitation, were entirely blank, or rather, obscured by an impenetrable layer of garbled noise akin to static on a television screen. Furthermore, she found that she could no longer make any subtle alterations or interferences regarding past events related to him as she once did. This man existed outside the greatest authority of this world, beyond her perspective as a fourth-wall observer, only visible to her and Harley when he was near, accompanied by the faint bubbles and narrations above his head. So that's how it is, Gwen exclaimed, striking her palm in realization. A cartoonish light bulb seemingly illuminating above her head. I understand now. I am not the protagonist of this battle. I am merely a supporting character tasked with buying time. The true key to breaking the deadlock lies with that man. At the very moment she reached this conclusion, a jarring, nostalgic ringtone suddenly erupted from her backpack, which lay discarded on the ground. Simultaneously, a precisely hurled bottle cap, sharp-edged and spinning like a razor, whistled through the air towards the source of the sound. "Watch out!" Gwen instinctively shouted, but it was too late. With a resounding crack, the ringing phone was struck by the cap, tumbling out from behind the concrete pillar and landing on the nearby open ground. "Damn!" Gwen muttered under her breath, cursing the misfortune that befell her brand-new phone, purchased at a considerable price. More importantly, this call at such a critical juncture was certainly not a mere sales call. Seizing an opportunity amidst the enemy's assault, she executed a swift roll and dashed out from her cover. Before her adversaries could react, she deftly hooked the phone with her toes, then with a swift kick, sent it back into her hands, the entire maneuver fluid and lightning fast. Just as she returned to her cover, a barrage of bullets followed, sparking where she had just been. She glanced at the caller ID. It was her sister, Quizzle. Without hesitation, she answered the call, but before she could speak, the frantic voice of Harley Quinn came through, tinged with urgency. "Gwen, it's bad. The dojo is under attack. A gang of people from the east. They seem like local thugs. I'm home alone. You need to hurry back. There are too many of them." The news struck Gwen like a thunderclap. In an instant, she realized that this was a meticulously orchestrated assassination plot aimed at all of them. The mastermind behind this scheme could only be Jean, who had connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world. In New York, the one capable of mobilizing the Eastern gangsters was undoubtedly Mr. Negative. They had somehow learned of the intricate ties between Yang and the Master of Imitation. This series of actions was designed to ensnare them all at once. Chapter 18. Gwen and Gwen Stacy. Part 2. Damn it. Gwen ended the call, her face pale with distress. She quickly turned to Gwen Stacy beside her and said, "There's trouble at home. It's Mr. Negative's people. They're attacking the dojo, and Harley is there alone." Gwen Stacy's heart sank. They were trapped here, and their stronghold was engulfed in flames. It was a conspiracy that could drive anyone to desperation. Minutes passed, each one more despairing than the last. Their situation had become precarious. The concrete pillar was riddled with bullet holes, and several areas were pockmarked. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before they were exhausted and overwhelmed. However, just at that moment, a shadow, dark as a wraith, appeared without warning atop the distant building, just behind the sniper reveling in the thrill of the hunt. It was the Master of Imitation. McGoggin, a former government operative, possessed an instinct as keen as that of a beast. The moment Yang Jiesher emerged, he sensed the chilling, lethal intent. He turned abruptly, poised to retaliate, but was already too late. Yang Jiesher's form, shrouded in a flickering distortion of space, vanished with a flash of his glimmering dagger, only to reappear before him in an instant. With a swift motion, a blade, imbued with an ominous, dark aura of resistance, descended with an unstoppable speed and force, cleaving down upon McGoggin's sniper rifle, which he raised in defense. The rifle, forged from a special alloy and seemingly indestructible, shattered like a fragile cookie under the might of the blow. The tremendous force sent McGoggin hurtling backward, blood erupting from his wounds. Despite his grievous injuries, he managed to signal his teammates just in time. Meanwhile, the most mobile of his allies, the Vulture, rushed to his aid, sparing him from becoming another victim of Yang Jieshi, allowing him to escape into the sewers of New York. Having neutralized the sniper, the most significant threat, Yang Jieshi paid him no mind as he leaped from the rooftop. In midair, he drew two specially crafted shotguns, resembling the fangs of hellhounds. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roars echoed as countless flaming projectiles, akin to the breath of demons, formed a deadly barrage, enveloping the circling Vulture. Adrian Tumuz remained composed, maneuvering gracefully through the sky while executing aerial strikes. Although Yang Jieshi's observation haki allowed him to predict his opponent's position, the limited range of the shotguns rendered them ineffective against airborne foes. Furthermore, the Vulture's technological equipment, derived from alien technology, left Yang Jieshi facing the embarrassing predicament of his weapons failing to penetrate the enemy's armor once more. Meanwhile, Sight and Rhino were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, yet their reactions were swift. Sight hurled playing cards like throwing knives toward Yang Jieshi, while Rhino let out a furious roar, charging toward the spot where Yang Jieshi would land like an uncontrollable tank. The moment Yang Jieshi touched down, he disregarded the incoming cards, vanishing in a flash to evade all attacks, reappearing at Rhino's flank. He stowed away the shotguns, wielding his great blade, now enveloped in a deeper hue of armed haki, and struck with a bizarre angle, aiming precisely at Rhino's massive Achilles tendon. A howl of agony erupted from Rhino, a sound so inhuman it pierced the air. A gaping wound, revealing bone, exploded on his pillar-like leg, and his colossal body could no longer maintain its balance, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, this assault was premeditated. The most robust and conspicuous of the Rhino men launched an attack on Yang Jieshi, while the others seized the opportunity to strike. The target was compelled to confront these two adversaries seriously, as several flying daggers, coupled with the Vulture's timely interference, diverted his attention. In a brief moment of distraction, the Vulture found an opportunity to rescue the Rhino man. Yet, the Vulture's intervention was also part of Yang Jieshi's strategy. As the Vulture grasped the Rhino man, a lethal barrage enveloped the circling creature, leaving it with no avenue of escape. Adrian Tumuz could only emit a horrified scream as his flight apparatus, engulfed in black smoke, ascended into the sky. He could barely maneuver the device to facilitate his escape with the Rhino man. The remaining target, witnessing the swift demise of his three companions at the hands of this suddenly emerging, godlike figure, did not hesitate to flee, leaving behind a vow of return. As a top-tier assassin, he understood the opportune moment to withdraw. Yang Jieshi merely scoffed and chose not to pursue, as he could hardly gamble on whether his own home was being ransacked in his absence. Thus, the battle commenced with a thunderous ferocity and concluded just as abruptly. When the suffocating aura of malice dissipated, Gwen could no longer restrain her emotions. She tore off her mask, revealing a face that was pale with fear and trepidation. Ignoring everything else, she rushed forward and embraced Yang Jieshi with all her might, trembling as she exclaimed, "You finally made it. I thought we were truly going to die today. I was so scared." This girl, who typically feared nothing and treated life as a game, finally shed her facade after brushing so closely with death, unveiling the genuine fear and vulnerability of an ordinary girl. Beside them, Gwen Stacy gazed at the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her, now resembling a frightened kitten seeking refuge in the strong, reassuring arms of the man. That scene inexplicably reminded her of her own moments with Peter and their shared experiences. Did she not also yearn for such an embrace during her most helpless and fearful times? Yang Jieshi awkwardly allowed Gwen to cling to him. He could feel the tremors of her body, and a flicker of unrecognized compassion stirred within him. Yet, there was an uncomfortable sensation, as he had yet to grow accustomed to such intimacy with the opposite sex. This discomfort stemmed from the previously mentioned avoidant attachment style and fear of closeness. Our protagonist still had a considerable journey before achieving a romantic resolution with any of the female leads. He gently patted her back, his steady voice breaking the moment's tenderness. Well, now is not the time for such discussions. He cast a glance at Gwen Stacy, who had also removed her mask, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, and at Liz Allen, who stood behind her, visibly shaken. He issued the most succinct and effective directive. Spider-Gwen, you are responsible for ensuring Miss Allen's safe return home. Then, he turned his gaze downward and addressed Gwen in his arms, saying, we must hurry home. If we delay any longer, we risk losing everything. Chapter 19. The film noir Master the Night enveloped the city like spilled ink, transforming the skyscrapers of New York into silent mountains of steel and glass. Two figures, one clad in black and the other in pink, traversed the peaks of this urban landscape with a speed that transcended human imagination. Yang Jieshi's black trench coat billowed in the night breeze, each step precisely landing on the edges of buildings, silent yet swift as a phantom. His mind raced, recalling every fragment of intelligence regarding tonight's pivotal character, the film noir master. In his past life memories, the character Martin Lee occupied a rather nuanced position within the sprawling narrative of the Spider-Man saga. He was neither a foremost villain, lacking the madness of the Green Goblin, the intellect of Dr. Octopus, nor the dominion of Kingpin. Yet in most instances, he was an indispensable, functional character, symbolizing the stable presence of Eastern mob influence in storyline. Consequently, Yang Jieshi's impression of this character was not particularly profound. He only remembered Lee's dualistic powers and a terrifying scheme known as the Breath of the Demon. When speaking of the mob, one cannot neglect the gang culture of America, a unique societal phenomenon rooted in the history of immigration. In early America, each ethnic community almost invariably had its own gang. Much like the communal militias of ancient China during tumultuous times, these groups were initially formed for mutual protection and support, designed to shield their compatriots from the violence and discrimination prevalent in those eras. However, as time progressed, complications arose. To sustain a gang's operations, a substantial number of enforcers had to be supported. In the pursuit of revenue, these organizations inevitably began to delve into less than savory, sometimes illegal enterprises, evolving from mere protection rackets to gambling and smuggling, transforming from self-defense militias into true criminal syndicates. Yang Jieshi had initially presumed that the Chinatown he inhabited either belonged to a long-established, deeply rooted organization or was merely the domain of inconsequential gangs that collected protection fees within their territory. Little did he realize that this place was, in fact, the territory of the film noir master. This indeed affirms the old adage, the most perilous locales often lie right beneath one's nose. Indeed, Yang Jieshi's perspective is not without merit. The enigmatic Mr. Film Negative of this parallel universe is indeed affiliated with a long-standing organization, yet simultaneously engages in a subtle interplay with Jean Bing, adeptly pleasing both parties while avoiding offense. Mission accomplished, exclaimed Gwen, her excitement palpable as she brandished her battered phone. Its screen cracked, yet still valiantly operational. Through the clever infiltration of surveillance cameras, coupled with a touch of narrative retrieval, I have unearthed the secrets of Mr. Lee from this parallel universe. She spoke rapidly, akin to a child presenting a prized discovery. In this world, Martin Lee has not transformed into an otherworldly being due to experimentation as depicted in the comics. He is a native, a second-generation individual. His family once operated a restaurant, but later he, possessing a flair for the arts, pursued a career in filmmaking. He dabbled in independent cinema and the film business, reportedly garnering a few minor accolades. Eventually, as his family's enterprise flourished, he inherited the mantle, gradually becoming the new figurehead of Chinatown. Due to his background in film, his associates have affectionately dubbed him Mr. Film Negative. Judging by his photographs, he appears quite refined, resembling an ordinary Chinese businessman. Upon absorbing this intelligence, Yang Jieshi's brow furrowed even deeper. A Mr. Film Negative who embodies the essence of an ordinary person, steeped in commercial sensibilities? This was a stark deviation from his preconceived notions. As they finally approached the vicinity of the Shoujing Martial Arts Hall, the scene before them abruptly halted their progress. The entire street outside the hall was barricaded by a group of imposing men clad in identical black suits, their expressions grave, rather than exhibiting the boisterousness typical of gangsters. They stood in disciplined formation, creating a passageway that exuded an oppressive and eerie atmosphere. At the end of this corridor, Before the tightly shut doors of the martial arts hall stood a middle-aged man dressed in a bespoke Zhongshan suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wearing a bittersweet smile. Behind him trailed several attendants, each carrying an array of ornate boxes. Yang Jieshi's keen observational prowess, akin to an invisible radar, swiftly scanned the surroundings. He acutely sensed that the leading man harbored two distinctly contrasting yet strangely intertwined energies within him. One righteous, one malevolent. One luminous, the other shadowy. It was evident that he was indeed the principal figure. What troubled him further was the familiar presence he sensed lurking on the rooftop of the martial arts hall's second floor. The cold silhouette of a heavy machine gun flickered in and out of visibility under the moonlight. None other than Harley Quinn. This native of Gotham evidently treated this gathering of gangs as a direct declaration of war. Yang Jieshi quickly pieced together the entirety of the situation. Jean Bing's assignment to Mr. Film Negative was, in essence, akin to the tale in Journey to the West, where the nine-headed prince sent two unfortunate demons, Boba and Ben Boba, to eliminate the monk and his disciples. This was not a command, but rather an invitation to death. With the astuteness typical of a businessman, could the shrewd Mr. Negative truly fail to perceive the inevitable doom of this predicament? Would he genuinely lead his most elite associates to confront a creature capable of effortlessly dispatching the likes of Dr. Octopus and the top-tier assassins of Kingpin? Thus, his entourage today was not merely for combat. He was performing a charade. On one hand, he presented lavish gifts, meticulously cultivating an air of sincerity, hoping the opposition would recognize his earnestness. On the other, he sought to bolster his own courage while providing an explanation to Kingpin, asserting that he had brought his men. But the adversary was simply too formidable for him to overcome. Yet, in all his calculations, he failed to account for the unpredictable presence of Harley Quinn from Gotham, who eschewed conventional tactics. Consequently, he stood there, laden with gifts, hesitant to enter, while Harley, armed with a machine gun, was equally reluctant to strike. Both parties found themselves in a stalemate, unable to advance or retreat, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The arrival of Yang Jieshi was akin to a stone cast into stagnant water, drawing the attention of all the men in black to the figure adorned with a skull mask. The perpetual grimace of Mr. Negative transformed upon sighting Yang Jieshi, morphing into a near-humble smile brimming with the fervor characteristic of a businessman. He hastened forward, addressing Yang with utmost respect, articulating in a remarkably refined Mandarin laced with a southern accent. Presumably, you are the illustrious master mimic, Director Yang. I am Martin Li, a businessman from Chinatown. I have long admired your reputation, and today, I take the liberty of visiting you, hoping for your understanding. His posture was exceedingly low, his words meticulously crafted to imply Yang's dual identity, while positioning himself as a businessman rather than a gang leader, exhibiting decorum and propriety. Yang Jieshi remained silent, merely observing him. Martin Li, sensing the weight of pressure emanating from beneath that skull mask, wiped his brow and continued with a smile. I understand that tonight's circumstances are a misunderstanding. I cannot disregard Mr. Fisk's orders. However, I, Martin Li, am also a businessman, acutely aware of the principle that harmony breeds prosperity. I never engage in unprofitable ventures, particularly those that would cost my men their lives. He paused, finally revealing his true intention, a request that left both Yang Jieshi and Gwen, who stood nearby, momentarily speechless. I would like to ask Director Yang for a favor, Martin Li stated, his gaze imbued with sincerity. I wish for you to assist me in staging a scene. He elaborated. The premise is quite simple. I, Mr. Negative, along with my most formidable brothers, will approach you in a threatening manner. Then you, the master mimic, shall descend like a deity, effortlessly subduing us, leaving us in disarray. You see, this way, you enhance your reputation while I, in the eyes of Mr. Fisk, can justify my actions as unavoidable. My men will not perish in vain. This arrangement is beneficial for us all, is it not? As he spoke, he waved his hand, prompting the attendants behind him, who were carrying ornate boxes, to step forward and unveil their contents. Inside were not treasures of gold and silver, but rather gifts imbued with the rich essence of traditional Chinese culture. The lustrous porcelain from the Song dynasty, premium agarwood encased in a Zeton wood box, several exquisite wild ginseng roots tied with red strings, and a few seemingly aged legally collected antiques. Yang Jieshi regarded this shrewd man before him with a newfound respect. His ability to assess the situation was nothing short of exceptional. While he may not be a traditional gangster, he was undoubtedly a consummate businessman. Very well. Yang Jieshi slowly nodded in agreement to this absurd, yet remarkably reasonable request. Symbolically, he selected a box of fine tea and a ginseng root from among the offerings. What followed was a scene of utter farce. Under the watchful gaze of a group of burly men in suits, and the astonished eyes of Harley Quinn and Gwen from the second floor, Yang Jieshi, as both director and lead actor, efficiently orchestrated an action sequence with Martin Lee and his ensemble of actors. The entire episode lasted no more than 5 minutes. Yang Jieshi did not even resort to weapons. Instead, he employed bare hands, executing several seemingly formidable yet controlled grappling maneuvers to dispatch the dozen or so elite assailants, sending them sprawling in a theatrical display of mock defeat. Upon completing the shoot, Mr. Negative once again bowed respectfully to Yang Jieshi, his face a canvas of gratitude. "Thank you, Director Yang. Your kindness is beyond words. Should you ever require Martin's assistance, I shall not hesitate to plunge into danger." With that, he waved his hand grandly, leading his similarly battered subordinates away with the swiftness of a tide, as if they had never been there, leaving behind only a scene of chaos, which, of course, was part of the act. Chapter 20. The Time Traveler night had deepened. The smoke of battle had long dissipated, and the clamor of the city had settled, leaving only the distant, dreamlike wail of police sirens. On the rooftop of the Zhengwu Martial Arts School, Gwen lay sprawled on the cold surface. A lollipop pilfered from Harley dangling from her mouth, her vacant gaze fixed on the sparse morning stars unperturbed by the city's illumination. Her pink combat attire, now dust-laden from the fray, appeared somewhat muted. For the first time, the face that was typically vibrant and mischievous bore a profound sense of bewilderment and fatigue that belied her youth. Downstairs in the living room, Harley Quinn was unusually quiet. Yang Jieshi had helped her down from the roof, then recounted a bedtime story, of course, one tailored to Harley's experiences in Gotham, and coaxed her to drink milk, watching as she fell asleep clutching a machine gun. For Harley, the events of the night had reawakened the post-traumatic stress deeply rooted in her psyche, shaped by her life in Gotham City. For Gwen, this experience, which came perilously close to death, fundamentally shook her understanding of the world. It was due to those blank pages in that man, her narrative prowess, her greatest asset upon which she depended and took pride in, utterly failed her in the presence of Yang Jieshi. She could neither glimpse his past nor foresee his future, nor could she influence any of his minute decisions as if she were manipulating puppet strings. He seemed to be a character in this comic, an anomaly forcefully inserted by mysterious power beyond the editorial realm, a complete variable. The conclusion was inescapable. This man, Yang Jieshi, was, like her, a traveler between worlds. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Gwen did not turn. She knew who it was. In this dojo, only he could traverse the rooftop without making a single extraneous sound. Yang Jieshi sat beside her, retrieving a chilled bottle of beer from his pocket and offering it to her while opening another for himself. "Minors are prohibited from drinking," Gwen quipped weakly. For although she was of age, American law deemed her too young to partake in alcohol. Nonetheless, she accepted it and took a hearty gulp. The icy liquid, with its bitter malt flavor, slid down her throat, soothing her nerves that had been excessively ignited by tension and fear. Observing this somewhat disheartened girl beside him, a complex emotion stirred within Yang Jieshi, one he could scarcely articulate. In his previous life, within those comic books, he held a special fondness for this girl who, despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, was perhaps more lonely than anyone else. Perhaps it was a resonance born of being outsiders. Or perhaps it was merely an appreciation for her strength to smile, even in despair. Ultimately, it was Gwen who shattered the silence, turning to him with her bright eyes, astonishingly luminous in the night. "You are too, aren't you?" "Yes," Yang Jieshi replied without a trace of hesitation, affirming her inquiry. This answer allowed Gwen to exhale in relief, as if she had found her tribe, her kindred spirit. The profound loneliness of harboring a monumental secret was, in that moment, significantly alleviated. She sat upright, cross-legged, and began to recount her tale. "I come from a rather ordinary world, devoid of superheroes, aliens, or even someone like you with your glowing fists." She gestured to herself and continued, I'm simply an average girl who enjoys reading comics and playing video games. Then one day, just like in all those cliché details of transference, I whooshed into this place, the comic world I once adored. She took another swig of beer, her gaze drifting. As for Harley, she is unlike any of us. She is not from this universe. She hails from an alternate universe, one shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with the aesthetic of this comic. She gestured animatedly, explaining that sometimes our abilities would counteract each other, akin to two disparate computer systems attempting to access each other's hard drives, resulting either in a blue screen of death or garbled data. It all hinged on who could act faster and whose permissions were more elevated. Listening to her narrative, Yang Jiesher quietly sipped his drink, refraining from interjecting. Once she concluded, he slowly began to speak, his voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the night. I come from the Celestial Empire, and I'm only slightly older than you. Much like yourself, I too harbor a fondness for comics and video games, perhaps marking me as somewhat of a recluse. His words sparked a flicker of interest in Gwen Stacy's eyes. Shared passions are indeed the swiftest means to bridge the chasm between two souls. However, Yang Jiesher's tone took a turn, laced with self-deprecating humor. At least, prior to my journey across worlds, I managed to gain admission to university. This confession elicited a trace of barely perceptible envy in Gwen's gaze. The university experience was a semblance of a normal life trajectory she had once aspired to, but could never reclaim. Previously, Deadpool and Harley had suggested that I harbored psychological issues, and they were not mistaken. Yang Jiesher regarded the distant cityscape, revealing a vulnerability that felt foreign to him. I grapple with a significant avoidant attachment and a fear of intimacy. I can embrace countless friends and comrades, forging bonds as deep as brotherhood. Yet the notion of a romantic partner eludes me. For me, such an intimate relationship, which demands the investment of my entire emotional self and secrets, is far more daunting than facing off against 10 formidable foes. He turned to gaze at Gwen Stacy, his expression earnest. Thus, in addressing the situation concerning Peter, my approach was undeniably pragmatic and rather callous. I could not fathom that type of emotional connection. I resorted to the most rational and efficient means of problem solving, rather than endeavoring to heal a heart. This marked the first occasion he had delved so profoundly into his psyche before another, shedding the protective facade he usually wore in the presence of this fellow outsider. Gwen stared at him in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this seemingly powerful, stoic man, who appeared capable of anything, would so candidly reveal his most vulnerable side. This act of trust ignited a warmth within her heart. Sensing the atmosphere had grown excessively somber, Yang Jiesher shifted the topic. In my world, you, Gwen Stacy, are also a character in a comic. What? Gwen erupted, springing to her feet and pointing an accusatory finger at him. I refuse to believe that. You're merely seeking revenge. I counter your assertion. How can you be certain that the world you inhabit is not merely a novel penned by a mediocre author in a higher dimension? Confronted with this profound philosophical inquiry, Yang Jiesher merely smiled. He did not provide a direct answer, but instead recited a few lines from verses he had cherished in his previous existence. Upon hearing this, his gaze deepened and became tranquil. We grapple with the question of whether we are real or fabricated, akin to Zhuang Zhou awakening. Unable to discern whether he dreamt of the butterfly or the butterfly dreamed of him. Does it hold any significance? He rose and approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the world below, a realm both tangible and ethereal. I have pondered this query in the past. While immersing myself in comics and novels, I often wondered what I would do if I discovered one day that I was merely a character penned by another. Eventually, clarity dawned upon me. Existence is in itself. Existence. I possess the capacity to think, to feel, to make choices. Thus, for my independent consciousness, I am indeed real. As for the authenticity of this world, delving too deeply into that inquiry yields discomfort for all. His words served as a key, unlocking the final shackle within Gwen's heart. Indeed, why entangle ourselves in such musings? What does it matter if one is real or illusory? As long as we can live joyfully and be with cherished friends, that is sufficient. Neither spoke further. Standing side by side on the rooftop, feeling the evening breeze, watching the morning star gradually being consumed by the dawn's gentle light. In that moment, silence transformed from awkwardness into a tacit understanding that required no words. They conversed for an extended period, discussing the world of the past, the troubles of the present, and the uncertainties of the future. From landlord and tenant to transient allies, they had traversed life and honesty together that night, ultimately becoming true friends who could understand and rely on one another. After much dialogue, Gwen succumbed to fatigue and yawned. As she departed, she kissed Yang's cheek and said, "Good night, Yang." Yang, taken aback by the scent of the girl and the softness of her touch, stood in a daze for several seconds. He had never quite acclimated to intimacy with the opposite sex, only realizing the moment's significance after Gwen returned to her room. Good night, Gwenpool. Chapter 21. United in purpose, the night was so quiet that one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Yang lay supine on his bed, eyes wide open, devoid of sleep. The moonlight outside streamed through the curtain's crevice like liquid mercury, casting a narrow, frigid beam upon the floor of his room. After the events of the day, Harley and Gwen had long since returned to their rooms, utterly exhausted. The dojo was enveloped in an eerie tranquility reminiscent of the calm following a storm. This profound silence was precisely what he needed, the ideal environment for contemplation. His mind functioned like a high-precision computer, meticulously reviewing all that had transpired that night and in recent times. From the fateful encounter orchestrated by Gwen's destiny plan, to his own psychological guidance of the two Spider Women utilizing Harley's expertise, and culminating in tonight's sudden and lethal attack on Liz Allen. Along with the final performance filled with tacit understanding and calculation alongside Martin Lee, each step, every detail, and the reactions of all involved replayed, deconstructed, and analyzed in his mind. As a master mimic who has undergone the super soldier serum, he was entirely capable of this. Soon, he unraveled the most crucial and deadly thread from the tangled web of clues. Kingpin and Norman Osborn had allied. This was a development he had anticipated, yet he never expected it to manifest so swiftly and decisively. Prior to tonight, he merely speculated that under the pressure of his multifaceted assault, Norman Osborn might seek the aid of unconventional forces. However, Martin Lee's appearance, coupled with his words echoing Mr. Fisk's orders, unequivocally confirmed this hypothesis. Norman Osborn alone was already a formidable headache. Though he was deranged, he nevertheless operated within the parameters of a publicly traded company, adhering to some semblance of rules and face-saving measures. Kingpin, however, was different. Wilson Fisk reigned as the emperor of New York's underworld, his power rooted in darkness. With a code of conduct dictated solely by his own will, he represented a foe more pure, stable, and difficult to unsettle than Norman Osborn. Now, these two men, each emblematic of the pinnacle of light and darkness in New York, had united for a common goal. This newfound power transcended the simplistic arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. Yang Jieshi felt his brow tighten in involuntary response, overwhelmed by an unprecedented pressure. He had painstakingly forged a unified front against Osborn, amalgamating the disparate personalities and ideologies of Spider-Man, Daredevil, the Punisher, and Dr. Octopus into a singularly focused alliance. This coalition was as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, tenuously balanced by the common, visible enemy of Osborn. But what would happen if Kingpin were to be introduced into this already delicate alliance? The consequences would be catastrophic. Setting aside the question of whether their combined energies could withstand two colossal adversaries, the mere contemplation of how to confront Kingpin alone was sufficient to prompt the alliance's internal disintegration. He could almost vividly envision the scene. Frank Castle, the Punisher, upon hearing the name Kingpin, would ignite with a hatred so palpable it could incinerate all in its path. According to certain narratives he was aware of, it was highly likely that Frank's innocent wife and children had perished at the hands of Kingpin's minions, caught in a gang conflict initiated to silence them. For Frank, Kingpin was undoubtedly the primary target he must eliminate in his lifetime. His solution could only be one of ruthless physical eradication, employing bullets and explosives, regardless of the cost. Yet, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, would never consent to such measures, despite his profound hatred for Wilson Fisk, wishing nothing more than to see him obliterated. Matt's daylight persona is that of a lawyer. Deep within, he clings to a nearly obsessive belief in the law and the principles of justice. He would exhaust every effort to gather incriminating evidence against Fisk, seeking to bring him to trial through legal means. He would resolutely prevent Frank from engaging in any acts of vigilante retribution that might lead to widespread casualties. One is a vengeful lone wolf, the other a judge of hell. One adheres to the gun, while the other upholds the code. The discord between them is rooted in a fundamentally irreconcilable divergence of worldviews. At that juncture, he, the so-called leader, would be utterly incapable of mediating. He could even envision a scenario where these two, before confronting Fisk, might turn on each other due to their ideological rifts. No, such a situation must be averted at all costs. Yang Jieshi was acutely aware that as he and the Punisher delved deeper into the shadows of New York, a confrontation with Fisk, the local warlord, would inevitably arise. He was unafraid of waging war against Fisk. But not now. The immediate priority must be to unite their forces and concentrate all their might to decisively crush Norman Osborn, the greatest variable, who is already on the brink of collapse. They could not afford to be distracted by Fisk's involvement, granting Norman any opportunity to recover. Moreover, eliminating Fisk would not resolve the underlying issues and could potentially lead to even greater troubles, as someone would inevitably fill the power vacuum represented by the underworld. Figures like Tombstone, Hammerhead, or Silver Sable were not what Yang Jieshi wished to see, nor could he expect Mr. Negative, once empowered, to remain subservient. As for Harley, he had no desire to see New York transform into Gotham, and representing the white-collar American government, he wished for that even less. After all, the chaos within America stemmed from the disarray of its grassroots management. Aside from issues of capability, his Asian appearance as a non-white outlaw could only lead to a forced integration. He had no intention of serving under the likes of Kingpin. Surrendering factions rarely ended well. Thus, it was imperative that he possess a stake in the control of New York. The sole means of breaking the deadlock lay in sowing discord. Before their fragile alliance of evil could solidify into an unbreakable bond of trust, a sufficiently substantial and lethal wedge must be driven between them. Yang Jieshi began to analyze the essence of these two individuals. Fisk was a cold businessman, a rational tyrant. Everything he did was driven by profit, a relentless pursuit to expand his commercial empire and underground domain. Emotion, to him, was merely a tool to be exploited. Norman Osborn, however, was of an entirely different ilk. Essentially, he embodies the archetype of a feudal lord, driven by an insatiable desire for control. His every action is motivated by two primal and potent forces, the perpetuation of his family's glory and the healing of its bloodline. Thus, apart from his son Harry, whom he holds in high hopes, Norman Osborn's most fervent yearning, his ultimate obsession, is to acquire the green elixir capable of curing his family's hereditary affliction. For this potion, he would spare no expense, betray anyone, and ally with the most unlikely partners. This represents both his greatest desire and his most significant vulnerability. A thought, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night, illuminated Yang Jieshi's mind with sudden clarity. He sat up in bed, his eyes glinting with a cold, exhilarating light that suggested he had found the trail of his quarry. Without a hint of hesitation, he descended the stairs, traversed the training hall, and arrived at the basement. There, he retrieved a sample of the Lizardman serum, pilfered from Osborn Group's clandestine laboratory during the Lizardman incident. He held the test tube aloft, scrutinizing the dim light of the basement. The verdant liquid refracted a tantalizing yet destructive glow in his eyes. As he beheld the potion, a calculating, icy smile slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. The answer had already taken shape within him. Chapter 22. The confrontation in the dead of night a few days later. In the industrial district of Queens, New York, the atmosphere was shrouded in a heavy, ominous silence, akin to a dark cloth steeped in oil. Frank Castle, or rather, the Punisher, stood armed to the teeth, leaning against a graffiti-covered brick wall. Clad in his iconic tactical vest emblazoned with a massive white skull, he was adorned with an array of firearms, magazines, and grenades. Resembling a war statue emerging from the depths of hell, exuding the scent of gunpowder and death. Beside him stood the master of imitation, equally clad in black combat attire. Yang Jieshi lacked Frank's ostentatious arsenal. He bore only a seemingly unremarkable anti-Japanese war saber on his back, with 2 Hellfire shotguns and a glimmering dagger at his waist. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be in a meditative state. Yet the taut energy surrounding him signaled to others that he was poised to unleash a thunderous strike at any moment. Suddenly, a familiar tune of upbeat Indian pop music, laced with curry notes, shattered the stillness, drawing near. A rickety yellow taxi swerved erratically, skidding to a stop before the 2 men. The window rolled down to reveal a masked figure with a red and black motif, starkly contrasting the others, peering from the passenger seat. "Hey, Frankie, young, good morning." Deadpool greeted them with his signature exuberance and irreverent wit. "You're late, Wilson," Frank's voice emerged, laced with impatience, as though squeezed through clenched teeth. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Frank, do you think I desire this?" Deadpool scratched his mask, asserting with conviction, "The traffic in New York at night is nothing short of a catastrophe. It's gridlock everywhere. And my good buddy Dopinder, he has a family to support. We must take detours to pick up a couple more fares, to earn some gas money and baby formula. You see, the weight of familial responsibility, the burden of manhood. You understand." Yang Jiesher sighed heavily and opened his eyes. He had long since grown accustomed to Deadpool's outrageous unreliability. If there ever came a day when this fellow arrived on time, it would truly be a miracle. However, he had to concede that for the upcoming plan, to create a spectacle large enough to draw everyone's attention, this eccentric individual was indeed the ideal candidate, especially since familiarity breeds ease in collaboration. Without further ado, the trio of superheroes, each of varying stature, squeezed into the small taxi, which exuded a robust scent of curry, exchanging glances and grumbling amongst themselves. The vehicle roared to life and set off towards Manhattan. Before departing, Yang Jiesher, still uneasy, glanced through the rearview mirror and cautioned Deadpool, who was rummaging through something in the back seat. "Wade, check your bag. Don't forget like last time and leave explosives in the car." He distinctly recalled instances from certain comics and film adaptations in a previous life, where this unreliable character had made the ludicrous mistake of leaving a backpack filled with ammunition in a taxi. Deadpool merely pouted, asserting that as a professional, he would never commit such an elementary blunder. The imitation master's doubts about his mercenary skills had wounded his sensitive soul. He required additional compensation. Yet, this quip merely elicited the sound of Frank chambering a bullet and the sight of a hefty golden hammer, previously used by Gwen to deliver a beating to Deadpool, which Yang Jiesher had somehow procured. The Osborn building, in the deep of night, loomed over New York like a colossal sword piercing the sky, shimmering with the luminescence of power and wealth. Across from it, on the rooftop of another towering edifice, three shadowy figures braced against the gusty night wind, making their final preparations. A robust cable, crafted from specialized fibers and equipped with hooks, was launched with precision from a high-pressure gas launcher, securing itself firmly to a massive maintenance platform used for cleaning the building's windows. Thus, an aerial zip line leading directly into the heart of the enemy's stronghold was established. In their communication channel, Gwen's languid voice, as though she had just awakened, resonated. "I have taken control of the central computer, thanks to my darling Harley, who risked being mistaken for a corporate spy a few days ago by inadvertently leaving that charger with the adorable bunny USB at the front desk of the Osborn building. Now, 90% of the internal alarm systems are in sleep mode. You may commence your festivities. Do try to make it impressive. Don't let me down as your best support." "Understood," Frank replied succinctly. "Rest assured, little Gwen. Behold as your brother Deadpool performs a spectacular display," exclaimed Deadpool, brandishing his dual blades with exuberance. Yang Jiesher, silent yet commanding, gestured for action. He was the first to ascend the zip line, his figure vanishing into the shroud of night. Following closely were the Punisher and Deadpool, the trio gliding into the heart of this vast and unsuspecting empire like phantoms of the night. Upon landing, the plan commenced without delay. "Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the much-anticipated midnight rock and roll party, starring yours truly, Deadpool." With a wild shriek, Deadpool charged into the security center of the building, akin to an unbridled husky, careening through the interior. As he sprinted, he belted out dissonant pop songs in his off-key voice, his twin guns erupting like festive fireworks, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the ceiling, walls, and anything else that displeased him. Bang, 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 crash. The cacophony of shattering glass, whistling bullets, and his audaciously chaotic singing shattered the building's tranquility. Countless startled security personnel surged towards the source of the ruckus, resembling agitated hornets. Meanwhile, Frank remained composed, taking position at a corridor corner that led to the core area, his line of sight unobstructed. He resembled a chilling war machine, his assault rifle firing in a rhythmic, stable 3-round burst, delivering precise shots. Bang, bang, bang. Each security guard attempting to breach his line of fire was met with accurately placed bullets, striking non-lethal limbs and eliciting cries of agony as they were rendered incapacitated. Alone with his weapon, he crafted an illusion of a highly trained squad of dozens, conducting a full-scale invasion of the building. Amidst the chaos, Deadpool inadvertently dropped a meticulously crafted custom lighter, emblazoned with a prominent letter, beside a fallen security guard, of course. Merely unconscious, this lighter was a symbol of status, reserved for the elite of Goldbane's organization. Clearing his throat, he mockingly mimicked a gangster film, shouting at a battered camera, "This is all for the true king of New York, for the great Mr. Goldbane." On the other side, Yang Jieshi transformed entirely into a specter of shadows. Ignoring the deafening gunfire and explosions, he relied on his advanced observation skills, evading all patrol routes with the grace of a leisurely stroll, arriving at his ultimate destination, the highly secure gene biological laboratory, buried deep within the building. The security here was evidently far superior to the ordinary guards outside. The final physical door lock was effortlessly breached with a specially designed alloy crowbar. Inside the laboratory, a chill permeated the air. Rows of precision instruments, glowing with an eerie blue luminescence, were meticulously aligned. In the very heart of the laboratory, a colossal low-temperature storage cabinet, constructed of bulletproof glass, quietly housed several test tubes. Within these tubes lay a viscous liquid of ominous allure, a bright green elixir, the green potion. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jieshi opened the storage cabinet, carefully extracted a few vials, and placed them into a specially designed portable cryogenic container that was impervious to all scanning devices. The mission was accomplished. He communicated the retreat orders through his earpiece. Below, Deadpool and Frank exchanged a knowing glance upon receiving the signal. Simultaneously, they retrieved 4 pre-prepared plastic explosives from their backpacks, expertly positioning them on several critical load-bearing walls and equipment with a precision that could only be described as textbook. They set a brief countdown of 1 minute. The trio regrouped and retraced their steps with utmost speed, using a zip line to return to the adjacent office building, and then hurried downstairs. Just as they hopped into the taxi of Dopinder, which had been waiting patiently, the Osborn building erupted behind them in a series of deep, thunderous explosions. Flames soared into the sky, painting half the night with a foreboding orange hue. Upon returning to Chinatown, it was already past midnight. Yang Jieshi did not head home, but instead made his way to a high-end tea house operated by Martin Li, which was open all hours. Soon, Martin Li, the seemingly refined gentleman known for his photographic expertise, arrived alone as promised. Yang Jieshi wasted no time. He produced a test tube containing the same green liquid, sealed within a plastic bag, and handed it to him. Martin Li accepted the test tube, gazing at the familiar potion symbolizing the madness and strength of the lizard people, a glimmer of keen insight flashing in his eyes. He understood that this was undoubtedly not the substance stolen from the Osborn building that evening. Informed Kingpin. Yang Jieshi's voice resonated coldly in the stillness of the alley. "This is the only valuable item I found in my stronghold. Tell him I seem to be researching some fascinating potions that enhance strength." In an instant, Martin Li grasped Yang Jieshi's intent. He too required something presentable, regardless of whether Kingpin perceived it as mere pretense. He offered Yang Jieshi a knowing smile, one that signified intelligence, and respectfully clasped his fist in salute. "Rest assured, Mr. Young, I will convey your message." With that, he turned and vanished into the exit of Chinatown. Chapter 23, Betrayal. Fisk Tower, top floor office. This was the pinnacle of power in New York's underworld. Beyond the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the city sprawled beneath, its lights twinkling like both brilliant jewels and humble flickers. Inside, the air was infused with the rich aroma of expensive Cuban cigars, mingling with a faint, chilling scent that signified authority. On the wall hangs a priceless abstract painting, a mesmerizing interplay of chaos and order, serving as a poignant reflection of the inner turmoil of its owner. Beneath a facade of disorder lies an undeniable mastery of control. Wilson Fisk, a man resembling a mountain of white flesh, sits quietly behind his desk crafted from solid polished obsidian. His physique is so immense that even the generously proportioned leather chair, made specifically for him, creaks under the strain. Yet, his colossal form exudes no sense of clumsiness. Rather, it emanates a predatory aura, brimming with the potential for devastating power. Before him, resting upon the mirror-like surface of his desk, lies a small, transparent vial containing a pool of green liquid that shimmers ominously under the light. This is a trophy brought back by Mr. Martin Lee, known as the Film Master, who risked everything to retrieve it from the stronghold of the Mimic Master. Fisk extends his bear-like hand, using two surprisingly nimble fingers that starkly contrast with his size to delicately grasp the vial. He pays no heed to Martin Lee, who stands humbly at his side, hands at his sides. His gaze is entirely captivated by the small vessel of green liquid, his face betraying no emotion, still adorned with that disquietingly genial, merchant-like smile. Yet, deep within his eyes, a chill akin to ancient ice instantly solidifies. He realizes he has been outmaneuvered. In truth, both he and Norman Osborn have been ensnared by the figure concealed behind the skull mask. What a masterfully cunning and nefarious scheme this is. Just the night before, his ally Norman Osborn's tower was subjected to a fierce attack by what was purported to be a group of heavily armed assailants. And now, today, his subordinate Martin Lee has returned with this vial, clearly derived from the Osborn group, yet distinctly different from the Green Goblin serum. This series of events intricately weaves a narrative replete with betrayal and conspiracy, as seamless as fine silk. Even if the Mimic Master indeed participated in the assault last night. So what? Fisk understands well that the Mimic Master's role has always been that of a mercenary, motivated by financial gain rather than a commitment to uphold world peace. Thus, who possesses the capability, the motive, and the financial means to employ him? In the entirety of New York, apart from himself, Wilson Fisk, it is exceedingly difficult to identify another suspect. Having just forged an alliance with Norman Osborn, he has not hesitated to betray his ally. This hand he plays is remarkably well executed, deftly exploiting the fragile, trustless alliance built solely on mutual interest between himself and Norman. A dagger, named Suspicion, was mercilessly thrust between the two of them. Before him, Martin Lee Jean slowly lowered the test tube, his gaze finally landing on his subordinate, who had remained silent throughout. He was acutely aware that Martin Lee's talk of a desperate, blood-soaked struggle and chance victory was mere drivel. This cunning individual, as shrewd as a fox, had undoubtedly entered into some clandestine, unspoken agreement with the master of imitation. He was merely a messenger, driven by an intense will to survive. Yet, he found himself unable to act. He could not expose the truth before Martin Lee, for doing so would be tantamount to admitting he had been outmaneuvered, that he had lost control over his own domain. More critically, he could not punish Martin Lee, as the assignment had originated from him. In a task he knew to be a trap, if a subordinate had employed a bit of cleverness to preserve their strength and return to report, would it be just for him to destroy that individual? What would the others following him think? They would perceive him as a brutal, foolish, and indiscriminate ruler. The repercussions of such an action would be far graver than being outsmarted by the master of imitation. A ruler requires absolute control and an impenetrable depth of character. As for anger, it is the most impotent of emotions. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Lee," Jean began, his voice low and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. "You have performed admirably." Martin Lee, still with his head bowed, respectfully replied, "It is my honor to serve Mr. Fisk." Jean gave a slight nod and fell silent. He understood that this game had slipped beyond his grasp. Under ordinary circumstances, facing a rational opponent, he might have had numerous strategies to sit down with Norman Osborn and unearth the mastermind behind this conspiracy. However, the current Norman Osborn was no longer a figure with whom reason could be employed. Jean shook his head. He had completely succumbed to madness. A madman consumed by fear, despair, and a sense of betrayal is impervious to explanation. He would only believe what he wished to believe. Sure enough, the vintage black private phone on the desk suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed the name that caused him immense distress, Norman Osborn. Jean cast a glance at Martin Lee, signaling him to stay, before leisurely pressing the speakerphone button. The moment the call connected, Norman Osborn's voice erupted from the receiver, sharp and distorted from overwhelming rage, like a volcano ready to erupt. "Fisk, you despicable, shameless pig lurking in the gutter. How dare you betray me? How dare you send someone to steal from me?" His voice brimmed with unrestrained, frenzied malice and the fury of betrayal. He offered Jean no opportunity for explanation, unleashing his wrath like a mad beast. Jean listened in silence, his facial muscles betraying not the slightest twitch. He resembled a man absorbed in a cacophony of noise that bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Only when Norman's roar faltered momentarily, gasping for breath, did he slowly respond into the microphone, his tone chillingly devoid of emotion, uttering two words. "Finished?" Norman, on the other end, was evidently taken aback by this calm demeanor, but soon escalated into a frenzy of conspiracy-laden accusations. Gene chose not to engage in further debate. He remained quiet, awaiting the moment when Norman's voice finally sank to a subdued whisper, exhausted. It was then that he spoke again, his voice as flat as a mere statement of fact. "Norman, you have lost your mind." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The office returned to an oppressive silence. Gene rose slowly, his imposing shadow instantly enveloping Martin Lee, who stood nearby. He waved his hand, signaling Martin that he could leave. Martin, as if granted a reprieve, bowed respectfully and then silently exited the stifling office. He was well aware of his exposure, yet fortunately, he had a powerful ally to rely upon. Moreover, it seemed Jin's immediate plan would likely involve absorbing the remnants of the Osborn group rather than targeting him, granting Martin time to prepare. As the office door closed once more, the world seemed to shrink to encompass only Gene. He approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the bustling yet corrupt city below. From a specially crafted cigar box, he extracted an impressively large cigar, expertly trimming its end with a bespoke cutter before igniting it with a lengthy match. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke that swirled around him, obscuring his inscrutable visage. In that moment, he recognized that the fragile alliance with Norman Osborn had irrevocably crumbled. The so-called master of imitation had effortlessly dismantled his meticulously constructed powerful coalition, designed to eliminate all obstacles with a mere vial of concoction and a dazzling performance. How intriguing indeed. A cold, cruel smile began to curve the corners of Jin's lips. It had been far too long since anyone had stirred such excitement within him. The situation in New York appeared to be spiraling into greater chaos and intrigue than he had anticipated. This game was not merely to be observed. He would dive into the fray, engaging directly with that elusive figure, relishing the challenge. However, the more pressing concern now was how to secure a larger share of the spoils when the colossal Osborn group inevitably fell. Chapter 24. The gathering storm in the ensuing days, New York City descended into an eerie, suffocating calm. It is as if an impending superstorm, powerful enough to rend the very skies, is gathering its final strength on the distant horizon, while the current tranquility merely reflects its profound and oppressive breath. The battlefield, in plain sight, has first succumbed to a stalemate. Within the lawyer's office in Hell's Kitchen, perpetually infused with the scents of cheap whiskey and age paper, Matt Murdock tugged irritably at his tie. Across from him, Foggy Nelson, his face etched with concern, sifted through the mountain of documents sent by the elite legal team of the Osborn Group. "They are deliberately stalling, Matt," Foggy exclaimed, slamming a thick-motion document onto the table, indignation evident in his voice. "They have submitted countless irrelevant requests for evidence review, demanding to investigate the procurement sources of every single screw in Dr. Otto's laboratory. This is not litigation. This is a drawn-out battle of attrition with our time and resources." Matt rubbed his weary temples, his extraordinary hearing attuned to the accelerated rhythm of Foggy's heart. Fueled by frustration, he was acutely aware of the opposing party's intentions. They were intent on stalling, employing procedures that were both legitimate and yet utterly sordid to indefinitely delay the arrival of justice. And he found himself utterly powerless against it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the atmosphere in Chief George Stacy's office at the New York City Police Department was equally stifling, as if frozen in lead. His desk was strewn with several significant case files concerning the Osborn Group, ranging from illicit human experimentation to collusion with organized crime, culminating in the recent devastating terrorist attack. Each case was backed by irrefutable evidence, sufficient to imprison Norman Osborn for life. Yet at that moment, without exception, these files bore a glaring crimson stamp designating them for transfer to the Department of Homeland Security. A series of stern phone calls from superior authorities ordered him to cease all investigations into the Osborn Group and to transfer all cases to higher jurisdiction. Chief Stacy was no fool. He recognized this was not a genuine transfer, but rather a blatant act of protection. An invisible web, woven from power and wealth, was firmly ensnaring the Osborn Group. Although this realization filled him with immense anger and resentment, he, as a city bureau chief, found himself powerless against the overwhelming bureaucratic machinery and could only choose to comply. Even the typically chaotic underworld had descended into an unusual silence. Kingpin's ferocious henchmen, having faced the repercussions of past events, seemed to have laid low, refraining from further disturbances. The only shift in the status quo came from two helpless young souls, Harry Osborn and Mary Jane Watson. Having failed in their respective negotiations, were now completely confined by their stubborn and enraged families. All their communication devices had been confiscated, and they were surrounded by bodyguards on constant alert. It appears that Norman Osborn and the Watson family intend to employ the most primitive and forceful means to hastily advance a betrothal ceremony that has long been devoid of genuine connection. At the Zhengzheng Martial Arts School, in the training arena at the back, Peter Parker, bare-chested, displays a physique taut with muscle, glistening with perspiration that cascades down his youthful and robust form like a gentle stream. He repetitively practices the grappling techniques taught to him by Yang Jie, engaging with a wooden dummy. His movements exude power and speed, each strike slicing through the air with a fierce gust. However, seated leisurely in the corridor, sipping tea, Yang Jie perceives the immense anxiety and concern concealed beneath Peter's fervent actions. This young man is disturbed. While his strength remains and his skills grow increasingly refined, he has lost the most vital element, a calm and focused mind. Presently, he is merely numbing his mental anguish with physical exhaustion. Yang Jie recognizes that the time has come. This pivotal and formidable warhead, if its core cannot be stabilized before launch, may very well cause harm to his own. He sets down his teacup and approaches slowly. Your power is scattered, your stance unstable. Yang Jie's voice, though soft, penetrates Peter's ears clearly. You are channeling your anger instead of engaging your core. Even 100 wooden dummies will not resolve the turmoil within you. Peter halts, panting heavily. He wipes the sweat from his brow with a towel, collapses onto the ground, burying his head between his knees, his voice muffled. I don't know what to do. Master Yang. Harry and the others are locked away. Their engagement ceremony is next weekend. I feel utterly powerless. Yang Jie sits beside him, offering a bottle of water. So, are you prepared to remain here, striking the wooden post while watching the girl you love walk into a gilded cage, marrying a man she does not love, enduring a lifetime of suffering, all the while sacrificing your best friend's happiness? I certainly do not wish for that. Peter exclaims, his eyes bloodshot as he looks up suddenly. But what can I do? Charge into the Osborn residence and snatch her away? That would only escalate matters. It could even endanger Harry. Why not? Yang Jie responds. His tone is calm, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Are you truly afraid now, when it comes to saving the one you love? His words strike Peter's heart like a hammer. Your concern is not for her safety. Rather, you fear that after reclaiming her, you won't know how to face her. Am I correct? Yang Jie incisively identifies the deepest fear within him, observing the turmoil and anguish etched on Peter's face. He gradually poses the most fundamental and lethal question. You love Mary Jane. That is beyond doubt. Yet, you're also aware that Gwen Stacy loves you just as deeply. Moreover, you are well aware that she and Mary Jane have forged a sacred alliance for your sake. They are prepared to confront you together. The only one unprepared is yourself. But how can this be? Peter's voice trembled slightly with agitation. How could he possibly be so selfish? It is unfair. Yes, it is unjust to Gwen, entirely so. I cannot be this selfish. Selfish? Yang Jie's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he continued to sway Peter with his convoluted reasoning, which he had already conspired with Harley and Gwen. Peter, do you truly believe that your narrow moral perspective, derived from the mundane society, justifies rejecting the love of either of them? To condemn one or both to anguish and regret. Does that constitute fairness? He rose, towering over Peter, his tone shifting to one of somber persuasion. He understood that Peter required time to process this. Yet on the other hand, he had already set his plans in motion. News had arrived from Harley. She had successfully gained Mrs. Watson's trust by adopting the identity of a fictitious yet somewhat reputable psychologist, becoming Mary Jane's psychological advisor during this period. As for Gwen, who was equally fraught with turmoil and anticipation, Harley's expert guidance proved to be remarkably effective. Now, everything was in place, save for the crucial catalyst, Peter himself. Truth be told, Yang Jie was eager to indulge in this emotional turmoil surrounding the young spider a while longer. Yet he was acutely aware that Peter's indecisive nature could not withstand this pressure alone. He needed a firm push, a significant nudge. Furthermore, Gwen's recent suggestion had indeed piqued his interest. Expanding the spider family to appease the ancient totemic deity of the spider might even yield a travel voucher to the multiverse. While it sounded rather far-fetched for Yang Jie, Any possibility of enhancing his strength and leverage was worth exploring. Observing Peter still seated on the ground, his gaze flickering with indecision, clearly caught in an internal struggle, Yang Jieshi recognized that his psychological assault had nearly reached its limit. Any further attempts might prove counterproductive. He clapped his hands and resumed a languid tone, saying, "All right, kid, enough of this pondering. Overthinking leads to headaches. Today's training has been sufficient. Stay for lunch. Harley seems to be preparing something new. We shall be her little test subjects." He resolved to summon Harley at the dining table, intending to conduct a second round of their collective brainwashing. He was determined to crack open that stubborn head of his. Chapter 25. The Weaver. Peter the Lunch left Peter Parker in a fog, his worldview utterly shattered. As he stumbled out of the dojo, his mind echoed with the enchanting and persuasive words of Yang Jieshi and Harley Quinn. He had even forgotten to savor whether Harley had prepared a modified Chinese burger or a dish resembling Italian pasta pie. He could only recall two statements. One proclaimed that with great power comes great responsibility, and that his most significant obligation now lay in being accountable to all those who love him. The other, from a psychological perspective, asserted that suppressing one's emotional needs in a forced endeavor to be a so-called good person would only lead to more severe psychological trauma, ultimately harming everyone involved. These two deceivers, one playing the role of the benevolent, the other the stern, collaborated seamlessly to deliver a devastating blow to his nascent moral and romantic sensibilities, which had only recently begun to take form. Consequently, when he departed, he felt as if he were floating. Inside the martial arts hall, at the dining table in the living room, Yang Jieshi, Harley, and Gwen were busily clearing away dishes while reviewing the day's brainwashing achievements. "I believe he is on the verge of being persuaded," Harley remarked, stacking several plates with a confident smile characteristic of a psychologist. "His subconscious defenses have shown noticeable wavering. Now, all that is required is a sufficiently powerful external stimulus to help him overcome the final hurdle." At that moment, an exceedingly subtle presence, almost imperceptible and entirely foreign to the trio, suddenly entered Yang Jieshi's awareness, lurking just behind him. His body reacted instinctively, faster than his mind could process. Without turning around, he flicked his wrist, sending a simple bamboo chopstick, intended for serving food, hurtling through the air like an arrow, aimed at the source of the aura. However, this lethal strike, which should have pierced the wall, was effortlessly intercepted by a hand that seemed to materialize out of thin air, delicately pinching the chopstick between two fingers. The three of them turned abruptly, their pupils dilating in shock. They beheld a man seated in the very spot where Peter Parker had been moments before. This man bore a striking resemblance to Peter, yet his demeanor was starkly different. Clad in a well-tailored, deep gray suit, he stood tall with a gentle countenance, the passage of time having bestowed upon him a rich and tranquil charm rather than leaving marks of wear and tear. Around his neck hung a translucent jade pendant, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, adding a touch of Eastern elegance to his Western attire. Beside him leaned an oddly shaped, futuristically designed silver cane. Yang Jieshi's observation haki enveloped this uninvited guest like an invisible tide. He could distinctly sense that this man was indeed Peter. Within him flowed an extraordinarily pure energy. And deep within this essence lay another, far grander and ancient force, interwoven with the very fate of the world, much like a sprawling web. In the face of Yang Jieshi's hostile assault, the enigmatic man displayed not a trace of anger upon his countenance. He smiled warmly, his demeanor as bright and cheerful as Peter's, gazing at the three individuals before him who appeared to be on high alert. His eyes then settled on Yang Jieshi, and with a respectful bow, he softly addressed him in impeccably standard Mandarin. "Master." The utterance of master left Yang Jieshi, Harry, and Gwen momentarily stunned. The man slowly rose to his feet and presented a genial smile that could disarm anyone, reminiscent of Peter Parker's signature charm. "Please do not be alarmed. Yerbo no intentions." He began his introduction. "I am Peter Parker, or you may refer to me as the Webslinger Peter. I hail from the future." "The future Peter Parker?" He observed the astonished expression on Yang Jieshi's face and continued, "In my time, I, along with Harry Osborn, Professor Otto Octavius, and my college mate Ned Leeds, along with a few other friends, established Parker Industries. In a sense, we four are all Spider-Men." Professor Otto later found happiness. He married a remarkably talented woman named Anna Maria. As for Ned, he reminisces about amusing moments. He was the founding president of our Spider-Man fan club in college and single-handedly launched the official Spider-Man website. He's a splendid fellow. After sharing this, he turned his gaze back to the still-shocked Yang Jieshi and bowed deeply again. Master, I am here firstly to express my gratitude. Thank you for imparting true martial arts to me when I was most lost and vulnerable, opening the door to a whole new world. Secondly, I wish to thank you for your attentiveness during significant events in my life. He paused, a genuine, blissful smile blossoming on his face. I am currently very happy with Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy was the first to react, leaping in front of the future Peter, nearly pressing her face against his. This is impossible. Why have I never seen this part in the comics? You have never appeared in my comics. This defies logic. This is not metafiction. In response to Gwen's fervent inquiry, the future Peter merely smiled and, with a knowing glance, directed his gaze towards Yang Jieshi behind her. Following his gaze, Gwen turned to see Yang Jieshi's serene expression and instantly comprehended the situation. She let out a huff of dissatisfaction, pouting as she returned to her seat. No longer speaking, it was evident she had surmised that everything was related to Yang Jieshi's ability to nullify her powers. The future Peter seemed to seek confirmation and glanced around the room before tentatively asking, Master, at this time, you would not yet be acquainted with a small girl with white hair and emerald-like eyes, would you? He did not utter that name, but from the equally bewildered and perplexed expressions on the faces of Yang Jieshi, Harley, and Gwen, he derived the answer he sought. How splendid. It seems my timing is impeccable. He sighed in relief, murmuring to himself, for he recalled that during his first meal at the Martial Arts Academy, she was not present. At last, Yang Jieshi, emerging from his shock, fixed his gaze upon this matured version of his disciple and posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind regarding his future. However, the future Peter merely revealed that gentle smile, tinged with a hint of regret, shook his head, and offered no reply. In an instant, Yang Jieshi comprehended the unspoken truth. He nodded and chuckled self-deprecatingly. It is indeed a secret that must remain undisclosed. The future Peter, as if he had completed the primary objective of his journey, relaxed his demeanor. From the pocket of his suit, he produced a metallic cube, no larger than a Rubik's cube, shimmering with a blue glow, and gently placed it on the ground. A faint, technologically sophisticated sound of mechanical transformation ensued, and within mere seconds, the small cube unfolded and reconfigured itself into a sleek, futuristic anti-gravity motorcycle. Its spacious seat, capable of accommodating several passengers, indicated its practicality. This is a gift I bring to you, Master. A small token of respect. The future Peter stated, it is quite convenient and discreet. Having completed this gesture, he turned to Yang Jieshi and, in a tone almost pleading, inquired, Master, would you be so kind as to guide me? He appeared somewhat bashful, his demeanor reminiscent of his younger self. I wish to see present-day New York. Could you lead the way? Chapter 26. The air of the night was profound as the sea. The anti-gravity motorcycle, born of future technology, glided silently and gracefully through the gaps of New York City's steel jungle, resembling a sleek, silver fish. There was no roar of engines, no rush of air, only the gentle whisper of the wind brushing past his ears. Beneath them lay the vibrant lights of this sleepless city, glowing like a neural network in its brilliance. This sensation starkly contrasted with the thrilling exhilaration of weaving through buildings on strands of web. It imparted a sense of divine, omniscient freedom and tranquility. Yang Jieshi maneuvered the motorcycle, his adaptability surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Within mere minutes, he had mastered the operation of this futuristic machine. He did not lose himself in the wonder of this extraordinary flight, for he understood that Peter had summoned him for more than mere sightseeing. There was a purpose behind this meeting. Peter, what was the reason for calling me? Yang Jieshi's voice resonated with clarity in the serene heights. Was there an incident in the future that necessitated altering certain events in the present? Seated behind him, the future Peter Parker fell silent for a moment. A deep sadness, difficult to conceal, surfaced on his usually gentle countenance. Yes, his voice grew deep and heavy, marking the second and most significant reason for my return. He inhaled deeply, as though summoning immense courage to unveil that blood-soaked and harrowing memory. We confronted the family of the Inheritors, a conflict that engulfed the entire multiverse, affecting all spider totems. The Inheritors? Yang Jieshi furrowed instantly. Indeed, the future Peter nodded, his gaze seemingly piercing through time and space. returning to that era of tumultuous warfare. My legion, in the early stages of the conflict, took it upon ourselves to delay several main forces of the Inheritor family to shield the spider armies of other universes as they assembled. We paid a tremendous price to secure precious time for the eventual victory. His voice carried a barely perceptible quiver. Even after the passage of vast time, those memories remained as vivid as if they occurred yesterday. Yang Jieshi's heart sank suddenly. His mind was flooded with a tumult of recollections regarding the Inheritor family. He involuntarily gasped. If there exists a villainous organization within the Marvel multiverse that embodies the quintessential, irreconcilable adversary to all Spider-Men, it is undoubtedly the Inheritors. They are not driven by greed, power, or any delusional ambition. They are a cadre of interdimensional energy vampires that feast upon the ancient totems of animal deities across parallel universes. Their existence hinges on the hunt to devour any Spider-Man or life forms closely associated with the spider totem. To them, the Inheritors represent the apex of the food chain, an insurmountable predator. The reason they capture spider totems is twofold. First, the capture of the Weaver, the ancient spider god, allows them to better locate the spider totems. Second, the spider totems align more closely with their predatory tastes. Their family leader, Solans, possesses the formidable strength to slay a Captain Marvel-level Spider-Man with bare hands. His eldest son, Morlun, is akin to an indestructible cockroach, having repeatedly driven the main universe's Peter Parker into desperate situations. He is a creature existing solely for slaughter and consumption. Additionally, Deimos, Genex, Karn, and each member of their family are embodiments of calamity, with powers far surpassing those of mere street-level villains on Earth. They resemble a pack of prehistorically armed wolves that have invaded a sheepfold, with all Spider-Men merely lambs awaiting slaughter before them. The war, known as the Spider-Verse conflict, was marked by a brutality that epitomized a collective extermination of all Spider-Men. Countless Spider-Men from parallel universes were ruthlessly slaughtered and had their life essence consumed, becoming sustenance for the Inheritor survival. A cold sweat broke out on Yang Jieshi's back. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a formidable, cosmic threat in this manner. Now, the future Peter pulled Yang Jieshi back from his astonishment, his voice laden with gravity. Although we have defeated the main forces of the Air family, some remnants have managed to escape. They possess a certain technology capable of interfering with past timelines. Their intention is to alter history. The silver lining, however, is that at this juncture, they have not yet mastered the art of parallel universe travel. Therefore, their operational scope is likely confined to this parallel universe's Earth. Moreover, the remnants of the Air family have already suffered significant losses and are in dire need of sustenance, which will inevitably drive them to act. Based on our assessments, they have chosen their target. On the day of my, or rather, the present me's, wedding, they plan to strike. Yang Jieshi nodded upon hearing this. After all, the resurrection of the Air family also requires energy, making this reasoning quite plausible. They believe that day represents the universe's spider totem, a moment when the spirit is most vulnerable, defenses are at their weakest, and thus the easiest time to be hunted. At that very moment, a long-forgotten, coldly mechanical blue screen materialized before him, visible only to Yang Jieshi. High-risk temporal interference detected. Causal weapon locked. Trigger-level emergency mission. The Weaver's Gamble. Mission Objective 1. Ensure host disciple Peter Parker successfully disrupts the wedding and establishes his ultimate relationship with Mary Jane Watson and Gwen Stacy. Accompanying objective. Completely eliminate the special hazardous entity, Green Goblin, on the day of the wedding. Mission reward. Failure penalty. No penalty. I trust that you will act regardless. Otherwise, the little spider and the spider family will face dire consequences. The two continued their conversation in the air for a while longer, with the future Peter succinctly sharing some divulgeable intelligence regarding the impending war. The motorcycle gradually decelerated, hovering at a distance above an experimental building at Empire State University. From this vantage point, they could clearly see Professor Otto Octavius, donned in reading glasses, completely absorbed in soldering a complex circuit board through a window. His face bore the pure focus and obsession characteristic of a scholar. The light glinted off his somewhat thinning hair, rendering him strikingly vibrant and real. The future Peter watched silently for a long time, lost in thought. Yang Jieshi sensed his contemplation but felt powerless in the present moment, wishing for a stronger version of himself in the future. "All right, Master," he finally said, retracting his gaze and restoring calmness to his voice. Please take me to the rooftop of that building ahead. Yang Jieshi nodded and guided the motorcycle smoothly down to the designated rooftop. Just as they were about to depart, the future Peter seemed to recall something and turned back to Yang Jieshi, saying, by the way, Master. Lastly, a small suggestion. Let us be more forgiving towards Tony Stark. He is fundamentally a good person, albeit occasionally somewhat awkward. Upon finishing his words, he bowed once more to Yang Jieshi. Subsequently, his figure gradually became transparent amidst a cascade of luminous data-like brilliance, ultimately vanishing into the enveloping night. Alone on the expansive rooftop, Yang Jieshi remained silent for an extended period. He retrieved the metallic cube, now reduced to the size of a Rubik's Cube, and with a mere thought, a glimmer of light, visible solely to him, flickered. The cube, emblematic of future technological marvels, was seamlessly integrated into the collection space of his system. Upon returning to the martial arts school, he found that both Harley and Gwen were still awake, seated in the living room as if awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing him, the two girls exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a peculiar blend of excitement and uncertainty. I suppose it was either Yang or Gwen who first spoke up. She indicated towards the upstairs, then gestured to herself and Harley. In an exceedingly tentative tone inquired, did that future version of Peter Parker, who appeared so incredibly charismatic and seemingly victorious in life, actually come here to meet us and refer to you as Master? Harley interjected, from a certain causative perspective, our existence and actions have become an essential, predetermined component of the happiness that he is destined to attain in the future. The two girls exchanged glances once more, and then, in unison, articulated a conclusion that left them profoundly astonished. Does this mean we have been officially recognized and inducted into the spider family by the exalted Spider Totem, who governs all spider destinies? Yang Jieshi could only shrug in uncertainty, and amidst the clamor of the two girls, the new toy he had just acquired was spirited away by them for some mischief. Chapter 27. The Wedding Heist. In all honesty, during his previous life as a reader, Yang Jieshi harbored little pure, black and white malice towards Norman Osborn. He was merely a complex, tragic figure consumed by madness and obsession, an indispensable element of the narrative. However, upon truly traversing into this world and witnessing the chilling data resulting from his experiments after vanquishing Jafar, Yang Jieshi felt only a fleeting surge of anger. When he sought to threaten Matt with the St. Agnes orphanage as leverage against himself, he had no intention of completely eradicating the Osborn legacy, for he was acutely aware of the fate of the Osborn group. Yet, during his time alongside the Punisher, witnessing Norman Osborn's heinous crimes and the tragedies birthed from their human experiments, the nature of his relationship with Norman Osborn transformed beyond that of a mere reader and character. It morphed into a profound hatred, an unrelenting, searing animosity. Despite their differing nationalities, Yang Jieshi's dwindling conscience could not reconcile with these atrocities. The engagement ceremony, a grand spectacle orchestrated by Norman Osborn, was designed to salvage his reputation and consolidate his interests. In the scheme of Yang Jieshi, it would serve as the final nail in the coffin for this commercial titan. His intention was not merely to bring Norman Osborn to utter disgrace before the esteemed guests of high society, resulting in a social demise, but to ensure that, at this moment of his greatest triumph, Osborn would truly confront his own biological end. Hours earlier, in a highly secured clandestine safe house belonging to Hydra in New York City, Crossbones, Brock Rumlow, was bare-chested, tending to his battered physique with a cloth soaked in strong liquor, while he and his wife, the daughter of Red Skull, Sin, reveled in a newly acquired stash of crisp dollar bills. This apprentice was indeed extravagant. Sin lifted a stack of bills, inhaling their scent, her face breaking into a seductive yet perilous smile, expressing her fondness for such raw lure. In contrast, Rumlow's eyes glimmered with a more intricate light as he gazed upon a dossier featuring a master mimic's photograph, his thoughts drifting back to the day of the Lizardman incident. When he first noticed that figure, he had momentarily believed his long-deceased mentor, Yang Shojin, had risen from the depths of hell. The attire and combat style were strikingly reminiscent. However, he soon realized it was merely a young rogue dressed in his mentor's garb. Yet, it was evident that this so-called apprentice had surpassed the legendary Yang Shojin in many respects. Consequently, Hydra convened a high-level meeting to address the matter. The final resolution was to exhaust all avenues to recruit this powerful, enigmatic loner, seemingly indifferent to any ideology, into their ranks. Even if he were not Yang Shojing himself, lacking his renown, his formidable strength could serve as Hydra's sharpest blade. However, what they did not anticipate was that he was impervious to their tactics, resembling a pure mercenary who recognized only the allure of money. Nevertheless, Rumlow believed that collaboration was the most effective means to foster rapport, regardless of the other's intentions. Finding an opportunity to engage in a lucrative venture would surely uncover common ground. Thus, their transaction proceeded smoothly. Yang Jieshur procured from Rumlow some miniature explosives from S.H.I.E.L.D. and specialized depleted uranium bullets intended for targeted assassinations. Had he not been out of stock, Rumlow would have sought to venture into the radiated man's base to procure some dirty bombs to gauge the apprentice's interest. At the Plaza Hotel, the epitome of luxury in New York City, the engagement ceremony uniting the Osborne and Watson families unfolded as scheduled. The venue was alive with elegance and sophistication, hosting a myriad of distinguished figures. Nearly all notable personalities of New York City were in attendance, and the flashes of cameras illuminated the atmosphere as if it were daylight, each face adorned with exuberant and flawless social smiles. Apart from the pair standing on the stage, resembling marionettes, Harry Osborne donned a sharply tailored white suit, his complexion paler than the attire he wore. Opposite him, Mary Jane Watson graced the occasion in a wedding gown worth a fortune, her beauty angelic. Yet her enchanting eyes mirrored an abyss of desolation. As the host, with the most resplendent eloquence, elevated the ceremony to its zenith, preparing to announce the exchange of rings, an unexpected transformation unfolded. Two figures, a man and a woman, emerged slowly from the vibrant throng, Peter Parker and Liz Allen, under the astonished, incredulous gazes of the attendees. Peter approached Mary Jane, disregarding her father's ashen visage, and extended his hand towards the girl he cherished. Simultaneously, Liz stepped forward to Harry, reaching out to the brave boy who loved her just as fiercely. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In the next heartbeat, Mary Jane and Harry, as if liberated from all shackles, unhesitatingly placed their hands into those of Peter and Liz, respectively. What began as an engagement ceremony transformed into a sensational elopement, a spectacle that could only be described as the most explosive escape of the century, witnessed by all. "Stop them!" Mr. Watson and the security personnel finally snapped to attention, roaring as they prepared to rush forward. Yet, before they could take two steps, they were effortlessly subdued by two unexpectedly emergent girls, also clad as guests. One girl brandished a toy gun, firing a few sticky paintballs that sent two bodyguards tumbling comically to the ground. The other girl, with elegant poise, executed a precise sidekick in high heels, rendering another would-be obstructor unconscious. Harley Quinn and Gwen Stacy had long been waiting for this moment. No! A roar erupted from the main guest seats, a sound devoid of humanity, brimming with boundless fury and humiliation. Norman Osborn sprang to his feet, his eyes aflame with rage. Turning a vivid crimson, he fixed a fierce glare upon his fleeing son and the instigator, Liz, his muscles trembling violently. His well-maintained visage began to contort and deform at a visible pace. The veins beneath his skin writhed like countless dark, twisting worms, swelling with frenzy. A sickly, ominous green hue began to seep into his skin. His body, accompanied by the crackling sounds of dislocated bones, expanded at an alarming rate, defying biological norms, growing more robust. Previously, due to the chaos caused by Yang Jie and his associates at Osborne Industries, the development of the Green Goblin Serum had been significantly delayed. However, no one anticipated that the seemingly respectful server who had just presented him with celebratory champagne was, in fact, a disguise orchestrated by Yang Jie himself, who had silently added a vial of the Green Goblin Serum to his drink. The system required the demise of the Green Goblin. Thus it conjured one and extinguished its life. In that moment, the cataclysmic force erupted under the intense agitation of his emotions. "Harry!" he bellowed, seizing his son's arm with such tremendous might that it nearly shattered the bones. With his other hand transformed into a claw, he lunged ferociously at Liz's throat. Mere inches away, a faint sound echoed as the miniature explosives detonated, causing the chandelier above to groan under its burden, followed by a heavy crystal ornament plummeting from sky. To ensure the successful assassination of Norman Osborn, Yang Jie intentionally weighted certain ornaments, guaranteeing they would crush the Green Goblin incarnation of old Osborn. Of course, if that did not suffice, Yang Jie had a vial of cyanide hidden in his sleeve. In that eventuality, he would shed his servant's attire, don a lab coat, and mask, demonstrating to Osborn the true meaning of a trained physician. The future Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, had yet to unleash any of his frenzied ambitions, nor had he even begun to etch his terrifying new name into the annals of history. In the very first second of his rebirth, he was met with his ultimate, biological demise. In the distance, Yang Jie observed as a blue light flashed before him. System notification. Task objective of killing the Green Goblin completed. Series task updated. The annihilation of the Sinister Six. Current completion progress. 26. Norman Osborn has been slain. Phase reward granted. Intermediate martial arts 10 draws amidst the chaos. For young individuals who had successfully escaped a wedding, shielded by Harley and Gwen, boarded a vehicle driven by Gwen Stacy, which had been waiting at the back entrance. With a screech of tires, they vanished from sight. Just as the four, having narrowly evaded a calamity, sought to exhale in relief. Their vehicle was abruptly halted by ominous figures that descended from the sky. These individuals, clad in tattered, yet opulent Victorian hunting attire, bore cruel yet graceful smiles that belonged to predators. The palpable aura of avarice that emanated from them sent a shiver down the spines of Peter and Gwen, causing their hairs to stand on end. The henchmen of the Air family had made their entrance. Meanwhile, atop a high-rise on the opposite side of the city, the observant Deadpool, upon witnessing the emergence of these figures, swiftly retrieved his phone and sent Yang Jie a succinct yet urgent message. The enemy has arrived. Chapter 28. Living towards death within the vehicle. The air plummeted from the euphoric relief of survival to a chilling abyss of fear in a mere second. Those figures that had materialized seemed to be a manifestation of the deepest nightmares, frozen on the retina. The insidious greed and ancient malevolence directed towards the concept of totems manifested almost tangibly, causing every cell within Peter and Gwen to emit a primal wail and tremor, deeply rooted in their very bloodlines. It was a sensation akin to that of a rabbit encountering a wolf or an antelope facing a lion, an instinctual terror imprinted at the very foundation of their genetic makeup. Impervious to rational suppression, Gwen, Peter's voice, strained with intense anxiety, had taken on a hoarse quality, yet he commanded the girl in the driver's seat with an unprecedented, undeniable authority, shouting, "Step on the gas. Do not stop. Get us out of here. Quickly." "No, Peter," Mary Jane and Harry exclaimed in unison. But Peter had no time to offer explanations. With utmost urgency, he ripped off his sweat-soaked suit jacket, which still carried a hint of champagne scent, revealing the red and blue spider suit that symbolized responsibility and hope. He deftly donned the mask, completely concealing the bewildered boy next door, Peter Parker, beneath its facade. He glanced back, taking a deep, lingering look at the girl in the driver's seat, tears streaming down her face as she bit her lip with fierce determination. And at the girl sitting beside her, who was already weeping profusely, Gwen Stacy understood everything conveyed in his gaze. It was an unwavering resolve, the consciousness of a warrior, and a final bequest from a man to his beloved. Reluctantly, her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing tightly, rendering her breathless. Yet, she nodded heavily in affirmation. With a thunderous roar, the car's engine erupted in anger. Gwen, tears flowing, slammed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, darting through the narrow gap between the intruders. Simultaneously, Spider-Man flung open the car door and leapt out, akin to a moth drawn to the flame of fate, resolutely leaving himself in this deadly hunting ground. Fear coursed through him. He could feel the sweat pooling in his palms, his legs trembling slightly. The oppressive mental strain from his adversaries nearly compelled him to flee. However, behind him were his friends, his beloved, everything he had vowed to protect with his life. How could he turn away? No. You fool. Idiot. Do you even realize what you are doing? Just as Spider-Man prepared to confront the enemy alone, a scream filled with terror and fury erupted from a nearby rooftop. Deadpool, that ever-intrusive observer, descended like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, not charging at the foes, but instead reaching out to embrace Spider-Man, as if to save a child running towards an oncoming train, desperately trying to pull him away. "Let go of me, Wade," Spider-Man shouted, struggling against him. "I must stop them." "Stop what?" The voice of Deadpool resonated with an unmistakable and palpable fear for the first time. "You will die. They will tear you apart as easily as one rips a napkin, then you shall be devoured as an appetizer. I do not wish to see your obituary in the Horn Herald tomorrow." In the very moment, the two combatants were entangled in a fierce struggle. The henchmen of the inheritors approached with a cruel yet graceful smile, like phantoms closing in. The two were forced to confront their adversaries in haste. Boom! Spider-Man delivered a powerful straight punch that struck one of the inheritors squarely in the face. The force behind it could have shattered a brick wall, yet it merely caused the adversary's head to tilt back slightly. In response, the foe retaliated with a seemingly casual slap. Yet it bore an unmatched force that sent Spider-Man hurtling through the air like a severed kite, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, Deadpool wielded dual blades forged from carbonadium, capable of suppressing regenerative factors. Although they could effectively slice through the monstrous skin, leaving gaping wounds deep enough to expose bone. Such injuries seemed trivial to these creatures that feasted on life energy. They merely brushed aside the bothersome blades with impatience, and, with even greater ferocity, knocked Deadpool down repeatedly. The disparity in strength was staggering. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided, mocking, and brutal slaughter. Just as one of the inheritors extended his pale, sharp claws, reminiscent of a beast, ready to pierce Spider-Man's heart and savor his first meal of the night, a hum filled the air. Suddenly, a beam of destructive, emerald energy descended from the heavens, striking the henchman with pinpoint accuracy. The inheritor let out a blood-curdling scream, filled with agony and terror. The area where the beam had impacted his body smoked as if doused in concentrated sulfuric acid, his flesh rapidly disintegrating and peeling away to reveal charred sinew beneath. This energy appeared to be the absolute bane of such beings. A figure descended, accompanied by four metallic, serpentine appendages, landing gracefully before Spider-Man. Clad in a sleek and powerful suit of dark red and black, adorned with a massive emblem of a black spider that resembled a burning flame. He exuded an aura of strength. His mask featured large, insect-like lenses that glimmered with a cold, murderous red light. "Do not lay a hand on my student, Doctor." Otto's voice emanated through the suit's speakers, deep and authoritative. The ends of his four metallic appendages extended, revealing cannon barrels aimed squarely at the bewildered inheritors. Shaken by the injury of their comrade, his once paranoid and frenzied gaze now softened into that of a mentor, filled with an unwavering protective instinct toward his most cherished student, akin to that of a parent. As a distinguished nuclear physicist, he had already reached the pinnacle of his research on radiation. Just last night, an anonymous letter, remarkably detailed, had mysteriously appeared in his laboratory. The correspondence not only foretold a dire crisis Peter would face today, originating from another dimension, but also meticulously outlined the sole weakness of these monstrous beings, which fed on spider totems, high-intensity radiation. The letter bore only one signature: Weaver. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even handle a mere child. A roar, brimming with fury and impatience, echoed from the shadows of the street corner. An air, taller and more robust than the other henchmen, exuding an unmistakable aura of a predator, slowly emerged. He was the leader of this band of remnants, Valen. As a relatively minor member of his family, he had excelled in tracking and ambushing, managing to escape a fateful clash that determined his family's destiny, albeit with grievous injuries. He vowed to alter the course of his family's fate. Starting with the hunt for the Spider Clan he had meticulously targeted, endowed with immense potential. His choice of this particular family was not a matter of chance. It stemmed from his ability to traverse time, albeit restricted to Earth as a location. The family's invention of interdimensional travel would take considerably longer, delaying their arrival to this Earth. Due to the shift in the timeline, they had not acquired the Weaver's web of the ancient spider deity, making access to various parallel universes significantly more challenging. Furthermore, he required sustenance to recuperate from his injuries. The moment he appeared, a terrifying pressure, potent enough to render the very air stagnant, enveloped the scene. Yet at that instant, another figure silently materialized before Valen, blocking his path. It was Peter Parker, the Weaver from the future, mature and composed. Clad in a well-tailored suit, he wielded a silver, sci-fi-inspired cane, the tip of which emanated a soft yet powerful life energy. In stark contrast to that of the heirs. "Your hunt ends here, Valen." Peter's voice resonated, calm and resolute. He recognized that, within the hierarchy of spider totems, He was not the strongest, and due to the constraints of time travel, he could not bring an abundance of formidable equipment. However, as the guardian of this timeline and the mentor to his past self, he understood that he must stand resolutely against the adversary. A war transcending time and space between the old and new Spider-Man against their nemesis was on the brink of eruption, just as the atmosphere on the battlefield reached a tense climax, ready to ignite. A faint yet remarkably distinctive sound of an anti-gravity engine resonated from the heights above. A silver, futuristic anti-gravity motorcycle descended from the sky with an unparalleled aura, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. Upon this motorcycle stood three figures. At the forefront, a man donning a fearsome skull mask, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper himself, who was an imitation master. Flanking him were two girls bearing equally wild and exhilarated expressions, Harley Quinn and Gwen Stacy. Chapter 29. Courage is the anthem of humanity. The silver anti-gravity motorcycle sliced through the night like a bolt of lightning, charging into a hunting ground shrouded in death and fear with a thunderous force. Action, commanded Yang Jieshi, his voice cold and imbued with undeniable authority. He leapt from the motorcycle, a menacing resistance blade firmly in hand, his figure darting like a specter toward the henchmen of the air preparing to ambush Dr. Otto. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn and Gwen Stacy erupted like two liberated, destructive rabbits, one wielding a gigantic baseball bat adorned with a smiley face, the other brandishing two pink cartoonish pistols, shrieking as they joined the fray alongside Deadpool and Peter. The battlefield instantly transformed into a scene of greater chaos and brutality. Damn it, why can't I fight back? Gwen Stacy exclaimed in frustration as she barely dodged a claw capable of rending steel from one of the airs. Her narrative abilities at this moment felt as if they were dampened, akin to paper soaked in water, still existent, yet sticky and unable to unleash their inherent, whimsical power. She sensed a more potent, fundamental will emanating from the editorial department, forcibly correcting her actions. Fortunately, the radiation from depleted uranium bullets was able to inhibit the enemy's regeneration, temporarily rendering them incapable of combat. Don't waste your efforts, little Gwen. On the other side, Harley struck fiercely at an air's knee with her bat, producing a sickening crack. Yet the foe merely staggered before lunging at her once more. Utilizing the recoil, she executed a nimble backflip, creating distance as she shouted to Gwen, "I can't feel it. This guy shouldn't die at our hands. His demise belongs to the Spider's narrative. We, the supporting characters, have no authority to usurp the protagonist's adversary." Even Deadpool, usually invulnerable and unrestrained in his comedic antics, appeared unusually grave in this moment. For the first time amidst such intense combat, his mouth refrained from uttering any banter. Each of his strikes became precise and lethal, employing the purest of combat techniques in a life-and-death struggle. He too sensed that the protective aura granting him immunity to most harm, derived from the fourth wall, was being unprecedentedly suppressed and weakened in the presence of these monsters that fed upon the very essence of the narrative. On the battlefield, it was Yang Jieshi who exhibited the greatest finesse. Unlike others, he did not engage these monstrous foes in a direct confrontation of sheer force. His silhouette drifted like a wisp of black, elusive smoke, gliding along the periphery of the battlefield. Each of his appearances was heralded by a lethal arc of light, reminiscent of a crescent moon S-blade. He embodied the essence of a masterful, unyielding opportunist, always poised to strike in the fleeting moment when his adversary's attacks faltered, their strength waning and new vigor yet to arise. Like a venomous serpent, he would silently close the distance, delivering deep, bone-exposing wounds to the joints and necks of these creatures with his sharp blade, or unleashing a round from his Hellfire shotgun loaded with depleted uranium shells. Though these minions of the Inheritors possessed formidable strength and near-immortal bodies, their combat skills appeared crude and clumsy in the presence of Yang Jieshi, a battle-hardened master whose martial prowess was ingrained in his very bones. At the instant when Harley found herself vulnerable, on the verge of being ambushed by an Inheritor, a shadow materialized beside her as if teleporting. Yang Jieshi did not even glance back. With a swift, precise stroke, he severed the tendons of the Inheritor's arm beneath the armpit. Harley felt a rush of wind pass by, and the imminent threat transformed into a cry of agony filled with pain. Her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. She gazed at the broad and dependable figure shielding her, and for the first time, she noticed an emotion within herself, one she had not previously acknowledged, an exhilarating thrill. She understood that this sensation might merely be a psychological phenomenon known as the suspension bridge effect, induced by a surge of adrenaline on the battlefield. Nevertheless, the feeling of being silently and steadfastly protected by such undeniable strength was undeniably gratifying. Meanwhile, Gwen was frantically evading the assault of two inheritors when, in a moment of misfortune, one seized her ankle, threatening to pull her to the ground. At that critical juncture, Yang Jieshi enveloped his arm in armed hockey, blocking and hurling away an attacking enemy, then once more unleashed the Hellfire shotgun upon the assailant's hand. Seizing the opportunity, Gwen broke free and watched as the motorcycle gracefully arced through the air, returning to Yang Jieshi's side. Her cheeks flushed slightly, illuminated by the flames of battle. Yang Jieshi's mind raced back to the harrowing tales from the comics of his former life, specifically regarding the brutal war of the Spider-Verse. He recalled that the Inheritor family was ultimately vanquished by a colossal army of Spider-Men from countless parallel universes, who exiled them to a world rife with lethal radiation. They were not invincible. At the heart of the battlefield, a peculiar equilibrium had settled between the Weaver, Peter, and Valen in their fierce confrontation. In the future, Peter, endowed with unparalleled combat experience, wielded a silver-white cane that, with each swing, summoned a potent life force capable of counteracting the deathly aura emanating from Valen. Yet, the scars of past battles and the limitations imposed by time travel prevented him from acquiring formidable equipment, rendering him unable to gain any decisive advantage. Ultimately, he was more a strategist and commander than a pure warrior charging into battle. At this moment, Peter, along with Professor Otto and Deadpool, found themselves ensnared by the remaining henchmen, struggling to break free amid their relentless onslaught. The entire battlefield appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse, susceptible to an instant unraveling should either side falter in stamina. Meanwhile, several blocks away, a car careened to a sudden, jarring halt in a desolate street, emitting a piercing screech that grated on the nerves. Behind the wheel, Gwen Stacy gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, the veins on her hands prominently visible. Tears cascaded down her dust-laden cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Yet, her gaze was devoid of fear or hesitation. Instead, it burned with an unprecedented, fiery resolve. She glanced into the rearview mirror at her three equally shaken companions. "I cannot abandon him." Gwen's voice trembled with emotion, yet resonated with unwavering determination. "I cannot do it." As her words lingered in the air, Mary Jane reached out, clasping Gwen's hand tightly. In her eyes, there were no tears. Only the same fervent and undeniable light mirrored in Gwen's own. "You are not alone," Mary Jane declared. "I cannot abandon him either." In that moment, the two girls, through the mere exchange of a glance, comprehended the depths of each other's hearts. They recognized that their feelings for the boy were perfectly aligned, not possessive or jealous, but a willingness to offer their everything for the purest form of love. The two Spider-Women, in that instant, achieved the most significant consensus of their lives. Gwen Stacy inhaled deeply, wiping away her tears before retrieving the white hooded mask representing her other identity from the glove compartment. Without hesitation, she donned it upon her face. When that familiar white figure reappeared behind the wheel, she was no longer the weeping, vulnerable Gwen Stacy in need of protection. She had transformed into Ghost Spider. The tires screeched against the pavement, carving a perfect arc of determination as they turned 180 degrees. In the back seat, Harry Osborn observed the two girls. His eyes, once filled with confusion and sorrow from his father's death, regained their conviction. He grasped the baseball bat and a shotgun from beneath his seat and turned to Liz with a pale yet courageous smile. He had just lost his father and could not bear to lose his dearest friend. For Peter, he declared, for friendship. Liz tightly grasped his hand and nodded emphatically. They may lack superpowers, they may be frail, and upon their return, the only thing they could do was to wield stones, using the most trivial strength to fight for even a fleeting second for their friend. Yet, they understood the necessity of their return. Courage has never been the absence of fear, but rather the decision to stand firm in the face of overwhelming terror. This, indeed, is humanity's most magnificent anthem. The car's engine roared once more, carrying four brave hearts resolutely toward the battlefield fraught with death and despair. However, before them, the reinforcements hired by Yang Jieshi had already arrived. Longulo, armed with a sniper rifle, alongside his wife, Original Sin, stood elevated, providing Yang Jieshi and his companions with fire support. Initially, Yang Jieshi had sought to enlist the Punisher, but that individual was preoccupied elsewhere and would not return until later that evening. He had intended to bring his mobile unit along, but the vigilant black henchman had made it difficult to bring others out, so he had to come alone to lend his support. Additionally, the blind swordsman Takahashi Kenshi had also been persuaded by Long Yellow to join. Chapter 30. The Observer. At the intersection of time and space, upon the tapestry of causality, exists an infinite and grand concept known as the Spider Universe. It is not a singular dimension, but rather a magnificent web woven from countless possibilities, teeming with life and resonance. Each thread of this web represents the birth of a hero, a moment of choice, a soul burdened with immense power and responsibility. In an observation chamber beyond the perception of all, transcending dimensions, there resided a being with a disproportionately large head and a diminutive body, draped in a robe. Credalinga Heiftitome. With an epic tone, imbued with solemnity and grandeur, he narrated the seemingly insignificant yet profoundly crucial war unfolding before him. He is the observer, you too. Indeed, where there is light, there must be shadow. Where there is life, there must be death. Within this grand web of existence, the most primal and purest lineage of predators thrives. They are the arch-nemeses of this web, the gluttons that consume totems. At this very moment, upon this planet, a fateful conflict that would determine the future of this timeline is taking place. Heroes struggle, fate wails, and ancient prophecies seem to be gravitating toward a bloodier, preordained direction. Hey, I'm referring to that guy with a head as large as a bowling ball. U2's epic narration was abruptly interrupted by a crisp, mocking female voice. Laced with impatience, the observer momentarily faltered, a flicker of confusion surfacing for the first time in his eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of the cosmos. He lowered his gaze toward the source of the voice, to the war-torn street below. Then, he beheld a scene that would be difficult to comprehend for a lifetime. Before him stood a girl adorned with golden hair, styled in twin ponytails, the tips dyed a blend of pink and blue, alongside a madcap girl clad in a pink battlesuit. It was as if they had reached forth from the very frames of a comic, seizing the robe that was composed of cosmic energy, which was supposed to be nothingness. Thanks to Yang Jieshi's assistance, who had aided the sniper team of Rumlow and Original Sin, they were liberated from the fray. You, yes you, stop merely watching and come down to help, exclaimed Harley Quinn, her face illuminated by a sweet yet fierce smile as she tugged forcefully. Indeed, do not presume we cannot see you, you voyeur. Come out of your box. Sister Quizzer exerted herself, while Gwen, alongside her, summoned all her strength. Within U2's mind, capable of encompassing the entire history of the universe, he had yet to process why low-dimensional beings could touch upon such an ultimate philosophical conundrum before an irresistible, utterly unreasonable force emanating from beyond the fourth wall yanked him, the lofty observer akin to a deity, from his secure observation chamber as if he were a doll pulled from the ground. With a resounding thud, the esteemed cosmic chronicler found himself sprawled unceremoniously in the center of the battlefield, stirring up a cloud of dust. According to the observer's code, U2, vowed to merely observe and not interfere. U2 rose, dusting himself off in an attempt to restore his dwindling dignity with a tone imbued with authority. Enough of this nonsense. Harley struck his bald head with a stick. Of course, this blow inflicted no harm. Either you act now and reduce those bastards in Victorian attire to cosmic dust, or she exchanged a glance with Gwen, revealing a smile more diabolical than that of the inheritors. Together, they shouted towards the not-so-distant figure, who was both being pummeled and valiantly fighting. Shut the door. Release Deadpool. Deadpool's comedic aura, or rather, his meme-like power capable of distorting reality and tainting all solemn narratives, proved ineffective against the inheritor family, who were protected by plot armor. However, for U2, who needed to maintain an unyielding, serious, and epic perspective, Wade Wilson was destined to be his greatest adversary. Fortuitously, Wade had been temporarily liberated by the arrival of Takahashi Kenshi. U2 enjoyed the benefit of 3 meta-narrative wielders at his service. What a stroke of fortune. Received. Deadpool, invigorated by the summons of the 2 women who had recently deepened their bond, sprang to action. After all, his good friend Yang Jieshi had not been remiss in aiding Vanessa and several of his female companions thereafter. According to the audience's claims, his acquaintance with Vanessa, aided by the master of imitation, was a reasonable gesture to lend a hand to his two future sisters-in-law. Of course, it was not his intention to engage in anything with them. Rather, he sought to establish amicable relations. He lacked the audacity for such endeavors. Given that these two women would not hesitate to physically confront him in the future, with only his good friend occasionally managing to intervene. Moreover, he perceived a glimmer of hope for saving Peter within that oversized doll. He scarcely paid attention to the successor preparing to stab him, executing a slide tackle that propelled him directly in front of U2, where he grasped the disproportionately large thigh of the legendary figure. "Oh my goodness, are you the fabled observer? Your head is truly enormous. May I have your autograph? I am your ardent admirer. Can I touch it? Is it smooth? How does it feel? By the way, did you know that I endured a torturous experience yesterday, akin to the incessant chanting of Tang's song, an unending barrage of verbal onslaught? For the first time, the ancient and wise eyes of U2, which have witnessed the birth and demise of countless universes, revealed a profound, unmistakable pain and despair. He could acutely sense that his brain, a sacred hall meant to record the annals of the universe, was being inundated and polluted by a torrent of meaningless information. "Be silent." U2's voice, for the first time, quavered. "Thus I assert, that Mexican burrito must be slathered with double sour cream. The flavor is simply extraordinary. I demand you be silent." At last, just as his sanity was on the brink of being utterly shattered by the chaotic, unfathomable terror emanating from a lower dimension, the great observer U2 succumbed to despair. He extended a finger towards the throng of successors besieging Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus, gently tapping it. Time came to a standstill. An invisible force, rooted in the very essence of the cosmos, enveloped the battlefield in an instant. The movements of the successor minions froze mid-action, resembling lifelike statues. The entire world fell silent. In the midst of the battlefield, although Gwen Stacy, Mary Jane, Harry, and Liz bravely returned in their vehicles, attempting to provide support with their meager strength, their courage merely served to distract and hinder the successors, yielding minimal results. Even the usually adept Yang Jieshi found himself in a fierce struggle, his stamina and inner energy rapidly depleting from prolonged, intense combat. His black combat suit bore several gashes from claw strikes, seeping with traces of blood. He had transformed from a commanding hunter into a cornered beast, barely able to dance upon the edge of a blade for survival. Valen's gaze grew increasingly fierce and frenzied. He became acutely aware of a terrifying truth. His arrival and his hunt had not obliterated the spider totem of this timeline. Instead, like a catalyst, it had remarkably united individuals who were meant to be rife with contradictions and discord in an unprecedented manner. He had unwittingly fortified the spider family of the Weaver, Peter. He would not allow such a calamity to persist. At any cost, he sought to rectify this grievous error. However, just as he prepared to unleash his full might for a final strike against the Weaver, an overwhelming and unassailable force, emanating from the observer, descended upon him. An unprecedented sense of weakness, rooted in the very essence of life, seized Valen's entire being in an instant. He felt the connection to all lives around him severed by a more potent force, but that fleeting second was ample for the Weaver, Peter. In the future, Peter's eyes sparkled with a profound understanding. The silver staff in his hand erupted with an extraordinary, radiant vitality at that moment. He poured all his strength into this singular blow. The staff struck with precision and merciless intent upon Valen's only vulnerability, the heart, exposed by the severance of his power. Within the staff, alongside Peter's energy, lay a radioactive poison specifically designed for the heirs. No, Valen emitted a guttural cry, filled with resentment and despair. His body deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon, aging and crumbling, ultimately transforming into a mere handful of black dust, scattered by the wind, under the gaze of all present. The ancient prophecy that the heir family would ultimately perish at the hands of the spider totem had, in this moment, come full circle across the fabric of time. With the leader's demise, the once immobile minions of the heirs appeared to lose their source of power, collapsing like melted wax figures into identical ashes. The battle had concluded. Yang Jieshi felt darkness descend before his eyes. The taut nerves that had been stretched to their limits relaxed in an instant, flooding him with an overwhelming tide of exhaustion. Upon witnessing the resolution of events, Langmulo and Original Sin merely sent Yang Jieshi a text, reminding him not to forget to settle the remaining payment before hastily departing. They had no desire to provide Nick Fury with any leverage at that moment. Unable to sustain himself any longer, the heavy blade he held clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, utterly drained, onto the cold, cracked earth, gasping for breath. A steady cadence of footsteps approached and then halted beside him. It was the future Peter Parker. He gazed down at his nearly spent mentor, a complex expression of gratitude and a hint of mockery gracing his features. Then, amidst Yang Jieshi's astonished gaze, he slowly crouched down, extending his hand to gently remove the grotesque skull mask, an emblem of the Mimic Master's identity, from his face. Beneath the mask lay the youthful, ordinary visage of Yang Jieshi, etched with exhaustion. Yang Jieshi regarded him, a resigned sigh escaping his lips. This lad truly harbors a grudge, Yang Jieshi mused inwardly. He recalled a recent incident when he had similarly yanked off young Peter's hood without a hint of hesitation to persuade Dr. Octopus. Little did he expect that the tides would turn and the future Peter would reclaim the moment in such a manner. Chapter 31. The hamburger. In the fleeting instant following the battle's conclusion, it felt as though the entire world had been muted. The previously deafening explosions, the harrowing wails, and the horrific symphony of metal clashing with flesh had coalesced into a disorienting, incessant ringing in his ears. Aside from Yang Jieshi, who lay prostrate on the ground, utterly drained of strength, Peter Parker, too, found himself in a precarious state. His red and blue costume was tattered and stained, marred by charred marks and congealed blood. His stamina had been utterly depleted in the merciless, crushing battle against the successor. At that moment, he was barely standing, supported on either side by two equally disheveled, yet resolute girls. It was precisely this positioning that afforded him the clearest perspective of an unforgettable scene. The formidable Mimic Master, who loomed godlike in his heart and seemed unfathomably powerful, had his mask gently removed by another version of himself. What was revealed was a familiar, youthful face, marred by profound fatigue. Peter Parker's mind erupted in a cacophony of realization, as if struck by a thunderbolt. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, and his brain seemingly short-circuited. Was that the master of the dojo, always clad in casual attire, languidly sipping tea, capable of causing chaos with merely a bamboo stick? The Mimic Master was none other than the dojo master. This revelation detonated in his mind like a nuclear bomb, sending tumultuous waves crashing through his thoughts. All along, the enigmatic figure who had silently supported and guided him, clearing his path, was this seemingly eccentric martial arts teacher beside him. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, admiration, gratitude, and a tinge of fear overwhelmed him in an instant. Standing beside him, Gwen Stacy was equally stunned. Through her descriptions, she had come to understand that the Mimic Master was a being of immense power, akin to Deadpool, capable of transcending certain rules. In her heart, this figure was envisioned as a legendary being, perhaps a battle-hardened and venerable paragon of strength. Yet, to her astonishment, beneath that grotesque skull mask lay a visage so youthful, scarcely older than Peter himself. In the distance, Harry and Liz were drawn purely by gossip and curiosity. Though unfamiliar with Yang Jieshi and oblivious to the identity of the Mimicry Master, their intrigue for the sensational spectacle of a superhero unmasking in public was fervent. Dr. Otto, on the other hand, was enveloped in pure astonishment. He marveled at the prowess of this young man, capable of contending with a monster of the successor's caliber for such an extended duration, shrouded in enigma. As for Takahashi Kenshi, he merely lit a cigarette, finding the affair rather mundane. Having been lured by Rumlow, his primary concern was the remuneration and how to articulate the report to S.H.I.E.L.D. Amidst an eerie silence, the Peter from the future gently assisted the weakened Yang Jieshi from the ground, entrusting him to the awaiting arms of Harley and Gwen. The two girls effortlessly supported Yang Jieshi's weight, distributing his burden across their seemingly fragile shoulders. My task is accomplished. The Weaver, Peter, cast a glance at his counterpart in this timeline, and then at his mentor, propped up by Harley and the others, a look of contentment gracing his features. He waved farewell to the gathering, before disregarding Deadpool, who was attempting to exchange phone numbers with the great observer Uatu, and seized Deadpool by the scruff of his neck, forcibly dragging him into the temporal portal he had opened. Wait, I'm not done yet. I still need to ask him whether he wore underwear during the Big Bang. Deadpool's cries of indignation, along with the disenchanted visage of the large-headed doll Watu, vanished into the swiftly closing ripples of time, akin to the undulations of water. The threats of the future and the reinforcements had departed, leaving only the ravaged battlefield and a group of exhausted survivors. Peter Parker gazed at the familiar yet foreign figure supported by Harley and Gwen. His lips trembled as he mustered the courage to tentatively call out, "Master Yang?" Yang Jieshi lifted his gaze, met Peter's eyes briefly, and then nodded gently. This nod confirmed the suspicions of all present, plunging the atmosphere back into a silence laden with reverence and awkwardness. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi was entirely preoccupied, embroiled in an internal conflict far more unsettling than the previous battle. Two warm, soft, and vibrantly youthful bodies were pressed closely against his sides. On the left stands Harley Quinn, her figure embodying the essence of a mature woman with alluring curves, exuding a subtle yet intoxicating aura that intertwines the scents of high-end perfume and gunpowder, a unique blend of danger. To the right is Gwen, petite yet unexpectedly sturdy, her youthful form radiating a whimsical sweetness reminiscent of strawberry-flavored bubblegum. This unfamiliar scent, saturated with feminine allure, flows like two warm currents through their combat attire, enveloping him in its embrace. Instinctively, his body stiffens in response, his shoulders tensing as if forged from stone. His immediate reaction is to break free, to distance himself, retreating into the solitary sanctuary that he has carved out for himself. Since reaching adulthood, or rather, since developing an independent consciousness, he has seldom experienced such intimate, prolonged contact with others, particularly women. To him, intimacy equates to vulnerability, a relinquishing of one's defenses to another. It is a luxurious yet perilous sensation he had long since forsaken. Moreover, societal issues that many in contemporary times understand as contributing to disharmony between the sexes weigh heavily on Yang Jieshi, the time traveler. He resembles a solitary wolf, long accustomed to licking his wounds alone, armored by a cold and unyielding exterior. Yet at this moment, the unexpected warmth that threatens to dissolve his defenses engenders a sense of panic and profound disorientation within him. Harley, supporting him, keenly perceives the momentary rigidity in his body. A curious smile dances upon her lips, tinged with intrigue. She senses that this man, unflinching in the face of gunfire and monstrous foes, is visibly shaken merely by the presence of two girls at his side. How fascinating, indeed, it is utterly captivating. A glimmer akin to that of Dr. Quizzle shines in Harley's eyes, for as a scholar, she delights in exploring such peculiar cases. The Harley gang she established is, to a large extent, a mutual support group for those with psychological afflictions. On the other hand, Gwen is devoid of such complex thoughts. She merely observes the seemingly invincible man, now trembling slightly before her. A wave of mixed emotions, pride, shyness, and a hint of compassion, surges within her. She instinctively tightens her grip on his arm. As Yang Jieshi senses the disorienting softness and warmth enveloping him from both sides, he ultimately surrenders to the embrace, for he finds himself nearly devoid of the strength to stand. He could only sigh heavily within himself. Ultimately, at the behest of Dr. Otto, the members of what could be deemed New York's most formidable band of vigilantes all squeezed into a specially modified, spacious, multifunctional experimental vehicle. The atmosphere within the car was both warm and peculiar. Yang Jieshi sat in a corner of the back seat, squinting his eyes and feigning sleep, while in reality, he was desperately avoiding the gazes cast by Harley and Gwen. Meanwhile, the three parties entangled in a love triangle, Peter, Mary Jane, and Gwen Stacy, huddled together in perfect harmony, whispering to one another, each adorned with the blissful smiles of survivors. Harry and Liz also nestled together, sharing in their own portion of joy. As he gazed out the window at the slowly receding familiar cityscape, a remarkably incongruous thought filled with sarcasm suddenly emerged in Yang Jieshi's mind. Well, having endured so much turmoil, they had finally made it out alive. With such a seemingly happy ending, it was customary for them to return home and make dumplings together. Oh, wait, this is America. Perhaps they should make hamburgers instead? The vehicle, laden with exhausted heroes, gradually drove off into the distance. Chapter 32. New Skills when Yang Jieshi. Harley Quinn and Gwen returned to the Zhongwu Martial Arts School. Their weary bodies welcomed the cool moonlight that bathed the courtyard. The air still lingered with the faint scent of gunpowder and blood from the day's harrowing battle, mingling with the tranquil aroma of herbs in the courtyard, creating a peculiar fragrance filled with contradiction and realism. On this occasion, Yang Jiesher was surprisingly generous. Instead of casually preparing something to satiate his hunger at the dojo, he made a phone call and reserved a spacious private room at a highly regarded, secure upscale restaurant in Manhattan. He was not short on funds. Although his master's inheritance could not be described as lavish, it was sufficient for a comfortable life. Additionally, he had earned a decent sum as a mercenary. This night, a momentous occasion of survival, warranted a proper dinner to conclude the tumultuous events he had recently endured, while also providing an excuse for his own laziness today. The invitation extended beyond just Peter, Mary Jane, Gwen, Harry, Liz, and Dr. Otto, members of the Spider family who had recently faced life and death. Yang Jiesher thought it fitting to also invite Frank Castle, who had just returned from out of town, and Matt Murdock, who had just finished work. As for Takahashi Kenshi, he graciously declined Yang Jiesher's invitation, as he needed to return to SHIELD to write reports. He had come purely to earn some extra cash at the behest of Langley. Yang Jiesher not only settled his payment, but also discreetly took care of the remaining balance owed to the Langley couple through a shadowy channel. At present, he has become well acquainted with several superheroes in this circle, all of whom are aware of his identity as a master impersonator. Adding a couple more to the mix is of little consequence. The meal turned out to be far more lively and harmonious than anticipated. At the spacious round table, Peter, Mary Jane, and Gwen Stacy sat closely together. After enduring this trial of life and death, the final and most fragile barrier between them had been completely shattered. The two girls no longer exhibited any shyness or reservations. One naturally served Peter food, while the other carefully wiped the sauce from the corners of his mouth. Their unspoken understanding and harmony elicited warm, knowing smiles from Harry and Liz, who observed nearby. Meanwhile, Harry, having faced a day filled with pressure and peril, quietly conspired with Liz about their future, free life together. Dr. Otto, resembling a benevolent patriarch, smiled as he looked upon this vibrant group of young individuals, his eyes brimming with contentment and blessings. In an unexpected turn, Matt Murdock had brought along a female companion, a woman exuding an aura of wildness and danger. Strikingly beautiful like a drawn sword, Erica Natchez. Her mere presence infused the private room with an exotic and palpable tension. Thus, at the table, only two incongruous bachelors remained. Frank Castle, whose stern countenance suggested an indifference to the surrounding merriment, and our very own Dr. Octopus, Otto Octavius. Upon returning to the dojo, after bidding farewell to the reluctant guests, it was already late at night. Yang Jiesher first escorted the inebriated Harley, who was in high spirits and bore several lipstick marks, back to her bed. After exchanging good nights with Gwen, he quickly took a shower, attempting to wash away the lingering fatigue and scent of battle. Unlike his usual routine of training, he collapsed heavily onto his large, comfortable bed. Closing his eyes, he focused his thoughts in the familiar blue system interface, visible only to him, slowly unfurled in the sea of his consciousness. Level Urgent Mission. The Weaver's Gamble has been completed. Mission evaluation. Perfect. Successfully ensured the wedding heist and eliminated the Green Goblin at a critical juncture, thus avoiding major deviations in the timeline, while garnering the attention of a cosmic entity. Reward assessment in progress. Reward 1. Intermediate Martial Arts Lottery 30. Reward 2. Subclass Selection Authority 1. Reward 3. Enchanted Weapon Set 1. Reward 4. Favor of the Spider God, gazing at the series of rewards. Even Yang Jiesher felt his heart race uncontrollably for a moment. Without hesitation, he clicked on the first reward. Should the Intermediate Martial Arts Lottery commence? Indeed, in an instant, a colossal and fantastical virtual roulette materialized within his mind. The wheel spun rapidly, each halt accompanied by a burst of light, either resplendent or unadorned. A series of heart-pounding notifications, predominantly consolation prizes, darkened Yang Jiesher's countenance. It was not until the 19th turn that the roulette finally emanated a distinct and piercing glow. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill. Tranquil Heart Incantation. Source of Martial Arts. 1 beneath. Description. This incantation purges distractions and calms the mind, facilitating the transformation of ordinary thoughts into the path of enlightenment. The root of all our transgressions, The barrier preventing ordinary beings from entering the path lies within the heart. Although there are myriad methods of cultivation, they ultimately converge upon the mastery of the heart. The Tranquil Heart Incantation, as the foremost of the 8 divine incantations, serves as a purification practice for practitioners during their morning and evening rituals, as well as during the study of talismans, to dispel distracting thoughts and stabilize the mind. This incantation allows the mundane heart to enter a state of serene silence, reflecting upon the true heart and entering tranquility, while also offering protection to the soul. Yang Jieshi nodded in satisfaction. He had some understanding of the martial arts from one beneath. These skills would grant him an advantage when facing those with psychic abilities and illusions, no longer relegating him to a character with zero mental defense. As a final turn approached, the wheel again burst forth with a unique and striking brilliance. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill. National Guardianess Supreme Technique Summary. Source of Martial Arts. Qizhu Cantin. Description: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, embodying the utmost extremes of benevolence and righteousness. Each technique represents a pinnacle of combat prowess. Mastering one set is akin to learning 20 different languages. Achieving even 1/10 of a technique enables one to contend against 100 foes. 2/10 allows one to shatter stone with bare hands. 3/10 renders one impervious to harm. 4/10 enables one to pierce steel. 5/10 grants one the ability to traverse walls. 6/10 allows one to catch bullets. Few can reach even 7/10 of a technique. Note: currently, only the summary is available. Please anticipate the subsequent lottery for the specifics of the 14 techniques. Yang Jieshi's mouth twitched. The system remained as capricious as ever. However, his attention was soon captivated by another system notification. Congratulations! Fragment sans skill, Aerodeflecting Technique Description, Passive Skill. Upon detecting incoming high-velocity projectiles, bullets, arrows, flying knives, etc., this technique automatically blocks them, allowing the wielder to accurately sever the incoming projectiles with their weapon, knife, sword, staff, etc. The higher the proficiency, the faster and more numerous the projectiles one can counter. Upon seeing this, Yang Jieshi nodded in satisfaction. This lottery had finally proven worthwhile. This skill, combined with the monk's projectile deflection, constituted a commendable defensive technique. He stifled a yawn, mustering his energy to examine the subsequent details regarding subprofessions and other rewards. Chapter 33. The Ancient Spider God. After reviewing the skills, Yang Jieshi began to explore the subprofessions. Subclass selection permission. You may choose a specialization in either the monk or warrior class. Upon the system panel appeared 2 colossal icons representing the professions, beneath which were intricately listed at least 6 or 7 official subclass options, each brimming with character. However, most of these subclasses adhered to the 5th edition rules, while some from the 3rd edition, such as the Cloudwalker Monk, were conspicuously absent. Monk subclasses: Drunken Fist Sect, Shadow Sect, Free Fighting Sect, Blazing Sun Sect. Warrior subclasses: Weapon Master, Tactical Master, Champion Warrior. Each subclass represented a distinctly divergent path, rich with potential for development. Yet at this moment, Yang Jieshi, having endured an entire day of both mental and physical exhaustion, felt overwhelmingly fatigued. His mind was reluctant to engage in any further complex deliberations or weigh the pros and cons. He merely cast a cursory glance before temporarily closing the interface, intending to delve into it more thoroughly once his energy was restored the following day. Then came the 3rd reward. Acquired Enchanted Weapons Set. Breath of the Windwalker. Breath of the Windwalker Longbow, a composite longbow crafted by elven artisans, imbued with wind magic. It requires less effort to draw and allows arrows to be shot with greater speed and stability. Artisan's Soul Quiver, a magical quiver containing a miniature alchemical matrix. It can hold up to 30 arrows. It consumes a small amount of wood and iron to slowly, automatically manufacture standard arrows inside the quiver. Note: this quiver can only accommodate its own crafted arrows and cannot hold any other types of arrows. A fine bow paired with a self-sustaining quiver. This equipment perfectly compensated for his shortcomings in range precision strikes. Yang Jieshi noted in satisfaction. He already possessed a skill in his repertoire known as Gentleman S6 Arts, making archery and the manipulation of classical war chariots well within his capabilities. Finally, His gaze settled upon the enigmatic special reward marked with 3 question marks. Favor of the ancient spider god, a token of recognition and attention from the great weaver. Just this single line, devoid of further explanation. Whether this was a passive ability or a key to some task remained entirely unclear to Yang Jieshi. After studying it for a considerable time, he discerned no other changes. Enough was enough. An irresistible wave of fatigue washed over him, completely submerging his last vestiges of consciousness. He could no longer ponder these questions and resolved to indulge in a good night's sleep first. He dreamed a dream that felt both incredibly vivid and extraordinarily surreal. He found himself floating in an infinite expanse, woven from countless shimmering, translucent strands of energy that formed a magnificent universe. Each strand appeared to connect to a different world, allowing him glimpses of innumerable fleeting scenes. In a modern metropolis adorned with towering skyscrapers, in a fantastical realm brimming with magic and dragons. And amidst the desolation overshadowed by war and apocalyptic despair, he stood before an immense throne woven from the sturdiest and brightest strands of spider silk. Seated upon this colossal seat was a woman, a unique figure he had only glimpsed in the 1994 animated series of Spider-Man prior to his journey. Clad in a mysterious red and black bodysuit, her eyes were concealed behind a mask resembling a web. Her form was connected to countless energy conduits, extending from the throne like cables. Her voice, devoid of emotion, yet resonating with the wisdom of the cosmos, echoed directly within his mind. Greetings, Master of Mimicry, Yang Jieshi. Or should I refer to you as Variable? I am Madam Web. Yang Jieshi compelled himself to remain composed as he slightly bowed to this legendary being, who could be seen as the very embodiment of the Spider Universe's will. There's no need for formality. I am but a messenger, Madam Web continued. I represent the web of life and fate and the supreme ancient spider god, here to convey his will. You, along with your companions, Harley Quinn and Gwen Stacy, despite your chaotic and unpredictable actions, have inadvertently stabilized a crucial spider totem node on this timeline that was destined for decline. You have garnered the ancient god's favor. And what does that favor entail? Yang Jieshi inquired directly, voicing his deepest concern. It is permission, Madam Web replied, the permission to traverse the web of life freely. Henceforth, you shall no longer be constrained by a singular dimension. As long as there exists a node acknowledged by us, you may safely journey there under my guidance, without becoming lost in the tumult of time and space. Node, any holder of a spider totem, or any individual closely connected to the web that we recognize, can serve as a coordinate for your travels, Madam Web elucidated. Moreover, with your abilities, you may also create new nodes in certain desolate worlds that have yet to be covered by the web through specific rituals. In that instant, Yang Jieshi comprehended the essence of the matter. This was not a unilateral blessing. It was a mutually beneficial exchange. The ancient spider god sought to expand his influence through these variables, casting his web across more distant realms. You are astute, Variable. Madam Web seemed to see through his thoughts. The balance of the universe lies in reciprocity. We grant you freedom, and in return, you weave the future for us. It is a fair covenant. In the following moments, Yang Jieshi conversed with the enigmatic Madam Web about the intricacies of cosmic travel. For instance, how to sense nodes, how to open channels, and the myriad rules and taboos to be mindful of while traversing between different worlds. Time seemed to stretch endlessly when the voice of the Spider Lady resonated once more. The moment has nearly arrived. This meeting shall conclude here. Gradually, she rose from her immense throne, gesturing towards Yang Jieshi to proceed. In the next instant, Yang Jieshi felt a dizzying whirl, as the vast expanse of the spiderweb universe receded like a retreating tide. He abruptly sat up in bed, the first rays of morning sunlight filtering through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon his face. Chapter 34, The Shadow Trial, Part 1. The morning's first light, akin to a slender golden sword, pierced through the curtain-esque gap. Precisely illuminating Yang Jieshi's kontenanje. That warm, albeit slightly blinding brilliance roused him from the grand and enigmatic dream of his encounter with the Spider Lady. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling every cell in his body rejuvenated with vigor from the profound slumber. The vivid memories of the dream remained as clear as yesterday's recollections. The magnificent web woven from countless universes, the mysterious and powerful Spider Lady seated upon her throne, and the enticing, opportunity-laden contract concerning multiverse travel. He had obtained the answers he sought. The favor of the so-called ancient spider deity was not merely a simplistic, passive enhancement of attributes, but rather a ticket to a broader, more perilous, and infinitely more exhilarating stage. He, along with Harley and Gwen, three variables from beyond worlds, had caught the unwavering attention of one of the highest entities in this universe. Whether this was a boon or a bane remained to be seen. Yet, Yang Jieshi understood that his future would no longer be confined to this small, calamity-ridden planet. Instead, he had stepped into a larger parallel universe, where challenges persisted within Marvel. Yet new paths began to unfold. He leaped out of bed, his bones cracking in a symphony reminiscent of popping beans. After a night of rest, his energy and internal strength, thoroughly depleted from the battle with the successor, had nearly been restored. He did not immediately attend to the pivotal system rewards final option. Instead, he proceeded, as was his custom, to the dojo's backyard to commence his unwavering morning practice. 1 day without practice slows the hands and feet. 2 days without practice results in losing half the skill. 3 days without practice renders one a novice, and 4 days without practice leaves one merely staring blankly. Mastery of one's craft is essential for sustenance. He could not afford to let it slip, for the consequences of neglect were dire. Furthermore, he needed to ensure that his body reached its optimal condition. He sought to elevate his spirit to the pinnacle of clarity and focus. For he had a strong premonition that the so-called sub-profession choice would undoubtedly be far more complex than merely pressing a button akin to a system lottery. After finishing his morning exercise, as Yang Jieshi entered the living room, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of breakfast already laid out on the table. Standing proudly beside the dining table, hands on her hips, was the culprit, Gwen, clad in a pink bunny onesie. Tajda, look, this breakfast, crafted by yours truly, is brimming with love and peace. Come and taste it, she exclaimed, pointing to the rather unappetizing spread on the table, her face alight with anticipation. Yang Jieshi glanced at the kitchen, which resembled a scene after a minor explosion, the countertops in utter disarray. Then he looked back at the less than appealing breakfast, and ultimately took a seat, picking up a slice of toasted bread. Although her culinary skills left much to be desired, at least it was cooked and edible. Having been in America, he had experienced his fair share of subpar Western cuisine. Some white cooks were not exactly culinary maestros. When he craved the flavors of home, he typically sought out his friend Faye. After conquering the challenging breakfast, he took a moment to recite the calming mantra several times, adjusting his state of mind to a serene peak. Sitting cross-legged in his training room, he reopened the system interface that belonged to him. He focused his consciousness on the temporarily shelved option regarding the choice of subprofessions. 2 massive, powerful icons representing the warrior and monk floated silently before him, with rows of fantastical advancement branches listed below. He first directed his gaze towards the warrior branch. Champion Warrior, Battle Master, Arcane Knight, each represented a formidable path focused on weapon combat. However, after a brief contemplation, Yang Jieshi resolutely dismissed this option. The specialization of these warriors would be a significant waste for him at this stage. According to the rules, a typical combat round lasted around 6 to 8 seconds. Within this brief time frame, a high-level warrior might execute 2 to 3 attacks with their colossal sword or other heavy weapon, a phenomenon often referred to as multi-hitting. Yet Yang Jieshi, with his extraordinary physical prowess and mastery of martial techniques, could effortlessly accomplish the same feats. The heavy, anti-Japanese war saber in his grasp could, in a sense, be regarded as a heavy weapon. In terms of pure physical attack frequency and destructive power, he was on par with any so-called warrior. Furthermore, as a master imitator, he possessed a formidable learning ability. Should he desire, he could master the combat techniques and styles associated with any weapon in a remarkably short time. Coupled with the vast array of martial arts techniques he had already assimilated from the system's martial arts library, as well as some advanced techniques that even reached the realm of cultivation, it could be said that he was, in essence, a living embodiment of a battle master. Choosing this direction once more is merely an embellishment, and one might even argue that it is redundant, carrying little significance. As for the path of the Arcane Knight, which embodies both martial and magical prowess, he has decisively ruled it out. He recognizes that while mastery in this discipline can yield immense power, it often leads to the awkward predicament of being a jack of all trades, yet master of none. His foundation has always been martial, rooted in energy or inner strength. What he requires now is not an entirely new power system that demands his divided attention, but rather an auxiliary strength capable of reinforcing and elevating his existing abilities. Thus, his gaze naturally gravitated toward the category of monks. In comparison to warriors, the path of the monk undoubtedly aligns more harmoniously with his own system of power. Whether it is enhancing the limits and recovery speed of his inner strength, or providing a more diverse array of energy-based attacks, these are precisely what he urgently needs. After dismissing options that would constrain his combat style, such as the Sword Saint sect, which specializes in a single weapon, or the Sanzho sect, which focuses solely on hand-to-hand combat, he ultimately fixed his sights upon the enigmatic and lethal option of the Shadow sect. Many perceive the Shadow sect as a mere version of ninjas, but this characterization is not entirely accurate. Beyond the ninja archetype, the essence of the Shadow Monk is more centered on assassination and cult-like affiliations. This naturally includes certain Middle Eastern religious sects renowned for their assassination skills, which also reflects a broader Western stereotype of the East. Furthermore, the monk class has been significantly influenced by the legacy of Bruce Lee and Shaw Brothers martial arts films. Consequently, the Shadow Monk embodies a blend of the nefarious masters from Shaw Brothers films and the ninja imagery propagated by Japanese cultural exports. This amalgamation of various archetypes ultimately forms the true essence of the Shadow sect. Yang Jieshi harbors a premonition that, as an anti-heroic character, he must align with certain aspects of his persona. In the manner of Deadpool and Gwenpool, failure to resonate with his character's identity could lead to a precipitous decline in popularity, potentially resulting in a premature demise at the hands of an indifferent author. Yang Jieshi is unwilling to be casually written off due to dwindling popularity. Thus, he concedes to some degree of conformity. Moreover, the monk's discipline perfectly fulfills all his needs. It also centers on energy, yet the spells it produces are not intended for direct confrontation, but rather for assistance, stealth, ambush, and assassination. This aligns seamlessly with his role as an imitator of masters. His mentor taught him martial arts, yet imparted little in the way of assassination and intelligence-gathering skills. Therefore, Yang Jieshi requires the Shadow sect to compensate for his deficiencies. As for the common belief that Shadow monks are weak, this stems from two main issues, one being the evident shortcomings in energy or inner strength, where stealth, damage, and survival all demand substantial energy reserves. The second being the limitations on weapon usage. However, these two factors do not hinder Yang Jieshi. He faces no penalties for weapon use, and with systematic support, he has no concerns about insufficient inner strength. Having contemplated these considerations, he no longer hesitates. Confirm your subclass selection, Shadow Monk. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Confirm. At the moment of his affirmation, the entire world seemed to be drained of color. The familiar training room before him twisted, blurred, and dissipated like ink thrown into water. In its place emerged a new scene, steeped in chilling silence and deathly stillness. It was a colossal temple perched atop a cliff. Its architectural style, strikingly reminiscent of the Shaolin temple depicted in those Hong Kong films from his previous life, with flying eaves and bracketed beams, azure bricks, and dark tiles. It appeared grand, yet devoid of any incense, tranquility, or serenity. Instead, it was filled with a bone-chilling cold, akin to eternal ice, and an oppressive darkness that seemed to consume even the light itself. Gnarled, withered trees, resembling the claws of a specter, replaced the lush pines. A frigid abyss, shrouded in darkness and leading to the unknown, took the place of the gentle sea of clouds. The air was thick with an eerie aroma, a bizarre blend of aged, decayed sandalwood and a faint trace of blood. A voice, devoid of emotion and seemingly woven from the echoes of countless souls, resonated coldly in his mind. Welcome to the Shadow Trial Grounds. First trial, annihilation. Shadows are the allies of assassins. A competent assassin must first learn the unwavering patience of a rock and the resolute will of still waters, impervious to any external disturbance. In the trial grounds below, maintain the horse stance until the incense of annihilation in the censer burns out. Any physical movement or mental wavering during this period will be deemed a failure of the trial. As the voice faded, Yang Jieshi found himself involuntarily standing in the center of the temple, upon a vast square paved with black stones. Before him stood an ancient bronze censer, within which was inserted a giant incense stick thicker than an arm, dark as ink. At this moment, a cluster of eerie green flames, devoid of warmth, quietly ignited the incense. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jieshi spread his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and firmly assumed the most standard and solid horse stance. The trial had commenced. Initially, everything felt normal. For someone like Yang Jieshi, who had martial arts ingrained in his very being, standing in a horse stance for an entire day and night was hardly a challenge. However, it wasn't long before he sensed something amiss. An extreme cold, as if capable of freezing one's very soul, began to seep from the black stones beneath him, infiltrating his body. Almost instantaneously, that cold transformed into a terrifying heat, reminiscent of a hell of molten lava, enough to sear flesh and blood. The cold and heat clashed violently, like two raging forces tearing through his limbs and bones. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A myriad of malevolent illusions began to surge into his mind like an overwhelming tide. Within these visions were the memories of his previous life, his parents, his brother, and other dear friends, as well as those cherished in this life. Harley, Gwen, Peter, and all his companions, who were subjected to various inhumane tortures. A cacophony of alluring, mocking, and venomous voices, imbued with an otherworldly charm, reverberated incessantly in his ears, attempting to unsettle his spirit and shatter his resolve. Beads of icy sweat began to form on Yang Jieshi's forehead as his body trembled slightly under the weight of immense suffering. His breath grew increasingly labored. The stars of the supreme, celestial realm shift without pause, exorcising evil and binding malevolence, safeguarding life and self. Wisdom clear, heart and mind at peace. The three souls eternal. The spirit never lost. Urgently, as if by decree. As these verses, rich with profound truths and supreme wisdom, flowed gently through his heart, a peculiar force, imbued with tranquility and serenity, began to rise from the depths of his consciousness. The pure heart mantra from the world beneath one person was remarkably aiding him in overcoming this ordeal. This force formed an indomitable golden barrier, firmly repelling all malevolent illusions and sinister voices from the outside. His heart, once tumultuous and on the brink of being engulfed by a storm, at that moment regained an absolute stillness akin to still waters. His body ceased to tremble. His breath became long and steady once more, as he melded completely with the dark, timeless rock beneath him, blending into the surrounding stillness and shadow. Chapter 35, The Shadow Trial, Part 2, in this trial ground, composed of utter silence and malice. Time had long since lost any significance. Yang Jieshi was unaware of how long he had maintained the standard horse riding stance. Was it a day, 2 days, or perhaps even longer? He only knew that when the pitch-black incense of extinction in the censer finally burned to its end, and that last wisp of ominous green flame quietly extinguished, the unbearable torment of ice and fire, seemingly capable of tearing his very soul apart, along with the ceaseless negative illusions and sinister voices that arose from the depths of his heart, vanished as if wiped away by an invisible hand, disappearing without a trace. With a long, deep exhale, Yang Jieshi released a breath of murky air that congealed before him into a visible, gray-black ice crystal, which then shattered with a crack and dissipated into the air. He slowly withdrew his legs, which had grown numb, yet remained as steadfast as a rock, feeling an unprecedented sense of clarity and lightness coursing through his limbs. First trial, extinction past. The cold, emotionless voice echoed once more in his mind. A competent shadow walker requires not only a resilient will, but also mastery over the forces of darkness, rather than being consumed by them. The second trial, shadow mastery. As the words faded, the vast square beneath Yang Jieshi, paved with black stone, began to collapse inward silently and swiftly, akin to melting wax. In its place emerged a colossal, bottomless circular abyss. Within this pool surged not water, but a viscous, pure substance, an embodiment of liquid darkness, seemingly endowed with its own life force. This sight evoked in Yang Jieshi thoughts of the symbiote from the Marvel Universe. The dark mass, akin to a thick oil, undulated languidly. Countless faces, etched with agony, despair, greed, and malice, flickered in and out of view, emanating a silent yet maddeningly overwhelming scream capable of driving any weak-minded individual to insanity. A primal malevolence, rife with temptation and destruction, seeped from the pool. Enter it, embrace it, and then master it. Your task is not to dispel the darkness, but to coexist with it. Yang Jiesher gazed at the ominous and bizarre shadow pool before him, his expression betraying no hesitation. He understood well that this was the price he must pay for choosing the path of the shadow sect. He took a step forward, descending the stairs toward the heart of the pool. As his toes first made contact with the liquid, frigid darkness, an indescribable chill surged through him, freezing him to the marrow. Almost instantly, the darkness, akin to a ravenous serpent, slithered up his legs, enveloping him entirely. An unending tide of the universe's most primal and pure negative emotions surged into his being, flooding his consciousness like a black deluge. It was an insatiable thirst for power, a raw impulse for slaughter. Countless violent and bloody images flashed before his eyes like scenes from a film. He beheld himself as a true harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping lives throughout the city. Those adversaries who had once seemed formidable, the hypocritical politicians, the criminals lurking in the shadows, were effortlessly crushed before his overwhelming force drawn from the darkness, akin to mere ants. The ecstasy of wielding life and death was intoxicating. It was a profound disdain for morality. Another voice mocked him in his ear. Friends? Lovers? They are but useless burdens along your path. They will only render you weak, make you hesitant. Abandon them. Forget them. Only when you are unencumbered can you become a truly perfect and supreme being. These negative, seductive emotions and thoughts may constitute a terrifying disaster capable of shattering the sanity of an ordinary hero. Yet for Yang Jiesher, there emerged an unprecedented sense of intimacy and comfort, akin to a fish returning to the vast sea. Indeed, upon introspection, Yang Jiesher is far from being a virtuous individual. He is indolent, selfish, avaricious, and regards human life as insignificant, exploiting the emotions of others for profit. He is inherently one who can embrace darkness, tending towards a pure pragmatism. In his world, there exists neither absolute good nor absolute evil. There is only that which is useful and that which is not. From a purely utilitarian perspective, the whispers emerging from the shadows, laden with temptation, possess a certain veracity. Undoubtedly, if he were to fully embrace this power and cast aside the chains of so-called humanity, his efficiency in action would experience an exponential and explosive enhancement. He could bypass countless complex steps that necessitate weighing pros and cons, utilizing the most direct, most ruthless, and most effective means to achieve any of his objectives. This is where the dilemma lies. He is far too amenable to darkness. He is on the brink of being completely assimilated by this torrential wave of darkness, which is rife with pragmatic logic. He has already begun to envision in his mind future plans on how to harness this newfound power to consolidate the underworld of New York to establish his own, absolutely efficient dark empire, founded upon fear. However, just as his consciousness is about to merge with this boundless darkness, an image unexpectedly materializes in his mind. It is an endless wasteland, constructed from the piled remains of countless bones. Alone, he sits upon a grand and desolate throne, formed from innumerable skulls. He possesses an unprecedented power, formidable enough to make the entire world tremble. He has achieved all his worldly goals, and all his enemies have long been reduced to dust beneath his feet. He stands as the sole, supreme ruler of this realm. But then what? He surveys his surroundings. The desolate expanse, devoid of life, echoes only with the cries of the chilling wind. Life, in its essence, resembles the absurdly repetitive toil of Sisyphus from Greek mythology, eternally pushing a boulder uphill. Each mortal, akin to Sisyphus, must strive to discover their own coordinates of meaning and spiritual anchor along this lengthy journey of existence. Thus, we must feign that Sisyphus is happy, for only a joyful Sisyphus holds significance, rather than a mere tool for pushing stones. The meaning of life lies in recognizing its nature while still nurturing a love for it. At some point, the infuriating visage of Deadpool flashes before Yang Jiesher, and it seems as though he can hear Deadpool's voice. Immediately, the voice of Deadpool echoed, calling out, "Jessica, save me." Yang Jiesher, puzzled by the unexpected presence of Deadpool's voice, initially thought it might be a mere figment of his imagination, and thus resumed his introspection. After all, Deadpool was hardly a source of profound wisdom. Yang Jiesher doubted that someone of his frivolous intellect could articulate such high-minded concepts. Amidst the relentless pursuit of ambition and conquest over the years, he had forgotten the profound truths he had once grasped in his youth. In that fleeting moment, Yang Jiesher's heart, long encased in the frigid grip of darkness and pragmatism, suddenly trembled with a fierce intensity. It was these elements, often dismissed as trivial and inefficient, that endowed him with genuine significance and power. They served as the heavy ballast, enabling his vessel, aptly named Yang Jieshi, to navigate steadily through a tumultuous universe rife with storms and chaos. The essence of life may well reside in these seemingly insignificant yet fundamentally crucial bonds and steadfastness. Darkness is a force, a tool, a weapon that can be harnessed and controlled. Yet, power must never become the singular purpose of existence. There are actions to take, and actions to refrain from. At this moment, this phrase transformed from a hollow admonition of ancient sages into a sharp sword, capable of severing all inner demons. I am a master. Yang Jieshi slowly opened his eyes within the dark sea of pure negative emotions. His gaze was now devoid of confusion and intoxication, replaced instead by a divine, unquestionable resolve emanating from his will. Addressing the boundless darkness, he coldly asserted, "You are merely my shadow." As these words escaped his lips, the once rampant dark force that sought to assimilate him, as if in the presence of its true sovereign, became remarkably docile and submissive. It ceased its assault on his psyche, instead flowing gently into his limbs and merging with his inner strength, akin to rivers returning to the sea. He did not banish the darkness. Rather, he truly integrated it as part of his being. He achieved a harmonious coexistence with the dark. Meanwhile, the unwelcome Deadpool found himself besieged by the temple's abbot and 18 bronze warriors. Chapter 36, The Shadow Trial, Part 3. When Yang Jieshi's will, tempered like forged steel, rediscovered its unyielding anchor in that pure pool of darkness, the torrent of darkness, once rife with temptation and destruction, quieted as if in the presence of its absolute sovereign. Second trial, Shadow Control passed. Your heart is clear. Good and evil are but instruments. Only I am the true dominator. The cold, emotionless, grand voice resonated in his mind for the third time. This time, it seemed to carry a barely perceptible hint of approval. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yang Jieshi could always hear the voice of the Deadpool. Beneath him, the eerie pool composed of liquefied darkness swiftly and silently sank into the black rock beneath his feet, as if retreating with the tide. The entire space reverted to the initial appearance of a vast, desolate plaza, shrouded in silence. Your body is solid. Your heart is clear. Yet, to possess form without understanding its purpose is akin to a rootless reed. The final trial, the path of mimesis. In the realm of shadows, countless peculiar beings thrive, feeding on darkness and making their homes within shadows. Each of their movements and every hunt encapsulates the most primal and efficient philosophy of combat belonging to the shadows. Observe, comprehend, emulate, and thus transform it into your own path. As the voice faded, the world before Yang Jieshi underwent a monumental transformation. The oppressive, deathly silent cliffside temple, reminiscent of a ghostly mirage, shattered and dissipated. In its place emerged a vast and profound underground cavern. Here, light was utterly absent. However, for Yang Jieshi, who had come to coexist with darkness, the absence of light was his vision. He could see clearly above him countless stalactites, resembling swords, hanging down like formidable icicles. Below his feet lay a rugged terrain strewn with jagged stones, while at the cavernous deepest point loomed an even purer, soul-devouring abyss of absolute darkness. Yang Jieshi remained still, quietly adjusting his breath to a near imperceptible state, akin to a tortoise-esque slow respiration. He understood that the prey of this trial had arrived. Time passed, and just as Yang Jieshi was about to believe he had completely merged with the silence of the cavern, a subtle hissing sound, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, emerged from the depths of the profound darkness. Following this, a colossal, elongated creature, entirely composed of solidified, flowing shadows, silently emerged from the abyss. Its size surpassed that of an adult's waist, its body constructed from a non-material, flowing essence of pure shadow energy, covered in shimmering, obsidian-like scales. As it moved, it made no sound against the ground, akin to the most elite assassin executing a flawless stealth maneuver. Its head was a grotesque, triangular serpent-esque head, yet its eyes were not corporeal. They were two orbs of ghostly fire, burning with a chilling, insatiable hunger and malice, radiating a deep purple glow. The Shadow Serpent. a cunning and lethal predator hailing from the realm of shadows. Yang Jieshi's gaze exhibited not an ounce of fear, but rather an unwavering calmness and focus, akin to the most precise of instruments. In that moment, his observation haki reached its zenith. He immersed himself entirely in the role of an observer. Every minute movement of the shadow serpent vividly reflected in his mind. He commenced his scrutiny. First, there was stillness. Upon emerging from the darkness, the shadow serpent did not immediately launch an attack. It merely lay in wait, coiled behind a colossal rock, seamlessly merging its form with the shadow cast by the stone. Were it not for Yang Jieshi's transcendent perception, he might have mistaken that spot for an unremarkable cold boulder. This stillness was not mere immobility. It was a tautness filled with tension, a perfect retreat of all its essence and energy into absolute stealth. It resembled the most patient of hunters, awaiting the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. Then came the illusion. After an interminable, suffocating wait, the shadow serpent finally moved. Yet, it did not rush directly towards Yang Jieshi. Rather, it fragmented. Its body, composed purely of shadow energy, instantaneously decomposed into several identical, slightly smaller shadows that silently converged upon Yang Jieshi from all directions. Some glided along the ground like phantoms. Others clung to the stalactites above, gazing down upon him with a predatory gaze. Each shadow exuded the same chilling aura imbued with murderous intent, rendering impossible to discern which was the true form. This epitomized the shadow serpent's most cunning combat philosophy. It never engaged in direct confrontations based on sheer force. Instead, it employed illusions, manipulated the environment, and preyed upon the instinctual fears and hesitations of its adversaries to sow chaos and bewilderment, thus crafting the perfect conditions for its deadly strike. A faint sound, akin to fabric being torn, pierced the air behind him. Two razor-sharp fangs, forged from pure shadow energy, punctured the atmosphere in an instant. Had his reaction been delayed by even a mere tenth of a second, those fangs would have pierced his heart. Meanwhile, in his mind, the vivid image was just beginning to coalesce. The true form of the shadow serpent had stealthily infiltrated the shadow beneath his feet, and at the moment of his utmost relaxation, it unleashed its fatal blow like a blade emerging from the depths of hell. As tranquil as a maiden, as swift as thunder, the fusion of illusion and reality culminated in a single, decisive strike. This is the survival logic that belongs to the shadow serpent. Yang Jieshi steadied himself, observing the shadow snake that, having missed its strike, swiftly vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a radiant light ignited within him, brighter than ever before. He comprehended it fully. He had grasped the essence completely. Slowly, he closed his eyes, no longer relying on his observation haki to passively pursue the shadow snake's trail. Instead, he emptied his mind, immersing himself wholly into the boundless, frigid darkness surrounding him. He began to mimic. His breathing grew long and subtle, eventually fading into silence. His heartbeat slowed, approaching a near standstill. The warmth characteristic of humanity was drawn deep into his dantian, replaced by the chilling, deathly power of shadows that he had just mastered. His body began to contort in a bizarre manner, defying the principles of human biomechanics, softening and stretching as if devoid of bones. His movements lost all rigidity associated with humanity, instead embodying the unique, primal elegance and lethality of serpents. His form became semi-transparent, gradually merging with the darkness around him. Final trial, path of mimicry passed. You have glimpsed the way. Congratulations, you have become a new member of the Shadow Sect. Reward issued. Acquired occupational abilities, Shadow Step, Shadow Cloak. That icy voice echoed one last time in his mind, followed by the system notification panel. Congratulations. Acquired skill, Serpentine Manipulation. Martial Arts Origin, Serpentine Manipulation. Martial Arts Overview. Techniques of the Eagle Claw and Serpentine Schools, the world's Serpentine School Martial Arts. Yang Jieshi nodded, considering an expansion of his skill repertoire. Shortly after, he overheard a dispute between the Deadpool and a cold, emotionless voice from a temple, arguing about matters concerning the goddess of death and Charles, among other incomprehensible topics. The abbot seemed to suggest that there were multiple paths available to him, but the rest of the conversation was lost on Yang Jieshi. However, he had no time to contemplate further, as the entire world before him shattered once more. Like a mirror broken into countless pieces. When Yang Jieshi suddenly opened his eyes, he found himself still in the familiar, tranquil training room of the martial arts school. It felt as though the harrowing, life-and-death trial he had just undergone was merely a fleeting dream. Yet he knew it was not a dream. He could distinctly sense an intimate, almost bloodline connection established between himself and the omnipresent shadows within the room. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly merge with any shadow surrounding him. Then, from another shadow, he emerged silently. He had grown stronger in a transformative manner. Rising to his feet, he felt a newfound, enigmatic power coursing through him. The only matter of concern was the quarrel between Deadpool and the temple's abbot. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a crisp, neither too heavy nor too light, polite knock echoed from the heavy door of the martial arts hall. Chapter 37, Gu Yi and Lu Kang knock. Knock, knock. A polite, crisp knock resonated from the thick door of the martial arts hall. Yang Jieshi raised an eyebrow slightly. He sensed no familiar auras belonging to Fei, Deadpool, Peter, or Frank from outside the door. Who could possibly be visiting him at this hour? With a hint of curiosity, he walked through the courtyard and approached the door. Reaching out to pull it open, the door creaked open slowly. Outside stood a man whose mere glance caused Yang Jieshi's pupils to constrict to the size of pinpricks. He was clad in an exquisitely ornate, predominantly white outfit infused with Eastern charm. His hair was styled in a traditional topknot, and a headscarf adorned his head. Around his neck hung a string of ancient beads that emitted a faint glow. His appearance was handsome, exuding the masculine energy of the East. His eyes were profoundly deep and calm, reflecting the birth and demise of the universe and the flow of time. A golden halo, invisible to the naked, yet sacred and warm, enveloped him, radiating an aura of order, protection, and hope, evoking an instinctive reverence and trust akin to standing before deity. It was he, the newly appointed protector of time and fire god, Lu Kang, who had reshaped the timeline in the latest installment of Mortal Kombat. "Greetings, Mr. Yang Jieshi," the fire god Lu Kang said, his face adorned with a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze. With utmost courtesy, he pressed his palms together in a standard Buddhist greeting, introducing himself as Lu Kang and humbly requesting forgiveness for his unexpected visit. In the next moment, Yang Jieshi reacted in a manner that astonished even himself. Driven solely by instinct, bang! With all his strength, he forcefully slammed the heavy door shut. No, absolutely not. What a joke. He was the fire god Lu Kang. The last person to open that door and encounter this esteemed figure was the unfortunate Johnny Cage. And Yang Jieshi had witnessed his subsequent fate in the game with crystal clarity. He had no desire to be inexplicably drawn into any tournament. However, just as the door was about to close completely, a thin hand emerged, imbued with an inconceivable force capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe, and quietly pressed against the door panel. At that moment, the door stood resolutely, as if it had collided with an invisible wall of size, utterly unmoved. A figure clad in a brilliant yellow monk's robe, bald and resembling an ordinary Eastern elder, emerged slowly from behind Lu Kang. It was the supreme sorcerer, Master Gu Yi. The presence of these two formidable beings, attending to Yang Jieshi alone, was indeed a remarkable fortune. "May we enter and converse, Mr. Yang?" Yi invited, his countenance adorned with a faint, wry smile, suggesting that the favor owed to him was now due for repayment. In the living room, the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Yang Jieshi, Harley Quinn, and Gwen Stacy occupied the seats of honor, while Lu Kang and Gu Yi, who had just entered, took their places opposite them. Under the soft illumination of the room, the five individuals scrutinized one another. Harley's eyes sparkled with unabashed curiosity towards the two unexpectedly appearing bald heads, reminiscent of someone observing rare wildlife. Had it not been for Yang Jieshi's intervention, she might have reached out to touch them. Meanwhile, Gwen's gaze radiated a fervent admiration akin to that of a devoted fan. To be honest, Mr. Yang, it was Lu Kang who first shattered the silence. He regarded Yang Jieshi, who sat alert and composed, with a benevolent, teasing smile. "If it weren't for the martial arts school behind you, I would almost think your demeanor suggests you hail from the realm of the Lin Gui." Yang Jieshi's lips twitched involuntarily, and he could only manage an awkward smile, aware that this was a light-hearted jest regarding his earlier discourteous act of closing the door on a visitor. After all, in this world, Only he and Johnny Cage would dare to slam a door in the face of a fire god. Very well, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Gu Yi interjected after sipping the steaming red tea that Yang Jiesher had just offered. Setting the cup down, he proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. Emir Yang, you ought to remember that you owe a debt to Kamartaj. It is time for you to repay it. Yang Jiesher nodded, well aware of the obligation. It stemmed from a time shortly after his arrival in this realm when he encountered some difficulties, and the Supreme Sorcerer had extended his assistance, creating the debt in question. I require a powerful, trustworthy, and unconventional warrior, Liu Kang declared, his gentle gaze transforming into one of grave seriousness, to enter my world and assist me in combating an exceedingly perilous foe and his minions, Titan Shao Kahn. Yang Jiesher's heart sank. He was all too familiar with the name Shao Kahn, a notorious recurring antagonist in the Mortal Kombat series. However, in his memory of the latest installment of the game, Liu Kang ultimately faced a different adversary from an alternate timeline, the one who also became a Titan, Shang Tsung, with the official conclusion pointing toward Titan Havoc as the ultimate threat. Yet now, Liu Kang uttered the name Shao Kahn. Undoubtedly, this signifies that he must confront a formidable new terror, a tyrant emerging from an alternate timeline, following the conclusion of the ultimate battle that determined the fate of the entire universe. Yet, gazing at Liu Kang, another figure equally inspired by that Eastern martial arts master, involuntarily surfaced in his mind. This character, known as Shang-Chi, had left him with some dissatisfaction, yet held immense renown within Western popular culture. He could not suppress a private chuckle, reflecting, both characters draw from the same martial arts master, yet Master Kong is far more agreeable than that Shang-Chi fellow. While both figures inevitably carry some of the Western stereotypes and exotic Orientalism associated with the East, the underlying implications of Shang-Chi's character, entwined with racial prejudice and political malice, crafted solely to provoke distaste, are indelibly entrenched. In contrast, Master Kong, in whatever iteration Yang Jiesher is aware of, consistently embodies protection, responsibility, and order. He is a positive, dignified, and truly heroic figure. Thus, Yang Jiesher did not decline Master Kang's invitation. I shall repay this favor, he promised as he regarded the Ancient One. He then turned to Liu Kang and stated, however, this should be considered a matter of courtesy among your esteemed sorcerers. As for me, I am merely a mercenary. I need to ascertain the compensation for this task. Liu Kang maintained his smile, appreciating Yang Jiesher's clear distinction between personal and professional matters. Of course, he replied. This favor is merely a referral fee for the esteemed sorcerer recommending you. As for you and your two companions, all expenses during this mission will be covered by me. Furthermore, upon the task completion, I will provide you with a substantial and satisfactory commission, as I only hire the finest warriors. Yang Jiesher then posed the pivotal question regarding traversing worlds. You need not worry about that, the Ancient One interjected. Her penetrating gaze swept over Yang Jiesher, then briefly acknowledged the presence of Harley and Gwen. As she slowly articulated, the Vishani has already conferred with the Weaver behind you, and has entrusted Liu Kang with the stewardship of a spider totem. In essence, he is now the nexus and key for your ingress and egress to that realm. At this juncture, a mysterious smile graced the Ancient One's visage. Moreover, to demonstrate our sincerity, someone from our universe has already ventured ahead to pave the way for you. Who? Yang Jiesi instinctively inquired. The Ancient One slowly revealed a name that left Yang Jiesher utterly astounded. Conan the Barbarian. In that instant, he was rendered immobile, completely petrified in place. At that moment, his mind plunged into a state of complete and utter paralysis, even more severe than when he had encountered Liu Kang. Conan? The ancient barbarian, wielding a colossal sword from Cimmeria? How could he possibly be involved in this matter? This scenario diverged too drastically from his expectations. He was indeed aware that the latest installment of a Mortal Kombat game had featured a crossover with Conan. However, wasn't that merely a tale from another realm? Just as he grappled with this perplexity, the ever-enthusiastic Gwen Stacy, who had been in a state of fervent excitement, suddenly cleared her throat like a seasoned commentator. With a condescending gaze, as if regarding a simpleton, she addressed Yang Jiesher. Come on, you can't possibly be unaware of this. Marvel has long acquired the comic rights to the barbarian Conan, you know? And not just once. In the comic universe, he is a bona fide, officially recognized superhero who has fought alongside the Avengers. Yang jishi konjidet torogli konfinjet. The complexities of copyright in this world were far more tangled than he had imagined. He accepted the commission. Ultimately, he nodded solemnly at the god of fire and the supreme sorcerer as the agreement was sealed under the watchful gaze of the Emperor of Ashani. Chapter 38. The Cult of the Phantom Mask, as Lu Kang tightened his grip on the spider totem. An indescribable, monumental force that transcended physical laws enveloped Yang Jieshi, Harley Quinn, and Gwen Stacy. This was not the visually striking spatial phenomenon of a Camartage portal, nor the ethereal dimensional leap experienced in the trials of the Shadow Sect. Instead, this power resembled an existential extraction and reconstruction. Yang Jieshi felt as though he had been instantaneously disassembled into countless inconsequential threads, each carrying fragments of his essence. Then, an invisible hand, emanating from a higher dimension, yanked him forcefully from the vast web of the Marvel Universe and thrust him into an entirely different lattice. Suffused with the essence of blood and fire, brimming with a wild aura of slaughter and glory. The sensory disassembly and reconfiguration brought forth an excruciating pain akin to that of a soul being torn asunder, accompanied by a dizzying disorientation. Even with his will forged to be as unyielding as rock, he experienced a fleeting moment of consciousness blankness. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn and Gwen Stacy emitted screams filled with exhilaration and thrill. For her, this sensation was akin to riding an ultimate roller coaster of cosmic proportions, devoid of any safety measures, far surpassing any adventure they had previously undertaken. The bizarre spectacle before them lasted but a fleeting instant. Almost immediately, they felt a solid sensation beneath their feet, as though they were treading upon ancient rocks scorched by the flames of millennia. A pungent air, imbued with the acrid scents of sulfur, gunpowder, and a faint trace of aged blood, filled with the tang of rust, harshly invaded the lungs of the three individuals. This was the forefront of the battlefield. Liu Kang's voice was calm and steady, his gaze directed toward the distant flames of war, where the barbarian Conan awaited. His valor was precisely the strength our side desperately required to confront the legions under Shao Kang's command. His words drew the trio's attention back. Your missions diverge. Liu Kang turned to Yang Jieshi, a hint of gravity in his expression, a rarity for one who had fused with the Guardian of Time and the God of Fire. You must contend with a different group of adversaries. They are more formidable. Formidable? Yang Jieshi raised an eyebrow. More than the Titan Shao Kang? In terms of individual strength, they are far inferior to the Titan. However, concerning the nature of the threat, yes. Liu Kang nodded, candidly stating they call themselves the Ghost Face Cult. The name sent a jolt through Gwen. Images of a classic horror film, featuring figures adorned with distorted, weeping masks, flooded her mind. The latest installment of Mortal Kombat had indeed collaborated with the iconic horror comedy, Scream. Yang Jieshi recalled watching the film in his previous life. From his recollection, the ghost face in that movie possessed no supernatural abilities. They are not native to this world, much like a pack of hyenas that have materialized out of thin air. Liu Kang continued. At some point, unbeknownst to me, they silently eradicated the Lin ghosts along this timeline. By the time I became aware of this anomaly, the entire assassin sect had vanished. Harley Quinn let out a whistle, her tone exaggerated. Wow, wiping out an entire assassin alliance? It's like the beginning of a Justice League event. Are we to become detectives now? Gwen retorted, No, this is not amusing at all, Harley. The Lin ghosts possessed absolute zero capabilities and formidable warriors. Liu Kang paid no heed to their banter, continuing to address Yang Jieshi now. They have chosen to ally with Titan Shao Kang, becoming a venomous Fang at the flank of that great army. However, I am faced with a principal dilemma. I cannot pinpoint their location. Cannot pinpoint? Yang Jieshi immediately grasped the crux. As the guardian of the mortal realm and the Time Titan, Liu Kang, in a sense, embodied the very essence of this world's rules. What could possibly elude his perception? Indeed, Liu Kang confessed, my divine power can scour every corner of this world, tracking down any general under Shao Kang's command. Yet, I cannot sense the whereabouts of a single ghost face. They seem to exist outside the realm of reality. Only when they actively manifest and commit their malevolence can I glean traces of their existence afterward. At this moment, Gwen, who had been silently pondering, suddenly lifted her head with a mixture of realization and dread upon her face. I understand. I finally comprehend. She spoke with a hint of anxiety, her words hastening with urgency. This is not merely a matter of power. It is a conflict of rules. It is a dimensional assault on the narrative level. Calm down, Gwen, Yang Jieshi said, furrowing his brow as he gently patted Gwen's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Gwen began to explain at a rapid pace. Listen, it's akin to the different comic companies or novel authors. Why can Harley and I break the fourth wall and engage in various metafictional antics? Because, fundamentally, we are characters within a story. Yet we happen to possess the rulebook of our own narrative. We are aware that our world is fictional. We understand the tropes and loopholes of our story, allowing us to leap within our narrative framework and exploit the system's weaknesses. She gestured towards Liu Kang, then pointed to herself and Harley. Our abilities operate within the confines of the officially established framework. Then, with a trembling finger, she pointed to the empty space ahead, as if an invisible specter stood there. But that ghost-faced cult is different. Their existence resembles that of fanfiction authors, particularly those who write crossover fanworks. Gwen's analogy grew increasingly absurd, yet her gaze was more serious than ever. They do not adhere to or utilize the rules of this world. Instead, they have directly stolen the template of their own world's rules and forcibly applied it here. Harley Quinn tilted her head, seemingly grasping the concept, and translated it into her own logic. Oh, I get it. It's like when Old Bat and Catwoman get married, and then some not-so-great-looking green-haired weirdo shows up singing and dancing, insisting on having others play games with him at someone else's wedding. Exactly, Gwen exclaimed with excitement. Her expression restored, which is why Mr. Fire God couldn't lock onto them. Because in the source code of this official story, they are like a virus script. Their logic of existence does not hinge upon power, speed, or energy levels, but rather upon the tropes of horror films. With a hint of exhilaration in her voice, she spoke as if she had encountered a new campaign script. Think of those classic scenes in horror films. There is always someone in the protagonist group who dismisses the danger, declaring, "I'll be right back," and then heads down to the basement. And what happens? They turn a corner and fall victim to a knife. And those who insist on splitting up, one by one, they are taken out. The ability of the ghost face is precisely that. As long as you're within the area tainted by his rules and violate a classic horror movie's fatal trope, his rules will instantly override this world's rules, allowing him to appear before you and kill you. Yang Jieshi listenet dumbundet, a sense of absurdity yet logical coherence washing over him. This was no longer a battle. It was a game against the very laws of narrative. My metafictional abilities, as well as Harley's, are essentially rendered useless here, Gwen said despondently, because our powers are based on the rules of the comic medium. We can leap out of the frames and see the dialogue bubbles. Now we find ourselves ensnared within the confines of a film, devoid of frames and bubbles to leap through. Our golden fingers and the specter's dexterous touch arise from disparate systems of rules that simply do not align, rendering us akin to mere mortals. Liu Kang listened intently to Gwen's elucidation, a flicker of comprehension illuminating his gaze. Although he did not grasp the peculiar metaphors, he discerned the core logic. An external law is encroaching upon the timeline he is sworn to protect. Chapter 39. The horror film prelude. Your explanation corroborates my suspicions. Liu Kang intoned gravely. Thus, the urgency has escalated. The Spectre cult has issued a provocation to the mortal realm, declaring that tonight, at the party, they will slay Johnny Cage and his daughter. Cage? Yang Jieshi recalled the flamboyant yet resilient action star from the Mortal Kombat universe, vividly remembering the unfortunate child who fell victim to the Spectre's lethal move while playing in front of the screen alongside Cage. It seemed necessary to unplug Cage's gaming console when the time called for it. Yang Jieshi mused silently. We do not know how many they will dispatch, nor the total number of their members. Liu Kang's gaze sharpened. I must head to the front lines to contain Shao Kahn. I cannot afford distractions. Therefore, the mission to thwart them and safeguard Cage and his daughter rests upon you. Remember Gwen's words. Do not provoke those forces. With that, he lingered no longer, his body igniting with golden divine fire, and in a flash he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the distant battlefield. Left behind were Yang Jieshi, Harley, and Gwen, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. So our current objective is to infiltrate the party of a Hollywood superstar and rescue individuals from a horde of madmen adhering to the rules of horror films? Harley Quinn licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At some point, she had donned a wide-brimmed deer-hunting hat, picked up an inexplicable pipe, and dressed in a three-piece suit complete with a jacket, vest, and trousers, all topped with a cloak. She resembled a character straight out of a novel, akin to Sherlock Holmes, if one were to overlook the hefty hammer she brandished and her clownish visage. No, your hammer may prove futile, and do not entertain the notion of using it to strike everyone upon the head, Gwen corrected, having inexplicably donned round glasses, a white shirt adorned with a red bow tie, and a single-breasted blue suit jacket with a small collar. The lower half of her ensemble consisted of gray shorts and sneakers, distinctly reminiscent of a certain elementary school Grim Reaper. Yang Jieshi observed the sudden transformation of the two women without comment, swiftly reciting the purification incantation. He endeavored to prevent their banter from disrupting his thoughts as he began to analyze their current predicament. His system remained intact, his physical capabilities and martial skills undiminished. However, the methods of their adversaries had grown increasingly unpredictable. Unlike Gwen and Harley, their offensive strategy does not rely on comic panels, but rather on what is termed the actor's passage and script editing, which in the game is referred to as the backstage corridor skill of the Phantom. As for the opponent's combat style, Yang Jieshi furrowed his brow. The fighting style of the Phantom's antagonists can hardly be classified as such, for most have not undergone systematic combat training, relying instead on unexpected ambushes. However, as a monk of the Shadow Sect, Yang Jieshi possesses a degree of preparedness against such surprises. Portraying a detective can also serve as a means to break the stalemate, as characters like police officers and detectives exert a certain restraint on the murderers in these horror tales, at least perhaps. Noticing the worried expression on Yang Jieshi's face, the two girls giggled and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Yang, don't worry. They Haven T completely consumed the laws of this world. When battling the main characters, they still must adhere to certain rules." Upon feeling the two girls draw so close, Yang Jieshi instinctively displayed a hint of fluster. Observing his awkward demeanor, Gwen and Harley exchanged mischievous smiles, edging even closer to his ear and lowering their voices. The aroma of the two young women made his ears tingle. He could hear them say, for instance, they usually engage in some banter before fighting a couple of decisive rounds. We just need to avoid those traps that spell certain doom. Moreover, when it comes to actual combat, you lack no skills. Even regarding your weakness in energy waves, the editorial team has prepared both a bow and a shotgun for you. Where's the location? He inquired. At that moment, he donned the skull mask again to conceal his embarrassment and deftly shift the conversation. Harley and Gwen exchanged glances, realizing they shouldn't tease him too much, as excessive jesting might lead to annoyance. Moderation is key in such matters. Gwen retrieved a pink object from her small bag, resembling a child's toy, adorned with a blinking red dot. Mr. Fire God sent me the coordinates before he left. Follow me. The trio followed Gwen's lead, traversing a desolate expanse. The surroundings began to appear increasingly normal. The scorched earth transformed into a typical woodland, and the scent of blood from the battlefield gradually dissipated. Before long, the lively rhythm of electronic music and the laughter of crowds drifted through the trees, reaching their ears. As they emerged from the edge of the woods, a resplendent modern villa, radiant with lights and extravagance, stood before them. The massive swimming pool mirrored the vibrant hues of the party lights, and the poolside was teeming with elegantly dressed men and women. They held wine glasses, swaying to the thunderous music in a scene of sheer indulgence. Inside the villa's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, silhouettes danced in a flurry of toasts and laughter. Nestled on a hillside and surrounded by dense trees, the villa was accessible only via a winding driveway that lent an air of seclusion. The night was heavy, casting the woods outside the villa into a pitch-black abyss, as if countless eyes lurked within the shadows, watching the light and commotion within. Under the night sky of Los Angeles, the villa district atop Hollywood Hills sparkled like diamonds embedded in black velvet. Among them, the most resplendent belonged undoubtedly to the action star Johnny Cage. Tonight, a grand party was underway. Pulsating electronic dance music reverberated through the walls, shaking the air for miles and transforming the night into a spectacle of extravagance and restlessness. For Yang Jieshi, infiltrating such a place was simpler than strolling through his own backyard. The deafening music, the throngs of revelers, the solitary mansion, the dark woods, each element perfectly mirrored the classic opening of a horror film. Yang Jieshi, Harley Quinn, and Gwen stood at the entrance of the villa's driveway, taking in the scene before them. Harley, like a mischievous child ready to cause some trouble, eagerly rubbed her hands together, while Gwen adjusted her glasses, adopting a detective's demeanor. Yang Jieshi's gaze was sharp as a blade, scanning every corner of the villa, his mind swiftly constructing a tactical map. He understood that this mansion was no longer merely a party venue. It had become a stage, a hunting ground. And they were both hunters and, at any moment, could transform into prey. Chapter 40. Do you enjoy horror films? The security forces at Cage Manor, though formidable to the untrained eye, with their suit-clad figures and earpieces vigilantly patrolling every corner, were rendered ineffectual in the presence of someone like Yang Jieshi, who had survived countless life-and-death battles and had the advantage of a system to assist him. Yang Jieshi, Harley Quinn, and Gwen chose not to scale walls or employ stealthy tactics. Instead, they boldly mingled with the crowd following a Bentley. No one noticed the three individuals, so distinct in appearance, as their presence was diluted amidst the dazzling lights and cacophony of the party. Hey, Young, come try this. Upon entering the main area of the party, Gwen miraculously produced a large suitcase, which she opened with a flourish. Inside were several brand-new evening gowns, still adorned with tags. I borrowed these from the unlocked trunk of that Lamborghini at the entrance. Harley Quinn blinked and grinned like a cat that had caught a fish. The owner seems to have good taste. I doubt he would mind us showcasing his collection. Before Yang Jieshi could voice his opinion, he was pushed into an empty changing room by the two women. Moments later, a brand-new playboy emerged. He wore a well-tailored black suit. The collar of his shirt deliberately undone to reveal a glimpse of his taut chest, and paired with his austere, oriental features. He exuded an unexpected allure of restraint intertwined with primal energy. The two women also transformed, looking utterly refreshed. Hallie selected a fiery red, high-slit gown that accentuated her already voluptuous figure to perfection. Her golden pigtails were released, cascading into dazzling waves that tumbled gracefully over her shoulders. In contrast, Gwen donned a dress of soft pink and white, embellished with lace and bows, complementing her vivacious spirit. As Yang Jieshi re-entered the party, flanked by these two stunning companions, he immediately captured the gaze of many onlookers. He resembled a wealthy heir accompanied by two top-tier beauties. Yet, within, Yang Jieshi experienced a profound discomfort. He was unaccustomed to such intimate physical contact, particularly being so dependently linked by the arms to two women. His body instinctively stiffened, and his steps became slightly awkward. This deep-seated avoidant attachment and fear of intimacy were magnified in this moment, making him feel like a marionette manipulated by strings, each step precariously balanced on the tip of a needle. Oh, look at that Asian handsome guy. He looks so cool. The two girls beside him are stunning, but he seems a bit nervous. Perhaps he partied too hard a few days ago, and his body hasn't fully recovered. The whispers of the surrounding guests floated into his ears, interpreting his discomfort as a common affliction among affluent youth. No one would suspect that this seemingly reserved man possessed the strength to snap the neck of anyone present in mere seconds. The party culture in America starkly contrasted with that of his homeland, saturated with alcohol, hormones, and deafening music. The air was thick with a complex melange of perfumes, spirits, and culinary aromas. However, to Yang Jieshi's surprise, despite the raucous atmosphere, the party was unexpectedly clean. Employing his keen observational prowess, he scanned the venue and found no trace of illicit substances. It appeared that the flamboyant star Johnny Cage, while ostentatious in demeanor, adhered to his own principles and boundaries. The trio soon found a relatively quiet corner, their plates laden with fine wines and exquisite delicacies, and indulged without a care. After all, they were on a mission. Wasting food would be a disgrace. Frankly, this gathering, akin to those the protagonists attend before a climactic battle in films, felt like a formidable assembly of impending doom. As Gwen poked at a piece of grilled steak with her fork, she muttered her analysis, positing that according to the script, the next turn of events would either see the villain wreaking havoc or internal discord within the protagonist group. Shut up and eat. Yang Jieshi coldly interrupted her narrative, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning for any suspicious figures. Gwen shot him an incredulous look, her expression conveying both annoyance and challenge. Before she returned her focus to her meal, just then, an incongruous figure approached their table. It was a girl, her striking gray-white hair tied back, her face bearing a maturity and wariness beyond her years. She wore practical leather armor and cloth attire, two long swords crossed at her back. The the cold metallic sheen starkly contrasting with the party's opulent atmosphere. Yang Jieshi's pupils narrowed slightly. Ciri? From The Witcher? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. He never anticipated encountering such a high-caliber individual here. Both her attire and that unique aura were remarkably authentic, and it appeared she had trained with the sword. He leaned towards the notion that it was a skill honed long before. He even thought that if Geralt himself stood before her, he might be misled. Excuse me, may I sit here for a moment? The girl's voice was cool, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, seeking refuge from the crowd. This was evidently a common tactic among young women at such parties to evade tedious advances. Hallie and Gwen exchanged glances, understanding the unspoken cue, and discreetly shifted to make space for her to sit. Of course, beautiful, please take a seat. Hallie cheerfully pushed a glass of juice towards her. The girl nodded politely, refraining from further conversation, yet her gaze subtly scanned the surroundings. However, through Yang Jieshi's keen observation, it was clear that this girl was far from ordinary. He could distinctly sense a remarkably unique and potent energy residing within her seemingly delicate frame. This force neither belonged to this world nor resembled any energy systems he was familiar with. It was wild, ancient, akin to a storm that had traversed through endless realms. Now quietly lying in wait. Before long, two inebriated brutes stumbled over, their sights set on the uniquely graceful white-haired girl. Hey, sweetheart, it's no fun being alone. How about dancing with us over there? One of the men reached out, attempting to grasp her shoulder. The girl's expression shifted to icy resolve, her hand instinctively moving towards the hilt of her sword. Yet, someone was swifter than her. Yang Jieshi did not rise. He merely placed his glass down on the table with a soft clink. He raised his gaze, calmly locking eyes with the two intoxicated men. He emitted no aura of menace, yet his stare was as profound as an ancient glacier, instantly extinguishing their drunken desires. Leave. A simple word resonated with the weight of 1,000 forces. The two men trembled under his gaze, their intoxication dissipating as though confronted by a primordial beast poised to devour. They stammered apologies and hurriedly retreated into the throng. The white-haired girl regarded him with newfound astonishment, reassessing the seemingly ordinary man before her, elevating her estimation of his capabilities. Thank you. She nodded at Yang Jieshi, her tone considerably more sincere. A trivial matter, he replied nonchalantly. After a brief moment of silence, as if confirming that the trouble had indeed receded, she rose to depart. My name is Guinevere, she offered, leaving a name as a formal introduction. Once again, I appreciate your assistance. Upon finishing her words, she departed without a hint of hesitation, seamlessly blending into the throng of humanity, soon vanishing from sight. An intriguing young lady, mused Harley, stroking her chin. I sense she, like us, does not quite belong here. Yang Jieshi remained silent, taking a measured sip of his drink. The uncertainties of this world seemed to surpass even the predictions of the fire deity, Lucan. The ghost-faced cult, Titan Shokin, and now the enigmatic figure of Ciri had emerged. As he pondered, a sudden vibration emanated from his pocket. It was not singular. Almost simultaneously, Harley and Gwen also appeared to sense something amiss, furrowing their brows as they retrieved their phones from their bags. 3 devices vibrated in perfect synchrony. Yang Jieshi swiped the screen, revealing no incoming calls or messages, only a stark black dialog box that occupied the entire display, bearing a chilling message in crimson letters. Harley and Gwen's phones mirrored the identical content. Do you enjoy horror films? Chapter 41. Johnny Cage. Meanwhile, the host of the soir, Johnny Cage, languished on a vast white leather sofa, game controller in hand, his gaze fixed on an enormous screen that nearly consumed an entire wall. On the display, 2 pixelated figures engaged in a fierce battle, sparks and energy beams erupting, exuding an exaggerated retro sense of impact. "Ha! Taste my iron fist of fury," Johnny exclaimed, his fingers dancing across the controller with fervor. Beside him sat a remarkably muscular African-American man, his arms glinting with the cold sheen of high-tech prosthetics. He was Major Jax Briggs, a close friend of Johnny S. from the Special Forces. Jax took a swig of beer, observing his character being dominated by Johnny's, and couldn't he help but smirk. "Save it, Johnny. Your mediocre skills can only shine in a game." Jax jested. "Hey, this is called strategy, you know? Strategy." Not revealing my true prowess until the crucial moment, Johnny was about to retort when his phone suddenly buzzed urgently in his pocket. This interruption disrupted his rhythm. allowing Jax's character to capitalize on a critical opening, nearly delivering a finishing blow. Damn, Johnny swore, instinctively hitting the pause button, irked as he pulled out his phone. Who the hell is disturbing my enjoyment at this hour? Yet, the screen displayed no call notifications, only a peculiar message that popped up upon unlocking. It read simply, "Do you enjoy horror films?" Johnny paused, his brow furrowing momentarily before relaxing into a devil-may-care smile. He turned his phone screen toward Jax, nonchalantly declaring, "Look, it's happening again. Which independent filmmaker is trying to solicit my participation in a horror film, believing that such a clever ruse would capture my attention? Goodness, can't they come up with something more original?" As a premier action star in Hollywood, Johnny has long been accustomed to the incessant harassment from fervent fans and opportunists. To him, this cryptic message is merely another tedious prank. However, Jax, with his impassive demeanor, lit a cigarette, fully aware of certain matters concerning his friend, thus refraining from probing further. Yet, it was not long before this battle-hardened warrior received a message of his own. He did not respond immediately, instead opting for silence as he retrieved his mobile device. It was a specially encrypted military phone, robust in design and exuding a sense of advanced technology. At that moment, the screen of his military phone, which should have intercepted the majority of spam, displayed the identical message in glaring clarity. The seasoned Special Forces major's gaze sharpened the instant he laid eyes on the text. "Johnny," Jax's voice lowered, shaking his phone gently. "I suspect this may not be a prank after all." Johnny's smile faltered. He leaned in, fixated on the exact wording displayed on Jax's phone, his throat involuntarily constricting. While it was not unusual for a fan or a budding director to obtain his personal number, the fact that the same message was simultaneously and accurately sent to a Special Forces major's encrypted military phone altered the nature of the situation entirely. "All right," Johnny inhaled deeply, straightening his posture on the sofa. The air of nonchalance dissipated, replaced by a hint of gravity. It appeared that tonight's gathering had attracted a few uninvited guests. Were they after me, or you? Regardless of whom they intended to target, they had chosen the wrong venue. Jax slammed his beer bottle down onto the table, the collision of his metallic arm with the glass producing a dull thud. His gaze swept over the revelers like that of a hawk. Sonia and Casey are here, and Strick, that riot cop, is over there keeping watch. No one here can stir up any trouble. Johnny's confidence surged once more. Indeed, he might merely be an action actor, but his best friend was a Special Forces ace, and his ex-wife and daughter were also among the elite. Not to mention, the party was graced by seasoned officers like Curtis Strick and his colleagues. With such a formidable assembly, even a handful of assassins would think twice before crashing the scene. With this thought, he reclined back into the sofa, raising his beer to continue the unfinished game. "So let us not worry, Jax. We'll face whatever comes our way." Johnny feigned ease, shrugging, "Let us finish this round first." However, Jax did not take up his banter. Instead, his expression turned grave as he scrutinized his phone, soon uncovering more unsettling revelations. It was evident that his earlier confident remarks might have been premature. "Johnny, I take back what I said. The situation may be more intricate than you realize. For several days, there had been no communication from the Lin Gui, which was highly irregular. Their contacts seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth." "Lin Gui?" Johnny furrowed his brow. They were a mysterious and ancient assassin organization, a force that straddled the line between good and evil, and a formidable power against the external world. Their sudden disappearance was inexplicable. Indeed, Jax nodded gravely, expressing concern that they might have encountered trouble. "The Shaolin had dispatched reinforcements to our location, the direct disciples of Master Kong Lao. However, the bad news was that a super hurricane, unprecedented in decades, had swept across the Pacific, causing indefinite delays to all flights from Asia. We now find ourselves in a state of isolation. In an instant, the raucous music and bustling voices of the party seemed to fade into the background. An invisible pressure enveloped the two men as unknown enemies, missing allies, and the calamity of nature conspired against them, weaving a meticulously crafted web in which they were the prey. At that moment, a gentle beep emanated from Jax's wrist communicator, and a holographic projection sprang to life, revealing the strikingly beautiful face of Sonya Blade. Clad in a form-fitting Special Forces combat uniform, her golden hair was neatly tied back, and her gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Hey, sweetheart, miss me?" Johnny immediately donned a playful grin, blowing a kiss towards his ex-wife's projection. "Shut up, Cage." Sonia dismissed him with a cold glare, her attention unwaveringly fixed on Jax. Colonel Jax, the mechanized police system reports that 3 unidentified intruders have been detected at the party. Their biological signatures do not match any records in the database, and their energy readings are somewhat anomalous. The mechanized police system, developed from the program of a former comrade. Alex Murphy, who had been transformed into a cyborg, employed a high-precision bioenergy scanning network. Can we determine their location? Jax immediately assumed a commanding demeanor. Preliminary tracking indicates they are in the eastern dining area, Sonia replied, continuing surveillance. 1 Asian male accompanied by 2 women. 1 blonde and the other seemingly straight out of comic book. Upon hearing this, Johnny Cage's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity and a competitive spirit. He slowly rose, removing the sunglasses that had been hanging from his collar, donning them with flair. 3 unidentified guests? It seems the host should personally greet them. A smirk crept across his face, revealing his signature $1,000,000 smile. I am quite eager to see who dares to cause trouble on my turf. Jax regarded him, then glanced at Sonia's projection, a sudden thought emerging in his mind. With a stern expression, he commanded Sonia, accompany him. Keep an eye on our movie star. Do not let him stir up any trouble. Having spoken, he cast a knowing glance at Sonia, who was burdened with the weight of the moment. Johnny instantly grasped the implication. His old comrade was ingeniously facilitating an opportunity for him and his ex-wife to find solitude and perhaps rekindle their connection. With an understanding nod, he directed a grateful look at Jax, then strode purposefully towards the dining area. Sonia, on the other end of the communicator, rolled her eyes in resignation. Yet the duties of a soldier compelled her to comply with the order. She shook her head, severing the connection. Moments later, her tall and lithe figure emerged from the crowd, swiftly trailing after Johnny. The two navigated through the cacophony of the dance floor and the exuberant throngs, entering the markedly quieter dining section. Here, the lighting was soft, and a lengthy buffet table was elegantly arranged, while guests gathered in small clusters, engaged in hushed conversations that starkly contrasted with the external revelry. Johnny's gaze swept the restaurant like a radar, swiftly pinpointing a table nestled in a corner. Just as Sonia had described, 3 individuals occupied it. A dark-haired Asian man sat calmly slicing his steak, his movements graceful and unhurried, as if oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. His aura was peculiar. Though present, he exuded an enigmatic depth that instinctively discouraged proximity. To his left was a blonde woman clad in a provocative evening gown, her cheeks stuffed with food, yet her erratic energy hinted at an impending explosion of chaos. To his right, a girl donned in a whimsical pink and white outfit stood in stark contrast to the party's ambience. She nibbled on desserts like a squirrel, her curious gaze flitting about. Her eyes, visible through her mask, sparkled with a theatrical excitement. It must be them, Johnny murmured to Sonia beside him. She remained silent, merely nodding, her right hand unconsciously resting on her sidearm, her muscles taut and poised for action. Taking a deep breath, Johnny adjusted the collar of his expensive suit, donning once more his signature confident smile. He advanced decisively towards the table, with Sonia following closely, her every step laced with vigilance. Yang Jiesher appeared to have sensed their arrival, lifting his gaze. Harley and Gwen paused in their activities, directing their attention towards the approaching duo. Johnny showed no hesitation as he approached the table, boldly pulling out an empty chair and seating himself without ceremony. Sonia, embodying the role of a dutiful bodyguard, positioned herself behind him, scrutinizing the trio at the table with a discerning eye. Good evening, Johnny declared, resting his arms on the table, leaning forward. His gaze traversed the faces of Yang Jiesher, Harley, and Gwen, ultimately settling on Yang. You seem to be uninvited guests. However, fret not. My gathering welcomes all, provided you bear no unwelcome items. His words flowed effortlessly, yet behind those sunglasses, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify, isolating the laughter and chatter of the other diners from this small circle. The modest table, encircled by 5 individuals, instantly transformed into an invisible arena, brimming with an atmosphere of palpable tension. Yang Jiesher set down his knife and fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and then lifted his gaze to meet Johnny Cage's scrutinizing stare, returning it with a bland yet enigmatic smile. The party, it seemed, was only just beginning. Chapter 42. The phantom of Lin. Johnny Cage's flamboyant visage, seemingly illuminated by its own spotlight, appeared beside the elegant seating in the restaurant. His signature sunglasses remained firmly in place, even within the brightly lit interior, a smirk of playful irreverence gracing his lips. He surveyed Yang Jieshi and his companions, his eyes flitting over them as if assessing a few wild cats that had suddenly emerged in his backyard. You seem not to be among my invited guests. However, my party welcomes anyone, provided you haven't brought anything inappropriate with you. His voice, though soft, possessed a unique, piercing quality that made the surrounding cacophony of music and laughter recede slightly. Nearby, several second-tier Hollywood starlets cast curious glances, evidently intrigued by the mysterious guest who had caught the attention of the party's host. Yang Jieshi's mind raced. Liu Kang had departed in haste, leaving no time for proper introductions, and this situation presented an excellent opportunity. Forcing his way in or explaining himself as a traveler from another realm would be too cumbersome and would immediately raise the highest alert from the special forces. He glanced a short distance away to see, behind Johnny, a woman with an elegant updo, her physique lithe and her gaze as sharp as a knife. Observing the scene with an impassive demeanor, Sonya Blade, an elite of the special forces, her presence indicated that this encounter was anything but coincidental. A perfect lie had begun to weave itself in his mind. The Lin Ghost sect, renowned in the world of assassins yet long since relegated to the annals of history, served as the ideal disguise. They had no survivors left to expose the deceit, and their past methods sufficed to explain the strength and mystery of his entourage. Yang Jieshi slowly lowered his wine glass, the base clinking crisply against the tabletop. He raised his head, meeting Johnny Cage's scrutiny with calmness, devoid of any guilt for being caught, instead radiating an air of nonchalant indifference. The Lin Ghost operates without invitations, he stated in a flat tone, yet laced with an undeniable chill. We have suffered some losses. Our manpower is limited, so I could only bring 2 apprentices to meet you, Mr. Cage. He slightly inclined his head towards his companions, Harley and Gwen. Harley Quinn immediately understood the cue. She retracted her innocent, whimsical smile and replaced it with an inscrutable expression. Winking at Johnny, she leisurely remarked, "Not only am I an apprentice, but I'm also a psychologist. By the looks of you, the pressure seems considerable. Care to chat? The first consultation is free." Gwen resolutely buried her head in the mini pizzas on her plate, muttering indistinctly, "Don't look at me. I'm just here to make up the numbers." She was acutely aware of Yang Jieshi's perception of her role and was determined not to burden him with any trouble. Yang Jieshi's arrangement was laced with cunning. He positioned himself at the forefront while casting Harley and Gwen as inconsequential apprentices. If Johnny Cage were to take action, he would undoubtedly direct his focus solely on Yang Jieshi. In this manner, he could safeguard his 2 unpredictable allies while seamlessly continuing the performance. Johnny Cage raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing behind his sunglasses. He found amusement in Yang Jieshi's cold, businesslike demeanor and Harley's whimsical remarks. "Lingue? Ah, escoffed," cracking his neck with a resounding pop. "I've dealt with you lot on more than one occasion. Your people typically prefer blue and speak less. As for losses, I've only heard that you've been as quiet as if in collective hibernation lately." Sonya stepped forward, lowering her voice. "Johnny, Colonel Jax wants us to confirm their identities. According to intel, Lin Gue has been silent recently, and their situation is unclear." Understood, professionals, Johnny replied casually, waving a hand before refocusing on Yang Jieshi, his smile fading into a sharp provocation. "If you wish for me to trust you, I must first witness your true capabilities. Show me what Lin Gue has left in the tank." Before his words fully settled, Johnny's figure moved without warning, launching a punch at Yang Jieshi, who swiftly reciprocated. The earlier conversation had merely served as a prelude to their impending confrontation. Following the exchange of blows, Johnny unleashed a lightning-fast sidekick, the wind howling as it aimed for Yang Jieshi's head. This strike was both swift and brutal, executed at an acute angle, infused with a sense of trial and pressure. It was the shadow kick that had earned him his reputation. The female patrons in the restaurant gasped in suppressed shock. It was a rare occurrence for Johnny Cage to strike outside of filming. However, Yang Jieshi's response was even quicker. From the moment he encountered Johnny, he had begun analyzing and recalling the latter's fighting style. As an avid player of this game in a previous life, he was well aware that Johnny Cage was modeled after Jean-Claude Van Damme. Johnny Cage's martial prowess was a blend of Van Damme's karate and taekwondo, combined with some Muay Thai techniques involving knees and elbows. Both Johnny and Van Damme were renowned for their kicking abilities. Thus, the first probing strike was likely to be a leg technique, with subsequent moves probably involving energy projectiles, akin to the green orbs found in the game. He had prepared contingencies for both scenarios. For the former, he could employ shadow steps to create distance. For the latter, he could draw his bow or use arrow-cutting techniques to defend. As anticipated, Johnny's initial assault was indeed the shadow kick. In response, Yang Jieshi activated the Shadow Clan's secret technique he had recently mastered, allowing him to execute his move. Shadow Step. His figure did not retreat or roll back like an ordinary person. Instead, in a state of extreme recline, he abruptly melded into the shadow cast by the dining table behind him. There was no smoke, no dazzling light effects. It was akin to a drop of ink dissolving in clear water, vanishing without a trace. What? Johnny Cage kicked at empty air, the powerful inertia causing him to lean slightly forward, and for the first time, an expression of bewilderment crossed his face. Sonya's expression also turned grave. This ability to vanish into thin air exceeded her understanding of Lin Gui's ninjutsu. It resembled a form of advanced technological teleportation or perhaps true magic. In the next moment, Yang Jieshi's figure glided ominously from another shadow beside Johnny Cage, extending 2 fingers to lightly tap the back of Johnny's knee with precision and grace. The force was minimal, yet it precisely targeted a nerve point. Johnny felt a tingling in his knee, and one side of his body went weak, causing him to stumble and nearly collapse. He quickly spun to regain his balance, his expression turning exceptionally serious. Intriguing, Johnny shook off the tingling in his leg and resumed his stance. Realizing that the Lin Gui had developed a new tool, he rubbed his hands together, conjuring a sphere of green energy in his palm, exuding a menacing aura. Yang Jieshi merely drew a flickering dagger, effortlessly dispatching the energy sphere with a few strikes of his blade technique. Simultaneously, he flashed to the other side, pressing the knife against Johnny's back. After executing these maneuvers, Yang Jieshi coldly mimicked the demeanor of Lin Gui, stating, "Mr. Cage, we are not here to fight. We merely wish to convey a message. Should you insist on engaging, I shall oblige to the end. However, you must bear the consequences of your actions." His tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable confidence. In their brief exchange, he had utilized only the most fundamental shadow steps and blade techniques, without even employing armed hockey. Yet the strangeness and efficiency he exhibited were sufficient to command the situation. He intended to portray a ruthless assassin, not a belligerent warrior. Sonya reached out to pat Johnny's shoulder, shaking her head to signal him to remain composed. Her gaze was fixed intently on Yang Jieshi, filled with analysis and vigilance. She whispered to Johnny, "His fighting skills are clean and efficient, indicative of a top-tier assassin's repertoire. That ability to vanish is not recorded in the technical department's files. It may be their hidden trump card. Based on their behavioral patterns, we can preliminarily conclude they are affiliated with Lin Gui, likely from one of its branches." Johnny snorted, readjusted his sunglasses, and resumed his nonchalant demeanor. All right, consider yourselves off the hook this time. But don't let it happen again." He pulled up a chair and sat down with a flourish. "Now, tell me, what brings you mysterious individuals to seek me out?" Yang Jieshi's plan had succeeded. With minimal cost, he had successfully etched the identity of Lin Gui into the opponent's mind. He then introduced himself to the other members of the Special Forces, facilitating mutual acquaintance among them. However, just as the tension in the atmosphere began to ease and the party music surged back to life, an incongruous, piercing scream shattered the serene night over the estate. The music abruptly ceased. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound, fixed upon a floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of the villa that led to the terrace. There stood a girl with fiery golden curls, clad in athletic shorts and a cropped top, her face contorted in terror as she pointed towards the shadows of the terrace. Before her lay another girl, similarly dressed in a revealing outfit, adorned with striking golden hair and a voluptuous figure, sprawled in a pool of blood. Someone is dead. The party instantaneously descended into a paralyzing silence, quickly followed by a wave of panic akin to a cataclysm. Guests screamed and jostled, desperate to escape the vicinity of death. "Damn it!" Sonya cursed under her breath, immediately parting the crowd to rush forward. Johnny Cage's expression turned ashen, and he followed closely behind. Young, Harley, and Gwen exchanged grave glances, their eyes reflecting the seriousness of the moment. The first attack of the Phantom Cult had arrived. The trio promptly rose to follow. Chaos reigned as the deceased was revealed to be Tiffany, one of Johnny's closest friends from his school days and a former cheerleading captain. Clad in a light party ensemble, her golden waves were disheveled, her face still adorned with the remnants of festive makeup, yet her wide eyes now held an abyss of terror. Her throat had been slashed by a sharp instrument, blood staining the pristine carpet. Just moments ago, Tiffany had been bemoaning to her friends, "Do you enjoy horror movies?" What a cliché pickup line. Men these days lack creativity. She had displayed a text message on her phone, eliciting laughter from her companions, who had assumed it was merely the antics of an obsessed admirer or a prankster, brushing it off without concern. A burly football player had approached, drink in hand, whistling at her. "Hey, gorgeous, alone? How about we step out to the terrace for some fresh air?" Tiffany had giggled, casting him a flirtatious glance. "Sure, but you'd better keep up." She had led the way to the terrace, while the player exchanged playful looks with his friends, boasting about his conquests. Yet when he glanced up again, he only saw Tiffany's silhouette disappearing into the darkness of the terrace, abruptly yanked into the shadows by a lurking figure, followed by a choked gasp that was swiftly silenced. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. "Everyone, step back. Secure the scene," Sonia commanded as she worked to disperse the crowd while contacting the special forces. Johnny, his face darkened, glared at Tiffany's lifeless body, his fists clenched tightly. At that moment, an unexpected figure pushed through the chaos. "Oh, look what I found. A fresh piece of art," Harley Quinn exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with a morbid curiosity and excitement. Producing a pair of white latex gloves from seemingly nowhere, she snapped them on and bent down to inspect the body. "Hey, what are you doing?" Johnny seized her arm, his voice laced with anger. "This is a crime scene, not a playground for your amusement." Although he had acknowledged Yang Jieshi, he remained skeptical of this somewhat erratic woman. To both him and Sophia, she seemed less like an apprentice of the Lin Ghost and more akin to a lover of Yang Jieshi, perhaps even under the influence of substances. Moreover, the fact that Gwen appeared to be barely of age led them to speculate that this master's libertine and free-spirited nature was the reason Lin Ghost had kept this unconventional master hidden. However, Harley Quinn's subsequent reaction left both him and Sonia momentarily speechless. Harley slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes devoid of the usual madness and mockery, replaced instead by a chilling, irrefutable professionalism, as if she had instantaneously transformed from a lunatic into a seasoned forensic expert. Her voice was steady and clear, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "Mr. Cage, the victim's carotid and jugular veins have been severed with a single stroke. The incision is smooth, with no tearing at the edges, indicating an exceptionally sharp weapon. The pupils are dilated, but not fully dilated, suggesting death occurred no more than 5 minutes ago. Aside from splatter blood, there are no evident signs of dragging or struggle, indicating the assailant struck with lethal precision and speed far beyond that of an ordinary individual." She broke free from Johnny's grasp, her gaze sweeping across the panicking crowd, her tone tinged with impatience. "You amateurs tramping about here will obliterate any valuable footprints and trace evidence until your experts arrive. My preliminary autopsy is your only lead to capture that bastard." With that, she disregarded the astonished Johnny and the bewildered Sonia, squatting down with focused precision to examine Tiffany's wounds and physical condition. The meticulousness of her demeanor starkly contrasted with her earlier erratic behavior. Johnny Cage opened his mouth, utterly speechless. He cast a helpless glance at Sonia, only to find the battle-hardened agent equally incredulous. Yang Jieshi stood a short distance away, quietly observing the scene. He understood that this was a product of Gotham's unrefined nature. A psychology Ph.D., raised amidst Batman and various criminals, possessed an understanding of corpses that surpassed ordinary imagination. The raucous atmosphere of the party was wholly consumed by the shadow of death, with all eyes converging on the woman squatting beside the corpse. Her expression focused to the point of eeriness. Little did anyone know, this bloody horror show was merely in its nascent stages. Chapter 43. The music plays on when speaking of Gotham City. One cannot overlook its most renowned urban legend and the almost absurd principle of non-lethality. This principle serves as both a sacred and ridiculous shackle, transforming the dark city into an eternally spinning asylum incapable of containing madness. Of course, including myself. Many Batman enthusiasts can provide ample justification for this, citing that some characters are simply unkillable, like Ra's al Ghul and Solomon Grundy, while others are passed down through generations, as seen with certain incarnations of the Joker. Gotham's feng shui is abysmal, with hell and malevolent deities encroaching upon its boundaries. From a narrative perspective, one might attribute blame to the editorial team, as popular antagonists cannot simply meet their demise for the sake of sales. However, in terms of outcomes, Arkham Asylum resembles less of a prison and more of a premier incubator and exchange hub for criminal prodigies. Numerous twisted geniuses congregate there, exchanging insights on their nefarious endeavors, sharing techniques for homicide, and even conducting unique seminars on crime right beneath the noses of guards and psychologists. They learn from one another, progress collectively, and on a tempestuous night, effortlessly escape, eagerly applying their newfound knowledge to the unsuspecting citizens of Gotham. Harley Quinn stands as one of the most unexpected products of this peculiar ecosystem. As a PhD in psychology, she was meant to be a healer of madness. Yet she plunged headfirst into the abyss of insanity. Beyond her renowned experience of counseling the Joker, there exists a lesser-known, yet equally profound period that shaped her through mutual teaching. Among her patients, there was a notable name, James Gordon, not the righteous sheriff, but his troubled son, young Gordon, whose mental state teetered between genius and madness. This peculiar psychological counseling was a bizarre affair. Harley, as a psychologist, was naturally intrigued by the intricate and ruthless criminal logic residing within young Gordon's mind. In turn, he regarded her as his sole audience, fervently detailing his morbid obsession with human anatomy and the counter-surveillance techniques gleaned from forensic reports. The outcome of Harley's guidance did not steer this wayward lamb back to safety. Rather, it ignited a fire upon a pile of dry kindling, driving young Gordon further into madness. Yet in exchange, Harley's sponge-like intellect voraciously absorbed the systematic and specialized forensic knowledge from his mind. She learned to deduce the time of death from the rigor mortis of a corpse, infer the murder weapon from the shape of wounds, and detect the truth of death from the most minute traces. While Gotham may not have cured her patients, it inadvertently illuminated a new skill tree in forensic science for her. Finished, Harley Quinn rose, deftly removing the latex gloves specked with dark crimson stains, tossing them casually into a nearby champagne bucket filled with ice. A satisfied smile graced her face, as if she had just completed not a gruesome autopsy, but a flawless work of art. On the floor before her lay Tiffany's body, covered by a white tablecloth ripped from a sofa. Johnny Cage and Sonya Blade stood nearby, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief at the transformation of this previously erratic woman, who had exhibited professionalism, composure, and efficiency over the past several minutes, completely shattering their perceptions. Just as Harley declared the conclusion of her task, a chilling system notification echoed in Yang Jie's mind, as anticipated. Emergency mission triggered. Horror movie night. Mission objective: identify and completely eliminate all ghost-faced killers infiltrating the party. Mission description: the hyenas of the Ghostface cult have commenced their hunt. They adhere to the murderous rules of horror films, relishing the spectacle of their prey's struggle and fear. As performers, please deliver a remarkable finale. Mission reward: acknowledgement from Lin Gue, universal key, remaining uses 55. Failure penalty: what kind of horror movies do you enjoy? Acknowledgement from Lin Gue? A flicker of doubt crossed Yang Jie's mind. Liu Kang had explicitly stated that the Lin Gue sect in this timeline had been annihilated by the Ghostface cult in this bizarre, almost methodical manner, leaving no survivors to relay messages. Where then could this acknowledgement possibly originate? Could there be an unknown survivor of Lin Gue lurking in some hidden corner, observing everything? Or perhaps this acknowledgement came from a Lin Gue that still exists in another parallel universe? This thought stirred something within Yang Jie. If it were indeed the latter, the significance of this reward would be extraordinary. It might mean that he could one day have the opportunity to rebuild this formidable assassin organization as an acknowledged member in this timeline. His ambitions also required a certain number of hands. He quickly suppressed the surging thoughts within him. Now was not the time to contemplate future blueprints. The ghost-faced threat before him was the immediate concern. We must stop the party immediately. Evacuate everyone. Johnny Cage's face was ashen, his voice trembling with anger as he looked at the white cloth covering the corpse. Tiffany was a friend of his daughter, murdered at his party, filling him with immense shame and fury. No, unexpectedly, it was Sonia who spoke against him. The Special Forces commander, her gaze sharp as an eagle, calmly analyzed the situation. Cage, evacuating the crowd, is the worst choice right now. First, the killer is likely blending in among the guests. A mass evacuation would only allow him to escape amidst the chaos. Second, we are unaware of how many adversaries we face. Recklessly sending guests away from the manor would be akin to delivering lone lambs into the jaws of wolves. The safest method is to keep everyone contained here. Indeed, Yang Jieshi interjected. His voice, though quiet, held a persuasive strength. The first rule of horror films is that when the protagonists split up, it marks the beginning of their demise. The killer thrives on panic and chaos. We must not allow him to succeed. Johnny was taken aback, observing the composed Sonia and Yang Jieshi, then glancing at the surrounding guests who, though frightened, continued to watch in secret, even displaying a hint of morbid excitement. He suddenly realized that these individuals, long immersed in the Hollywood limelight, seemed to possess a mental constitution quite different from that of ordinary people. The lines between death and thrill were often blurred for them. In a certain sense, the attendees present were akin to bloodthirsty spectators. "So what you're saying is," Johnny incredulously asked, uttering a phrase in Chinese, "we should continue the music and the dance?" "Indeed, that is the essence of the matter." Yang Jieshi nodded, asserting control over the ongoing soiree. "Hey, seal this room. No one is permitted to enter or exit. We shall uncover the intruder among us." Thus, following a brief yet efficient deliberation among the three parties, Johnny, the Special Forces represented by Sonia, and Yang Jieshi's trio, a rather absurd decision was reached. The festivities would persist. Sonia promptly mobilized the hidden security personnel stationed throughout the estate, securing the entertainment room on the second floor, temporarily relocating the body, and heightening vigilance both inside and outside the manor. Meanwhile, Johnny, steeling himself, descended the staircase, employing his Oscar-worthy acting skills to reassure the guests that a minor mishap had occurred. He announced that the party would feature even more exhilarating impromptu performances, successfully transforming the panic of a murder into the ambience of an elaborate, immersive murder mystery. On the second floor, within the sealed chamber, a makeshift command center was established. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural lesson of Gwen's crash course on surviving horror films." Gwen, with an air of enthusiasm, produced a white display board and a marker, eagerly jotting down notes and sketches of comical ghost faces and skulls. With a buoyant tone, she proclaimed, "Rule 1, never separate. Always go to the restroom in pairs. Ideally, a mixed-gender duo to lighten the load. Rule 2, avoid uttering any classic death phrases, such as I'll be right back. It seems safe here, or what is that noise? I'll check it out. Whoever speaks such words is doomed. No exceptions. Rule 3, the killer is 90% likely to be the one who appears the most innocent and harmless." She rattled off several rules, each one strikingly resonant with the conventions of horror films. Johnny and Sonia were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how this girl could harbor such an array of peculiar theories. While they often critiqued certain tropes and cliches of horror films, applying them to real life was a different matter altogether. Yet, given the recent display of competence by Lynn and the other two, the group decided to trust her judgment for once. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn, donning a wide-brimmed hunting hat, embodied the persona of a detective from a comic book. She seized the guest list from the party and commenced her deductive reasoning. "First," she remarked, using a red pen to underline names, "the killer is highly skilled." The fatal blow was precise, both in force and angle, eliminating most guests from suspicion, as they lack such capability. Moreover, the assailant approached the victim silently and vanished post-haste, indicating a thorough knowledge of the estate's layout or perhaps possessing a form of teleportation. Finally, she considered the motive. Harley's pen hovered over a few names. "Johnny, have you crossed anyone recently? A business rival? A romantic competitor? Or perhaps a deeper-seated foe unknown to you?" Her analysis was both sound and logical, compelling in its clarity. She transformed the rules proposed by Gwen into a practical application through meticulous investigative logic. If Gwen is a player well-versed in the script, then Harley is an analyst proficient in the psychology of game design. Yang Jieshi observed the two of them, one approach from the macro rules, while the other delved into micro clues, creating a perfect complementarity. He timely interjected, synthesizing their information and elevating it to a strategic level. Both were correct, but there was one crucial point. Yang Jieshi's gaze swept across everyone present. The murderer, or rather this group of murderers, committed their crimes not merely for the sake of killing, but rather as a form of performance. Performance? Sonia furrowed her brow. Indeed, performance, Yang Jieshi elucidated. Consider the text message. Do you enjoy horror movies? This is a classic opening line. The victim's choice embodies a typical image of a blonde, mindless cheerleader. The efficiency of the murder method, coupled with the predicament we all find ourselves in now, is laden with drama and ritualistic nuance. The murderer is reveling in this process, casting us all as actors and audience members in his horror film. He approached the window, gazing down at the crowd below, swaying to the music, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Thus, our task is not merely to apprehend the murderer, but to disrupt his self-directed film, usurp his spotlight, and compel him to exit in the most undignified manner. Yang Jieshi's words plunged the room into contemplation. Unlike Gwen, who enumerated rules, or Harley, who analyzed physical evidence, he astutely grasped the essence of the ghost mass cult's pathological, thrill-seeking, performative persona. He established the core strategic tone for this confrontation. Are you suggesting, Sonia pondered, that we play along with him? No. Yang Jieshi shook his head, a cold smile curving his lips. We must find a way to become the directors, orchestrating a scene he could never anticipate. Downstairs, Johnny Cage had just concluded his impassioned impromptu speech, and the music resumed. After a brief moment of hesitation, people raised their glasses once more, diving into this bizarre celebration between life and death. Unbeknownst to them, in the sealed room above, an impromptu task force composed of otherworldly assassins, deranged psychologists, and dimensional witches had already commenced their counteroffensive. Chapter 44. Professionals and amateurs. The party music seemed to be muffled behind a thick layer of glass, faintly emanating from below, accompanied by an absurd and eerie rhythm, as if it were clumsily providing a soundtrack to the silence of death above. The air was thick with a mix of faintly metallic blood and women's perfume, circulating through the air conditioning, infiltrating each person's nostrils, incessantly reminding them that mere moments ago, a vibrant life had been abruptly extinguished. Johnny Cage irritably tugged at his bow tie, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on the white sheet covering the corpse. The luminous aura of the Hollywood superstar was shrouded in a pall of gloom at that moment. Sonya Blade maintained the characteristic posture of a soldier, arms crossed, her piercing eyes scanning every corner of the room in search of any tangible clues. Her composure stemmed from professional decorum, yet the tension in her jawline betrayed her inner gravity. Yang Jieshi stood by the window, his posture the epitome of relaxation, hands tucked into his pockets, calmly observing the actors below, swaying under the lights. His observation skills, akin to an invisible net, enveloped the entire estate, attuning to the fluctuating emotions and filtering out any anomalous signals that clashed with the surrounding ambience. However, his perceptive faculties failed to detect anything amiss. Amidst the oppressive silence, Harley Quinn halted her steps, the fervent excitement in her heterochromatic eyes gradually waning, replaced by a deeper, more focused scrutiny. Like a hound that had caught a discordant scent of its prey, she began to pace anxiously around the center of the room, murmuring to herself, "Something's not right. It's too pristine, too perfect." Her soliloquy immediately captured everyone's attention. "What's wrong?" Sonia was the first to inquire. "Didn't you say the murderer was a professional, delivering a lethal blow?" "This aligns perfectly with your previous conclusion." "Exactly. And therein lies the problem." Harley spun around, her voice rising with a near-neurotic fervor. "It conforms too perfectly to the conclusion, like a textbook standard answer. Don't you see? This doesn't resemble a genuine murder. It feels more like a stage performance." She approached the body, refraining from lifting the sheet, merely gesturing in the air with her fingers. "Look, the incision on the carotid artery, clean and precise. This requires immense control and anatomical knowledge. The absence of struggle indicates that the victim lost the ability to resist in an instant, which necessitates lightning speed and impeccable timing. Viewed holistically, this is the handiwork of a top-tier assassin. Wouldn't you agree? For instance, someone like Arlene Gouet?" Sonia and Johnny nodded in agreement, recognizing it as the most intuitive assessment in their minds. But Harley's tone abruptly escalated, extending a finger and shaking it emphatically. "Where would a top assassin choose to strike? A storage room, a restroom, a secluded corridor. Any location that ensures anonymity and facilitates a swift exit. Yet he chose this? An open terrace. Anyone by the pool below could simply glance up and witness everything unfolding here. This is an unforgivable blunder for a professional who seeks efficiency and discretion. She paused, her eyes glinting with the insight of Gotham's queen of crime, continuing her deduction. Thus, what we are witnessing is a colossal contradiction. A killer endowed with the skills of a top assassin has chosen a stage more befitting an amateur actor. What does this signify? It signifies that technique is merely a facade, while the stage itself constitutes the essence. The murderer is not a professional assassin who kills for a living. Rather, he is an actor obsessed with portraying the role of an assassin. This revelation from Harley struck like a thunderclap, resonating in the minds of all present. She completely overturned her initial conclusions, delving deeper into the psychological motivations behind the case. He does not kill for the sake of killing. He murders to perfectly replicate a scene from a horror film. It is not death itself that he relishes, but the process, the godlike perspective that allows him to control everything and toy with everyone. He or she is likely an imitator, an ardent fan, a person yearning to become the masked killer. As Harley's final words hung in the air, Gwen excitedly snapped her fingers. Bingo! Harley, you are an absolute genius. She peered from behind her easel, her face adorned with the triumphant expression of someone who anticipated this outcome. I knew it. This is not a tale of ninjas battling or gang warfare. This is a living, breathing campus horror film. More specifically, it is a variation of the whodunit genre found in slasher films. A slasher film? Whodunit? Johnny Cage furrowed his brow. He understood the terms, but hearing them from this girl imbued them with an additional layer of meaning. Precisely. Gwen leaped from her chair, adopting the demeanor of a little teacher as she began her explanation. Such films adhere to established tropes. Firstly, the killer is certainly not a supernatural demon or a mutated beast. He is an ordinary individual, likely someone we know. Secondly, his killings are not random. He follows a set of self-invented, ludicrous, and adolescent game rules, much like the text he sent to that unfortunate woman with ample bosom, inviting her to partake in his sinister performance. Gwen's gaze swept over the crowd, her tone becoming enigmatic. The most crucial point is that such killers often possess a pathological obsession with the very genre of films they emulate. They are not merely committing murder. They are deconstructing, mimicking, and even striving to surpass the cinematic experiences they have consumed. They see themselves as directors, while we are all cast as their actors. He must be lurking in some corner, observing our frantic reactions, reveling in the chaos he has orchestrated. If Harley's psychological profile serves as the flesh of the case, then Gwen's analysis of the rules constitutes its skeleton. Together, they form a vivid and coherent portrait of a deranged killer with clear motives. He is not a cold specter, but rather a self-important film enthusiast concealed within the crowd. Donned in a mask, finally breaking his silence, Yang Jieshi spoke, his voice calm and steady, like a ballast anchoring Harley's fervor and Gwen's exuberance. Your analyses are quite compelling and largely align with the intelligence we have gathered. He acknowledged the brilliance of both women, then shifted the conversation to introduce a deeper, unresolved contradiction. However, there remains an inexplicable point of contradiction. Yang Jieshi's gaze sharpened, penetrating through the veil of uncertainty. If the perpetrator, as you assert, is merely a fervent, imitation-style cinephile, then from whence does his expertise stem? An ordinary individual, regardless of how many films he has viewed or how extensively he has studied, could not possibly execute such a meticulous act on their inaugural attempt, deceiving Harley's initial judgment. Moreover, how did he silently infiltrate this heavily fortified estate, guarded by elite special forces? Yang Jieshi's inquiry struck at the very heart of the enigma with the precision of a surgical scalpel. The dichotomy between an amateur, performative persona and the professional, assassin-level skill set presents an insurmountable chasm. As Chapter 45, Red Herring unfolded, Johnny Cage, having absorbed Yang Jieshi's insights, responded with clarity. Indeed, my security system is top tier, not to mention Sonya's team. To enter undetected and armed is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary fan. Sonya's expression grew graver as she added, our personnel have scrutinized all entrances and surveillance. There are no records of intrusion. The murderer seems to have materialized from thin air, only to vanish just as mysteriously. Silence enveloped the room once more. The vivid portrayal of the assailant crafted by Harley and Gwen was now shrouded in a new layer of ambiguity due to Yang Jieshi's compelling contradiction. It is implausible for one individual to embody such starkly contrasting traits simultaneously. Unless, with measured deliberation, Yang Jieshi articulated a chilling hypothesis. There may be more than one assailant. He enunciated each word with intent. We are likely contending with a duo. One who crafts the script, relishing the game, the very fanatic you have characterized, who may be a mere puppet master lurking in the shadows. The other, an actor responsible for execution, possesses the professional skills we have witnessed, adept at bringing the director's vision to life on stage. The theory of multiple perpetrators. This conjecture instantaneously doubled the complexity of the case. They were no longer pursuing a single target, but rather at least two, one hidden behind the scenes orchestrating the rules, and another mingling within the crowd, poised to strike. They could be acquainted or merely collaborators, exponentially increasing the challenges of their investigation. Harley's eyes sparkled with a thrilling intensity. Oh, my goodness, this is utterly captivating. A mad director and a cold-blooded actor in tandem. Just then, a flurry of urgent communication crackled through Sonia's tactical earpiece. "Colonel, what is it? What did you say? A fourth?" Sonia's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as she listened intently to the report, her brow furrowed in concentration. Moments later, she terminated the call, looking towards the group with an unprecedented pallor. "We have a situation." She spoke in a low tone, the security backend, through thermal imaging cross-referencing the guest list, has detected a life signal unaccounted for. There is an uninvited guest at the party. She approached the nearby computer and swiftly brought up a surveillance feed. On the screen stood a silver-haired girl at the edge of the crowd, clad in an outfit that starkly contrasted with the opulence of the surrounding party. Her tailored leather armor accentuated her athletic physique. The striking long grayish-white hair caught the light, and a scar running through her left eye lent an air of defiance and weariness to her delicate features. This was the same girl, Siri, who had been rescued by Yang Jieshi at the entrance of the party, the one who introduced herself as Ji Wei'er. Whether it was mere coincidence or a sign of her immersion in the role, the name Ji Wei'er corresponded perfectly to the character Swallow. The surveillance footage froze on her, with a timestamp indicating that just 3 minutes before Tiffany's murder, she had walked alone towards the staircase leading to the second floor. While her identity remained ambiguous, her movements were highly suspicious. Sonia pointed at the screen, her tone icy as she declared that she was now the prime suspect. "I will send someone to apprehend her immediately." "Wait!" Gwen suddenly screamed, her eyes wide as she pointed at Siri on the screen. "Don't move her. Something is off." "What do you mean something is off?" Johnny inquired. "She has a significant suspicion of involvement." "Exactly. She is too suspicious, which is what makes it off," Gwen exclaimed, nearly hopping in frustration. She gestured towards Siri on the screen and then to the others, almost shouting, "Don't you see? White hair, a scar on her face. Dressed oddly, wandering alone at the party, and heading towards the crime scene before it happened. It's as if the words 'I am the murderer' are written all over her face." Taking a deep breath, she uttered a term unfamiliar to most present. "She is a red herring." "A what?" Sonia asked, bewildered. Yang Jieshi and Harley also wore puzzled expressions. The term surpassed their understanding. However, Johnny Cage reacted as if struck by lightning, abruptly lifting his head, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed intently on Gwen. "Red herring? You know about that?" Gwen looked at him, astonished. "Of course. I'm in the film industry," Johnny retorted, annoyed. He then turned to explain to the others. "A red herring is a screenwriting term. It refers to a character deliberately set up in a story to appear as the most suspicious, with all clues pointing towards them, drawing the attention of the audience and the protagonists away from the true culprit. In essence, it serves as a smokescreen, a false target to mislead." Gwen vigorously nodded, adding, "Exactly. In every whodunit film, the first character who is pinned down as the prime suspect is 99.9% innocent. That's the rule. The murderer intentionally pushes her into our view to divert all our focus onto her, allowing them to prepare to kill the next victim." The room fell into a profound silence. A brand new and exceedingly intricate dilemma now loomed before them all. Was that silver-haired girl merely an actress in the duo of murderers? Was this meticulously arranged by them merely a red herring to toy with everyone? It presented a lethal dilemma. Should they choose to trust the rules and dismiss this red herring? What if she were indeed the genuine killer? They would miss the prime opportunity to apprehend the murderer, potentially leading to further casualties. Conversely, if they chose to believe the evidence before them and immediately apprehend the girl, what if she were merely a smokescreen? They would fall directly into the killer's trap, while their main force became ensnared by this false target. The true culprit lurking in the shadows would mercilessly wield his blade. Sonia's fists were clenched tightly. As a soldier, her duty was to trust the evidence and eliminate threats. Yet, the words of Gwen and Johnny echoed in her ears like a curse. Yang Jieshi's eyes narrowed slightly, his observation haki firmly locking onto the white-haired girl in the crowd below. He sensed that the girl's emotions were remarkably calm, even tinged with a hint of wariness and detachment, entirely unlike a murderer who had just taken a life. However, this did not constitute conclusive evidence. They found themselves in a predicament of profound moral quandary. The murderer had not even made another move. Merely casting out a bait had successfully ensnared these hunters in a dilemma of indecision. This horror film was far more intricate than they had anticipated. Chapter 46, Shiri, Part 1. The air in the room grew stagnant due to the cursed term red herring. The chains of suspicion bound every possibility together, creating an unsolvable, vicious cycle. To pursue could lead to a trap. To refrain could result in death. This was precisely the scenario that the Phantom Cult relished. Watching their actors descend into mutual suspicion on stage, spiraling into endless mental exhaustion. Damn it! Yang Jieshi's voice shattered the impasse. He stood up, his gaze calmly sweeping across the faces of those in turmoil, regardless of whether she was the true killer or a mere smokescreen. Bringing her here and confronting her directly would resolve everything. His logic was simple and brutal, yet it was the most direct and effective means to break the deadlock. To engage in idle speculation here would only lead them to follow the killer's script. Taking the initiative was the only way to reclaim the director's power. Sonia hesitated slightly. But what if this is a ploy to lure us away? Then I shall play the role of the tiger, Yang Jieshi replied, a cold smile curving his lips. I am quite curious to see what sinister things are hidden in this mountain. He turned to Harley and Gwen. You two, come with me. One to read minds, the other to state the rules. In any case, do not linger here and add to the chaos. Harley clapped her hands in excitement, while Gwen grabbed a handful of chips and mumbled an agreement, following in Yang Jieshi's footsteps. Johnny Cage opened his mouth to speak, but under Yang Jieshi's undeniable gaze, he ultimately chose silence, leaving the matter to the professionals of Lingui. He then joined Sonia to redeploy the security measures within the villa, consolidating the remaining manpower to prepare for any potential emergencies. 3 individuals departed from the temporary command center, traversing the opulent yet desolate corridor, guided by the final coordinates provided by Sonia, making their way towards the secluded storage room of the villa. Ciri, the young lioness of Sintra and heir to ancient blood, found herself huddled in a cluttered storeroom, feeling an exhaustion that penetrated to her very bones. The journey through time and space was far from the romanticized tales recounted by poets. Each leap was a tumultuous struggle against the fabric of space and time, a dual torment of will and flesh. Just moments ago, she had been evading the relentless pursuers of the wild hunt in a wasteland shrouded in eternal winter, only to be flung into this bizarre realm, a kaleidoscope of steel beasts and eccentric attire, by an uncontrollable surge of energy. Her Witcher apprentice garb and dual swords appeared utterly out of place in this world. Fortunately, the denizens of this realm seemed unfazed by peculiar outfits, even bestowing appreciative glances upon her. She had infiltrated the most magnificent edifice atop the mountain, initially believing it to be a grand noble's palace, only to discover a raucous party teetering on the brink of madness. Drawing upon the survival instinct honed through years of evasion, she deftly eluded all guards, sneaking into the dining hall to procure some roasted chicken and bread, and swiped a bottle of notably pleasant fruit wine. The food and alcohol provided a slight reprieve for her taut nerves. All she yearned for was a tranquil corner to rest, even if just for a night, to gather her strength for the daunting task of plotting her return home. This storage room had become her sanctuary, warm, dry, imbued with the scent of sunshine and soapberry. Leaning against a pile of soft linens, she gnawed on a chicken leg, sipping the fruit wine in small gulps, her cat-like greenish-gray eyes vigilantly observing the movements in the corridor outside. The shadow of the Wild Hunt was an indelible mark upon her soul, instilling a relentless wariness that forbade her from fully relaxing at any moment. If she could navigate through the night unscathed, she would depart at dawn to seek clues in broader horizons. However, fate had other plans. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed clearly, deliberate yet unhurried, striking her taut nerves like a hammer. Her body froze instantly, the half-eaten chicken leg tumbling to the ground. A glint of cold light flickered in her greenish-gray eyes as her left hand silently grasped the hilt of her sword behind her. Who could it be? The Wild Hunt would never exhibit such courtesy. Were they the guards of this estate? She held her breath, stealthily maneuvering to the door, peering through the crack to glimpse the outside. 3 figures stood beyond the door. Leading the group was a tall man with a composed visage, the very individual who had come to her aid at the party, driving away her insufferable suitor. Behind him trailed a woman with a dual-colored ponytail, her smile unsettling, accompanied by a girl clad in a pink and white bodysuit, whose demeanor appeared somewhat unhinged, his companion. Were they? How had they found her here? Alarm bells rang in Ciri's mind. She had never been one to believe in coincidences. In this unfamiliar realm, any overt approach may conceal malicious intent. Open the door. We know you're inside. The voice of Younger Joshua resonated through the door, calm and unruffled. We harbor no ill will. We merely require your cooperation regarding certain matters. Cooperation? Ciri furrowed her brow. She could not recall any actions of hers that warranted investigation. The food in the restaurant should be freely available, and the host would hardly be so miserly. Moreover, the man's formal tone immediately conjured images of Nilfgaardian spies or the bounty hunters pursuing her. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly opened the door, positioning her body sideways, ready to draw her sword at any moment. Coldly, she regarded Younger Joshua and stated, I do not know what you're talking about. I am merely a lost traveler, uninterested in your affairs. Younger Joshua's gaze fell upon her tightly grasped sword hilt, and he remarked indifferently, a lost traveler would not possess your level of skill and vigilance. To be succinct, someone has died at the party, and you are the only uninvited guest not on our guest list aside from us. Accompany us to clear your name, and you shall be free to depart. Ciri narrowed her eyes. Someone is dead? No wonder the atmosphere is so peculiar. Yet, this only solidified her resolve to not accompany them. Becoming embroiled in a local murder investigation was exceedingly foolish for a fugitive being hunted across dimensions. She needed to leave, now immediately. The Wild Hunt could tear through space at any moment, and she had no time to linger here, to fight or to flee. Her gaze swiftly scanned the 3 individuals before her. The madwoman and the pink-haired girl seemed inconsequential. The only genuine threat was the man before her. He exuded a restrained yet dangerous aura, akin to a coiled serpent. However, Ciri possessed unwavering confidence in her battle-hardened swordsmanship. Even if she could not overpower him, she was certain she could carve a path to escape, utilizing the complex terrain to her advantage. Although her teleportation ability was unstable, short-distance flickering was still within her grasp. In an instant, Ciri made her decision. It seems we cannot come to an agreement, she said, her voice turning frigid. No sooner had the words left her lips than a flash of silver erupted from its sheath. Ciri's movement was as swift as lightning. Her sword sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, tracing a cunning arc aimed directly at Younger Joshua's throat. This was her honed Witcher swordplay, a lethal amalgamation of speed, precision, and deadly intent. Yet, in the face of her blistering strike, Younger Joshua did not even blink. He neither evaded nor blocked. He simply raised his left hand, enveloped in the aura of armed color, and met the sharp edge with a fist, declaring, "You must submit to the investigation. The second round of our real combat begins now." As his words resonated, a chilling intent surged forth like a flood breaking through its dam. Ciri refrained from uttering a single superfluous word. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all hesitation. Her figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring, accompanied by a melodious dragon's roar, as the steel sword at her back was drawn. Just as the sword's tip was about to make contact with his palm, a layer of inky darkness, gleaming like obsidian, instantaneously spread from his palm, enveloping his entire fist and swiftly extending upward, encasing half of his forearm. His armed color of conqueror's haki, fortified by the serum of a super soldier and relentless training, had made remarkable advancements both in quality and quantity. Clang! The anticipated sound of blade penetrating flesh did not resonate. Instead, a dull thud, painfully grating, echoed as fist met sword, as if a long sword had struck the hardest obsidian. Hiri's eyes widened in disbelief, her face etched with incredulity. She sensed an overwhelming force emanating from the sword's tip, numbing her grip and nearly causing her to lose hold of the blade. Her sword, forged by a master dwarf and deemed indestructible, had failed to even pierce a layer of his skin. What on earth was that dark substance enveloping his arm? Yang Jieshi was also somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that his current strength, amplified by the Conqueror's haki, would be sufficient to disarm his opponent, yet it appeared he was still lacking. However, both combatants were seasoned warriors. Upon realizing her initial strike had failed, Hiri immediately withdrew and launched a renewed assault. This was not a mere thrust, but a deadly dance honed through countless trials against the frigid stone walls of Kelmarin. Her body carved an astonishing afterimage through the narrow space, the sword light splitting into three, akin to the three heads of a hellhound, each aimed at Yang Jieshi's face, heart, and lower abdomen. The sword winds were fierce, slicing through the air with a sharp shriek, each strike imbued with the terrifying penetrative power capable of piercing through steel. Yet, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Yang Jieshi's expression remained unchanged. He did not retreat a single step. His deep-set eyes reflected three increasingly close cold stars, his dynamic vision having dissected every minute muscle movement of Hiri with clarity. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Yang Jieshi's fingers precisely locked onto the sword's body. Hiri attempted to withdraw her blade, only to find it seemingly welded in place, utterly immovable. Simultaneously, Yang Jieshi's right hand moved. His speed, augmented by the super soldier serum, was almost beyond the limits of the naked eye, transforming into a fleeting shadow that struck at Hiri's unguarded right side from an exquisitely cunning angle. It was neither a fist nor a palm, but a remarkably precise claw aimed directly at the joint of Hiri's wrist. In this moment of crisis, the ancient blood within Hiri instinctively surged forth. Her figure blurred, transforming into a fleeting emerald light, retreating nearly 3 meters in a perilous evasion of the blow that could have dislocated her wrist. However, she was swift. Yang Jieshi's response was even swifter. At the very moment when Hiri's form solidified once more, Yang Jieshi propelled himself into the darkness, appearing before her in an instant, a formidable iron fist crashing against her chest. His mastery of observation haki allowed him to instantly discern the rhythm and trajectory of Hiri's short-range teleportation, preempting her every move. Bang! Hiri's petite frame was sent flying backward as if struck head-on by a speeding motorcycle, her insides feeling dislocated, a metallic taste rising in her throat as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. This foe was astonishingly powerful. His strength, speed, and defense were so formidable that had he not possessed a humanoid form, Hiri might have suspected she was battling a troll. A glint of fierce determination flashed in her eyes. She understood that she could no longer afford to be on the defensive. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain within her, her left hand traced a complex symbol in the air. A surge of invisible telekinetic waves erupted from her palm, sweeping up carpets and wood shavings in an attempt to disrupt Yang Jieshi's assault. Yet, Yang Jieshi's form suddenly became indistinct, his dagger flickering into action. Hiri felt a familiar spatial distortion enveloping her. He appeared to her left, and there was no time to cast a spell with her left hand or to summon aid with her right. Yang Jieshi seized this opportunity. His figure traversed the distance between them like a teleportation, his right hand reaching back to grasp the silver sword that had never been drawn from its sheath. Hiri felt a sudden lightness at her back. The silver sword, Gamir, which had accompanied her in vanquishing countless demons, was now firmly held in his grasp. The momentum of attack and defense shifted dramatically in that instant. Yang Jieshi's left hand remained empty, while his right hand wielded the silver sword, imbued with armament haki. The tranquil aura that had previously enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a fierce, tyrannical presence, as though he had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. The Bloodblade technique was unleashed. His offensive surged like a tempest, relentless and unyielding. Though he wielded a silver sword, it appeared as if he employed the most brutal of blade techniques: chop, slash, thrust, cleave, each strike delivered with tremendous force, stirring a gust of blood-laden wind. Hiri found herself entirely suppressed. In the confined space, she twisted and turned, her steel sword barely able to defend passively. Each clash sent jolts of pain through her arms, threatening to shatter them. Yang Jieshi's swordplay appeared coarse, yet each blow concealed lethal intent, forcing her to retreat continuously, without even a moment to exploit the briefest opening. The mimicry of the Master's abilities was vividly showcased in that moment. Her pride in the Wolf Clan's swordsmanship paled in comparison to his unadulterated, slaughter-driven technique and the dynamic vision gleaned from the Master's moves. Crack! Another harsh clash resounded as Shiri's steel sword emitted a mournful cry under the strain, a fine crack appearing along its blade. It was over. The thought barely flickered through her mind before Yang Jieshi's next strike was upon her. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Yang Jieshi's final strike halted, the cold silver blade gently resting against her smooth neck. A chill coursed through her skin, spreading throughout her body. The battle concluded, and Shiri froze, gasping for breath, her gray-green eyes filled with reluctance, astonishment, and a hint of despair. She had lost, utterly defeated. Now, can you come with us? Yang Jieshi's voice remained composed. Shiri paused in silence for a moment, ultimately lowering her stance of resistance and nodding. She understood well that her opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, she would already be lifeless. More importantly, this man's strength far exceeded her imagination. If the Wild Hunt truly pursued this world, perhaps having such a formidable ally could grant her a chance of survival. A few minutes later, in a room closely guarded by special forces, Shiri sat in a chair facing Sonya, Jax, and Curtis Strike. The three formidable operatives scrutinized the mysterious white-haired girl. Harley Quinn pulled up a chair and sat beside Shiri, employing a gentle, conversational tone as she began her inquiry. She posed no questions, merely described, empathized, and crafted a psychological space through language that encouraged the girl to lower her defenses. You must be exhausted, right? Always running, without a place to rest your head. There's always something chasing you, like an inescapable nightmare. She murmured, her words weaving a spell that, coupled with the military pressure exerted by Jax and the others, began to weaken Shiri's resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Harley deftly swayed a small pocket watch before Shiri's eyes, using monotonous visual stimuli to lull her into a semi-hypnotic state. Tell me, what is your name? Shiri replied in a dreamy voice, Shiri Yafiona Ellen Rhiannon. Why are you here? I am fleeing from the White Frost. Escaping from those spectral nights they call the Wild Hunt. Did you kill that girl? Killing? I only slay monsters and those who pursue me. I have harmed no one here. Standing by, Yang Jieshi felt a tempest surge within him. Shiri Yafiona Ellen Rhiannon. The Wild Hunt. White Frost. These words acted like a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of his past life memories. The countless days and nights spent before a computer screen, guiding Geralt of Rivia in search of his daughter, became strikingly vivid. It was truly her, the Ciri from The Witcher 3. She had unexpectedly traversed into this world. Who would have thought the Polish developers would intertwine their narrative here? After thorough questioning, Ciri's suspicions were momentarily cleared. Although her words were somewhat disjointed, the underlying logic held firm, and the genuine fatigue and fear emanating from her were unmistakable. Jax's metallic arm, glimmering with a sheen, lightly tapped on the table as he spoke in a hushed tone to Yang Jieshi. This individual's origins remain shrouded in mystery, yet there are no immediate indications of her being the perpetrator. Nevertheless, she represents an exceedingly perilous and unstable variable. Since you have brought her here, it falls upon you to oversee her. Until her identity is unequivocally established, she must remain within your line of sight. Yang Jieshi sighed deeply as he gazed at Shiri, who appeared bewildered, just emerging from her hypnotic state. His team now included a deranged psychologist, a dimensional sorceress, and now, yet another addition, a princess from another realm. Relentlessly hunted across the cosmos, life was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 48. The second victim. The tense atmosphere in the room momentarily eased due to the temporary exoneration of Shiri from suspicion. Yet this alleviation was as fragile as glass. Yang Jieshi had become the provisional guardian of this otherworldly visitor, signifying that his team now contained another unpredictable ally requiring careful supervision. Jax and Sonya's special forces redirected their energies to intensively monitor the entire estate. However, everyone understood that this was merely a fleeting, oppressive calm before the impending storm. The masked assassin had yet to complete his script, and the second act could unfold at any moment. Downstairs, the party, under the masterful performance of Johnny Cage and the discreet control of the special forces, struggled to maintain an appearance of normalcy. Yet the air was thick with a heady concoction of opulent perfume, alcohol, and fear. The guests congregated in the center of the dance floor like sheep herded by an invisible shepherd, engaging in loud conversations and exaggerated dance moves to mask their inner turmoil. The adrenaline rush had faded, and the eerie atmosphere, born of heightened apprehension, began to seep in, instilling a creeping dread among the attendees. As time wore on, the sensation of fear expanded within them. They hesitated to venture into corners or separate from the group, clinging tightly to one another as if the collective warmth could offer a semblance of false security. Consequently, the consumption of alcohol surged alarmingly. Under the shadow of death, the demand for this intoxicating elixir became unprecedented. Behind the bar, a meticulously bearded man in a finely tailored waistcoat was skillfully wielding a shaker. His name was Mario, a premier mixologist brought in at great expense by Johnny Cage from one of the finest clubs in downtown Los Angeles. He harbored an almost obsessive pride in his craft, and every cocktail that emerged from his hands was a masterpiece, precise and resplendent. "Hey, Mario, another Long Island iced tea," a Hollywood producer called out drunkenly. Mario gracefully slid a prepared sex on the beach cocktail toward a starlet without lifting his gaze, responding, "Apologies, sir, but we are running low on the base spirits. Both gin and vodka are nearly depleted." He furrowed his brow, polishing the gleaming bar surface, feeling rather dissatisfied with the current situation. In his view, Mr. Cage was somewhat overreacting this evening. Is it merely the demise of an inconsequential party girl? In a place like Hollywood, is this truly worthy of news? The presence of armed soldiers surrounding the area like a military encampment over such a trivial matter is utterly disgraceful. What irked him further was that the soldiers had barred anyone from moving freely, particularly toward the basement. His cherished bottles of rare spirits were stored in Mr. Cage's opulent private cellar. Without them, his craft would suffer greatly, an intolerable notion for him. Do these American soldiers comprehend the artistry of mixology? Mario scoffed inwardly. I certainly do not wish for them to spill my essential tools of the trade, nor do I desire them to pilfer my unique recipes. A surge of professional pride overwhelmed his caution towards danger. He cast a glance at the soldier patrolling nearby and resolved to sneak down. Just a few minutes to retrieve the liquor and return unnoticed. He quietly shed his conspicuous vest and slipped out the back door of the bar, adeptly navigating to the staircase leading to the basement. Only a young soldier stood guard there, idly watching the beauties on the dance floor. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Mario darted into the stairwell like a stealthy feline, gently closing the door behind him. The staircase to the basement was long and steep, and the frigid air, laced with dust and the musty scent of aged oak barrels, enveloped him. Ignoring the ominous warnings about the basement that Gwen had recently reiterated, the proud mixologist unconcernedly descended into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the makeshift command center upstairs, the atmosphere had just begun to ease. Just as Sonia and Jax were preparing to scrutinize the surveillance footage for the suspicious figures previously mentioned by Yang, a soldier's exclamation pierced the air through the communicator. Body discovered. Underground cellar. Repeat. Second body found. An anguished roar erupted from Johnny Cage's throat. He pushed past those beside him and rushed toward the basement in a frenzy. Upon seeing Mario's lifeless form sprawled in a pool of liquor, the countenance of the silver-screen tough guy turned ashen. Mario had been a longtime friend, present at nearly every banquet to tend a bar. Casey Cage followed closely behind. Upon witnessing yet another cold corpse, a fierce blaze of rage ignited in her youthful eyes. She had just spent half an hour comforting Tiffany and her friends, who were on the verge of fainting from their tears. Those girls were her classmates from years past, and their reunion should have been filled with laughter, but it had devolved into a series of tragic farewells. An accident? Is this still an accident? The party must be halted. Now, immediately. Casey shouted at her mother Sonia, her voice quivering with emotion. Mom, did you see? Another one is dead. We cannot continue to toy with these lives. I care not for the identity of the wretched murderer. All I desire is for everyone to depart from this place unscathed. Even as a soldier of a Special Forces unit, she could not bear the thought of such a brutal series of murders occurring within the confines of her own home. This is not a battlefield. These individuals are not adversaries. They are innocent guests. Johnny Cage was also on the brink of despair. He gestured towards the lifeless bodies and then pointed upstairs, shouting at Sonia. She is right. Sonia, enough. This has gone on long enough. Let everyone leave. I care not for your damn plans. I simply want this senseless slaughter to cease. In the face of vehement opposition from her daughter and ex-husband, Sonia's steely countenance remained unwaveringly calm. She grasped Casey's arm forcefully and tugged at Johnny, commanding, "Follow me." She dragged the two of them into a vacant storage room and shut the door, initiating a tense family conference. "Both of you, remain composed." Sonia's voice was low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "Do you believe that releasing them now equates to saving them? The killer lurks among us, like a viper in the grass. Allowing these terrified sheep to wander freely will only enable him to hunt them down one by one in the shadows. If that occurs, it will not be merely one or two casualties, but all of them." "I do not care," Casey retorted. "That is far better than leaving them here like chickens in a cage, awaiting slaughter. At least they have a chance to escape." "A chance?" "They are up against a highly trained assassin, potentially possessing superhuman abilities. What chance do they have?" Sonia countered sharply. Johnny observed the quarrel between mother and daughter, particularly the striking visage of Sonia, whose resolute demeanor rendered her even more captivating. A flicker of his anger inexplicably waned. His feelings for this woman had never truly faded. Her strength, decisiveness, and unwavering dedication to her mission were precisely what had drawn him to her in the first place. Yet he also felt profound sorrow for his daughter and the innocents who had perished. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to assume the role of mediator. "Listen, Sonia, Casey, we must establish a baseline. We cannot proceed without some sort of compromise." He gazed at Sonia, his eyes reflecting a blend of pleading and reluctance. "I understand your plan is sound. If we can contain everyone, the killer cannot escape. However, the cost is too great. I cannot stand idly by and watch my friends and employees perish one by one in my own home." Casey nodded in agreement. As a soldier, she was accustomed to following orders. She comprehended her mother's strategic intentions entirely, yet emotionally, she could not accept it. Sonia regarded the father and daughter with a hint of softness in her heart. She, too, was tormented, but as the highest-ranking officer present, she had to set aside all emotions and make the most rational decision. After a lengthy silence, Johnny Cage seemed to arrive at a resolution. He looked at Sonia and said solemnly, "Very well, I shall trust you one more time. However, we must establish an agreement. In the words of our Chinese friends, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence." He raised 3 fingers, his expression more serious than ever. "This is the second. If a third victim were to emerge, regardless of the reasons or the stage of your plans, we must immediately terminate everything at any cost and ensure everyone's departure. This is my bottom line." Sonia gazed into Johnny's unwavering eyes, filled with resolute determination, then glanced at her daughter, whose eyes were brimming with hope and anguish. Ultimately, she slowly and heavily nodded in agreement. "Very well, 3 times is a charm." The mingling scents of blood and rich alcohol permeated the cold, subterranean wine cellar. On Yang Jieshi's side, the mission had also been updated. Urgent mission update. Horror movie night. Mission objective. Identify and completely eliminate all infiltrators disguised as the ghost-faced killer at the party. Mission description. The hyenas of the ghost-faced cult have commenced their hunt. They adhere to the murderous rules of horror films, relishing the performance of their prey, struggling in fear. As an actor, please deliver a splendid finale. Additional condition. Complete this mission before the ghost-faced killer claims 3 more victims. Current death toll, 23. Mission reward. Recognition from the Lin Ghost. Universal key. Remaining uses, 55. Additional reward. Favor from Special Forces and Johnny Cage's family. Failure penalty. What kind of horror films do you enjoy? Harley Quinn donned her latex gloves once more, crouching beside Mario's corpse. Her expression remained that of morbid fascination, as though the surrounding clamor and chaos were of no concern to her. In her eyes, there existed only this fresh, enigmatic artwork. This latest demise bore its own distinct characteristics, differing from Tiffany's. One might question, and indeed must question, the mental state of Gotham's lunatics. However, their professional acumen is beyond reproach. She meticulously examined the wounds, scrutinizing every detail of the scene, her mind functioning like a high-speed processor, swiftly analyzing all data. The old puzzles remained unsolved, while new clues emerged in quick succession. The enigmatic director lurking behind the scenes seemed to revel in providing his audience with increasingly captivating and bloody dramas. Chapter 49. The third victim in the air of the wine cellar. The rich aroma of wine intertwined with the fresh scent of blood, creating a nauseatingly sweet atmosphere. Harley Quinn stood up, a hint of displeasure flickering across her face as her intellect was challenged. A new discovery, darlings. She held up an evidence bag for all to see, containing several nearly invisible fibers and a scrap of skin, dusted with a hint of powder, scraped from the deceased's fingernails. The perpetrator had either been hasty or had deliberately left these clues for us to find. Johnny leaned in closer, a look of confusion etched on his face. What is this? Fibers from high-quality cashmere, possibly belonging to someone's scarf or shawl. There are also some very fine highlighting powder and concealer. Harley shook the evidence bag, wrinkling her nose, for this clue was too broadly indicative. It could belong to a meticulously adorned woman or perhaps a Hollywood actor who cherishes his visage even more than a woman does. Johnny Cage sighed, supplementing the words that Harley wished to articulate. He was acutely aware that, in the realm of fame and fortune, male celebrities often spent as much time at the makeup station as their female counterparts, if not more. This clue nearly implicated half of the male guests at the party. This fellow is toying with us, Yang Jiesher remarked coldly, observing the piece of evidence. He is casting what appears to be a useful lead, but in truth, he is merely widening the circle of suspicion. He wants to see us flounder like headless flies, pointing fingers at one another. Sonia nodded in agreement, poised to issue orders for her subordinates to search the clothing and personal belongings of all guests when her communicator emitted a sharp tone once more. This time, however, it did not herald the grim news of a discovered corpse, but rather a series of suppressed yet fervent exclamations. Commander Blade, Patrol Team 3 has potentially thwarted a third murder in the study on the East Wing. We have secured the scene. This announcement acted like a jolt of adrenaline, instantly revitalizing the somber atmosphere. What is the situation? Sonia inquired immediately. A few female students appear to have been bullying another girl, attempting to lock her in a windowless storage room. We intervened just in time. Officer Strick and Commander Jax have already arrived on the scene to control the situation. This sudden turn of events disrupted everyone's plans. I will remain here to continue analyzing the scene, Harley promptly declared, her fingers gently tapping against her temple, clearly still engrossed in a mental duel with the perpetrator. Sonia decisively issued her command. Cage, you and I will stay behind. We need to reassure the guests downstairs and review the surveillance footage. Casey, she turned to her daughter, you take Mr. Yang and Miss Gwen with you. Clarify what exactly transpired. Remember, everyone is a suspect. Yes, Commander. Casey snapped to attention, the sorrow in her eyes replaced by the resolve of a soldier. The three promptly set off, traversing the bustling corridor to the relatively quiet area on the east side of the villa. In the distance, they spotted the entrance to an elegantly decorated study, guarded by several armed Special Forces soldiers. Inside the study, the atmosphere was tense and peculiar. The veteran officer Curtis Strick stood in the center, looking overwhelmed, his weathered face etched with exasperation, while Jax and some other subordinates took to patrolling. As a former riot squad officer, Curtis was accustomed to confronting the most vicious criminals and managing large-scale disturbances, yet the gaggle of chattering, sobbing female college students before him clearly exceeded his usual purview. He could only rely on his imposing physique and serious demeanor to maintain some semblance of order while awaiting the arrival of professionals. On one side of the room, 5 stylishly dressed female students formed a line, some softly weeping while others wore expressions of indignation, muttering defensively among themselves. In the opposite corner, a frail girl huddled on the sofa, trembling. She donned an ill-fitting gray hoodie, framed by a pair of oversized black glasses. Her disheveled brown hair nearly obscuring half of her face. Huddled with her knees drawn up, she buried her head in the crook of her arms, her shoulders trembling as suppressed sobs escaped her lips. A quintessential embodiment of the bullied nerd, straight out of a classic American horror film. What has transpired, Officer Strike? Casey inquired directly as she stepped forward. Upon seeing her, Strike appeared as though he had encountered a savior, exhaling a sigh of relief. Captain Cage, you have finally arrived. These girls, he gestured towards the 5 fashionable girls, were discovered dragging that girl, attempting to confine her in the archives behind the study. They claim it was merely a prank, yet I perceive it as a potential homicide threatening another's life. Murder. One of the blonde girls immediately protested with a shrill voice. We merely intended to play a joke on Beth. Who could blame her for being so eccentric and solitary? We just wanted her to fit in. Indeed, we had no idea anyone had died. Another girl hastily interjected. We only heard about Senior Tiffany and assumed it was an accident. We merely wished to frighten her a bit and encourage her to cease wearing that morose expression. Their arguments, fraught with inconsistencies, were delivered with the audacity characteristic of spoiled youth. Yang and Gwen exchanged glances, both recognizing the same term in each other's eyes: bullying. This insidious behavior, cloaked in the guise of jest and assistance, is a common occurrence in American schools. Affluent, attractive cliques often target those of modest means and introverted disposition as objects of amusement and emotional release. Casey's expression darkened. She approached the girl, Beth, who was curled up in a corner, softening her tone. Are you all right? Do not be afraid. We are here to assist you. Beth slowly lifted her head, revealing a pallid face streaked with tears, her large eyes brimming with fear and helplessness, evoking a sense of pity. She timidly glanced at Casey, then quickly averted her gaze, shaking her head repeatedly, unable to utter a word. Her reaction further entrenched the impression of her as the victim in everyone's mind. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Gwen leaped to the front of the sofa, producing a pair of glasses from an unknown source, and plopped down beside Beth, seemingly pulling out a pair of glasses akin to those worn by young Grim Reapers. She spoke in a familiar tone. Hey, do not be afraid. With us around, no one will dare to bully you again. Look, I wear glasses too. Us nerds must unite. As she extended her hand to help Beth rise, to wipe her tears, and offer a comforting embrace, an almost imperceptible pause interrupted her movement. Her eyes widened suddenly. Under the bright ceiling light of the study, she saw clearly. Beth's seemingly pallid and unadorned visage was, in truth, graced by an exquisitely subtle layer of nude makeup. Her eyes, not reddened from weeping, were instead artfully accentuated with a delicate pink eyeshadow, imparting an air of vulnerability. The skin that appeared so natural was veiled by a sheer foundation, imbued with a soft luminescence. Even her long lashes were adorned with a precisely defined coat of waterproof mascara, reputedly undetectable to the untrained male eye, thus leaving no traces of black tears in the wake of her anguish. How could a character, a shy, introverted bookworm from an ordinary background, who had just endured the trauma of a horrific crime scene, possess the artistry and finesse to create such a flawless facade? This notion surged through Gwen's mind like a jolt of electricity. She abruptly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with a contemplative look from Yang Jieshi. He did not focus on the girl's face. Rather, his attention was fixed on her seemingly mundane gray hoodie. The style was unremarkable, the color drab. Yet, with his enhanced dynamic vision and acute attention to detail, a product of the super soldier serum, he discerned the exceptional quality and texture of the fabric. It was a premium, specially treated combed cotton, with immaculate stitching and discreetly labeled at the cuff with an emblem of a niche luxury streetwear brand. This was certainly not attire befitting a mere bookish youth from modest means. The price of this seemingly simple hoodie likely surpassed the combined cost of the 5 Bullies designer dresses. An unspoken understanding passed between them with merely a glance. Both recognized that something was amiss with Beth. She had been performing. The sympathy in Gwen's eyes was swiftly replaced by vigilance and exhilaration. She exchanged a subtle signal with Casey, her smile taking on a more profound significance. While Casey was interrogating the other girls, her peripheral vision remained attuned to this unfolding dynamic. Instantly, as a trained agent, she grasped that the situation had shifted. Without hesitation, she concluded her questioning of the girls and approached the sofa, her face radiating a gentle yet commanding smile. Beth, do not fear. You are not safe right now. Come with us, and we shall escort you to a place of absolute security where you can rest properly, she said, positioning herself on either side of Beth alongside Gwen, gently grasping the girl's arms. Beth's body stiffened momentarily, a flicker of barely perceptible panic crossing her eyes, but she quickly reverted to her frail and pitiable demeanor, allowing the two to assist her. Come, let's ascend. Casey's tone was tender, yet the strength in her grip was undeniable. Thus, amidst the perplexed gazes of the other 5 girls and Officer Strike, Casey and Gwen guided the victim directly upstairs, their destination the very room where they had previously interrogated Shiri. A new interrogation is about to commence. Chapter 50. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. The staircase leading upstairs beneath Beth's feet transformed into a lengthy path to the guillotine. With each ascending step, her unease intensified. Initially, She could find solace in the notion that they were protecting her from herself. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The arms supporting her on either side, rather than offering assistance, felt like precise restraints. Casey Cage's hand, seemingly gentle upon her elbow, had its fingertips discreetly pressing on her arm's nerve cluster, capable of rendering half her body numb with the slightest exertion. Meanwhile, the girl in the pink bodysuit, Gwen, appeared to casually drape her arm around Beth's shoulder. Yet the irresistible force of her grip left no room for even the slightest struggle. They had discovered her. This thought shattered Beth's facade and fleeting hope in an instant. The carefully crafted script of her victimhood lay in tatters. No, she could not be taken up there so easily. A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Beth's eyes as she stumbled slightly, her body lurching to one side in an attempt to exploit the momentary chaos to break free. Simultaneously, her right hand executed a swift and covert motion, reaching for the small of her back. There, concealed beneath her loose hoodie, she had secured her last means of defense, a sharp military dagger, potent enough to sever a throat. Yet, her fingertips encountered only the chilling void of absence. The dagger was gone. A bone-chilling cold surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head, causing Beth's blood to nearly congeal in an instant. For the first time, her face betrayed an unmistakable, heartfelt horror. When had this happened? How was it possible? She had remained ever vigilant with no one. A vivid image flashed through her mind. In the study, the silent, statue-like Easter man, Yang Jiesher, had just helped her up. Had he acted beforehand? Yes. It was precisely at that moment. While Beth was wholeheartedly playing the role of the frightened fawn, believing she remained undiscovered, Yang Jiesher had struck. His movements transcended the limits of human perception, as if he merely brushed his garment or became a shadow, merging with the air. The system bestowed a myriad of martial arts skills, and indeed, he could have chosen the path of a wanderer instead of that of a monk or warrior. His hands had not even touched Beth's body, with just 2 fingers akin to a precise and swift heron's beak. He had silently extracted the dagger from the fabric at her lower back in less than a tenth of a second. The entire process was seamless, leaving no trace. Before a creature endowed with super soldier serum, possessing master-level martial arts and the uncanny ability of observation, Beth's amateur concealment skills appeared as childish play, riddled with flaws. Yang Jiesher did not even need to deliberately seek her out. From the moment she was designated a suspect, every conceivable hiding place for weapons on her person was vividly marked in his mind. Disarmed, Beth resembled a serpent stripped of its venomous fangs, utterly bereft of any means to resist. She was acutely aware that her meager skills would falter before these true professionals in less than a heartbeat. Her shoulders slumped. The struggle and fierceness in her gaze dissipated, leaving only a resigned silence. No longer did she resist, allowing Casey and Gwen to escort her to that familiar room upstairs. When confronted with Casey's new round of questioning, Beth opted for silence. She pressed her lips together, employing her silence as her final and most impotent line of defense. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more, the door swung open. Harley Quinn entered with a lively gait, shaking a preliminary autopsy report in her hand, her face illuminated by a cat-and-mouse grin. "Sweethearts, I bring more information." She slapped the report onto the table, declaring that the bartender in the basement had met an intriguing demise. The murder weapon was also a sharp dagger, wielded with remarkable finesse. However, she shifted her gaze to the corner where Beth stood, stating that the individual who killed him was not the same as the one who murdered the first girl. "What?" Sonia and Johnny exclaimed in unison. "Indeed," Harley replied, extending a finger. The first victim was dispatched with a single, clean stroke, demonstrating the killer's intimate knowledge of human anatomy. The second victim, while also having their throat slit, showed a lack of precision in the angle, force, and extent of muscle tearing, indicating the assailant's strength and skill were somewhat inferior. More akin to an imitator, someone striving to replicate the first murderer but lacking in proficiency. She approached Beth, squatting down to meet her gaze, and cheerfully remarked, "I also found cashmere fibers identical to your expensive hoodie and highlighter matching the shade on your face from the bartender's body. So, my dear Beth, you visited the second crime scene, did you not? But you are not the mastermind, merely an accomplice." Each of Harley's words sliced through Beth's faade with the precision of a scalpel. At this moment, Yang Jiesher spoke slowly, his voice icy and laden with undeniable authority. "Your performance was captivating. An isolated victim from an ordinary background. Yet your makeup and attire betray you. All this effort to stage this play. Whom are you protecting? Your accomplice, the true murderer of the bartender, your mastermind, is it not? Beth's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Casey observed her and sighed, speaking in a tone tinged with pity. Look at you, striving to please someone. All this for your lover, is it not? Lover? Harley suddenly erupted into laughter, doubling over in amusement. Who told you it was a man? Johnny Cage was taken aback, instinctively responding. Then could it possibly be a woman? In Hollywood, such matters are not particularly unusual. For the sake of a beloved, one can go to great lengths. Yet it seems otherwise. Harley shook her head once more, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, brimming with a mischievous delight. Not male, nor female. The crowd was engulfed in confusion. In Yang Jieshu's mind, an array of information rapidly intertwined. A partner who is neither male nor female. One who could sway Beth so profoundly as to become an accomplice in murder. A bold hypothesis began to take shape within him. A transgender individual? He slowly articulated the words. His swift realization stemmed from the fact that, while such matters are commonplace in contemporary America, a conservative like Yang Jieshu found it difficult to accept. Suddenly, Harley snapped her fingers, donning a deer-hunting cap and brandishing a pipe. She mimicked Sherlock Holmes' tone, her face radiating a congratulatory expression. You are correct, my dear Watson. Moreover, based on my psychological profiling of Miss Beth and the killer's imitative, recognition-seeking, yet ineffectual method of murder, I surmise that the individual in question is a transgender person undergoing gender reassignment surgery. More specifically, a female-to-male transition, though still incomplete. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Beth, who had remained silent until now, trembled at Harley's words about the incomplete transformation. Genuine tears of anguish finally spilling from her once vacant eyes. The psychological barricade she had erected through silence was utterly shattered at that instant. Yes, she finally spoke, her voice hoarse and fragmented, yet laced with a resolute fervor akin to a moth drawn to flame. You are right. She lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, yet adorned with a peculiar, affectionate smile. Chris is the only person in this world who has shown me kindness. He knows all my insecurities and self-doubt. He never mocks me. He says he is willing to become a true man for me, a protector, a stalwart guardian. He is striving to change himself for my sake. Her voice grew increasingly impassioned, imbued with a fervent belief. You do not understand. You know nothing. We merely wish to make those who once ridiculed and looked down upon us pay for their disdain. We seek to create a perfect world that can accommodate the two of us. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, a wicked, gleeful grin appeared on her face. And do you think the killer is solely him? This statement cast a pall over all present. Johnny Cage, upon hearing the entirety of the situation, found his expression darkening. His fear was not of the number of killers, but of something far more unsettling. His mind had instinctively bypassed the investigative phase, plunging instead into a Hollywood-style crisis management mode. One of the murderers, it turned out, was a transgender individual, and one who had yet to complete their transition. Good heavens! This is akin to provoking a colossal hornet's nest. In the contemporary realm of Hollywood, political correctness looms over everyone like a Damocles sword. One may battle extraterrestrials or strike deals with the devil. Yet daring to portray a transgender individual as a villain in a public case is utterly inconceivable. Such an act would be torn to shreds by the keyboard warriors and various advocacy groups, leading to boycotts of his film, a precipitous decline in his reputation, and an onslaught of discriminatory labels that could render him irredeemable. For the first time, Johnny Cage sensed that the complexity of this matter far surpassed the mere capture of a perpetrator. It had become a political statement that could determine the trajectory of his career and whether he could continue to navigate this treacherous arena of fame and fortune. Gazing at the chaotic aftermath before him, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How on earth could this wretched affair conclude? Chapter 51. A soldier dies for his beloved in mere minutes. Johnny Cage's countenance transformed more dramatically than any role he had ever portrayed on screen. From shock and anger to a profound panic intertwined with commercial considerations, he grappled with the gravity of the situation. He had witnessed death before and faced danger, but the predicament he found himself in now was infinitely more terrifying than a billion encounters with Shao Kahn, a transgender assassin. These words reverberated like high-voltage electricity in his mind. He could envision tomorrow's headlines. foresee the keyboard warriors wielding their moral righteousness online, and predict how his meticulously cultivated public persona would be obliterated in this tempest of political correctness. He would be crucified in the court of public opinion. No matter his actions, they would be construed as either discrimination or exploitation. As an actor and a businessman, he was bound to the unspoken rules of this industry. We cannot disclose this. Johnny's voice was hoarse. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze infused with the shrewdness of a businessman and a desperate will to survive. Listen, we can apprehend him, but we must not reveal his unique identity. We can say the killer was envious of his talent, or anything else that comes to mind. Let's assert it was a case of unrequited love. Yes, that's it. He began to ramble, attempting to employ his Hollywood-style narrative logic to avert the impending public relations catastrophe. Sonia and Jax furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend such an overly cautious societal rule. To them, a murderer was simply a murderer, regardless of gender identity. Yet, while Johnny Cage was still racking his brain for a mutually beneficial script to navigate this crisis, a shadow silently swept past him. With a crisp sound, Yang Jieshi appeared at Johnny's side, one hand steadying his suddenly collapsing form, while the other remained poised in a striking gesture. His movements were executed with such swiftness that none of the elite soldiers present could react in time. A precise chop struck Johnny's carotid sinus, inducing a temporary state of cerebral ischemia, causing him to plunge into a painless unconsciousness. The room fell into an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on Yang Jieshi. With an air of tranquility, he laid the unconscious Hollywood star upon the sofa, gently draping a coat over him, as if merely assisting a drunken friend to settle down. All right, Yang Jieshi clapped his hands, turning to the still-dazed onlookers, and spoke in an undeniable, declarative tone. Just moments ago, Mr. Johnny Cage was assaulted by an unidentified individual due to his inclusive, open-minded stance supporting diversity. Fortunately, we reacted swiftly and repelled the attacker. However, Mr. Cage has momentarily succumbed to unconsciousness due to the shock. He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over each individual present, continuing to weave this impeccable web of deceit. Based on my brief encounter with the assailant, it is evident that he is an extreme, anti-diversity fanatic who harbors animosity towards all minority groups. In a deranged bid to cast aspersions on innocent communities, he even disguised himself as a transgender individual to orchestrate this heinous act. His intent is to incite societal division and tarnish the already vulnerable groups. This narrative was nothing short of flawless. It was logically coherent, rife with drama, and politically impeccable. It instantly transformed Johnny Cage from an unfortunate victim of a transgender killer at a party into a hero persecuted for upholding justice and safeguarding minority groups. Thus, the subsequent actions became a matter of course. Therefore, Yang Jieshi's tone turned grave. To protect these innocent transgender guests who might become the next targets, it was our fundamental and most reasonable duty as security personnel to gather them for safeguarding and security checks. Was it not, Colonel Jax? In Jax's singular eye, a glimmer of admiration shone forth. He regarded Yang Jieshi, this enigmatic assassin from the East, whose unfathomable prowess and decisive intellect, capable of turning the mundane into the extraordinary, left him utterly impressed. You truly are a genius. Jax could not resist laughing heartily, the joints of his metallic arm creaking with excitement. Indeed, those wretched terrorists dared to employ such despicable tactics on my turf. Were it not for Lin Gui being our ally, I would have considered recruiting you into the special forces right now. Beside him, Sonia nodded in agreement. This plan was a trifecta of benefits. It not only resolved Johnny's public relations crisis, but also provided an impeccable pretext for their forthcoming apprehension efforts, and even turned public opinion against the perpetrator, forcing him into a corner. After a brief commotion, the plan was set into motion without delay. Kathy Cage, suppressing her shock and sense of absurdity, announced to the world, in her dual capacity as Johnny Cage's daughter and the head of security, that her father had been attacked by anti-diversity extremists. The revelation ignited a renewed wave of outrage at the party, with everyone vehemently condemning the despicable, disguised assailant. The minority group, once at the center of suspicion, swiftly transformed into a vulnerable entity in need of protection, under the protective insistence of the special forces. The few transgender guests present were escorted to a secure room for concentrated supervision. Each bore expressions of relief and gratitude towards Johnny Cage, entirely unaware that a true vetting process awaited them. Harley Quinn once again took the lead in this peculiar interrogation, without employing any coercive measures. She assumed the role of a psychological counselor, inviting each individual into separate rooms one by one. "Don't worry, sweetheart," she gently addressed the first transgender woman who entered. "We merely wish to understand and discern any traits that might render you a potential target for that scoundrel, so that we can better safeguard you." Guided by Harley's beguiling rhetoric, the emotionally volatile guests unwittingly laid bare their innermost thoughts. Harley, akin to a master profiler, swiftly constructed their personality models from their unguarded microexpressions. Tonal shifts and cognitive logic, her expertise. Meanwhile, Yang Jiesher stood in the corner of the room, eyes closed, his perceptive prowess enveloping the space like an invisible net. Within this aura of dominance, each person's emotions manifested as distinct halos of color. Most radiated pure fear, anxiety, and a hint of delight at being the center of attention. However, when a delicate, slender boy entered, Yang Jiesher's net tightened abruptly. He sensed it, a feeling starkly different from the surrounding emotions. It was a tumultuous amalgamation of fervent love, suppressed murderous intent, fear of exposure, and a tragic, distorted devotion to an ideal. It was him. Almost simultaneously with Yang Jiesher's identification, Harley reached her conclusion. Leaning back casually in her chair, she inquired, "By the way, you seem quite familiar with that girl named Beth? She's quite a nice person, isn't she?" The mere mention of Beth's name caused Chris, the boy, to visibly change. A mixed glow of pride, affection, and pain shone in his eyes, impossible to conceal. He attempted to defend himself, but Yang Jiesher abruptly interrupted. "Enough." Yang Jiesher opened his eyes, his cold voice terminating the charade. "Chris, Beth has already told us everything." Chris's body jolted, and as he glanced at Yang Jiesher and then at Harley, who was grinning like a sly fox, the color drained from his face. He realized he had been exposed. Surprisingly, he did not resist or attempt to argue. He sat there calmly, a hint of relief even gracing his features with a smile. "Indeed, I love Beth." His confession was startlingly candid. "She is the sole beacon in my life. For her, I would do anything." That bartender. He gazed at her with lewd eyes, "So he deserves damnation." His tone was flat, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. "However, I cannot divulge any more," he said serenely. "It is for another friend, is it not?" Gwen had approached at some point, her voice imbued with a knowing tone, or rather, it might be more apt to describe her as an accomplice. "You and Beth are not the masterminds. You are merely pawns. Who to kill and when to strike are decisions beyond your purview, correct?" Chris's pupils dilated sharply, fixating on Gwen as if she were a monstrous apparition. Witnessing his reaction, everyone comprehended that Gwen had struck the mark. With a sardonic smile directed at Chris, a flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes. "We die for those who understand us." Before his words could fully dissipate, he gritted his teeth, intent on biting his own tongue to end his life. Nevertheless, his meager cinematic knowledge of suicide appeared ludicrous in the presence of Yang Jiesher. Crack! A crisp sound of dislocated bones echoed. Yang Jiesher materialized before Chris like a specter, his fingers moving with lightning speed, deftly grasping both sides of Chris's jaw, twisting and pulling downward. The proficient application of dislocation rendered Chris's jaw instantly unhinged, his mouth agape with no strength to utter a sound, let alone execute the difficult act of self-mutilation. "Navi." Yang Jiesher coldly uttered 2 words. A squad of Special Forces soldiers surged forward, firmly pinning the incapacitated Chris to the ground. One soldier expertly searched him, quickly retrieving an object from the inner pocket of his jacket. It was a pale, twisted mask, one that everyone recognized all too well. The first killer had officially been captured. Chapter 52. He grew anxious just as the first mass killer was tightly bound with specialized restraints by the Special Forces and escorted to the isolation room. A sharp, piercing ring of an old-fashioned telephone abruptly shattered the brief tranquility of the room. All eyes instantly converged on the source of the sound, Yang Jiesher's phone. The screen displayed a number from a nearby public telephone booth. Yang Jiesher exchanged glances with Jax and Sonia, then unhesitatingly pressed the speakerphone button. The room fell silent, the only sound being the static hum of electricity. "Hello." An electronically altered voice emanated from the receiver. The tone was distorted and shrill, its gender indeterminate. imbued with a deliberately crafted, bone-chilling theatricality reminiscent of the voice from a classic horror film in Yang Jieshi's memory. Congratulations on capturing our first actor. The words were laced with a mocking congratulations and unabashed derision. However, the game is far from over. Do not presume that capturing one will thwart the entire performance. Jax and Sonya exchanged a knowing glance, immediately signaling to the technician beside them. The tracking program was swiftly activated, and the map on the screen began to rapidly pinpoint the source of the signal. Yang Jieshi let out a cold snort, a sneer of utter disdain curling at the corners of his lips. His intention was to buy time, but more importantly, to probe the psyche of this elusive puppeteer hidden in the shadows. Is it? His voice dripped with languid mockery, akin to a rat lurking in the gutter. Helplessly observing its companion being caught, forced to cower behind the telephone lines, weeping like an unweaned child. Is this what you call a performance? Truly laughable. By deliberately labeling his opponent's comrade as a rat, he sought to provoke an emotional response. Within any team, there are always vulnerable links and untouchable sore spots. Yet, the voice on the other end remained unchanged, maintaining a steady and cutting tone, as if Yang Jieshi's ridicule was merely a trivial breeze. Words are but pale. Actions are the true art. We eagerly anticipate who the next protagonist of this unfolding drama will be. That voice chuckled maliciously, suggesting, why not take a guess? No reward for the correct answer, but a penalty for the wrong one. The adversary was entirely unfazed by the taunts. Yang Jieshi realized that this mastermind's mental fortitude far surpassed that of his two compatriots who had already been apprehended. He or they were indeed the true directors of this script. Nevertheless, this exchange had sufficed. The technician beside Sonya suddenly lifted his head, making a locking gesture, and swiftly transmitted a coordinate address to Sonya's tactical tablet. The address was located at the corner of Oak Street, 4 blocks away, near an abandoned telephone booth. Sonya lowered her voice and immediately began to mobilize the rapid response team stationed outside. At that moment, Siri, who had been quietly standing behind Yang Jieshi, suddenly spoke up. I can assist. Her voice was cool and resolute, her gray-green cat-like eyes sparkling with eagerness. I can get there much faster than your soldiers. She craved an opportunity, a chance to prove her worth to these formidable local powers. She understood well that in this unfamiliar world, one could not stand alone against the wild hunt. She must earn allies, and demonstrating irreplaceable skills was the swiftest route to garnering respect. Before Sonya could respond, Casey Cage stepped forward. I will go with you. Having just endured the recent turmoil, instead of retreating, she felt an even stronger sense of competitiveness and responsibility awaken within her. After all, she was a soldier like her mother. She could no longer allow anyone else to suffer due to this damn game. Sonya glanced at her daughter, a flicker of concern in her eyes, but ultimately nodded. She knew Casey's character and trusted her judgment. Siri cast a glance at Casey, offering no objections. Having an acquaintance familiar with the situation is never a disadvantage. She extended her hand, grasping Casey's arm, and whispered urgently, "Steady yourself." In the next moment, the space before them twisted and folded violently, as if disturbed by stones cast into water. A chilling, ethereal sensation engulfed them, and the scenery before their eyes shattered into a kaleidoscope of colors. When their vision regained clarity, they found themselves on a deserted street. Not far away, a solitary, antiquated red telephone booth stood quietly beneath the dim glow of a street lamp. That was the place. Casey immediately drew her sidearm, positioning herself alongside Shiri in a combat formation, cautiously advancing toward the booth. The door of the telephone booth was ajar, revealing an empty interior. The receiver hung carelessly to the side, still swaying slightly. On the telephone, a small tape recorder was audibly playing back a recording. It was a trap. The person had long since fled. Casey narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to inspect the recorder, her battle-honed instincts, forged over years in the military and on the battlefield, caused her hair to stand on end. A sense of imminent peril surged from the ground up. Without hesitation, she shoved Shiri aside and barked, "Fall back." Shiri, equally attuned to danger, instinctively pulled Casey to activate a short-range blink, her form swiftly retreating several meters. However, it was a moment too late. Boom! A violent explosion erupted from within the telephone booth. Dazzling white light consumed everything, followed by a deafening roar and a scorching wave of heat. The glass of the booth shattered, and the metal frame twisted into a grotesque shape. Despite Casey's efforts to retreat, the shockwave from the explosion hurled her backward, causing her to crash heavily to the ground, unconscious. After the blast, Shiri quickly regained her footing, her gaze fixed on Casey, motionless on the ground. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, a fiery wrath ignited in her gray-green eyes. She rushed forward, confirming that Casey had merely been stunned and was not in mortal danger. Without hesitation, she hoisted her onto her shoulder and activated a spatial transfer once more. As the shadows shifted, when their forms reappeared in the villa's room, Sonia's face turned pale as a ghost. "Casey," she gasped, rushing forward to take her daughter from Shiri's grasp. Upon seeing the bruise on Casey's forehead and her unconscious state, the Iron Will commander felt an inferno of rage threatening to consume her reason. "I will tear those scoundrels apart." Her voice, hoarse from sheer fury, radiated a murderous intent that seemed to chill the air around her to the freezing point. Yet, just as Sonia was on the verge of being engulfed by her wrath, ordering all troops to conduct a relentless search at any cost, a clear and lively voice interrupted her, dousing her anger like cold water. Wait, Sister Knife. Don't rush into a frenzy. This precisely proves we have one." He is in a panic. Gwen had mysteriously procured a bag of chips, crunching away with an expression of smug satisfaction that suggested she had grasped the entirety of the situation. "Then you see, he has resorted to using bombs," she exclaimed, gesturing towards the unconscious Casey. "What does this signify?" "It signifies that he has exhausted all his options," she continued. "He has discovered that his juvenile tactics of stealth, assassination, and manipulation have become ineffective against us. Pressured by our resolve, he has been compelled to escalate his methods to violence." Sonia glared at her with reddened eyes, incredulous. "And this constitutes a victory?" "My daughter lies here. Of course it is a victory," Gwen retorted with conviction. "Consider it. According to the rules of a horror film, a truly formidable and invincible killer would resort to what? Surely a weapon of mass destruction, something even the United Nations would forbid. To entertain the thought, even if he is not so sophisticated, if his sole intention were to eliminate us, he possesses a myriad of simpler methods." She animatedly gestured. "This is a villa atop Hollywood Hills, not a military fortress. They could simply drive a truck laden with explosives, shouting that I am the magnet, and crash it into the villa. We would all ascend to the heavens along with Mr. Cage's prized wine. Simple, efficient, and quite spectacular. Yet he did not. Instead, he opted for a low-yield bomb, one that merely stuns rather than kills, to set a childish trap. Why? Gwen's voice rose an octave, filled with an air of superiority, as if she had unraveled the script. Because he dares not. He is still bound by the wretched rules of the Ghostface cult. He continues to play his clumsy game of horror. His use of bombs is not to kill, but rather out of desperation, a means to vent his impotence and rage. This illustrates that our actions have disrupted all his plans. He is flustered, resorting to desperate measures, yet remains shackled by his own principles, too afraid to unleash his full potential. We have cornered him into a position of utter disadvantage. Gwen's seemingly absurd, yet logically coherent analysis of the horror film rules gradually calmed the furious Sonia. She glanced at her unconscious daughter, then at the self-assured Gwen, and the flames of her anger were slowly replaced by reason. What she said seemed to resonate. Moreover, the choice to stun hostages rather than kill them indicated that their objective was never merely slaughter, as Shiri noted, her tone calm as she recounted the events that had transpired. Indeed, Harley Quinn had approached as well, licking her lips, a morbid, dissection-like excitement dancing across her features. She gazed at the captured Chris, having heard Shiri's retelling, and spoke with the gravitas of one announcing a final diagnosis. What an intriguing group of performers, yearning for validation, yet riddled with profound insecurity. One immersed in a love of self-sacrifice, the other enamored with a false sense of control. They are not killing. They are pleading for attention. A bomb is merely the hysterical wailing of a child deprived of candy. Now, with her eyes shimmering with an amalgamation of wisdom and madness, Harley captivates my attention, compelling me to scrutinize this vast and pitiful cult of ghostly visages, to uncover the rotting, intriguing, and pitiable secrets concealed within their collective unconscious. Chapter 53. The bait. The safety of her daughter pierced Sonia's heart like the sharpest needle. She meticulously cleaned the abrasion on Casey's forehead with a medical wipe. As the iodine made contact with the broken skin, Casey winced, a suppressed groan escaping her throat. Sonia instinctively softened her touch. her fingertips gliding over the bloodied edges of her daughter's wound, her heart entangled in a web of fury and dread. Had the injury been a mere half-inch deeper, it might have jeopardized her skull. At that moment, the face of the old Officer Curtis Strick, etched with the misfortune of the day, reappeared on the communication screen. His uniform collar was askew, and his usually neatly combed hair resembled a tangle of dry grass. The bloodshot veins beneath his eyes were more pronounced than during the earlier interrogation. "Chief, I've intercepted another group of reckless youths." Strick's voice was laden with fatigue. The background noise filled with boisterous, alcohol-fueled altercations, occasionally punctuated by the shattering of glassware. Sonia's nerves tightened to their breaking point, and she nearly shouted, "Where?" Upon receiving the coordinates, she sprang to her feet, the soles of her tactical boots scraping against the floor with a jarring sound. Her eyes, laced with blood vessels, mirrored the ferocity of an enraged lioness, the veins in her neck pulsing ominously. "Follow me," she commanded Yang Jieshur and the others with an unwavering authority, then dashed out of the room first. Yang Jieshur brought up the rear, and as he passed by Jax, he did not pause, but subtly nodded at the burly Special Forces colonel, a gesture laden with unspoken understanding. Jax's metallic arm, gleaming with a silvery sheen, hesitated slightly, the hydraulic tubing emitting a faint hiss as he observed Yang Jieshur vanish through the doorway, his expression shifting to one of mutual comprehension. Some things, between the astute, require no words, a mere glance suffices. Minutes later, as the group rushed towards the villa's outdoor pool area, the scene that unfolded sent Sonia's blood pressure soaring once more. The rising steam mingled with the acrid scent of chlorine, enveloping the night air in a murky haze. The blue tiles at the bottom of the pool shimmered under the blood-red illumination, casting an eerie glow. A tall, muscular young man, resembling the captain of a school sports team, confronted Strick with a disgruntled expression. His shirt, drenched in sweat, clung tightly to his sculpted physique. The image of Johnny Cage on the fabric distorted into a grotesque grin due to the stretch. Behind him loitered 3 or 4 similarly towering companions, accompanied by several scantily clad, heavily made-up female associates. The group of young individuals donned fervent fan t-shirts emblazoned with Johnny Cage's visage and the phrase "I love Johnny." Their garments bore the remnants of pool water and what appeared to be the vomit of an unknown source. "We merely wish to assist in apprehending the scoundrel who harmed Mr. Cage," exclaimed the leading young man, his voice rising in fervor as he caught sight of Sonia, his indignation only intensifying. Spittle flew from his lips with every impassioned utterance. "What purpose do you soldiers serve? Our beloved Mr. Cage was assaulted right before your eyes. We shall take matters into our own hands and avenge our idol. What is amiss with that?" His voice, charged with excitement, wavered, and the arteries in his neck throbbed as if alive. Evidently, this band of Johnny's devoted fans, upon hearing the news of their idol's attack, had succumbed to a potent mix of alcohol and unbridled hormones, compelling them to take a stand. They unearthed baseball bats and an assortment of makeshift weapons from the villa storage room, forming an impromptu fan patrol determined to scour the less frequented corners of the villa in pursuit of the assailant. Fantasizing about confronting the perpetrator and showcasing their bravery before their idol, akin to the ordinary heroes depicted in Johnny's films. Had Strike not intervened in a timely manner, these Na'vi fools would have soon found themselves as the next victims of the masked killer, as a disorganized assemblage, lacking any combat experience. Their separation would have presented the assassin with an ideal opportunity to eliminate them one by one, silently and without a trace, arranging their remains according to the order of discovery. Even if they remained united, the killer would systematically dispatch them, starting from the last member of their ranks. Sonia's gaze swept over them, noting the flushed faces and fervent eyes of the young men and women, their expressions ablaze with excitement. One girl suddenly screamed and lunged towards the pool. Had her companions not held her back, it is likely that a genuine tragedy would have unfolded that night. Upon closer inspection, her pupils appeared dilated, and she incoherently shouted, "Johnny is waiting for me in the water," clearly intoxicated and overwhelmed by the effects of alcohol. Yet, Yang Jieshur's focus diverged entirely. He detected a faint, bitter almond-like aroma mingled with a trace of vegetal scent, subtle yet discernible amidst the clamor of alcohol and perfume. His extensive experience with herbal substances, coupled with his master's meticulous tutelage and the knowledge imparted by the shadow monks as part of the assassination order, endowed him with profound insight into herbalism. Standing a few paces away, he sensed a delicate, unique fragrance intermingled with a sense of alcohol and perfume, likely that of mandrake. The seeds of this herb, angular and dried before being ground into powder, emit a faintly acrid odor reminiscent of bitter almonds when mixed with libations, easily masked by the sharpness of alcohol. It has the capacity to stimulate the central nervous system, giving rise to restlessness, delirium, and even hallucinations. Under the influence of alcohol, emotions can escalate uncontrollably, leading to impulsive behavior. The Compendium of Materia Medica records. In August, this flower arrives. In July, the hemp flower is harvested. It is dried and ground into powder, taken with hot wine, 3 chien. After a while, one feels dizzy as if intoxicated. For wounds that require cauterization, it is advisable to take this first to alleviate the pain. He discreetly retreated to the side of Gwen and Harley, exchanging a few quick words in hushed tones audible only to the three of them. The mandrake had incited an unsettling agitation within them. Gwen's eyes sparkled with realization as she activated her horror movie radar. I understand. Among these reckless daredevils, according to the rules, there must be one who provides the bad ideas. It appears that the jittery accomplice is conspicuously absent. He is the most suspicious one. As if validating Gwen's script, the leading boy, after receiving a few sharp words from Sonia, impatiently complained, "Honestly, it's all Jerry's fault. It must be his ridiculous idea. That guy's probably off somewhere drinking." Harley licked her lips, her nails gently grazing her chin as a knowing smile emerged. A classic case of collective hysteria. The mandrake is responsible for dismantling reason. Alcohol amplifies courage, and the one lurking in the shadows provides an exquisite excuse for revenge on the idol, a perfect formula for crime. Simultaneously wielding a knife and muddling the waters, her gaze sliced through the group of young people like a scalpel. Their pupils were dilated, and their respiratory rates exceeded 30 breaths per minute. Typical symptoms of central nervous system excitation. Jerry, that lad, has a better eye for selecting substances than for his acting. Jerry? Sonia immediately inquired. Where is he? Who knows? A female companion rolled her eyes disdainfully. He's over there, going mad on that bench with a cigarette in one hand and a drink in the other. He claims he's writing a tribute to Mr. Cage. Following her, the group quickly located the young man named Jerry beneath a palm tree by the pool. He was slumped in a lounge chair, looking utterly disheveled. His glasses were smudged with fingerprints and stains of either alcohol or tears. His expression was erratic, wearing an abnormally euphoric smile that occasionally twitched, as if struck by an invisible current. One hand clutched a nearly burnt-out cigarette, the ash accumulating long and unnoticed, while the other hand swayed a half-full bottle of whiskey, the label rendered illegible by moisture. He mumbled to himself, and upon closer listening, he was singing the theme song from a Johnny Cage film in a tuneless melody, the lyrics distorted and infused with a morbid adoration. He wore an exaggerated shirt emblazoned with a large, grinning portrait of Johnny Cage, beneath which was a flamboyant inscription declaring, "I will forever love Cage." He emanated an unhealthy, morbid frailty. Yang Jiesher could even discern from his bloodshot retinas and darkened eye sockets that this fellow had undoubtedly indulged in illicit substances recently. The pupils exhibited a sluggish response to light, and the blood vessels in the sclera radiated outward, a hallmark of prolonged abuse of amphetamines. Most crucially, as Yang Jiesher approached, he detected an intense and unmistakable scent of bitter almonds, reminiscent of mandrake, emanating from Jerry, far stronger than that of others. This odor was not superficial. It seeped from his sweat glands, indicating that he too had indulged in the substance, albeit with a more precise dosage, sufficient to maintain his exhilaration without succumbing to complete chaos. It was him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jiesher commanded the special forces behind him, "Seize him." 2 soldiers promptly advanced, pinning the still-dazed Jerry firmly down. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jerry was momentarily stunned, but soon a strange, satisfied smile crept across his neurotic face. The grin widened, revealing a set of teeth stained yellow from smoke, drool trickling down the corners of his mouth, dampening the image of Kaguya on his chest. "Ha! You found me," he admitted with disarming candor. "Yes, I am a phantom. Want to avenge your idol? Come at me." His demeanor was brazen and unrepentant, entirely befitting a theatrical personality lost in his own heroic narrative. What he craved was not escape, but the moment of capture, the instant of being in the spotlight. Holly, observing from the side, gently shook her head and whispered in a tone audible only to Yang Jieshi, "Behold, a quintessential display of histrionic personality. What he desires is not to flee, but this moment of identity revelation. The spotlight, the wrath of the adversary, the shock of his peers. This is what he yearns for, far more exhilarating than mandrake or amphetamines." She cast a glance at Jerry's flushed face, now animated by excitement, and continued, just like those serial killers who bellow at the cameras in court. Death holds no terror for them, but being forgotten does. The world resembled a vast Gotham, where lunatics loathe one another. Sonia, surveying the newly captured perpetrator, had yet to exhale in relief when Jerry's next words plunged her into a frigid abyss. "However, Director Sonia," he turned to her, his gaze laden with malice and mockery. "Have you forgotten something?" His eyes shifted past Sonia to Yang Jieshi, Holly, Gwen, the silent Siri, and the distant patrolling officer, Strick. "Your precious daughter lies unconscious. Your movie star ex-husband is also in a coma. And here you are, with your strongest advisors, apprehending a mere insignificant character like me." His laughter grew increasingly derisive, his teeth gleaming white under the lights. "So, the only remaining member of that hulking brute, Colonel Jax, is left alone to guard those two captured fools, isn't he?" This revelation jolted Sonia into realization. He was using this group as a distraction, a mere bait. The true objective of the Phantoms was to rescue their comrades or eliminate them, and to assault Jax. While formidable, Jax was but one man, tasked with overseeing two prisoners. Sonia's complexion instantly turned ashen. Just as she was about to recklessly rush back, a hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. It was Yang Jieshi. His face bore no trace of panic. Instead, it revealed a profoundly mocking expression, reminiscent of someone observing a jester's performance. He gazed at Jerry, who was already basking in his apparent victory, and disdainfully shook his head. "Your script is far too cliché." Then, turning to Siri beside him, he commanded in an authoritative tone, "Now, return." A glint of urgency flashed in Siri's eyes. She had long been impatient. The relentless pursuit of the wild hunt had instilled in her an instinctive wariness of traps. From the moment Jerry was captured, she had prepared a spatial spell under Yang Jieshi's subtle guidance. The energy of space erupted instantaneously, causing the air around them to distort, the lights swirling like ink diffusing in water. She grasped Yang Jieshi's arm tightly as the spatial energy surged forth. "We are with Jax." Yang Jieshi's voice resonated in the fleeting moment before the spatial distortion, clearly reaching Jerry's astonished ears. I had already anticipated this step, before his words could fully dissipate. Their figures vanished from the spot, leaving behind only a ripple of spatial waves in Jerry's face, frozen in a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chapter 54. The Trap in the Subculture of American Horror Films, within the rigorously logical framework of murder rules. There exists a paramount principle. If there is anything that can prolong your survival, it is undoubtedly to heed warnings. When a survivor approaches you, imploring you not to venture into the basement, or when a deranged old man cautions you against taking that forest path, it is wise to comply. However, once you have disregarded such advice and found yourself in peril, your salvation hinges solely on two factors: your combat prowess and the goodwill you have accrued over time. The former is epitomized by action horror films, particularly those featuring the Predator. A cadre of clear-headed, well-trained operatives swiftly organizes effective resistance against monsters that far exceed human comprehension, battling their foes with intellect and firepower until the very last moment. They may suffer catastrophic losses, yet they invariably manage to grasp a glimmer of hope. As for the latter, it refers to the classic final girl trope in traditional horror films. Typically, the girl who possesses the purest heart, makes the fewest mistakes, and embodies kindness often rises above her reckless companions, ultimately confronting the killer in the final showdown. In the golden age of these films, this character was often accompanied by attributes such as being white, middle class, and God-fearing. Naturally, this archetype has evolved in the current century, becoming more diverse. Yet the essence of goodness and purity remains unchanged. As for these core definitions, they too will evolve over time. Colonel Jax Briggs, without a doubt, exemplifies the former. He is a quintessential warrior, a battle-hardened lion of iron and blood. In a conventional battlefield scenario, confronting an adversary like the Phantom Sect, known for their physique and armament. His indomitable mechanical arms would suffice to effortlessly dispatch an entire regiment. Yet this is not a conventional battlefield. This is the meticulously orchestrated stage of the Phantom Sect, rife with malice and mockery. Within a makeshift storage room repurposed for detaining prisoners, the air is saturated with the pungent scent of blood and the acrid odor of distorted metal. The two recently apprehended companions, Beth and Chris, have been reduced to lifeless corpses. Each bears a Buck 120 general-purpose hunting knife, a hallmark of the Phantom's arsenal, embedded in their chests. Their garments are soaked in blood, pooling on the ground into a viscous, dark crimson puddle. The expressions frozen on their faces reveal an incredulous terror. Jax leans against the wall, gasping for breath. His sturdy tactical vest is slashed with several deep gashes, exposing the synthetic musculature of his left arm, from which blue bioelectric currents flicker intermittently, indicating severe damage. His intact right arm is pressed firmly in front of him, the palm torn open, blood trickling through his fingers. Before him stand two brand new Phantoms, clad in pitch-black cloaks and adorned with grotesque, pallid masks. Yet their presence exudes a far more dangerous aura than their predecessors. Their stances are steady, breaths measured, and every subtle movement resonates with the lethal rhythm characteristic of professional assassins. They do not rush to deliver the fatal blow. Instead, they observe Jax, the cornered beast, with the keen interest of cats toying with a mouse. One of the Phantoms even brandishes a smartphone, adjusting its angle to capture the wounded Jax and the two corpses with deliberate slowness, as if documenting his masterpiece. "Old chap, you possess quite a bit of strength," the photographing Phantom remarks, his voice altered yet imbued with a youthful, irreverent tone, reminiscent of the earlier voice over the phone, almost as if he had nearly turned the tables. The other Phantom toys with a hunting knife, deftly spinning it in his hand like the flick of a viper's tongue. "Unfortunately, you possess but one, while we have two." Jax spits a mouthful of blood, his singular eye ablaze with indomitable resolve, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. They have been outmaneuvered. The group of reckless youths by the poolside, that neurotic Jerry, were mere bait. They had calculated that Sonya would take away the most elite forces, predicting that this would be the weakest point of defense. These two individuals are like venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, silently infiltrating, swiftly eliminating two defenseless captives before launching a fatal assault on him. This is a despicable ambush devoid of any honor. However, Jax himself is also bait. The tranquil surface of the water has been disrupted as if a colossal stone has been cast into it, creating visible ripples in the air. A vibrant green rift, brimming with life and the energy of time and space, opened up suddenly, and the figures of Yang Jieshi and Ciri stepped forth. Ciri's spatial teleportation was already elusive in nature, yet typically, transporting another with such precision over a short distance would exact a considerable toll on her. However, this time, she felt an extraordinary augmentation from the spatial power emanating from Yang Jieshi. The magical artifact, known as the Flickering Dagger, which hung at his waist, while limited in its range of teleportation, contained a spatial beacon that resonated wondrously with Ciri's ancient blood, rendering this transit astonishingly effortless and stable. "Jax, take a breather." Yang Jieshi spoke with calm authority, his gaze resting on the injured Jax, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. To endure in the face of two adversaries under such circumstances was a testament to the valor of a Special Forces colonel. Eschewing further pleasantries, he flicked his wrist, activating the system's spatial interface. A heavy, unadorned resistance saber, steeped in the weight of history, materialized in his hand. "Use this," he tossed the saber to Ciri. "Your silver sword is ill-suited for these foes." Instinctively, Ciri caught the saber, her wrist instinctively sinking under its heft. This was not the weight of the long sword she was accustomed to. The saber felt more akin to a two-handed blade. Its broad, straight blade bore no superfluous embellishments, only the raw, unyielding essence of battle forged through countless trials in the crucible of war. As she grasped this weapon from another world, a peculiar sensation surged within her. It may not possess the agility of her steel sword or the sanctity of her silver blade, but the indomitable spirit of ironclad resolve coursed through the cold hilt, resonating deeply within her heart. The silver sword was meant for confronting monsters, while this saber was forged to slay those even more terrifying than the beasts themselves. No longer hesitating, Ciri gripped the hilt firmly, adopting a stable defensive stance suited to the weight of her new weapon. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi drew forth the flickering dagger, its blade becoming an extension of his very being. His gaze locked onto the figure of the masked phantom wielding dual blades. A decisive confrontation, a life-and-death duel of 2 versus 2, was imminent. Oh, reinforcements have arrived? Naturally, the more material, the more captivating the film, the masked phantom remarked to himself, pocketing his phone. Then he stepped forward simultaneously with Yang Jieshi, stating, "Do you know? To imitate is the highest form of flattery, and also the most lethal. Therefore, I'm the deadliest of warriors." Yang Jieshi, mimicking the electronic tone of the masked phantom, responded with a vocal imitation, then forcefully pushed the opponent away. Yet, the masked phantom struck first. With a peculiar, shifting gait that seemed to defy balance, he lunged at Yang Jieshi from an exceptionally acute angle. The dual blades in his hands transformed into intersecting beams of cold light, akin to a pair of scissors, aimed mercilessly at Yang Jieshi's neck. Yang Jieshi's gaze sharpened. Although the premise suggested that all ghost faces were merely ordinary individuals lacking any training, he could sense a chaotic essence akin to that of Deadpool emanating from them. Fortunately, this chaos was less unpredictable compared to Deadpool, as the ghost faces still adhered to certain human physiological responses. Rather than retreating, Yang Jieshi advanced. The flickering dagger in his hand struck first, deftly parrying his opponent's attack by a hair's breadth. The sharp clang of metal resonated, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, Yang Jieshi activated his shadow step, teleporting behind the ghost face in an attempt to launch a surprise attack. However, the ghost face reacted with astonishing swiftness, evading the lethal strike with an incredible maneuver before swiftly utilizing the actor's passage to reposition. Yet, Yang Jieshi's observation haki allowed him to swiftly pinpoint the opponent's new location. He seized his bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows towards the ghost face. The latter deftly deflected several arrows with throwing knives, resulting in neither side inflicting effective damage. The two soon resumed close combat, and the confined space was filled with the jarring sounds of clashing weapons, creating an almost unbearable cacophony. Meanwhile, Shiri faced her opponent. The combat style of this ghost face was unlike any adversary she had encountered before. To Shiri, he exhibited no fixed techniques, his movements expansive and filled with a wild, chaotic beauty. He skillfully manipulated the environment, occasionally rebounding off walls or using tables and chairs as obstacles, launching attacks from the most unexpected angles. Initially, Shiri found herself flustered by his unpredictable tactics. The weighty blade in her hand lacked the agility of a rapier, making it difficult to adapt her strikes. Several times, the opponent's daggers narrowly grazed her, drawing droplets of blood. Yet, the instinct to hunt demons was etched deep within her soul. After a brief adjustment period, Shiri gradually abandoned her complex sword techniques, opting instead to merge her experience as a demon hunter with the characteristics of her heavy weapon. She no longer sought to block every attack. Instead, she employed broad, sweeping strikes to restrict her opponent's movement. The thick blade acted as a moving wall, each swing creating a fierce gust that tore through the air. The ghost face clearly did not anticipate that this seemingly fragile girl could wield such a ferocious weapon. In one of his aggressive maneuvers, Shiri countered by forcefully slapping away his attack with the flat of her blade, the immense power numbing his arm. Whenever he attempted to create distance to throw his knives, Shiri would interrupt him with her hand crossbow. Intriguing, the ghost face scoffed, planning to use the actor's passage for a surprise attack, but Shiri anticipated this with her ancient blood-stopping technique. The moment he emerged from the passage, he found himself ensnared by one of Shiri's Aiden sigils, rendering him momentarily immobilized. The ghostly figure was inescapable. Confronted with the oncoming strike from Shiri, he could only brace himself to endure her blow. Had she wielded her silver sword, perhaps this ghostly hunter's dagger might have been able to withstand it, but this time, Shiri brandished a great sword. With both hands raised high, she summoned all her strength and brought the blade down upon him. This strike was devoid of any embellishments, embodying pure power and speed. The ghostly figure lifted his dagger in a futile attempt to block, yet against the weighty force akin to a mountain, his defense crumbled as if made of mere paper. Clang! The dagger shattered upon impact, only slightly altering the trajectory of the great sword. Thud! The heavy blade cleaved down from his shoulder, nearly bisecting him. As he struggled, Ciri delivered a swift kick and unleashed the spell Igni, engulfing the ghostly figure in flames. Ultimately, she severed his head with a decisive stroke and kicked his lifeless body out of the window, completing the brutal execution. Meanwhile, on Yang Jieshu's side, the battle was also nearing its conclusion. The dual-wielding ghostly figure exhibited exceptional skill and fearlessness. Several times, he would deliberately inflict wounds upon himself to leave scars on Yang Jieshu. Yet, Yang Jieshu's combat experience was vast. With a peculiar footwork, his body swayed like a weeble, allowing him to evade the most lethal strikes with minimal movement. Simultaneously, the glimmering dagger in his hand began to reveal its true potential. When the ghostly figure, unable to break through Yang Jieshu's defenses, abruptly recoiled, Yang Jieshu recognized his intent to create distance and utilize his escape route. The ghostly figure hesitated, and before he could react, a chilling presence surged from behind him. Yang Jieshu's figure emerged suddenly at his back, the dagger thrusting towards his vital points. At the brink of death, the ghostly figure unleashed an astonishing potential, twisting his body at an impossible angle to narrowly evade the fatal strike, though the dagger still plunged deep into his shoulder blade. In pain, the ghostly figure attempted to retaliate with a sweeping slash, but Yang Jieshu seized his armed hand, employing his haki to immobilize him. With a swift pull, he rendered the ghostly figure permanently disabled. Following this, Yang Jieshu delivered a kick that forced him to kneel and then unleashed a flurry of arrows, pinning him to the ground. The final arrow struck true, embedding itself in the ghostly figure's forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Ciri cast Igni once more. The battle concluded. However, as the dual-wielding ghostly figure lay lifeless, a voice emanated from his communicator. "Heh, you are strong, but we are merely the tip of the iceberg. You have only succeeded in thwarting this attempt. The ghostly cult will not spare you." With that, the communicator short-circuited and ignited. In the room, only the heavy scent of blood and the sound of labored breaths remained. Chapter 55. The spirit of the ghostly figure within the chamber. The stench of blood and gunpowder lingered, not yet dissipated. As the adrenaline gradually ebbed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over them. Jax leaned against the wall, panting heavily, while the medic under his command urgently tended to his wounds. Ciri approached Yang Jace and solemnly returned the heavy and reliable anti-war saber into his hands. Her gesture was earnest, imbued with a hint of ancient chivalric decorum. "Thank you. This blade is exceptionally useful." She paused, then straightened her back, speaking in a voice that was unprecedentedly serious and clear. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Cirilla Fiona Elin Rhiannon, the Princess of Cintra, heir to the blood of the ancients, a traveler through time and space, and also an apprentice witcher of the Wolf School." She pronounced her full, weighty title, which was not merely an introduction, but a declaration of recognition. In her eyes, Yang Jace stood as a warrior worthy of being treated with her true identity. In terms of decisiveness in battle and mastery of combat, he might even surpass her adoptive father, the legendary witcher Geralt. Yang Jace accepted the saber, and with a thought, it vanished from his grasp, returned to the confines of the system's storage. He regarded the resolute young woman with silver hair before him and nodded slowly. "Yang Jiejie, my English name. You may call me Jace." Ciri unfastened a broken steel sword from her waist, a weapon that had once been her lifeline. Cradling the shattered blade, she presented it to Yang Jace. "This is for you." In her gray-green eyes, the previous wariness had dissipated, replaced by the purest respect between warriors. "Though it is broken, it has witnessed our battles. Keep it as a memento, a token of my acknowledgement of your prowess." Yang Jace did not refuse. He accepted the broken sword, sensing the unique aura it retained from another world. He then retrieved an item from his utility belt, a rugged, powerfully designed Rambo combat knife. This was one of his early collectibles, having watched the classic film First Blood. However, since becoming a master of mimicry, he had never utilized it. Especially with the presence of his shimmering daggers, this knife had become redundant. A token of reciprocity, he handed the Rambo knife to Ciri. "Your weapon is damaged. Use this for protection. It is sturdier than your silver sword." Ciri accepted the combat knife, feeling its substantial weight and excellent grip. A smile gracing her lips as she carefully stowed it away. The brisk, martial exchange between them did not escape the observant eyes of Harley Quinn, who stood not far off, arms crossed, tilting her head as she beheld Yang Jace's demeanor. His immediate return of favor, as if to say, You gave me something. I must repay you. We are even. A soft sigh escaped her lips. That foolish boy and his damned avoidant personality disorder, along with his long-standing fear of intimate relationships, have resurfaced. Harley's mind involuntarily conjured the relevant psychological diagnostic criteria. This aversion to owing anyone anything was a quintessential external manifestation of the formidable wall he had erected deep within. He harbors a profound psychological fear of establishing any form of deep connection imbued with emotional ties. To him, such ties signify entanglement, shackles, and the potential for disappointment and hurt. Thus, he prefers the swift and straightforward exchange of material goods to sever these possibilities, delineating the boundaries of their relationships, including his own dealings with Gwen regarding rent and the recent encounter with the white-haired girl. Maintaining a connection solely at the most secure and refreshing transactional or comrade level indeed renders him more suited to the mercenary profession. Yet, he remains unaware that some matters are still unresolved. Harley's gaze softened imperceptibly, the frigid air of professional diagnosis quietly melting into a subtle, ineffable concern. Even a hint of ambiguous affection that entwined itself within her, growing unnoticed like a creeping vine. She cast another glance at the girl in the pink and white bodysuit, who was studying Yang Jieshe with an equally complex and focused expression. Harley inwardly rolled her eyes in a playful manner. Ah, it seems I'm not alone in this. That mischievous girl, Gwen, is not so simple-minded either. Nevertheless, this dynamic appeared rather intriguing to her. Having endured the harrowing madness of Gotham, she understood better than anyone the importance of cherishing the present. She simply felt that both she and the little girl needed to put in more effort. Gaining access to the fortress of this man's heart would not be an easy feat. Harley gently shook her head, almost imperceptibly, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. There were pressing matters to attend to. She strode with purpose toward the room where the last of the spectral-faced Jerry was confined. It was time for work. A little over 10 minutes later, Johnny Cage and his daughter Casey awoke, each nursing a throbbing headache. What happened to me? Johnny rubbed his swollen temples, bewildered by his surroundings. Casey, are you all right? The moment he opened his eyes, he spotted the injury on his daughter's forehead, and his concern surged. Upon realizing that the threats in the room had been entirely neutralized, leaving only several securely bound packages awaiting resolution, they both wore expressions of astonishment. What transpired? Did we capture them? Johnny asked incredulously. Everyone present, including Jax, who had just tended to his wounds, exchanged knowing glances, a tacit understanding passing among them. Johnny, are you all right? Sonia approached with a look of genuine concern. You might have fainted due to excessive worry for Casey, heightened emotions, and low blood sugar. Rest assured, everything has been resolved. Yes, Dad, I'm fine, just a minor scrape, Casey chimed in, supporting the narrative. Johnny remained skeptical, yet as he gazed into the sincere eyes of those around him, he ultimately accepted this explanation, which seemed the most plausible. He was tacitly excluded from the politically correct, exasperating truth. Just then, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Harley Quinn emerged, casually holding a strawberry-flavored lollipop, her demeanor relaxed. She casually snatched the half-empty soda bottle from Iceberg's hands, gulping down a few mouthfuls before contentedly belching. Observing her demeanor, it was clear to everyone that the interrogation had reached its conclusion. As for the individual named Jerry, he was quite the brave soul to endure 10 minutes under the Gotham Crime Queen for an elusive ideal. The group reconvened to initiate a new strategy meeting, having garnered a general understanding of the situation. Harley twirled a lollipop in her mouth, her tone light, yet delivering grave revelations as she spoke of Jerry, asserting that, like the previous two, he was merely a pawn, a mere expendable. The Ghostface cult, as its name suggests, was not merely a gang of assassins, but rather akin to a religious organization. They did not idolize a singular individual, but revered the very concept of Ghostface itself. To them, Ghostface represented a totem, a spirit, a transcendent identity that allowed them to escape their own failures and cowardice in reality. Harley's gaze deepened, seemingly lost in a memory, her lips curling into a cold, sardonic smile. This reminds me of Gotham and my damned ex-boyfriend. Just the thought of his powdery white face gives me goosebumps. He fancied himself the embodiment of chaos, a unique lunatic. Yet, in reality, after his demise, how many fools emerged in Gotham, eager to become the next Joker? They donned shoddy imitations, uttering pretentious madness, but were nothing more than pathetic copies. She paused, her eyes sweeping over the group, clarity and resolve shining through. Yet, the symbol of the Joker, the representation of anarchy and ultimate chaos, spreads like a virus through the sewers of Gotham, and that is the true terror. The Ghostface cult operates similarly. The individuals they have slain, Beth, Chris, and the two from earlier, are not the genuine Ghostface. They merely don masks, playing the role of Ghostface. Who lies beneath the mask is inconsequential, as they can be easily replaced. Anyone, as long as they harbor discontent with reality, feel emptiness within, and yearn for power and attention, can become the next Ghostface. Fortunately, she beamed, revealing her pearly whites. I have long since received the strongest vaccine against such so-called madness. Her remarks, interspersed with sarcasm, personal experience, and astute analysis, left everyone, except for Iceberg and Gwen, momentarily stunned. Jax couldn't help but ask, wait, this Gotham you're speaking of, does it really exist? It sounds more chaotic than hell itself. Not just chaotic, it is a playground of malevolent creativity, Gwen interjected, clearly in agreement with Harley's theory, providing a perfect professional elaboration. Harley is absolutely right. This entirely conforms to the conventions of horror film franchises. She gestured with excitement, declaring that while the killer in the first installment met his demise, it matters not. In the sequel, a copycat or an obsessive admirer is bound to emerge. They will inherit the legacy of their predecessor, donning the same mask and employing the identical methods of murder. Michael Myers from Halloween and Jason from Friday the 13th, though formidable in their own right, became immortal legends primarily due to their masks and what they symbolize, pure malevolence. The ghostly visage now stands as such a symbol. We are not merely contending with a few murderers. We are battling a rapidly proliferating and perilous meme. Chapter 56. Shiraishi Ryu, the first light of dawn, silently penetrated the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, awakening the luxurious villa atop the Hollywood Hills from a night of bloodshed and madness. The air was still thick with the nauseating remnants of alcohol, perfume, fear, and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Unattended bottles and party streamers bobbed in the swimming pool, while the lawn lay in disarray, as if it had endured a minor skirmish. The events of the previous night had inflicted a brutal toll on the minds and bodies of all present. As dawn broke, guests were escorted down the mountain in batches by special forces, their heads throbbing with hangovers and their hearts still racing from the harrowing ordeal. Eager to flee this cursed place, Curtis Strick, the ill-fated veteran officer, hastened to return home to embrace his wife and children after confirming that no new incidents had arisen. Only the warmth of family could cleanse him of the misfortunes that clung to him. Meanwhile, Casey Cage bid farewell to her mother at the break of day, returning to the military camp. Discipline was paramount. Even the daughter of a Special Forces commander was not exempt from its stringent demands. Ultimately, within the eerily vacant villa, only Sonia, Jax, and Yang Jie, along with the supervised Shiri, remained as guests, temporarily taking refuge. Perhaps the chaos of the previous night had rendered most of the guest rooms in disarray, necessitating thorough cleaning. Or perhaps it was simply due to Johnny Cage's inherently mischievous nature, relishing in the chaos, that Yang Jie, Harley, and Gwen were assigned to a lavish suite that contained only 2 double beds. Oh dear, my friends, it was too chaotic last night. Finding a clean room is already quite fortunate, Johnny proclaimed with a mischievous grin, as if he had concocted an intriguing drama in his mind. However, to his disappointment, Harley and Gwen merely exchanged cheerful glances and then, in perfect harmony, tumbled onto one of the plush beds like 2 kittens claiming a warm nest. Each occupied one side, leaving a sufficiently large gap in between, and soon they retrieved their phones, chattering away about the latest intriguing gossip circulating in the digital realm. They graciously reserved the other clean bed entirely for Yang Jie. This allowed Yang Jiesher to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he would have likely found himself sleeping on a cold floor. In the stillness of the night, the room was filled only with the gentle hum of the air conditioning and the occasional rustle of fabric as the 2 women in the adjacent bed shifted, accompanied by their subdued, dreamlike laughter. Yang Jiesher lay on his side, his back turned to that vibrant, soft expanse. He was, of course, a biologically normal man. In fact, due to his training and the serum, his senses were far more acute than those of an ordinary person. He could distinctly perceive the mingled fragrances of the two girls in the air and discern the rhythm of their breaths. The fiery and exuberant curves of Harley, alongside Gwen's petite yet resilient form, would stir any normal man's blood with mere fleeting thoughts. Yet for Yang Jiesher, all of this resembled a toxic poppy blooming on the edge of a precipice. His heart, hardened like iron through countless life and death battles, instinctively recoiled from this tender and ambiguous atmosphere, not out of disdain, but from a deeper-rooted fear. He dreaded such proximity. He feared that once he crossed a certain threshold, the world he inhabited, filled with the glint of swords and the chaos of bloodshed, would taint their vibrancy. Even more unsettling was the thought of succumbing to such gentleness, losing his vigilance, becoming vulnerable, and suffering the pain of loss after having gained. For him, intimacy was a burden he could not bear, an uncontrollable variable. How could one accustomed to dancing on the edge of a blade embrace a warm, comforting cocoon? Each dead ode, each bond formed felt like a new chain wrapping around him, rendering him less pure, less free. He needed an anchor, yet this anchor felt overwhelmingly heavy. At least for now, this deep-seated affliction within his heart remained unhealed, or rather, he had never considered remedying it, for in his view, it was perhaps one of the most crucial survival principles that had allowed him to endure thus far. Irritated, he turned over, retrieving his earplugs and eye mask from the bedside table, completely isolating himself from the sounds and lights of the outside world. Out of sight, out of mind. In the instant he succumbed to darkness and silence, he activated the system interface. Emergency task. Horror movie night has been completed. Task evaluation. Perfect. Task reward. Lin Gui's recognition. Universal key. Remaining uses 55. Issued to system space. New mainline task triggered. Extermination of the ghostly faces. Task objective. Completely eradicate all members of the ghostly face cult infiltrating this world, including their leader. Task reward. Complete recognition from Lin Gui. 1 advanced martial arts 10 draw. Universal key. Remaining uses 55. Due to fewer than 3 deaths, an additional reward of 5 advanced martial arts draws has been granted. This was the first time he had encountered the term advanced martial arts 10 draw in the system. Does this imply the possibility of acquiring martial arts that transcend his current level of understanding? This fleeting thought barely grazed his mind before being entirely submerged by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. He was utterly exhausted, devoid of the energy to immediately examine the rewards. He closed the system interface, and his consciousness sank into an abyss of darkness, surrendering to slumber. This sleep lasted until the afternoon of the following day. As Yang Jiesher emerged from his room, he spotted Johnny Cage leaning against the corridor railing, cradling a cup of coffee, wearing a mischievous smile that hinted at malice. His gaze flitting between him and the yawning Harley, who had just stepped out. Yang Jiesher chose to disregard his tiresome prying eyes and walked directly towards Jax, who was engaged in a conversation with his subordinates. Any new intelligence? Just in time. You've arrived, Jax replied, ending the communication and handing him a tablet. Take a look at this. Our operatives discovered it while compiling intelligence. While we were partying at the villa last night, another incident occurred elsewhere. Yang Jiesher accepted the tablet, the screen displaying a joint report from local law enforcement and the Special Forces Intelligence Unit. The title instantly furrowed his brow. Preliminary investigation report on the devastating attack on the Shuri ninja sect at their headquarters in Japan. The report included several blurry images, evidently taken by satellites or aerial drones. Among them were pictures of a quaint, traditional Japanese architectural complex nestled deep within the mountains of Japan, now reduced to a charred wasteland. This was likely the ancestral ground of the Shuri. Flames and thick smoke billowed skyward, and the scene's brutality was comparable to that of a small-scale military bombardment. Other images depicted several factories, and in the series, the Shuri featured mechanized ninjas, appearing even more devastated than their ancestral site. The Shuri has been utterly annihilated. Jax's voice was low and grave. According to reports from our division in Japan, there were no survivors. Markings similar to those found at last night's crime scene have been discovered. The method was clean and efficient, suggesting an assault by elite forces. He looked at Yang Jiesher, his eyes questioning. They're the arch-nemeses of the Lin Gui, correct? We are aware that your Lin Gui has recently suffered significant losses, but we did not anticipate the adversary's response. What are your thoughts? Jack's words maintained the fade of the Lin Gui's heavy toll. While the actions of the Ghostface cult were swifter and more ruthless than he had imagined, they were not merely toying with them at this party in a cat-and-mouse terror game. They were waging war on another front, decisively annihilating another formidable assassin organization in the world. It seemed the insignificant fish we captured last night were merely bait for a grander scheme. Yang Jieshi's voice was frosty. At that moment, Harley and Gwen had unknowingly drawn closer, their heads resting on his shoulders, curiously peering at the report on the tablet. Wow, a massacre indeed. There was not a trace of sympathy in Gwen's tone. Rather, it was tinged with a thrill characteristic of a narrative analyst. I understand now. I have discerned the location of their stronghold. Harley gently nudged her chin against Yang Jie's shoulder, her gaze fixed on the photograph of the ruins, her eyes shimmering with intelligence. I share your sentiments. Observing Yang Jie's bewilderment, Gwen felt compelled to elaborate. Is this even up for discussion? In any series of tales, when a formidable antagonist organization emerges, what is their preferred course of action? Naturally, they eliminate the preceding version of the old adversary and usurp their lair, transforming the former base into their own new stronghold. This is a declaration, a proclamation that the old era has concluded, and now I am in command. Shirai Ryu. As the nemesis of Lin Gui, their headquarters serves as a perfect, symbolically laden trophy for any new power aspiring to establish itself on this stage. Harley nodded in agreement, delving deeper into the psychological aspects. Indeed, such behavior exemplifies a quintessential trophy display mentality. The leader of the Ghostface cult requires a throne to validate his authority, and this throne must be erected upon the ruins of another powerful force's demise. What could satisfy a conqueror's perverse vanity more than transforming the shrine of a rival into one's own palace? He not only seeks to vanquish his enemies, but also to etch his name upon their most hallowed ground. At this moment, he must be seated atop the highest point of those ruins, relishing the fruit of his victory, awaiting our arrival. The two girls, one approaching from a meta-narrative perspective and the other from a criminal psychological profile, reached an entirely concordant conclusion. Their gazes converged upon Yang Jie. It seemed that Yang Jie slowly lifted his head, a surge of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. We now know where our next destination lies. Chapter 57. The Cult's Annihilation, Part 1. Above the Pacific Ocean, the relentless storm that had persisted for several days, seemingly unending, finally spent its last vestiges of fury. The sky, as if wiped clean by a colossal, damp cloth, revealed a long-lost, crystalline azure. The sea regained its tranquility, sunlight piercing through the clouds, casting countless dazzling shards of gold upon the waves. A black helicopter, devoid of any insignia, skimmed just above the ocean's surface, racing swiftly toward the Japanese archipelago. Inside the cabin, the deafening roar of the rotor blades was muted by noise-canceling headphones, leaving only a dull vibration. Days prior in Los Angeles, following a bloody and absurd soiree, all had taken a moment to recuperate. As the helicopter soared over Japan's coastline and into the inland mountains, a breathtaking sight unfolded before their eyes. It was a continuous expanse of architecture imbued with classical Japanese aesthetic beauty. This was a realm that should have been adorned with azure-tiled eaves and verdant pines. At this moment, it resembled a sand model mercilessly scorched by a giant cigarette, but now transformed into a desolate expanse of charred ruins, exuding faint wisps of smoke. The collapsed Torii Gate, shattered beams and pillars, the cherry blossom trees reduced to charcoal, and the scattered remnants of human bones amidst the crumbling walls silently narrated the harrowing tale of the one-sided massacre that once transpired here. This evoked in Yang Jieshi a recollection of the firebombing carried out by the United States during World War II, prompting an involuntary association with the character named Li Mei from the video game Mortal Kombat. Wow, what a grand spectacle! Truly a magnificent display. At that moment, Harley Quinn leaned against the cabin window, gazing at the hellish scene below, her eyes devoid of fear, instead sparkling with a childlike excitement akin to discovering a novel toy. It reminded me of an occasion when our Suicide Squad ventured to take down a South American drug lord stronghold. With great enthusiasm, she turned to Yang Jieshi and Gwen, animatedly gesturing as she recounted. That fellow fortified his estate like a steel tortoise, with a minefield outside, a crocodile pit in the middle, and a laser grid within. Amanda Waller, that old witch, insisted we must decapitate him within 12 hours. However, that fool Captain Boomerang triggered a landmine at the very first step, setting off alarms throughout half the estate. She vividly narrated the chaos and bloodshed of that assault, as if sharing an amusing anecdote. Finally, she gazed down at the ruins, shaking her head with a knowing smile. Thus, sometimes, encasing oneself in an impenetrable iron barrel might not be the wisest course of action. Her voice was buoyant, almost melodic, while her gaze seemed to casually flit toward Yang Jieshi. You see, no matter how tall your walls are, or how seamless your defenses may seem, if you keep everyone you wish to keep out of bay, you are essentially locking yourself inside. Ultimately, whether outsiders find a way to tunnel in or you become so stifled that you ignite a fire in your own confinement, the outcome is the same. She spread her arms wide, forming a boom shape toward the ruins, stating, in the end, it all leads to this fate. Absolutely correct, chimed in Gwen, immediately grasping the sentiment. She retrieved a comic book from her dimensional pocket, flipping through its pages with a rustling sound, noting that this was one of the most classic narrative tropes. The lone wolf hero, who boasts of being self-sufficient, invariably finds himself gravely wounded by the villain at the critical moment, awaiting the arrival of his adorable teammates to swoop in for the rescue. Furthermore, there's the paranoid king, terrified of betrayal, who fortifies his castle to the point where not even a fly can enter, ultimately starving to death on his own throne after dismissing all his servants. So you see, she concluded, putting away the comic and nudging Yang Jieshi with her elbow, walls cannot be built indefinitely. There will come a day when there's no ground left to stand upon. Yang Jieshi felt the teachings of the two girls beside him, as they bantered in a seemingly jesting manner, yet striking at the heart of the matter, hammering against the invisible walls of his soul. A smile, tinged with awkwardness yet not entirely resistant, involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. He was acutely aware that their intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. These two seemingly eccentric girls expressed their care in their own unique and direct way. However, to him, such concern felt akin to the sudden appearance of a blazing sun on a winter's day, warm yet somewhat blinding, inciting an instinctive desire to retreat. He refrained from arguing, simply nodding in silence. Sitting across from him, Shili remained quietly gazing out at the ruins. Her expression contrasted sharply with that of Hallie and the others. Within her gray-green eyes lingered a trace of empathetic sorrow. She understood better than anyone the taste of losing one's home. The flames and wails during the fall of Cintra were her eternal nightmare. Softly, as if speaking to herself, she murmured, no one should have to endure such a fate. The helicopter did not descend directly into the vicinity of the ruins, but rather landed slowly at an abandoned suburban airport several kilometers away. As it was closer to the factory stronghold along the Beijing River, this desolate place was devoid of life, save for a few dilapidated hangars ravaged by wind and rain, and a runway overgrown with weeds. The four of them exited the aircraft, and after completing their final equipment checks and confirming their plans, the helicopter ascended once more, vanishing into the distant sky. Now it was their time. The air was imbued with the freshness of rain-soaked earth, mingled with an elusive stench of burning debris wafting from the ruins. All right, darlings, it's time to don our work attire, Hallie exclaimed, excitedly retrieving two pristine, pale white masks resembling ghostly visages from her backpack, tossing one to Gwen. These two deranged sisters were the quintessential candidates for embodying such neurotic assassins. They need not even feign their roles, for the deep-seated yearning for chaos and a penchant for pandemonium within them rendered their masks nearly indistinguishable from reality. Yang Jieshi closed his eyes, as a master of imitation. Though his mask was also a skull, he feared that amidst a crowd of cheap plastic he might be unmasked. Thus, he too donned a mask. All that remained was to find a suitable model for his mimicry. In his mind, the movements, postures, gait, and even the unconscious habits of the masked figures from the night before replayed like a film in slow motion, deconstructing and reassembling in his thoughts. When he reopened his eyes, his entire demeanor had transformed. The calm and restraint characteristic of a martial arts master had vanished, replaced by a slightly hunched, aggressive aura, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Shili stood nearby, vigilantly observing her surroundings. She would serve as the final and most reliable safeguard for this makeshift team. After several days of rest and recuperation, her ancient blood energy had stabilized sufficiently to support a precise spatial transfer with 3 individuals over a short to medium distance. Should circumstances shift, she would be able to evacuate everyone from the battlefield instantaneously. "Remember our plan," Yang Jieshi uttered, his voice somewhat hoarse as he deliberately mimicked the processed tone of the masked phantom. The spiritual core of the masked phantom cult was embodied in that mask, symbolizing mockery of the rules and the propagation of fear. Through this method, they bestowed a false sense of superiority upon the failures of reality. He gazed at his three companions, his expression icy and resolute. "Thus, our mission transcends mere extermination. We must dismantle their beliefs using the very means they take pride in. We will don their masks, assume their roles, and execute a hunt against their kin with greater finesse, savagery, and professionalism than they possess. We shall ensure that in their final moments, they witness the totems they venerate being crushed beneath our feet. In the name of the masked phantom, we shall enact a reckoning. Then, at the conclusion of this slaughter, we will utterly discard this accursed, foul-smelling ethos of the masked phantom." Having spoken, he led the way towards the ruins, a symbol of death and rebirth. The four figures moved like phantoms, merging with the twilight, silently approaching the twisted steel gates of the Shirai Flow factory, reminiscent of a beast's fangs, now reduced to rubble. Beyond the gates lay a profound darkness. Yet all understood that within that abyss, a grand drama, wagering lives, awaited their cue to unfold. Chapter 58. The Fall of the Cult, Part 2. The ruins of Shirai Flow resembled a vast, silent graveyard. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred wood, mingling with the congealed blood and the unmistakable aroma of death. The masked phantoms, who had just indulged in a bloody revelry on this land, were now scattered in small groups throughout the ruins. Some drank deeply by the fires, others inscribed new marks upon the collapsed walls with their daggers, while some merely stood in the shadows, savoring the illusory sense of power stolen from destruction. They were the victors, the protagonists of this one-sided massacre. They remained blissfully unaware that another group, clad in identical pale masks, had infiltrated their celebration like specters. According to the rules established by the interdimensional film scream, those who wore the masked phantom masks were predominantly ordinary individuals. The masks endowed them not with superhuman strength, but with a near-rule-level aura of horror film protagonists, the villainous kind. This granted them incredible stealth capabilities, enabling them to transition seamlessly like phantoms and seemingly disregard the unbearable pain that would incapacitate the average person, even feigning death to evade certain doom. Their strength typically hovered around the average line of adult males, with intelligence varying from individual to individual, rife with uncertainty. This halo, when dealing with unarmed ordinary individuals or even well-trained law enforcement officers, can be likened to a dimensional assault. However, when specters confront their counterparts, this advantage rooted in informational disparity and psychological intimidation dissipates entirely. This is particularly true when they face the counterfeit specters represented by the monstrous team led by Yang Jieshi. A specter, caught off guard while relieving itself in a corner, suddenly felt a chill creep up its spine. Instinctively turning around, it was met with another identical visage, eerily glowing pale in the moonlight. Before it could voice its confusion, a hand, shrouded in obsidian substance, silently grasped its throat. The crack of a cervical vertebra fracturing was perfectly masked by the night breeze and the distant laughter of its comrades. Yang Jieshi released his grip, gently lowering the lifeless body into the shadows without a sound. His movements were 1,000 times more professional than those self-proclaimed masters of stealth among the assassins. The monks of the Shadow Sect are the true lords of darkness. Thus, the hunt commenced. If one were to discuss intellect, this team includes Harley Quinn, once the queen of crime in Gotham City, whose manipulative prowess serves as the foundation for these amateur imitators, and Gwen, well-versed in the tropes of horror films, capable of predicting their next move. If one were to consider clandestine abilities, Yang Jieshi, having transitioned to the Shadow Sect, exemplifies true mastery of mimicry, illuminating the essence of a genuine specter. Regarding teleportation, the ancient bloodline heir, Sheely, would demonstrate to these mere shadows who can only flicker out of sight what it truly means to be elusive. As for feigning death, even the youngest and seemingly most innocent member, Gwen, has ingrained the survival rule of delivering a final blow into her very being. Thus, what was meant to be an internal conflict among specters has metamorphosed into a one-sided, artistically bloody cleansing. Harley and Gwen, the madcap sister duo, are reveling in the chaos. Surprised little fools? Harley smashed a Spectre-S kneecap with a single blow, then leaned in with a grin to whisper, "Guess who sent us? Is an internal purge. Or has the game been upgraded?" Meanwhile, in another area, Shili showcased a distinctly different combat style. She did not conceal her presence in the slightest, brandishing the sword from Jaiweir like a whirlwind sweeping across the battlefield, charging headlong into a throng of specters huddled around a bonfire. The specters shrieked in response, attempting to surround her with their seemingly bizarre yet fundamentally flawed techniques. However, in the face of absolute strength and speed, all skill appeared futile. Shili flickered through the ranks of enemies at high speed, each appearance accompanied by the heavy, lethal rush of her sword slicing through the air. As the blade danced, severed limbs and shattered bones flew, and the screams of the dying were silenced before they could escape their throats. In a mere few dozen seconds, there was not a single living being left standing by the bonfire. Ciri stood at the center of the lifeless bodies, her white hair swirling in the night breeze, resembling a blood-soaked goddess of war. The myriad of ghostly henchmen met their end in silence, their demise shrouded in ambiguity. They might have merely leaned against the wall, smoking a cigarette, when an ominous shadow slithered from the darkness behind them, seizing their throats and dragging them into an abyss of eternal night. They could have been stationed on the rooftop, only to have a portal open soundlessly behind them, followed by an overwhelming force that hurled them from their perch, shattering bones and sinews, culminating in the precise plunge of a dagger that extinguished their suffering. Fear, like a plague, swiftly spread among those who were meant to embody terror, the ghostly faces. They realized, with horror, that their comrades were vanishing at an incomprehensible pace. Their pride in stealth and surprise attacks crumbled before a cadre of unseen phantoms, rendered as fragile as parchment. The hunter, unbeknownst to them, had transformed into the hunted. Once the majority of the henchmen had been dispatched, Yang Jieshi and his trio finally convened before the largest and best-preserved workshop of the Shirai Ryu. Here resided the remaining and most elite 12 leaders among the ghostly faces. They represented all 12 killers featured in the 6 films of Scream, forming the backbone of this sinister cult. The climax of the performance was at hand. Harley licked her lips, her eyes glinting with sanguine excitement. The four no longer concealed themselves but strode boldly into the lair. The 12 leaders of the ghostly faces were already poised for confrontation. They had evidently sensed something amiss, forming a vigilant circle around the unexpected intruders. "Who are you?" rasped the leader of the ghostly faces. "And we?" Yang Jieshi slowly raised his head. Responding in a distorted voice he had mimicked, "We are here to clean house." Before his words could fully resonate, combat erupted instantaneously. The coordination of these 12 was far more attuned than that of the outside henchmen. They formed pairs, attacking in alternation with ruthless precision, employing an array of thrown weapons and peculiar footwork in a bid to envelop the four. Yet, they were confronted by a team that defied all conventional logic. Ciri's longsword carved a path at the forefront, each swing forcing 2 or 3 ghostly faces to retreat in disarray, thus creating ample space for her allies. Harley and Gwen, akin to the most cunning of hounds, flitted along the fringes of the battlefield, incessantly employing taunts and subtle provocations. The moment they detected a ghostly face falter, they would unhesitatingly pounce, delivering lethal strikes in the most underhanded yet effective manner. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi emerged as the harbinger of the battle's conclusion. With each strike, a ghostly face fell. His attacks were unfaltering, each blow devastatingly precise, akin to a meticulously crafted algorithm. In less than 5 minutes, the once formidable 12 leaders of the ghostly faces lay sprawled upon the cold floor. The battle had concluded. The ruins of the Shirai Ryu descended into a profound silence. "Well then, my darlings." Holly discarded the dagger in her hand and brushed off her palms. It was time to bid farewell to this cursed mask. Yang Jieshi nodded in agreement. He gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, then at his empty hands, and spoke slowly. "The spirit of the phantom mask ends here today." This was a ritual, a complete obliteration of the malevolent totem. They gathered all the scattered phantom masks and piled them in the center of the dojo. Holly retrieved a bottle of high-proof vodka from her backpack and evenly doused the heap of masks. "On the count of 3, we shall remove our masks together, and then burn them to ashes." Holly brandished a lighter, a liberated smile gracing her face. 3, 2, 1. Holly and Gwen promptly removed their masks. revealing their flushed faces adorned with sweat and a hint of wild glee. Shiri had not donned a mask. She merely observed in silence. Meanwhile, Yang Jieshi extended his hands to grasp the sides of his face. However, in the next moment, his motion froze. What he felt was not the sensation of peeling away a cheap plastic mask, but rather a chilling, resilient foreign object that clung to his skin like leather. It was not a mask. It felt as if it had grown from his very face. Doubting the reality of it, he exerted greater force, attempting to tear the entity from his visage. A sharp pain surged through him, as if the skin and flesh of his face were being ripped away, causing him to gasp in shock. "What is wrong, darling?" Holly noticed his distress and asked with concern. "I can't get off." Yang Jieshi's voice was laced with an unmistakable horror. "What?" Gwen approached, her excitement replaced by an overwhelming, indescribable fear unique to those of the dimensional realm, as she looked at the phantom mask still affixed to Yang Jieshi's face. "No, it can't be." Her voice trembled with disbelief, realizing that the texture and sensation were unlike any ordinary phantom mask. This was something that could not be removed once worn. The shadow mask of General Terra from Jackie Chan Adventures. Chapter 59. Glass, the towering pile of pale masks. Soaked in vodka, awaited purification by flames. However, all attention was drawn to the sole individual still adorned with a mask, or rather, one who had become ensnared by it. "I can't get it off." Yang Jieshi's voice, filled with unprecedented dread, caused the hearts of the three girls to tighten simultaneously. "What do you mean you can't get it off?" Holly was the first to rush forward, leaning in to examine it, her fingers pinching his chin as if studying a rare work of art. "Let me try," she exclaimed, boldly reaching out to grasp the lower edge of the phantom mask, yanking it upward with force. "Oh, goodness." Holly recoiled as if shocked. The sensation was entirely wrong. Not plastic, nor rubber, but a cold, resilient skin that pulsed with a faint rhythm of life. "Don't move." Siri also recognized the gravity of the situation. She strode forward and firmly grasped Harley's hand. Her gaze was fixed upon the mask that perfectly conformed to Yang Jieshi's cheek, its edges seemingly merging with his skin. Her eyes were filled with a profound seriousness. "This thing is alive." "Alive?" The voice of Gwen was a mix of fear and excitement, each emotion vying for dominance. "I knew it. I knew it wasn't so simple. This is no ordinary prop." "Goodness, Boss Yang, can't you feel it? Don't you suddenly wish to find the talismans of the 12 zodiac signs and summon a horde of ninjas clad in black spandex? This is General Terra's shadow mask." Her nonsensical exclamations went unheard, yet she precisely identified a core issue. This mask had transcended its status as an object and had become an intrinsic part of Yang Jieshi's body. "Enough with the chatter. Help me." Yang Jieshi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He could feel the mask, as if it possessed countless invisible tendrils, deeply embedding themselves into the muscles and bones of his face. In the next moment, a bizarre and violent operation to remove the mask commenced in earnest. Siri displayed her resoluteness as a warrior. Taking a deep breath, she firmly held the sides of the mask and commanded, "Bear with it." With that, she exerted a powerful backward force. Upon seeing this, Harley immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Yang Jieshi's waist. Gwen followed suit, clinging to Yang Jieshi's thigh. The two of them, akin to weights added to a tug-of-war champion, exerted all their strength to counter Siri's pull. The scene became exceedingly surreal. A silver-haired girl strained at the front, while two eccentric girls at the back desperately tugged, and Yang Jieshi, caught in the middle, felt as though he were a fraying rope, bearing the insufferable weight of life itself. Yang Jieshi felt as if his entire face, along with his skull, was on the verge of being wrenched from his neck. He could even hear the lamentations of his cervical vertebrae under the unbearable strain. He certainly did not wish to embark on a separate mission and end up like some French king, transformed into a headless knight. "Stop! Stop! If this continues, you'll pull my head off," he cried out in anguish. This farcical attempt ultimately ended in failure. Yang Jieshi gasped fortebreat, feeling as if his neck had nearly elongated by 2 inches. He attempted to pry at the edges of the mask with the tip of a dagger, but the moment the blade made contact, the mask seemed to pulsate as if alive, becoming harder than diamond. He then tried pouring water from his canteen in hopes of loosening it, but his efforts proved futile. This thing, it seemed, was truly intent on merging with him. Just as the three women found themselves at an impasse and a flicker of despair rose in Yang Jieshi's heart, a calm, ancient voice, seemingly out of place in this era, unexpectedly resonated behind them. I believe such physical means may not resolve your predicament. The four turned abruptly. A towering figure, a robust man with a bald head and deeply tanned skin, had silently appeared at the entrance of the dojo. His bare torso revealed muscles as solid as granite, adorned with enigmatic patterns that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow. Most striking of all was the immense hourglass behind him, from which blue grains of light flowed incessantly. This hourglass seemed inextricably linked to his very essence, each flow imbued with a profound weight and majesty of time. He was Glass, the most devoted servant of the fire god Liu Kang, following the reawakening of the Mortal Kombat universe. His arrival stirred no ripples in the energy around him, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning, in perfect harmony with time itself. "Who are you?" Siri asked, drawing her sword and positioning herself protectively in front of Yang Jieshi, her voice laced with caution. Glass inclined his head slightly, performing a graceful bow, his movements exuding the poise of one in a position of authority. "I am Glass, the fixed point of time, the great fire god's servant, Liu Kang." He introduced himself calmly, his gaze sweeping past Siri and settling on Yang Jieshi's peculiar visage. "As you tread upon this desolate ground, battling the echoes of spirits, Lord Liu Kang has already perceived this foreign will that does not belong to our timeline," Glass explained slowly. "What clings to your face is not a tangible entity, but rather an anchor point, a manifestation projected here by a powerful existence from a distant reality. Its stature is nearly equivalent to that of Titan, although its power is significantly curtailed in this realm. Unable to exhibit its Titan-level might, its very concept remains a remarkably unique and formidable anchor point. Its presence is causing unpredictable disruptions to an already fragile timeline." Glass then turned his gaze back to Yang Jieshi. "Thus, Lord Liu Kang has dispatched me. On one hand, I am here as an envoy to negotiate with that existence. On the other, I am tasked with ensuring your safety, esteemed guest." As soon as he finished speaking, Glass extended his hand, and blue grains of time began to coalesce in his palm. "Please, follow me, Sir Yang Jieshi. Some negotiations are ill-suited for the stage of mortals." In a flash of light and shadow, Yang Jieshi felt the world around him whirl chaotically, transforming into a cascade of vibrant data streams. When he regained his footing, he found himself in an indescribably strange space. It resembled an enormous green screen, with a mirror-like darkness beneath his feet and a starless expanse above. The only source of light emanated from a distance, where a tattered director's chair housed a figure cloaked in a classic black robe adorned with a ghostly mask. This figure, or rather, this existence, languidly toyed with a sharp buck 120 hunting knife, its blade dancing adeptly between his fingers, casting deadly glimmers of light. A new visage emerged, and that existence spoke, its voice a distorted and mocking timbre, processed through electronic means. "Time's servant, Glass. And here lies my latest and most cherished mask. Welcome to my editing room. We arrive in the name of peace." Glass's voice was as steady as a mountain. "Your presence has already posed a threat to the stability of this timeline." "A threat?" The Phantom laughed sharply. No, my dear guardian of the sands of time. I am merely filming a movie. Moreover, I have already negotiated with another producer. Your old adversary, Titan Shao Kahn, has generously agreed that as long as I can provide him with sufficient chaos and entertainment, he is willing to grant me one or several worlds within his new timeline as my set. I simply require a place to reside. His gaze shifted to Yang Jieshi, and beneath that pale mask, it seemed as though eyes existed that could penetrate the depths of Yang Jieshi's soul. "As for you," he said, pointing a dagger towards Yang Jieshi, "you already harbor a powerful totem, do you not? That great spider from the center of the web. Oh, and that 3-in-1 fellow seems quite interested in you as well. Since you can bear one totem, what harm is there in bearing another? The issue lies in the fact that your film has already slaughtered too many who ought not to have perished. This has severely interfered with the causality of this world." Glass remained unfazed. "Moreover, Your Excellency Yang Jieshi is a distinguished guest summoned by Lord Liu Kang. He is a crucial element in stabilizing this timeline and in reconstructing Lin Gui to confront future threats. We cannot relinquish him to you as a vessel for your will." "Oh." The Phantom lodged the dagger into the armrest and shrugged. "What of it? You cannot kill me. I am a concept, an idea, a nightmare that returns in every sequel. As long as there are those dissatisfied with reality, As long as there are those who yearn to don a mask and see a sequel, I shall exist eternally. I embody the essence of horror films. What do you do to me? Between the two, an invisible will clashed violently in the void. One was a servant of the Titan, embodying order and the guardianship of time, while the other represented relative chaos and narrative deconstruction, a malevolent deity from another realm. After a prolonged and intense exchange of verbal sparring, both parties seemed to realize that neither could wholly convince or obliterate the other. Ultimately, Glass proposed a compromise. We cannot erase your concept. However, we can provide you with an appropriate stage, one that allows you to continue your performance without plunging the entire world into chaos. Glass spoke solemnly. Let us hear it. The Phantom displayed a flicker of interest. The Shirai Ryu of this world has been annihilated. Glass finally revealed his trump card. Their hatred, their legacy, their stage now lie vacant. Lord Liu Kang may acquiesce, allowing your spirit to reconstruct the Shiryu upon this desolation. You may possess your followers, your actors, and the eternal fateful confrontation with Lin Gui. Your narrative may continue. However, you must ensure that your performance is confined to this realm, sparing the innocent mortal world from its repercussions. Moreover, with the interstellar martial arts competition on the horizon, I believe it shall render your drama even more splendid. The ghostly visage fell silent, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. To utilize a vanquished ninja clan as a vessel for one's own will? To engage in an eternal battle of fate with Lin Gui, a representative of the world's order? This script appears far more intriguing than the previously tedious plot of indiscriminately slaughtering a few university students. It is settled. Finally it spoke. With the agreement reached, the void began to tremble violently. The ghostly visage rose, approaching Yang Jieshi. The figure, adorned with a skull mask, spoke in a tone that bore an odd, almost appreciative quality. Your performance pleases me. You are far more entertaining than those inept individuals I saw before. Your mimicry, indeed, is the highest form of flattery, and, as you said, the most lethal. Thus, it extended a hand, lightly grazing the ghostly mask upon Yang Jieshi's face. I shall return your visage. As the words fell, the mask, which seemed fused to his flesh, began to silently peel away like melting wax, without a hint of pain appearing in Yang Jieshi's hand. Yet, just before Yang Jieshi and Glass were transported away, the voice of the ghostly visage resonated once more, in commemoration of our delightful collaboration. I shall leave you a mask as a keepsake. However, do not think to casually discard my goodwill into some refuse bin. After all, those young ladies by your side, and that friend who slaughters pigs, are indeed fitting actors. Chapter 60. The rebirth of Lin Gui at the very moment when the eerie mask dissolved into black smoke. Fully detaching from Yang Jieshi's face, a chilling system notification echoed in his mind as expected. Main quest. Extermination of ghostly visage completed. Quest evaluation. Excellent. You have obliterated not only the material vessel, but also the core concept of its spiritual totem. Quest reward. Complete recognition from Lin Gui X1. Advanced Martial Arts 10 consecutive draws X1, dispatched to system space. Without hesitation, Yang Jieshi chose to claim his rewards. Simultaneously, a gentle force of time and space enveloped him in glass, instantly transporting them back to the ravaged by Jing Lu factory. As the light and shadow twisted, the moment he found solid ground again, two fragrant breezes, accompanied by exclamations of surprise, rushed into his embrace from either side. Young, you're all right, sweetheart. I knew you would be fine. It was Harley and Gwen. One girl clung to him like a koala, while the other tightly grasped his arm, burying her face in his shoulder. Siri merely observed and nodded. She felt a desire to join in, yet deemed it somewhat inappropriate. Yang Jieshi felt the soft touch, the unique fragrance of youth, and the unreserved, heartfelt worry and joy emanating from the girls. These sensations surged through him like two powerful currents, instantly breaching the psychological defenses he had long erected with indifference and vigilance. He faintly sensed the girl's intentions, yet in that moment, his body became inexplicably rigid. The hands that had just been stained with blood, accustomed to gripping a knife, now hung helplessly in the air, performing a French salute. Should he push them away? That seemed too cruel. Should he embrace them? That felt excessively intimate. For the first time, this master of mimicry, decisive on the battlefield and unflinching in the face of evil gods, experienced a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, after a brief pause, his hands could only awkwardly and stiffly pat the girl's shoulders, and he spoke in a dry tone. All right, I'm fine. Let's remain calm. Perhaps sensing Yang Jieshi's imminent breakdown. Or perhaps this guardian of time simply could not comprehend or was indifferent to the sticky emotions of mortals. Glass calmly observed the scene before him. Then, with a voice as tranquil as a still pond, he interrupted their post-crisis embrace. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not prudent to linger here. We have other matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, a portal composed of blue sands of time materialized before them. Once again, they experienced the familiar sensation of time and space traversing. But this time, the destination was not the civilized world, but a profound and tranquil forest. This was the true ancestral land of the Lin Gui, unknown to outsiders. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles, earth, and blood, and scattered around were the cold, lifeless bodies of the old Lin Gui assassins, clearly indicating that the cleansing by the Ghostface cult had also reached this place. Glass approached an open space and gently traced his hand, adorned with blue patterns, through the air. A larger portal slowly opened. This time, emerging from the portal were not any extraordinary beings, but a group of ragged, emaciated youths and children. Their ages ranged from 7 or 8 to 15 or 16. Their eyes reflecting an unusual blend of vigilance, resilience, and deep confusion about the future. Among them were several Lin Gui-clad assassins, who, despite their disheveled appearance, saluted Yang Jieshi and the others with respect. Who are they? Yang Jieshi furrowed his brow. They are the descendants of the insurgents who rose against the tyranny of Titan Shokong, Glass explained calmly. Their homes were destroyed, and their loved ones perished. Lord Lu Kang rescued them from the brink of annihilation. They possessed the blood of rebellion and a resilient spirit, sufficient to compensate for the losses caused by the downfall of the Lin Gui. From this day forth, they shall be the new Lin Gui. Additionally, there are a few masters of the Lin Gui from other timelines. While they may not yet wield ice magic, they will assist you in your reconstruction efforts. At this moment, the system once again presented a task to Yang Jieshi. Faction task triggered. Rebuild the Lin Gui. Task objective. Complete the reconstruction of Lin Gui. Task description. In this timeline, Lin Gui has perished. Rebuild them. Task rewards. Recipe for a complete restorative elixir. Fragment of the National Protector's 14 absolute oaths. Failure penalty. None. Lin Gui is your faction. Subsequently, Glass turned his gaze towards the silent Siri, the daughter of time. With a tone of respect, he remarked, due to the war between Lord Lu Kang and Titan Shao, the barriers between different timelines have become exceedingly unstable. You are temporarily unable to return to your world. However, the good news is that I believe those phantoms you refer to as the Wild Hunt are equally unable to navigate through this chaotic temporal storm to locate your coordinates. You are likely to remain here for a considerable duration. You may choose to stay here, or you may accompany our esteemed guest, Yang Jieshi, to explore other realms. Upon hearing this, Siri merely sighed softly, nodding as she said, I will see for now. The first act of rebirth is to bid farewell to death. The group exchanged little conversation, silently gathering the scattered remains of the former Lin Gui members throughout the forest, diligently digging graves to honorably bury them. This was a silent ritual of transition, marking the complete demise of the old Lin Gui, while the new Lin Gui would rise from their graves. For the following period, Yang Jieshi embarked on his inaugural venture within this mountainous region. He nearly transferred all the management methods from his past life's experiences in academia and the military into this new endeavor. He established fundamental rules for these diverse orphans, categorizing the children into different classes and groups based on age and aptitude, appointing class leaders and group heads, thereby creating a rudimentary yet highly effective management system. With the assistance of several Lin Gui masters and the inherent discipline of the children, they swiftly completed the reorganization of the new Lin Gui. However, mere organizational structure was insufficient. Infrastructure was of paramount importance. He directly engaged with the upper echelons of the Celestial Empire's government in this world. Upon learning that a formidable individual was willing to establish a base for a potentially limitless organization within their territory, and that he was open to supervision while only requiring the most basic infrastructural support, the government, especially with the backing of the Marshall Monk Group in this world, readily acquiesced. After all, the governments of various worlds consistently demonstrate a remarkable consensus on valuing both the populace and talent. Within a matter of days, engineering teams advanced into the deep mountains, erecting power grids, signal towers, makeshift barracks, and training facilities, flourishing like mushrooms after rain. Before his training commenced, Yang Jieshi acquired 2 martial arts techniques through an advanced 10-draw lottery. Skill: Guardian Divine Skill. 14 Absolutes of Wind. Martial arts source: Chiju Restaurant. Martial arts description: swift as the wind, elusive, and unpredictable. Following this, he synthesized fragments into skill: Ripple Qi Gong. Martial arts source: A Wonderful Adventure. Martial arts description: the Ripple technique boasts a history of 4,000 years, originating from Tibetan monks and passed down through generations. Initially, Ripple was not designed for combat, but rather developed as a breathing practice for self-cultivation or the pursuit of immortality by the monks of the world's rooftop. The Wind Absolute, combined with the advanced body techniques within the martial arts, compensates for Yang Jieshi's shortcomings in agility and lightness, allowing him to approach his foes, not merely relying on his flickering dagger. Furthermore, the synergy of the Wind Absolute with his swordsmanship, along with attacks reminiscent of blade energy, elevates Yang Jieshi's combat prowess significantly. However, he has only tapped into a mere fraction of this martial arts potential and still has yet to fully master the Wild Ball Fist and the two-color dominance. With diligent practice, the path of cultivation remains inexhaustible. As for the Ripple Qi Gong from the world, it is a technique that generates ripples or inner energy solely through breathing. Additionally, the ripple possesses an effect akin to sunlight, inflicting extra damage on beings of negative energy. The time required for training is relatively short. For instance, Daqiao mastered the ripple and its advanced applications in just 2 months. Although it has the limitation of requiring breath for sustainability and cannot accumulate energy, it serves as an excellent introductory martial art. Comparatively, the Ripple Qi Gong functions like a generator, necessitating activation for operation, while traditional internal martial arts have a dantian akin to a battery, allowing for energy accumulation to reduce combat expenditure. And even in extreme situations, one can operate using stored energy without activating the generator. Yang Jieshi, a formidable monk of the Shadow Sect, regards Qi, or inner energy, as the essence of his being. After his modifications, the ripple no longer suffers from the original sustainability issues. Instead, it resides within the dantian like other internal martial arts. He now possesses an additional means to confront energy beings and execute assassinations. Beyond internal martial arts, he further honed his stealth, mobility, and assassination techniques from the Shadow Sect, as well as the collaborative training of the Yi-Ju. After a brief engagement with several Lin Ghost Masters, Yang Jieshi refined his assassin skills, earning the recognition and respect of these masters. By integrating the techniques of the Shadow Sect with various assassin skills learned from the system, alongside the inherent skills of the Lin Ghost, Yang Jieshi has effectively created a semi-original martial art, establishing himself as a powerful figure capable of founding a sect. In addition to martial arts, he has improved the examination, promotion system, and the requisite learning thresholds for corresponding techniques. In the secret library, numerous martial arts techniques from the Yang Jieshi Academy have been established, allowing each Lin Gui to peruse the martial arts according to their rank and contributions. Beyond traditional martial arts, the curriculum of Lin Gui also encompasses modern combat training, particularly the use of contemporary weaponry. After all, how can one aspire to be a master without utilizing firearms? The instructional videos align with the training provided by the current active military and special forces of the Celestial Empire. And Yang Jieshi exhibits remarkable proficiency in the usage and maintenance of modern individual weaponry. However, the art of bullet-curving gunplay remains a distant aspiration. Were it not for Yang Jieshi's lack of experience with tanks and aircraft, he would have arranged these courses for the new Lin Gui members without hesitation. Moreover, Yang Jieshi is committed to dispelling the external and internal stereotypes associated with the Lin Gui ninjas, which he finds peculiar for an organization from the Celestial Empire to be labeled as such. He believes it would be more fitting to call it an assassin's alliance or a mercenary guild, as their tasks are fundamentally similar. In the midst of this vigorous reconstruction, Harley and Gwen found their respective places. Harley utilized her expertise as a doctoral psychologist to oversee the mental health counseling of all the children. Through her unique therapeutic approach, blending professional theory with whimsical notions, she miraculously alleviated many children's psychological traumas, restoring their smiles. Of course, This also led to the perception that the new Lin Gui were merely a group of hidden eccentrics. Gwen, on the other hand, became the chief instructor of the new Lin Gui, specializing in cultural education. She employed countless films, comics, and games as teaching materials to enlighten the children on tactics, history, and even meta-narrative concepts. These included ideas such as loyalty being conditional, the importance of finishing off opponents, villains often falling victim to excessive dialogue, ventilation systems providing access to all parts of a building, the need to refrain from randomly killing dogs and rabbits, and the peculiar theory of not discussing future plans after a battle. Indeed, many within the new Lin Gui later paid the price in blood, affirming the validity of instructor Gwen's teachings, which consequently bestowed upon them an aura of superstition in the eyes of outsiders. After several days of contemplation, Shiri ultimately decided to remain. She became the chief instructor of swordsmanship, a mentor in monster hunting, and a potions instructor for the new Lin Gui. Her efficient and lethal sword techniques, derived from the Witcher universe, served as a valuable close combat supplement for the children. Although several potion ingredients were elusive, a few types of sword oils and potions were readily concocted. Simultaneously, she developed a keen interest in Yang Jieshi's martial arts, particularly his internal techniques, committing herself to diligent practice each day. Just as the new Lin Gui began to thrive and establish a stable routine, the figure of glass re-emerged within the valley. Lord Yang Jieshi, he said, bowing slightly to the master who was instructing the children in martial arts, Ms. Harley Quinn, Ms. Gwenpool. Lord Liu Kang of the Fire God wishes to see you three. Yang Jieshi exchanged glances with the others and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to several masters and Shiri regarding the upcoming teachings, they unhesitatingly followed Glass through the time portal he had opened. An encounter with the true pinnacle of this world was about to commence. Chapter 61. The Meeting and the Reward Beyond the Luminous Gate. The realm was no longer that of mortals. It was a magnificent Chinese palace suspended amidst an endless sea of stars, where golden clouds formed the ground, and a colossal celestial body, ablaze with eternal fire, rotated slowly in the distance, emanating a gentle yet imposing glow. This was the domain of the newly appointed guardian of the celestial realm, the god of flames, Liu Kang. At the heart of the palace, upon a throne forged from flames and stars, Liu Kang maintained the appearance from their first encounter. Below the throne, several slightly smaller seats were arranged. A familiar assembly was present. One donned a wide-brimmed hat, with eyes sparkling like lightning, while another, clad in robust attire, seemed ready to wield his hat as a lethal weapon, engaged in hushed conversation. On the opposite side, a burly man, bare-chested with muscles as rugged as granite and adorned with animal hides, sat quietly, a massive ancient two-handed sword resting on his back. His deep-set eyes glimmered with a fierce and direct intensity, reminiscent of a wild beast. He was Conan, the barbarian from Tamriel. Many seats remained vacant, seemingly awaiting the arrival of more heroes and deities from diverse worlds. When Yang Jieshi and his companions entered the hall, the first to respond was not the master, Liu Kang, but the barbarian Conan. He rose to his full height, a moving mountain of a man. Without uttering a word, he nodded gravely towards Yang Jieshi and his group, an unadulterated gesture of respect from one warrior to another. It was evident he had learned from Liu Kang of their deeds in Los Angeles. To him, the method was inconsequential, whether through cunning traps or vile tactics. A hunter who emerged alive from the hunt with their prey was always worthy of reverence. In contrast, the other two, the empty-headed man and the lightning wielder, were notably more aloof. They merely glanced at the otherworldly visitors, offering a perfunctory nod, before resuming their discussion, seemingly indifferent to the newcomers. Yang Jieshi's gaze lingered on Conan for a moment. During this time, he had often listened to Gwen, the dimensional guide, recounting tales of notable figures from various worlds. He understood that this Conan bore little resemblance to the slender, agile, panther-like youth depicted in the original novels. After Marvel Comics acquired the rights, they had drastically reimagined him into a more stereotypical, muscular barbarian. Furthermore, the subsequent film starring Governor Schwarzenegger had indelibly imprinted this barbarian's image into the minds of audiences worldwide. However, regardless of the transformation of his appearance, Conan's primal, indomitable vitality remains unchanged. In his previous life, Yang Jieshi held a deep admiration for this legendary barbarian figure. Welcome, warriors from another world. At the head of the table, Liu Kang finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable divinity. You have executed your tasks remarkably well, surpassing my expectations. Now, it is time to fulfill my promise. He extended his hand toward Yang Jieshi. Please, surrender your weapon to me. Without hesitation, Yang Jieshi summoned the battle blade that had accompanied him through countless adversities, drenched in the blood of numerous foes. He cradled it in both hands and presented it. Liu Kang accepted the blade and flicked his fingers against its surface. A resonant sound, akin to a dragon's lament, emanated from the weapon. Such a heavy aura of malevolence, Thunder remarked, his brow furrowing. This blade, burdened by the bloodlust of its former master, teetered on the brink of sentience, destined to become a fearsome instrument. Liu Kang's voice remained serene. Perfect. Today, I shall seize this opportunity to reshape it. Yang Jieshi recalled similar sentiments expressed by Takahashi Kenshi in the Marvel Universe. As Liu Kang's words faded, Glass stepped forward. With a flourish of his hand, 3 pieces of extraordinary metal, each radiating distinct luminescence, hovered in the air. One was an obsidian as dark as the abyss, capable of absorbing all light. Hailing from the underworld, it could evade any magnetic interference, concealing its presence. The second was a brilliant, indestructible metal from outer space, a gift of Liu Kang's divine power. The last piece was a crystal-clear gem, seemingly alive with a soul that swirled within, a soul stone from Eden, the finest conductor of energy. Conan, a warrior requires a formidable weapon. Lend your hand. Liu Kang turned to the barbarian. Conan grinned, revealing his beastly teeth, and approached the anvil, seizing the massive hammer. Coming from a lineage of blacksmiths, the barbarian King Conan was himself an exceptional smith. He also retrieved the remaining star metal from the sword he had forged. Within the Marvel Universe, the star sword in his possession was crafted from star metal bestowed by Ashtar of the Trinity of the Vishani. His involvement in the reforging of Yang Jieshi's weapon served as a testament to the barbarian's endorsement. What transpired next was nothing short of miraculous. Liu Kang ignited divine flames, swiftly melding the 4 divine metals with the battle blade into a liquid, iridescent amalgamation. Thunder summoned the divine lightning from the heavens, continuously refining the impurities within. Glass and Conan wielded the sands of time and the hammer, repeatedly folding and forging the metal, accomplishing in a fraction of a second what mortal blacksmiths could not achieve in a millennium. Meanwhile, the sharp-edged K are spun rapidly, meticulously shaping and sharpening the reborn blade. Clang! As Conan delivered the final blow, a resounding echo reverberated through the cosmos, heralding the birth of an extraordinary weapon, its form more imposing and fierce, with golden divine flames and blue lightning patterns coursing along its blade. In the realm of diverse universes, true currency is energy, transcending the triviality of gold. He spoke slowly. If I were to directly infuse power into your being, it would elevate you instantaneously, yet the foundation would remain unstable, ultimately proving detrimental to your future. Thus, my companions and I have sealed this reward within the blade, to prevent you from exhausting the energy too rapidly or losing control over the power. We have imposed a seal that restricts its output. Otherwise, you might inadvertently cleave the very planet in twain. As you grow, the seal will gradually lift, unleashing greater strength. This gift should sustain you for a lifetime. Yang Jieshi grasped the divine sword, and in that moment, a warm and formidable energy surged through his limbs, enveloping him in an indescribable euphoria. He sensed a profound connection between the blade and his very essence. Furthermore, aside from its primary form as a war sword, it could transform into a long-handled cavalry saber and other configurations. Subsequently, Liu Kang presented a set of mountain pattern armor, including shoulder guards, wrist guards, knee pads, and a belt adorned with a beast's head. While not a divine artifact, these were crafted from lightweight, specialized metals. This ensemble would later become a classic design mimicked by masters in this parallel universe. Turning his gaze towards the 2 ladies, Liu Kang remarked, "I know you prefer modern weaponry." He then unveiled 2 laser weapons that exuded a retro-futuristic style reminiscent of vacuum tube punk aesthetics, classics that combined a hairdryer with spiraled coils. These are energy firearms infused with a portion of my divine fire. Their power far exceeds that of mundane weapons, requiring no ammunition. Simply expose them to sunlight or place them near flames for a brief moment, and they will recharge automatically. Harley and Gwen's eyes sparkled as they accepted their new toys. In addition, The two women requested an array of appealing furniture and two vintage iron-framed hats, which they donned with the swagger of bandits entering a village. Lu Kang graciously fulfilled their requests, deeming them trivial. Now that the rewards have been dispensed, I would like to ask for a small favor before you depart, Lu Kang said, fixing his gaze on Yang Jiesher and Harley. A special visitor from Harley's world has become stranded in ours due to temporal turbulence. His mind appears somewhat troubled. Perhaps you could communicate with him more effectively. Moments later. In a side chamber of the hall, Yang Jiesher and Harley encountered this visitor. He was a remarkably muscular man clad in a tight-fitting outfit of blue and red, wearing a gleaming metallic helmet. With a serious expression, he performed push-ups against the wall, murmuring incantations under his breath. For the sake of peace, I would willingly eliminate every man, woman, and child present here. Yang Jiesher recognized him at once. Wasn't he this the heavyweight character known as Peacemaker from the game Injustice? Upon seeing him, Harley instinctively placed her hand on her forehead in exasperation. Chris? She called out weakly. Peacemaker, also known as Christopher Smith, sprang up from the ground with surprising agility, striking an absurd combat pose. Harleen Quinzel, what brings you here? I was just about to ask you that, Chris. Harley sighed as she approached him. If Amanda Waller, that old hag, finds out you've skipped work to traverse to another universe in pursuit of peace, she'll blow your head off like fireworks. She quickly gleaned the situation, leveraging their shared history in the Suicide Squad. It turned out that Peacemaker had chased after someone resembling his father during a mission and inadvertently got caught in a temporal rift. Soon, his not-so-bright mind was swayed, and he nodded solemnly, declaring, "All right, for peace." Thus, this minor incident was effortlessly resolved. A few minutes later, in Gotham City, under Batman's interrogation, Peacemaker recounted his experiences in the alternate world, though that is another tale altogether. Once everything was settled, Yang Jiesher, along with his two companions and the ever-curious Conan, stood at the center of the hall. Lu Kang extended his hand, opening a spatial conduit. Now that matters have reached a conclusion, farewell, everyone, we shall meet again. A brilliant light surged forth, and countless threads connecting different realities appeared out of thin air, enveloping the four of them, with a peculiar sensation of being pulled through space. Their figures vanished in an instant from the Sacred Hall, returning to the familiar, yet chaotic Marvel universe filled with heroes and troubles. Chapter 62. The future candidates for the Supreme Sorcerer. The threads of space forcibly tugged, folded, and unfolded in a fleeting moment. When the solid sensation of the familiar wooden floor of the dojo beneath his feet registered, Yang Jiesher felt slightly disoriented. The Sacred Hall, suspended amidst the sea of stars, and those mythic figures seemed like a bizarre dream. As Conan's towering figure stabilized, he let out a low, guttural growl akin to a beast, seemingly releasing the discomfort brought on by temporal travel. He surveyed the dojo, rich with Eastern charm, and then glanced outside at the modern urban jungle of steel and glass, breaking into a grin. "Thank you for the hospitality, Easterners," he nodded at Yang Jiesher, succinctly declining his invitation to dinner. "However, I prefer not to waste time at the dining table." With that, the barbarian strode directly to the window, bypassing the door entirely. With a grace that belied his robust physique, he leaped directly out of the second-floor window, swiftly vanishing between the towering edifices, presumably in search of exhilarating adventures that this new world had to offer. Yang Jiesher gazed in the direction of his departure, shaking his head in resignation. He glanced at the clock on the wall and calculated the time, discovering an intriguing phenomenon. They had been occupied in their world, from dealing with the Ghostface cult to reconstructing the Lin Ghost, for nearly half a year. Yet in the Marvel Universe, barely a week had passed. Just as he prepared to relax and reflect on their significant gains, an exceedingly faint, rustling sound emanated from the direction of his kitchen. "Is someone there?" Yang Jiesher's body tensed instantaneously, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Behind him, Harley and Gwen instantly retracted their playful expressions, each grasping their newfound weapons. The trio assumed a combat formation, stealthily approaching the kitchen door. Yang Jiesher abruptly peered inside, only to be rendered completely immobilized by the sight before him. In the kitchen, Shiri sat cross-legged on the floor, cradling an entire family-sized box of breakfast cereal, shoveling handfuls in her mouth with a crunching sound. Her cheeks puffed out like a white-furred hamster hoarding food for the winter. "How did she end up here?" Shiri, evidently aware of the commotion, lifted her head, still chewing her cereal, and regarded the three poised at the doorway with a look of utter bewilderment in her large, greenish-gray eyes. The four of them found themselves locked in a moment of excruciating silence, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Just then, a gentle and serene female voice drifted from the direction of the living room, shattering the stillness. It seems that my teleportation spell has been somewhat affected by the differing laws of the two worlds. I intended to materialize right at your doorstep. Yang Jieshi whipped around as if struck by lightning. Seated quietly by the coffee table in the living room was a Caucasian woman, clad in a beige monk's robe with a shaved head, her presence unnoticed until now. Her countenance exuded tranquility and harmony, her eyes deep and wise, as if they contained the wisdom of the entire universe. Holding a steaming cup of tea, she smiled at them. It was the Ancient One. Yang Jieshi paused for half a second before fully comprehending the situation. This was his third encounter with the Supreme Sorceress. He recalled the Ancient One's first meeting with him, where she spoke of the concept of appearance. The visage of a practitioner manifests according to the observer's inner understanding. In his subconscious, Yang Jieshi had always envisioned the white-bearded elder from the comics as a more fitting representation of the Ancient One, which explained why she had presented herself as an old man during their previous encounters. This time, however, she appeared in a more approachable feminine form, and the reason was evidently clear. Her gaze, unmistakably, transcended him, settling upon the bewildered white-haired girl still fumbling in the kitchen. As Shiri caught sight of the Ancient One, she seemed to exhale in relief. A hint of embarrassment washed over her as she set down the cereal box, explaining, "I apologize. I'm uncertain how I ended up here. Each time I engage in such long-distance traversal, I find it physically taxing, and my body instinctively craves a boost of energy." The Ancient One smiled gently and nodded, signaling that there was no need for concern. She believed the host would not mind. Yang Jieshi acknowledged her with a nod, considering it only proper to treat a friend to a meal. She then redirected her gaze towards Yang Jieshi. "Forgive my intrusion, but I feel compelled to discuss two matters in person with you." "Please, go ahead," Yang Jieshi replied, sitting up straight. Nearby, Harley and Gwen approached in curiosity. Harley's eyes sparkled with inquiry as she assessed the psychological state of the Ancient One, while Gwen whispered excitedly to Harley, "Tilda Swinton, the Ancient One truly embodies her on-screen persona. Goodness, she possesses an aura even more captivating than in the films." "The first matter," the Ancient One said, setting down her teacup, "pertains to you. The Vishani behind me have reached an agreement with the god of flame, Liu Kang, as well as the master weaver of the multiverse. They will facilitate your return to a point close to when you departed. Moreover, starting today, you may utilize the power of the spider totem you bear to traverse freely between this world and Liu Kang's new timeline. This will enable you to better control and develop the fledgling Lin Gui under your command." "Thank you," Yang Jieshi replied earnestly. Having previously fretted over how to facilitate his people's passage between two worlds, only to discover that the formidable figures behind him had already devised a solution. "There is no need for gratitude. This is something you have earned through your own efforts," the Ancient One smiled. But her subsequent words cast a sudden pall over the atmosphere. "The second matter concerns the future of Kamar Taj." Her gaze turned distant and profound, as though she were peering through the corridors of time. "I once believed that Stephen Strange would be the optimal choice. However, since your arrival, I have glimpsed two vastly divergent futures for him, existing simultaneously. In one timeline, he is overwhelmed, scarcely afforded a moment to breathe or grow. First, there is Dormammu, followed by Thanos, and then the uncontrollable Scarlet Witch. He single-handedly exhausts all the accumulated strength of Kamar Taj over millennia. Of course, this cannot be laid at his feet. The circumstances are such that he is merely striving to endure in his own way. In the alternate timeline, the Ancient One's tone became more complex, the true Sorcerer Supreme. Strange emerges. He is powerful, wise, and resolute, a force capable of intimidating even the gods and demons. These two timelines, once clearly delineated, have become entangled due to your monumental influence, resulting in a chaotic conflation. This vast uncertainty renders me unable to affirm whether Stephen Strange remains the best choice. I even hesitate to wield the time stone again to peer into the now muddled future." She let out a gentle sigh, remarking, "As for Wong, he possesses an abundance of loyalty, yet lacks the vision and innate talent. Conversely, Mo Du is endowed with talent, but is overly obsessive. Merlin and other masters each have their distinct responsibilities. They're either unwilling to take on the role or simply unqualified. Ancient One lifted her gaze, her eyes seemingly capable of perceiving all, firmly locking onto Yang Jieshi. Therefore, Yang Jieshi, I implore you, this singular variable I cannot decipher, to assist me in finding a more suitable supreme sorcerer. Should my voice grow faint, yet resonate in Yang Jieshi's ears like thunder. If one day I'm no longer present, I hope you will oversee Kamar Taj, at least until we identify an appropriate successor. This would also be beneficial for you. Ancient One discerned the astonishment on Yang Jieshi's face and added, Kamar Taj is acquainted with numerous formidable monster hunters and mercenaries across various dimensions. This could significantly aid you in expanding your own endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yang Jieshi, driven by the instinct of a mercenary, instinctively inquired, what sort of remuneration are you offering? Taken aback by the question, Ancient One momentarily paused, then for the first time, a hint of mischievous amusement, reminiscent of a young girl's playful smile, graced her eternally serene visage. As for compensation, she feigned contemplation. If all else fails, I shall wager the entirety of Kamar Taj on you. Without allowing Yang Jieshi a moment to process her words, she lifted her teacup and drained the remaining tea in one swift motion. Rising to her feet, she elegantly traced a gesture in the air, conjuring a shimmering portal that erupted with golden sparks, and gracefully stepped through it. When Yang Jieshi emerged from his state of shock, intending to voice a response, the portal had already closed with a decisive snap, leaving behind 3 bewildered individuals and a searching Shiri. Volume 3, Odin and the King of the Wild Hunt, Chapter 1. The daily life of the martial arts hall. The brilliant sunlight streamed through the windows of the Zhengzheng Martial Arts Hall, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the floor. The air was infused with a distinctive aroma, a blend of sweat, ointment, and wood, accompanied by the resonant sounds of fists slicing through the air and steady footsteps, creating a peculiar yet harmonious symphony. Yang Jieshi, hands clasped behind his back like a sovereign surveying his domain, strolled leisurely through the bustling training ground. His gaze was calm, yet piercing, absorbing every detail within the hall. Each nuance swiftly analyzed and cataloged within his heightened mind. The most prominent sight was a trio brimming with youthful exuberance. Peter Parker patiently corrected the martial arts techniques of his 2 young companions, Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. His movements were precise and powerful, his explanations clear and comprehensible, embodying the essence of a competent assistant instructor. A light-hearted and intimate atmosphere enveloped the trio, with playful banter and encouragement transforming the monotony of training into a more delightful experience. Observing this scene, Yang Jieshi felt a sense of clarity. His initial intervention had undoubtedly been the right decision. Yang Jieshi has triumphed over the adversary Norman Osborn. Peter, too, has evaded the endless emotional entanglements and agonizing choices depicted in the original narrative. Instead, he has embraced a more candid and wholesome approach, growing alongside his 2 beloved companions. As all misunderstandings, deceptions, and barriers of identity are laid bare in the light of day, these 3 young souls discover the most harmonious way to coexist. No longer are they victims ensnared in the whirlpool of emotions. They have become comrades and family, standing shoulder to shoulder in mutual support. Today, Peter exudes an air of confidence and contentment, embodying the essence of a life well lived. How delightful, Jieshi muses as he holds his teacup. Sometimes, cutting through the chaos with decisive action proves far more effective than gentle guidance. Not far from the trio, a girl named Cindy Moon is listening to Peter's instructions alongside her 2 close friends, Mary Jane and Gwen. This girl lacks the aura of a spider totem, indicating that in this world, the gift of the radioactive spider has befallen only Peter. She does not share the fated attraction with Peter that is portrayed in the original comics. Instead, she observes their interactions with a sense of bewilderment and dissatisfaction, akin to that of someone reluctantly consuming a love story. Peter, in turn, does not harbor an uncontrollable desire for her. Although the future Peter has confided to Jieshi that he is quite happy, the young Spider-Man still has to guard against certain emotional pitfalls, those more intricate and brutal narrative traps that lie in higher dimensions. For instance, the heart-wrenching transactions of love for life in the last days, or the tragic fate of Mary Jane contracting a terminal illness due to her connection with him in the Spider-Verse storyline. Regarding the former, Jieshi can only strive to prevent Peter from prematurely revealing critical information, ensuring he does not join the pro-registration side in the Civil War, and doing his utmost to safeguard Aunt May. Additionally, he contemplates the possibility of orchestrating a scheme involving Deadpool, considering that both Deadpool and Mysterio accepted employment from Iron Man in the Civil War narrative. Beyond that, his options are limited. Even the formidable Doctor Doom could not reclaim his mother-esque soul from Mephisto. As for the latter scenario, it hinges on the strength of the Spider Totem. In alternate universes, she has experienced the transformation into a Spider-Man variant, and since this world already harbors two Spider-Men, an additional one would not pose a significant issue. As for the notion of eliminating Paul Rabin ahead of time, Gescher finds little interest. After all, he is merely a plot device introduced by the writers to balance the events of the last days. Moreover, Gescher has discovered through relevant government websites that numerous individuals bear that name in New York alone, leaving him disinclined to hunt them down one by one. Even if he were to take such drastic action, the curse would remain unresolved. Conversely, the atmosphere on the other side is starkly different. A group of physically fit men and women, their gazes sharp and determined, are engaged in intense training under the guidance of Master Lin Gu. They are agents of S.H.I.L.D., drawn here under the pretense of personal interest, as Gescher's tenuous relationship with Shang-Chi is no secret within the organization. Recently, the two individuals encountered yet another conflict for reasons unknown. It was not the director who summoned Conan to intervene, leveraging Conan's influence to negotiate with Yang Jie, subsequently spending money to secure the individual's safety. It seems that the upper echelons had no chance of intervening. To avoid unnecessary complications, these agents opted to enroll in training under their private names. Yang Jie had already perused the list of participants. They were merely ordinary members of the action team, lacking any particularly noteworthy figures. He entrusted these individuals entirely to his subordinates, Master Lin Gue and Shili, for training. The warriors from another world employed direct, efficient, and ruthless training methods perfectly suited for these bloodthirsty agents. Among them, a select few demonstrated exceptional diligence, having paid triple the tuition fees and specifically requested additional guidance. Yang Jie recognized them as Hydra operatives. But what of it? To the imitator master, money was merely money, regardless of its source. Moreover, he was quite pleased with Hydra's method of payment, which was in solid gold bars, of impeccable quality. The inexpensive disciple, Lang Yuro, who came to negotiate, attempted to entice Yang Jie into joining Hydra. After being rebuffed, he politely remarked that if cooperation proceeded smoothly, the future benefits would be substantial. Upon receiving the funds, Yang Jie specifically instructed Lin Gui's instructors to invest extra effort in teaching these eager students, ensuring they felt they received exceptional value for their investment. As for the final area of the martial arts hall, it was the most bustling yet least skilled section. A group of lackeys for Martin Li and some social misfits, under the guidance of Gwen and several Lin Gue apprentices, were engaged in foundational physical training and combat initiation. These individuals had weak fundamentals and poor stamina. A few even struggled to walk without panting, having heard that the martial arts hall could aid in weight loss. Among the students, two figures stood out, particularly a tall, stern middle-aged man who was notably distinguished. He was George Stacy, the chief of the New York City Police Department. Initially, Chief Stacy came to the martial arts hall upon hearing of the Eastern medicine's miraculous effects on chronic injuries. As a police officer, he bore numerous accumulated ailments from his early years. However, upon his first entrance into the martial arts hall, he unexpectedly witnessed his precious daughter engaged in playful antics with a young man and another girl, exhibiting an intimacy that was quite alarming. Protective of his daughter, Chief Stacy was on the verge of confrontation, yet discreetly enrolled in a course alongside several acupuncture treatments, ostensibly for recuperation, but truly seeking an opportunity to catch the young man named Peter in the act. Nevertheless, after several miraculous acupuncture sessions with Yang Jie, the old injuries that had ached in damp weather significantly improved. Being in debt to someone makes one vulnerable, and as a police officer, his instincts and unique intelligence network led him to harbor suspicions about Yang Jie's true identity. Thus, the flicker of anger within Chief Stacy had to be suppressed, though his gaze towards Peter remained scrutinizing and unfriendly. As for Mr. Bottom Film, he merely sought to foster a closer relationship. As long as he maintained a strong bond with the imitator master, gold would pose no threat to him. The first floor of the martial arts hall was orderly, while the serene room on the second floor was engaged in more intricate restorative work. Harley Quinn, once the chaotic queen of Gotham City, sat cross-legged on a soft cushion, holding a lollipop, earnestly providing psychological counseling to Harry Osborn and Liz Allen. Listen closely, Harry. Harley licked her lollipop and spoke in a peculiar tone that blended professional jargon with streetwise wisdom. The death of that bastard of a father is not your fault. This is a convoluted mess of post-traumatic stress disorder mixed with survivor's guilt and a hint of the Oedipus complex. You feel as if you've betrayed him. Betrayed the Osborn name, correct? Wondering if everything would be different had you not eloped with dear little Liz? Harry Osborn's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his handsome face etched with fatigue and struggle. Some time had passed since the shocking events at the engagement party and the death of his father, Norman Osborn. Yet the heavy shackles of grief, coupled with the burdens of the company, still left him gasping for air. He instinctively tightened his grip on Liz's hand. She gently returned the gesture, her gaze resolute and filled with affection, softly reassuring Harley. He just needs time. He has to face those board members, those opportunistic wolves, and deal with the mess left by his father. Harley snapped her fingers. So, Harry, what you absolutely do not need right now is to doubt yourself. Your choice for love and freedom is the coolest thing in the world. You need to kick that deadbeat father out of your mind. Yang Jiesher, utilizing his observation abilities, nodded in agreement. His decision to have Harley provide psychological counseling was a well-considered one. Harry's current situation was perilous. His family's decline, his father's tragic death, the impact on his friendship, and his uncertainty about the future. All these pressures could overwhelm any young soul. Moreover, the hereditary afflictions of the Osborn family loomed like an unstable time bomb, buried within his very genes. Even with the Osborn Group's downfall and the apparent bankruptcy of the Green Goblin Serum Project, Liz served as a stabilizer. In the animated version, she successfully saved Harry. However, in the comics, she ultimately failed to rescue young Osborn, becoming yet another tool manipulated by the writers. Yang Jiesher remained uncertain whether this child might, in despair, tread the same path as his father. As for the psychological counseling, although he held confidence in Harley Quinn's expertise, he feared she might exacerbate matters, akin to the inmates of Arkham in Gotham. Consequently, Yang Jiesher devised several contingency plans for young Osborn, hoping never to have to employ them. The case of Dr. Otto had concluded smoothly during Yang Jiesher's absence in the cosmos. Norman Osborn's death left the Osborn Group leaderless, and the board members, eager to rid themselves of the mess and distance themselves from the situation, propelled the case forward with unusual swiftness, thanks to Matt Murdock's influence. At present, this vigilante of Hell's Kitchen, under Peter's request, is assuming the identity of attorney Matt Murdock to assist Harry in navigating a convoluted inheritance case, striving to secure for him a future free from overwhelming debt. Fortunately, everything seems to be progressing in a favorable direction. Yang Jiesher approached the table, finishing the last sip of tea, the warm liquid flowing down his throat and spreading a soothing warmth throughout his being. Concealed from the others, he activated the system panel. Name, Yang Jiesher. Level, 10. Strength, 23. Agility, 25. Intellect, 19. Endurance, 24. Given his current attributes, he surpassed Steve Rogers in strength. One wonders how he would measure against the Asgardians of this realm, considering the application of his chi and the enhancement of various mystical abilities. What would his overall combat prowess amount to? At this moment, the tantalizing aroma of food interrupted Yang Jiesher's musings as his friend, a Fey, wheeled in a sizable stainless steel cart, pushing open the doors of the dojo. One of the benefits afforded to students training at the dojo is a complimentary lunch, which is entirely outsourced to his friend, a Fey, the proprietor of Fuji Meat Shop. He was indeed curious to ascertain whether a Fey truly belonged to a different faction, as suggested by Hallie. Yet, neither he nor the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could discern anything amiss. The only inexplicable aspect was the profound inner strength concealed within a Fey. And as Yang Jiesher's own power grew, he increasingly sensed that his friend was far from ordinary. However, at this moment, everyone was captivated by the rich scent of braised pork, the refreshing aroma of stir-fried vegetables, and the steaming rice and soup. Even Yang Jiesher's stomach protested, urging him to eat rather than indulge in idle thoughts. Approaching the food cart, a Fey expertly handed him a bento box piled high with meat. Master Yang, today a special includes a pork knuckle. A Fey chuckled, resembling an eager merchant trying to please a valued customer. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy door of the dojo was knocked upon in a leisurely manner. The sound, though not loud, carried a unique rhythm that instantly pierced through the din of training within the dojo, clearly resonating in the ears of everyone present. Yang Jieshi, holding his bento box, walked toward the entrance. Outside stood a figure, the sunlight outlining her graceful yet perilous silhouette, dressed in a well-tailored black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. Her iconic long red curls glimmered in the sunlight like flames. On her breathtakingly beautiful face rested a professional yet dangerously enticing smile, and in her hand, she held a metallic briefcase. The Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Mr. Yang Jieshi, her voice flowed like smooth liquor, melodious yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. Whispered softly in a manner only the two could hear, "We have matters that require the aid of the master of imitation." Yang Jieshi escorted her into the martial arts hall, where the Black Widow's gaze briefly swept over the surrounding individuals, including the delivery man, Ah Fei. This agent from the Red Room detected no abnormalities. After all, SHIELD had thoroughly investigated everyone around him, including the chef, Ah Fei. It could be said that the chef's background was impeccably clean. His history was as ordinary as that of the majority of the common folk in Chinatown, utterly unremarkable and devoid of any issues. Thus, even the most elite agents would pay no extra heed to this portly chef. Upon entering the meeting room, she retrieved a slender, brown paper envelope emblazoned with the SHIELD eagle emblem from her pocket and handed it to Yang Jieshi. "This assignment from SHIELD," she stated with crisp clarity, her verdant eyes fixed intently on Yang Jieshi as if attempting to penetrate the very depths of his soul. "Will you accept it?" Yang Jieshi glanced briefly at the contents and nodded. The Black Widow opened the case she was holding and presented a deposit. Inside lay a square shield made of the same material as Captain America's iconic one. Chapter 2. First encounter Margaret's sister's bar, nestled on the fringes of Hell's Kitchen. Serve as a haven for mercenaries, perpetually suffused with the mingled scents of cheap whiskey, sweat, gunpowder, and low-cost perfume. The dim lighting cast a heavy pall over the space, the air thick with tension. In every corner, a transaction of immeasurable value or a life-and-death conspiracy could be unfolding. Behind the bar, the bartender Margaret wiped a glass, unperturbed by the surroundings. She had witnessed too many so-called legends rise here, as well as countless others vanish without a trace. At this moment, in a nondescript booth, the atmosphere felt particularly stagnant. The Punisher, Frank Castle, was fixated on a list laid before him. His weathered face, as unyielding as granite, bore the deep furrows of disbelief. He lifted his gaze, and within his eyes, those that had seen too much death and sin, there flickered an unusual blend of incredulity and absurdity. "Are you jesting with me?" Frank's voice was hoarse and low, akin to rusty metal scraping together, each word imbued with an oppressive weight capable of instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Javelin anti-tank missile, at least 3 launchers. Barrett 821, equipped with armor-piercing incendiary rounds. And this quantity of 4. Are you planning to obliterate a military base? He jabbed a thick finger at the list, the paper groaning under the strain. 4 Frank, a battle-hardened veteran who had navigated countless war zones. Any item on this list signified absolute devastation. This exceeded the realm of mercenary skirmishes. It constituted a firepower configuration sufficient to wage a small localized war in certain regions. Confronted by the Punisher's nearly lethal gaze, Yang Jieshi appeared remarkably unperturbed. Leisurely, he lifted his glass, savoring a sip of the amber liquid within, and then nonchalantly shrugged. "Don't be so tense, Frank." His tone was as casual as if he were discussing picnic plans for the weekend. "This particular mission has the SHIELD as one of its employers. You know, collaborating with them always brings forth unforeseen complications. It is prudent to be prepared for anything." He paused briefly before adding, "Moreover, I have also casually taken on a few contracts for Mexico. As you are aware, the situation along the Mexican border is such that the drug lords are immensely wealthy, their armed forces rivaling those of warlords. Without substantial firepower, I fear I may not escape their estates." Both statements held a semblance of truth, yet they merely skimmed the surface of a much deeper reality. Yang Jieshi certainly would not divulge to Frank that the real reason he required these weapons was to confront the ultimate weapon, the destroyer armor, forged by Odin himself, which likely emanated from Asgard. When Black Widow presented the SHIELD mission brief, and upon noting that the mission's location was in a small town in New Mexico, sealed off due to unusual celestial phenomena, Yang Jieshi quickly deduced the true nature of his task. Undoubtedly, it pertained to Thor, the unfortunate god cast down to Earth. Should the narrative unfold as it did in the films he recalled, they were about to face the destroyer armor, sent by Loki to test his brother. That formidable entity was impervious to blades and firearms, capable of unleashing devastating energy beams. In the film, it effortlessly overpowered SHIELD's elite agents and the Warriors 3, ultimately being vanquished only when Thor awakened his divine powers. Yang Jieshi possessed a clear understanding of his current capabilities. Engaging in a direct confrontation, he might manage to hold his own against the cinematic version of the Destroyer for a fleeting moment. But to secure victory was nearly impossible unless he could unlock the blade's sealed high-power operational mode. Thus, these high-caliber anti-armor weapons were his trump card, a means to contend against a mythical creation with the utmost brutality of modern technology. The notion of clashing contemporary might with ancient magical constructs was audacious, yet worth the endeavor. Nevertheless, there lingered an even more daunting possibility. What if the Destroyer in this realm possessed the formidable power depicted in the comics? Terrifying images from the comics flashed through Yang Jieshi's mind. In those narratives, Odin donned the Destroyer armor, valiantly facing the onslaught of 7 Asgardian gods, even managing to retaliate against one. Such power transcended human comprehension. Should a creature of that caliber descend upon them, the toys he had prepared would be as effective as mere sticks. In that eventuality, the only choice would be to flee, to run as far as possible, seeking refuge and safety, while watching Thor unleash his might. His presence had already altered numerous events. One could never predict whether this butterfly effect would amplify the Destroyer's strength. He must brace himself for the worst. Frank Castle scrutinized Yang Jie for a good 10 seconds, seemingly attempting to discern any traces of deceit on his composed visage. Ultimately, however, he gleaned nothing. Instead, he perceived a fellow tactician, equally skilled and possessing a keen intuition for danger, meticulously preparing for an inevitable confrontation. After a moment's contemplation, Frank nodded in acceptance of this explanation. He folded the list and tucked it into the pocket of his tactical vest. "I shall do my utmost," he stated, "though I cannot guarantee that I will secure everything. Some sources are rather troublesome, and even I require time. Doing your best suffices, should it prove insufficient. I have alternative avenues," Yang Jie replied, raising his glass in acknowledgement. Just as the two reached a consensus and prepared to delve into further discussions, a shadowy figure approached with furtive intent. This was a man clad in a tight red suit and a black tactical vest, his face adorned with a mischievous expression, as if perpetually stifling a wicked grin. His gait was somewhat flamboyant, his gaze erratic, yet it inadvertently conveyed a predatory sharpness. Deadpool, Wade Wilson. No, to be precise. At this moment, he was merely Wade Wilson. Upon recognizing the somewhat familiar countenance, Yang Jie's eyes flickered momentarily. He recalled the future incarnation of this man, donned in a red and black uniform, wielding twin swords, and boasting a mouth that could rival a Gatling gun in its incessant chatter. This future Wade, after a serious yet imploring encounter in a SHIELD warehouse, had earnestly requested that he look after his past self should the opportunity arise. Yang Jie had indeed taken that to heart, exerting a modicum of effort to pay attention to Wade at this juncture in time. He was aware that this individual was currently cohabitating with his beloved Vanessa, residing in a phase of life filled with both bliss and confusion. A mercenary who thrived on the edge of a blade, paired with a stripper equally entrenched in moral ambiguity, their future was fraught with uncertainty. In this moment, Wade's face was etched with anxiety and discomfort. He bore no resemblance to the audacious lunatic of the future. After all, he was presently an ordinary mercenary, reasonably skilled yet financially troubled. He had recently accepted a lucrative assignment from Margaret, sufficient to allow him and Vanessa a few months of indulgence, tasked with eliminating several targets in Mexico. However, upon enthusiastically accepting the job, he discovered that the employer did not cover airfare. And Wade Wilson, having paid rent and gifted Vanessa an extravagant necklace, found his pockets emptier than his expression. The meager deposit had long since evaporated in the bar and at the gambling table. As he passed by the restroom, he inadvertently overheard the conversation of two formidable figures, one a legendary mimic, the other a fearsome enforcer of the underworld. He gathered that they too intended to venture to the border, sparking a glimmer of inspiration. Could he possibly hitch a ride? This thought burgeoned wildly in his mind. Thus, summoning the greatest courage of his life, he brazenly approached them. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen." Wade rubbed his hands together, a disarming smile plastered on his face as he awkwardly interrupted. "I am Wade. I couldn't help but overhear that you two are heading south." Frank's brow furrowed into a deep scowl, casting a cold, unapproachable aura that radiated from him. For the Punisher, individuals like this, seemingly unreliable and overly glib, were the last kind he wished to engage with. He was prepared to dismiss this uncomfortable encounter with a curt command to leave. However, before he could utter a word, the master of mimicry interjected. "Wade?" Yang Jiesher scrutinized him with keen interest, a gaze that made Wade feel utterly exposed, as if stripped bare and laid upon an operating table. Yes, Master," Wade stammered, swallowing nervously. "What do you wish to inquire about?" Yang Jiesher asked coolly. Wade, taking a deep breath and deciding to cast caution to the wind, continued. "I noticed you two appear well-prepared and equipped for a significant undertaking. I, too, have received an assignment in Mexico, but my funds are quite limited, and I cannot afford the airfare at the moment. Therefore, I humbly ask if you might allow me to accompany you. I can contribute to fuel costs, or if there is anything along the way I can assist with, please let me know. My marksmanship is well regarded within mercenary circles, and I can serve as a translator for the primary languages of South America." Upon hearing this, Frank turned to Yang Jiesher, his expression clearly conveying a desire to rid themselves of this nuisance. He was unaware of the secret bond between Yang Jiesher and the future Deadpool, yet his experience told him that bringing along such an uncertain variable would only complicate their mission unnecessarily. To his surprise, however, Yang Jiesher began to contemplate the request seriously. Yang Jiesher gazed at the somewhat naive and pitiable Wade Wilson and sighed, recalling the rare moment of earnestness when the future entity had entrusted him with a promise to take care of him and Vanessa, a commitment heavy with significance. Perhaps this was a pivotal intersection of timelines, where his presence would facilitate their first formal encounter. "Very well," Yang Jiesher finally uttered, softly. "What?" Frank and Wade both exclaimed in disbelief. Frank stared at Yang Jiesher with an expression of incredulity, while Wade was elated, nearly unable to believe his ears. Ignoring Frank's incredulous look, Yang Jiesher turned to Wade, saying, "We can take you along, but once aboard the aircraft, you will follow my orders. Is that understood?" "Absolutely. No problem at all." Wade nodded vigorously, eager not to lose this opportunity. "You are like my saviors." Yang Jiesher waved his hand dismissively before explaining to the visibly displeased Frank, "In any case, this flight is funded by S.H.I.E.L.D., and they will reimburse the fuel costs. Whether we take one or two passengers, it makes no difference. It's a benefit we should seize." This is a rationale meant for Frank, sounding entirely plausible. Yet, in Yang Jiesher's mind, the situation was altogether different. Regardless of the circumstances, Deadpool was undeniably his good brother, and he had previously acquiesced to Deadpool's request. Thus, assisting him this time was merely a trivial endeavor. Additionally, it provided an opportunity to potentially influence Deadpool, steering him away from joining the registration faction, or, at the very least, preventing him from involving himself. Observing Wade's comically exaggerated demeanor of gratitude, as if he were about to prostrate himself, Yang Jiesher lifted his glass, concealing a smile at the corners of his mouth. Although Frank Castle was exceedingly reluctant, he could not object further, as Yang Jiesher, the principal actor, had already made his decision. He merely huffed heavily in tacit agreement. Thus, in this chaotic mercenary bar, their futures intertwined due to an unexpected conversation and a promise transcending time, forming an impromptu trio bound for New Mexico. For Yang Jiesher and Wade Wilson, this marked their true first encounter along this timeline. Chapter 3. The spearhead emerging from the Margaret Sisters bar, the night breeze of New York carried a hint of chill. Wade Wilson, in high spirits, trailed behind, incessantly chattering about the substantial savings he had garnered from his travel expenses. In contrast, Frank Castle resembled a moving iceberg, exuding an aura of forbidding solitude as he walked ahead. Yang Jieshi paid no heed to this contrasting duo. His thoughts had already drifted towards a matter of greater significance and complexity. While the issue of weaponry had found some resolution, the enigma surrounding his mentor, Yang Shoujeng, loomed over him like an impenetrable fog. He vividly recalled two starkly different, yet equally assertive claims. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and a one-eyed master operative, had explicitly stated during his recruitment attempt that Yang Shoujeng was a senior agent of SHIELD, codenamed Heavenly Master. Conversely, the commander of Hydra, Crossbones Brock Rumlow, after being vanquished by him, divulged another astonishing revelation. His mentor was one of Hydra's most elite instructors, having personally trained a cadre of top assassins capable of altering the global balance of power. Hydra instructor? These two identities were as disparate as light and shadow, water and fire, yet peculiarly pointed towards the same individual. Yang Jieshi understood well that the secrets concealed within were far more intricate than they appeared. The final relic left by his mentor, that black iron box, might very well be the key to unraveling this entire mystery. Upon returning to the Shoujeng Martial Arts School, Yang Jieshi descended to the basement once again, placing the heavy black iron box upon the floor before him. The box felt frigid to the touch, devoid of any seams or lock holes, resembling a solid piece of iron. Had it not been for Yang Jieshi's extensive knowledge of color, domineering presence, and the runes, he might not have even perceived it as a box. However, as he had never encountered a lock of this nature, he dared not resort to brute force to pry it open, which is why he had yet to unveil the contents within. Yang Jieshi took a moment to steady his breath, retrieving the universal key from the confines of the system space, a key that could be used only 5 times. With a mere thought, the key materialized in his hand. It resembled a flowing liquid metal, akin to mercury, devoid of any fixed shape. He delicately placed the key upon the surface of the box. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the liquid metal key seemed to possess a life of its own, gently flowing across the box's surface until it converged at a singular point. Then, without a whisper, it seeped into the box, vanishing from sight. In the stillness of the room, a soft click echoed, as if a mechanism deep within had been triggered. However, it was evident that the box had not been completely opened. Without hesitation, Yang Jieshi utilized the key once more, eliciting a clearer, crisper sound of a mechanism springing to life within the box. The third, fourth, and fifth uses of the universal key followed, each time amplifying the cacophony of mechanisms inside the black iron box, akin to the rapid ticking of a finely tuned clock. As the final opportunity melded with the box, all sounds abruptly ceased. The formerly seamless exterior of the box began to glow as all its runes illuminated, unfolding like the petals of a lotus in bloom. Ultimately, the top lid of the box ascended with a gentle whir of gears. Yang Jieshi peered inside, only to find nothing that could directly affirm his identity. The bottom of the box was lined with a thick layer of dark crimson velvet, upon which lay 2 items in serene repose. One was a spearhead, and the other, a yellowed note resting beside it. The spearhead shone in a dark golden hue, forged from an unknown special metal, showing no signs of rust despite the passage of time. Intricate and ancient cloud and thunder patterns were etched along its surface, the lines fluid and imbued with a sense of power. Though the blade remained unsharpened, it emanated a chilling aura, as if a mere touch could rend the very fabric of existence. This was no ordinary artifact. He set down the spearhead and picked up the yellowed note. On it, a single line of vigorous Chinese characters read, "Take this item and return to the Celestial Empire." There was no signature, no explanation, merely this simple phrase, akin to a dying wish. Yang Jieshi held the note, rendered speechless for a while. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythm of his steady breathing. He gazed at the spearhead before glancing at the note in his hand. Fragments of thoughts, SHIELD, Hydra, Celestial Master, Instructor, intertwining his mind like lightning, stitching together a tapestry of hidden truths, finally revealing a reality obscured by layers of mist. His mentor, Yang Shoujeng, was not only an agent of SHIELD, but also an instructor for Hydra. Yet, these two identities were likely mere facades. His true identity was that of an infiltrator from the Celestial Empire, a person burdened with a special mission. This cloud and thunder-patterned spearhead was likely the highest testament to his identity, or perhaps a token of a crucial task. Having unraveled all these mysteries, Yang Jieshi attained a clearer understanding of his master's identity, albeit with lingering doubts. He meticulously placed the spearhead and note back into his pocket before closing the box. This secret would remain forever buried within him. He would also find a way to fulfill his master's dying wish. The revelation of his master's true allegiance deepened Yang Jieshi's suspicion and curiosity regarding another individual, the owner of the Fu Ji meat shop, Ah Fei. As night enveloped the city, the majority of shops in Chinatown had already closed for the evening, and the rolling shutter of Fu Ji meat shop was drawn down, rendering it indistinguishable from its neighboring establishments. A barely perceptible fluctuation in the fabric of space flickered in the shadows of the shop's alley as Yang Jieshi's figure silently emerged. He did not enter through the door. Instead, he activated his shimmering dagger ability, and with a slight distortion of space, he teleported directly into the shop's back room. Inside, a dim light illuminated the area, and the air still bore the lingering scent of meat from earlier in the day, mingled with a hint of disinfectant. A figure sat with their back to him at a dining table, seemingly engaged in the act of polishing something. Yang Jieshi's arrival was soundless, yet he was keenly aware that the individual had likely sensed his presence. He slowly raised his hand and removed his mask, revealing his face. The figure paused momentarily, then gradually turned to face Yang Jieshi. It was indeed Ah Fei, the meat shop owner. However, at that moment, Ah Fei exhibited no surprise, not even the slightest hint of astonishment. His gaze met Yang Jieshi's with an unsettling calmness, akin to a tranquil pool, as if he had anticipated this visit. "You're here?" Ah Fei spoke, his voice markedly different from before. It was a standard, articulate Mandarin, devoid of the accent he usually feigned. The jovial, merchant-like smile that typically adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a demeanor of poise and sharpness. He rose and casually retrieved a can of beverage from the adjacent refrigerator, pushing it toward Yang Jieshi with an air of nonchalance. Yang Jieshi's eyes fell upon the can. The gesture seemed casual, yet with his enhanced dynamic vision and martial prowess, he discerned the subtle intricacies embedded within it. At the moment of extending the cup, Ah Fei's wrist and joint angles were poised for action, capable of transforming the can into a lethal projectile within a fraction of a second. This was a test. Yang Jieshi remained silent, calmly extending his hand to receive the cup with an equally seemingly casual, yet intricately skilled technique, a synthesis of the monk's deflection skills and arrow-slicing art he had mastered. "Did you already know my true identity?" Yang Jieshi inquired, gazing at the fizzy drink. Ah Fei observed his impeccable cup-receiving technique without any outward reaction. Though he had long harbored suspicions regarding this trial, he retracted the energy he had been quietly gathering, allowing his body to relax as he leaned back against the chair. Looking at Yang Jieshi, he countered with a question. "And you? When did you discover my presence?" A hint of resignation colored his tone. Long ago, he had consulted with his superiors, expressing concerns that the master of imitation might uncover his identity, and his superiors had granted him the autonomy to adapt to the situation. However, he never anticipated that the revelation would come so swiftly. Just earlier that day, following the appearance of the Black Widow, he had meticulously destroyed the majority of the gathered intelligence and had arranged for his comrades to evacuate. Yet, the time was simply too brief. He chose to remain, hoping to delay matters slightly. Although their intelligence station adhered strictly to discipline, abstaining from assassination, seduction, and monetary bribery, focusing primarily on the collection of public intelligence. Most of the information gathered was accessible through open channels and did not involve core secrets. Nevertheless, if discovered for extensive collection of public information, it would still be classified as espionage, which could lead to significant complications. Recently, Yang Jieshi replied, "You've concealed yourself remarkably well, but my perception has significantly sharpened. The internal energy within you, though deeply hidden and imperceptible to the average person, is something I can sense. A butcher should not possess such mastery." Upon hearing these words, Ah Fei nodded in acknowledgement. He responded candidly, "Likewise, I pinpointed your location on Roosevelt Island. At that time, aside from the hand union ceremony, we also detected a remarkably unique magical energy response." Yang Jieshi nodded in agreement, recalling how, after being gravely injured by the beast's possession, The copper coin talisman left by his master had granted him a second chance at life. The fact that the Supreme Mage could locate him, aside from his status as a traveler, was likely linked to the fluctuations in magical energy. The nature of that energy is peculiar, seemingly connected to the legendary hellish dimension. Ah Fei continued. Through my own channels, I acquired some data samples. Using this sample as a beacon, I tracked it in New York, ultimately leading to your martial arts school and to you personally. This was the reason I sought you out that day. However, it is strange that you bear no traces of the beast's corruption, nor any signs of that dimensional power. With the truth laid bare, a silence enveloped them. In the dim light, the atmosphere grew somewhat delicate. Two friends, who had known each other for many years, had finally stripped away all facades, revealing their truest identities. The sensation was akin to two masked dancers whose masks suddenly fell away, exposing faces both familiar and alien. Ultimately, it was Yang Jieshi who broke the silence. Rather than probing further into Ah Fei's background, he reached into his bosom and withdrew a dark golden spearhead intricately engraved with cloud and thunder patterns. When this object appeared before Ah Fei, his previously calm gaze remained unwavering. However, Yang Jieshi's keen perception noticed that Ah Fei's body instantaneously entered a state of utmost vigilance. The internal energy within him surged forth swiftly, akin to a dormant tiger, poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. The atmosphere seemed to solidify in that very instant. Yang Jieshi let out a gentle sigh, shifting the spear's tip away from Ah Fei. He began to speak slowly, his voice soft yet resonant in the stillness of the back hall. I understand that you have many inquiries for me. Likewise, I possess numerous questions for you. Continuing in mutual suspicion serves no purpose. He paused, gazing into Ah Fei's eyes, and earnestly proposed, let us establish a rule. This evening, we may pose any questions to one another. What can be spoken shall be spoken. If something cannot or should not be addressed, one may simply decline to answer. He added, of course, should you choose to refuse an answer, your counterpart may likewise opt to abstain from responding to your inquiries. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Ah Fei regarded Yang Jieshi intently, seemingly assessing the true intent behind this proposition. This was indeed the most pragmatic resolution given the current circumstances. He needed to gauge Yang Jieshi's stance and demeanor, as well as ascertain the extent to which he had revealed information about himself. Although he trusted that, based on his understanding of Yang Jieshi, the latter would not easily betray him. Years of experience in espionage had instilled in him the habit of preparing for the worst. He had clandestinely ready himself. Should this dialogue falter and he find himself captured, he could promptly relay the highest alert information through specialized channels to his distant comrades. With this thought in mind, Ah Fei solemnly nodded. Very well, he replied in a low voice. I concur. Chapter 4. Doubts. The dim light elongated the shadows of the two men, casting them upon the cold walls like two confronting beasts. Ah Fei spoke first, his gaze sharp and incisive as a scalpel, fixating on Yang Jieshi. Utilizing his internal energy to communicate, he inquired, where did you acquire this? This was the first question, the most direct and pivotal inquiry. Yang Jieshi met his gaze, his expression composed. He had anticipated that the appearance of this spear tip would inevitably prompt such a question from Ah Fei. He responded calmly, it is a relic of my master, discovered within the last box he left behind. Upon hearing this answer, Ah Fei exhibited no outward reaction, though he remained silent, as a master of mimicry. Yang Jieshi still discerned the subtle shift in Ah Fei's expression through his exceptional dynamic vision, which spoke volumes. To Ah Fei, this answer seemed too simplistic and utterly implausible. The significance of this item far exceeded what could be possessed by a martial arts master who had met his end in a foreign land. It was now Yang Jieshi's turn to pose a question. He did not beat around the bush, directly addressing the crux. Is this spear tip one of the symbols of the Divine Spear Bureau's identity? He deliberately employed the term Spear Bureau, an unverified name he had heard from Hallie. This served as both an inquiry and a form of affirmation. Ah Fei nodded, the flesh on his body quivering slightly with the motion, though he was somewhat taken aback that Yang Jieshi could accurately utter this name. He refrained from expressing too much surprise. After a brief silence, he added, indeed, it is a highly unique token. What he did not articulate was that those intelligence operatives bearing the spearhead within the Spear Bureau were designated by the codename Spearhead. It is not merely an ordinary emblem of identity. It is awarded exclusively to the elite infiltrators assigned to execute the most perilous and clandestine missions, lone wolf tasks that, once exposed, offer no support whatsoever. From the moment he set foot on foreign soil, he had essentially become a half-dead man. The spearhead served as their last resort, both a token affirming their identity and often their final testament. A legendary agent, who ought to have possessed the spearhead, ends up fading into obscurity, dying quietly in a small martial arts dojo in New York's Chinatown. This in itself raises the most significant doubts. Fei's thoughts raced, and he promptly posed his second query, one that was sharper and filled with greater perplexity than the first. Why did Master Yang choose to stay instead of returning? Although Fei still harbored skepticism regarding Yang Shojing's identity, he maintained a respect due to an elder who might be a predecessor. There were numerous doubts. He possessed the token, and even if his single-line contact superior had perished, he could still relay intelligence back home or seek evacuation. Logically, preparations should have been made in advance for an unfinished mission, and considering the unexpected circumstances, his physical condition would have allowed for some contingency. Yet, why did he choose to remain here, living as an ordinary dojo master? Furthermore, many years ago, he too had harbored suspicions regarding Yang Shojing's identity and had once tested him. However, he found that Yang appeared to know nothing, as if he had truly lost his memory. The top agents of Fei had encountered would never allow themselves to reveal any flaws if they genuinely wished to remain hidden. If he intended to disclose his identity, he ought to have done so directly. A person wielding an ace and capable of returning home chose the most solitary and mundane path, ultimately leading to death. What then lies hidden behind this choice? Yang Jieshi answered candidly, I do not know. His response was straightforward and devoid of any pretense, for he genuinely did not know. The master had bequeathed him only martial arts, responsibilities, and an uncountable array of enigmas. Upon seeing the same genuine confusion reflected in Yang Jieshi's eyes, Fei chose not to pursue the matter further. He believed that, on this topic, the other party was not lying. My second question, Yang Jieshi began again. What does the spearhead specifically represent? Fei inhaled deeply, seemingly weighing his words. He gazed at Yang Jieshi and spoke slowly, word by word, within our ranks. Only those comrades who undertake the most perilous, clandestine missions, tasks that could be described as nearly certain to end in death, are worthy of donning this emblem. This answer weighed heavily on Yang Jieshi's heart, deepening his understanding of the solitude and resolve his master must have felt while traversing the treacherous divide between two colossal powers. Fei's expression grew profoundly serious as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Jieshi. The inquiry he posed transcended mere intelligence and history. It delved into the present and future. Brother Yang, what is your perspective on us? This question encapsulated the very essence of their conversation that evening, a matter of attitude and allegiance. Fei needed to ascertain where this young man, who had inherited the mantle of a master imitator and whose connections spanned the Hydra, and beyond, truly stood. Yang Jieshi comprehended that his response would directly influence Fei's judgment and, by extension, that of the spear bureau behind him. He paused before replying, lifting his drink and taking a sip. Then, meeting Fei's scrutinizing gaze, he spoke calmly. We share the same blood. He hesitated, infusing his tone with sincerity. Although I was raised here, nurtured by my master, I witnessed his deep affection for our homeland. This sentiment has become a part of me. These words were indeed heartfelt. After all, in his 2 lifetimes, everything around him affirmed his identity. Fei listened quietly, withholding immediate judgment. After a long pause, he slowly nodded, acknowledging Yang Jieshi's sentiments. Their prolonged acquaintance had allowed him to sense that Yang Jieshi harbored no animosity towards his homeland, and in many subtle ways, he exhibited a natural affinity. Yet, this was insufficient. Deep within Fei's heart, he found it challenging to fully embrace this narrative. To share the same blood? He mused. This assertion felt too nebulous. In his eyes, the new generation of masters of imitation behaved more like mercenaries, driven by the principles of transactional exchange and swift retribution. Their stances were fluid and unpredictable, an asset, yet also the greatest uncertainty. Moreover, they had endured painful lessons in the past. That treacherous scoundrel, after all, also shared their blood, yet he betrayed his compatriots in a bid to pledge fealty to Hide and his white masters. During the invasion of their homeland, Fei had lost more than one esteemed comrade at the hands of that so-called master of martial arts. Thus, Lineage had never been the sole criterion for measuring loyalty. Allegiance was paramount. In the following moments, both parties exchanged several more inquiries. The dialogue grew increasingly cautious, akin to dancing in a minefield, where each question and response represented a meticulous calculation and probing. Yang Jieshi gleaned further insights into the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. Although much of what he learned echoed the comics he had perused in his previous life, it lacked the depth of detail found in the illustrated narratives. From Yang Jieshi's responses, a Fei pieced together the intricate, mutually exploitative employment relationship between him, S.H.I.L.D., and Nick Fury. Both men held back certain truths, yet they successfully acquired the crucial information they sought. Ultimately, a Fei took the initiative to conclude the conversation. "I must leave for a few days," he announced, rising from his seat as he removed the oil-stained apron draped over him. "The meals from the dojo may not be supplied on time. You'll have to manage on your own." After speaking, he glanced at the watch on his wrist, which appeared rather ordinary. However, a Fei's expression seemed to relax momentarily upon seeing the time. Yang Jieshi refrained from inquiring about his destination. A Fei donned a simple jacket hanging on the wall and approached the back door. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, he paused, yet did not turn back. "Take care, good brother," he said softly. With that, he opened the door and swiftly vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. Alone in the back hall, Yang Jieshi stared in the direction a Fei had departed, remaining motionless for an extended period. The statement about leaving for a few days served as both a notification and a warning. The instinctive glance at the watch resembled a confirmation of a specific time threshold. According to intelligence gleaned from Lin Gui, it was evident that from the moment Black Widow appeared at the dojo's entrance earlier that day, a Fei had activated his contingency plan. His decision to remain and engage in what seemed to be an earnest conversation with Yang Jieshi was likely a strategic delay, buying time for others. He resembled a rook on a chessboard, deliberately exposing himself to maneuver around Yang Jieshi, the most unpredictable variable, in order to safeguard the greater scheme. Yang Jieshi raised a can of beverage to his lips, draining it in one swift motion. Nonetheless, he sensed that a Fei's parting words, "Take care," were imbued with sincerity. This man, who had sold pork in Chinatown for over a decade, who called him brother and shared his innermost thoughts, ultimately carved out a sliver of space for their long-standing friendship amidst the coldness of discipline and suspicion. After all these years of camaraderie, should I trust him just this once? He mused quietly, unaware that a Fei harbored the same sentiment from afar. He rose, donned his mask once more, and his figure dissipated in a ripple of spatial distortion, vanishing from sight. After this night, the relationship between him and a Fei would never return to its former state. Yet perhaps a new, deeper bond was quietly being forged. Chapter 5. Good Night, Part 1. The night enveloped Chinatown in a gentle, inky embrace. A Fei's silhouette faded into the darkness around the street corner, as if he had never existed. Yang Jieshi returned to the Shoujing Dojo, where the air still carried the scent of evaporated sweat from the day's training, mingling with a faint herbal aroma. The vibrant atmosphere of life stands in stark contrast to the previous silent encounter with a Fei, which was fraught with suspicion and probing. He moved quietly, without disturbing a soul, his footsteps light as he traversed the expansive training ground to stand before the memorial photograph of his master. The black-and-white portrait of Yang Shoujing remained resolutely in place, the image of that aged man still exuding a benevolent smile, tinged with a hint of lewdness. Yang Jieshi expertly lit 3 incense sticks and bowed 3 times before placing them in the incense burner. The delicate spirals of fragrant smoke ascended slowly, carrying with them the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, gradually dispersing into the air. He gazed upon his master's likeness, his heart awash with mixed emotions. The titles, Tianshi, instructor, spearhead, once cold and detached, now pointed towards the man who had raised him with such care. What burden of purpose had he carried, navigating the narrow crevices between formidable organizations for half a lifetime? What upheaval had led him to relinquish the hope of returning, choosing instead to spend his remaining days in silent solitude within this foreign Chinatown? A Fei's questions echoed within him, forming a riddle that perhaps, with a master's passing, would remain unsolvable. An indescribable sense of absurdity and dismay crept into his heart like a vine. He felt akin to a hapless detective, thrust into a clandestine game of espionage left unfinished by the previous generation. Clutching the most crucial clue, he remained oblivious to the entirety of the narrative. The formidable entities, Shunmao, Bureau, Shield, Hydra, loomed like colossal beasts lurking in the depths of the ocean, while he was but an unwitting intruder, a mere passerby in these waters. Beyond Leviathan, his master was intertwined with all the governmental forces behind Marvel. What, after all, was the significance of his copper coin talisman? Seemingly linked to the powers of the infernal dimensions? Was it mere coincidence, or was there something deeper at play? From above, the sounds of laughter from the girls floated down, the unmistakable voice of Gwen mingling with her exuberant shouts, alongside Harley's characteristic, slightly deranged giggles and the occasional light. Resigned hum from Shiri. They seemed engaged in some captivating game, the atmosphere vibrant and joyous. Yang Jieshi lingered at the stairway for a moment, contemplating joining them, but ultimately dismissed the thought. His mood was not suited for their revelry. He yearned for solitude. He turned and made his way to the shower room in the dojo's backyard, twisting the faucet to unleash a cascade of cold water. The refreshing flow poured over his sturdy frame, washing away the remnants of the night's dew and the fatigue of his wanderings. He closed his eyes, allowing the chilling water to cleanse him, attempting to wash away the chaotic threads of clues and conjectures lingering in his mind. Yet, the effect was minimal. Secrets like stains only seemed to blur further with each attempt to erase them. The more he tried to forget, the clearer they became. After his shower, Yang Jieshi donned his pajamas and returned to his simple room. A bed, a wardrobe, a desk. Nothing more. This is his own little domain. A sanctuary where he can momentarily cast aside all defenses and disguises. He lies on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, his mind a blank slate. Yet that wretched sentiment clings to him like a persistent parasite, refusing to dissipate. He turns over, determined to dismiss these troubling thoughts. Whatever will be, will be. No amount of pondering is as tangible as fortifying one's strength. In this chaotic world, only absolute power serves as the ultimate trump card against all schemes and machinations. With this in mind, he takes a deep breath, leaps from the bed, sits cross-legged, and centers himself, his palms facing the heavens. Supreme celestial energies flow, unceasing in their transformations. They exorcise malevolent spirits and safeguard his life. Clarity of wisdom brings tranquility to the mind and spirit. The three souls endure, and the essence remains unlost. He begins to silently recite the cleansing incantation from Irunji Xia. As the verses flow, the turbulence in his heart, stirred by various matters, gradually calms, transforming into a still pond. Once his mind is unified, he begins to circulate the energy within him, engaging in his nightly ritual. He can feel his internal power surging like a mighty river, coursing robustly through his meridians. Each cycle nourishes his limbs and bones, enhancing his strength and perception, rendering them more solid and acute. The room is enveloped in silence, broken only by the steady rhythm of his breath. He immerses himself in the sensation of becoming one with his power, gradually forgetting the distinction between self and surroundings. However, just as he is on the brink of entering a profound meditative state, a faint melody unexpectedly wafts into his ears. It is a violin's tune, melodious and graceful, tinged with an elusive, subtle sadness. The melody feels familiar, reminiscent of a piece titled Ode to Love. Yang Jieshi's consciousness is abruptly pulled back from the depths of his internal cultivation. His brow slightly furrows. What is this? A hallucination? The music seems to resonate directly in his mind, as if it were the background score tailored for a protagonist in a film. Slowly, he opens his eyes. In an instant, every muscle in his body tenses to its utmost. A lovely face hovers before him, less than a centimeter from his nose. Those sky-blue eyes, as brilliant as gemstones, reflect his own astonished visage. Long eyelashes flutter like butterfly wings, almost brushing against his eyelids. A strand of pink hair cascades down, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. It is Gwen. She appears like a specter, silently manifesting before him, her face nearly touching his, her gaze unwavering and curious. Goodness! Even with Yang Jieshi's current level of composure and strength, this abrupt invasion of personal space startles him into an instinctive backward lurch, nearly toppling him off the bed. Fortunately, his reflexes are quick enough. He manages to brace himself against the edge of the bed, stabilizing his position. At that moment, He finally had the opportunity to survey the entirety of the room. Gwen was seated on his bed, leaning forward with her hands propped on her knees, her legs crossed in front of Yang, maintaining that earlier disconcerting posture. Upon witnessing his disheveled state, a mischievous smile of triumph spread across her face. On the other side of the room stood Harley Quinn, empty-handed yet striking a pose reminiscent of a professional violinist, one hand suspended in the air, while the other wielded a pair of chopsticks, found who knows where, as a bow, her eyes closed in a state of rapture as she drew the imaginary bow across the air. It was as if the melancholic strains of Ode to Love emanated from her comical performance of air violin. Yang inhaled deeply, striving to calm the heart that had nearly raced out of his chest, feeling the veins at his temples pulsating furiously. How did they get in? He was certain his door had been locked. Gwen tilted her head, extending a finger to tap her lips, pondering seriously before responding with an air of nonchalance. There are many ways, you know. For instance, through comic panels. And there's also the actor's passageway on set. I could have come through there. Oh, and by the way, your room's narrative security level is far too low. Their ISNT even assigned prohibiting entry. It's quite simple for us to come in. ISNT it. Harley paused her performance, twirling the chopstick bow in her hand and adding with a grin, I came through the sound effects department's passageway. That was just me coordinating with them. Otherwise, only the audience and we could hear the music. How esta for setting the atmosphere. Yang sighed. Living with these two, who could shatter the fourth wall, had made him forget the absurdity of their abilities. He resigned himself to the situation, gazing at them with a hint of exasperation. What brings you here so suddenly? No sooner had he spoken than Gwen sprang into action. With a deft movement, she flipped over and landed squarely on Yang's chest in a duck-like sitting position. She adjusted her stance, her legs pinning down his arms just enough to render him immobile. The intimacy of this position felt somewhat excessive. Gwen appeared utterly oblivious to the implications, looking down at Yang with the seriousness of a little detective who had apprehended a suspect. Actually, we have some questions for you. What do you mean? Yang furrowed his brows. When you returned just now, Gwen pointed outside and then at the lingering melancholy melody in the air. We heard it upstairs. Based on my years of experience in following stories, whenever a main character is inexplicably accompanied by such sorrowful and lyrical background music, it signifies that they are likely entangled in some turmoil, struggling through a pivotal moment of internal conflict. She paused for a moment, leaning in closer to scrutinize Yang Jieshi's face, as if seeking to unearth some hidden narrative clue from his features. We secretly came over and discovered you seated cross-legged on the bed, reciting scriptures. Gwen's tone shifted to one of heartfelt distress. Jieshi, do you not realize the peril in this? If you continue this way and happen to attain some profound insight, what then? What if you suddenly declare that you wish to renounce worldly affairs, shave your head, and become a monk? What will become of us? What will happen to the martial arts school? Do you intend for us all to follow you into a vegetarian lifestyle? I certainly do not wish to. I still yearn for steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicks, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, and cured meats. Yang Jieshi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by her fantastical conjectures and concerns. Furthermore, Gwen's recitation of culinary delights in Chinese left him utterly speechless. All he desired was to quiet his mind and practice, yet somehow he found himself on the brink of monastic life. While he was at a loss for a response, Harley Quinn, who had been observing the scene, approached with the grace of a feline, her movements light and agile. She still held a pair of chopsticks, wielding them like a conductor's baton, gently waving them in front of Yang Jieshi. At that moment, Harley wore a radiant and sweet smile, her eyes shimmering like two deep lakes illuminated by the soft glow of light. However, as Yang Jieshi beheld her smile, he sensed an unusual undertone. It was not the typical wild and fervent laughter, nor was it merely the playful grin of mischief. The curvature of her smile was flawless, the upward tilt of her lips perfectly calibrated, yet beneath that smile lay the essence of a cunning beast, poised to pounce, glimmering with a hint of malevolent scrutiny. She smiled silently, her gaze exuding a dangerous light as she observed herself pinned beneath Gwen, as if admiring an intriguing toy. Chapter 6. Good Night, Part 2. Upon witnessing the sweet yet subtly perilous smile gracing Harley's lips, Yang Jieshi felt a jolt in his heart. It was not fear, but rather an instinctual alertness to the chaos and unpredictability of the situation. This premonition resembled the warning of his own fate resonating through the powers of observation. Indeed, his intuition proved accurate just a moment later. With an elegant flick of her wrist, Harley Quinn cast the chopsticks aside, leaving the makeshift bow resting on the bedside. Immediately after, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a bundle of rope from some unknown dimensional pocket. The rope radiated a gentle, moonlit golden glow, appearing extraordinarily striking within the dim confines of the room. It seemed not of this world, but rather an artifact from myth and legend. "On my sweet little cone," cooed Harley, her voice dripping with sweetness as she approached the bed, a glowing bundle of rope in her grasp. "Look what I have brought you." Yang Jieshi's gaze fell upon the rope, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over him. He had a fair inkling of its purpose. "Tajda," Harley exclaimed, as if presenting a treasure. "This is a sturdy lasso, a birthday gift from my dear friend, Diana. Once bound, no one can possibly escape." With a flourish, Harley raised her hand, and, with a commanding shout, the rope danced in the air before transforming into a golden streak, hurtling towards Yang Jieshi. He could only lament inwardly, a bitter fate indeed. In an instant, his wrists were securely bound together, the rope wrapping around the sturdy wooden frame of the bed and forming a delicate bow. The entire process was swift as lightning, seamless and efficient. As the saying goes, a fine steed deserves a fine saddle. A good ship requires a proper sail. Good people deserve kind words, just as a fine pot pairs well with a fine spatula. A beauty deserves exquisite adornments, and a hero deserves a lovely companion. And so it was all done. Harley clapped her hands, pleased with her handiwork, before sitting on the bed, flanked by Gwen, effectively sandwiching Yang Jieshi between them. Leaning in close to his ear, her warm breath tickled his skin, her voice soft as a lover's whisper. Now, our patient is in a safe and controlled therapeutic environment. With her hands crossed and gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, she regarded Yang Jieshi with a serious expression. "So, Mr. Jieshi, let us discuss your condition." Gwen, producing a small notebook and pen from who knows where, adopted a pose suggesting she was taking notes on a medical history, earnestly asking, "Dr. Harley, what are the patient's primary symptoms?" Clearing her throat, Harley adopted a professional tone, reminiscent of a psychologist. "The patient, Yang Jieshi, male, exhibits classic symptoms of avoidant attachment personality accompanied by severe intimacy phobia. Clinically, he maintains habitual distance from others, constructing psychological defenses through silence, solitude, and excessive self-restraint. He fears forming deep emotional connections. And when faced with overt affection from others, especially women, he displays signs of distress, such as rigidity, confusion, and a compulsion to flee." As she spoke, her slender fingers glided gently over Yang Jieshi's chest, tracing the contours of his well-defined muscles, which appeared almost delectable to her touch. Every inch of his body tensed in response to Harley's caress. "You see," she continued, addressing Gwen, "this is a typical manifestation of his symptoms. He is attempting to alleviate his inner anxiety by increasing physical distance." However, her voice suddenly took on a sticky, dangerous lilt, imbued with a hypnotic allure. "I just thought a far superior treatment plan. That means you shall never escape us in this lifetime." Yang Jieshi observed the pair of blue eyes, where a sickly possessiveness spread like ink diffusing in clear water, tainting the depths of her pupils with a hue of madness. She leaned slightly forward, her innocent visage uttering the most chilling words. "Do you know? I truly despise fightlessmen. I encountered one before. He treated me as a mere tool, using me repeatedly before discarding me." A hint of plaintive tremor laced her voice, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. "Thus I vowed, if I ever find someone I cherish again, I shall never let go." Now, listen closely. Hallie's smile remained sweet, yet her gaze turned perilously sharp. "Sometimes I ponder, if one day you, like those heartless scoundrels, were to become a faithless man and leave without a word, what would I do?" She mused. "Well, I suppose I would feel a touch of sorrow. But fret not, I would find you." Her smile grew ever sweeter, her tone increasingly buoyant. "And then, on that day, right here, I would keep you. Yes, right on this very bed. It would be far more meaningful." As she spoke, her fingertips traced circles over Yang Jieshi's heart. "Then, I will meticulously disassemble every part of your body. For instance, I could use your skull as a bowl, and your heart I would soak in formaldehyde, placing it in the most delightful crystal vial right by my bedside. In this manner, Wherever I go, no matter where you wander, your heart shall forever be with me. Isn't that romantic? Hallie's words flowed like a jaunty yet eerie nursery rhyme, each syllable imbued with her distinctive blend of innocence and insanity. There was no shriek, no grotesque visage, merely a sweet smile, akin to a love-struck girl envisioning a future of eternal unity with her beloved. Yet, this stark contrast sent a chill deeper than any overt threat could instill. To Yang Jieshi, Hallie's utterances seemed more like an extreme and twisted form of affection. He listened quietly, his expression unreadable, for he did not share the sentiments Hallie articulated. He found this intimate proximity far more disconcerting. He inferred Hallie's intent. Fear arises from love. It is love that breeds the fear of loss, and the fear of loss that stifles further affection, thus trapping oneself in an endless cycle of anxiety. However, he comprehended that every word Hallie spoke was not merely jest. If he were to truly betray her, this mad girl would undoubtedly act upon her words, for she genuinely perceived such actions as romantic. Hey, Hallie! Gwen, witnessing Yang Jieshi's bewildered demeanor, could no longer refrain from intervening to diffuse the tension. She gently patted Harley's shoulder, assuming the role of the blushing confidant, and remarked, "The therapy of fear should come to an end." Subsequently, Gwen tossed aside her notebook and pen, embracing Yang Jieshi's arm, treating him as a large, comforting pillow. With a contented sigh, she remarked, "You returned alone, sulking on the bed, reciting mantras. It must be that you encountered some vexing matters. When you're feeling down, you mustn't keep it to yourself, do you understand? What if it festers? We will be heartbroken." Indeed, Harley immediately chimed in, freeing herself from that morbid possessiveness. Reverting to her lively, spirited self, she loosened the binding truth of her embrace around Yang Jieshi and, like a kitten, curled herself into his embrace. Tightly clutching his other arm and burying her face in the crook of his arm, playfully cooing, "You are forbidden from secretly feeling sad alone. You must share your troubles with us. Otherwise, we might just tear you apart." She lifted her head, scrunching her adorable little nose, issuing a soft yet playful threat. Yang Jieshi felt somewhat stiffened, acutely aware of the contrasting yet equally soft warmth radiating from both sides of his body. The unique fragrance of the girls, a delicate blend of shampoo and body wash, wafted into his nostrils, alongside the gentle brushing of their long eyelashes against his skin, eliciting a faint, ticklish sensation. For someone with an avoidant personality like him, this level of intimacy was far more discomforting than facing a main battle tank head-on. His mind went blank, utterly unsure of where to place his hands and feet. Instinctively, his body urged him to push them away, to escape this suffocating environment. Yet deep within him, an unrecognized warmth seemed to flow quietly. His body instinctively desired to retreat, to push away, to return to that safe distance of solitude. However, before he could make any movement, Harley and Gwen tightened their hold on him. Noticing Yang Jieshi's comically helpless and rigid demeanor, Harley and Gwen exchanged a glance, each finding a hint of triumphant amusement in the other's eyes. They leaned in, one on each side, pressing their soft lips against his cheek in a fleeting kiss. A warm sensation that vanished almost instantly. "All right, good night, Jieshi," they chimed in unison, and with a click, the room was enveloped in darkness. Save for the faint moonlight filtering through the window, barely outlining the intertwined silhouettes of the three. Yang Jieshi lay motionless on the bed, acutely aware of the steady, warm breaths emanating from either side. He even felt Harley nuzzle her head in his arm, seeking a more comfortable position before finally settling down. It seemed that tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. Chapter 7. Setting sail on the following morning, as Yang Jieshi stepped out of his room. The faint shadows beneath his eyes bore witness to the tumultuous journey of his thoughts from the previous night. He had scarcely slept a wink, not due to insomnia, but rather from an unwillingness to succumb to slumber. Throughout the night, his arms were firmly occupied by two alluring beauties, who had taken refuge as pillows on either side of him. Hallie and Gwen had indeed kept their word, cozily nestled on his bed, and at the slightest movement from him, even the mere act of turning, both girls would instinctively tighten their grips, emitting drowsy yet indistinct threats of not allowing him to escape, proclaiming terms like broken legs and the like. This left Yang Jieshi in a state of bemusement. completely thwarting any attempts he might have harbored to stealthily rise and meditate or engage in other pursuits. He was, instead, rendered as motionless as a wooden post. Stiffly, he lay there, absorbing the steady and reassuring sounds of their breaths, along with the weight of what could only be described as the essence of home that bound him. At that moment, he found himself flanked by these two mistresses as they escorted him to the door of the martial arts school. "Breakfast. Hallie and I made it ourselves," Gwen exclaimed, proudly presenting a sandwich wrapped in oil paper, her face aglow with satisfaction. "Give it a try. My culinary skills have definitely improved since last time." Yang Jieshi accepted the offering and took a bite. Indeed, while it still consisted of the simple fare of fried eggs and bacon, the bread was unburnt, and the lettuce was relatively fresh, an enormous leap from the last meal he had endured, which had barely qualified as edible. "Here, drink this on the way," Hallie said, thoughtfully handing him a bottle of warm milk. Then, like a cat asserting its territory, she tiptoed and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Moi, Gwen, not to be outdone, promptly followed suit, bestowing a kiss upon his other cheek. As they performed this playful ritual, their gazes subtly darted toward the sleek black car, parked at the entrance of a martial arts school. With the window rolled down, a woman with striking red hair and delicate features in the driver's seat observed them with an inscrutable expression. Natasha Romanoff, known as the Black Widow, unmistakably recognized the blatant provocation presented before her, while her face remained adorned with a professional and impeccable smile. Her inner assessment of the task at hand had escalated in difficulty by several notches. Nick Fury's instructions had been straightforward: to win over the master of imitation at any cost. If persuasion failed, a solid cooperative relationship must still be established. However, it was increasingly evident that the key to this mission lay not in financial incentives or intimidation. Natasha was acutely aware of her own background within the files of SHIELD. Her history was a convoluted narrative of a hero's rise, shrouded in encryption and alteration. Yet at its core, it was a tale steeped in the grotesque and bloody training and indoctrination of the Red Room. She was a traitor to her original homeland, a spy with hands stained in blood. Before her stood a man, Yang Jieshi, whose disdain for betrayal was evident through his intelligence analysis and personal encounters. His attitude toward Shang-Chi clearly illustrated this point. In Yang Jieshi's eyes, he and the traitorous Shang-Chi were fundamentally indistinguishable. Now, the two female companions of his adversary presented a formidable display of power reminiscent of a harem. This challenge was evidently far more daunting than Fury had anticipated. Should she resort to the tactics of seduction, she would likely find herself reduced to mere pulp by these two women. As for employing her feminine identity to elicit sympathy through the harrowing experiences endured in the Red Room, Natasha inwardly scoffed. While such a strategy might prove effective against ordinary men, she had a strong intuition that, in the case of Yang Jieshi, the kind of cheap sympathy would merely secure her swifter demise. Regarding her own past experiences under Yang Shojin, she deemed it prudent to refrain. The Black Widow had learned that this new master of imitation had already eliminated several peers before his rise, and she could not guarantee she wouldn't be the next victim. Shifting her gaze from Yang Jieshi and the two girls, she turned to the two individuals already seated in the back. Frank Castle, the Punisher. Nick Fury had made attempts to reintegrate this former comrade, a combat hero and Marine Corps captain, back into a semblance of normalcy. The outcome? Several top agents and an entire tactical team had been rendered ineffective in the effort to retrieve him from a massacre aimed at the mob, only managing to coax him back for a cup of coffee. Seeking a breakthrough through him was akin to attempting to skin a tiger. Perhaps the newcomer named Wade was the most easily deceived. He was incessantly chatty, his demeanor flippant, reminiscent of a thoughtless street thug. However, attempting to manipulate him seemed futile. He was not the same Wade Wilson who had driven the intelligence community to despair. The mere thought of that disfigured face, still capable of uttering the most crass remarks, sent a shiver down Natasha's spine. It was time for her to depart. Yang Jieshi finally extricated himself from the sweet onslaught of the two girls, affectionately ruffling their hair, his tone carrying an unrecognized tenderness as he instructed them to behave at home. "Come back early," Harley and Gwen chimed in unison, standing at the door, waving as he settled into the back seat. As the car door closed, the sleek black vehicle merged smoothly into the morning traffic of New York City. Inside, the atmosphere was peculiar. Natasha focused intently on driving, silent. In the back seat, Frank Castle sat with his arms crossed, a silent, breathing rock. This oppressive silence was shattered by Wade Wilson, who sat between them. "Hey, everyone, breakfast time," he exclaimed enthusiastically, retrieving a tightly wrapped sandwich from his backpack. "Let me tell you, this was made by Vanessa herself, with love. The taste is absolutely—" His words faltered mid-sentence, as he observed the Punisher beside him, with an impassive expression, retrieved a seemingly unremarkable sandwich wrapped in a brown paper bag from his tactical vest. Meanwhile, the master of imitation was savoring a similar sandwich. Taking delicate bites, Wade's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "The three of us. We all brought sandwiches. What is this? A sign of destiny? I declare that from this moment on, our squad shall be known as the Sandwich Squad. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" Frank barely lifted an eyelid, emitting a non-committal grunt from his nose, a sound brimming with disdain. Yang Jie paused his chewing, casting a glance at Wade's exuberant demeanor. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth before he resumed his stoic composure. Natasha, observing the scene in the rearview mirror, felt no stirrings within her heart, merely affixing a label of extreme noise to Wade's antics. Evidently oblivious to his teammates' silent protests, Wade quickly devoured his sandwich and launched into yet another lengthy monologue. "You know, after all these years as a mercenary, I find myself quite curious," he said, turning to Yang Jie and Frank with an expression that sought validation. "Have you ever heard of the name Slade Wilson? Apparently, he is a distant cousin of mine, quite renowned in certain circles. They call him Deathstroke or something. It sounds rather imposing." Frank remained silent. Yang Jie felt a flicker of interest, but chose to remain quiet, merely listening intently. Regrettably, Wade spread his hands, his face contorting into an exaggerated mask of regret. "In all my years of service, having mingled in mercenary circles, I've never once encountered him. I wonder where he might be. The last time I heard from a guy from the East Coast, he mentioned that my cousin seems to have gone to, what is it called? Gotham?" He scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. "What sort of place is Gotham? My grasp of American geography is rather poor. It should be akin to Chicago or Detroit, right? Those crime-ridden, gang-infested locales. If I'm not mistaken, it sounds like a paradise for people like us to strike it rich. Once this mission concludes, I'd like to take a trip there. Perhaps I might even encounter my legendary cousin." To Frank and Natasha, this was merely the rambling of an ignorant mercenary. Natasha's database contained no reference to a city named Gotham. She dismissed it as a self-proclaimed territory of some minor gang. However, for Yang Jie, Wade's words stirred significant ripples within him. The Wade Wilson of this world and the Slade Wilson of another truly shared a bloodline. He sensed that this was not simply the fanciful musings of a fan, but rather a hidden, tangible reality within a world that had merged multiple universes. Was this merely a coincidence, or did the boundaries between these disparate universes blur more than he had previously imagined? This foreshadowing lingered in Yang Jie's mind. Perhaps one day in the future, when he truly sets foot in that dark city, this information will prove unexpectedly useful. The vehicle glided smoothly away from the bustling urban center, ultimately coming to a halt at a heavily guarded private airport. A sleek, entirely black Gulfstream 650 private jet stood silently on the runway, resembling a poised hawk ready to take flight. "Get off, Sandwich Squad," Natasha's voice resonated from the driver's seat, tinged with a hint of playful mockery. One by one, the three men disembarked. The cool morning breeze swept across the expansive tarmac, carrying with it the fresh scent of the open sky. Yang Jieshi, Frank, and Wade, three men of distinct styles and divergent purposes, walked side by side towards the aircraft that would soon whisk them away to uncharted paths. The mission was officially underway. Chapter 8. Thor in the desolate expanse of New Mexico, within a makeshift research facility established by S.H.I.L.D. The air was saturated with the mixed odors of disinfectant and overheated electronic components. Thor Odinson, the once mighty god of thunder from Asgard, lay unceremoniously on a narrow military cot, his vacant gaze fixed on the cold ceiling made of white prefab panels. An indescribable sense of profound defeat weighed heavily upon him, shackling his spirit like the most burdensome of chains. Just an hour prior, he had endured the most humiliating battle of his life. No, it could scarcely be deemed a battle. It was a one-sided thrashing. A mortal, donning a grotesque skull mask, employed a bewildering and ferocious fighting style that left the Asgardian prince, who had once grappled with giants and fought among the stars, utterly powerless. Each strike landed with precision upon his joints and vulnerable nerves, a blend of excruciating pain and numbing paralysis that he had never before experienced. In the end, he was discarded like a tattered sack, easily cast aside by that man. Without his hammer, devoid of his divine powers, he found himself unable to best even a mere Midgardian. This disgraceful defeat had swiftly become the dominant topic within the realms of Chinese sports, and, indeed, Elidi itself. This realization struck him with greater despair than Odin's banishment or Heimdall's icy gaze. His pride, his dignity as a deity, lay shattered in that moment. He sighed deeply, his chest rising and falling with a sense of impotence. Yet, one small consolation remained. Those newfound acquaintances seemed to regard him with a measure of respect. At the very least, the beautiful Dr. Jane Foster and her companions had not suffered any harm, having merely been politely escorted to another area for academic discussions. The mere thought of Jane's wise and curious eyes brought a flicker of warmth to Thor's otherwise bleak heart. At this moment, the ever-dapper S.H.L.D. agent known as Coulson was engaged in a discussion with Dr. Jane and her colleagues regarding the feasibility of the Einstein-Rosen bridge, a debate that, to him, resembled an incomprehensible script from another world. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Jieshi resolved to act independently. He had two objectives. Firstly, to converse with the future illustrious Thor and gauge his character. Secondly, and of far greater intrigue, to behold the legendary Mjolnir. He yearned to test whether he possessed the strength to lift it, navigating through a series of makeshift corridors guarded by fully armed agents. Yang Jieshi swiftly arrived at the highly monitored sanctum, the vast tent housing the hammer of the god of thunder, adorned with a skull mask reminiscent of a master, which served both as a symbol of identity and a means to avoid unnecessary explanations. He entered the temporary infirmary where Thor lay. The prince, seemingly devoid of vigor, merely cast a weary glance in his direction before returning his gaze to the ceiling. Clearly, this fallen royal had little inclination to engage with anyone. Respecting his solitude, Yang Jieshi proceeded directly through the infirmary toward the passage leading to another area. At the end of this corridor lay the fabled artifact, coveted by many. Thor's gaze instinctively followed the silhouette of the masked figure. Upon witnessing him approach the chamber that housed Mjolnir without a hint of hesitation, a smirk of sardonic amusement crept upon his lips. Another audacious mortal, he mused. Mortals are invariably consumed by foolish greed for power that is not theirs to wield. In recent days, he had encountered an abundance of so-called champions attempting to lift the hammer. Mighty warriors from Midgard, including a seemingly formidable archer and a blind swordsman, had exerted every ounce of their strength. Yet Mjolnir remained immobile, for they were unworthy. Mjolnir only yielded to true warriors, to the heir of Asgard. Although he had lost its recognition, the unparalleled glory it represented remained the final bastion within his heart. He had braced himself to witness the comical spectacle of this skull-masked man faltering before the hammer, perhaps the sole amusement capable of brightening his spirits that day. He observed the figure step into the center of the makeshift chamber, encased by tons of steel, where, in a colossal meteorite crater, Mjolnir stood resolutely embedded in the earth, as if it had been there since time immemorial. The man approached, circling the hammer as if to assess its significance. Then, he bent down and extended a hand, grasping the short handle crafted from the wood of Yggdrasil and the enchanted metal you. Come forth, mortal. Exert all your strength. Then confront the insurmountable chasm that separates you from the divine, Thor derided inwardly. Yet, in the next moment, the smile upon his face froze entirely. The scene before his eyes transformed into a surreal yet vivid slow-motion tableau. The man adorned in a skull mask, upon grasping the hammer's handle, did not exhibit the bulging veins or the furious roar he had anticipated. Instead, he merely lifted it with a casual motion, as effortless as one would pick up a bottle of mineral water. The hammer, which even the mightiest of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. cranes could not budge, was effortlessly extracted from the earth, held aloft without impediment. Thor's mouth gaped open in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate a clenched fist. His eyes bulged, round as saucers, bloodshot with shock, as if they might leap from their sockets. and his mind momentarily succumbed to a void of disbelief. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. That was Mjolnir, blessed by Odin himself, a weapon that only the worthy could wield. Why? Why could a mere mortal from Midgard, a man who had, just moments ago, bested him like a beaten dog, lift it? Could it be that he was more worthy than Thor, the Prince of Asgard? This thought struck like a venomous curse, shattering the last bastion of Thor's inner resolve. In that moment, his worldview was irrevocably dismantled by such a seemingly simple act. It was not only Thor who felt this way. In truth, when Young Jesher hoisted the hammer, he too was momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to test it, fully prepared for the likelihood of failure, as he had merely come to indulge in a bit of fun. Little did he expect such an outcome. As his hand grasped the hammer's handle, an extraordinary sensation coursed through him. It was not a weighty burden, but rather a resonance. The hammer seemed to harbor an ancient and proud will within, a will that upon contacting his being did not repel him. Instead, it conveyed a subtle, curious sense of kinship, and thus he lifted it. Young Jesher gazed down at the archaic war hammer in his grasp, his thoughts racing. Soon, he discerned the underlying truth. There were two reasons. Firstly, it was the essence of power. When the fire god Liu Kang, along with Raiden, Glacius, and Conan, reforged the blade of resistance in the realm of Mortal Kombat, Yang, as the weapon's master, inadvertently engaged with and absorbed the emanating essence of the divine and the primal king's powers. The intensity of divine fire, the majesty of thunder, and the silence of nether metals. These high-dimensional energies had silently transformed his very being, forging an intrinsic affinity with these divine creations. Secondly, and most crucially, it was about worthiness. The incantation Odin inscribed upon the hammer spoke of the worthy. The definition of this worthiness, whether in comics or film, remains somewhat nebulous. Yet its essence revolved around pure conviction, indomitable courage, and a resolute commitment to protect. Young Jesher may not embody the archetypal hero of righteousness and greatness, yet he possesses an unwavering set of principles. He places great value on promises, having pledged to care for the future Deadpool. He is determined to look after the present Wade. He upholds his own moral standards, believing that even a thief has a code, and he would never betray his lineage or homeland. This almost obsessive and pure conviction aligns, to a certain extent, with Mjolnir's criteria for worthiness. Upon realizing this, Young Jesher's spirits soared. He hefted the hammer in his hand, a sense of wicked amusement bubbling within him. He turned to peer through the observation window, catching sight of Thor's utterly shattered expression, lost and disoriented. It would be a disservice to this fortuitous moment not to tease him. Clearing his throat, Young Jesher suddenly raised Mjolnir high, striking a pose of solemnity akin to an emperor reviewing his troops. He deliberately lowered his voice, allowing it to resonate through the mask with a commanding gravitas, and proclaimed in a sonorous tone, "For Sigmar, for the Empire." This robust declaration, replete with the flavor of medieval Warhammer, sent a jolt through the bedridden Thor, deepening the confusion in his eyes. Sigmar? The Empire? What could that possibly mean? Was it a powerful kingdom in Midgard? Was this man perhaps its emperor or a member of the royal family? Before he could fully comprehend, Young Jesher's demeanor shifted once more. He abandoned the imperial airs, adopting a countenance of profound compassion, positioning the hammer across his chest in a pose reminiscent of a priest, or rather, a paladin at prayer. His voice softened, imbued with a sense of the divine. "The holy light shall forever protect you." As he spoke, a thought flickered in his mind, and the ripple of energy within him began to flow. A dazzling, sun-like golden radiance erupted from his palm, spreading along the hammer's handle, enveloping Mjolnir in a shroud of sacred brilliance. This golden glow was bright, yet gentle, infused with the essence of life and the power of healing, resembling the legendary holy light itself. This flamboyant display became the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Thor's mind was utterly overwhelmed. He gazed at the skeletal masked figure bathed in holy light, staring at the hammer that was rightfully his, now exuding a sanctified and serene glow. He felt as if his entire worldview was being ground into the earth beneath him. This mortal? No, he was no mere mortal. Who was he? An emperor of some ancient empire? Or perhaps the high priest serving an ancient deity known as the Holy Light? Why? How could he wield Mjolnir and channel a force so radically different from thunder? A cascade of questions surged like a tempest through Thor's mind, leaving his eyes blank and lifeless as he succumbed to a state of complete shutdown, lying motionless, his gaze unfocused. Yang Jieshi reveled in his amusement, even swinging the hammer a few times, soon discerning the advantages and disadvantages of this extraordinary artifact. In terms of construction, it resembled a short-handled mace more than anything else. The head was excessively large while the handle was rather short, resulting in an extremely forward center of gravity, making it difficult to fully unleash its power with a conventional swing. To wield it effectively, the true key lay in the seemingly unremarkable leather thong at the end of the handle. Only by utilizing this thong to swing the hammer like a meteor hammer could one fully release its terrifying kinetic energy. No wonder Thor in the movies always spun the hammer as if it were a fan. The secret resided here. After a while, Yang Jieshi felt it was sufficient. He cast a glance at the observation window, where Thor had nearly turned into a statue, and decided to spare him. After all, he was already foolish. It was unkind to tease him further. Even fools are raised by parents, particularly ones of notable stature. If this continued, the future god of thunder might truly suffer a shattered spirit, forever avoiding hammers thereafter. He returned Mjolnir to its original place in the meteorite pit and walked back to Thor's hospital room, observing the disheveled figure of the golden-haired giant on the bed. Yang Jieshi removed his skull mask, revealing his true visage. He approached the bedside, pulled up a chair, and spoke in a calm, untainted tone. Using the ancient Norwegian learned from the system, it seems you are rather astonished. Thor's eyes struggled to focus on Yang Jieshi's face. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. Who are you, really? Yang Jieshi smiled faintly, opting not to answer directly, but instead alluding. Sometimes, deprivation does not equate to punishment. A king's true strength has never resided in his weapon nor in his arm. He paused, observing the lingering confusion in Thor's gaze, and offered a statement laden with deeper meaning. Consider this, Your Highness. The trials of the All-Father are far from simple. Moreover, the contest for succession is invariably brutal. At that moment, unnoticed by Yang Jieshi and the S.H.L.D. agents outside, a raven glided silently past. Chapter 9. The contest for succession. With Coulson's permission, Thor finally encountered the wondrous contraption of Midgard known as a computer. As he trembled while typing Sigma, Empire, and Holy Light into the search bar, terms that had utterly destabilized his worldview, the search results displayed on the screen transformed his handsome, divine visage into one of utter despondency, akin to that of a lifeless fish. To his astonishment, the figure capable of wielding Mjolnir, radiating a warm glow while donning a skull mask, had been uttering those solemn and sacred slogans derived from mere mortal entertainment. Thor felt as though his worldview had been mercilessly crushed into the ground, first by a mere mortal's blows, then by another mortal's ability to lift the hammer, and now subjected to yet another ruthless assault. The glory and sanctity of Asgard, in this moment, seemed to lose some of their luster. However, after enduring hours of self-doubt and mental disarray, the fallen prince found himself captivated by the technological marvels of humanity. Through this small, luminous cube, he could delve into the vast history, culture, and curiosities of Midgard. With an expanse of information surpassing even the ancient tomes housed within the grand library of Asgard. Most significantly, he discovered the realm of video games, which provided a delightful distraction from his desire to confront the Mimic Master. In the ensuing 4 to 5 days, he could not locate Yang Jieshi, for the latter had embarked on a small-scale bloody escapade at the Mexico-US border with his Sandwich Brigade, with personal tasks to attend to, and the Punisher, Frank Castle, pursuing several drug lords on his death list operating within Mexico, along with the eager and opportunistic Wade Wilson. They formed an exceedingly efficient makeshift team. This was a revelry of bloodshed and tequila, where the fortified drug lord estates became battlegrounds rife with gunfire. Frank, employing his precise and ruthless tactics, reaped the lives of armed foes like the Grim Reaper. Yang Jieshi moved through the chaos like a specter, his combat knife carving deadly arcs under the moonlight, ensuring that any adversary daring to approach met a swift demise. Wade Wilson, however, emerged as the most unpredictable variable in this carnage. His marksmanship was astonishingly accurate, his agility beyond the ordinary, and crucially, his incessant chatter functioned as a psychological weapon capable of undermining the resolve of his enemies. throughout their days of camaraderie. The Punisher came to understand why the Mimic Master insisted on including this seemingly unreliable character. This man was Deadpool, although he had yet to fully embody the true essence of immortality, capable of using his own head as a ball, and his mind was not entirely consumed by madness. His frenetic and fearless fighting style, combined with his ability to speak the living to death and the dead to life, was beginning to manifest. Frank was certain that given enough time, and perhaps a slight catalyst, this individual would undoubtedly evolve into the ultimate menace that would vex the entire mercenary community. As the final drug lord's head was obliterated by Frank's .45 caliber bullet, their Mexican odyssey reached its conclusion. They sought refuge in a bar in a border town, indulging in the strongest tequila available. Subsequently, Yang Jieshi settled the payment for a few personal jobs and parted ways with the other two. Frank had his own brand of justice to pursue, while Wade, with a considerable sum of money in hand, jubilantly prepared to surprise his beloved Vanessa. Yang Jieshi felt compelled to return and witness the unfolding, captivating contest for the throne of Asgard. He yearned to behold with his own eyes whether this world's Asgard possessed a power hierarchy that resembled the cataclysmic entities of the comics, or if it echoed the formidable yet comprehensible portrayal found in the films. Upon his return to the temporary base of SHIELD, he discovered that the narrative was even more riveting than he had anticipated. Perhaps due to his earlier, subtly suggestive warning, Thor did not find himself ensnared in Loki's machinations as he had in the original storyline. Though still impetuous and headstrong, there was a newfound wariness within him. After all, if a mere mortal could lift his hammer, what else in this world could be deemed impossible? This prince was merely naive, not truly foolish. He sensed a discord in Loki's words, an ineffable feeling that prevented him from entirely relinquishing his hope of reclaiming his beloved Mjolnir. What left Yang Jieshi both amused and perplexed was that some employee of Indian descent at SHIELD, upon witnessing Thor's troubled demeanor regarding his strength, had the audacity to present him with a plethora of Hindu scriptures. He informed Thor that in ancient Eastern traditions, there existed a practice known as asceticism, which could grant one the ability to commune with the divine and attain immense power through the torment of the body and spirit. Furthermore, he persuaded Thor that Odin himself had undergone such trials, having once hung for 9 nights from a swaying tree, pierced by a spear, sacrificing one of his eyes to acquire his current might. Thus, in the following days, the agents of the base regarded the golden-haired Azuride, towering Norse deity, with bemusement as he sat cross-legged on the ground, reciting verses from the Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads, attempting to sway Mjolnir through this peculiar method. This bizarre scene left the 3 valiant warriors of the celestial realm and Lady Sif, who hurriedly arrived in Midgard, exchanging bewildered glances upon finding Thor in such a ludicrous state. "Thor, what on earth are you doing?" Sif, Thor's childhood companion and a valiant Valkyrie, furrowed her brow, dismayed by the absurdity of her beloved's actions. However, when she observed the beautiful earth scientist Jane Foster, her eyes filled with concern as she offered Thor water and a towel, and Thor responded with an unprecedented tenderness. Sif's gaze inevitably turned scrutinizing, tinged with a subtle bitterness. The air was thick with the scent of budding romance and the tension of an impending conflict. To this, Yang Jieshi could only respond with amusement, relishing the spectacle. He found a vantage point atop a hill, one hand clutching a pair of binoculars while the other delved into a massive bucket of popcorn, freshly acquired from the cafeteria. As he eagerly stuffed his mouth with popcorn, he savored the live stage performance before him, a delightful amalgamation of myth, romance, palace intrigue, and cross-cultural comedy. It was far more engaging than watching a film. Just as he was engrossed, poised to pop another handful of popcorn into his mouth, an unexpected hand, aged, calloused, yet remarkably steady and strong, reached over from the side without warning, deftly snatching several of the largest and most succulent kernels from his bucket. Yang Jieshi's actions froze in an instant. His keen perception heightened to an extraordinary degree, yet he remained oblivious to the presence of another individual beside him. This figure appeared so abruptly and silently, as if he had been standing there all along, or perhaps he was merely a fleeting illusion existing in the periphery of vision. Slowly, he turned his head to glance beside him. It was an elderly man, seemingly an ordinary fisherman. Clad in simple linen garments, he was tall but slightly stooped, his face etched with deep, rugged wrinkles, the unforgiving marks left by time. One of his eyes was tightly shut, the eyelid drooping down to form a permanent scar, while the other eye, singular and profound, resembled a starry expanse in the dark of night, holding within it the wisdom and weariness of ages past. In his hand, he bore no scepter nor weapon, but rather a seemingly ordinary wooden fishing rod. Perched upon his shoulder was a raven, quietly observing the scene. At that moment, this one-eyed old fisherman was tossing the popcorn he had taken from Yang Jesher's bucket into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully, nodding as if he were savoring some exquisite delicacy. A tad sweet, he remarked in an ancient and raspy voice, as though it had traveled from the distant shores of time. Chapter 10. Negotiation. Faced with this suddenly materializing one-eyed white fisherman who unceremoniously shared in his popcorn, Yang Jesher quickly calmed himself upon realizing the man's true identity. His tense muscles began to relax, as if the individual beside him were merely an ordinary elder, unbothered by decorum. Yet within, his mind was clearer than ever. He understood precisely who this person was, the All-Father of the gods, the sovereign of the Nine Realms, Odin, the omnipotent king of Asgard. In the annals of ancient Norse mythology, this divine monarch was known for his penchant for disguising himself as a mortal wandering through the Nine Realms. He could be a wandering poet at times, a seeker of wisdom at others, and the fisherman was one of his favored incarnations. Legends even spoke of his spear, Gungnir, capable of piercing anything, being used as a fishing rod to reel in the fates of the world. Clearly, this incarnation of Odin was far from the oblivious figure depicted in films, waiting passively for the arrival of Odin's slumber while remaining unaware of all that transpired in Midgard. He resembled the cunning old fox from the comics, who, in a desperate bid to postpone the impending doom of Ragnarok, employed every conceivable tactic and laid countless hidden traps across the Nine Realms. Casting a glance at the seemingly unremarkable wooden fishing rod in the old man's hand, he mused inwardly. This contraption must be a guise for Gungnir. As if sensing Yang Jesher's gaze, Odin turned his head, and in his singular eye flickered an intriguing light, one that seemed to perceive all. With a genial smile, he regarded Yang Jesher and, as if performing a sleight of hand, extracted an ancient yet ornate wine bottle crafted from horn from the tattered linen of his garments. He uncorked the bottle, releasing a distinctive aroma that blended the sweetness of honey with the rich warmth of strong liquor, instantly filling the air. Care for taste? Odin swirled the bottle before Yang Jesher, the golden liquid shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. Mead from Asgard, a rarity for Midgardians. Yang Jesher's gaze lingered upon the mead for a fleeting moment before he decisively shook his head in refusal. No, I'm not thirsty. As a traveler from another realm, he understood that sharing mead, especially in the presence of the All-Father, often signified the establishment of a pact, representing vows and commitments. He had no desire to unwittingly entangle himself in any relationship with this god-king without fully grasping the implications. A lackluster youth, Odin remarked with a chuckle, the words tinged with a subtle hint of disappointment, as if his scheme had fallen short. Yet, the skin on his aged visage was evidently thicker than the shields of S.H.E.L.D. He exhibited no embarrassment, instead taking a hearty swig of the mead, releasing a satisfied sigh as if nothing had transpired. For one who had navigated the realms for countless centuries, this minor setback was hardly worth noting. It was that old coot, the ancient one, who recommended I seek you out. Odin wiped the remnants of mead from his lips, casually dropping this bombshell as if discussing the weather. The way he referred to the Ancient One seemed so natural, as if he and the Supreme Sorcerer of Earth were old companions who frequently played chess and sipped tea together. He said you are an intriguing variable. Odin's single eye bore into Yang Jesher, as if it could penetrate flesh and gaze directly into his soul, an entity not bound by any predetermined fate. Both I and the world tree wished to place a modest wager on you. He extended his other hand, delivering a light pat on Yang Jesher's shoulder, a gesture that belied the immense power capable of toppling mountains. Your rate of growth is indeed astonishing. There was genuine admiration in Odin's tone. Not long ago, you were merely an adequate warrior among the Midgardians, and now you possess the strength to contend with the elite warriors of Asgard. Such rapid development is unprecedented. Even in Asgard, Yang Jesher remained silent, simply listening intently. He understood that after all this groundwork, the true purpose of the God King was about to reveal itself. As anticipated, Odin shifted his tone, a beguiling smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a benevolent merchant peddling a treasured heirloom. What say you, young man? Are you inclined to serve Asgard? The remuneration is negotiable. He lowered his voice, akin to a wolf in grandmother's clothing luring Little Red Riding Hood. Which of my valiant Valkyries have caught your eye? Feel free to choose. They far surpass the women of Midgard in allure. My daughters are also available. His words dripped with the unvarnished, enticing allure of one in power. Long before Gu endorsed Young Jesher, he had observed this warrior through the eyes of a raven. Particularly, the incident involving the S.H. L.D. warehouse had left an impression on the God King regarding this young combatant. The rationale behind recommending Valkyries and daughters was simple. Anyone harboring 3 beauties at home would likely be branded an old lecher. Had it been any ordinary Midgardian, he would have been utterly dazed by the prospect of marrying a wealthy, beautiful Valkyrie and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Yet, Young Jesher merely cast a languid glance in his direction, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Valkyries? He leisurely munched on his popcorn, his voice soft yet distinctly audible to Odin. As far as I know, aside from Brunhilde, the other Valkyries have likely perished at the hands of your seal daughter, Hela. Have they not? Odin's smile faltered for a moment. Young Jesher did not relent, continuing to rub salt into the God King's wounds. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Brunhilde is also a married woman. Her husband is none other than the renowned dragon-slaying hero, Siegfried. Is that not so, your majesty? Are you suggesting that I should cuckold your valiant warrior? What Young Jesher did not mention was that Odin's daughters were largely beyond his control. Hela was in essence a being of the dead, Angela was a lesbian exiled to the 10th realm, and Rosa was but an infant. Young Jesher was certainly not among the peculiar individuals on the Isle of St. James. As for her coming of age, that was still at least 2 centuries away. As this string of names and secrets flowed from Young Jesher's lips, Odin's single eye finally revealed a genuine shock. The smile that had adorned his face vanished entirely. His facade of a humble fisherman seemed to tear at the seams, exposing the profound majesty inherent to a god king. An invisible, monumental aura radiated from him, thickening the air around them, rendering it dense and heavy. He had initially intended to exploit the disparity of information to play a clever game, offering seemingly enticing yet ultimately hollow promises to persuade this young Midgardian to willingly serve him, becoming a pawn in the impending twilight of the gods. Yet, he never anticipated that the adversary before him possessed a deeper understanding of Asgard than many of its own denizens. Even the secrets surrounding Hela, the annihilation of the Valkyries, and the union of Brunhild and Siegfried were entirely clear to him. The game had yet to commence, yet the opponent had already seen through it. Odin cast a profound glance at Young Jesher, and the overwhelming aura that had surged like a tide receded, vanishing without a trace. He reverted to the cheerful, one-eyed old fisherman, as if the preceding events had been mere phantoms. It seems that that old coot, Gu-E, along with your enigmatic ally, a weaver of equal standing to the world tree, has divulged quite a bit to you, he mused, shaking his head with a hint of resignation and acceptance. It is only fitting. After all, you are an anomaly, and deviating from the norm is to be expected. Since the ruse had failed, Odin decided to abandon the pretense. Observing this, Young Jesher seized the moment to pose his own inquiry. So, you intend to simply observe? Allow Loki to continue his mischief, exploiting his cunning to the fullest, even bringing forth that destructive mech? Huh? Odin chuckled darkly, the laughter imbued with an endless weariness and nostalgia. It matters not. Let him play. He lifted his cup and drained the last of the mead, his single eye gazing toward the distant horizon, as if piercing through the atmosphere of Midgard to behold the resplendent, gilded Asgard far beyond. In the past, I engaged in a fierce battle with those formidable beings of the Divine Assembly, sustaining grave injuries that have yet to heal. I am nearing the end of my days. For the first time, he spoke in such an unadorned tone, revealing a secret that could send tremors through the 9 realms. My armor, the so-called destroyer you mentioned, was damaged long ago in that fateful conflict and has never been fully restored. Its current power pales in comparison to its zenith. Thus, it matters little. His voice, devoid of the kingly authority once wielded, now echoed the calm and resolute acceptance of a weary father. This was Thor's final lesson. If, with the aid of his loyal companions and your unpredictable nature, He cannot triumph over such a battered relic. Then he ought not to return to Asgard. My throne needs not a feeble successor. For me, as long as Thor can truly mature, grasping the essence of humility and guardianship, as long as he and Loki, those foolish children, can eventually coexist harmoniously without inflicting harm upon one another, then all shall be well. With those words, he rose to his feet. This god, masquerading as a fisherman, straightened his seemingly stooped back. In that moment, he appeared once more as the supreme being wielding Gungnir, ruling over the 9 realms. He gazed skyward, calling out in a voice both resounding and authoritative, "Heimdall, open the gate." No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling, monumental beam of light, composed of a spectrum of 7 colors, tore through the cerulean sky of New Mexico, striking down with the force of thunder, precisely illuminating the ground beneath him. A tempest erupted, energy crackling. The entire S-H-I-E-L-D base sounded the highest level of alarm. Odin stood amidst the radiant splendor of the Rainbow Bridge, casting a final glance back at Jan Jesher. Once Thor completes this trial, should you still be among the living, I hope you will grace Asgard with your presence. A commanding and hearty smile, befitting the king of gods, curled at the corners of his lips. Of course, should you inadvertently meet your demise in this battle, fret not. We shall meet in Valhalla. With that, his figure vanished without a trace, swallowed by the luminous column that spanned the heavens. The brilliance of the Rainbow Bridge gradually faded, leaving the entire base in a state of awe from the miraculous spectacle they had just witnessed. At that moment, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, trailing a long stream of fire, roaring downwards. A thunderous crash reverberated, accompanied by violent tremors. The formidable battle armor, forged from URU metal and exuding an aura of destruction and death, landed heavily at the heart of the base, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. The destroyer had arrived. Chapter 11. The eagle's song bow as he beheld the menacing battle armor descending from the heavens, imbued with an endless aura of annihilation. Jan Jesher could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. The fierce winds stirred up dust, causing his robes to flutter dramatically. Each heavy metallic footfall of the destroyer resonated through the ground, akin to the pounding of countless hearts, creating a suffocating vibration. Behind its smooth, expressionless metal mask, a searing beam of energy, seemingly drawn from the core of a star, began to illuminate, warping the surrounding air with its intensity. The atmosphere was charged with menace, and the intent to kill was palpable. However, Jan Jesher remained composed, crossing his arms without the slightest inclination to intervene. What a jest! He was a mercenary. What is the first rule of mercenaries? No pay, no risking life. That old rascal Odin was too preoccupied with his bravado and grand designs, offering not a single coin as a down payment, yet expected him to engage in a life-and-death struggle against such an evidently formidable artifact? Not a chance. Moreover, Mr. Jean Chantan had long proclaimed that one should find joy in observing matters that do not pertain to oneself, and to involve oneself in such affairs would be folly. To step forth would be to meddle in a drama of profound ethical complexity within the royal court of Asgard, a live HD performance no less. It would be a disservice to his popcorn not to enjoy it thoroughly. He had faith in Thor, or rather, he had faith in the narrative. This thunderous warrior of Asgard, destined by fate, could not possibly perish. At worst, he would endure a few more beatings, only to awaken to his true calling, hoisting his hammer and declaring his allegiance to Asgard, thus enacting a stirring tale of a king's return. All he needed to do was find a safe vantage point and await the unfolding drama. Yet, just as Jan Jesher contemplated the optimal position for his viewing pleasure, the system, ever the instigator at pivotal moments, unexpectedly manifested a cold blue screen in his mind. Emergency mission, Guardian of Thunder, mission objective, ensure the safety of the following individuals under the assault of the destroyer armor: Thor Odinson, Vandal, Hogan, Volstagg, Sif, and Dr. Jane Foster. Mission Reward 1, a mysterious scroll. Mission Reward 2, choose one from the following 3 legendary items as a reward: Hawkeye Bow, a longbow crafted from the wings of the wind goddess and the sacred wood of the elves, granting its wielder agility akin to the swiftest gale. Axe of the Ravager, a colossal axe forged from abyssal iron, imbued with primal power capable of tearing through the fabric of space. Mystic Staff, an enigmatic staff of unknown origin, its tip adorned with a gem seemingly connected to the essence of the arcane. Upon gazing at the reward list, Yang Jieshi's previously relaxed demeanor vanished in an instant. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Hawkeye Bow, the Axe of the Ravager, the Mystic Staff. While these items might merely possess intriguing names in other realms, for him, who bore the blinking dagger, their significance was entirely transformed. In a world known as two, any one of these items could merge with the blinking dagger, elevating it to a more formidable form with varying attribute enhancements. Whether it be the swift brilliance of the Hawkeye Bow, augmenting agility and attack speed, the overwhelming vigor of the Axe of the Ravager, delivering terrifying power and area damage, or the arcane enhancement of the Mystic Staff, amplifying spell effects and reducing cooldowns, each would represent a qualitative leap in Yang Jieshi's current combat prowess. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Jieshi resolutely set his sights on the Hawkeye Bow. The agility boost it promised would flawlessly compensate for his shortcomings, elevating his already elusive movements to unprecedented heights. He accepted the mission. However, as he made this decision and lifted his gaze back to the battlefield, the smile on his face vanished entirely. The situation was far more dire than he had anticipated. The destroyer armor wholly disregarded the assaults of the three warriors from the Celestial Realm and Sif, fixated solely on one target, Thor. A searing energy beam erupted from its visage, propelling Vandal, Hogun, and Volstagg like bowling pins, crashing heavily against a distant container, rendering them unconscious, likely for an extended period. Thor, clad in his humble garments, embodied a determined monk, resolutely shielding Dr. Jane Foster behind him, his face etched with bravery and resolve. On the front lines, only Sif remained. This valiant Valkyrie wielded sword and shield, deftly maneuvering around the destroyer, her blade striking against its URU metal armor, producing nothing but a series of futile sparks. With a mere flick of its hand, the destroyer sent her, along with her shield, hurtling over 10 meters away. Damn it! Yang Jieshi cursed under his breath, making a swift decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned a silver, cube-sized metallic block from his system's storage space. This was a gift from the future Peter Parker. He tossed the block into the air, and in an instant, it expanded and transformed. Accompanied by the intricate sounds of mechanical interlocking, a futuristic anti-gravity motorcycle materialized before him. Engage, autopilot mode, assist with evasion. Yang Jieshi commanded as he mounted the motorcycle. The anti-gravity engine emitted a deep hum, lifting him half a meter off the ground, suspended in midair. Next, he retrieved a massive anti-tank missile launcher procured by Frank from the motorcycle's mounting point. Shouldering the launcher without hesitation, he locked onto the gargantuan form of the destroyer and pressed the launch button. Whoosh! A missile, trailing a long tail of flame, shot forth with a speed too swift for the naked eye to perceive, striking the destroyer's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The ensuing explosion erupted in a towering blaze of fire and debris, the enhanced anti-tank weaponry powerful enough to reduce a main battle tank to scrap metal. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the destroyer remained utterly unscathed, standing resolutely in place. It did not even flinch, but slowly turned its head, directing its emotionless metallic visage towards the suspended Yang Jieshi, as if to say, "Are you attempting to tickle me?" Seeing that his initial strike had been futile, Yang Jieshi discarded the spent launcher and swiftly drew forth an array of heavy firepower, including a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle and a grenade launcher, unleashing a torrent of ammunition upon the destroyer. Bang! Bang! Boom! The base reverberated with the deafening sounds of explosions and gunfire. However, all these assaults were as ineffective as a drop in the ocean, failing to inflict any substantial damage on the destroyer. It continued its heavy-footed march, resolutely advancing towards Thor. Soon, the scant ammunition prepared by the Punisher was depleted, especially after the considerable use during the eradication of drug lords in Mexico. Yang Jieshi gazed at the impending destroyer, taking a deep breath as his gaze sharpened. It appeared that conventional firearms were of no use. Thus, he would have to resort to this. With a flourish of his right hand, he drew forth an ancient yet extraordinarily resonant combat knife, gleaming with an aura of valor. This marked his first time utilizing this newly bestowed weapon, empowered by the gods of the Mortal Kombat realm, in actual combat. The blade retained its familiar broad form, embodying an imposing and fierce design, its surface adorned with flowing patterns of golden divine fire and blue lightning, exuding a sacred yet wild beauty. "Brace yourself," Yang Jieshi called out firmly. Beneath him, the anti-gravity motorcycle seemed to comprehend his commands, its engine power surging to its zenith, transforming into a silver streak of light that lunged towards the destroyer at an oddly acute angle. He exploited the unparalleled maneuverability of the motorcycle, akin to a lethal hummingbird circling a colossal elephant, incessantly inflicting damage upon the formidable armor of the destroyer. Clang! The great sword in his grasp, entwined with divine fire and the might of thunder, struck forcefully against the shoulder of the destroyer. At the moment of impact, a blinding radiance erupted, revealing a deep gash, its edges scorched, upon the seemingly indestructible URU metal. Effective. Yang Jieshi felt invigorated, guiding his motorcycle in a high-speed, flamboyant dance of death around the destroyer. His blade shimmered like moonlight, repeatedly etching new wounds upon the destroyer's form. "Thor!" he bellowed amidst the fray, directing his voice towards the distant Thor. "Do not stand there like a fool. Go retrieve your hammer." Thor, upon hearing this, displayed a pained expression, exclaiming, "It's futile. I have tried. I can no longer earn its recognition. I am unworthy." Unworthy? Yang Jieshi evaded a devastating energy beam from the destroyer, which grazed his back, scorching the ground behind him into a molten trench. He abruptly ascended the motorcycle, hovering in mid-air, looking down upon Thor, and with all his strength, he thunderously declared, his voice resonating like the tolling of a bell, striking deep within Thor's soul, "Cease your lamentations of worthiness. Odin's trials have never been about wallowing in self-pity or questioning your merit. What he seeks is not a lofty deity, but a hero willing to stand up for the weak, especially your own people. Look behind you. Observe those you are fighting to protect with your very life. The hammer chooses not a flawless prince, but a warrior with a heart to guard. Your present self embodies that warrior. So stop the idle chatter and go. Retrieve it." There was a hint of mockery in Yang Jieshi's words. "Do you wish to hide behind others during Ragnarok, watching the goddess, or that Jane Foster, or your childhood friend Sif, confront Jay Ramungandr alone? Or have the Aesir all lost their courage?" "What did you say?" Thor bristled at these words, for he, Thor Odinson, was no coward seeking refuge behind women, nor were the Aesir. "Then prove to me, to your father, that you are a warrior with a heart to protect, not just a coward hiding behind women." Yang Jieshi fanned the flames further. A warrior with a heart to protect. Instinctively, Thor glanced back at Jane Foster, whose eyes were filled with concern and trust, and at Sif, who fought valiantly at the front lines. "Indeed, I may no longer be a god, nor a prince, but I am Thor Odinson. I am protecting those I wish to safeguard." An unprecedented, pure, and formidable conviction erupted from the depths of his heart. In his blue eyes, the indomitable flame rekindled. He no longer hesitated. With a sudden turn, he sprinted towards Mjolnir, which stood silently in the meteorite crater. Each step he took was imbued with unwavering determination. He was coming. He was coming, armed with the resolve to protect. He charged towards the glory that once belonged to him. He extended his hand and grasped the cold yet intimately familiar handle of the hammer. In the next moment, the winds and clouds transformed. Above the horizon, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. Thor effortlessly lifted the hammer, a symbol of thunder and storm, high into the air. However, just as Thor basked in his moment of glory for barely 3 seconds, he was sent flying by a punch from the Annihilator's mechanized form. Even Yang Jieshi couldn't help but shake his head at Thor's display. Truly, glory lasts but a fleeting moment. Chapter 12. Thor's Trial All Right. I must concede that Yang Jieshi was indeed overly confident this time. Reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Boom! Accompanied by a tremendous crash. The moment Thor raised Mjolnir, his body enveloped in electric light. He had yet to enjoy his fleeting moment of grandeur before being struck away like a baseball hit for a home run by the Annihilator's heavy fist. Although Mjolnir had restored his power of thunder, that strength felt raw and untamed in his hands, lacking effective control and combat finesse. All he could manage was to summon lightning for chaotic strikes or rely on brute divine strength in a direct confrontation, which proved to be of little effect against this cold, merciless machine born for war. On the other side, Yang Jieshi's situation was not much better. Although his anti-gravity motorcycle afforded him ample mobility, and with the aid of the National Defense's 14 ultimate techniques, the benefits were already evident. even though he had yet to master a fraction of them. The techniques enhanced his understanding of movement and speed, while his command over airflow significantly bolstered his maneuvering advantage. He could even employ techniques akin to blade aura, mingling flames and lightning for remote strikes, though they clearly lacked the power to inflict significant damage. Nevertheless, the combination of observation haki and the wind absolute sensitivity to airflow provided a decent synergy, allowing him to anticipate enemy attacks. Yet, should he encounter someone capable of disturbing and manipulating airflow, this skill might lose its effectiveness. His large blade repeatedly struck the vulnerable joints of the Annihilator. The divine fire and lightning coursing along the blade indeed managed to breach the defense of the URU metal, leaving behind scorching wounds. However, that was the extent of his success. Whenever he attempted to harness more power from a blade, he felt a gentle yet resolute restraining force emanating from within the sword. This force acted like a precise valve, regulating the output of divine fire and thunder, preventing him from recklessly depleting his strength or inadvertently leading to his own demise. This is a safeguard left behind when the fire god Liu Kang reforged this blade in the realm of Mortal Kombat. If Yang Jieshi truly intended to unleash raw power to obliterate the destroyer in a single strike, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, this very limitation has now become Yang Jieshi's greatest constraint. He distinctly sensed the terrifying energy within the blade, potent enough to cleave mountains and part seas. Yet he could only release it in a painstakingly gradual manner, akin to squeezing toothpaste. This sensation was immensely frustrating, akin to wielding a top-tier divine weapon, yet being unable to inflict sufficient damage due to inadequate levels. Consequently, Yang Jieshi was compelled to adopt the tactics of a soul-based player, constantly evading and anticipating the opponent's attacks while occasionally landing a few strikes, hoping to whittle down the adversary's strength. Clang! Another fierce clash ensued as the destroyer unleashed a precise beam of energy, striking heavily against his blade. The tremendous recoil surged through the hilt, causing Yang Jieshi's hands to tingle, nearly rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the weapon. The motorcycle beneath him emitted a lament of overload, desperately elevating to evade the subsequent assault. A glance at the ground revealed that Sif had, at some point, also been struck by an energy beam, lying unconscious not far from the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace. The battlefield was now left with only him and Thor as the remaining targets, struggling to endure under the relentless onslaught of the destroyer. This was spiraling out of control. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of battle, an incongruously cheerful default ringtone burst forth, ringing through the tumultuous battlefield. Yang Jieshi paused for a moment, instinctively reaching into his pocket. The sound originated from his own device. While steering the motorcycle and narrowly avoiding a sweeping beam of energy, he retrieved his phone with one hand. The caller ID read, "Little Gwen, don't hang up on me." A few black lines appeared on Yang Jieshi's forehead. What could they possibly want at such a perilous moment? With a hint of impatience, he answered, his tone far from cordial. "Hello? What is it? Speak quickly. I'm quite busy." On the other end, Gwen's voice rang out, vibrant yet tinged with a smirk of anticipated mischief. "Oh, Young, are you currently battling that Tinkin monster? The destroyer? Harley is driving us over." Gwen's tone brimmed with pride. She declared she knew the way, and we should be arriving shortly. "I can see through the passenger's mirror that you're getting pummeled." Harley Quinn was driving. From New York to New Mexico? Yang Jieshi paused for a moment, quickly grasping the situation. This was yet another manifestation of Harley's irrational, idealistic powers. As long as she believed she knew the route and that driving would get her there, no matter how distant the destination, or even if it resided in a different universe, her dilapidated vehicle would miraculously arrive as if equipped with a curvature engine. "Listen closely, you fool." On the other end of the line, Gwen's tone abruptly transformed into that of an authoritative strategist. "Stop mindlessly attacking its armor. That tin has formidable physical defenses. Haven't you seen the film? Its weakness lies in its face. Did you notice the opening visor? Find a way to pry it open. Then let that giant with golden locks unleash his most powerful lightning upon it. That is its core energy. If we destroy that, it will be finished." A flicker of understanding ignited in Yang Jieshi's eyes as he recalled a similar concept. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the smooth, seamless visage of the destroyer. "Got it," he affirmed, promptly disconnecting the call. "Thor," he bellowed towards the distant god of thunder. "Cover me." create an opportunity for me to approach its head. Although Thor was uncertain of the circumstances, the sight of young Jesher's determined demeanor rekindled his fighting spirit. With a fierce roar, he hurled Mjolnir with immense force. The hammer struck the destroyer's back with thunderous might, successfully diverting its attention. Now, a glint of cold resolve flashed in young Jesher's eyes as the engine of his anti-gravity motorcycle roared to life. Harnessing the power of the wind, he transformed into a silver streak, surging towards the destroyer's head from its blind spot. He channeled every ounce of strength and energy he could muster into the divine blade in his hand, using his will to momentarily unlock its seal for greater power. "Open!" he cried, unleashing a thunderous roar. The great sword carved a dazzling arc of golden light through the air, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of space, striking with fatal precision upon the destroyer's impenetrable visage. Creak! A bone-chilling sound of twisting metal echoed. The indomitable URU metal of the destroyer's faceplate was forcibly pried open, revealing a radiant core of energy akin to a miniature sun within the newly formed gap. Thor! For Asgard! Thor's thunderous roar resonated as he raised Mjolnir high, channeling all his divine power, fury, and hope into a singular force. The storm clouds above swirled violently, and a colossal bolt of lightning, more robust and brilliant than any before, descended from the heavens, a divine spear of retribution that cleaved the sky. This bolt of lightning surged precisely into the crack of the destroyer's visor. Boom! En précédente explosion érupted, illuminating the night as if it were day. The energy core within the destroyer ignited instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of wild energy from every orifice and crevice of its form. Its colossal metallic form began to crack, melt, and disintegrate under the extreme light and heat, ultimately transforming into a heap of charred, smoke-emitting, broken metal fragments scattered across the ground. The battle had concluded. Young Jesher, guiding his motorcycle, gently descended to the earth. Leaning on his great sword, he retrieved his water flask to quench his thirst, unwilling to engage in that exhilarating soul-binding game a second time. Meanwhile, Sol discarded his hammer and sat wearily on the ground, his face a canvas of exhaustion and the relief of survival. At that moment, a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. A red, convertible Dodge Challenger executed a graceful drift and elegantly halted beside the battlefield. The car door swung open, and Harley and Gwen Stacy hopped out with exuberance. Young, Gwen was the first to rush over, but unlike her usual cheerful self, a frown creased her lips as she pouted discontentedly at young Jesher. "You were so mean to me over the phone just now." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with grievance. "You were so fierce." Seeing her distressed expression, the irritation that had briefly arisen within young Jesher dissipated like mist. He sighed in resignation and opened his arms wide. Gwen immediately broke into a smile, launching herself into his embrace like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Clinging tightly as she murmured, "You scare me. I saw you get thrown away like that. Don't do that again." Young Jesher allowed her to hold him, gently patting her back. On the other side, Harley appeared lively, akin to a child exploring a supermarket, rummaging through the still warm wreckage of the destroyer. "Wow, this piece looks so cool. I could take it home as an ashtray. And this one is nice too. It can serve as a table leg support." She chuckled while stuffing her spoils into the trunk of her car. Suddenly, her movements halted, her gaze sharp as she focused on an empty patch of air. "Gotcha, Peeping Tom." She hurled a metallic shard like a frisbee, the fragment tracing a peculiar arc before striking the void accurately. With a sizzling sound, as if the television signal had been disrupted, an ethereal figure clad in a green bodysuit and adorned with antlered helmet flickered into view, emitting a muffled grunt of astonishment and pain before vanishing completely. Gwen, still nestled in young Jesher's embrace, pointed in that direction and exclaimed, "Loki, that villain just logged off." Young Jesher could only shake his head in exasperation at the scene before him. These two girls were truly relentless. Just then, the three warriors of Asgard and Sif stirred from their stupor not far away. They surveyed the chaotic battlefield and the heap of the destroyer's remains, their faces etched with shock and confusion. Before they could voice their inquiries, a familiar, radiant seven-colored rainbow beam descended from the heavens, piercing the sky once more. Amidst the radiant beam of light, the imposing figure of Heimdall gradually materialized. His golden eyes, capable of perceiving the 9 realms, swept over each individual present, ultimately lingering on Yang Jieshi and Thor. His voice, resonant and solemn, echoed in the ears of all. The All-Father summons you. I implore you all to proceed to Asgard. Chapter 13. Asgard, Part 1. As Yang Jieshi and his companions stepped onto the vibrant, multicolored rainbow bridge that spanned the heavens, an indescribable sensation enveloped them. This was not merely a straightforward point-to-point spatial transport. Rather, it was a grand and primordial experience, a torrential flow of pure energy, cascading in a spectrum of colors. The surrounding scenery morphed into a surreal spectacle as countless stars and nebulae whizzed past them, elongated and distorted, forming trails of radiant light. The disorienting sensation of weightlessness coupled with the dizzying speed threatened to overwhelm them. It was likely that any ordinary individual would have succumbed to unconsciousness during this wondrous journey. Fortunately, the individuals present were far from ordinary. The Asgardians, along with the remarkable Harley and Gwen, who could traverse the fourth wall, were well equipped to handle this extraordinary experience. Yang Jieshi, under the influence of both his ripple energy cultivation and the super soldier serum, possessed strength surpassing that of Captain America. Additionally, his spatial adaptability, honed through the use of his flickering dagger, left him feeling entirely unperturbed. The only person who could be deemed somewhat ordinary was Dr. Jane Foster, who was currently being shielded by Thor. This arrangement incited discontent in Sif, who cast a glance at Thor and Jane that suggested a mix of envy and disbelief. As though she were exclaiming, I was here first. Whether it's to fight together or to harbor feelings for that guy. Why has it come to this? Meanwhile, Gwen and Harley exchanged playful nudges with Yang Jieshi, expressing their regret that he hadn't recorded such an exhilarating narrative. However, they refrained from further antics, engaging instead in light-hearted conversation with him. Wow, Gwen exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the surrounding spectacle. With arms outstretched, she attempted to embrace this ocean of light. Her face radiated the fervor of a true comic book enthusiast. This is the Rainbow Bridge. It looks exactly like it does in the comics. As for Sif, her gaze towards Jane was so intense, it seemed as if she wished to consume her whole. Gwen, reveling in the unfolding drama, wore an expression that seemed to say, Isn't this just the quintessential comic book trope? A fateful connection descends from the heavens. On one side, a forbidden romance between mortal and deity. On the other, a childhood rivalry blossoming into something more. At this moment, Harley interjected, producing 2 lollipops and handing one to Gwen. So, Yang, Gwen inquired, turning to him, who do you think is the official couple in this parallel universe? Thor and Jane? Or Thor and Sif? I'm betting on Jane. I really hope it's her. Yang Jieshi nodded thoughtfully before responding with calm assurance. I place my bet on Sif. In comics, for the sake of drama, emotional entanglements abound. The Aesir, or the gods of Norse mythology, are fundamentally distinct from the modern conception of heroes. They are warlike and bloodthirsty, venerating glory and strength. Their unions and choices of partners are predominantly based on the amalgamation of power, lineage, and obligation. Yang Jieshi paused and added, Dr. Jane Foster may represent a novel and wondrous encounter for Thor. Perhaps the outcome and journey differ from the mythological portrayal of Thor's fleeting dalliance with a mortal woman. Yet it is Sif who stands as his true battle companion, sharing in the mead of victory. Their love, forged in the crucible of blood and honor, is far more direct and fervent than the trivial romances depicted in comics. Gwen, momentarily taken aback, swiftly retrieved a counter-argument from her repository of comic knowledge. No, that is not how it unfolds in the comics. In the comics, Jane Foster ultimately becomes immensely powerful. She even wields Mjolnir, becoming the goddess of thunder. She is utterly deserving of Thor. This merely reflects a specific narrative arc in the comics, crafted for dramatic tension. Yang Jieshi did not refute this, yet he added that ultimately, Sif ends up with Thor. Sometimes, it is preferable to forget the sorrow of an ending than to dwell on it from the outset. At that moment, Harley Quinn interjected, licking her lips, her azure eyes glinting with mischief. She embraced Yang Jieshi's neck and said, Sweetheart, your fervent defense of Sif as the rightful choice, continuously emphasizing comradeship, responsibility, and benefits while deliberately evading love and emotion, resembles someone who, out of fear of being hurt, instinctively shuns pure emotional bonds. This is misguided. Yang Jieshi smiled and replied, A true hero acknowledges the harsh truths, yet faces them with a smile. However, we seem to embody the roles of anti-heroes. The two women clearly disapproved of this diversion, one pinching Yang Jieshi lightly. He reciprocated playfully, giving each of them a gentle tap. Amidst their laughter and frolic, the relentless torrent of light before them suddenly coalesced. Yang Jieshi opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the terminus of the Rainbow Bridge. A magnificent dome crafted from pure gold and transparent crystal, resembling a grand astronomical observatory. At the center of this dome, a complex and intricate mechanical device was slowly rotating, as if it were the very heart of the Rainbow Bridge. Standing at the dome's center, brandishing a fearsome great sword and adorned in heavy golden armor, was the guardian of this bridge. Heimdall, his skin as pale as the winter snow of the north, was as robust as a waking giant bear. His golden hair and beard were meticulously woven into elaborate braids that cascaded down to his chest. When he spoke, his voice, though resonating with a divine and majestic essence, bore an incongruous charm filled with the ancient Viking spirit, revealing a mouth full of golden teeth. This image starkly contrasted with the stable, reserved, dark-skinned version from Yang Jiesi's memories of the cinematic portrayal. Rather, it closely resembles the description of the Asgardian gatekeeper in ancient mythology, one who possesses the ability to perceive the 9 realms and hear all things, and who indulges in honeyed mead throughout the day. "Welcome back, Prince Thor." Heimdall's voice resonated like a bell, reverberating beneath the vast dome. "And welcome to you all, esteemed guests from Midgard." After acknowledging Thor, Heimdall turned his gaze towards the group led by Yang Jieshi. His eyes, seemingly forged from pure gold, swept over the assembly, lingering for a brief moment on Yang Jieshi. As if capable of discerning all secrets, he had overheard the recent conversation and harbored a favorable impression of Yang Jieshi's support for his sister's union with the prince. Recognizing the importance of formidable warriors in the eyes of Odin, the All-Father. Unbeknownst to him, however, Yang Jieshi was indifferent to the matter. His display of support was merely a means to enhance his rapport with Heimdall, leveraging Gwyn's words. Heimdall then addressed Thor once more. "Your Highness, the All-Father awaits your return and the accolades for your trials." Soon, this dutiful gatekeeper activated the transport mechanism of the Bifrost terminal, swiftly transporting Thor, the rejuvenated Sif, the 3 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, and the still-dazed Dr. Jane Foster, along with the hastily assembled team of Yang Jieshi, directly to the grand entrance of the Golden City of Asgard. Upon stepping into this divine realm, suspended amidst the boundless sea of stars, an indescribable sense of magnificence and splendor enveloped them. Towering golden spires pierced the clouds, their summits even more resplendent than the surrounding stars. The broad streets, wide enough to accommodate 100 side by side, were paved with golden tiles polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the breathtaking nebulae above. Elegant Viking longship-like airships glided gracefully through the skies, leaving ephemeral trails of energy in their wake. The air was infused with a unique sweetness, reminiscent of aged mead and floral nectar, invigorating the spirit with every breath taken. Everything here exuded a sense of epic myth and mesmerizing fantasy. My friends, stepping back onto his homeland, and invigorated by his recent trials and growth, Thor appeared exuberant. He opened his arms wide and proclaimed in a voice loud enough for the entire street to hear, to celebrate our victory over that vial. Tin can. At this juncture, Thor paused, realizing that this tin can was likely his father's possession. He quickly adjusted his statement. "I propose we immediately head to the Hall of the Einherjar to host the grandest banquet. There, the finest and most succulent roasted meats await us, along with an endless supply of mead." Upon hearing these words, the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace erupted in enthusiastic cheers. However, before anyone could respond, Heimdall's authoritative voice resonated once more through a certain means of communication, echoing directly in the minds of the assembly. "Your Highness, if I may be so bold, the banquet can wait. But the All-Father has decreed that he wishes to summon the esteemed guest from Midgard, the Master of Imitation, along with his companions, immediately." Thor's initial excitement faltered slightly, yet he understood the imperative nature of his father's command. He cast an apologetic glance toward Yang Jieshi and said, "Very well, my friend. It appears I must first escort my old comrades and the lovely Dr. Jane to the banquet hall to warm things up for you. After your audience with Father, I assure you, I will host an even grander welcome feast, lasting 3 days. With that, he led his entourage, brimming with enthusiasm, towards the distant grand edifice from which laughter and merriment emanated. A rhythmic, resounding clatter of metallic footsteps echoed from all directions. Soon, a squad of Asgardian guards clad in heavy gold armor and wielding energy halberds emerged from the shadows. Their armor bore the ancient Nordic aesthetic, intricately engraved with complex runes, and draped with thick white bear pelts, exuding an aura of primal power and authority. They displayed no hostility, yet their movements were precise and efficient. In an instant, they formed a triangular formation around the group, encircling them protectively. The leader of the guards stepped forward, removing his helmet to reveal a chiseled, resolute visage. He placed his right fist across his left breast and offered a formal Nordic salute to the trio. His voice was steady and commanding. By the All-Father's decree, we stand ready to welcome the noble guests from Midgard. Please follow us to the Golden Palace. The God King has awaited your arrival for some time. Chapter 14. Asgard. Part 2. Young Jesher and the others, upon receiving the summons, were escorted by an elite squad of Asgardian guards, equally adorned in golden armor and wielding energy spears, towards the dwelling of the God King. The passageway was grand enough to make any Earth architect feel humbled. Beneath their feet lay polished slabs of white jade, inscribed with ancient runes that glimmered faintly with golden light with each step taken. The soaring dome reached towards the clouds, supported by colossal golden columns intricately carved with epic scenes, between which hung curtains woven from the brilliance of stars, dazzling in their splendor. Along the way, Harley and Gwen displayed expressions of childlike wonder as they ventured towards the magnificent Golden Palace, located at the highest point of the city, seemingly forged from radiant light, in a direction opposite to that of the Hall of Heroes. Indeed, the spectacle before them was overwhelmingly magnificent. Although they had previously witnessed the grandeur of Liu Kang's stronghold, the Star Sea Palace, as the headquarters of the Time Guardians, steeped in mystery and majesty, suspended amidst the turbulent currents of time and space. It must be said that the arrangement of Master Kang's domain emphasized simplicity and functionality. However, in stark contrast to the grandeur of Asgard, Liu Kang's Guardian Temple appears somewhat modest. It is a functional, minimalist conference center consisting solely of a vast meeting room and a few essential spaces. Asgard, on the other hand, is a truly magnificent realm, fully equipped, brimming with life and artistic splendor. It serves as the very heart of the divine empire, which has steadfastly ruled over the 9 realms for millennia. Each step taken here seems to tread upon the rich tapestry of history. It is no surprise. Yang Jieshi Muses Internali. After all, Liu Kang, the formidable bull demon king, remains a bachelor, yet to find his own princess Iron Fan, the Titan is Hitana. Naturally, the abode of a solitary demigod cannot rival the exquisite opulence of this home, meticulously cultivated by the king of gods and queen, alongside a civilization over the course of millennia. As they traverse several resplendent corridors adorned with gold and jewels, the walls are not embellished with mere decorative paintings. Instead, they showcase colossal dynamic tapestries woven from unknown fibers, depicting epic battles against frost giants and fire giants. The figures and scenes depicted seem to move slowly, as if reenacting the fierce glory of bygone days. The guard squad eventually halted before a grand golden door, intricately carved with the colossal relief of the World Tree. This is the chamber of Odin, the All-Father. 2 sentinels forcefully pushed open the heavy door, and a comforting aroma, an amalgamation of ancient wood, warm hearth, and a hint of honeyed mead, washed over them. Inside the chamber, it was not the oppressive majesty that Yang Jieshi had envisioned. Rather, it resembled a warm and cozy abode of an elder. The crackling fire in the hearth provided a sense of comfort, while the walls were adorned with specimens of rare beasts and ancient weaponry. Soft carpets cradled inviting sofas and recliners. At the center of the hall, Odin sat upon his throne, having resumed his regal stature. His solitary eye sparkled with the wisdom that perceives all, while he casually leaned upon the legendary spear Gungnir. He sat there quietly, exuding an unparalleled majesty intrinsic to the All-Father, a presence that permeated every corner of the space, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence that even rendered one's breath cautious. This was a stark contrast to the earlier, disheveled figure in burlap who had bumblingly shared popcorn with him. Beside him sat a goddess of regal elegance and gentle demeanor, clad in a gown of pure white silk. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall, meticulously styled into a noble updo, and her face radiated a motherly warmth with a tender smile. She is Frigg, the queen of Asgard, goddess of love, family, and marriage, and the wife of Odin. Welcome, friends from distant Midgard. Frigga was the first to speak, her voice akin to a gentle spring breeze that instantly dispersed the heavy aura brought forth by Odin. The two charming maidens, weary from their journey, were greeted by her sincere and benevolent smile, an invitation that was impossible to refuse. Why not accompany me? Allow my handmaidens to refresh you and indulge in some of Asgard's exquisite delicacies. Some matters are best kept among men, and I suspect you might find them rather dull. Her words, tender yet imbued with the undeniable authority and presence of a goddess, left no room for dissent. Hela and Gwen exchanged glances, reluctant to part with young Jesher, yet unable to resist the allure of this formidable yet warm-hearted divine matron. Ultimately, they nodded obediently and followed Frigga, accompanied by several equally striking shield maidens clad in golden armor, towards the side chamber of the royal quarters. Please, take a seat, young ones. Odin gestured to a chair beside his throne, commanding, serve the meal. Soon, several handmaidens presented a lavish array of food and drink, a golden brown, succulent wild boar leg exuding an enticing aroma, golden apples imbued with fragrance, and honeyed wine served in ornate silver cups. This time, Odin set aside any tricks regarding contracts, simply welcoming his distant guests in the manner befitting a host. This reflected not only Asgard's hospitality, but also his profound respect for young Jesher, a variable in his midst. Young Jesher made no pretense of politeness. He seated himself and eagerly tore into a piece of roasted meat, unreservedly indulging in the feast. It was his first experience dining with the All-Father. Just as he prepared to delve into serious discourse with Odin, a familiar and aged voice unexpectedly resonated beside him. It seems I have arrived just in time for the meal." Young Jesher turned abruptly to find an elderly man in simple monk's robes, his hair and beard entirely white, wearing a gentle smile as he curiously surveyed the spread before them. This visage was all too familiar, none other than the Ancient One, the supreme sorcerer of Earth. He had appeared, quite suddenly and silently, in Odin's royal chamber, as if he had merely stepped over from the adjacent meditation room. Odin, seemingly unfazed, merely raised an eyebrow and remarked with mild irritation, "You old rascal, still as elusive as ever. If you wish to drink, just say so. No need for such elaborate pretexts." The Ancient One chuckled softly, unceremoniously picking up a cup of honeyed wine and downing it in one gulp. Chapter 15. The Bequest. In no time, the three found themselves seated at the long table carved from a single massive timber in Odin's chamber. The table was laden with an abundance of sumptuous dishes reflecting the Asgardian heritage. A colossal wild boar leg, sizzling and towering to the height of a man. Mountains of golden apples, and honeyed wine brewed over millennia, alongside the legendary meat of the divine stag said to restore vitality. However, at this moment, no one truly has the heart to savor the exquisite delicacies of the divine realm. The atmosphere is somewhat heavy, even to the point of being eerie. Young Jesher finds himself seated between two of the most formidable beings in this universe, feeling as though he is attending a solemn banquet reminiscent of a fateful gathering. Odin and the Ancient One, guardians of the Nine Realms and the Earth Dimension, respectively, resemble two elderly neighbors nearing their end, sighing and exchanging glances that speak volumes of their impending demise. "Alas, we have aged and become ineffectual," Odin begins, deliberately wielding his knife to cut a piece of roasted meat with an exaggerated slowness. Reflecting on his youth, he recalls a fierce battle with the Celestials that left him profoundly weakened. Counting the days, he realizes that his Odin's sleep is nearing its conclusion, and he likely has little time left to live. Likewise, the Ancient One remarks, taking a sip of mead. Her tone is nonchalant, as if commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. "My time is also drawing to a close. My soul shall soon return to the embrace of Vishanti, relinquishing this mortal shell to eternity. Yet, I cannot help but worry about Kamartaj." The two engage in a natural exchange that leads them to the subject of heirs. Odin glances at young Jesher and remarks, "You have seen my foolish son. Though this trial has imparted upon him the essence of guardianship, his temperament remains recklessly impetuous, far from being a worthy ruler. That child Loki, too, is burdened with excessive thoughts, prone to extremities. The future of Asgard is worrisome." The Ancient One then gazes into the void, as if perceiving countless potential futures. My situation is more complicated. The surgeon known as Strange possesses talent, yet the uncertainties of his future loom large. In one timeline, I foresaw him hastily assuming the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme without sufficient growth, ultimately squandering millennia of Kamar-Taj's legacy and nearly plunging Earth into irreparable ruin. In another timeline, however, he steadily evolves into a competent guardian. The dilemma arises from your emergence as a variable. Since then, that once stable path has begun to blur. I hesitate to gamble. Listening to the implicit words of legacy from these two titans sends a shiver down Yang Jieshi's spine. He has perused the comics and understands better than anyone the formidable challenges that these two elders have bequeathed. Asgard, it may sound grand. It is besieged on all sides. Externally, the cosmic empires of Chitauri, Kree, and Skrull lurk, poised to pounce and claim their share upon the fall of the Divine King. Internally, the sealed goddess of death, Hela, Odin's forgotten elder brother, the god of fear, Fenris, and those ancient deities lurking in the shadows, awaiting Ragnarok, are but a few threats. Not to mention the fire giants of Surtur and the frost giants, all of whom have clandestine supporters, making them far from easily subdued. As for Kamar-Taj, the situation is even more dire. Dormammu, the nightmarish one, and the eyed demon Shumagarath, alongside a multitude of formidable demigods coveting the Earth dimension, not to mention the incessant threats and curses emerging from within the magical realm. Behind these arcane secrets lie a host of ancient gods and the old ones, ever watchful. Furthermore, there exist other sorcerers and the materialistic empires that serve as their antithesis. The perils of the magical domain far surpass the terror posed by extraterrestrial fleets. A mere misstep could result in the entire reality being tainted and eroded. As for the other deity known to him, the god of fire, Liu Kang, Yang Jieshi could only manage a wry smile in his heart. That Master Kang is likely busier than anyone else, burdened with the causal threads of countless Mortal Kombat timelines, truly deserving of the title of World Heavyweight Champion. Merely rectifying the chaos wrought by the Titans would be enough to keep him occupied. He is hardly a reliable source of assistance. As for this predicament, let those who wish to shoulder it do so. Setting aside his knife and fork, Yang Jieshi resolved to offer a suggestion to these two eminent figures, while also returning the ball to their court. I have an immature proposal, he mused, pausing for a moment before speaking. Odin and the Ancient One exchanged a glance, signaling him to continue. Let Thor and Loki join the Avengers, Yang Jieshi proposed. Though Midgard may be weak, it is home to extraordinary heroes. Placing Thor within that team may teach him the essence of responsibility and the value of teamwork, which could be far more beneficial than confining him to the throne of Asgard. There, he might find encouragement from friends and a purer sense of validation from mortals. As for Loki, he paused, considering, allow him to indulge in his throne addiction for a few days. He will soon tire of it. Perhaps by observing the charismatic personalities of those heroes, he might recalibrate his paranoid and sensitive heart, realizing there are myriad pursuits in this world beyond the throne. Yang Jieshi maintained confidence in this notion, believing that the formation of a multiversal Avengers could provide Loki with the recognition he craved, along with the attention of his brother. This suggestion plunged Odin and the Ancient One into contemplation. Indeed, it possessed a distinct merit. Sending two troublesome heirs to the hero-laden Earth for growth through collaboration and friction with peers seemed a prudent choice. After a considerable pause, Odin nodded and remarked, "This is indeed a feasible path. However, the thorns along the way will require someone to clear them in advance." The Ancient One concurred, stating a powerful overseer, who belongs to neither side, yet is trusted by both, is essential. Their gazes converged once more on Yang Jieshi. "We understand that it is implausible for you to assist us without recompense." Odin's voice resonated with the candor of King. "Thus, before your departure, we have decided to provide a deposit as a token of goodwill from us to Old Codgers." The Ancient One added with a smile, "Consider it an advance on the interest for our future investment." Ancient One nodded slightly, stating that empty promises were not in their nature. "Given your concerns, let us first provide a deposit, allowing you the confidence to face the impending storms. Present your items," Odin instructed. Yang Jieshi felt a stir in his heart, sensing that the main event was about to unfold. Without hesitation, he summoned several extraordinary items that materialized upon the table. Among them were various pieces of URU metal, gleaming with a metallic luster, which he had previously acquired alongside a future Deadpool from a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouse. There was also an ancient set of 5 distinct magical artifacts known as the Five Elements. As Yang Jieshi was not a practitioner of magic and harbored reservations about its alleged costs, this powerful set had languished in his collection, gathering dust. Additionally, he presented his current weapon, the longbow named Breath of the Windwalker, along with its accompanying quiver, the Artisan's Soul. Lastly, there was a circular shield, yet to be painted, shimmering with a silvery metallic sheen, crafted from the same material as Captain America's shield, which was part of the advance payment from S.H.I.E.L.D. For this mission, Odin surveyed the items on the table, nodding in satisfaction. URU metal was indeed a fine material, but its true potential could only be realized in the hands of the dwarves of Nidavellir. He reached out and lightly tapped the air, causing ripples in the space, from which emerged a stout figure, a muscular dwarf wielding a massive warhammer, his face adorned with a thick beard. His eyes sparkled with fervor and focus for the craft. This was none other than the greatest artisan of the 9 realms, King Eitri. Your Majesty, All-Father, Eitri intoned in a deep voice, bowing respectfully. Eitri, Odin commanded, pointing at the items on the table, with your finest craftsmanship, reforge these treasures for this brave warrior of Midgard. Eitri's gaze fell upon the URU metal and shield, igniting with fervent light. He nodded and then turned his attention to the set of 5 elements, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. At that moment, the Ancient One spoke. This set of artifacts embodies the profound principles of the 5 elements from the Eastern world, which differ from your rune magic system. She extended her finger, lightly touching the air, and 5 beams of various colors, each imbued with arcane runes, were infused into 5 groups of rune symbols, transforming the 5 elements into mere antiquities. I have inscribed the blessings of Ashanti and the secret magics of Kamartaj within them. Now they can harmonize with any energy system. Finally, Odin's gaze settled upon the longbow, Breath of the Windwalker, and the quiver, Artisan's Soul. These bow and quiver are intriguing, he mused, a flicker of nostalgia sparking in his single eye. They remind me of an old friend. He extended his hand, and a branch shimmering with the radiance of the world tree, infused with the essence of life, along with a feather that seemed to be composed of pure starlight, materialized from his grasp. Incorporate these 2 items as well, he instructed Eitri. The Dwarf King gazed at the extravagant array of top-tier materials before him, enough to drive any craftsman into a frenzy, his excitement causing him to tremble. He nodded emphatically, hoisting everything onto his shoulders and, without uttering another word, stepped into the rippling void, clearly eager to return to his forge and commence his grand endeavor. Yang Jieshi observed this scene, fully aware that this was no longer merely a deposit. It represented the earnest intentions of the 2 formidable powers, Asgard and Kamartaj. It seemed he had little choice but to accept this solemn trust. Chapter 16. New weapons to await the completion of the Dwarf King's forging. Yang Jieshi and his companions lingered in Asgard for an additional 3 days. In the realm of deities, 3 days are but a fleeting moment. However, due to the differing flow of time in Asgard, which is not entirely synchronized with Earth, the ratio is closer to that of the 616 main universe of comics, approximately 110, rather than the cinematic universe's 112. This meant that while they leisurely spent 3 days in Asgard, a month had quietly elapsed on Earth. During these 3 days, Yang Jieshi's experiences were nothing short of vibrant. Following the events with the Destroyer, Thor remained exuberant, hosting a celebratory feast for Yang Jieshi and the others, where he drank to excess and insisted on forging a brotherly bond with Yang Jieshi. He declared that henceforth, Yang Jieshi would be his sworn brother, sentiment so fervent that Yang Jieshi found no opportunity to decline. In fact, he even procured a statue of Guan Yu, and had Loki not interrupted, the 2 might have nearly shared a tankard of mead under Odin's watchful gaze. Compared to the other 2 titans of the Avengers, Thor was undoubtedly the one Yang Jieshi favored. Steve, in his unwavering righteousness, appeared excessively virtuous in Yang Jieshi's eyes, who naturally possessed an inclination towards anti-heroism. As for Tony, he remained trapped in the image of a drunken capitalist, making it difficult for Yang Jieshi to genuinely warm to him. Yet Thor, the lovable giant, had his endearing moments. Amidst the revelry, the god of thunder confided in Yang Jieshi with a slurred voice, sharing a royal secret. Let me tell you, brother, my sibling Loki, He is actually a woman. Thor's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, despite his usual masculine appearance. Only father and mother know about this. You mustn't breathe a word of it. Loki is a woman? Thor continued to ramble about this revelation, detailing numerous anecdotes about her sibling. These astonishing revelations sent an involuntary shiver down Young Jesher's spine. In light of Thor's description and the memories of Loki's deeds towards him, usurping the throne, feigning death to manipulate emotions, and repeatedly placing him in peril. If one were to transpose these actions onto a female character, it becomes evident that this is not merely a tale of sibling rivalry. Rather, it resembles a narrative of a deranged sister, consumed by unrequited love for her brother, ultimately succumbing to darkness and enacting a tragic saga of I love you, so I shall destroy you, reminiscent of a Germanic melodrama. Contemplating this notion sent a shiver down Young Jesher's spine, and his gaze towards Thor transformed into one of sympathy. My friend, your life is rather exhilarating. Apart from indulging in libations and gossip, Young Jesher was not idle. He seized the opportunity to engage in battles throughout Asgard, successfully completing a system-assigned task known as the Trial of Heroes, achieving a remarkable 10 consecutive victories. He vanquished 10 elite Asgardian warriors, showcasing his cunning and ruthless combat techniques, which stood in stark contrast to the grand and powerful fighting style typical of Asgard, thereby broadening the horizons of the watching Aesir gods. As a reward for this accomplishment, the system generously granted him a new skill, Solar Fist. Skill acquired, Solar Fist. Martial arts origin, Dragon Ball. Martial arts description, a technique from the Crane School in the Dragon Ball universe. This move involves placing one's hands on the forehead to generate a blinding flash of light, temporarily blinding those who witness it. This peculiar technique, birthed from the world of Dragon Ball and crafted by the Crane School, allows the practitioner to concentrate their internal energy at their forehead, unleashing a blinding flash capable of incapacitating an opponent. While it may lack lethality in the dynamic chaos of battle, that fleeting moment of blindness can determine life or death. When combined with the ripple energy technique, it can produce a small area of effect damage centered around oneself. This exhilarating series of victories earned him the respect and recognition of the proud Asgardians. 3 days later, the Dwarf King reappeared at Odin's chambers, bearing his masterpiece. Upon unveiling the new weapon before Young Jesher, he felt a spark of astonishment. It was neither a sword, nor a bow, nor a shield. It was a pair of metallic gauntlets, resplendent in dark gold, exuding a sense of power and futuristic technology. The gauntlets were forged from URU metal and the remnants of a vibranium shield, their surface intricately engraved with shimmering magical runes imbued by the Ancient One. The gauntlet's cuffs were adorned with 5 gems of various colors, each inscribed with a series of runic symbols, representing the 5 elemental artifacts, modified through a collaboration of Odin and the Ancient One. Give it a try, young man, the Dwarf King said, extending the hefty gauntlets with his rough hands, his eyes glimmering with the pride of a craftsman. Young Jesher accepted the gauntlets and donned them upon his left arm. The gauntlet seemed to possess a life of its own, automatically adjusting its size to perfectly conform to his arm. He could distinctly sense a wondrous connection, akin to a blood bond, forming between himself and the gauntlet. The energy within him flowed unimpeded and freely into the gloves, resonating with the 5 gemstones embedded within. He no longer needed to worry about the costs of magic. In a manner beyond his comprehension, the Ancient One and Odin had completely transformed the 5 elemental artifact into a mode that could be directly powered by his own energy. This masterpiece is the culmination of our utmost dedication, the Dwarf King introduced in his deep, resonant voice. It possesses 3 forms. With a gesture, he signaled Young Jesher to focus his thoughts. Young Jesher concentrated on the bow form. In an instant, the front of the gauntlet emitted a series of precise mechanical sounds. And a splendid bow, crafted from pure energy and infused with an elven aesthetic, unfurled before him. In its bow mode, the gauntlet, having melded the essence of the Windrunner's bow with branches of Yggdrasil and starlit feathers bestowed by Odin, boasted unparalleled long-range assault capabilities. As Young Jesher's thoughts shifted, the power of the 5 elemental artifacts surged forth. He drew back the bowstring, and an arrow composed of pure golden energy materialized upon it. With a swift release, the arrow transformed into a beam of golden light, striking a distant ingot of URU metal that served as a target. With a resounding thud, the seemingly indestructible ingot was effortlessly pierced by the energy arrow. He then proceeded to experiment with various elemental attributes. The wood attribute conjured arrows imbued with life that, upon striking the ground, instantaneously sprouted resilient vines, forming a natural shield. The water attribute produced crystalline arrows capable of freezing targets, exerting control. The fire attribute manifested as incendiary projectiles, erupting into flames that were nearly impossible to extinguish. The earth attribute summoned heavy stone arrows with terrifying impact, sufficient to breach the most formidable walls. Even more astonishing, as long as Yang Jieshi's internal energy remained abundant, this weapon could continuously generate these energy arrows at will, liberating him entirely from the reliance on physical projectiles. Moreover, depending on Yang Jieshi's intent, the summoned energy could morph into spears, flying axes, and various other forms, truly embodying the essence of freedom in combat. Next, the Dwarf King encouraged him to try the crossbow mode. As the bow retracted, a concealed launching port quietly opened at the wrist of the gauntlet. In this mode, it could silently fire small energy bolts, ideal for stealth and assassination, with remarkable secrecy. Lastly, there was the shield mode. Yang Jieshi concentrated on defense. With a crisp click, the entire gauntlet swiftly expanded and transformed into a shield comparable in size to Captain America's vibranium round shield. The metal gauntlet, embodying the virtues of attack, defense, range capabilities, and stealth, seamlessly amalgamated the strengths of all his equipment, emerging as the second truly formidable artifact following his mighty sword. Henceforth, it shall be dubbed Gravewalker. Yang Jieshi was reminded of a game he had played in a bygone life, mockingly referred to as the Orc Pokemon, where the protagonist was similarly addressed by foes, thus inspiring the name for his second piece of gear. After acquiring this transformative weapon, Yang Jieshi and his companions concluded their adventure in Asgard. Bidding a reluctant farewell to Thor and the pantheon of gods, they once again set foot upon the Rainbow Bridge, traversing the luminous expanse of time and space. When they finally found solid ground beneath their feet, they had returned to the familiar dojo nestled in New York's Chinatown. Observing the comforting surroundings, Yang Jieshi exhaled deeply and slumped onto the sofa. His journey through Asgard had yielded rich rewards, yet he was acutely aware that tranquility might not linger for long. Chapter 17. Tony's invitation. The night breeze in New York carried the distinctive chill of late November, swirling fallen leaves from the street corners and the enticing aromas of food wafting from unknown kitchens. However, the air above Harlem was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, concrete dust, and an indescribable, frenzied green essence. The shrill wail of sirens ebbed and flowed, weaving a chaotic tapestry. The whir of military helicopters droned in the skyline, searchlights slicing through the remnants of a city scarred by two colossal beings. On the rooftop of a distant high-rise, Yang Jieshi, Harley Quinn, Gwen Stacy, and Shuri gathered popcorn, sunflower seeds, and soda in hand, observing the concluding spectacle. The military was busy clearing the aftermath, having subdued a creature known as Abomination, while another green giant had vanished into chaos. What an exhilarating monster brawl! Even my hometown of Gotham seldom sees such pandemonium. It's truly thrilling, Harley Quinn exclaimed, perching herself on the railing, her legs swinging with fervor, her golden pigtails tracing joyful arcs in the night breeze, despite her words being at odds with her usual persona. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with a lingering excitement, reminiscent of a high school girl who had just witnessed a magnificent fireworks display with her boyfriend. Yet, glancing at the debris strewn about, she lamented, "What a pity. I couldn't go collect some souvenirs, like Abomination's bony spikes or a piece of old shorts." "Harley, those are plot devices, not trophies," Gwen Stacy retorted, adjusting her non-existent glasses with an almost scholarly tone. "Besides, being this close might interfere with the main storyline. According to the comics, according to intelligence, General Ross must be fuming like an about-to-burst sweet potato right now. As observers, it is imperative for us to maintain an appropriate distance, for such professionalism is paramount." Meanwhile, Shuri scrutinizes the unfolding events through the discerning eyes of a monster hunter. After all, if these are indeed the creatures that inhabit this world, then the bounty is hardly a lucrative endeavor. Yang Jieshi's gaze, profound and contemplative, is directed towards the vanishing figure of Hulk. His observation, Haki, still perceives the feral and sorrowful energy quickly receding into the distance. Bruce Banner, a brilliant scientist harboring a beast within, embodies a power that is the result of gamma radiation-induced rage. This strength is formidable yet impure, resembling more of a curse than a blessing, starkly contrasting with the energy that resides within himself and Thor, energy that is innate and controllable. At this moment, Yang Jieshi gently interjects, disrupting the three girls' discussion. They are radiating immense energy. If we wish to avoid becoming like Deadpool, it would be wise to keep our distance. Furthermore, the show has concluded, and it is time for us to depart. Upon hearing Yang Jieshi's words, the two playful girls nod in agreement, their demeanor shifting to one of compliance. He strides to the center of the rooftop, retrieving a metallic cube from his pocket and casually tossing it into the air. The cube swiftly expands and transforms mid-air, silently morphing into a sleek, futuristic anti-gravity motorcycle. The group skillfully mounts the vehicle, with Harley naturally wrapping her arms around Yang Jieshi's waist, her cheek pressed against his broad back, contentedly nuzzling against him. Shiri sits in the middle, embracing Harley, while Gwen Stacy occupies the rear, cheerfully humming a disjointed pop tune. The motorcycle's engine emits a faint hum as it ascends silently, melding into the profound darkness of New York City, akin to a drop of ink that has never graced the ocean. Rather than heading directly back to Chinatown, they circle above the city before descending into a secluded alleyway, nearly devoid of surveillance cameras. After transforming the motorcycle back into the cube and stowing it away, the group changes into their pre-prepared casual attire. Yang Jieshi dons a simple black hoodie and jeans, while Harley sports a playful red jacket and skirt, complemented by knee-high socks, resembling a rebellious girl who has just slipped away from a party. Gwen Stacy slips into a pink sweatshirt adorned with charming cartoon motifs, wrapping herself snugly, while Shiri dons her winter apparel. The four blend into the bustling street, joining the warm-hearted citizens of New York in the customary supermarket shopping spree, often referred to as the $0 purchase. Clutching a variety of ingredients, they appear to be the most ordinary citizens on the eve of Thanksgiving, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous turkey feast. The only one troubled by the prospect is Yang Jieshi, who is uncertain of his culinary prowess when it comes to preparing the dish known as turkey. Having returned from the chaotic Harlem district to the vibrant Manhattan, the festive atmosphere intensifies. Storefronts are adorned with painted pumpkins, turkeys, and corn, while the enticing aroma from street-side hot dog stands wafts through the air. Couples stroll by, nestled close together, their faces illuminated by joyous smiles. As she spoke, sweetly, Harley tilted her head, gazing at the man beside her, who exuded an air of calmness in any situation. Harry Osborn had just sent me a message, informing me that he was with Liz and wishing us a happy Thanksgiving. It appears he is faring quite well now. Yang Jieshi nodded, the image of that young man surfacing in his mind. Indeed, the world had undergone significant changes over the past few months. With the assistance of Matt Murdock, the esteemed lawyer from Hell's Kitchen, and the safety net left by Norman Osborn through overseas trusts, Harry had managed to preserve the last vestiges of the Osborn family's dignity. Ultimately, young Osborn retained a penthouse overlooking Central Park, along with a fortune sufficient to ensure his comfort for the remainder of his life. More importantly, under Harley's intermittent professional psychological guidance and Liz Allen's unwavering companionship, he had thoroughly emerged from the shadows of his father's death and the loss of his company, transforming back into the cheerful, affluent young gentleman he once was. However, the sunny, optimistic boy rehabilitated by Harley would likely remain estranged from the conventional notion of normalcy. On another note, with the psychological counseling and intervention from Harley and Gwen, Yang Jieshi had begun to liberate himself from the influences of avoidant attachment and fear of intimacy. At least now, he would no longer freeze up at the thought of an embrace. During this time, Lin Gui had also been active, initiating operations in New York, especially since Mr. Negative had nearly resigned himself to a state of neglect. Lin Gui operated under his name, as it seemed quite normal for an Oriental individual to have a cadre of shadowy martial artist assassins at his disposal. For him, earning money took precedence over gang activities. With no concerns regarding gang and safety issues, no one could disturb his uncle's endeavors. However, Lin Gui's development and operations faced two critical challenges. Firstly, aside from Yang Jieshi and a few masters, the upper echelon lacked significant combat power. Secondly, there were too few expendable assets, which made their loss painful. The so-called low-end combatants were not cost-effective, while the high-end fighters could not be replaced easily. As they conversed, they traversed several blocks, the air gradually filling with the familiar. Distinct aromas of Chinatown, the savory scent of roasted duck, the bitter sweetness of medicinal herbs, and the cacophony of neighbors conversing in Cantonese and Mandarin. Red lanterns and various Chinese character signs intermingled, as if they had instantaneously traversed from New York to another realm. Yan Jieshi's footsteps momentarily paused before a shop undergoing renovations. This was the original site of the Fu Ji meat shop. The small establishment that once hung with pork, imbued with the scent of raw meat, had vanished, replaced by a construction site that appeared considerably larger. From the construction blueprints and renderings, it seemed that this place would not only sell prepared foods, but also operate as a full-fledged restaurant. A sign hung at the entrance, announcing the interior renovations and inviting anticipation. Over the past few months, Yan Jieshi had visited several times, yet he had not once encountered a Fei in person. The workers merely mentioned that the owner was away procuring new equipment and suppliers. Yan Jieshi understood, but felt a twinge of melancholy nonetheless. Since the last time he revealed the relics of his master, Yang Shojin, specifically the spearhead engraved with the emblem of the divine spear, and recognized Ah Fei, he had come to a profound realization. The seemingly unassuming butcher, clad in a greasy apron and adorned with a hearty smile, was indeed an intelligence operative for the Divine Spear Bureau, much like his master. It appeared that Ah Fei had received a new assignment, and perhaps in the future, other comrades would come to succeed him in his duties. This newly expanded shop might merely serve as a more refined guise. The world of martial arts is vast, and each must cherish their own path. In his heart, Yang Jieshi silently bid farewell to this old friend and continued onward, navigating through alleys adorned with vibrant red lanterns. They finally returned to the familiar street. The ancient plaque of a Shojin martial arts school stood ahead, quietly enduring the passage of time, as if it were an elderly sage who had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Yet, at the entrance of the dojo, beneath the dim glow of a street lamp, a figure disrupted this tranquility. The individual stood with their back to them, erect in posture, clad in a well-tailored, expensive dark suit that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. It seemed they had been waiting for quite some time, idly gazing at their shoe tips. One hand tucked into a trouser pocket, while the other cradled a glass filled with an amber liquid that swayed gently with their unconscious movements. Nearby, a flashy, state-of-the-art sports car idled at the roadside, silently proclaiming the owner's status and wealth. Hallie's demeanor instantly shifted to one of vigilance. Her grip on Yang Jieshi's arm tightened involuntarily, while her other hand discreetly reached for the handgun at her waist. Similarly, Shiri gripped the short sword at her side. Gwen paused abruptly, her eyes wide with astonishment, her mouth agape. Beneath the pink hood of her sweatshirt, her golden locks seemed to tremble with excitement. Seizing Yang Jieshi's other arm, she lowered her voice and exclaimed breathlessly, "It's him. Alive. The wild Tony Stark. What's he doing here? Could it be that the Avengers plot is about to unfold prematurely?" Yang Jieshi's expression remained unchanged, his gaze calmly fixed upon the figure before him. He was far from surprised. In fact, he felt that Tony Stark's arrival was rather delayed. From lifting Thor's hammer in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New Mexico, to later teaming up with Thor to defeat the Destructor, and then his relationship with Director George, though others might be oblivious. With Tony Stark's intelligence network and that ever-active mind, connecting these dots was inevitable. Furthermore, considering earlier threads, it was unreasonable for S.H.I.L.D. to be aware of his identity while Iron Man remained in the dark. Discovering this elusive intersection among a series of events was merely a matter of time. As if sensing their presence, the man turned around. A face familiar to the world emerged under the light. With a meticulously groomed beard, a glint of world-weariness mixed with nonchalance in his eyes, and that signature smile, one that blended arrogance with mockery, graced his lips. It was indeed Tony Stark. He downed the whiskey in his glass in one swift motion and casually placed the empty vessel atop the nearby fire hydrant, producing a crisp, resonant sound. He then strode forward, making his way directly towards Yang Jieshi, his gaze sharp as an eagle, seemingly intent on perceiving the very essence of him. Yang Jiesher, is it? Tony Stark halted 3 paces away, hands tucked into his pockets, his tone relaxed yet undeniably authoritative. I have been searching for you for quite some time. To be honest, this Chinatown of yours is far more elusive than I anticipated. The night is quite pleasant, perfect for watching 2 oversized green and brown fellows engage in a demolition game. Wouldn't you agree? His words were laced with probing intent, each syllable akin to a precisely cast probe. Hallie stepped forward, resembling a protective she-beast, her vigilance directed towards the billionaire. Gwen Stacy hid behind Yang Jiesher, peeking out with an expression brimming with excitement at the sight of her idle and pivotal character. Meanwhile, Shiri rested a hand on the hilt of his sword, prepared for a charge at the slightest hint of disturbance. Yang Jiesher met Tony's gaze, his expression unruffled as he replied, "Mr. Stark, what brings you here at such an hour?" His tone was calm, devoid of any embarrassment or agitation in the presence of a super-rich mogul and superhero. This detached demeanor seemed to temper the playful arrogance in Tony Stark's eyes, replaced instead by a burgeoning intrigue. "What brings me here?" "Indeed, there's a purpose." Tony arched an eyebrow and took a step closer, lowering his voice to a volume only discernible to their small group. "The world is growing increasingly peculiar. Alien princes, mythic tin cans, the Furious Hulk, and I, Tony Stark, detest the feeling of being outpaced by the currents of time." His gaze swept across Yang Jiesher, Hallie, and Gwen Stacy, ultimately fixing once again on Yang Jiesher's face, his expression becoming unusually earnest. "I have researched you, Mr. Yang. Your record is as pristine as a blank slate, yet that in itself raises suspicion. You're like a specter materializing out of thin air, yet always at the heart of the most extraordinary events." Tony paused, inhaling deeply, before articulating the true purpose of his visit. "I am assembling a team, a collective to address the myriad of bizarre occurrences that the future may hold. I require some extraordinary talents." He spread his arms wide, making an inviting gesture, a confident smile returning to his lips. "And you, Yang Jiesher, or shall I say the master of imitation, hold a very high priority on my list." Chapter 18. The Avengers when it comes to Iron Man. Yang Jiesher does not particularly admire this character. Rather, he harbors a disdain for the original Tony Stark as he remembers him. In his perception, the roots of every story lie within the comic version from the primary universe, and that rendition of Tony Stark is undeniably a rather unlikable individual. He indulges in excessive drinking, drowning the most precious moments of his life in alcohol, seeking to numb the anguish wrought by the brilliance of his own intellect. His arrogance is palpable, as if the entire world should revolve around the wealth of Stark Industries and his own sagacity. He exhibits a disdainful attitude, treating both friends and foes with an air of superiority. Most perilous of all is his deeply ingrained capitalist demeanor, which has precipitated numerous calamitous events, nearly plunging the world into ruin time and again. From the Age of Ultron to the Civil War, every grand initiative he undertook in the name of the greater good ultimately devolved into a colossal disaster, requiring the entire community of heroes to clean up the mess. Of course, Yang Jiesher is acutely aware of the ingrained animosity towards high IQ elite scholars within American culture. In their narratives, genius is often equated with paranoia, madness, and destruction. In this regard, figures like Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards and even the original Ant-Man Hank Pym possess ample authority to speak, as their astonishing intellect has brought both glory and countless troubles. The antagonists, of course, are even more numerous. Coupled with the inherent distrust the general populace harbors towards affluent capitalists, Tony Stark's public persona appears destined to be mired in controversy. Despite ongoing efforts in the comics to mitigate this, even in the cinematic universe, the character is undoubtedly cloaked in a heavy heroic filter. Screenwriters and directors have tirelessly augmented his narrative with countless moments of brilliance, magnifying his sense of duty and sacrifice as a hero, ultimately bestowing upon him a grand and dignified conclusion in the Infinity War saga. Yet, despite these embellishments, Yang Jiesher's perception of him remains complex, as the preconceived notions are difficult to eradicate entirely. He can comprehend Tony Stark's rationale, yet cannot truly endorse it. Ultimately, when juxtaposed with such an ostentatious capitalist, who relentlessly seeks to dominate everything through technology, Yang Jiesher finds himself more inclined to appreciate the figure residing in Gotham City. Another billionaire, Bruce Wayne, has chosen a path that is starkly different, darker yet purer, though Green Arrow shares a similar fate. Sweetheart, what are you thinking? Harley Quinn's voice pulls Yang Jieshi back to reality. Like a vigilant feline, she affectionately loops her arm through his, her cerulean eyes subtly glancing towards the distant figure of Tony Stark, her gaze tinged with a barely perceptible scrutiny. Instinctively, she seems to sense a resemblance in Stark to Bruce Wayne, an old money aura that prompts her to feel caution, even a hint of inexplicable animosity. Her deranged ex-boyfriend delighted in engaging in that tedious yet deadly cat-and-mouse game with Gotham's Bat. And this man before her appears to be a less shadowy, flying version of that same Bat. Harley was unwilling to let the man she had painstakingly found, who brought her unparalleled comfort, be whisked away by that tiresome old money. Of course, her feelings toward that green-haired jester had devolved into profound disdain and loathing. Yet, Yang Jieshi was ultimately not that chaotic and malevolent clown. Nor was Tony Stark the Dark Knight Bruce Wayne. Their connection bore no resemblance to the twisted games of criminality. This evening's encounter felt more akin to an unexpected interview. After a brief yet profoundly informative exchange, Yang Jieshi endeavored to create an accurate psychological profile of the Iron Man before him, drawing from his studies with Harley. He sought to discern whether this world's Tony was closer to the insipid comic version he detested or the glorified film rendition. The outcome, however, defied his expectations. Neither portrayal seemed to fit. The Tony Stark before him exhibited a peculiar state. On the surface, he maintained a playboy's nonchalance, his words laced with elite arrogance and sharp wit, yet within the depths of his caramel eyes lingered an inescapable weariness and a heavy gloom. It was the essence of one who had faced death and carried immense secrets and responsibilities, a weight that settled deep within. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to Bruce Wayne's contradictory nature, an exterior of hedonism that masked profound pain and resentment. It appeared that the journey through the caves of Afghanistan and the tumult that followed his decision to shut down Stark Industries Weapons Division had irrevocably transformed this man. He was no longer the pure genius ensconced in an ivory tower, but rather a soldier compelled to navigate through the mire of reality. So what is your answer? Tony Stark arched an eyebrow, shattering the brief silence. He crossed his arms, leaning against his ostentatious sports car, exuding an air of apparent ease. Yet his gaze remained acutely perceptive. Tony Stark's recruitment attempt was met with failure. I decline. One of my favorite pastimes is to tell those who think themselves formidable that. Yang Jieshi's response was crisp and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. He was even too indifferent to concoct a grand excuse, simply extending his right hand to rub his thumb against the tips of his middle and index fingers. This gesture was a universal language, translating to, emotional investments drain finances. The sharpness in Tony Stark's eyes transformed into a knowing amusement. He was not angered. Rather, he found the other's candor intriguing. He shrugged, indicating understanding. Well, that's unfortunate, he remarked. I had assumed you would be interested, as gaining Thor's endorsement is no small feat. He no longer pressed the matter. Despite the commendations from various formidable figures, including the barbarian King Conan from Cimmeria, the god of thunder Thor from Asgard, and the kendo master Takahashi Kenshi from Japan, the mercenary known as Yang Jieshi, who stands before them, remains reluctant to engage. Tony Stark, however, is not one to persist in vain. He possesses a plethora of contingency plans. On his roster, the position of martial arts master has a worthy alternative in Shang-Chi. Although intel acquired through S.H.I.L.D. indicates a stark disparity in strength between Shang-Chi and Yang Jieshi, particularly highlighted during the recent Lizardman incident, where eyewitness accounts and surveillance footage revealed Yang Jieshi, under the guise of mimicry master, utterly outclassed the so-called heir of Kunlun in terms of combat prowess, agility, and tactical execution. That brief contest was overwhelmingly one-sided, akin to a masterclass. Furthermore, it is rumored that Yang Jieshi, having found reasons to best him several times thereafter, has left Shang-Chi with lingering psychological shadows. Tony is confident that, had Shang-Chi not been a S.H.I.L.D. agent, Yang Jieshi might have taken him to some port area in New York for an aquatic excursion. Nevertheless, Shang-Chi is sufficient for the team. His capabilities can handle most conventional threats, and more importantly, he possesses a clean background, along with a history of grievances with Yang Jieshi. For a leader skilled in balance and control, this is hardly a disadvantage. If absolutely necessary, when the time arises for top-tier combat strength, Hiring Yang Jiesher at a premium would not pose an issue. As for the members of the Mimicry Master Team, while formidable, they are largely eccentric, especially the psychologist Harleen Francis Quinzel, who has a penchant for driving individuals to the brink of madness. Captain Yang Jiesher, for the time being, can remain on the periphery. For Tony Stark, problems solvable with money have never been a concern. Just as Tony prepares to conclude this conversation and take his leave, Yang Jiesher unexpectedly speaks again. Stark. His voice is calm, yet compels Tony to halt. I have no interest in heroics, but I possess information you may find intriguing, a revelation concerning the truth behind your parents' demise. A subtle smirk graces Yang Jiesher's lips, reminiscent of whispering the name Martha into Batman's ear. In an instant, the three young women sense the atmosphere around them thicken. They observe, with clarity, the profound transformation in Tony Stark beneath his expensive tailored suit. The frivolity of the playboy and the arrogance of the genius evaporate in a heartbeat, replaced by an icy, vengeful aura that seems to have clawed its way up from the very depths of hell. The familiar scent enveloped Harley. It was the unmistakable aroma of a bat. Yang Jiesher sensed it too, and indeed, this parallel universe's Iron Man was no ordinary individual. Tony Stark slowly turned, his face devoid of expression, yet his eyes seemed to blaze with an inferno capable of incinerating everything in its path. He did not inquire how the information was obtained, nor did he question its authenticity. Instead, he briskly returned to the car, retrieving an exquisite leather wallet from the passenger seat. He extracted a blank check and a Mont-Blanc pen, the nib gliding across the check with a crisp sound. He did not specify an amount. He simply inscribed his name and handed the check over. "This is a deposit," he rasped, his voice low and gravelly. "If the information proves accurate, I shall compensate you further: gold, rare metals, technological patents, even shares of Stark Industries. Anything you desire as long as I'm able to provide it." His resolute and decisive manner left Gwen, standing nearby, wide-eyed with excitement, her expression reflecting the thrill of the unfolding drama. Yang Jiesher accepted the check without a glance, tucking it into his pocket. Meeting Tony's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of devouring him whole, he softly uttered two words, a name. Winter Soldier. Tony Stark's body jolted, his pupils constricting sharply. The name seared into his heart like a heated iron brand. He fixed his gaze on Yang Jiesher, searching for even the slightest hint of deceit. Yet Yang's expression remained as tranquil as still water. After a long moment, Tony Stark nodded heavily. He said nothing more, turning to open the car door and slid into the driver's seat. With a roar of the engine, the flamboyant sports car surged forward like an arrow, swiftly disappearing into the late-night traffic of Chinatown. "Wow, now we're in for a show," Harley whistled, a mischievous grin adorning her face, as if relishing the chaos. Gwen eagerly nodded beside her, whispering excitedly, "I knew it. I knew the main plot was about to unfold." Iron Man versus Captain America, what a classic showdown. Siri cast a worried glance at Yang Jiesher, but upon seeing his calm demeanor, she felt reassured, ignoring the two girls reveling in the unfolding spectacle. Yang Jiesher prepared to lead the trio home when a familiar figure strolled around the corner. It was a stout man clad in a simple jacket, his face radiating a hearty and warm smile. In his left hand, he carried two exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor, and in his right he hoisted lamb and pork, dispelling the lingering tension in the air. "Master Yang," the newcomer called out, waving from a distance with a loud and friendly voice. "Afe, what brings you here?" Yang Jiesher exclaimed, "So mohat surpriset." The man was none other than the owner of the Fuji meat shop, Afe. "Ah, don't even get me started." Afe approached, presenting the roasted leg of lamb and a bottle of wine, casually lamenting, "Isn't it a festive occasion? Thanksgiving. I was hoping to find someone to share a drink with." Yet, it seemed that all the foreigners had returned home to their wives and children, and the few staff members at the restaurant had also opted for a holiday, disappearing without a trace. In the vast expanse of New York, he found himself unable to locate a single companion to indulge in a drink. He patted Yang Jiesher on the shoulder, grinning widely to reveal a set of white teeth. "I thought of you right away, Master Yang. I knew you wouldn't appreciate that dry turkey, so I specifically procured half a leg of lamb and some fine pork for us to enjoy something substantial." Chapter 19. The dinner. The remnants of the feast had yet to be fully cleared. The table still imbued with the rich aroma of roasted lamb and the robust flavor of potent white liquor. Within the inner hall of the Shojing Martial Arts School, three strikingly beautiful women, each with their unique charm, were contentedly burping as they chattered excitedly about whether to visit Times Square for the night view or find an arcade to pass the time until dawn. Meanwhile, the two protagonists of the gathering, Yang Jieshi and Fei, sat in harmonious silence on opposite sides of the table, leisurely brewing a pot of yellow wine, savoring a moment of post-meal tranquility. Fei's gaze wandered from the charmingly mischievous Harlequin to the vivacious and curious Gwen, and finally to the elegantly aloof Yingxili, who seemed to exist in stark contrast to the modern world. Ultimately, his eyes returned to Yang Jieshi's face. The ever-amiable visage of his corpulent friend bore no trace of the teasing remarks that might have accompanied their jovial camaraderie. Instead, it radiated a sense of understanding and acceptance. The atmosphere was peaceful, yet it carried an unspoken agreement between them. Both men were acutely aware that the significance of tonight's meal transcended a mere festive gathering among friends. It resembled an unvoiced redefinition of their relationship, a formal acknowledgement of their future ties after revealing their true intentions. Not long ago, during their meeting at the Fuji Meat Shop, although the encounter had not devolved into the worst-case scenario of conflict, it was nonetheless rife with underlying tensions. When Yang Jieshi had presented the spearhead engraved with the emblem of the Divine Spear, inquiring about the Divine Spear Bureau, the atmosphere had almost instantaneously thickened. In that moment, Yang Jieshi distinctly sensed a profound shift in the demeanor of his longtime drinking buddy, Fei. The muscles beneath Fei's layers of fat tightened. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, and a barely concealed, yet piercing aura firmly locked onto him. Fortunately, Fei exhibited the extraordinary calmness and professionalism expected of a top-tier operative. Rather than succumbing to shock upon being exposed, he promptly opted for information exchange and risk assessment. Upon calmly confirming Yang Jieshi's intentions, the authenticity of the spearhead, and establishing that there was no animosity between them, he chose the most prudent course of action, swiftly retreating and reporting to his superiors. The entire process was devoid of peril, and no direct conflict erupted. Yang Jieshi also verified the identity of Master Yang Shojing through Fei, who, in turn, acquired crucial intelligence regarding a formidable variable operating outside the system, brimming with potential. This evening, Fei's return was a formal response from the Divine Spear Bureau regarding that intelligence. We shall take our leave now. You gentlemen may continue your discussion at your own pace. The whimsical and spirited Harley had long sensed the unique atmosphere of business formality between the two men. She winked at Yang Jieshi, her gaze imbued with a hint of ambiguity and encouragement, signifying that the matter was entrusted to him. Meanwhile, Gwen, akin to a bashful child witnessing her parents engage in serious conversation, shyly stuck out her tongue, pulling the inquisitive Siri along. The trio hummed a cheerful tune, skipping out of the inner hall, leaving the space entirely to them. The door was gently closed, isolating them from the world's clamor. Within the inner hall, only the two gentlemen remained. Master Yang, Fei was the first to break the silence, lifting his teacup with a solemn expression. The relic you entrusted to me has been returned to the Bureau. The implication is that the documents of the late Mr. Yang Shojing will be permanently sealed. We shall never forget his contributions to this nation. He can now rest in peace. After exchanging the customary pleasantries, Fei shifted the discussion to matters of practical compensation. As for the allowances and reparations, Mr. Yang Shojing still has relatives in the homeland. Therefore, we can only offer you a reward for your assistance with significant intelligence. With that, he produced an envelope from his jacket pocket and handed it to Yang Jieshi. Yang Jieshi nodded silently, accepting the envelope and downing his cup of yellow wine in one gulp. A heavy burden that had long weighed upon his heart finally lifted. The past of his master found a resting place, which was more important than anything else. In truth, Yang Jieshi had never anticipated receiving any monetary reward for this encounter. I come not only to inform you of this matter, but also to convey a formal directive from my superiors. Fei set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, his voice lowered. Following an assessment, the Bureau's leadership has ordered me to maintain contact with you, hoping you will become an official informant for me in New York. He looked at Yang Jieshi, seemingly wanting to elaborate, and quickly added, "Do not rush. Let me finish. This role does not require you to engage in life-and-death struggles for us, nor does it entail performing any unsavory tasks. You may continue your usual activities. The Divine Spear Bureau will not interfere in your business or personal life. Your presence serves as a high-end observation post nestled in the heart of the New York maelstrom. You have but one task, A Fei raised a finger, his tone clear and resolute. Should any significant intelligence or events arise that could directly jeopardize the interests of our nation, notify me. That is all. In any circumstance, whether it be the madness of New York or an extraterrestrial invasion, as long as this fundamental boundary is not crossed, you may completely stand by, or even involve yourself for personal gain, and we shall not intervene. Of course, in return, the Bureau will, through me, remit a remuneration to you each month, which you may settle in any manner you prefer, ensuring it reflects your worth. Yang Jieshi stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. This condition posed almost no detriment to him. It allowed him to provide closure for his mentor's past, granting him peace of mind, while also bestowing upon him a substantial and stable income, without compromising his principles as a mercenary. As for the enigmatic Nick Fury, Yang Jieshi had his own means to manage that. Both sides had their own channels. The objective of the Spear Bureau was clear. They sought to invest in a formidable and relatively neutral figure rising in New York's underground world. And Yang Jieshi fit that description perfectly. Without much hesitation, he agreed with a decisive nod. Once the official matters were concluded, the atmosphere of solemnity dissipated immediately. Ah Fei seemed to transform back into the affable butcher, pouring drinks for himself, and Yang Jieshi, cheerfully clinking glasses. The camaraderie among men can sometimes be so straightforward. Once the air is cleared and a drink shared, even the greatest of divides can vanish. Speaking of which, I find myself quite curious, Yang Jieshi said, adjusting to a more comfortable position, leaning back in his chair. He regarded Ah Fei with keen interest and inquired, "What exactly is the essence of your martial arts?" That incident with the lizard people in Chinatown, when you effortlessly dispatched those mutated lizard monstrosities like mere vegetables. That was also you, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Ah Fei chuckled, his expression betraying a hint of pride at being seen through by an old friend. "Ah, nothing escapes your discerning eyes, Master Yang." He extended his plump yet well-defined right hand, and with a mere thought, a gossamer layer of luminescence, akin to jade glass, swiftly emanated from his palm, enveloping his entire being. The glow shifted and coalesced, ultimately forming a striking suit of azure armor, exuding classical beauty and a sense of power. Enveloping his robust form, an imposing presence as solid as the mountains and as weighty as the earth emanated from him, as though he and the ground beneath him had become one. My primary discipline is one of the Bureau's confidential martial arts, the I Jin Jing. Ah Fei's voice resonated from within the armor, carrying a slightly muffled echo. Because I am a named disciple of Director Zheng Xian and have fortuitously achieved some merits, I was specially authorized to learn it. My current level of attainment, according to the classification within the technique, is merely at the realm of the Azure level pagoda. This suit of azure armor is a manifestation of my internal energy. As for my swordsmanship, it is the ancestral culinary knife technique passed down in my family. A glimmer of insight sparked in Yang Jieshi's eyes. The I Jin Jing. This is one of the legendary core techniques of Shaolin, regarded as a pinnacle of martial prowess in any worldview. The only aspect that astonished Yang Jieshi was the striking resemblance between the martial arts grading system and its effects in this world, the Celestial Empire, and a comic he had encountered in his previous life titled Dragon Tiger Gate. It remained uncertain whether this similarity stemmed from the whims of the screenwriter or author, or some other reason altogether. Nevertheless, the fact that Ah Fei had managed to reach the level of Azure Grade Buddha, utilizing inner strength to transform into armor, was a testament to his innate talent and the significance placed upon him by the Divine Spear Bureau. The Easing Muscle Classic was a confidential matter of the Bureau, one I cannot divulge. However, as Ah Fei dissipated his externalized inner strength, the azure armor instantly transformed into motes of light and vanished. He smiled and remarked, "Master Yang, should you be interested, I will be delighted to teach you. As brothers, this could be considered an exchange of martial arts." "Excellent." Yang Jieshi nodded, fully aware that the other party was attempting to extract intelligence regarding his capabilities. Yet, while seeking information, Ah Fei inadvertently revealed his own as well. "There's no time like the present. Shall we spar right here?" Chapter 20. Sparring with this idea in mind, Yang Jieshi responded decisively upon receiving the invitation. The two quickly reached the spacious training ground in the back courtyard of the Martial Arts Academy. The night breeze gently rustled, and the moonlight, like flowing water, elongated their shadows. Standing opposite each other, They were 10 paces apart. With no pleasantries or opening remarks, they moved simultaneously at the moment their eyes met. Yang Jieshi launched the first attack, inhaling deeply as the energy within him surged wildly, a jet-black force enveloping his right arm. This hue was more profound than the darkest night, glistening with a hard metallic sheen, as if he had donned an invisible gauntlet. This was the armament Haki. Upon witnessing the familiar black energy, Fei's pupils constricted. Black-grade Buddha. Instinctively, he assumed that his opponent was also practicing the easing muscle classic, and one that was even more advanced, the legendary black-grade Buddha, which had been lost to the Divine Spear Bureau. However, when Yang Jieshi's fist, imbued with the force of thunder, tore through the air with a deafening sonic boom, Fei realized something was amiss. Though this power was equally formidable, its essence was starkly different from the inner strength of the easing muscle classic that Fei was familiar with. It was purer, more direct, filled with an innate, primal ferocity and destructive potential. Fei dared not be complacent. His Azure-grade Buddha technique surged to its utmost limit, manifesting the Azure armor once more. He did not evade or retreat, crossing his arms like a mountain, bracing himself to withstand Yang Jieshi's earth-shattering punch. Clang! The sound erupted in the courtyard, akin to an ancient temple bell being struck by a mighty battering ram, the shockwave stirring the fallen leaves and dust into a small whirlwind that spread outward. This was a punch Yang Jieshi had long ago synthesized from the supersonic fist of the Blade-Tooth world through system fragments, which he had been unable to utilize effectively until now due to his previous physical capabilities and control. Although this punch was executed by blending techniques from the 14 absolute skills of the Nation S Guardians, it was nonetheless a stunning display. However, interwoven with the formidable techniques of the monk's intimidating strikes, the power far surpassed that of the original attacks of the foolish Diki and the fierce Haowang. Yet, when Yang Jieshi's fist collided with Fei's body, he perceived as if his punch had struck an incredibly resilient yet peculiarly elastic hide of a divine bull. Most of the ferocious force was dissipated, absorbed, and rendered intangible by the seemingly delicate Azure armor. Conversely, Fei felt a terrifying force, akin to a mountain torrent, surge through the blue armor, causing his blood to surge and the stone slabs beneath his feet to crack with each step as he staggered back 3 large steps before managing to stabilize himself. What formidable external power! What profound internal strength! Both men simultaneously held the highest regard for each other's prowess. Failing to land a hit, Yang Jieshi altered his offensive approach, employing a peculiar footwork that allowed him to glide around Fei with ghostly swiftness, seeking vulnerabilities in the Azure armor's defense. Fei, steadfast in his position, met every change with unwavering resolve. His seemingly cumbersome physique displayed an agility and composure that belied its size, enabling him to execute effective blocks and counterattacks regardless of Yang Jieshi's cunning angles of assault. The two exchanged blows, their fists and feet colliding, filling the arena with a resounding cacophony of thuds as the black dominance clashed with the Azure inner strength, igniting dazzling sparks and ripples of energy. After an exhilarating bout, both gained a deeper understanding of each other's capabilities. Yang Jieshi excelled in his eclectic martial arts, rich in combat experience, effortlessly wielding various techniques with an unpredictable and decisive flair. Fei, on the other hand, boasted a solid foundation, his internal energy from the I Ching Jing flowing endlessly, with formidable defenses akin to an unbreakable turtle shell. In unison, they withdrew their strikes, exchanging a knowing smile, both thoroughly exhilarated. Master Yang, your external martial arts truly are unparalleled, Fei gasped, sincerely praising him as his Azure armor gradually receded. Your shell is no less impressive, quite solid indeed. Yang Jieshi replied, shaking his slightly numb arm with a smile. To receive without reciprocation is impolite. My martial arts consist of a technique called dominance, focusing on external offense and defense, and another known as Ripple Qi Gong, centering on internal breath and life energy, both complementing each other. Particularly, this Ripple Qi Gong allows for rapid cultivation and utilization of energy, significantly enhancing vitality and energy transmission efficiency, which would greatly benefit those like us who hone both internal and external practices, especially for the novice training in your Divine Spear Bureau. With that, he generously imparted the methodologies of dominance and ripple, revealing the essence of energy generation through specific breathing techniques without reservation. In truth, during his recent duel with a Fae, Yang Jieshi had already gleaned a general understanding of the meridian flows of the I Ching Jing, though some details remained unverified, by voluntarily sharing his techniques. He hoped to potentially acquire superior methods in the future. To gain, one must first give. A Fae nodded vigorously, his eyes shimmering with excitement. These meticulously structured and highly efficient cultivation methods from another realm have opened a brand new gateway to martial arts for him. He solemnly clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master Yang, for your guidance. I shall not be stingy in return." He unfastened the seemingly unremarkable yet gleaming kitchen knife that had accompanied him for many years from his waist and addressed Yang Jieshi. "The essence of my family's butcher knife technique lies not in the moves themselves, but in the understanding of the concept of dissection. Just as a butcher skillfully dissects an ox, one must navigate with ease. Once you perceive the intrinsic textures and structural weaknesses of any entity, be it an ox, a person, or a martial art, you can identify its most vulnerable points and strike decisively, resolving the matter effortlessly." To provide Yang Jieshi with a visceral understanding of the terrifying prowess of this knife technique, a Fae executed a startling maneuver that caused Yang Jieshi's eyelids to flutter. With his left palm spread wide, he gripped the kitchen knife with his right hand, and in an instant, the blade glinted. It was swift, reaching an extraordinary peak of speed. Yang Jieshi's honed dynamic vision, tempered through countless trials, could scarcely keep pace with the initial demonstration of this knife technique, leaving him with aspects that he would need to ponder further. Immediately, a vivid image reminiscent of the character Diao Buyu from the Phil Dragon Inn, who mercilessly severed the limbs of the Western Factory's adept, flashed before his eyes. A Fae's left palm was stripped of flesh, fascia, and nerves in an instant, revealing a stark, white skeletal framework. Astonishingly, the excised tissue remained intact, landing on the nearby stone table without a single drop of blood spilling. The control over strength, speed, and the blade was nothing short of extraordinary, defying comprehension. "Watch closely," a Fae commanded, suddenly sweeping the kitchen knife through the air. With a whoosh, a crescent-shaped, tangible white blade of energy sliced through the air, effortlessly cleaving a training dummy 10 meters away in half, its cut as smooth as a mirror. Following that, with a flick of his wrist, several invisible waves of blade energy erupted, leaving deep, laser-like gashes on the hard ground. Finally, he relaxed his grip, sheathing the knife into its scabbard within his garment. In mere seconds, he had showcased 3 elevated realms of martial prowess: blade energy, knife aura, and the mastery of manipulating energy with the blade. Yet, what astonished Yang Jieshi even more was witnessing a Fae's skeletal hand visibly regenerate flesh, fascia, and skin at an extraordinary pace. Countless minuscule flesh buds writhed and intertwined on the bone, restoring it to its original state within mere seconds, leaving not a single scar behind. Although this terrifying regenerative speed may not rival that of the comic book character Wolverine in his reckless fury, it undoubtedly matched the ruthlessness of his son, Daken. "Your body," Yang Jieshi could not help but inquire, a hint of curiosity glimmering in his eyes. A Fae retracted the kitchen knife, flexing his newly restored left hand, his face betraying a complex, bittersweet smile. "This is a long story. During a mission years ago, I sustained life-threatening injuries. It was only through the deployment of an exceptionally rare strategic resource by the Bureau that I was pulled back from the brink of death." "This special resource?" Faye nodded without hesitation, revealing that the Bureau of Divine Spear had once engaged in a transaction with an individual named Romulus, from whom they acquired a genetic modification technology known as the healing factor. My condition was unique at the time, and with special approval from above, I underwent experimental modifications. Thus, I now exist as a modified mutant. He gestured towards his own head, adding, "Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise." This modification not only endowed me with rapid healing capabilities, but also unexpectedly awakened an additional power. My cerebral memory possesses an exceptionally robust firewall, impervious to any psychic intrusions or alterations. This is precisely why my esteemed mentor felt assured in sending me to the chaotic realm of New York as an undercover agent. I see, Yang Jieshi remarked, enlightenment dawning upon him. Everything makes sense now. with formidable strength, a unique physique, and unwavering resolve. It is no wonder that Ah Fei serves as a crucial pawn for the Bureau of Divine Spear in this treacherous den. However, Yang Jieshi speculated that, as an agent, Ah Fei must possess further hidden strengths. Yang Jieshi also divulged certain pieces of information that he could share, understanding that mutual trust forms the foundation of collaboration. Yet, this seemingly mundane background would likely remain inscrutable to the Bureau of Divine Spear. With misunderstandings resolved, information exchanged, and martial arts shared, the night grew late. Satisfied, Ah Fei rose to take his leave, patting Yang Jieshi on the shoulder, reverting to his affable demeanor, and grinning widely, saying, "All right, my good brother. I want to keep you from your 3 lovely companions. Next time I visit, I'll bring you the tiger bone medicinal wine I've brewed. You need to replenish your strength. After all, taking care of 3 women is quite the physical endeavor, haha. Get lost." Yang Jieshi chucklet, playfully gesturing a middle finger towards Ah Fei's departing robust figure. "And I've taken your turkey, considering I brought over a leg of lamb." With that, Ah Fei hoisted the turkey, knowing full well that his friend could hardly manage such a dish, thus generously sharing the burden. The night breeze rustled a few fallen leaves, dispersing the last remnants of tension between the two. The bond between men can sometimes be as simple as this. Shared ideals forge friendship. A meal and a jug of wine suffice to dissolve all enmities.